Family, who would have thought? I, TanjiroMeets, participated in the final selection and was being chased to death by a bunch of demons. Just when I thought I was done for, I saw a girl standing under the moonlight. I wanted to save her, but she calmly approached the group of demons, effortlessly slicing through 6 of them with just her swordsmanship. This girl was incredible. What else could be more thrilling? Keep watching. Let me tell you, the scene back then was enough to use up all my luck for a lifetime. I ran for my life while behind me. Over 20 demons chased me like they were at a feast. Just when I thought I was about to be done for, I saw her standing in the moonlight ahead. I thought, isn't she going to be in danger too? I shouted for her to run. And guess what happened? I grabbed her hand, trying to pull her away, but she shook me off and calmly turned to look at the demons, asking me, why should we run? I was stunned. Big sister, is there really need to ask why? But she ignored me completely, taking small steps towards the demons as if she were out for a post-meal stroll. The next moment, with a swift motion, she drew a cold blade. Her demeanor, her aura, I tell you, she transformed completely. Then she moved like she was dancing, 1 step, 2 steps, and her figure flashed through the demon horde. When she stopped, the 6 fastest demons behind her fell apart like precisely cut pieces, scattering everywhere. At that moment, I thought, is this girl here to demolish something? All right, I take back what I just said. Let me start from the beginning and explain what's really going on. I am TanjiroMeets, an ordinary coal-selling genius. To turn my sister Nezuko, who became a demon, back into a human, I apprenticed with a master and trained hard in the mountains for 2 years. Today is the day I come down the mountain to participate in the final selection and prepare to join the Demon Slayer Corps. At first, everything was fine. I managed to cut down a couple of low-level demons and felt like I was doing well. But I don't know if I stepped on dog poop when I left home, but my thin blood physique suddenly attracted all the demons in Mount Fuji-saying like I turn on 5G. It's thin blood. This scent. Eating him is worth 1,000 people. Get lost. He's mine. I tell you, the commotion those demons made was like a frenzy at midnight on 11. Their eyes were red, drooling like a waterfall. And me? I was the limited edition. What could I do? I could only run. I felt like my lungs were about to explode, and all I could think was, I can't die. Nezuko is still waiting for me. Just when I thought I was about to be torn apart by these fans, I burst out of the woods and then saw her. That scene, I tell you, I might never forget in this lifetime. A girl in a deep purple kimono, barefoot in wooden sandals, standing quietly under the moonlight. The feeling was indescribable, as if she didn't belong to this world. So beautiful it was a bit unsettling. My mind went blank, and my first reaction was, this girl looks just like my sister. What the heck? What time is it? And I'm thinking about that. I quickly snapped back to reality, running while desperately waving at her. Hey, run. There are demons behind us. I felt so guilty those demons were clearly after me, and she was just dragged into this. But she? It was as if she didn't hear me at all. Head down, exuding an aura of keep your distance, and very emo, not moving an inch. I thought to myself, she must be frozen in fear. It's understandable who has seen such a scene. Over 20 demons attacking in a group who wouldn't be confused. I gritted my teeth and rushed over, grabbing her hand and running. Goodness, as soon as I pulled her along, my speed dropped significantly. I could feel the demon's claws almost reaching the back of my head, and I was already playing in my mind, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Then, at that critical moment, the delicate girl I was holding let go of my hand. The look in her eyes, I tell you, was like looking at a bunch of ants full of confusion and amusement. She asked, why should we run? Then I faintly heard her turn around and add in a voice almost too soft to hear, these guys are pitifully weak. Pitifully weak? My mind was filled with question marks. Then came the scene you heard at the beginning. She drew her sword. The moment the blade came out, my sensitive nose instantly caught a thick, unmistakable scent of blood. It wasn't the scent of demons. It was the scent of human blood. My legs went weak. My goodness, how many people has this girl killed to wield such a deadly blade? She slipped past, and 6 demons instantly turned into Lego pieces scattered all over the ground. I was completely dumbfounded. She didn't even use breathing techniques. Purely swordsmanship. 1 against 6. Even my master would need a cigarette after seeing that. But then the problem arose. Those chunks of flesh began to move back together, about to reform. That's when I realized her blade, no matter how awesome, wasn't a Nicaran blade. It wouldn't kill them, even if she chopped them to pieces. I shouted to her, they are demons. You can't kill them like this. You need a Nicaran blade. I was panicking, ready to rush in and help. Guess what she did? She not only didn't panic, but also had a smile at the corner of her mouth, as if saying, oh, there's such a setting? Interesting. Since they are demons, she said slowly, then this should work, right? As she spoke, a stack of cherry blossom-colored paper appeared in her hand, shimmering with a faint light. Then she began wiping her blade with that paper. At that moment, I wanted to shout, "Family, does anyone understand? What time is it?" And this girl is starting to do crafts. The demons that had just revived laughed and mocked her. "It's useless. No matter how good your swordsmanship is, what good is it if you can't kill us?" The girl, however, just chuckled lightly, a cold and wild smile on her face. In this world, there is no absolute immortality. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged out again. Let me tell you, this time she was even faster than before. My eyes could barely keep up. All I could see was a streak of cherry-colored light flashing through the demon horde, where blood and cherry blossoms exploded together in a scene that was both bloody and eerily beautiful. By the time I regained my senses, she had sheathed her sword, standing at the other end of the demon horde, striking a pose as the blood on her blade was flicked clean in one swift motion. And those more than 20 demons behind her collapsed like dominoes, one after another, turning to pieces. From the moment she moved to the end, it took less than 3 seconds. "It's useless. You can't kill us." The demon head on the ground was still shouting. But the next moment, he couldn't shout anymore. He found that the pieces of his body seemed to be burnt by something, completely unable to move or rejoin. The faces of all the demons were filled with terror. Only then did I realize her craft paper, while it couldn't completely kill the demons, could prevent them from regenerating. She didn't even glance at the demons, turning to leave. I hurriedly chased after her. What about these guys? Aren't you going to deal with them?" She looked up at the brightening sky and smiled. "I don't really like to finish them off. And look, the sunshine after the rain is always so radiant, isn't it?" Following her gaze, I shivered, letting the sun burn them to death. "Sister, you're even more ruthless than the demons." "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never have met Nezuko." I sincerely thanked her. "No need," she replied without turning her head. "They weren't looking for you anyway. You're just a hapless passerby." All right, I'm feeling a bit defeated. After all this, I'm just a filler character. By the way, I'm TanjiroMeets. And you? Shiki, Tosaka Shiki. Tosaka, what a nice name. I genuinely complimented. "You too," she surprisingly replied. "You have a name that resembles my friend's and a gentleness similar to another friend of mine." Just as I was about to say, "What a coincidence," her next sentence killed the mood. "Unfortunately, they're all dead." I'm sorry. "You don't need to apologize." She stopped, her gaze cold as ice. "If you keep following me, you'll be the next to die. Those demons are attracted to me, and staying close to me will only put you in more danger." Hey, when I heard that, I couldn't help but laugh. I figured out that this girl was tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. I directly told her, "You're actually quite nice. Even at a time like this, you're still looking out for me. It's fine we're in this mountain anyway, and it's dangerous everywhere. At least we can look out for each other." She gave me a look that said, "I can't do anything about you," and irritably waved her hand, which I took as tacit approval. Just as I finished speaking, the ground shook with a loud rumble, and a 5-meter monstrous creature emerged from the forest, covered in arms, with its neck wrapped in several layers, protecting its weak point tightly. I sniffed the air and realized we were in trouble. The rotten stench was even stronger than that of the 20 or so demons from earlier. This one was equivalent to one enhanced squad. As soon as the monster opened its mouth, it spoke to Shiki in a mocking tone. "After wiping out that bunch of useless trash, your stamina must be almost depleted, right? Your blade must be dull too. Once I feast on the rare blood from your rare blood, I can finally leave this cursed place." I panicked and quickly said to Shiki, "Tosaka-san, retreat. This guy is too strong. We can't afford to wear him down." Can you guess what Shiki said? She tilted her head and innocently asked me, "Retreat? Why?" Sister, is there truly no option for retreat in your character setting?" As the monstrous creature charged towards her, Shur finally sprang into action. She unsheathed her blade once more, and the familiar scent of blood erupted in the air. Gazing at the colossal beast before her, she calmly stated, "I apologize, but you may be disappointed, for my blade is exceedingly sharp." No sooner had she spoken than she soared into the sky. The creature's numerous arms shot towards her like arrows, and my heart raced. How could she evade them in midair? Yet, to my astonishment, the monster appeared momentarily stunned, for it realized that Shur's left hand had, unbeknownst to it, acquired another gleaming green dagger. Incredible. She was wielding dual blades. I must tell you, one of her weapons was a cherry blossom pink, and the other a vibrant emerald green, flashing in the air with an elegance that left me utterly transfixed. Even Tanjiro beside me was rendered speechless, mumbling about altering stances with his sword. Of course, I could see that. What was truly remarkable was her reaction speed and control of her body. Was she even human? Just as we were still in shock, Shur had already leaped onto the beast's arm. The spectacle was breathtaking as she danced through the air, her blades gliding like butterflies, swiftly carving lines into the monster's flesh. Though the wounds were small, the pain was undeniable. The creature howled in agony, resembling a pig stripped of its fur, flailing its dozens of arms wildly, yet it couldn't even graze her clothing. Damn insect! The monster was thoroughly enraged now, its arms crashing down to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise as if a demolition site had erupted. Meanwhile, Shur had already performed a backflip, landing gracefully beside Tanjiro without a speck of dust on her. The creature continued to bellow. "What are you doing? Scratching me? It's futile. Just let me devour you." Shur laughed in response, her laughter a blend of mockery and coldness. "You truly believe it is futile?" The monster retorted defiantly, "Of course. We demons have only one weak point. What good will it do to strike elsewhere?" But before it could finish, its expression morphed dramatically, as if it were constipated for weeks. It suddenly felt as if its heart had been grasped in a vice, a wave of paralysis sweeping through its body. Its once proud arms became utterly unresponsive. What is happening? It was in complete panic, akin to a gamer suddenly losing connection while their character remained on screen. Yet they could not move. Shur raised the green dagger slowly and said, "Do you still believe it is futile? This blade is coated in poison." In that instant, the monster's expression was akin to a real-life rendition of the phrase "the joke's on me." "It was over," Shur declared nonchalantly. The creature continued its desperate struggle. "Impossible. This trivial poison cannot kill me. Once its effects wear off, I will be the first to devour you. Is that so?" Shur approached it step by step, exuding an aura that was nothing short of imposing. To the monster, she was no longer a formidable foe, but merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. It finally comprehended that it was the prey. Then, Shur uttered words that would etch themselves into legend. She closed her eyes and then opened them wide, her pupils displaying a striking duality of blue and red, radiating an air of contempt for all living beings. It was magnificent. "Without requiring the Nichiren blade or a strike to the neck, I can still slay you for as long as something is alive, even a god. I shall demonstrate my prowess." I was astounded, goosebumps prickling my skin. In her gaze, the monster was instantly enveloped in intricate black lines. "I witnessed your death line." No sooner had she spoken than a silvery crescent sword energy shot forth, cleaving the 5-meter-tall creature cleanly in half, as if it were tofu. It let out no scream, merely ceasing to exist, erased from the realm of concepts. The execution was precise and devoid of hesitation. Tanjiro was left dumbfounded, his worldview collapsing in an instant. Just as he was about to inquire about something, Shur turned her head, her striking blue and red eyes locking onto his. My goodness, Tanjiro's legs buckled, and he sat down abruptly, gasping as if he had just emerged from an ice cellar. Upon seeing this, Shur quickly closed her eyes and reopened them. Returning to her normal state, she explained, "My eyes allow me to perceive the lines of my enemies. Severing them guarantees their demise." And you know what? Tanjiro, that earnest lad, was not frightened. Instead, he wore a look of delight, as if he had found a kindred spirit. "Suji-san, you can see the lines of weakness as well. I thought I was the only one. You're incredible. Good heavens, this fellow's CPU must be overheating. He equates the Shinjutsu with his novice guidance." Shur was left exasperated, likely too weary to clarify. In this final selection on the mountain, there was another oddball, a fellow with a shock of yellow hair named Zenitsu. This chap was more timid than a rabbit, having been kicked in by his master to participate in the exam, convinced each moment would be his last. Yet now, he was scouring the mountains like he had been injected with adrenaline, shouting, "Demons, come out," albeit with a voice trembling like a leaf. Why? It was all for the sake of a woman. Just days prior, on a rainy night, Zenitsu's keen ears were drowned out by the rain, rendering him paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, he heard a horde of demons rushing towards him. The commotion was like a 100-meter sprint, all in pursuit of his life. Zenitsu was left in a state of shock, his mind blank as he watched the demons pounce before him. At that moment, a cherry blossom figure descended from the sky. It was Shur. She executed an astonishing spin in mid-air, her pink blades swirling with a tempest of light, reminiscent of a cherry blossom tornado, and in an instant, the demons' heads rolled like bowling balls. Zenitsu was left awestruck, his mind echoing two words, "So strong, so beautiful." Then he made a jaw-dropping move, rushing forward to say, "Please marry me." Shur was taken aback, responding with confusion, "Sorry, I don't like men." Now, I must tell you, any sane person would either understand or be baffled by such a statement. But who was Zenitsu? His thought process was uniquely peculiar. His master had told him that women do not favor men who are weaker than themselves. Consequently, he automatically translated Shi's words to mean, sorry, I don't like weak men. In that moment, enlightenment struck him. He finally grasped his master's intentions. Only the strong deserve the affection of beauty. A fierce fire ignited within him, and he swore to Shi's vanishing figure, I shall become stronger, a man that all women desire. The rain ceased, and we reached a consensus with Tanjiro. Shi realized that to fulfill the task of slaying every demon, merely eliminating the minions would not suffice. The source, Kabutsuji Musen, must be eradicated. Coincidentally, this monster was also Tanjiro's family's nemesis. Do you have a way to locate him? Shi inquired. Tanjiro replied that his keen sense of smell would never forget the scent of that fiend. Thus, our goal was unified. Shi stood and extended her hand towards Tanjiro, inviting him to join her. My word, she smiled. She actually smiled, though it was merely a slight upward turn of her lips. It was the first time I had witnessed her smile. Sunlight poured through the trees, casting a golden hue around her. Tanjiro was instantly captivated, eagerly grasping her hand, overwhelmed with excitement. I look forward to working with you, Shir-san. At that historic moment of alliance, a crow flew overhead, its raspy voice announcing to all, the final selection has ended early. All survivors, please assemble at the foot of the mountain. Tanjiro was bewildered. Ended early? This is only the third day. The crow continued. All demons within the mountain have been slain. All survivors have passed the selection. All of them. Tanjiro's jaw nearly dropped as he slowly turned his head towards Shiki. She was quietly murmuring, so it's just this little bit, huh? Well, case solved. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the atmosphere was lively, filled with a group of novice recruits boasting about their exploits. Goodness, this selection was far too easy. I didn't encounter a single demon, one exclaimed. Exactly. I thought it would be much harder. I didn't even draw my blade. A cacophony of self-proclaimed champions filled the air. Zenitsu could no longer tolerate their banter, and, with dark circles under his eyes, argued back. Haven't you heard? All the demons in the mountains were slain by a single person. The crowd, however, dismissed him with laughter, considering his words fanciful. Just then, amidst their clamor, an exceptionally beautiful girl approached, dressed in pink and sporting a single ponytail, a butterfly perched delicately on her fingertip. She seemed to have stepped straight out of a painting. When she spoke, the crowd fell silent. The rumors are indeed true, she gently declared. I have seen that swordsman. She is a female warrior who scatters cherry blossoms as she wields her blade, powerful and as beautiful as a flower. Her name is Kurahara Raka. With these words, she stamped the truth of the matter, causing all to hush. And let me tell you, this was merely the prelude to the spectacle. I glided down from the mountaintop to the foot of the mountain, where a throng of people awaited, those who had survived the final selection. As I ascended the steps of the torii, the moment I revealed myself, the attention was palpable, with all eyes suddenly fixed upon me, akin to hundreds of searchlights. Both men and women gawked, causing me to frown in discomfort. My visage seemed to evoke differing reactions. Men found it delicate, while women deemed it handsome, embodying an androgynous allure. In a world of Sekiro, this was manageable, as everyone was preoccupied with battles, leaving no time to appreciate my exquisite looks. However, the gazes I received now were charged. Men looked on with unabashed fervor, while women were taken aback by my striking appearance. Among the crowd, two particular stares pierced through me. One belonged to the golden-haired youth I had saved earlier, his expression swirling with complexity, leaving me somewhat perplexed. The other was the girl with the butterfly hairpin who had spoken on my behalf, her gaze reminiscent of an old friend, despite our unfamiliarity. I sensed a formidable strength within her. As I was scrutinized like a rare specimen, two girls, one with white hair and the other with black, emerged. They looked identical, as if they had been copied and pasted, likely twins. They surveyed the crowd before beginning to speak. I must say, their dialogue was quite amusing, reminiscent of AI customer service, each taking turns with a rhythmic cadence. Welcome back, everyone, said the black-haired one. Congratulations on your safe return. This is indeed splendid, replied the white-haired twin. These two little AIs first announced the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps, stating that uniforms would be distributed, measurements taken, and ranks assigned. The ranks consisted of 10 levels: Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Gung, Xen, Ren, and Gue. Then, the black-haired AI regarded our group and blandly announced, currently, all of you are the lowest rank, Gue. A hush fell over the crowd. She then shifted her gaze directly to me, except for this young lady. The spotlight once again fell upon me. The two little AIs approached in perfect synchrony, bewildering me with their next words. Due to this young lady's outstanding performance in the trials, having slain over 50 demons in the mountains. According to the regulations of the Demon Slayer Corps, your rightful rank should be that of a Hashira. My goodness, I had directly ascended to the leadership tier. However, due to the weak demons in Fujisu Mountain, your rank has been adjusted to Ja. We ask for your understanding. At this revelation, the venue fell into a dead silence. Aside from Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and the Butterfly Girl, the expressions of the others mirrored that of someone who had just heard of an extraterrestrial invasion, their jaws dropping in disbelief. They had likely heard the rumors of a fierce woman wreaking havoc in the mountains, but nobody had taken it seriously. Now, with official confirmation, they realized that their survival was not due to their prowess or luck, but solely because I had cleared the mountain of demons. What a pure case of winning by default. Moreover, they had all heard that I was supposed to be a Hashira, the strongest force in the Demon Slayer Corps. At that moment, I could only express my bewilderment. Jia? What on earth is that? I simply dispatched the demons that came my way. How did I end up at the Jia rank? Behind me, Tanjiro's eyes sparkled like two bright bulbs, fixated on my back, likely viewing me as a role model. He had witnessed my endeavors firsthand, knowing I possessed neither a Nichiren blade nor any breathing techniques, relying solely on my swordsmanship and combat instincts. He probably thought this was true strength. As for Zenitsu in the corner, he too was dumbfounded. Initially believing he could catch up to me with effort, he now recognized the chasm between us was not merely a small puddle versus a great sea. It was akin to a foot basin versus the Pacific Ocean. Yet, this peculiar fellow continued to mutter something about only the strong deserving beauty, rallying himself with fervor. Wake up, buddy. This is pure self-delusion. When the uniforms were distributed, mine indeed bore a large Jia character. I felt indifferent about it, received my attire, and then sought out the twin AIs for needle and thread, sitting on the steps to mend my precious Haori. This crimson-purple Haori had accompanied me for a long time, adorned with patches and stitches. Having torn in several places during recent battles, it required urgent repairs. Tanjiro approached, observing my focused stitching, and asked this must be something very cherished by Shiki Jia. Upon lifting my gaze, my thoughts instantly drifted back to the perpetually snow-laden mountains. Yozen had draped this Haori over my shoulders, saying, "May your martial fortunes flourish." This is a keepsake from a friend," I softly replied. "I am someone who treasures the remnants left by my valued companions." Yozen's Haori, Kuro's protective bell, and the wedge of the wolf. Each item holds significance. It is said that a person dies 3 times in their life, when the heart stops, when the funeral concludes, and finally, when they are forgotten by all. As long as I remember them, they have not truly departed. I return the needle and thread to the twins, don my Haori, and said to Tanjiro, "If there is something of great importance to you, protect it with your life." Then came the phase of selecting or for forging blades. The two little AIs guided us to a heap of stones, claiming they were Tamahagane, used for crafting Nichiren blades. Unfortunately, I arrived late. The best pieces had already been taken, leaving only the less desirable ones. A Nichiren blade was indeed necessary for me. My Shinto snow could handle lesser demons, but against stronger foes, it merely slowed their regeneration, which was insufficient. Although I possessed the ability to see the lines of death directly and deliver a lethal blow, overuse of this power was mentally taxing and should not be employed frivolously. Thus, possessing a Nichiren blade would be quite convenient. I casually sifted through the stones until I found one that caught my eye, then turned to the twin AIs and requested, if possible, could you help me forge it into a dagger? The two girls were momentarily taken aback, their expressions akin to that of someone ordering a grand feast only to request a toothpick, while others sought longer blades to slay demons from a distance. I was asking for a dagger? I nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they were baffled. Little did they know, my collection of blades had grown to the point of opening a museum. As the final selection concluded, each participant received a crow as a liaison, while I additionally received a wisteria flower sachet, for my blood held a deadly allure for demons, which would help mitigate some trouble. Tanjiro intended to return home to report his safety, while I prepared to visit the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. After bidding each other farewell, I turned to leave. As I walked away, I sensed a gaze upon my back. Upon glancing back, I recognized the girl, Kuri Hanalu. She extracted a coin from her pocket, tossed it into the air, caught it, and then, like a small tail, trailed behind me at a distance. It piqued my interest. I paid her no mind and continued along the rural path alone. In a bid to save time, I aimed to reach a town named Asakusa to board the so-called infinite train. As dusk approached, I noticed a town ahead, aglow with lights, and quickened my pace. However, as I stepped into the town, the smile faded from my face. It was eerily quiet, far too quiet. The town was illuminated, yet the streets were devoid of any souls, silent as a horror movie set. "Young lady, why are you still outside? Hurry back home." An elderly woman peered through a crack in her window, her voice low and cautionary. She warned me of monsters that preyed on young and beautiful girls like myself. Instead of feeling alarmed, I chuckled and replied, "Thank you for your warning and compliment, but it is unnecessary." No sooner had I spoken than my jiuzi, jianding at my waist, unsheathed itself. Without even glancing back, I swiftly slashed downward towards the ground. A scream echoed as a dark figure writhed in pain. Emerging from the earth, I leisurely turned around and added, "Because I'm strong enough." The creature that had surfaced, a swamp demon, looked bewildered at me, its mind likely filled with questions. This was not the script it had anticipated. It had been feasting on a buffet of souls until it encountered its superior, Doma. Doma, a creature of utter depravity, found it amusing that this demon shared his taste for young girls and promptly commanded it to locate a particularly delectable scent, mine, masked by wisteria. After bestowing some of his blood upon the demon, Doma ordered it to seek out this irresistible aroma. Empowered, the swamp demon scuttled beneath the town until it finally caught my scent. Upon seeing me, a mere ordinary girl without even the knowledge of breathing techniques, it thought me an easy target. Just as it leaped from the ground to ambush me, I severed its arm with a single strike. I had no time to waste on idle chatter. "You're the cause of this town's terror?" I mused, noticing it was slightly stronger than the hand demon. A smirk crossed my lips. To it, my smile likely resembled that of death itself. "Who are you?" It shrieked, its bravado faltering. "Who am I?" I dismissed the inquiry, retracting my blade, yet keeping my hand near the hilt, my body sinking slightly into a stance. A classic Iaido initiation. The swamp demon, recognizing the stance, instinctively recoiled in fear. But it was too late. I made my move. On the darkened street, a flash of cherry blossom-colored blade struck like lightning, leaving a perfect cross upon its form. The Watanabe cross slash, a technique of the sword saint, Ishin, capable of severing even the arms of Ashura. I passed by it, the blade vibrating elegantly as I sheathed it. Only upon the faint sound of a crack did the demon split into 4 pieces, collapsing to the ground. I slightly tilted my head, my voice cool as I delivered my final words. "I am Watanabe Sword Saint, Tsubaki Shiki." The remnants of the demon's face were etched with terror and fury, its mouth opening and closing in disbelief. A mere woman claiming to be the Sword Saint. Even in its dismembered state, it clung to life, its wounds pulsating as the effects of kamikaze snow were barely evident. It began to scream wildly. "Women are all deceivers. All deceivers." Ah, it seemed there was a tale behind this. The swamp demon, in its despair, recounted its past. She promised that if I jumped to retrieve her hairpin, she would be with me. But she broke her promise. Oh, so before becoming a demon, it had been a pure-hearted warrior, confessing its love, only to be toyed with. It had declared, "I would do anything for you," with sincerity ablaze like fire. But what happened? The girl merely rolled her eyes and tossed her hairpin into the swamp, saying, "Then go fetch it." Wasn't that clearly a setup? But guess what? Without a second thought, my friend leapt right in, likely envisioning a romantic drama where the beauty would be moved to tears and offer her heart in return. When he surfaced with the hairpin, however, there was no trace of gratitude on her face, only sheer terror as she screamed and fled, leaving him to sink into the mire, heart and soul alike. Just as he was about to perish, a light appeared. A man in white pulled him up, his eyes crimson as if dripping blood, asking, "Do you regret it?" And thus, this swamp demon's tale unfolded. It had been a sycophant for love, and in its quest for vengeance, it transformed into a malevolent spirit, targeting the very young girls it once adored, not for their flavor, but as retribution. In its eyes, young girls were deceivers, and it sought to consume every lie. Upon finishing its tale, the swamp demon bore an expression of tender nostalgia, reminiscent of the pure-hearted warrior it once was, sending chills down my spine. I, Tsubaki, sighed and remarked, "This world is indeed peculiar. Humans become demons, and demons compel humans to join the Demon Slayer Corps, an endless cycle." Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I inquired, "What became of the girl you loved?" It placed a hand on its belly, a dreamy expression adorning its face. "Of course, we are together forever. My friends, who understands?" My patience snapped. The murderous intent I had suppressed surged forth once more. So your first love was devoured too. Your plight is tragic. But that is no justification for your cannibalism. The only mercy I can offer you is to send you on your way. As soon as I spoke, I charged forward with greater speed than before. Yet the swamp demon, having learned, summoned a pool of black sludge beneath it, diving into it and vanishing. This was its blood demon art, black swamp, allowing it to create a swamp portal anywhere. It taunted from within, "You cannot kill me. Not here on my territory." I found it amusing, thinking underwater, This is not solely your domain. With that, I dove in after it. The swamp was dense and dark. The demon, slick as an eel, moved swiftly, faster than it could on land. The air was thin, making it difficult for an ordinary person to engage in battle, let alone breathe. It reveled in its perceived victory, only to turn and find a pair of mismatched crimson and azure eyes glowing like headlights in the dark, fixated upon it. It froze, but still tried to act tough. "You actually follow me? You can't even breathe here." Before it could finish its sentence, I propelled myself forward with a kick. Shooting past, like a torpedo, my speed surpassed even that of its landbound form. The swamp demon was utterly befuddled, but it did not flee. With a roar, it conjured 5 identical clones around it. With the original, there were now 6, and in its domain, it believed it had the upper hand. The 6 demons lunged at me from all directions, their minds calculating the odds. If one clone could hold me back, the remaining 5 would shred me to pieces. Since my blade was not a Nicaran sword, it could not slay them. Trading one clone for my life seemed a profitable exchange, provided they could withstand my assault. Swish! A flash of cherry blossom-colored blade cut through the black mud, akin to a shooting star. As I burst from the encirclement, the 6 demons stood in shock. The Ryougi stared in disbelief at the doppelganger that should have restrained me, which was now gradually turning to ash. "Is it dead?" His voice trembled. "How could this be possible? If it wasn't the Sunblade, how could it kill a demon? How could this creature breathe underwater? Why could it move so swiftly?" When he saw me gliding through the water, bubbles emerged, proving I was indeed breathing. Countless questions raced through his mind, but he had no opportunity to ponder them further. I had appeared behind him at some point, my blade descending swiftly. Having emerged from Shueishin, how could I not breathe underwater? This was the last thing he heard. My technique is called Shueishin Hushishu, not a combat skill, but its sole purpose is to allow me to breathe underwater as effortlessly as on land, while also reducing water resistance. Thus, this black swamp, claimed as his domain, was also effectively mine. With the demise of the Ryougi, the dark mire vanished alongside it. I leaped from the ground, astonishingly unsoiled, sparing me the burden of laundry. A glance around revealed the entire town shrouded in darkness, silent and desolate. Clearly, I could not linger here. I would make my escape under the cover of night. Yet, I had scarcely begun my departure when a man with white hair, adorned in a lotus hat and possessing eyes of kaleidoscopic hues, materialized at the sight of my recent battle. It was the second upper moon, Toma. He greedily inhaled the air like a perverse fiend, then gazed longingly in the direction I had departed, chuckling, "Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall find you." The following day, I awoke atop a grand tree and, after a brief refresh, resumed my journey. After approximately 7 or 8 hours, as nightfall approached, I finally arrived at my destination, Chinko. My goodness, this place was a world apart from the previous town. Everywhere was illuminated by electric lights, bright as day, and the streets thronged with people, a cacophony of suits and kimonos that sent my head spinning. Social anxiety overwhelmed me. I detest crowded places, as countless gazes inevitably dart towards me. Naturally, I understood their interest was not solely in my visage, but primarily in the blade I held. In this era of sword prohibition, being seen with a weapon by the police would result in confiscation. As I aimlessly searched for a place to dine, I unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd. Clad in a green checkered coat with fiery red hair, bearing a scar on his forehead, it was TanjiroMeets. He was a young man who had trained alongside me on Fujisawa Mountain. However, his demeanor was unsettling. He appeared tense, his face pale, his gaze fixated on a man before him. This man, dressed in a sharply tailored suit, held a small girl in his arms. Tanjiro's mouth gaped wide, trembling as he recognized the scent emanating from the man before him. It was identical to that which lingered in his home. Muzan Kibutsuji, the nemesis of his family, stood there, vividly alive before him. Yet, Tanjiro found himself unable to draw his blade. not only due to the man's integration within the crowd, but also because of the paralyzing aura of dread emanating from him, nearly suffocating. The intensity of his presence was so formidable that even I, several meters away, felt a chill run down my spine. At that moment, my eyes became uncontrollable. The red and blue lights flaring to life as my direct death magic I activated in response to the danger. Perhaps sensing my gaze, the man known as Musen shifted his attention from Tanjiro to me, our eyes locking in that bustling street. In that instant, while the entire street was filled with laughter and movement, it was as if time had frozen for the three of us. A tempest surged within me, not because my magic I had awakened, but due to the shocking realization that the death lines on the man before me were alarmingly few, pitifully few. I had only encountered such a phenomenon once before during my battle against the Sakura dragon in the Sekiro world. Either the opponent was invulnerable to death, or their strength vastly exceeded my comprehension. Musen Kibutsuji was evidently the latter. My shock mirrored his. Upon locking eyes with me, a rare sensation of vulnerability flickered within him, a sensation he had not experienced in centuries, the last being against the swordsman adorned with the sun earrings wielding the breath of the sun. Now he felt this again, against a seemingly fragile girl. As he pondered, his attention was suddenly drawn to Tanjiro before me and the Nichiren blade concealed beneath his uniform. Demons the Musen furrowed his brow, not out of fear, but to avoid revealing his identity on the bustling street. He resolved to create a little chaos. Extending his claws with a speed imperceptible to the eye, he aimed for the nape of a nearby bystander. His intent was to transform this individual into a demon, thus sowing discord and allowing his own escape. Yet, just as his claws were about to make contact, a sharp sound rang out. My Sakura-hued blade had somehow interposed itself. However, his strength was overwhelming. His claws pressed against my blade, inflicting a few cuts on the man's neck, droplets of blood splattering onto my face. Unperturbed by the failed attempt, Musen chuckled, swiftly withdrawing and vanishing into the crowd. The injured bystander staggered before collapsing. This incident ignited chaos. People recoiled in fear, encircling me. A murder. Call the police. This person is armed. Scatter. I must say, these people are rather peculiar. When they hear of demons consuming humans, they shutter their doors. Yet, upon witnessing someone wielding a blade injuring another, their sense of justice surges. In their eyes, they failed to see Musen's assault, only acknowledging me, bloodied and armed. A torrent of accusations and vitriol surged towards me. Tanjiro stood aghast, having witnessed the events clearly. It was Musen who had attempted to turn that person into a demon, and I had intervened. He finally understood that I had been ensnared in Musen's scheme, and it was all because of him. A wave of guilt washed over the young man, who immediately surged forward, arms outstretched to shield me, veins bulging in his neck as he shouted, "It's not like that. She didn't kill anyone. That person is still alive." He resembled a protective pup, staunchly defending his territory. Yet, I paid little heed to the surrounding chaos. My gaze locked on the direction in which Musen had vanished, blue flames flickering in my eyes. Musen Kibutsuji, you had better pray we do not cross paths again. You have provoked someone you should not have. The scene erupted into a frenzy, and as Tanjiro spread his arms, his blade became visible, further inciting the crowd. That child is armed. They are accomplices. At that moment, a shrill whistle pierced the air, and several police officers rushed forward. The leading officer brandishing a baton and a firearm at his waist. Someone quickly alerted, "Officer, they are armed." Upon hearing this, the police captain scoffed. "What of it? What era are we in? Do you think this is the age of the samurai? Can cold weapons compete with my warm gun?" With this thought, he brandished his firearm, reaching for my shoulder as he warned, "Hey, put down the blade." Before he could finish, I turned my head, my dual-colored eyes meeting his in close proximity. In that instant, the captain's face drained of color, and he staggered back, his hand trembling around his gun. He felt as though he was facing not a girl, but the embodiment of death, the scythe poised at his throat. I was momentarily bewildered, realizing my direct death magic I had frightened him. Hurriedly, I closed my eyes and opened them again, returning to my normal dark gaze. However, the captain was even more alarmed. He sensed an aura akin to that of a merciless killer emanating from me, abruptly raising his gun and shouting, "Put down the knife." Just then a resounding bang echoed. To my astonishment, he had inadvertently fired his weapon as his hand trembled. The bullet surged towards me at an imperceptible speed, rendering any attempt at evasion futile. Tanjiro's face contorted in desperation as he struggled to draw his sword in a bid to save me, yet it was all in vain. He closed his eyes in despair. However, instead of the anticipated sound of the bullet striking flesh, there resounded a crystal-clear metallic buzz. Amidst the incredulous gazes of all present, I deftly gripped my blade, positioning it horizontally before my forehead and before my body as two perfectly severed copper bullet fragments clattered to the ground. The bullet had been split asunder. The police captain stood utterly dumbfounded, staring at the faint smile on my face, as if I were conveying, "My dear sir, the era has not changed." A profound silence enveloped the scene. For an ordinary individual, the act of slicing a bullet would be akin to a myth. As I contemplated an escape, a rich floral fragrance wafted through the air, and suddenly, countless crimson petals materialized, creating a picturesque barrier that separated me, Tanjiro, and the police. I remained vigilant, frowning as I focused on a particular direction. A woman in an exquisite kimono stood not far away. Her right hand, sharp as a demon's claw, traced a line across her arm from which the petals emanated. "Hui shui shi ju meng ji xiang," she intoned softly. A demon? I sensed no malice from her. Indeed, I was a demon, a physician, and an adversary of Wu Zongmu. She regarded me, saying, "Thanks to you, just now, that individual did not transform into a demon. You aided him. Now, allow me to assist you." Meanwhile, in a pitch-black alley, Wu Zongmu snapped his fingers, and two demon shadows immediately knelt behind him. "Go, bring me the head of that demon slayer adorned with the flower card earrings," he commanded, his voice icy and piercing. The two demons trembled in fear, hastily acknowledging his orders. Just as they were about to depart, Wu Zong added, "Wait. Also bring me the head of the female swordsman accompanying him, the one with the peculiar pupils." As his words echoed, a chilling wind swept through the sinister alley, causing me to shiver involuntarily. Soon after, a particularly effeminate voice, laced with amusement, drifted towards us. "Ah, Wu Zong, might I handle that prey?" Upon hearing this voice, I watched in astonishment as the two small demons turned pale, retreating as though encountering a living ancestor. In the alley, an additional figure had appeared, his hair a striking white, eyes a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of a kaleidoscope, while he held a golden fan. As I heard the two demons tremblingly refer to him as Tong Mo, my heart sank. Trouble was brewing. The second in command among the demons was present. Wu Zong, although surprised, appeared disinterested in further inquiries. Tong Montauk smiled gleefully, declaring he'd set his sights on an intriguing prey. Wu Zong instantly understood, casting a glance in my direction that left no room for misinterpretation. He likely deemed my flesh to be a delicacy for demons, perfectly suited to Tong Mo's deviant appetite. "Very well, he is yours," Wu Zong said decisively, but added ominously, "Should you fail, you know the consequences." Tong Mo's smile widened, his fan snapping open in a flamboyant display. "Oh, Wu Zong, you jest. When have I ever failed?" No sooner had he spoken than Wu Zong and his two subordinates melted into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. Just as the tension subsided, Tanjiro and I raced back to the street we had just left. He slapped his thigh, exclaiming he had forgotten something crucial. I pondered what could be so precious, only to witness him emerging from a corner with a wooden box. Upon opening it, I was greeted by the sight of an adorable girl nibbling on a bamboo tube. She was undeniably cute, likely a virtual idol of the future, but the overwhelming aura of demon energy surrounding her nearly suffocated me. "Yes, this is my sister, Nezuko," Tanjiro exclaimed, his anxiety palpable as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. It was clear he was prepared to defend her at all costs, ready to incapacitate me if I dared to harm even a single hair on her head. The atmosphere turned tense, and as I observed his expression of fierce protectiveness, I couldn't help but chuckle. I spoke gently. "Is this truly the person you are willing to risk everything to protect? If so, you must strive with all your might to keep her safe." Tanjiro was momentarily taken aback, his mind likely racing to process my words. Throughout his journey, he had encountered individuals who either sought to attack or kill Nezuko, yet here I was not only refraining from violence, but encouraging him to protect her. His face was a canvas of confusion. Why are you not killing her? Aren't you a member of the Demon Slayer Corps?" I laughed softly. "Who told you I am part of the Demon Slayer Corps? I did participate in the final selection, yes. I received the uniform, indeed. I acquire materials to forge a blade, that is true. They even thrust a crow upon me, no doubt. But throughout this entire exchange, I have never claimed to join the Demon Slayer Corps. I am merely a lost swordsman, fortunate enough to have passed a trial. And all these items were bestowed upon me willingly. Why refuse such generosity? Tanjiro stood there, stunned, as he contemplated my reasoning, realizing that logically it made sense. Yet, his expression clearly conveyed his disbelief at my audacity. Just as he grappled with his existential crisis, my sword suddenly unsheathed with a swift motion, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning towards my rear. Wait! A startled cry rang out as the blade came to a halt mere centimeters from a young boy in a kimono who had somehow approached from behind. Had it not been for the distinct fragrance emanating from him, he would have met a far more unfortunate fate. "Are you a subordinate of that woman?" I inquired. The boy, still shaken, nodded, explaining that Miss Jusher had sent him to guide us, fearing we might lose our way. "Very well, lead on." This boy, named Yusher Lang, guided us through the maze-like alleyways, finally stopping at a dead end. He turned and instructed us to follow, then, in a swift motion, stepped directly into the wall. A mirage? I thought, having encountered such illusions many times before. Without hesitation, I followed him inside. Beyond the wall lay a hidden realm, a grand Western-style mansion adorned with crimson talismans at the entrance. Yusher Lang boasted that his blood demon art was the reason we could evade both the Demon Slayer Corps and Wu Zhang's pursuit. Upon entering, a woman dressed in a kimono, exuding a gentle demeanor akin to flowing water, approached us. It was Yusher. Once inside, we knelt as she wasted no time, her gaze sharpening. "Before we begin our discussion, I would like to pose a question to Miss Liu Yi. May I ask, how many individuals have you killed thus far? 10? 100? Or perhaps 1,000? As her question hung in the air, the room fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. Tanjiro's expression shifted to one of gravity, undoubtedly recalling the overwhelming scent of blood that had enveloped the air when I drew my sword. Jusher, seeing my silence, began to explain. In this world, demons can be categorized into 3 types. The first are the malevolent demons under Wu Zhang's command, who consume humans. The second are those like myself, Yusher Lang, and Nezuko, who are rejected by humanity and hunted by demons. However, there exists a third type. She paused, her gaze fixed intently on me. They kill not for survival, but solely for the thrill of slaughter. We refer to them as murderers. Miss Liu Yi, are you a murderer? Upon hearing this, I simply smiled, my tone as calm as if discussing the pleasant weather. As for murderers, I have indeed taken many lives, approximately several thousand. Tanjiro's pupils widened in shock. Jusher sighed, her expression dimming. However, Miss Ye, I shifted the conversation, gently tracing the blade before me. The ones who take lives, much like the specters you described, belong to various categories. Some kill for their masters, for a mission. They are known as ninjas. Before my eyes, the image of a one-armed wolf flickered. Others slay for their country, for honor. They are called samurai. Yet there exists another type, devoid of mission or glory. They kill simply because someone has trespassed into their sanctum. To protect that home, even if drenched in blood and descending into hell, they must wield their blades. For certain things, one must draw the sword to safeguard. Upon finishing my words, the room fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, Jie finally exhaled, a gentle smile gracing her face once more, an exquisite response. I raised an eyebrow, a sharp question. We exchanged smiles, and thus this matter was put to rest. Our ensuing conversation flowed much more smoothly. Jie mentioned her research into methods of transforming demons back into humans, although it required the blood of the 12 Kazuki. Then, she pivoted her gaze toward me. Miss Liangyi, you must be aware of your own uniqueness. She noted that even the fragrance from my wisteria pouch could not mask a peculiar scent. I possessed rare blood. I nodded, setting the pouch aside. I sensed there was more to it than mere rare blood. I must tell you, once the pouch was removed, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. An intoxicating yet grotesque aroma erupted from me, causing Jie and Yusher to momentarily falter, while Nezuko beside us turned with crimson eyes, saliva dripping from her bamboo tube, trembling as if she might devour me whole. Miss Liangyi, quickly secure the pouch, Jie exclaimed in alarm, hastily returning the fragrance pouch to my hands. As the scent of wisteria enveloped me once more, Nezuko gradually calmed. Jie's complexion drained of color, her expression grave. It appears your blood is far more complex than just rare blood. Its allure is terrifying. To clarify, I rolled up my sleeve for her to draw blood for study, just as she extracted a vial, warning me to never let a demon consume my blood. A deafening explosion reverberated, The entire mansion trembled violently. A massive hole blasted through the wall. A demon attack. Furthermore, it was a formidable foe capable of locating this hidden place through blood demon arts. I brandished my sword and rushed outside, but suddenly halted, extending my hand to block Juya from following. Moonlight streamed through the shattered roof, illuminating a tall, slender figure standing above, a golden folding fan partially obscuring his face, revealing only his smiling, multicolored eyes. Though it was but a fleeting moment, I finally recognized him. He bowed slightly, gentlemanly gesture, and greeted, "Good evening, ladies. I am the leader of the Eternal Bliss sect, 20Mo. The second upper moon." Juya's voice trembled. I felt paralyzed, the pressure nearly crushing my bones. My instincts screamed in alarm. "We cannot win, absolutely cannot win." Juya whispered, "We should retreat." I spoke with unusual calmness. "There are other demons outside. Tanjiro and the others are already engaged. Do you think we can escape this man?" Mo overheard our exchange, closing his fan with a broader smile. "Oh, neither fleeing nor panicking, truly brave." As a reward, his smile morphed into something sinister. "How about I grant you immortality?" I disregarded his demonic rhetoric, unsheathing my sword, my aura transforming instantly. The scent of blood was so potent that Mo raised an eyebrow. "Compared to humans, you seem more akin to our side. This aroma could not emerge without the slaughter of hundreds." I shook my head, providing a precise count. 4,578. At the moment my words fell, the world within my vision shifted, countless blue and red lines filling the space. The sword was drawn, the demonic eye awakened. "No matter your rank, I would cleave you." I leapt like a swift swallow, aiming my blade at the fatal line above his head. Yet he merely smiled, twirling his golden fan, which shot forth like a venomous serpent, shattering my blade's trajectory and narrowly grazing my wrist. That chill, if it had deviated by mere millimeters, my wrist would have been severed. As we landed, a single strand of his hair drifted down. I understood well, my instincts had saved my life. Had I continued my strike, I would have certainly harmed myself. "Good reflexes," Mo remarked, retracting his fan, a hint of surprise in his voice. "You actually do not use breathing techniques." I regained my stance, a smile unexpectedly gracing my face. "I do not, but I possess an ability akin to breathing techniques." With that, I closed my eyes, my body relaxing instantly, even the hand gripping the sword falling limp, as if I had succumbed to slumber. But in a heartbeat, I opened my eyes, my pupils glowing an intense blue. My empty left hand grasped the sword's hilt, transforming into a dual-wield stance. In that moment, to Mo and Juya, I appeared transformed. I seemed to transition from a living being into a lifeless weapon. Juya murmured to herself, recognizing this as a legendary state. Warriors switch their brain functions through drawing their swords, rendering their bodies mere components for combat. Indeed, this was the innate ability of my body, self-suggestion. In this state, I strode toward Mo with ease, layering my Jozi Jianding with a coat of cherry blossom-colored divine snow. As the cherry-hued light enveloped the blade, I vanished from my position. The ensuing moment was astounding. Just moments ago, Mo had exuded confidence, yet his smile froze instantaneously. He sensed it, the lethal aura. In the next second, the entire mansion echoed as if a dragon roared. But no, it was not a dragon. It was the very blade. I tell you, it was my sword, the air itself screaming. Previously, he had toyed with me, viewing me as a mere plaything. Yet now, my sword, adorned in cherry blossoms, surged toward him like a frenzied dragon. That pressure, who could comprehend it? It was not merely from the blade, but from my heterochromatic eyes. His gaze met mine as if encountering the king of the underworld, his heart racing at the realization that this encounter would not end well. He felt an ominous premonition. Should my blade strike him, regardless of whether it was a Nicaran blade, his life would be forfeit. Terrified, he unleashed his blood demon art. Ice lotus. Ice flowers blossomed everywhere, attempting to block my path. What was the result? My eyes were filled with fatal lines. With each blossom he conjured, I cleaved through them effortlessly, akin to slicing vegetables. He retreated as I advanced, the confidence he once held evaporating. He realized my blade's trajectory was untamed, utterly unguardable. He could only leap back, creating distance. Suddenly, he halted, a sinister smile appearing as he snapped his fingers. I coughed up a mouthful of blood. What a trickster! After his ice lotus shattered, the ice crystals mingled with the air, entering my lungs. He taunted that dying in the air was a pitiful fate. attempting to entice me into joining him as a demon. I scoffed. I quickly swallowed 2 pills, retreating as the coldness in my lungs became slightly more bearable. I understood that he had yet to unleash his full power. If this continued, I would not survive until dawn. At that moment, he suddenly mentioned another individual, a lady who wielded flower breathing, claiming I resembled her. Unfortunately, due to the sun rising, although he had slain her, he could not devour her now. Consuming me would rectify that regret. I was incensed. Wasn't that utterly disgusting? As soon as his words fell, he teleported before me, arms outstretched as if to embrace me. I tell you, if he succeeded in that embrace, my bones would turn to pulp. He also sealed my escape route with Ice Lotus. How treacherous. Just as the situation grew dire, a sharp flash of sword light emerged from the side, cleaving Tong Mo aside. A girl with a single ponytail and violet eyes rushed towards me, her face contorted with fury, and cried out, "Hina no Kokyu, Roku no Kata." Uratamo. The intensity of her scream was heart-wrenching. It suddenly dawned on me that this girl was none other than my persistent shadow, Xiangnai. It turned out that Doma was the sworn enemy of her deceased sister. What a coincidence this was. When enemies meet, the atmosphere becomes charged with animosity. Xiangnai, driven by rage, attacked him fiercely, yet her strikes were futile against his defenses. Doma, fanning the flames of the situation, taunted her, "You resemble that girl from years ago. Are you a friend or her disciple?" His words ignited her remaining rationality, and I quickly intervened, urging her to remain calm. PS in the CPU. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's that simple. I clarified our objective, assuring her that after we dealt with him, she must explain her motives for following me. With a shared understanding, we launched our attack together. One unleashed Hayabusa no Kaze, while the other executed Mugenkai no Shidaku. And together, our cherry blossom-hued sword lights enveloped him. But to my astonishment, he stood there, wielding his broken fan, effortlessly deflecting our combined assault without budging an inch. I sensed we had entered a high-stakes battle. Upper Moon 2 was indeed terrifying. Growing bored, he unleashed his power, shattering our coordination with a single blow. I was knocked off my feet by his shoulder, and Xiangnai found herself ensnared by his fan. We were utterly defeated, our backs pressed together, drenched in sweat. I inquired about her name, Li Hualuo Xiangnai. I then instructed her to retreat, but she refused, insisting on seeking vengeance. I chuckled, telling her sister, "I'm not here to die. I'm simply stronger than you." After uttering those words, I felt quite heroic. She gritted her teeth and asked for my name, which I revealed as Liang Yishur. Finally, she decided to lead Tanjiro and the others away. Once they departed, Doma resumed his theatrical performance, feigning tears as he proclaimed his selflessness for the sake of his comrades. I removed my jacket and told him, "You're mistaken. I'll let them go to prevent a bloodbath. They wouldn't be able to handle it." I then unsealed the bindings on my left wrist. They were not mere bandages, but intricate talismans. I declared, "In my lifetime, I have slain 4,578 foes. All that resentment and murderous intent has been sealed here. Now, I shall reveal my true self." With a thunderous explosion, a torrent of bloodlust erupted from my wrist, saturating my being in crimson, igniting a fire in my eyes. Even Doma, an upper moon, was momentarily stunned by the sheer intensity of my aura. 2 blades manifested in my hands, one a blood-red Bairei, the other an obsidian Kaimon. The Shura form activated. Alarmed, he hastily conjured ice pillars, but with a single strike, I shattered hundreds of them into shards. A second slash sent a wave of dark energy slicing through the air, leaving a gash on his neck that refused to heal. Now it was his turn to be dumbfounded. Gripping both blades, I advanced slowly towards him with unwavering resolve. That night, the entirety of Asakusa echoed with the sounds of clashing steel and explosive force. When dawn broke, silence enveloped the scene. The Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Flame Hashira Rengoku Kyujuru and Insect Hashira Kochu Shinobu, arrived and were left speechless. One half of the residents lay in a frozen wasteland, while the other was engulfed in a scorched inferno. I stood at the center of the flames, 3 blades embedded around me, my consciousness slipping away, yet I remained standing. Insect Hashira Kochu Shinobu attempted to assist me, but my body reacted instinctively, and I swung a blade at her. Of course, my strength waned, causing the sword to fall from my grip, and I collapsed into her embrace. Rengoku Kyujuru praised my prowess from the sidelines. Ultimately, Shinobu expressed her intent to take me back to her butterfly mansion for treatment. Then, I felt myself sinking into a blood-red sea, surrounded by boundless darkness. My kimono stained crimson. As I submerged, I opened my eyes. To my astonishment, the ceiling above me was a striking cherry blossom hue, quite unique. Yet, my body felt as if it were filled with pop rocks, both painful and itchy. Even the slightest movement made my vision blur. As I pondered my situation, I caught a glimpse of the protective bell that Kuro had given me, still securely tied to my left wrist, adorned with a delightfully charming butterfly bow. Who had done this? I had been unconscious, yet someone had managed to tie a bell to my wrist with such finesse. I mused that I lacked such skills. Just then, a face suddenly loomed before me, nearly startling me into oblivion. It was an unfamiliar girl with black hair and violet eyes, a butterfly hairpin atop her head, and her visage seemed vaguely familiar. "You're awake," she said, her smile radiating warmth, her voice melodious and soothing, reminiscent of a lullaby. As she spoke, she flicked the syringe in her hand, then swiftly administered a shot to my arm. "Painkiller. You won't feel discomfort for much longer." She meticulously stowed the syringe away, her movements as graceful as arranging flowers. Struggling to lift my left hand, I asked about the bell. This?" She replied with a beaming smile. "You clutched it tightly when you were brought here, so I figured it must hold great significance. To prevent it from getting lost, I tied it to your wrist. Do you like the bow?" I managed a slight smile, nodding in affirmation. "I like it." Scanning my surroundings, I began to piece things together and directly inquired, "So, is this the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps?" "Close, but not quite." She shook her finger playfully, her smile widening. "This is indeed the headquarters, but more precisely, it is our medical logistics center, the Butterfly Mansion. As for me, I'm the owner here, Kochu Shinobu." "Insect Hashira?" I scrutinized her. She appeared petite and frail, seemingly lacking strength, yet her agility and the aura of a formidable warrior were unmistakable. "How does your body feel?" she gently inquired. "Thanks to the painkiller, I could move without issue." As I assessed my condition, I rose from the bed. "That's good," she said, her smile fading, her demeanor shifting to one of authority. "Since you're feeling better, let us get straight to the point." I felt a shiver run down my spine, knowing the serious conversation was about to commence. Last night, I had activated my Shura mode, although I had lost consciousness. The commotion from my battle with the Upper Moon 2 was bound to have drawn attention from the Demon Slayer Corps. I nodded, indicating she should proceed with her questions. "First, I'd like to confirm something." She took a deep breath and asked, "Upper Moon 2, Doma, is he dead?" Let me tell you, when she posed that question, the venom in her tone could freeze one from 800 meters away. It was a palpable hatred, one that could not be concealed. I observed her fists clenching tightly and let out a sigh, providing her with an answer that left her momentarily speechless. "I don't know." That was the honest truth. "How can I know the outcome?" I unleashed one powerful attack and lost consciousness. My body operated on autopilot. Whether I had won, lost, or reached a stalemate, I was utterly in the dark. Surprisingly, Shinobu didn't question my honesty. Instead, she appeared to breathe a sigh of relief and seamlessly shifted the conversation. "In that case, let us assume he is not dead." I was puzzled, only to hear her next words, her voice dripping with coldness. "That's fine. If I can't kill him myself, I may never find peace." "Do you have a personal vendetta against him?" I asked. "My elder sister was killed by him," she replied, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. "Therefore, I must kill him." In that instant, the gentle healer vanished, replaced by a demon-slaying warrior filled with vengeful intensity. I had no doubt that if Doma, that golden-haired scoundrel, stood before her now, she would unsheath her blade and charge at him without hesitation. "Additionally, thank you for your assistance regarding Xiang Naihu." She seemed to realize she had lost her composure, cleared her throat, and reverted to her softer persona. "You know her? She is my stepchild and can also be considered my sister and disciple. I have only just now noticed that the butterfly hairpin at the back of her head, aside from its different hue, is almost identical to the one worn by Xiang Naihu. Speaking of which, that little tale hasn't yet explained to me why she has been following me. I suppose she is currently avoiding me out of fear. Well, I shall take my leave for now, Miss Sure. After all, you are a patient, and I do not wish to disturb your rest." Butterfly Shinobu stood up, ready to depart. "Wait," I called out to her. "Is there something else? Where are my belongings?" I had already seen that within the room. Not only was my sword missing, but even the Haori that Yongjin gifted me had vanished, and I was clad in a modern patient-esque attire. Butterfly Shinobu smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, your sword is placed outside the door." That deep purple Haori and your kimono have been entrusted to Zhang Naihu for cleaning. She pointed to the head of the bed. If you need to go out, I have already prepared your clothing. I turned to see a set of Demon Slayer Corps uniform laid out, along with a neatly folded Haori. As I reached for the Haori, I was momentarily taken aback. The design and color were identical to the one Butterfly Shinobu was wearing, resembling butterfly wings. What does this mean, sister? The scene shifted to the lair of the antagonists. There, our upper moon too, Donmo, usually quite composed, now appeared as disheveled as a vagrant, having lost his right arm, with a charred wound still oozing blood. Kneeling on the ground like a penitent schoolboy, before him stood a man in a white suit, who closed his book and spoke with an icy tone. You have failed. Donmo. This man was Kibutsuji Musen. The aura he exuded was of such oppressive magnitude that even breathing felt like a transgression. A ruthless character like Donmo trembled before him. It was my oversight, Lord Musen. Donmo dared not offer any excuse. Musen turned his gaze to Donmo's pitiful state, his pupils narrowing in surprise. He had likely never seen Donmo so defeated in centuries. Speak, which Hashira has inflicted such injuries upon you? Donmo bitterly shook his head. It was not a Hashira, but that woman. That woman? Musen certainly remembered me, yet he was puzzled. During our last encounter in Asakusa, I was merely an ordinary person with decent swordsmanship. How could I have reduced Upper Moon 2 to such a state? Yes, Donmo's voice trembled. To be precise, it is the monster within her. Monster? Musen frowned. You, a demon, dare refer to others as monsters? How shameful. A creature of slaughter. Donmo recalled my formidable presence, nearly triggering his PTSD. I could manifest murderous intent as a physical entity, transforming resentment into flames. The sword in my hand was of considerable weight. A single strike would render one unable to recover, and I felt that if I endured just a few more blows, even if it merely pierced my heart, those two blades could ultimately kill me. Upon hearing this, Musen's expression finally shifted. He crouched down, meticulously examining Donmo's severed arm, his brow furrowed tightly. The incomprehensible power was something this cautious old man feared most. In his eyes, any unknown could threaten him and must be eradicated in its infancy. Observing his master's contemplation, Donmo hastily approached. Lord Musen, grant me another chance, will you? Although I cannot defeat that monster, I have discovered its weakness. Oh, pray tell. The monster lacks its own will. It is merely a machine of slaughter. If we exploit this fact, perhaps this woman can be turned to our side. Such a calculation was audible even from the butterfly house. Musen's face revealed a hint of interest. A creature capable of subduing Upper Moon 2 could serve as excellent material for study or even be transformed into a weapon. This matter will be entrusted to you. Musen's finger suddenly pierced Donmo's forehead, infusing him with power. In an instant, Donmo's severed arm and wounds were restored to their original state. However, you must have heard the saying, things seldom occur thrice. I am well aware, Lord Musen. Donmo grinned. Should you fail again, I have no qualms about reinstating Akaza to the position of Upper Moon 2. Musen looked down at him, his gaze akin to that of one observing a mere tool, readily replaceable at any moment. I had lain in the butterfly house for 2 days, finally regaining a semblance of humanity from being a mere broken puppet. During these 2 days, I reflected deeply. My confrontation with Donmo made it clear that mere swordsmanship was insufficient. Yet, I could not rely solely on the Azura mode, as it resembled a cybernetic mental breakdown. If overused, I might never return, and at that point, even Jiolang's bell would not be able to bring me back. Lost in thought, Butterfly Shinobu entered, a smile gracing her face as she announced, Miss Liangi, the master requests your presence. I nodded, contemplating that what was meant to happen would come to pass. Please wait, I shall change my attire. I turned to remove the patientess outfit. To my surprise, she did not leave. Instead, she stood behind me, smiling, and said, what does it matter? After all, we are all girls. By the way, Miss Liangi, I also changed your patient attire. I thought to myself, what do the others know? This sister was all about the notion of you are I am in it, and had an uncanny ability to manipulate. With no other option, I hastily donned the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, but as I reached for the butterfly Haori, I paused. I turned to her and directly asked, tell me, Butterfly, do I resemble someone you know? Butterfly Shinobu was momentarily taken aback. I am sensitive to gazes, and I focused on her eyes. The way she and her sister looked at me resembled not that of strangers, but of old acquaintances, as if seeing an electronic double. With a wry smile, Butterfly Shinobu replied. Is that so? It has been revealed. She leaned against the door and slowly sank to the ground, her demeanor heavy. It turned out that I bore a striking resemblance to her sister, Zying Naiwi, who had been murdered by Domo. This butterfly Haori and hairpin were relics of her sister. Zying Naihu had written to her, mentioning that she encountered a flower-like swordswoman reminiscent of her sister. How absurd, isn't it? She murmured, to seek shadows of the deceased within the living. I considered that I was not particularly adept at comforting others, so I decided to perform instead. I grasped the butterfly Haori, swiftly turning, causing it to unfold like butterfly wings, my long black hair tracing arcs through the air. In that instant, I donned the Haori. At that moment, I witnessed the light in her eyes shatter, her entire being rendered speechless. Without uttering a word, I approached her, bent down, and clumsily removed the butterfly hairpin from her head, affixing it to my short hair. She instinctively referred to me as sister. I gazed at her, revealing what I believed to be my most perfect smile. To me, there is nothing absurd about this. Even I have someone I long to see. In that moment, I felt as though her CPU might overheat, her entire being frozen, staring at me in a daze. When we eventually went to meet the master, Butterfly Shinobu became strangely silent, not uttering a word, her head bowed, lost in thought. We traversed a bamboo grove and arrived at an elegant courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood a woman in a kimono with white hair, already awaiting us. She was the master's wife, Kanemitsu Amano. She greeted me before leaving with her 2 children. Butterfly Shinobu guided me inside, pulling open a paper door. Within the room were already 2 individuals present. A fierce-looking white-haired youth sat cross-legged, exuding an aura that screamed, "Keep your distance." On the tatami mat before him lay another person. Upon seeing him, my brow furrowed tightly. I must tell you, the deathly aura surrounding that person was as dense as unyielding ink. By all accounts, he should have been a corpse long ago. Yet, he was still alive. Butterfly Shinobu greeted them, but the white-haired youth merely cast us a glance. The man on the mat struggled to sit up, and only then did I see his complete visage. He should have been quite handsome, but the portion of his face above the nose was already decayed and riddled with veins. Merely gazing upon him brought forth a sense of anguish. Yet despite this, a gentle smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. This man was none other than the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Shiki Yose. I couldn't help but exclaim, surprisingly, with a curse of this magnitude, "You should have perished long ago." This fellow, the white-haired youth, was about to explode with rage. However, Shiki Yose raised his hand to pacify him, still wearing that gentle smile, asserting that Miss Liangi merely spoke the truth. He gazed in my direction. Although his eyes were obscured, there was a confidence in his smile that suggested he had everything under control. Yet, I had not anticipated that Miss Liangi would discern it at a glance. Unlike others, I regarded him with a sense of acknowledgement as a leader. My eyes were capable of perceiving certain extraordinary things. "Those must be exceptionally beautiful eyes," he remarked. An idea suddenly struck me as I gazed at his cursed visage, and I proposed, why not use the eyes to verify whether they are beautiful? Upon hearing my words, Shiki Yose remained unperturbed, but the irritable white-haired fellow nearby erupted with fury. I could hardly be bothered with him. I retorted, "Your family's predicament is evidently not a scientific issue. Why insist on tackling it through medicine? It's akin to seeking orthopedic treatment for lovesickness. The approach is all wrong, my friends. To resolve such mystical matters, one must employ even more mystical means. Do you understand that magic is required to vanquish magic?" Shiki Yose exhibited remarkable composure upon hearing my statement. His face retained that serene smile, and he inquired, "Miss Liangi implies that what I need is not a doctor, but a shrine maiden or on my oji." I shook my head, thinking he still didn't grasp the essence of the matter. I laid my cards on the table. "No, what I mean is it's quite simple. Good heavens." As soon as those words escaped my lips, the butterfly ninja, the apothecary's sister, was left utterly stunned. Her expression seemed to say, "Sister, are you joking? Our Lord's body is deteriorating. Every part of him is slowly failing. Breathing is agony, and he could suffer catastrophic brain death at any moment. You call this simple?" I met her astonished gaze with calmness and pointed to my own eyes. I mentioned before, my eyes can perceive certain extraordinary things. You believe this curse is difficult to manage because it is invisible and intangible, correct? But once it is seen, its greatest threat dissipates. I paused, then deliver my trump card. To you, it is a monumental hassle. But to me, It merely requires a single strike to sever it. Sever the curse? The butterfly ninja was completely bewildered. She likely had never heard of a knife being used in such a manner. Chuan Yashiki Yose's expression could no longer remain composed. Having battled this wretched curse for a millennium, pouring countless resources and lives into the struggle, he was taken aback by the suggestion that a single cut could suffice. The most agitated was the white-haired fellow. I tell you, he cared more for his lord than the Lord himself. Upon hearing my words, he sprang up, rushed over, and gripped my shoulders, his veins bulging with fury. Hey, woman, you better be telling the truth, or I won't hesitate to ensure this world has one less con artist. I was infuriated. Did this guy suffer from some form of social affliction? I coldly slapped his hand away. Firstly, I am not a doctor. Secondly, I am far more adept at killing than saving lives. The moment my words fell, the temperature in the room plummeted. I initially held a decent impression of this loyal white-haired dog, but I wouldn't tolerate his threatening tone. If he dared to speak harshly, I would show him why flowers bloom red. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Chuan Yashiki Yose gently called out Shimi. In an instant, the white-haired fellow's demeanor changed. From a raging beast to a submissive puppy, he promptly bowed his head and knelt. Chuan Yashiki Yose even apologized, claiming he was not a bad child, merely lacking in social skills. I'm amused that this was an understatement. It was practically a negative score. Subsequently, he instructed the butterfly ninja and the white-haired fellow to leave, wishing to speak with me privately. The butterfly ninja complied readily, but the white-haired youth, resembling a protective wolf dog, stubbornly refused to depart, insisting on remaining to guard his lord. In his eyes, having just exuded a murderous aura and boldly claiming proficiency in killing, was a top-tier threat. Lord, he pleaded, kneeling with determination. Eventually, after another attempt from Chuan Yashiki Yose, he reluctantly exited alongside the butterfly ninja. With only the two of us remaining, he looked at me and posed a question. Miss Liangi, who is your enemy? I gazed directly at his nearly decayed face, responding succinctly. Those who wield a blade against me. Whoever strikes me shall be my foe. It is as simple as that. He paused, momentarily stunned, then smiled, extending a pale hand. In that case, we are friends. I did not refuse, grasping his cold, feeble hand, while simultaneously posing a crucial question. Do you wish to live? This question detonated like a bomb in his mind. Consider this. His clan had been tormented by the curse for a millennium, each generation yearning for survival, yet failing. Now, hope lay before him, yet he hesitated. Why? Because he was afraid. He feared that without the curse, he would lose the relentless drive to pursue Kibutsuji-Musen. This curse was both his death knell and the accelerator propelling him forward. Just as he grappled with this inner conflict, a sudden, sharp pain pierced his chest, causing him to curl up, cold sweat cascading down his brow. The curse had flared up once more. Ironically, this moment of excruciating pain solidified his resolve. He clutched his chest, summoning all his strength to roar. I want to live. I cannot die before slaying Kibutsuji-Musen. Good heavens, this fierce determination. This was precisely the declaration I had awaited. The door swung open with a crash, and the two who had just exited rushed back in, their faces etched with urgency. I paid them no mind. The intertwining hues of red and blue instantaneously filled my vision, activating my Shiki Magon. The entire world appeared to be adorned with graffiti-like death lines. I observed the man writhing in agony, slowly declaring, I have indeed received your response. You with such will are worthy of my intervention. My gaze swept over the white-haired youth's blade, making use of it. Before he could react, I had already drawn his sword. In my sight, revolting black mist coiled around Chuan Yashiki Yose like moss, devouring his life. Yet to me, these black mists were merely fragile death lines. All things must meet their end. As long as something lives, even gods, I shall demonstrate my power. I raised the blade and struck down upon the man on the sickbed. I could almost hear the horrified scream of the white-haired youth beside me. He likely never imagined that his own blade would be turned against his beloved lord. Yet when the blade fell, there was no blood, only a faint sound, as if something had shattered. That strike precisely severed the curse that had entangled his family for a millennium, cutting through that void existence. I flicked the blade, as if to rid it of the taint it had acquired. You scoundrel! The white-haired youth's roar echoed in my ears, nearly driving him to the brink of madness. I had drawn his sword and used it to strike his lord. This was a double violation of the taboo. Just as he was about to erupt, a familiar voice behind him rendered him motionless. Shimi. It was still that voice, yet it was entirely transformed. The gentleness was stripped of its frailty and was now imbued with authority and strength. He turned slowly, witnessing the Lord, who had just been on the verge of death. Now smiling back at him, the pair of cursed eyes, eroded to blindness, now gazed at him with clarity and spirit. It has been so long, hasn't it, Shimi? Chuanwuzwang Yaozai smiled, then turned to Kochu Shinobu, greeting her with the same words. Although they had always been present, it felt like an eternity since he had truly seen them with these eyes. The two Ashira were momentarily stunned, their eyes instantly reddened with emotion. Stammering, "It has been so long, my lord." I sheathed my blade and inquired about his condition. He closed his eyes, a serene expression blooming on his face as he articulated a particularly poetic sentiment. "It feels as if I have traversed a long, dark tunnel, with the light at the entrance growing ever brighter. The sunlight outside is warm, and the fragrance of flowers is intoxicating. Standing at the mouth of the tunnel, taking a deep breath, is an unprecedented exhilaration. The world is truly beautiful." With the matter resolved, the head of the Chuanwuzwang family immediately expressed that his entire clan owed me an immense debt of gratitude, promising to provide whatever I required in the future. However, I shook my head, stating that my assistance stemmed purely from the worthiness of his character. Yet, I did have a request: the breathing technique. I spoke candidly. After my encounter with the Upper Moon too, I realized that relying solely on my skills and my demon, I was insufficient. My physical abilities paled in comparison to those demons. They were premium players, while I was merely a skill-based streamer, lacking the requisite hardware. I needed to quickly install this software called the breathing technique, otherwise my output would be inadequate. Upon hearing this, the head of the Chuanwuzwang family readily agreed. He mentioned that the 9 most elite Hashira in their ranks were all masters of the breathing technique and could guide me. Kochu Shinobu interjected, explaining that the breathing technique also required compatibility, necessitating a match with my attributes. She counted on her fingers: rock, mist, serpent flame, love, sound, wind, insect, and water. As for my attributes, I reflected that I hailed from a water-breathing village and possessed a water-breathing technique. That should suffice, right? I hesitantly suggested. However, the expressions of the 3 individuals in attendance shifted dramatically. Chuanwuzwang Yaozai and Kochu Shinobu wore bittersweet smiles, while the white-haired individual even displayed a hint of schadenfreude. The most troublesome choice? I was somewhat perplexed. Kochu Shinobu awkwardly scratched her face. "It's not that water breathing is difficult to master, but rather that Mr. Ju, the water Hashira, is somewhat difficult to get along with." I soon grasped that this water Hashira was indeed socially challenged. Ultimately, Chuanwuzwang Yaozai decided that Kochu Shinobu, who often undertook missions with Ju, should communicate with him. I thought this task shouldn't be too challenging. However, the expression on Kochu Shinobu's face, which appeared more pained than amused, suggested otherwise. "I will do my best to speak with Mr. Ju." Observing their reactions, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement. Just how many people disliked this Ju, Taketu? The following day, I changed back into my attire and accompanied Kochu Shinobu to seek out the legendary Ju, the water Hashira. Along the way, she briefed me, stating that this water Hashira was exceedingly aloof, having publicly declared that he was different from us. Even in meetings, he maintained a distance of 8 feet from others, exuding an air of superiority that suggested mere mortals were unworthy to sit beside him. I was intrigued, curious to witness just how difficult he was to engage with. Upon our first meeting, I was left dumbfounded, as Kochu Shinobu explained our purpose. The man clad in a half-flame, half-geometric patterned haori, wearing an impassive expression, did not even glance in my direction. In a tone devoid of emotion, he uttered 3 words: "I refuse." The entire exchange lasted no longer than a second. Clearly, Kochu Shinobu had anticipated this, quickly presenting her prepared argument. "Mr. Ju, although Miss Shurji does not know the breathing technique, she was able to contend with Upper Moon 2 until dawn, demonstrating exceptional talent and strength." The man merely tilted his head slightly, his gaze still as cold as ever. "I know, but I refuse." Kochu Shinobu's smile was nearly faltering. "Why? The Lord has already acknowledged her." Then, Ju scanned us with his eyes and uttered his famous line, "Because I am different from you." My heart sank upon hearing that. This man truly believed himself to be superior. Later, I learned that I had completely misunderstood. His statement of being different from us actually conveyed, "Esteemed individuals, I am unworthy to stand among you. I am merely a novice." He felt he was unworthy of being a Hashira. believing he only passed the final selection due to his senior's desperate protection. His senior had fought valiantly to slay all the demons on the mountain, ultimately succumbing in the process. Thus, he harbored a deep-seated insecurity, regarding himself as a usurper of a hero's position. His refusal to teach me stemmed not from disdain, but rather from an overabundance of respect. In his eyes, a talent like mine deserved to be guided by the most esteemed mentors, while he, being a mere novice, would only waste my time. However, the manner in which he expressed this sentiment only served to amplify his aloofness. His social skills were truly disastrous. He was not disliked. Rather, he had managed to alienate himself through sheer talent, rendering him an insufferable recluse. His game plan was akin to being lost in the sauce. Honestly, as I observed his face, which bore the mark of arrogance yet concealed profound insecurity, I found it strangely relatable, yet he refused to engage. This man was a master of leaving messages on read, maintaining a perpetually aloof persona. Kochu Shinobu bluntly advised him to let go of past grievances and look forward. To my surprise, he paused momentarily, then left without a backward glance, his retreat reminiscent of solitary welder, radiating loneliness. Meanwhile, Kochu Shinobu consoled Shiki, assuring her that this was simply how he was. She mentioned having a secret breathing technique passed down from her sister, which she could teach her. Just as she finished speaking, a loud voice erupted, belonging to a man whose golden hair, tinged with red, made him resemble a walking torch. His eyebrows were animated, and his eyes were wide open, as if he feared others might not notice his poor eyesight. He approached Shiki, addressing her as the lady who could not utilize the breathing technique, which left me bewildered. One audacious way to converse. Then he proceeded to enthusiastically declare, "Shiki, you are not suited for water breathing. You should learn flame breathing from me." At that moment, Shiki was bewildered, her expression clearly asking who he was. The exuberant individual, known as Rengoku Kyudru, continued to rave about witnessing the flames in Asakusa and how they burned with an intensity that ignited the soul. Kochu Shinobu nodded in agreement, affirming that when they arrived, half of the sky was ablaze, creating an awe-inspiring atmosphere, certainly an unconscious manifestation of his power. Shiki quickly comprehended the situation. Oh, it turns out I wasn't remarkable. It was the vengeful demon residing within me that had been unleashed. That night, while battling Upper Moon 2, it was my inner tenant that had gone berserk. Rengoku, sensing an opportunity, eagerly extended an invitation. "Come, forget about learning water breathing. Join me in mastering flame breathing. Why not become my disciple? I will ensure you become exceptional." Kochu Shinobu swiftly interjected, explaining that while guidance was acceptable, accepting a disciple was not possible. Shiki was not an official member of the Demon Slayer Corps, merely a friend of the Lord, thus her status differed. To my surprise, Rengoku remained undeterred, waving his hand dismissively. "No problem. I will be your personal coach. What do you say?" As he extended his hand towards her. It was clear that his enthusiasm knew no bounds. Shiki contemplated the notion, realizing that the breath of flame sounded quite formidable. It could serve as an avenue to explore how to manage the unruly tenant within her body. Perhaps it was indeed the key to unlocking the doors to a new realm. With a nod, she grasped the large hand and declared, "That sounds splendid." Thus, the matter was settled. The Flame Hashira, a man of substance, suggested they engage in a sparring session to gauge each other's prowess. They promptly transitioned to the dojo, leaving only the two of them behind, as Butterfly Shinobu had been called away by a crow due to pressing matters. Upon hearing of the practice bout, Shiki's eyes sparkled with excitement, indicating her eagerness for action. Let me tell you, when she unsheathed her blade, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. In an instant, the icy demeanor of a reserved beauty transformed into a fierce warrior, her murderous intent palpable. But lo and behold, the Flame Hashira stood motionless. Just when I anticipated he would feign mastery and allow her 3 moves, he suddenly remarked, "I recall you wield a large sword with your left hand, employing the reverse 2-sword style, correct?" Shiki, taken aback, retorted, I do not. Do not speak nonsense." The Hashira slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Ah, it must be the delicious sweet potato miso soup I had this morning that led to my confusion." I couldn't help but chuckle at his amusing demeanor. Then, Shiki unexpectedly interjected, "You are not mistaken. The version of me you witnessed is not my true self." At that moment, chills ran down my spine. What did she mean? Did Shiki possess a second persona? As soon as the words left her lips, she sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, she vanished, reappearing with the tip of her sword poised against the Hashira's face. The entire encounter was silent. Not even the sound of the wind could be heard. Such is the essence of a ninja, dear friends. Nevertheless, the Hashira was, after all, a pillar of strength. Reacting swiftly, he uttered Breath of Flame, second form. Flame rising. A powerful upward flame effortlessly countered this attack, exhibiting an unmistakable superiority in strength, a testament to the prowess of breath techniques. Ryougi staggered backward, still suspended in midair, when Hashira launched his counterattack. Breath of Flame, first form, unknowing fire. He transformed into a streak of flame, charging towards it, intent on capitalizing on her inability to gain leverage while airborne to secure victory. Yet, he underestimated her. Who was Ryougi? Unable to defend? Then she would simply attack. Executing an intricate maneuver in midair, she spun rapidly, converting her falling momentum into a powerful strike, descending with a secret technique, the giant ninja drop kill. With a thunderous crash, the dojo trembled. The Hashira was forced back several steps, the floor beneath him cracking, his face a mask of disbelief. He was baffled. How could this seemingly frail girl possess such terrifying strength? At that moment, the Hashira's fighting spirit ignited. Instead of being intimidated, he let out a fierce roar and charged forward. The scene was nothing short of a dragon and tiger clash. The Hashira's swordsmanship was bold and unrestrained. Each strike enveloped in flames, reminiscent of a ferocious tiger, splintering the floor beneath him. Shiki, on the other hand, moved with an ethereal grace akin to a specter, her blade fast and light, consistently redirecting the Hashira's force with expertly angled strikes. When Hashira attempted to overpower her with brute strength, Ryougi countered with finesse. She skillfully retreated to the wall, launching herself off it like a cannonball, reversing the tide to attack. With a secret technique, she unleashed the whirling cloud of flight, her blade flashing like a torrential downpour, each strike precisely aimed at the weakest points of the Hashira's sword. She had ingeniously turned her disadvantage in strength into an advantage through skill. Inside, the Hashira was astonished. He was utterly captivated. This girl was a master of technique. Relying solely on her skills, she had neutralized the disparity in strength. He realized that continuing the fight would devolve into a mere contest of endurance, lacking in purpose. So, he leaped back, creating distance, and declared, "Two forms. This has lost its meaning. Let us settle it with the next move." Ryougi, equally pragmatic, nodded in agreement. The atmosphere grew tense. The Hashira began to take deep breaths, the temperature around him rising, flames flaring brighter all around. He bellowed, "Total concentration, breath of flame." Fifth form, Flame Tiger. With a mighty swing, a tiger formed of fire roared and lunged at Ryougi. But what did Ryougi do? Instead of retaliating, she sheathed her sword, striking a pose for a Iajutsu cut. Just as the flaming tiger was about to pounce upon her, she softly uttered two words, secret technique. In an instant, a white sword aura erupted forth, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar. The flaming tiger was instantly shredded, the sword aura unstoppable, cleaving through the floor and halting just before the Hashira. Dragon flash. I concede, the Hashira admitted, sheathing his sword, his laughter buoyant. True, you are extraordinarily powerful. Truly a sword saint. Once you master the breathing technique, we shall have a proper duel. However, Shiki shook her head, pointing at the split in her palm, indicating, "We both held back. This round does not count." The Hashira understood, affirming, "Very well. When the opportunity arises, we shall truly clash with all our might." Thereafter, the Hashira assumed the role of a coach, telling Ryougi that her technical skills were already exemplary, yet her physical condition lagged behind. She needed to practice something called total concentration, breathing constant. To put it plainly, it meant maintaining the breathing technique for 24 hours a day, forcibly transforming her body into a Super Saiyan mode. This was nothing short of the legendary development of muscle memory. I understood. After an extensive explanation, night fell, and they parted ways. Upon Ryougi's return to the Butterfly Mansion, darkness had enveloped the land. To her surprise, she discovered an individual loitering at her doorstep. The figure, with dark, spiked hair and a prominent scar across his face, exuded an intimidating aura. To her astonishment, he was dozing off. Ryougi coldly inquired, "Who are you?" startling the individual awake. His initially fierce demeanor softened upon recognizing it, turning crimson as he stammered, "I am Taketu Mwichuru." What a delightful contrast! Upon hearing his surname, Ryougi realized he was the younger brother of the Wind Hashira. She inquired about his purpose. The young man, appearing as stiff as a wooden plank, replied in halting sentences until finally exclaiming, "I want to become stronger." Shiki, unfazed, retorted, "Then go seek your brother," and turned to enter her abode, offering him no courtesy. As she was about to step inside, he desperately shouted with all his might, "Because I am utterly incapable of utilizing the breathing technique." Let me tell you, the moment his words fell, I was left in shock. Such weighty information. He revealed that he had embarked on the path of a demon slayer for the sake of his brother, seeking to apologize and reconcile, while simultaneously protecting him. Yet, he lacked the talent for mastering the breathing technique, rendering him helpless. During the final selection, he had witnessed me, a woman who, despite being unable to use the breathing technique, could vanquish demons purely through swordsmanship. In that moment, he felt as though he had found his place. It dawned upon him that one could wield such might without the breathing technique. After hearing tales of my fierce confrontation with a high-ranking demon that lasted until dawn, he became resolute, believing I was the light of his life, and had finally tracked me down to the butterfly mansion. He bellowed, his voice booming to the point of nearly shattering my eardrums. "I want to become strong. As strong as you. Please, teach me your sword techniques." His expression was a mix of madness and sincerity, utterly compelling. I scrutinized him from head to toe, setting aside his heartfelt backstory. In my mind, I reached a singular conclusion. He was far too weak. Truly, I am not exaggerating. This young man was the weakest demon slayer I had ever encountered, excluding our leader, Ubiya Shiki-sama, who operated on a different intellectual plane. However, this lad had some physical training, yet without the breathing technique, he was merely inferior compared to a proper squad member. Though he bore a Nicaran blade at his waist, his stance suggested he had barely practiced any legitimate swordsmanship, using it more like a makeshift club. At this level, he could only be considered a somewhat robust passerby. We exchanged glances for a considerable time, each of us locked in a silent stare. I pondered that I ought not to dampen the boy's enthusiasm too severely, so I finally spoke, maintaining my usual tone. "You must be quite aware that you lack the talent for swordsmanship." The moment those words left my lips, his head drooped, and the glimmer in his wolf-like eyes vanished instantly, akin to a frostbitten eggplant. It was likely not the first time he had heard such sentiments. He had hoped for a different answer from me. It was the same as ever. However, I swiftly pivoted the conversation, asserting that talent is not the sole determinant of success. His family could hardly comprehend the incredulity etched upon his face as he suddenly raised his head, as if he had just won 5 million. He had finally heard a different response. I gestured toward the blade at his waist. "Draw your sword and prove to me that you are not merely all talk. Then, I shall teach you." He appeared utterly bewildered. "Prove?" I sighed and opted for a more straightforward approach. "Use all your strength. Regardless of the means, be it fists or teeth. If you can touch me even once, it counts as your victory. Rest assured, I will not draw my sword during this process." With that, I loosened my grip, causing my Jiozi jianding to clatter to the floor. The boy gritted his teeth, understanding that my words were not meant to belittle him, but rather to highlight the vast disparity in our abilities. Even unarmed, I could easily best him. Yet, he did not need to win. He merely needed to land a hit. With that thought, he swiftly unsheathed his sword, adopting a stance that I perceived as riddled with openings. Yet his expression bore the fierce determination of one wielding a legendary weapon. He charged. Without any elaborate feints, he advanced directly towards me with a loud battle cry. The speed of his assault was, to put it mildly, lacking. His attack was merely a straightforward slash. I shifted my body slightly and effortlessly evaded. I must say, the disparity in our skills resembled a college student facing off against a kindergarten child, a pure manifestation of dimensional suppression. Undeterred by his failure, he swiftly drew the sheath from his waist, intending to strike from both sides. The intent was commendable, but his abilities did not permit it. What he perceived as his utmost speed appeared to me no different than his previous sluggish attempts. I sidestepped once more, then bent my arm, delivering a powerful elbow strike directly to his chest. Although my strength was modest, his frame was fragile. The impact caused him to cough up blood. Remarkably resilient, he did not retreat, gritting his teeth and wielding the lighter sheath once more to swipe at me. He was resolute in his intent to trade injury for injury. Observing him in this state, I couldn't help but smile. Though he lacked the advantages, his combat instincts were commendable. He understood that this was his only chance to make contact with me. Alas, the tactic of trading injuries only proves effective against opponents of comparable strength. I leaned back, executing a bridge maneuver, as the sheath barely grazed my hair. My gaze remained unchanged as my right hand transformed into a knife hand, striking precisely at his wrist. The sudden pain caused him to loosen his grip, and the sheath flew from his hand. Yet, he stubbornly endured, raising the Nichiren blade at an angle, attempting another strike. I effortlessly leaped back, creating distance, and sighed with a hint of boredom. Is this all you have? If you possess no further techniques, then let this be the end of our encounter for today. But he was not finished. With a fierce roar, he charged at me once more. He undoubtedly had other techniques, specifically that peculiar ability to grow stronger by consuming demons. However, at this moment, no demons were present for him to devour, rendering his potential futile. Time after time, he swung his sword, exerting all his might, yet he could not even graze the hem of my garment. I flitted around him like a butterfly, effortlessly evading every strike. Moreover, I had entered a banter mode, delivering my remarks in a flat tone that struck deep. Too slow. Too slow, too slow. How did you even manage to join the Demon Slayer Corps with skills like yours? Do you really think you can catch up to your brother? Do you hope to earn his recognition? If you have other moves, then unleash them swiftly. With each of my taunts, the weight of his blade seemed to increase. By the end, he could barely catch his breath, his brain starved of oxygen, yet he continued to swing with clenched teeth. Illusions danced before his eyes, revealing his brother's white-haired silhouette, growing ever more distant. I must catch up to him. How could I possibly give up? He howled, lifting the Nichiren blade high, channeling all his resolve into a single strike, which bore a semblance of grandeur. But with a resounding thud, my palm struck firmly against his abdomen. As I struck, I simultaneously imparted a lesson. To leave yourself so wide open without swordsmanship is a grave error. That blow caused his eyes to roll back, nearly knocking him unconscious. However, he bit his tongue, forcing himself to regain awareness. It was not over. He cried out, swiftly retrieving a black double-barreled shotgun from his cloak. When I laid eyes upon that weapon, my previously calm demeanor finally shifted. It was not panic, but rather admiration. Goodness, a true master. The pinnacle of swordsmanship converges with science. Inagai Gyurin, enduring excruciating pain, drew his weapon and aimed with precise execution. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, he hesitated. He had never used such a device against another person. He feared harming me. My heavens, brother, what hesitation is this in the midst of combat? It was that fleeting moment of indecision that cost him his best chance. In battle, uncertainty is tantamount to defeat. My voice echoed in his mind. And in the next moment, I seized his hand that gripped the gun and executed a shoulder throw, slamming him headfirst into the ground. I snatched the dark shotgun from him, the barrel aimed coldly at his face, my tone matching its chill. He was utterly stunned, his eyes bloodshot, helplessly pounding the ground with his fists. He felt he had lost his only opportunity to grow stronger, the silhouette of his brother seemingly vanishing into the distance. Just as despair consumed him, I tossed a tattered tome before him, the cover emblazoned with the characters Yamamoto Ryu. He looked bewildered. What is this? I squinted, skillfully spinning the double-barreled shotgun in my hands, and replied softly, You indeed lack the talent for swordsmanship, but one does not need a sword to slay demons. To employ every possible means to create an opportunity for victory is the essence of combat. You are well aware of this, and you have demonstrated that you possess such talent. Therefore, you are worthy of learning this. He could hardly believe it. So, does this mean? Precisely, you have passed. I stated calmly, yet do not rejoice too soon. I am not adept at teaching others. This volume, Yamamoto Ryu, must be comprehended through your own insight. How much you learn depends entirely on your own fortune. Is Yamamoto Ryu also a sword technique? Not entirely, I clarified. Yamamoto Ryu seeks victory. Thus it encompasses techniques from various weapons. Since you lack talent in swordsmanship, you could explore other weaponry. Indeed, Yamamoto Ryu is not a conventional school of swordsmanship. It is an all-encompassing combat manual filled with various techniques, including firearms and hand-to-hand combat. Allow me to tell you, the ultimate secret of Yamamoto Ryu, the Iaedo gun technique, is nothing short of explosive. This is the way of adult combat, emphasizing the element of surprise. I entrusted the manual to him, retrieved my sword, and returned indoors. Whether this boy could grasp the essence of swordsmanship or master the art of firearms rested solely upon him. The following morning, the butterfly mansion buzzed with noise akin to a bustling marketplace. Upon stepping outside, I was taken aback to find a courtyard filled with members of the covert squad clad in black robes, transporting the wounded. It seemed that the battle at Sumiki Mountain had concluded, and the injured were being brought here. Among the injured, I spotted a familiar face, the golden-haired boy I had encountered during the final selection, now wrapped up like a mummy, with a sparrow perched atop his head. Another absurd scene unfolded before me. A figure donned in a wild boar mask crouched in the corner, murmuring apologies in a tone that suggested weakness. Meanwhile, Xiang Nai, who adorned with a butterfly hairpin, orchestrated the surroundings with remarkable composure. Approaching her, I inquired about the commotion. Upon recognizing me, she retracted her hand that was poised to retrieve coins and informed me in a somewhat mechanical tone that the support mission at Spider Mountain had concluded, and she had accompanied Sister Ren. I nodded in acknowledgement. The efficiency of the Demon Slayer Corps was indeed commendable. As I pondered this, the twin lowly from the Lord's household approached, bowing respectfully and stating, "Miss Liang Yi, our Lord requests your presence." "Now?" I asked. "Yes, as the Hashira have gathered. Our Lord wishes to discuss matters with you." Ah, the 9 Hashira were finally assembled. Previously, Mr. Kanroji had mentioned introducing me to his elite members, and today, the opportunity had finally arisen. Very well, I shall meet them. I followed the 2 young girls through the bamboo grove to the familiar Japanese manor. Unlike my last visit, the courtyard was now filled with a formidable assembly of individuals, each exuding an extraordinary presence. Were these the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps? Each one felt as powerful as the upper moons, especially the tallest and most robust monk, who was blind. His aura was comparable to that of Upper Moon 2. Aside from him, the others displayed distinct characteristics. There was a young lady with hair in a blend of pink and green, her kimono wide open, causing me to quickly avert my gaze. Additionally, a handsome man wielding dual swords, a bandaged youth with a dramatic flair, and a long-haired swordsman whose appearance was androgynous. In summary, they were all eccentric. At that moment, this peculiar group was embroiled in a heated argument. I focused my gaze and found amusement in the sight. The white-haired, irritable fellow I had encountered days ago, the elder brother of Jinya, was brandishing a somewhat familiar box and ranting vehemently. Before him, my unfortunate brother Tanjiro was bound and pinned to the ground, a fierce expression on his face, fixated on the box, as if it contained a precious treasure that had been stolen from him. Ju Tomioka, unable to bear the spectacle, coldly commanded, "Stop it. Our lord is about to arrive." And guess what happened? Ju's words seemed to signal Tanjiro, who, fueled by an unexpected surge of strength, charged towards Jinya despite being bound. Jinya could have evaded, but for a fleeting moment, he hesitated due to Ju's intervention. By the time he reacted and swung his blade, it was too late. Tanjiro leaped high into the air, landing directly above him, and with a resounding thud, he knocked the wind Hashira down with a headbutt. Everyone present was taken aback, and the pink-haired lady couldn't stifle her laughter. No one anticipated that the esteemed wind Hashira would be bested by a boy with his hands tied. I stood at the entrance, my lips curling into a grin, nearly unable to contain my amusement. Tanjiro was truly tenacious. If he ever became a Hashira, surely he would be dubbed the head Hashira. However, Jinya, being a Hashira, quickly regained his composure, swiftly retrieving the box with a menacing grin. "Well done, but the fact that your sister is a demon changes nothing. Do you truly believe demons can fight for humanity? Impossible. Fool." As he finished speaking, his blue blade unsheathed with a swift motion, aimed directly at the wooden box. Yet, the blade halted abruptly. To be precise, it was his hand that wielded the sword, which was seized by a flawlessly pale and cold grip. Jinya furrowed his brow and turned to see me, momentarily stunned. Indeed, I had intervened. I recalled that the box contained Nezuko, a being of immense potential threat to those who cherished her. I could not allow him to act. With my dark eyes fixed on him, though I stood a head shorter, my demeanor conveyed an imposing presence. I did not expect you to harbor such malevolent inclinations, to attack something that others hold dear. Does it bring you joy? He scoffed, violently shaking off my grip and leaping back, his expression fierce. Those who are unaware should refrain from meddling. Unaware? I glanced at the now silent Tanjiro and returned my gaze to him. You're harming the sister that others desperately protect. Is that not evident? He sneered, lifting the box. There is no sister here, only a man-eating demon. The moment she became a demon, her bond with her family was severed. Is that so? I replied nonchalantly. Then allow me to pose a question. A question? With a faint smile, I continued, if your brother or sister were to become a demon, struggling to suppress their desire to consume humans, as a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, would you be able to slay them? Jinya was rendered speechless. My calm tone pierced through to his very soul. He could not answer. His mind raced, conjuring the image of his brother, Jinya. The more he contemplated, the more chaotic his thoughts became. Not only him, but the other Hashira present also fell into deep reflection. After a prolonged silence, Jinya suddenly grinned, his eyes regaining their wildness. You almost had me there. Your question is moot. I would never allow such a thing to occur. His tone turned cold as he added, someone like my brother should simply find a place to marry and live a long life. No matter how monstrous, I would never let him come near. He raged internally, yet redirected the conversation back. And why should I be troubled by your question? Perhaps you possess some unique ability, but that does not imply you are superior to me. Do you not find it strange that a weakling would question a strong one? Reason had vanished in an instant, and he resumed his rhetoric of strength. So I'm deemed a weakling, I sighed softly. Upon hearing this, the winged Hashira perked up, launching into a tirade about how the report was filled with nonsense. Claiming I had battled Upper Moon until dawn, demanding details and evidence, labeling it uncertain. If one wished to challenge him, they must first prove they were stronger. His words drew the attention of the other Hashira, except for Rengoku and Shinobu, who looked at me with skepticism. The more they had slain demons, the more they understood the absurdity of the situation. Thus, they questioned how an ordinary person could withstand Upper Moon 2 for an entire night. It either implied that Upper Moon was weak or that I had ulterior motives. At that critical moment, Rengoku stepped forward, his voice booming. I can vouch for the strength of Shiki. As he began to elaborate, I raised a hand to halt him. Kaijiro, I smiled. When dealing with someone who only believes in strength, words are futile. He must experience firsthand the speed of my blade. Truth be told, perhaps it was my master's diligent teachings that instilled in me a combative spirit. When someone pointed a finger and labeled me a weakling, how could I, inheritor of the title of Sword Saint, refrain from drawing my sword? Upon hearing this, Kaijiro immediately understood, exclaiming, I see my oversight, retreating with anticipation in his eyes akin to that of a concert-goer. The winged Hashira, hearing my words, found amusement. Oh, this is intriguing, a woman with such audacity. Very well, if you wish for me to acknowledge you, let your sword speak. With that, he tossed Nezuko's box aside, adopting a stance, eager for a swift resolution before our lord's arrival. A smile graced my face as I gently nudged the sword hilt. In that instant, the scent of blood sealed within the sheath erupted, enveloping the courtyard in an overwhelming aroma. This scent was not that of demons, but of humans. In that moment, the presence of all the Hashira present was utterly shaken. Their gazes towards me shifted dramatically, likely filled with whispers of disbelief. How many lives has this woman claimed? Even the winged Hashira furrowed his brow, but soon it transformed into fervent battle intent. There is something about her that stirs my blood. With a low growl, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he charged at me like a cannonball, the wind swirling around him as if it were real. Swift, incredibly swift. No wonder he is the winged Hashira. His speed eclipses that of the flame Hashira's Hino Kage. Yet, I remained unperturbed. With a slight bow of my upper body and a powerful push from my legs, I propelled myself forward. Although my speed lagged behind his by fraction my blade, Josie Jianding remained securely sheathed. Despite the distance between us, he felt the tip of my blade almost pressing against his brow. A life-threatening sense of crisis compelling him to change tactics mid-strike. First form, dust whirlwind slashing. With a shift in his sword technique, his charge morphed into a lethal slash aimed at a single decisive blow. Remarkably, I was thinking the same. We both unconsciously opted for the art of Aido. This style hinges on one word, speed. The one who draws first wins. The sound of the air being torn apart was piercingly sharp. At that very moment, Josie Jianding was finally drawn, its cold light tracing a perfect line in the air. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as our blades clashed. We had drawn simultaneously. In that instant, not only the winged Hashira, but all the spectators were left astounded. The master of speed, the winged Hashira, was momentarily matched in pace by a mere ordinary person who lacked breathing techniques. Kaneo's expression was one of shock, yet I could not help but smile. My Aido strike was far from over. Traditional Aido dictates that if the first strike fails, one must sheath the sword. However, my master, Wei Ming Yi-Sin, had innovated the Wei Ming cross slash, which allows for a second strike. My master once said, remember, when facing off in Aido, the instant your opponent sheathes their sword after a failed strike is the perfect opportunity to unleash your second blow. Our Wei Ming style is characterized by a relentless pursuit of victory. To put it simply, we played dirty. At that moment, Bakachu made a misstep. After failing his initial strike, he instinctively began to retreat and sheath his blade. Now's my chance. My second strike was unleashed in an instant. Wei Ming cross slash. A stroke was added to the previously vanished line. This sudden blade caught him entirely off guard, his pupils constricting as he leaned back to evade. His left leg attempting to kick toward my hand holding the sword. Such an on-the-spot reaction was indeed impressive. In the next moment, my blade narrowly grazed his right shoulder. Spattering blood, I too couldn't completely evade. His kick left several red marks on the back of my right hand. We both retreated, creating some distance. The first round ended in a draw. Yet he was not satisfied, nor was I. I underestimated you, Bakachu admitted, his eyes locked onto mine. If you had used your breathing techniques from the start, I would have indeed been unable to keep up with your last strike. I spoke candidly. In that case, he grinned, and in the next moment, I heard the sound of turbulent air surging within him. Total concentration, breath of wind. This time his speed doubled. I felt a fierce wind rush towards me, the rising sand forcing my eyes to squint. Within the storm, a blurred figure rapidly approached. The azure blade aimed directly at my brow. Only then did I barely react, raising my sword to meet his. I aimed the tip of my blade to make contact with his, but the tremendous force propelled me backward. Yet in midair, my body traced a graceful arc, landing lightly without a hint of panic on my face. Bakachu furrowed his brow. He realized that while it appeared I had been knocked back, the sensation in his hand felt wrong. There was hardly any resistance against my blade. It was as if I had been clashing with a weightless specter. He understood. I wasn't sent flying by a strike. Rather, I had leveraged the force of his slash to propel myself away. Using the tip of my blade as a lever, I dissipated the force, creating distance in preparation for my next move, fluidly executed. This woman is no ordinary fighter. To confirm his suspicion, he charged at me again, faster and fiercer than before. Intense wind pressure enveloped the arena as he dashed close to me, each movement a precise cut. I felt like a swallow amidst a tempest, buffeted in every direction, yet each time I managed to deflect his attacks in the same manner, then drift away. With each exchange, his expression grew more serious. He realized that despite my inferior speed and strength, I was consistently able to withstand all his assaults. This grand yet erratic swordplay was not the work of a mere human. It resembled the techniques of a spirit. Not only he, but the nearby Hashira also sensed something amiss. The pink-haired Koibutsu murmured like a swallow. She remarked that swallows do not resist against strong winds, but instead harness the wind's power to fly faster. Does anyone understand? She unveiled the truth. I am in that very state, purely on the defensive. For while a swallow may not be blown away by the wind, it also cannot catch up to it. Bakachu recognized this as well, halting his advance to taunt me. What's wrong? Just defending doesn't prove you're stronger than me. Or are you exhausted? I sighed lightly. I hadn't expected this seemingly reckless man to understand the art of psychological warfare. Stepping forward, I spoke in a teaching tone. Let me tell you something. Bold proclamations before victory will become the greatest shame when you lose. With that, I positioned my blade across my chest, its surface reflecting the darkness of my eyes. In that instant, it seemed as though lightning flashed within my pupils. Let me show you the power of Ba's thunder. As my words fell, my entire aura shifted. Strange dark clouds gathered on the horizon. Fierce winds howled, and lightning crackled. Golden lightning erupted in the sky above, illuminating my cold visage. This was the power of the Source Palace, the thunder-calling technique of the previous dragon's contract holder, Ba. I looked at him with a cold smile. Swallows indeed cannot catch up with the wind, but what if it were lightning? In the next heartbeat, an incredibly blinding golden bolt of lightning cleaved through the dark clouds. At that moment of radiant illumination, I vanished without a sound. By the time he comprehended what was happening, catching a glimpse of the shadow beneath him, he looked up abruptly, struck dumb. In his eyes, I soared high in the air, my blade raised, crackling with electric sparks. Behind me loomed the golden thunder that pierced the heavens. In that moment I, with lightning blade raised, resembled a deity. He had no time to evade. Faced with such an unprecedented assault, he was utterly bewildered. This moment of confusion sealed his fate. The golden thunder erupted from my blade, slicing through the air. The blinding light compelled him to instinctively shut his eyes. Yet, the searing pain he anticipated never came. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and the blade, entwined with electric snakes, had reverted to its original form, the tip now just a few centimeters from his eyes. It's over, I stated flatly. If we adhere to your standards of strength, I now possess the right to question you, do I not? He gritted his teeth, his face a mask of unwillingness. The sensation was akin to holding a royal flush in a game of dodiju, only to be instantly defeated before the game even began. Who wouldn't feel discontented? Just then, applause echoed through the room. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ryougi Yose, emerged, supported by two white-haired girls. An exhilarating battle, Miss Toyo, he said with a gentle smile. Upon seeing his expression, I immediately understood. By the gods, this sly old man, he must have purposely stayed hidden, waiting for me to duel with the Wind Hashira to establish his authority publicly. Such cunning. He approached the Hashira, and they all immediately knelt, showing utmost respect. He exchanged pleasantries with them, and everyone noted his significantly improved health. With a smile, he remarked, thanks to Miss Toyo, I am gradually recovering. As soon as those words escaped my lips, the few Hashira who had previously doubted me looked at me with newfound gratitude. After some pleasantries, he pointed at me and introduced, this is the swordswoman, Miss Liang Yishur, hailing from the 20Mo family. This was merely an identity I fabricated to avoid appearing overly suspicious. Following that, he introduced each of the 9 Hashira to me. There were the Rock Hashira, the Serpent Hashira, the Love Hashira, and I diligently memorized their names. Then came the matter of the treatment of Tanjiro and Nezuko. Due to their protection of Nezuko, the two were to face death according to the rules. However, thanks to my earlier intervention, the collective ire was no longer directed at Tanjiro and Ju Tomioka, though they remained relentless towards Nezuko, who was a demon. Ultimately, Shiki Yoya produced a letter, a guarantee from the former Water Hashira, stating that if Nezuko harmed any humans, he, Ju Tomioka, and Tanjiro would all commit seppuku in atonement. I was taken aback. I never anticipated that the seemingly stoic Ju Tomioka harbored such a fiery spirit beneath his cold exterior. It seemed that ever since my arrival in this world, all the sundry characters I encountered were male. Even with the guarantee, the Wind Hashira and the others remained unconvinced. What good was a life guarantee? Once a life was lost, nothing could be restored. Shiki Yoya maintained his gentle smile, asserting, indeed, we cannot guarantee she will not attack humans. However, we also cannot prove she will. With that, he effectively silenced them with his remarkable rhetoric. Yet, the fiery Wind Hashira could not contain his temper. He unsheathed his sword and swiftly cut into his own wrist, blood gushing forth. My lord, allow me to demonstrate the vile nature of demons. Grasping Nezuko's box, he swiftly darted into the shadowy alcove behind Shiki Yoya and me. With a decisive motion, he flung open the box, releasing the malevolent demon within. The petite Nezuko emerged slowly. Inosuke's expression froze, disbelief flooding his bloodshot eyes. The girl before him barely acknowledged him. Her rose-colored pupils appeared somewhat dazed. She lingered for merely a second on Inosuke, sniffing the air, before turning her head toward me. In the next moment, under the tense gaze of all present, she opened her arms and took small, hurried steps toward me, squinting her eyes like a cat, gently rubbing her cheek against my right hand, which had been scratched during the battle. Throughout this encounter, she did not spare Inosuke another glance. This scene left not only the 9 Hashira, but even myself utterly stunned. When had I grown so close to this adorable creature? Then it dawned on me. My family, it seems, had undergone an upgrade. She was not drawn to me out of affection, but rather due to the blood of the longing that coursed through my veins. The allure this held for demons surpassed that of Inosuke's so-called rare blood by countless degrees. She had caught a whiff of my superior essence back in Asakusa, and now, upon encountering Inosuke's modest offering of blood, it was akin to a connoisseur of hand-ground coffee being presented with instant coffee. How could one possibly settle for less? Naturally, she sought the original source. It appeared the conclusion had been reached. Shiki Yoya smiled as he announced the findings. He turned to Tanjiro, stating that even so, they must prove through action that he and Nezuko could fight for the Demon Slayer Corps. Tanjiro exclaimed with fervor, yes, Nezuko and I will defeat Kibutsuji Musen. Subsequently, the siblings were escorted by Shinobu Kocho's people to the Butterfly Mansion for treatment. With the unrelated parties cleared out, Shiki Yoya gestured for us to enter the inner chamber, and the Hashira meeting commenced in earnest. His demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he looked at Shinobu Kocho. First, let us discuss the pertinent information regarding the recent incident at Natagumo Mountain. Shinobu, could you kindly recount the situation? Shinobu Kocho nodded, her beautiful brows furrowing as she spoke solemnly. Firstly, 3 lower moon demons have appeared at Natagumo Mountain. 3. The Hashira-level swordsmen present were all taken aback. The report had indicated only one. The sound Hashira's voice brimmed with incredulity. Indeed, initially there was only one, but reinforcements soon arrived. Reinforcements of demons? And lower moons at that? Aside from myself, everyone in the room wore expressions of sheer astonishment. My comrades, can you believe it? These demons are now forming teams. And no less within the ranks of the 12 Kizuki. The sound Hashira was the first to react, his expression darkening as he remarked, "Goodness, someone is orchestrating this from behind the scenes." I must say, what Shinobu Kocho revealed next was explosive. She scanned the room, her gaze landing on me as she said, "Precisely. Moreover, we have obtained intelligence. They are searching for someone, to be exact, a woman." In that instant, 8 pairs of eyes fixated on me. I understood. I was the sole conspicuous target. Maintaining my composure, I directly inquired, "Why are they searching for me?" Shinobu Kocho's expression grew heavy as she replied, "Killing you would grant them access to more blood." This is the exact statement extracted from the mouth of a demon, though the specific reasons remain unclear to us. Upon hearing this, clarity flooded my mind. Goodness, that Upper Moon 2, Doma, plays a truly dirty game. The last time we clashed, it was likely a stalemate. He must have discerned the side effects of my Shura mode, whereupon unleashing my ultimate move renders me bereft of recognition, acting solely on the instinct to kill. This rascal has now dispatched a horde of lower moons to seek me out, ostensibly to eradicate me, but in reality aiming to force me into a corner, compelling me to unleash that deadly move again. After several iterations of this, without him needing to lift a finger, I would be consumed by that murderous will, and at that point, I would be as likely to slay humans as demons. I mentally applauded him. After centuries of existence, this cunning old monster's tactics are so devious that they could fry a CPU. The sound Ashira looked at me and asked, "So, this charming young lady has caught the attention of the 12 Kizuki?" The fiery wind Hashira perked up, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he exclaimed, "So, you mean, as long as we stick with her, we'll have the chance to battle the 12 Kizuki?" The serpent Hashira remained calm, dousing the fervor with a bucket of cold water. While that may be the case, the demons are undoubtedly aware of this as well. This could very well be a trap designed to draw us out. Just as the Hashira began to engage in a spirited debate, Shiki Yoya gently raised his hand, and the room fell instantly silent. He turned to me, his voice imbued with warmth. "Miss Liang Yishur, what are your thoughts?" I lifted my head, meeting the gaze of all present, and simply stated, "Let me be the bait to draw them in." The moment those words left my lips, the air in the room froze. No one anticipated that I would be so ruthless with myself. Even the wind Hashira, who had been eager to engage, was taken aback. Perhaps he had considered this strategy, but felt too embarrassed to voice it, only to have it bluntly articulated by me, the very subject of it. Shinobu Kocho was the first to panic, no? The risk is far too great. Astonishingly, even the perpetually reserved Ju Tomioka chimed in, agreeing, "I concur." However, our flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, was ablaze with enthusiasm, his voice booming, "No, we have witnessed the power of Shur. With the addition of 1 or 2 more Hashira, even if there is danger, we can easily break free. This is an unprecedented opportunity. I believe we should give it a try. My brother truly understands me." His words resonated with the others as well. After all, what we the Demon Slayer Corps engage in is perilous work, dancing on the edge of a blade. Since I, the bait, had consented, there was little left for them to contest. Shiki Yoya sought my confirmation once more, and I nodded firmly, assuring him, if this is the work of Upper Moon 2, then the ones he send will surely be Lower Moons. He fears my ultimate move and would not dare send high-ranking demons to their demise. It poses no significant threat. Thus, the plan was solidified. Shiki Yoya perused the reports, ultimately pinpointing a location. Several members dispatched to the Infinity Train have gone missing, suggesting that this is the most likely site for an appearance by the 12 Kizuki. The location has been decided, and, of course, I must be the bait. For safety's sake, I need to recruit another Hashira. Just as the esteemed leader was deep in thought regarding the candidates, Inju stepped forward decisively. "Esteemed leader, allow me to go." What a bold declaration. Even Kochu Shinobu had her hand raised halfway, yet he surged ahead. Thus, the Hashira meeting concluded. 3 days later, Inju and I were set to embark on the legendary Infinity Train. After the meeting, as I was about to return to the Butterfly Mansion with Kochu Shinobu, I was called back. "Hey, I have something for you." This cold and emotionless tone could only belong to Ju Tomioka. I turned around, puzzled. Just a few days ago, Hadn't he claimed that he couldn't teach someone like me? What was he up to today? Without further ado, he pressed a book into my hands. Its cover emblazoned with a single character, Soi Shui. It was a summary of the water-breathing techniques, containing all the essential points and sword forms. With a blank expression, he remarked, "People like you probably cannot be taught even by a trainer, so this is all I can offer." Having said that, he brushed past me, leaving behind a solitary silhouette. I thought to myself, "Brother, your words almost sound like an insult. So, your implication is that I can only rely on self-study since no one else can teach me? Your emotional intelligence is truly disheartening." Just as he was about to turn the corner, Kochu Shinobu chimed in, teasingly. "Oh, so Mr. Tomioka is the type to carry around summaries of breathing techniques. I remember you don't like carrying anything other than weapons. How peculiar. I swear I saw Ju's figure stiffen momentarily before he quickened his pace and vanished." Shinobu chuckled at his retreating form, shaking her head. "That's precisely why everyone dislikes him." 3 days later at the dojo, in3 and I trained relentlessly from dawn till dusk. After 3 full days, I felt on the verge of transcending. I had mastered the total concentration breathing method and had nearly perfected the sword forms. in3 even called me a monster. However, the final form of the flame breathing, Rengoku, eluded me. In contrast, the water-breathing manual Ju had given me flowed effortlessly, even allowing me to master his self-created 11th form. He later joked, "When we return from this mission, you can take on the role of the water Hashira." As time passed, I was wiping away sweat when Kochu Shinobu approached me once more. "I have something else for you." From her sleeve, she produced a wooden box, and upon opening it, revealed a dagger glimmering with a cold light, inscribed with the words Demon Slayer. "As per your request, I have transformed the Nichiren blade into a dagger," she smiled. "It will change color according to its master. Try using your breathing technique." I thought to myself, let us try the water breathing. As I focused my energy, the dagger transformed beautifully. A vibrant blue hue began to spread from the spine of the blade. But only halfway, the other half was pure white. Blue and white. Such a rare combination. in3 marveled from aside, amused how serendipitous it was. But time was short, and Kochu Shinobu called out to me again. "Here is one more thing, a farewell gift," she said, suddenly rising on her toes to pin something in my hair. I felt it, a purple butterfly hairpin. "It suits you well." She stepped back, nodding in satisfaction. Family. Who understands? This woman, Shinobu, truly knows how to make an impact. I felt a warm sensation in my heart, and my lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. As I walked alongside in3, he suddenly remarked, "You seem quite happy today, Shiki." I paused for a moment. "Do I?" "Yes, because today, your lips are turned up." I instinctively touched my mouth. It seemed I was indeed smiling. Having a butterfly by my side felt rather pleasant, didn't it? In the evening, we arrived at the station. The infinity train loomed like a great black dragon, throngs of people crowding the platform. I detest crowded places. My brows were nearly knit in irritation. in3, however, took it lightly. The more people, the easier it is for demons to strike. We squeezed onto the train with the flow of the crowd. Then, with a thunderous roar, the black dragon finally set in motion. Once aboard, I felt somewhat embarrassed. Across from me, in3 was incessantly raving about the food. Delicious. So good. He showcased bento after bento. I counted, and this was already the 17th. Unable to restrain myself, I reminded him, "Hey, that's the 17th one." He waved his hand nonchalantly. "This mission's expenses are covered by headquarters, so don't hold back, Shiki." I could only facepalm, opting to ignore him and gaze out at the swiftly passing night scenery. As I was lost in thought, a ticket inspector approached. I must say he looked pale, with sunken eyes and an unsteady gait, resembling someone whose very essence had been drained away. Although he bore the aura of a human, something felt off. I presented my ticket and continued to gaze outside. Yet, this time, the night scenery seemed to possess a magical allure, lulling me into a heavy drowsiness, as if my eyelids were welded shut. When I opened my eyes again, I was utterly bewildered. Isn't this my home? I was standing atop the castle keep of Watanabe, snowflakes drifting gently onto my shoulders. As I stood there, a paper umbrella suddenly appeared above my head, accompanied by a gentle yet slightly exasperated voice. "You always do this." Standing in the snow without an umbrella. Upon hearing that voice, I turned around in shock. It was her, it was Nagitsuma. Meanwhile, in the train, the frail ticket inspector knelt before a severed hand that bore only a wrist, its back adorned with a mouth, and an eye nestled in the palm. "I have followed your instructions and put them all to sleep." The mouth on the hand smiled, saying, "Well done, sleep now." and have a wonderful dream of reuniting with your family." It then addressed a group of children behind it. "These two swordsmen are extraordinary, especially that woman. She gives off a sense of danger. Later, you will invade their dreams and shatter their spiritual cores. To ensure they have sweet dreams, you must put in the effort." At the top of the train, a delicate man in a suit stood against the wind, his eyes betraying the words, "Lower Moon One. Come, everyone. Let us all have a happy dream, a dream from which one can never awaken." I gazed at Nagatsuma before me, our eyes locking, and time seemed to slow. I had once told Kochu Shinobu that I longed to see someone once more. Now, I had found her. I did not cry, nor did I rush to embrace her. I simply smiled gently and uttered, "Long time no see." Nagatsuma replied with a smile, "It has indeed been a while." We sat side by side atop the castle, overlooking the entirety of Watanabe. I inquired about the wolf, and she responded that the wolf remained by Lord Jiru's side. I then asked about the Buddha sculptor, about Koichi, and about Lord Ishin. One by one, she reassured me that everyone was well. Lord Ishin's illness was nearly cured. Koichi had ceased his obsession with immortality, and the wolf had not fallen into despair. All was heading towards the most perfect and blissful conclusion. This was almost too good to be true. I listened quietly, then nodded, softly saying, "That's wonderful. Indeed, it is wonderful." I looked at Nagatsuma beside me, but the smile at the corner of my mouth turned somewhat cold. This was perhaps the ending I had sought, but such an ending I stood up, brushing the snow from my clothes, knowing it could only manifest in dreams. The girl in the deep purple kimono paused, then smiled ruefully. "Have you realized?" I certainly had. Upon witnessing this world, so perfect it seemed unreal, and upon seeing Nagatsuma, I understood this was a dream. If that is the case, why not awaken? The Nagatsuma in my dream asked me. I chuckled softly, "Because there is still something I must do. A matter related to the Azura. I wish to consult our sword saint." Let me tell you, as soon as I stepped into my own dream, it felt incredibly familiar. Although I am aware that this place is merely a fabrication of that wretched entity based on my memories, what does it matter? The person I seek, the sword Saint Wei Ming Yi-Sin, my venerable master, possesses wisdom and charisma that no mere underling could ever imitate. I instructed Yongjin to remain behind, and descended alone to the Tenshikaku. Navigating familiar paths, I entered a room furnished with a tatami mat, a sword rack, and a small table. My master, Wei Ming Yi-Sin, sat cross-legged like an ordinary old man, squinting at me with a smile on his face. He was well aware that this was a dream, and he teased me, inquiring why I hadn't conversed more with Yongjin, given the rarity of our meeting. I shook my head, poured him a cup of sake, and replied, "The more we converse, the deeper I become ensnared. I do not wish to dwell in memories." Upon hearing this, the old man nodded approvingly, raised his cup, and drank it all in one go, exclaiming, "Well then, let us get straight to the point. Judging by your constipated expression, it seems you have much to unburden." I pondered for a moment, condensing countless thoughts into a single query, and directly asked, "Master, what truly constitutes a Shura?" He raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback. Yet he began to speak. I tell you, his words were enlightening. He said, to kill out of hatred, only to forget that hatred in the end, leaving behind only the instinct to kill. That is what it means to be a Shura. However, he shifted his tone, stating that the act of killing itself is not the issue. The crux lies in whether one possesses a guiding principle within their heart. If you have your own goals, even if you traverse through hell, you remain yourself. But if you lose your way and kill for the sake of killing, then you become a mere machine of slaughter. He pointed at himself, adding that otherwise he would have long become the foremost Shura. This revelation struck me profoundly. Indeed, look at Master Yi-Sin and his old comrade Xiao. Their hands are stained with blood more than anyone else. Yet one pursues the ultimate martial path while the other seeks the pinnacle of power, both maintaining clarity of mind, never losing themselves. What about me? Why have I descended into such a wretched state? As this thought crossed my mind, my head felt as if it would explode. The memories surged forth. There was the burning Tenshikaku, the acrid scent of charred flesh, chilling my blood. I watched helplessly as the blade of the Shuro wolf pierced Yongjin's neck. The pain was so intense it nearly stole my breath away. A wave of fury and murderous intent engulfed me. It dawned on me that the battle I had lost memory of was not a slaying of a Shura, but rather two Shuras clashing. Does it matter who wins or loses? In the end, all that remains are Shuras. As my emotions surged, my eyes transformed. The deadly magical eyes activated on their own. The old man noticed, his brow furrowed, and with a slight tremor of his cup, the sake splashed across my face. The icy liquid jolted me out of my murderous fervor. As I regained my composure, I heard the old man's heavy voice thunder, "Style. You have actually fallen into the path of Shura." There was no denying it. I could only nod. The old man stood, his lean frame exuding an aura as imposing as a mountain. With his back to me, he walked to the door, the cold wind billowing through his clothes, and spoke in a deep voice. "I have always warned Ji Lang that should he ever descend into Shura, I would personally slay him." Suddenly, he turned around, fixing me with a piercing gaze. "But do you know why I have never said such a thing to you?" I was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I had been present when he chastised Ji Lang, yet he had never addressed me in such a manner. The old man observed my bewilderment, his voice softening slightly, though the commanding presence remained, because I firmly believe that even if you tread the path of Shura, it is you who shall control the Shura, rather than being controlled by it. The notion of wielding Shura echoed in my mind. Precisely. The old man's voice rose again, resonating like thunder. What of Shura? With a heart of compassion, wield the sword of slaughter. With a Shura's heart, hold the blade of rebirth. This, too, is a unique path of swordsmanship. I tell you, with that single phrase, I achieved enlightenment on the spot. This is perspective indeed. At that moment, the entire Wei Ming city began to collapse. I understood that the entity outside, the dream weaver, had been vanquished. The old man raised his cup high, drained it in one gulp, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This was a farewell toast. I knew that this parting would be final. I bowed deeply to this noble hero of the warring states. I am eternally grateful for your guidance and care. As soon as the words left my lips, the dream shattered completely. I awoke with a start, the roar of the train resuming. On the table before me lay the ghostly hand with one eye, filled with terror, regarding me as if I were a monster. I chuckled, the corner of my mouth curling as my blade half drew from its sheath. "Oh, I seem to have had quite a delightful dream. How about I reward myself by eliminating you?" The ghostly hand trembled in fear, but with a swift motion, I brought my blade down, and in a flash of silver light, it vanished like a mirage. Merely a projection. I sheathed my sword and turned to see. Lo and behold, Xing Shurlang still standing, eyes closed, yet his right hand was firmly grasping a little girl's neck. The girl's eyes rolled back, foam frothing at her mouth. Fortunately, even in the dream, Xing Shurlang's body instinctively held back, not exerting lethal force. I glanced upward towards the roof of the train. An overwhelming aura of malevolence permeated the air, stronger than anything I had encountered before. To break this hypnosis, I must locate the true body. Without hesitation, I leaped through the window onto the train's roof. Under the moonlight, a man clad in a suit with medium-length hair stood at the front of the train, exuding a gentlemanly demeanor. Had it not been for the aura of malevolence, I might have mistaken him for an ordinary person. Upon seeing me, he greeted with a sardonic tone. "Good morning. Your dream was quite interesting, though the inhabitants were rather inhospitable." I scoffed. "No matter. I shall compensate for their lack of hospitality and allow you to witness how we Wei Ming people greet each other." As soon as the words left my mouth, I vanished from sight. Activating my soundless sword technique, the underling was caught completely off guard. To him, I melded into the night itself. The next instant, he felt the world spin, and looking down, he beheld his own headless body, and there I stood behind him, having appeared without notice. His head rolled upon the train roof, still smiling. A sneak attack from behind? Is this how you greet one another? Indeed, I nodded. Our method of greeting in Wei Ming emphasizes surprise, leaving you with a lasting impression. "What a vile woman you are," the headless body sneered. "Individuals like you deserve the worst of nightmares." As he spoke, his headless body raised its right hand to my ear, and the back of his hand suddenly split open, lazily uttering, "Sleep now, blood demon technique. Mandatory hypnosis. What would happen if you were to kill that girl named Yongjin with your own hands?" His laughter was grotesque, and I could see my gaze growing distant, as if he believed he had succeeded. However, the next moment, his smile froze in disbelief. Another flash of silver light, and his grinning head was cleaved in two. He was utterly bewildered, staring at me in disbelief. This woman was clearly hypnotized, her eyes glazed over, her body relaxed. How could she still wield the blade? I yawned, speaking lazily. Hypnosis is not solely your domain. What I employ is self-suggestion, instinctual. Once in battle mode, I hypnotize myself. My mind operates like a supercomputer. Your little tricks are utterly ineffective against me. This maneuver of yours is akin to signaling in the face of overwhelming advantage. With a single stroke, I split his head apart, yet his laughter persisted. Futile. No matter how many times you strike me, I shall not perish. His body began to reassemble. Very well, just like those insect monks at Xianfeng Temple. The true body is not present here, but I possess the direct death magical eyes. With a fierce glare, my icy blue gaze enveloped the entire scene in an instant, while a ring of crimson flames danced around my pupils. In the eyes of that abominable creature, the world appeared to be a labyrinth of deathly lines, the very essence of mortality immobilizing him. I approached him with the casualness of strolling through my own garden, effortlessly slicing through one of the lines with a single stroke. With a sharp crack, his entire form began to disintegrate like sand. Yet, to my dismay, he was not dead. That effeminate voice echoed again. Ah, indeed. Lord Tamayo was correct. Your eyes are utterly detestable. No wonder that esteemed one declared you must not be spared. Immediately, the entire roof of the train began to writhe, countless chunks of flesh converging, and he re-emerged. Allow me to be frank. He grinned proudly, proclaiming, while you all slumbered, I have merged with this train. No sooner had he finished speaking than grotesque arms sprouted from the roof, each adorned with mouths. This train is my flesh and blood, and the passengers within are merely sustenance for my being. Tell me, can you protect them all by yourself? I remained expressionless, my right hand resting upon the hilt of my blade, my tone colder than the night breeze. There is no need to protect them. It suffices to slay you before you act. Besides, I am not alone. He suddenly froze, as if sensing something. Bang! With a resounding crash, a massive gash was torn into the train's roof. A fiery red figure leapt forth from below. Inmu, Rengoku Kaijiro, has joined the fray. My elder brother wore his characteristic cheerful smile, the Nichiren blade in his hand ablaze with fierce flames. While I battle demons, I find myself dozing off. I truly do not deserve the title of Hashira. I wish I could just burrow into the ground. The demon clicked his tongue, his body dissolving into sludge and merging with the train. Simultaneously, countless fleshly hands shot toward me like cannonballs. Kaijiro raised his blade to assist, but I halted him with a gesture, slightly turning my face and softly uttering, "Leave this to me. You go save the people. I will slay the demon." Kaijiro glanced at me, and without a second thought, he transformed into a streak of fiery meteor, rushing back into the carriage to rescue the passengers. He trusts me. All right, let the battle commence. The overwhelming tide of arms surged toward me, each mouth chanting incantations. Sleep, sleep. What a nuisance. Yet this posed no threat to me. I inhaled deeply, unleashing the full force of the water-breathing technique. In the next moment, the ninth form erupted from its sheath, waves of azure water flowing around me. Countless blades of light intersecting, directly shredding that mound of flesh into fragments, as if painting a scene of murderous intent in the night like an ink-wash painting. But before I could appreciate this artwork, let me tell you, the real behemoth made its entrance. The train's front, which should have remained on the tracks, twisted around like a gluttonous serpent on drugs, creaking as it turned its head toward me. The flesh that sprouted from the connection between the carriages served as its joints, and a pair of headlights locked onto me with an intimidating glare. This sight resembled a bizarre and comical mod of Thomas the Tank Engine in a zombie apocalypse. However, I had no time to critique. I charged forward, and in the moment I leapt high, a bolt of lightning erupted from the sky. I tell you, the scene was magnificent, with golden electric serpents dancing wildly upon my blade, the light extending several meters. I felt like the legendary swordsman, descending from the heavens with a single strike, slicing through the amalgamation of steel and rotting flesh. With a thunderous crash, the train's front slammed down onto the tracks, reverting to lifelessness. The first form has been dealt with, but as it fell, the following carriages threatened to topple as well. I executed a flawless somersault and landed gracefully, while my brother swiftly severed the connection between the carriages, ensuring the safety of the passengers aboard. A perfect collaboration. Kaijiro leapt down from the train, beaming at me with a hearty smile. "Well done, sure?" Then, astonishingly, he extended his fist toward me. Family who understands. This brother truly regards me as a life and death companion. I felt a mix of amusement and disbelief as I reciprocated with my smaller fist. In that moment, we exchanged smiles, and even my eternally icy demeanor couldn't help but soften at the corners of my mouth. It felt rather delightful. However, before I could savor that thought, a resounding crash echoed as a muscular figure descended from the sky, creating a massive crater upon landing. The overwhelming presence in the dust made Kaijiro's smile freeze instantly, and both of us instinctively gripped our blades. This aura belonged to a demon, a formidable one at that. As the dust settled, a tattooed man with short peach-colored hair stood there, a glint of amusement dancing in his golden eyes. Activating my magic eye, I saw clearly that he bore the mark of the third upper moon. Goodness, having just dealt with the first upper moon, the third has already arrived? This is an exceedingly busy day. Without a word, this man assumed a horse stance, and suddenly, a snowflake-patterned compass spread open beneath him. The compass's needle spun rapidly, passing over me before locking onto my brother. "Found you. This potent aura. You must be a Hashira," he exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. As for me, I was utterly invisible to him. In the next instant, he transformed into a blur, charging straight for Kaijiro. Could I allow him to succeed? Not a chance. A flash of silver cut through the air as I positioned myself in front of him. Had he not reacted swiftly, his arm would have been severed. He appeared momentarily stunned, staring at me in disbelief. A woman? Then, the most ridiculous twist occurred, upon recognizing me as the one who had incapacitated the second upper moon. He shook his head and turned to leave, claiming he does not fight women. I wore the expression of an elderly subway passenger engrossed in their phone. Seriously, are you being overly principled here? Just as he was about to depart, a mocking voice floated over. "Oh dear, wait a moment, Akaza. Are you leaving before the fight has even begun?" I turned around, my heart skipping a beat. It was him, the second upper moon, Doma. That sickly sweet man had returned. Doma flippantly draped an arm over Akaza's shoulder, only for Akaza to retaliate with a punch, smashing Doma's head like a rotten watermelon. "Family. I declare, this is the infamous Shiki Yorichi, the demon despised by all his peers." Doma, sporting a freshly formed head, displayed no anger, instead grinning as he suggested, "How about we work together? You wanted to fight a strong opponent, right? The flame Ashira is yours, while this little cutie," his multicolored eyes turned toward me, "has captured my heart." Upon hearing this, Akaza gleefully agreed without hesitation. I stepped forward, standing alongside Kaijiro. "Brother, that sickly one is after me. I will handle him. The muscular man is all yours. Is that all right?" Kaijiro laughed heartily, his fighting spirit soaring. "Of course." After devouring 17 servings of salt-cooked fish and sweet potato rice and enjoying a good sleep, I am in peak condition. He then bumped fists with me once more. "Stay alive, Kaijiro," I whispered. "Of course." No sooner had the words left our lips than we shot forth like two differently colored projectiles, crashing toward our respective foes. With the activation of my breathing technique, my speed surged to its zenith. Executing the Tsumuji cross slash, swift and fierce, I cleaved Doma in half. Just as I sought to catch my breath, a hail of ice spikes rained down upon me. Goodness, I had struck an ice sculpture. Would this daunt me? Water-breathing, 11th form, calm. An absolute barrier enveloped me, turning all incoming ice shards into mere fragments upon contact. Doma's true form emerged from the shadows, chattering incessantly. I had no interest in his prattling. I swiftly retrieved a Yashikil candy from my pocket and popped it into my mouth, feeling strength surge within me. Water and flame breathing. I am about to unleash my full power. This time, my speed and strength soared once again. Flames and cherry blossoms entwining around my blade as I relentlessly pursued him with a flurry of strikes. This fellow is as slippery as an eel, always managing to evade my strikes just when I am about to land a blow on his vital points, using other parts of his body to absorb the impact, and even seizing opportunities to counterattack. Back and forth, I've sustained several cuts, with the gash on my left shoulder particularly glaring. He incessantly taunts, "It's futile. No matter how strong you are still human, while I am a demon. We are fundamentally different." I let out a cold laugh. I have grown weary of such days. With that, I swiftly brandished my left hand, revealing a second blade, dual wielding. I activated my technique, secret technique, flying through the whirlpool clouds. The flurry of blades effortlessly deflected all of his assaults. However, this rapid exchange of blows is ultimately a battle of endurance. Most critically, just as we clashed blades once more, I felt my strength drain away in an instant. The time for Yasha's lethal sugar had arrived. The side effects and the overload from my magical ice surged, leaving me momentarily blinded. And he sent me flying with a swift strike. As I braced myself against a tree to regain my footing, he began to manipulate me, stating, "You see, this is the difference between man and demon," while gesturing towards my companion. Your ally is on the brink as well. I turned my head and felt a pang of anxiety. My companion was indeed in dire straits, with a broken left arm and wounds all over, while that upper moon, 3, seemed unharmed. As I grew anxious, Tong Mu began to coax me. Become a demon. If you transform, you can save him and defeat me. As he spoke, he finally revealed his true intentions, questioning whether I had a better plan, such as releasing that fellow. Do I even need to ask? My companion is on the verge of being reduced to a QR code. How could I not release him? That white-haired Tong Mu squatted on a tree, acting nonchalant, mocking. Ah, Lord Akaza, how ruthless you are, aiming to cripple the flame Hashira completely? I certainly wouldn't go that far. What a clever provocation. I gazed at Shur, who had her head lowered, her expression inscrutable. Yet in the next moment, I noticed her hand resting on the butterfly-shaped bell at her wrist. Tomus grin weidend. Undoubtedly thinking, gotcha, humans are foolishly burdened by emotions. Then, Shur truly untied the red ribbon bell. I tell you, the instant it was undone, the sensation shifted entirely. A wave of thick, iron-like bloodlust erupted, saturating the air with the scent of rust. It felt as though a monster, long dormant in a sea of blood, had suddenly awakened. The crimson energy surged around Shur, engulfing her in a blood-red hue, staining her white kimono. Tong Mu's eyes widened in excitement, recalling the moment he was previously bested by Shur, murmuring, "Ah, it has finally arrived, that monster." Yet before he could finish his thought, his smile froze on his face. What did he see? Instead of transforming into a mindless killing machine, just as the bloodlust threatened to completely consume her sanity, Shur tied the bell back on herself at the very last moment. Incredible. All that surging bloodlust came to an abrupt halt, yet the residual aura still lingered around her like a mist of blood. Shur's eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of any hint of madness. She stepped forward. Her presence intensified tenfold, yet a faint, relaxed smile lingered at the corner of her lips. With a heart of Azura, wielding the blade of rebirth, my lord, I shall remember your words. I tell you, the moment she reattached the bell, the urge for slaughter surged within her like a torrent of compressed negative emotions. Hatred, anger, jealousy all emerged. Previously suppressed by the bell, they now surged forth like a rabid dog freed from its chains, ready to wreak havoc. Just as she was about to be overwhelmed by this emotional tsunami, the voice of the sword saint resonated in her mind, with a heart of compassion. Wield the sword of slaughter, with a heart of Azura, wield the blade of rebirth. Remarkably, this version of the verse yanked her back from the brink of chaos. It was as if the sword saint had suddenly appeared, cleaving through the emotional storm, granting her a fleeting moment of clarity. And that brief moment was sufficient for her to retie the bell. Now things had escalated. Though the caged beast had been returned, a portion of its power had escaped. The air around us began to ignite. A circle of vengeful flames erupted around her, forming a domain. This fire was no ordinary flame. It seared the flesh as if it were roasting one's very soul. Yet Shur stood unscathed in the midst of the flames, now the master of this inferno. Wherever her blade struck, the fire followed. This sensation was akin to receiving a surge of supercharged adrenaline. Fatigue vanished, wounds ceased to bleed, and even pain became imperceptible. Her mind sharpened to a startling clarity. The false smile on Tong Mu's face had long vanished, replaced by the expression of a subway passenger engrossed in their phone. Why? How could she remain so composed? How was she able to retie the bell herself? His mind raced with 1,000 questions, but Shur wasted no time allowing him to ponder. She advanced step by step, engulfed in flames, her expression as frigid as ice. As you wish, I have released the monster. She slowly sheathed her sword, lowering her stance. So, are you prepared to pay the price? No sooner had her words left her lips than the murderous intent surged along with the flames. Upon witnessing her initiation, Tong Mu laughed once more. He recognized this move, the Wakanim cross slash. First, a horizontal strike to deflect defenses, followed by a vertical strike to finish you off. He had just been bested by this maneuver, believing he had seen through it. He thought, even if your strength and speed have increased, what does it matter? As long as I can block your first strike, the second will be futile. Blood Demon Art. Misty Ice Lotus Bodhisattva, with a flourish of his two fans. A colossal ice bodhisattva rose from the ground, its hands clasped in prayer, a magnificent sight. This was his trump card, indicative of his genuine fear. The ice bodhisattva lifted arms many times larger than Shur's, crashing down like a tempest. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Shur charged forward to meet it. clad in her blood-red kimono. Enveloped in flames, she soared like a comet. As she charged, she inhaled deeply, fully activating the breath of flame. Ninth form, Purgatory, the ultimate technique of the Kamado family. She used this to accelerate her movement. Her true lethal strike remained concealed within her sheath. The next moment, she drew her blade, executing a flawless Iaido strike. Though Tong Mu anticipated the horizontal cut, he was mistaken. There was no second strike. This was not the cross slash at all, but simply a pure Iaido cut. All her power concentrated in the instant of drawing the blade. A single stroke to determine victory. It thrived on surprise. The blade, wreathed in flames, cleaved through the frigid mist produced by the ice bodhisattva, striking mercilessly at its heart. The immense ice figure was sent reeling backward from her blow. This was utterly unscientific. Tong Mu, perched atop the ice bodhisattva, hurriedly leaped back, yet at that moment, a pair of blue eyes glimmered within the white mist. I tell you, for the first time in his life, Tong Mu felt an emotion. This emotion was fear. The girl in the blood-red kimono burst through the mist, leaping high in the moonlight, resembling a lethal blood butterfly. A crisp sound resonated, but it was not the sound of a blade piercing flesh. It was akin to a taut steel wire being severed. Tong Mu's consciousness began to be engulfed by darkness. His lifeline was finally severed by Sure. Even in death, he could not comprehend why. As an upper moon, he consistently sensed imminent danger from this woman's blade. Without the Nicaran blade, without severing his neck, how could she kill a demon? Now, he paid with his life to validate the answer. The answer was simply, she could. He felt his entire body succumbing to collapse, unable to withstand the recovery power of Upper Moon 2. Darkness engulfed his final vision. The malevolent demon, Tong Mo, who had lived for centuries and had caused the suffering of countless young girls, had finally perished. Sure did not even glance at the place where he faded away. Such pure evil was hardly worthy of any sympathy. She immediately turned and dashed toward another battlefield. The situation on Rengoku's side was dire. Meanwhile, on the other side, Big Brother Rengoku was nearing his limit. The strength of Upper Moon 3 was monstrous, as if he could take on 3 Hashira simultaneously. He gasped for breath. His ribs shattered, his left hand broken, yet his gaze remained resolute. Akaza was still urging him to give up, surrender. Rengoku embraced the transformation into a demon. We could fight forever. Gritting his teeth, Big Brother roared. Even if my bones shatter, I will still wield my blade to sever your head. I promised Sure that I would survive, and I shall never break my word. He unleashed the full extent of his flame breathing, his entire being igniting like a blazing inferno. Akaza, too, grew excited. Excellent. You can still grow stronger. Let me respond with all my might. Destructive killing technique. He shouted. I will continue to burn until you are reduced to ashes. Big Brother unleashed his ultimate technique, flame-breathing ninth form, Purgatory. This was a strike that drained his life force, a display of power that was terrifying. Just as the two were about to collide, Big Brother had already prepared to say, I'm sorry, Sure, I must break my promise. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed, and a blood-red figure, engulfed in even greater flames, arrived first. Sure had made it. Her blazing ninth form, Kanji, forcefully severed Akaza's fist that was aimed at Rengoku's abdomen. With a resounding explosion, dust filled the air. When the smoke cleared, Sure and Rengoku stood shoulder to shoulder. Did I just hear someone say they were going to break their promise? Sure's voice was icy. Did you mishear? I always keep my word. Big Brother's voice remained as robust as ever, though it carried a hint of awkwardness. On the opposite side, Akaza found himself in a dire predicament, his hands severed, a gaping wound in his chest. In disbelief, he stared at Sure. Tong Mo is dead? He had been so focused on battling Rengoku that he had never considered that Tong Mo could lose. He looked at Sure, his fighting spirit reignited. So, you were the woman who defeated Tong Mo? How intriguing. Even if you were a woman, I will gladly throw my fists at you. Sure remained silent. She knew her stamina was nearly depleted and that she must finish this with a single strike. She suddenly bent low, and in the next moment, her entire being vanished from sight. This was her silent killing technique, fused with the skills of a ninja, arriving before Akaza without a sound. Akaza's danger sense blared wildly. As he looked up, the flame-wreathed blade was already before him. His pupils constricted, and he was about to strike back with destructive killing technique, Core Eightfold. But at that moment, he seemed to sense something, abruptly halting his attack, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Sure could not afford to hesitate. This was her opportunity. This strike had to land. As the blade descended, just as it was about to cleave Akaza, Shure's pupils suddenly contracted, her hand trembling around the hilt. Not for any other reason, but in her line of sight, an additional blade had inexplicably appeared. A silent blade, imbued with endless loneliness, akin to moonlight. The power emanating from that blade made Shure's heart race. This strike could not be parried. She understood this, yet the blade she had already swung could not be retracted. In the next instant, the two blades clashed together. A sharp, mournful sound resonated. Indeed, it was a mournful cry, for the kanji had been severed. Who among her family could understand? That treasure blade that had accompanied her for so long had shattered right then and there. It was cleaved by a suddenly emerged blade, brimming with eyes, as if crafted from the flesh of demons. Shure gritted her teeth and swiftly retreated, back to Rengoku's side, her face etched with gravity. Only then did she see the wielder of that blade, a black-haired swordsman clad in a samurai robe, who had silently appeared behind Akaza, without her even sensing it. This man was leagues stronger than Tong Mo. The man spoke in a low tone. Akaza, you have wasted too much time. Dawn is approaching. It is time to leave. As he emerged, an overwhelming aura of despair weighed heavily upon them. Akaza scoffed, leaving a remark about turning them all into demons next time, before darting into the forest. The black-haired swordsman cast a deep glance at Shure, a flicker of interest flashing in his golden eyes, before he too vanished in an instant. Once he departed, the oppressive atmosphere lifted. Shure and Rengoku simultaneously collapsed on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for air. I tell you, whether it was Upper Moon 2 or Upper Moon 3, compared to that man, they were but insignificant figures. In the sky, the sun finally began to rise. Rengoku promptly fainted, but judging by his snoring, his life was preserved. Shure also released the broken hilt, leaning against the carriage, too exhausted to move a finger. Just before she completely lost consciousness, she seemed to see a butterfly hurriedly fluttering towards her. On the other side, within the Infinity Castle, as the sound of a pipa echoed, several demons were transported in. An ugly vase-like figure, Yuhu, asked in a sarcastic tone, "Why are there only a few of us? Where are the others from Upper Moons? They haven't perished, have they?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the black-haired warrior and Akaza appeared. Yuhu began to act up again. "Ah, the two esteemed ones have returned. I thought you had perished. I was quite worried. However, it seems Lord Tong Mo has not returned." Akaza sneered. "That fellow has perished. He spent his life consuming women, only to die at the hands of a woman. He got what he deserved. Oh, how tragic. I had intended to gift him my newly crafted vase." Yuhu feigned a sigh. However, the people-playing woman interrupted. "Lord Tong Mo, he has already arrived." Everyone followed her direction and saw not far away a massive ice lotus blooming. At its center, an ice figure resembling a child was forming. That figure was the very embodiment of a youthful Tong Mo. Lo and behold, Lord Tong Mo's Millennium Ice Lotus. How remarkable that someone could force him to resort to this technique. Akaza scoffed, knowing that this was Tong Mo's last resort. The resurrection technique. Yet, the conditions for this technique to activate were extremely severe. It had to be initiated an hour in advance. And if one died within 10 minutes after the lotus bloomed, they would be revived. During the blood battle of repositioning years ago, he had lost due to this very technique. As the ice flower fully bloomed, the child sat up, the layers of ice shattering to reveal Tong Mo's innocent face. "Good morning, Akaza. Are you here to defend my honor?" How touching. The child version of Tong Mo tugged at Akaza's pant leg, his rainbow-colored eyes still bearing the mark of Upper Moon 2. "Remove your hand, scum." Akaza kicked out, but this time, Tong Mo surprisingly dodged, crouching defensively. That was close. This body has just recovered. It's not as sturdy as before. Just as the two were about to engage, the voice of the woman playing the pipa rang out. "Lord Muzan has descended." The atmosphere instantly froze. All the Upper Moons simultaneously knelt on one knee, gazing towards the shadow approaching from above. In the next moment, all the Upper Moons knelt fully. The figure halted, looking down upon them from a lofty height. Kabutsuji Muzan, the ruler of demons, had arrived. Good heavens, when I finally saw him clearly, I was momentarily stunned. This time, Muzan appeared as a woman. Moreover, she donned a traditional Miko outfit of white and red, with long black hair, and her exquisite features were nothing short of breathtaking. I couldn't help but think, this demon king certainly understands our aesthetic. This Miko, Miss Muzan, wore a face of fury, her voice as cold as ice. Another failure, Tong Mo. This time you have even perished, and the upper moons have fallen. Tong Mo maintained his usual cheerful demeanor. Well, Miss Musin, not all is lost. With this life, I have fulfilled another task you assigned to me. Indeed, he had another mission, to uncover Shi's secret. It is those eyes, Miss Musin. Tong Mo remarked that the woman's eyes were peculiar, possessing the ability to perceive fatal flaws that even we could not detect. It was certain that he surveyed the room filled with the upper moons, and deemed this woman an enemy to us all. This declaration rendered the atmosphere silent. Iwas were regarded him with an expression akin to observing a fool. An enemy? A mere female swordsman? Not even a demon would believe such a notion. However, their master, Miss Wuzong in her shrine maiden attire, spoke again, her voice imbued with an undeniable seriousness. Locate that woman. This time, I did not require her capture, nor her transformation into a demon. What I desire is merely her head or her eyes. At that moment, I could sense the overwhelming terror enveloping Kocho Musin. Through Tong Mo's unfortunate perspective, he witnessed my effortless slaughter in vivid detail, the sheer chilling fear of Tong Mo's demise transmitting through the network to his very bones. He was in a state of panic, hastily convening a meeting and turning to his most formidable subordinate, one of the upper moons, Hei Si Mu, asking that woman, "Have you encountered her? What can you say?" The fellow, Hei Si Mu, remained silent for a long while, as if caught in a web, before slowly lifting his gaze. I must say, his face was quite decent at first, but upon closer inspection, it bore 3 pairs of eyes, 6 golden pupils glimmering like a 6-eyed Vajra, sending chills down one's spine with just a glance. When he finally spoke, his arrogance was unparalleled. He stated that the woman lacked markings. Her breathing technique was rudimentary. She had not awakened the Hakai blade, nor entered any transcendent realm. Even if she possessed some twisted talent, it was of no consequence. He then delivered the most classic line. Under my command, she would not withstand a second strike. I couldn't help but chuckle. My friend, if you were so formidable, why does your boss tremble like a quail? While these demon lords convened to critique me, I found myself drifting off into a dream. I must tell you, that dream was extraordinary. I returned to the blazing inferno of the Tenshu Castle, the very place where I inherited the power of the Azura. However, this time, I saw not the Azura wolf, but rather another version of myself. An identical face, a matching physique, but with a neat short haircut and a radiant smile. Reminiscent of a sunlit youth. Clad in a kimono stained crimson with blood, she stood amidst the flames, greeting me. "Ah, you've come." I was utterly bewildered. Who among my kin could comprehend this? To dream of oneself is one thing, but to encounter a more extroverted version of myself. Yet, I quickly grasped the implications. My surname, Liang Yi, embodies the duality of yin and yang. I, Liang Yi Shi, represent yin, while this youthful figure exuding vitality must undoubtedly represent yang, Liang Yi Ji. Indeed, you are truly present. I cannot suppress a rueful smile. She nodded enthusiastically. That's right. I have always been here. Then why have you never spoken to me? I inquired. She pointed to the protective bell on my wrist, exuding an air of helplessness. This artifact suppresses the Azura, but simultaneously blocks our connection. Why? I gazed at her, as though staring into a mirror. She scratched her face, her gaze drifting before she finally managed to utter, "Because I am the Azura." The air fell silent. I inhaled deeply, sighing no. To be precise, you have become the Azura in my stead, correct? She paused momentarily, then playfully blinked. Oh dear, you've caught me. I harbored a lingering doubt. The Buddha sculptor, the wolf. So many fierce beings failed to contain the Azura's wrath. What made me, on the brink of unconsciousness, capable of doing so? Now, the truth was clear. I traversed the flames, cradling her face in my hands. The sensation akin to touching my own, because you bore the burden for me. It should have been I who was trapped here, burning. Who among my kin could understand the weight of realizing that while one thought they were shouldering everything alone, there had always been someone behind them, bearing the load? Yet she chuckled, playfully flicking my forehead. You think too much. You are the primary persona. If you were to vanish, we would both perish, leaving only a frenzied murderer in the world. My salvation is, in essence, self-preservation. With that, she began to dance joyfully amidst the flames, resembling a crimson butterfly, exuding unparalleled glee. I gazed at her, my heart a tempest of emotions, calmly asserting, "You saved me, and I will save you." Upon hearing this, her joy intensified. Bounding before me and pinching my cheek, "I know you will save me, but you are not yet capable. She elaborated that to suppress the Azura, one must possess light in their heart and a resolute goal, be it ambition, martial skill, or a person they wish to protect. However, she swiftly turned the conversation to my sore spot. Sure, you have lost your goal. The healer girl you wish to protect is no longer here. Therefore, you cannot save me. That sense of helplessness surged within me, just as I felt on the verge of breaking when her fingers pinched my face once more. Do not wear such a gloomy expression, she teased. If your goal is lost, simply find another. Then you'll be able to save me. With that, she began to push me as if ushering me away. Now, you must leave. Wait, I protested as I was pushed to the edge of the dream. What is your goal? With a mighty shove, I spun downward, the world around me swirling, her laughter echoing in my ears. Isn't it obvious? I jolted awake, my vision engulfed in white, my nostrils filled with the fragrance of flowers after rain, a delightful aroma. As my sight cleared, I discovered myself lying on a bed in the butterfly mansion. To my astonishment, the source of that delightful scent was none other than a butterfly. Butterfly Shinobu lay curled up on a chair beside the bed, embracing her knees, slumbering like a kitten. The morning light illuminated her face, her long eyelashes casting shadows, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. As I shifted slightly, she stirred awake, her purple eyes hazy as they turned toward me. Uncertain of my actions, perhaps feeling that observing someone while they slept was inappropriate, I strategically closed my eyes, feigning sleep. In that moment, I heard her let out a soft sigh, the edge of the bed sinking slightly as she sat upon it. She gently adjusted the blanket over me and brushed aside the hair sticking to my face with tender movements. Yet in the next instant, my heart skipped a beat. Her warm breath brushed against my face. Instinctively, I opened my eyes, and lo and behold, we were face to face, mere centimeters apart. Time seemed to stand still. I broke the silence first, my tone remarkably calm. So this is also part of a healer's duties? Her face flushed instantly from neck to ear as she sat bolt upright, abruptly coughing to regain her composure before turning back, her signature smile reappearing. However, her fingers incessantly playing with her hair betrayed her unease. Since I did not bring a thermometer, I had to resort to this method. This method? Forehead temperature check. By placing a normal person's forehead against the patient's to gauge their temperature, she spoke rapidly, as if reciting a menu. Is that so? I nodded, then tilted my head, earnestly scrutinizing her. Shall we continue? She, quite literally, short-circuited. Those few words rushed into her heart like a train, igniting the blush she had barely suppressed. She made a small sound, akin to a mosquito, and leaned closer. Forehead to forehead, our breaths intertwined. How is it? I inquired, sensing her forehead's coolness with utmost seriousness. She appeared somewhat distracted, only snapping back to reality when I asked, hastily returning to her previous demeanor. The cheerful insect Hashira, like Mr. Rengoku, your temperature is slightly abnormal. It should be a residual effect of overusing the flame breathing technique. Rest will suffice. I attempted to move my limbs, only to find my fingers tremble, which was quite vexing. You have residual effects from overexertion, she reprimanded gently. Your ligaments are severely strained. For the time being, you should simply relax. I could only chuckle ruefully. This was all the fault of that Yashakudo. The side effects were far too severe. She began to inspect my wounds, and after examining my limbs, she skillfully undid the straps of my hospital gown to check the bandaged injuries on my upper body. The speed of her actions made my eyes twitch, and I couldn't help but wonder why she was so adept at this. Suddenly she spoke. Has Shangxianji Air passed away? Yes, I replied softly. I'm sorry I couldn't let you kill him yourself, I added. She shook her head with a bitter smile. You needn't apologize. His death is the best consolation for me. She helped me fasten my clothing again and then retrieved a package from the side. Opening it, she revealed the butterfly Haori. You once said that those who pursue the past cannot move forward, she said, mustering great courage to look at me. May I ask you to become my goal for moving forward? At that moment, her smile was radiant, like a flower bathed in morning light, leaving me with no thought of refusal. That smile seemed to illuminate my very being, rendering me momentarily speechless, my mouth slightly agape. I am willing. The words slipped from my lips, and I was taken aback by my own response. In the following days, I practiced swordsmanship in the courtyard as part of my rehabilitation, but the image of Butterfly Shinobu's smile and my spontaneous declaration lingered in my mind. I couldn't fathom why it said that. Perhaps it was simply because her smile was too enchanting. I grasped the butterfly Haori in my hands. It still bore a faint floral fragrance. Since I had made a promise, I resolved to uphold it. With a sigh, I donned the Haori. It fits well, a voice chimed from behind, startling me. Butterfly Shinobu had appeared silently once more. Do not assume that your ability to conceal your presence grants you the freedom to act as you wish, I replied, exasperated. It is time for your medicine, she said cheerfully as she presented a bowl of green, unidentifiable liquid, attempting to feed me. This time, I did not let her have her way and took the bowl myself, gulping it down. As I returned the bowl to her, I remarked, "This is not something a physician should do." She smiled sweetly, placing a finger to her lips and playfully winking. "But it is indeed something I wish to do." I stared at her, momentarily lost in thought. Seeing my lack of response, she appeared slightly regretful and tentatively asked, "Do you dislike it?" After a moment of contemplation, I replied, "Not exactly." Her expression dimmed. "However," I added, "nor do I detest it. For someone like me, who struggles with facial paralysis, this essentially equates to saying I absolutely adore it. Do you understand?" Life continued smoothly. The demons had quieted down, likely intimidated by my previous encounter. Tanjiro and the others had visited me. Even Ju Tomioka came by, instructing me to take on the role of the water Hashira once I recovered, before leaving me in confusion. Today, an unexpected guest arrived in my room. A muscular man, clad in a headscarf and carrying 2 large swords on his back, the sound Hashira. Yuzui Tenjin. Without preamble, he stated he had a request concerning demons. Upon hearing this, my combative instinct stirred. After such a long respite, I felt my bones almost rusting. He hesitated before asking, "Have you heard of the Yoshiwara Pleasure District?" "Ah, the district known for its customs," I acknowledged. He nodded. "Yes, my 3 wives are there." I suspected that a 12 Kazuki was hiding within the Pleasure District, likely one from the upper ranks. His wife, a ninja he had sent as an undercover agent, had gone missing several days ago. Upon learning of the upper rank, I instinctively drew my sword. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us go." However, he firmly grasped my arm and earnestly stated, "Before that, I have a personal request to ask of you. I want you to infiltrate the Pleasure District as a geisha." "Wait, my friend, you want a sword saint to masquerade as a geisha? Is your imagination running wild?" Before I could voice my incredulity, the door swung open, revealing Butterfly Shinobu, frowning and standing seriously at the entrance. "I cannot agree to this." After a brief pause, perhaps realizing her tone was too harsh, she added a surprising statement, "Unless you take me with you." Thus, the situation evolved. Alongside Yuzui Tenjin, I found myself accompanied by Butterfly Shinobu and her apprentice, Kanawo. What a formidable ensemble this was. I felt that even Musen Kabutsuji would think twice before confronting us. Yuzui Tenjin arranged our identities for the infiltration. Kanawa was to be a traveling courtesan from a distant place, while Shinobu and I would also assume the roles of geishas. To blend in, we needed to don extravagant attire. Upon arriving at the Fujiwara residence, I was taken aback by Yuzui Tengin's selections. They were gaudy and devoid of taste. Amidst the colorful garments, my eyes caught sight of a simple, yet strikingly white kimono hidden beneath a pile of flamboyance. This would do, I decided. As soon as I donned the outfit, I understood that tonight, the Pleasure District would remember my name. Of course, this came at the cost of discomfort. The attire was stifling and hot, and the wig atop my head felt heavy, akin to wearing a mop. Who could understand the sacrifices made for the sake of being undercover, transitioning from a cold assassin to a sumptuous wife? Yuzui Tenjin praised my suitability for the role of a wife, but before he could finish, Butterfly Shinobu silenced him with a sharp glare. Our trio made quite the entrance. I, Butterfly Shinobu, and Kanawo, 3 stunning beauties walking in unison, while Yuzui Tenjin, with his silver hair unbound, led the way. I must say, with his face, he could easily pass as a woman himself, rendering our presence somewhat unnecessary. The entire plan hinged on an alluring facade, using our beauty to lure the demons. The crowd went wild, surrounding us in throngs, buzzing with speculation about the new courtesan making her rounds. Everything unfolded according to Yuzui Tengin's plan. He assumed the role of a brothel keeper effortlessly, guiding the bewildered Kanawo into the OG Honya, before sending Butterfly Shinobu to the Shijuku house. When it came to my turn, however, we hit a snag. "Strange, why are you the most difficult to arrange?" Yuzui Tenjin murmured. "Well, given my demeanor, it is evident that I exude an air of nobility. Who would dare associate me with such a frivolous establishment?" I quipped. He raised his hands in surrender. "Spare me. I am used to being a customer, not a staff member." Just as we exchanged banter, an elder proprietress finally mustered the courage to approach us. She was the owner of the Kayagaka house, named Mitsu, and her gaze immediately fell upon me with a look that suggested she had struck gold. She gushed incessantly about how, had I arrived sooner, she would have made me the premier courtesan of all Japan, a legend. My eyelids twitched. I could hardly endure another day here, let alone become a legend. By the way, I don't even know your name, she suddenly inquired. I was momentarily taken aback. Usually Tenjin had assigned names to the others, yet I had been deemed too ethereal to warrant one. After a brief contemplation, I blurted out, just one character. No sooner had I spoken than at all. Slender figure blocked our path at the entrance to the Kayagaka house. The woman was strikingly beautiful, yet her gaze toward me brimmed with hostility. A chill ran down my spine. I recognized the unmistakable aura of a demon. The proprietress Mitsu trembled, her voice quaking as she hurriedly explained. Ji is here from the Shimabara Pleasure District for training. The woman, identified as Ryougi, elongated her tone mockingly. Oh, so a country courtesan has come a visit? As she spoke, she reached out to tug at the flower adorning my hair with considerable force. This was nothing short of workplace bullying. Before I could utter a word, Sanjin unexpectedly spoke on my behalf, though her voice trembled like a leaf in the wind. Ryougi paid her no heed, her lips murmuring something about the reputation of Jingjingwu, while her hands remained in motion. In the next moment, I seized her wrist firmly. She raised an eyebrow, and I gazed at her with an unusually gentle smile, stating that while my talents were few, one was certainly sufficient. The moment those words left my lips, her expression instantly darkened. This provocation was akin to pulling a golden card in a lottery game and flaunting it in front of a seal. Yet she quickly composed herself, flashing a seductive smile as she brushed my hand away, declaring that I must perform well during our first encounter that evening. With that, she turned on her heel, her posture radiating confidence, likely believing she had me cornered. As night fell, Jingjingwu was teeming with people, reminiscent of a festive celebration. First to grace the stage was Ryougi, the courtesan who dazzled the crowd, eliciting raucous cheers from the men below, who seemed utterly enthralled. Once her performance concluded, the music shifted dramatically, adopting a somber tone. It was my turn. Clutching a black saber, I descended the stairs from the second floor step by step. A profound silence enveloped the venue. One could hear a pin drop. My sword dance left the men below utterly spellbound, their eyes wide open as if their CPUs had overheated. Even Ryougi appeared entranced. Little did they know, I was not performing a dance, but rather engaging in a warm-up before the banquet. At the final flourish of my performance, the lights in Jingjingwu abruptly extinguished, plunging the space into darkness. In that pitch-black void, Ryougi on the second floor had yet to react when a pair of eerie blue eyes surged towards her from below. Indeed, I had not come to dance. I had come to claim a life. This sword strike was intended to sever the ties of the demon. The overwhelming aura of death locked onto Ryougi. But being an upper-ranked demon, she transformed into a shadow and shattered the ceiling to escape just as my blade neared her neck. She leaped onto the rooftop, transformed, with tattoos adorning her face and the word Shangxian Lu clearly reflected in her eyes. Panic surged within her as she recognized me as the woman who had nearly slain Tamayo, just as she contemplated calling for reinforcements before she could even complete the thought. Yushui Tanyuan appeared unexpectedly, wielding two massive cleavers that swiftly severed her head from her shoulders. Butterfly Shinobu and Kane also leapt from other rooftops, encircling her without delay. Is this the one? So pitifully weak, truly an upper rank? Yushui Tanyuan squatted on the rooftop, disdain etched on his face. Butterfly Shinobu furrowed her brows, sensing something amiss. Suddenly, the severed head on the ground erupted into furious curses, lamenting the audacity of having its head severed and insisting it was not weak. Death to all. Who understands? My family? This creature, having lost its head, was still alive. While crying, she reattached her head, and countless silk ribbons burst forth from her body, her earlier clones returning, swelling her power as her black hair transformed into white. Blood demon art. Eightfold slash. 8 ribbons, sharp as blades, swept through the surroundings, demolishing the nearby structures. Fortunately, Yushui Tianyuan had cleared the area in advance. Otherwise, there would have been casualties. As the three of us narrowly evaded the attack, we witnessed Ryougi standing on the rooftop, her face ablaze with fury, threatening, "I will kill you all, turn you into specimens." Yushui Tianyuan and the others were momentarily stunned, not by fear, but by the absurdity of what unfolded behind Ryougi. There I was clad in opulent attire, casually strolling towards her as if on a leisurely walk. As I approached, I discarded the cumbersome layers of clothing until I was left with only a white kimono. Yet, the upper-rank demon remained utterly oblivious. Indeed, I had ingested Tsukuyami candy and stealthily approached her from behind. As I stood less than 3 meters away, Yushui Tianyuan and the others held their breath. Ryougi, still basking in her self-satisfaction, believed she had us under her spell. Suddenly, her expression shifted. Her pupils dilated in disbelief as she glanced down at her neck. My blade had silently positioned itself against her throat. Just as she attempted to turn her head, I caught sight of her eyes, a blend of blue and red. In the next instant, I exerted force with my right hand, and the blade sliced through her neck, severing the line of death. Was it over? Butterfly Shinobu exhaled in relief, landing beside me. Yet I frowned, my gaze fixated on Ryougi's corpse. It was not over. I watched in disbelief as the line of death I had severed began to reconnect on its own. It was as if someone was forcibly tying a knot in a broken string. What was happening? How did I end up in the realm of vengeful spirits? Only to encounter a Sadako? Abruptly, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped me. I swiftly embraced Butterfly Shinobu and leaped aside. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted where we had just stood, creating a gaping hole. Through the smoke and debris emerged a grotesque figure nearly 3 meters tall. And on its back was none other than the supposedly slain Ryougi. A hoarse male voice reverberated. How dare anyone attempt to sever our bond? May. Ryougi's voice chimed playfully. Ah, but no one can separate us, brother. The moment that creature appeared, the temperature of the air plummeted by 10 degrees. Yushui Tianyuan's expression darkened, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. This was the true upper rank 6, a dual entity demon. Sisters Ryougi, brother Jifutaro. The hunchback man, Jifutaro, grinned wickedly. You certainly piqued my interest, but anyone who harms May must die. As his words fell, the siblings launched their assault simultaneously. Countless blood-red blades sealed my escape. 2 crimson sickles lunging directly at my face. I stepped forward, positioning myself in front of Butterfly Shinobu, unleashing the final form of water-breathing, Nagi. An invisible wave of sword energy shattered all the blades into fragments. Yet the 2 sickles broke through my absolute defense, leaving a bloody gash on my shoulder. So close. A commendable sword form, Jifutaro smirked, but your fate was sealed the moment you stood here. You shall not witness the sun tomorrow. The long night will always stand by our side. As if those words had summoned calamity, chaos erupted on my end. I had believed my strike was secure, only to witness the severed line of death inexplicably reattach itself. It was as if a disconnected network cable was spontaneously knotting itself. I stood there dumbfounded. I had never witnessed such a scene in the land of Wano while battling the white serpent. In my moment of distraction, the brother-sister duo charged at me like madmen. Fortunately, my allies were not idle. Before I could raise my blade, Butterfly Shinobu swiftly appeared at my side, her slender sword deflecting the blood sickles with a resounding clang. Moving so swiftly that only a flash of steel was visible, she gracefully floated down, softly assuring me, we have 4 on our side. No sooner had she spoken than Yushui Tianyuan and Kane appeared like phantoms behind the brother-sister duo. 2 massive cleavers rested against the neck of the brother demon, while Kane's pink blade poised at the base of the sister demon's neck. I thought, surely this would end in their demise. Yet the brother demon simply clicked his tongue, abruptly halting his assault, and called out to a shadowy corner, demanding we surrender Yushui Tianyuan to him. As I followed his gaze, I noticed an ornate jade pot that had seemingly materialized from nowhere. In the next moment, the pot emitted a thick plume of smoke akin to that of Aladdin's lamp, from which emerged a grotesque creature of extreme abstraction. My family members, who could understand such things, would know that its features were utterly reversed. Its eyes were positioned on its forehead and chin, while its mouth occupied the place of its eyes, embodying a disconcerting beauty. The irises were engraved with the symbols for Upper Moon and 5. To add to the chaos, 3 bubbles floated behind it, containing the 3 wives that Yuzui Tenjin had rescued just that afternoon. At this point, Yuzui Tenjin had fully activated his berserker mode, his eyes aflame with rage as he pointed at the pot, vowing to annihilate it that very night, declaring that even its ashes would be scattered. With that, he charged forward wielding his twin blades. Butterfly Shinobu, upon witnessing the situation, quickly urged Kanaihu to follow and provide support, fearing that he might recklessly sacrifice himself in his fury. Thus, the scene transformed into a 2-on-2 confrontation, with me and Butterfly Shinobu facing off against the brother-sister demon duo. The brother demon boasted arrogantly, proclaiming that they had never lost a 2-on-2 battle. I chose to ignore him and turned to Butterfly Shinobu, addressing her as Butterfly. She hesitated for a moment, likely taken aback, as it was the first time I called her that. I continued, instructing her to handle the woman above while I validated a theory of mine. Without a moment's pause, she nodded firmly, uttering a single word, "Mem." The trust one felt in that moment was overwhelming. In the next instant, we both surged forward simultaneously, our coordination seamless. I utilized the remnants of the water-breathing technique to provide cover for her as she flitted through the air like a butterfly, her movements so swift that she was nearly invisible. Together, we danced through the chaos, our blades flashing as we closed in on the brother and sister. Although the siblings exhibited a synchronized combat style reminiscent of a well-rehearsed routine, with blood sickles and ribbons forming a spherical cage to ensnare us, they had underestimated our resolve. Butterfly Shinobu bravely charged toward the multitude of ribbons, while I stood by, cleaving through the blood sickles that approached her. From an outsider's perspective, she resembled a butterfly fluttering around a flower, while I was that very flower, a beautiful dance of butterfly and bloom, a sight to behold. However, mere aesthetics were insufficient. As I fought, I confirmed my suspicions. The brother and sister shared a singular life force. Each time I severed the brother demon's lifeline, an unseen hand would retie it. Was this not the most fashionable cybernetic doppelganger of 2025? Killing one was utterly futile. The only solution lay in vanquishing them both simultaneously. An idea formed in my mind. I turned to Butterfly Shinobu and asked, "Butterfly, could you keep them occupied for just a moment?" She panted, dodging an attack, yet nodded without hesitation. In that moment, I realized I had to carry this endeavor. I could not betray her trust. I settled into a cross-legged position, entering a state of self-hypnosis, not to gain strength, but to access the sure state I had attained during my battle with Doma, seeking a blade that could genuinely sever this bond, the not-dead slash. My consciousness began to fade, the world around me blurring into obscurity, leaving only the image of Butterfly Shinobu fighting valiantly. A singular thought resonated within me. I must hold on. In the next moment, clarity washed over me as I returned to the fiery confines of that small, dark room, where I encountered my other persona, Weaving. I must tell you, she understood me perfectly. Before I could utter a word, she handed me a long, crimson katana. "Is this the one?" She smiled, adding, "You can't use the other one yet." Just as I was about to inquire why, she pushed me toward the exit, urging, "Don't ask. If you do, that little butterfly of yours won't last much longer." Remarkably, she could perceive the situation outside. As she propelled me forward, she cupped her hands into a trumpet shape, calling out, "By the way, I've seen all those sweet nothings exchanged between you and that medical lady." As my awareness returned, I was met with a sight that sent my heart racing. Only 3 minutes had passed in the real world, yet for Butterfly Shinobu, those minutes felt like an eternity. As she battled both upper moons alone, sustaining wounds all over her body, a deep gash marred her left side, and her slender sword was on the verge of breaking. Yet she did not retreat an inch. The brother demon taunted her, claiming that his sickle was laced with deadly poison, insinuating that she could barely hold her blade. Nevertheless, Butterfly Shinobu forced a smile, retrieving a small box from her sleeve to inject herself with an antidote, declaring, "I'm sorry, but I'm a doctor. There are antidotes in this world." The brother demon, growing impatient, transformed into a crimson spinning top, descending upon her with tremendous force, swift and impossible to evade. Butterfly Shinobu could only brace herself, lifting her blade to withstand the impact. I watched helplessly as her fragile form was crushed, a stream of blood erupting from her mouth. Just as I feared she would succumb, she erupted with newfound vigor. Flames ignited within her violet pupils as she roared with all her might. "I am the insect Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Butterfly Shinobu. Even if this body perishes, I shall surely eradicate the evil demons." In that moment, she pushed back against the blood sickles with sheer determination. Though her blade shattered in the process, the force of her metamorphosis was awe-inspiring. Yet at that very instant, the sister demon, Daki, launched a surprise attack from behind, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to the now defenseless Butterfly Shinobu. But we, too, had our own 2 fighters. A cold voice echoed, "I have returned." I emerged, wielding the unsheathed crimson katana, executing a sweeping strike infused with seething fury that sent Daki flying like a rag doll. crashing through 2 floors of a small building. I stood before Butterfly Shinobu, gazing at her as I uttered, I apologize for my tardiness, and for the first time, I called her by her name, Shinobu. I noticed her violet eyes widen in surprise, then soften into a gentle smile. However, there was no time for tender exchanges. I turned my gaze, fixating fiercely on the hunchbacked brother demon. Seeing Shinobu's injuries ignited a furious blaze within me. She had fought so valiantly to protect me, who was unable to move. How could I tolerate this? Gripping the hilt of my katana with my right hand, I gently nudged my left thumb, causing the crimson billet to slide from its sheath, releasing a crimson aura that slithered forth like a serpent. The brother demon recoiled, sensing the threat that could sever all. He remained still, but I did not. I transformed into a fleeting shadow, surging forward at a speed so great that he could only perceive the glimmer of my blue-red eyes. In an instant, I closed a 5-meter distance. It was within that span that my blade, billet, fully emerged from its sheath. Can you believe it? The very light of the blade, coupled with its length, expanded its attack range, making every inch within 5 meters a zone of lethal strikes. The brother demon had no time to react as he raised his blood sickle to block. A sharp crack resonated. With a single stroke, I severed his sickle, his lifelines, and the curse bond he shared with his sister. Though the lifelines attempted to reconnect as they had before, under Bilet's power, they could merely writhe helplessly before dissipating into nothingness. The hunchbacked man staggered backward, collapsing to the ground, staring at the bloodstains on his chest. There was no expression of defiance, no roar of anger. He merely extended his hand toward the direction where Daki had fallen, hoarsely uttering one final name, May. From the ruins, that face rose, and upon witnessing this scene, she released a heart-wrenching wail. Brother. She clutched her brother's gradually cooling corpse, weeping in despair, causing my grip on the katana to tremble involuntarily. I had vanquished a demon, yet it felt as though I had severed something immensely precious. I approached her silently, prepared to guide her on her journey. She lay atop her brother, crying and murmuring, "Don't leave me all alone." My blade slowly descended. Yet just then, I beheld an astonishing sight. The wretched figure of Jifu Tailong, who should have long since perished, managed to lift his right hand with great difficulty, trembling violently with each movement. He gently caressed May's face, wiping away her tears, bit by bit, though he had already succumbed to death. It was the transcendent force of bonds that compelled him to perform such an act. Thus, my blade could not sever it. I must tell you, those two siblings turned to ash beneath the sun, the sister holding her brother, murmuring about never being apart. Ultimately, the sunlight illuminated the entire flower street, and the two of them, the sixth of the upper moons, vanished utterly. On the other side, the sound Hashira, Yuzue Tenjin, had concluded his battle as well. Bloodied and weary, he hoisted the terrified vessel with one hand, forcing it to witness the sunrise. As he watched it gradually turn to ash, he flung it away with a flourish, embodying the very essence of promise fulfilled, scattering the ashes of the fifth upper moon. After this fierce confrontation, we all bore wounds. Kanaihu fared better, while Yuzue Tenjin suffered grievously. Had it not been for the desperate pleas of his 3 wives, he might have been lost. Moreover, Kocho Shinobu was gravely injured, her legs in such pain that each step seemed to struggle to remain intact. I watched as she stumbled, and quickly reached out to steady her. She was indeed light, and I contemplated simply carrying her to save us both trouble. Yet, to my surprise, as I scooped her up in a princess carry, she froze, her face flushing a deep crimson, and softly murmured that I could actually carry her on my back. I retorted firmly that I preferred not to. Upon returning to the butterfly mansion, I needed to examine her injuries. The scene was quite chaotic. She insisted I turn off the lights, leaving the room in darkness, and as my hand brushed against her, she trembled slightly. When I inquired if it hurt, she shook her head with closed eyes, urging me to continue. Upon examination, I discovered multiple fractures throughout her body, her heels nearly shattered. I remarked that facing off against a monster like Jifu Tailong was tantamount to courting disaster. Her slight frame was akin to a feather duster colliding with a freight truck. Just then, a loud bang sounded outside, and fireworks erupted, illuminating the sky one after another. As she gazed out the window, she suddenly offered to teach me medicine in the future. At that very moment, the largest firework burst in the sky, its brightness rivaling daytime, flooding the room and casting its light upon her. I was momentarily stunned. My heart raced, echoing the rhythm of the fireworks outside, quickening to a point of confusion. I hastily invented an excuse to brew medicine and slipped outside. Leaning against the door, my face burned with heat, my heart still pounding. What was this sensation? The following day, the butterfly mansion was busier than a battlefield, overwhelmed with injured souls. Kanazaki Aoi was struggling alone. Observing her frantic efforts, I approached to offer my assistance. To my surprise, as I drew out my small knife to treat the ailments, Aoi was rendered speechless. Her expression one of sheer disbelief, as if she thought I was about to unleash chaos within the butterfly mansion. I chose not to elaborate. Walking straight to a man who was howling in agony, and with a swift strike aimed at the dark lines of disease on his body, I made my incision. Instantly, he ceased his cries. Aoi's face drained of color, likely fearing I had truly sent him away. Just as she was about to react, the pallor of his poisoned visage visibly faded, and he was healed. He examined his body in disbelief, while Aoi stared in astonishment. I finally explained to her that my eyes could perceive the lines of death caused by illness, and my purpose was simply to sever them. In essence, I conveyed to her that as long as there was life, even in sickness, I would demonstrate my ability to eliminate it. This revelation would surely solidify my reputation within the Demon Slayer Corps. After a long day of work, I carried medicine to Kocho Shinobu's room that evening. Upon entering, I found her asleep against her bed, the sunset's glow enveloping her hand clutching a notebook. Upon closer inspection, I discovered it was her pharmacological notes organized for me that day. In that instant, a particular memory surged forth, merging with the scene before me. Once, someone had also taken the time to prepare such notes for me amidst the snow and wind. I felt as though I had rediscovered the objective that Ji had once mentioned. I promptly entered a state of self-hypnosis, delving into my mental realm, the blazing Tinshu Pavilion. I recounted the recent events, from the feathered cloak to the notes, to Ji. However, her reaction was unexpectedly cold, dousing my enthusiasm with a bucket of ice water. She questioned me sharply, asking if I was certain. I inquired about what she meant. Rising from her perch, her gaze was as sharp as a blade. Were you truly protecting her, or merely seeking the shadow of Yongjin? Upon hearing the name Yongjin, I felt a chill run through me. Ji continued, pointing out that Yongjin had gifted me the feathered cloak, treated my wounds, and even penned pharmacological notes for me. Had I, perhaps unknowingly, begun to seek a substitute for the deceased within another? The term substitute struck with piercing clarity. She fixed her gaze upon me, asking whether, in my eyes, she was merely Kocho Shinobu or merely a reflection of the physician Yongjin. Without resolving this query, I would never truly master the path of the Shura. Carrying this question, the next day, as I administered her medicine, my heart was a tumult of emotions. I maintained a stoic expression as I offered her the spoon, and she, with a bitter smile, opened her mouth to drink. The atmosphere felt peculiar. After she finished the medicine, she unexpectedly pointed at my hair, asking if I wouldn't consider trimming it. I glanced down to find a strand had fallen into the medicinal bowl during our earlier exchange. It dawned on me that my hair had inadvertently grown to shoulder length, the longest it had ever been in my life. I shook my head, replying that the sensation of long hair was rather pleasant. Upon hearing this, she paused momentarily, then smiled, a hint of joy evident in her tone. Just then, a member of the Hidden Corps arrived, informing me that my broken Jiozi Jianding had encountered some peculiar issues during repairs and required my presence at the forging village. After some thought, I realized that Bailei's blade was too lengthy and incompatible with my small sword. I prefer to utilize the familiar Jiozi Jianding. Thus, I agreed to depart immediately. Turning to bid farewell to Kocho Shinobu, I was taken aback to see she had already donned her uniform and butterfly Haori. Appearing ready for action, I mentioned that I too needed to visit the forging village, and her gaze drifted, avoiding mine. As she explained, she had to discuss modifications to the new blade with the village chief. I furrowed my brow, asking if she was fit for the journey. I can convey messages if needed, I offered. No, I'm fine. She quickly retorted, my sword design is quite unique, and you wouldn't understand. Besides, the forging village has healing hot springs that would be perfect for me. Ah, such an excuse, primarily about companionship. With her insistence, I had little choice but to acquiesce and accompany her. Just as we prepared to set off, the demon Lord Muzin was fuming with rage. With Jifu Tailong and Yuhu dispatched, the ranks of the upper moons had been disrupted for the first time in centuries. He believed my presence was the catalyst for this upheaval. In the dimly lit chamber, he issued orders to a kneeling black-haired warrior. The warrior slowly raised his head, revealing 3 pairs of eyes, 6 in total. Understanding, the 6-eyed individual spoke. This time, I shall take action. This ancient village, existing since the Warring States period, was home to individuals who possessed unparalleled mastery in the art of blade forging, specializing in crafting Nicaran blades capable of slaying demons. Alongside various breathing techniques passed down through generations, serving as vital assets for the Demon Slayer Corps in their battle against malevolent spirits. The technique of breathing enables the Gisha Jinshur, Gui Sha Jianshur, to possess physical attributes that rival those of the Gui, while the Rulindal, Riluindao, endows the Gisha Jinshur with the capacity to vanquish the demons. The complementary nature of these elements provides the Bri Sha Duri, Gui Sha Due, with the strength to confront their adversaries. Consequently, as one of the core production hubs, the location of Dondaltsun, Duan Daotsuan, remains shrouded in secrecy. Any other members wishing to visit must undergo measures such as blindfolding and earplugs, escorted by a specialized covert unit. However, due to Su's unique status and the presence of in3, the usual protocols were not applied to them. Instead, they were guided by several Ganya. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the duo at last arrived at their destination, Dondaltsun. Emerging from the dense forest, they beheld the rising smoke from the quaint cottages. in3 could not help but marvel at the sight. This village, entirely concealed within the depths of the mountainous forest, boasted houses built beneath the thick canopy of trees, rendering them invisible from above. Apart from the endless expanse of the forest, not a hint of the structures could be discerned. Coupled with the extraordinarily intricate routes, it was evident that without the guidance of the Sna, even those who had visited multiple times would struggle to navigate. Isn't it astonishing? Deering observed the slight surprise on Sir S' face and chuckled softly. When I first arrived, I felt the same. Although it may appear as a mere village, it has evolved to the scale of a small town, and the terrain is quite complex. in3, if not careful, could easily lose her way. Before Derung could finish her thought, a sudden chill enveloped her right hand. Startled, she looked down to see a pale hand clasping her own. Sure? Derung turned her head to regard the serious and cool visage of Sir. This village is extensive. The composed face did not turn, merely gazing ahead. I have a poor sense of direction. Greetings, esteemed 2 instruments. I am the village head, Tidihayun, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The diminutive, white-haired elder sat gracefully on a tatama mat. Before him rested Josie Jianding, housed in a red oak scabbard alongside a broken blade wrapped in white cloth. It is an honor. Sir nodded in acknowledgement, within seated beside her, mirroring the gesture. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. However, as a blacksmith, I must apologize first. Grasped drawing it from its scabbard to reveal its broken blade. Despite my diligent search for compatible steel, I have regrettably failed, which is why I have been unable to fulfill the commission you entrusted to me, esteemed 2 instruments. As a blacksmith, this is my failing. Is it irreparable? Not entirely. This blade possesses a unique power. Although it is fractured, its strength remains intact. Yet, the damage at the break is severe, necessitating the incorporation of additional steel to restore it. Sure understood S reference to the S ability to sever most barriers, although such barriers do not exist in this world. Consequently, even this master blacksmith, despite sensing something extraordinary, could not fathom the true nature of that power. The elderly artisan gently touched the jagged edge of a Dijinding, which was not smooth, but rather resembled the uneven teeth of a beast. The black-haired warrior, suspected to be one of the upper moons, utilized a unique method of force that mimicked internal energy. From an external viewpoint, the blade appeared relatively intact, yet internally it was on the verge of collapse. Such an approach, while potentially allowing for repairs, would diminish or even obliterate the original power of the blade. This is why I sought your counsel, esteemed 2 instruments. Should we preserve this blade until we find a method of repair, or should we proceed with the incorporation of other materials for restoration? As he spoke, He Yan pushed the Zhou Zu Jianding towards Shi. Please, make your decision. Shi gazed at the battered Jingding before her, exhaling softly before pushing it back toward the elderly blacksmith. In that case, I'll leave it in your capable hands, village head. The ability to sever barriers is the Jingding's sole unique power. Should it lose this capability, it would merely become a finely crafted ordinary sword, which is not the outcome I desire. He Yan nodded, acknowledging the gravity of their task. This is our duty. Furthermore, having anticipated this scenario, we have crafted a spare blade for you, modeled closely after the specifications of your sword, using Xing 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 Fei Kongshi, Xing 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 Fei Kuang Shi. He then produced a slender wooden box from behind him and presented it to her. A flicker of interest crossed his eyes as she opened the box, revealing a replica of the Jing, indistinguishable from the original in both blade and hilt. Even the scabbard was nearly identical to the naked eye. Grasping the blade, she was slightly astonished by its near-equivalent weight. Indeed, Sen had stated, they had made an exceptional imitation, not only in appearance but also in heft. The sole distinction lay in the blade's transformation into a white-blue hue upon her touch. Thoughtful, she nodded gently, expressing her gratitude. Now, as for Shun, Kyun turned his attention to the location of Dirun. It seems remarkable that Xian's blade could also suffer damage, despite its design focusing on thrusting. Well, there were some unforeseen circumstances, Dirun remarked, slightly embarrassed, scratching her face. However, in combat, such occurrences are not uncommon. Kyun took a sip of tea and continued. Is the design for the blade still as usual? No, S tone shifted to one of seriousness, her expression resolute. This time, please craft me a Rilindao of ordinary design. Why such a stubborn choice for a standard design of Lindal? As they walked toward their accommodations, Thru suddenly inquired. Earlier, Dirun had unexpectedly insisted on a conventional design rather than adhering to the previous one, resolutely opting for standard, slashing focused Dragal. Sure understood that due to her petite stature and lack of strength, had traditionally relied on the toxins of wisteria flowers to eliminate demons. Her Rilindal had been specially designed for this purpose. However, now there has been a slight change. Dirun offered an ambiguous explanation. A change? Indeed. She gently unfastened a button on her uniform collar. Following our last battle, I discovered this. She delicately pulled back a corner of her uniform, revealing her exquisite, fair collarbone. Atop it rested a blue butterfly, roughly the size of a thumb. So, this pattern emerged after the battle with Futong, Ji Fu Tai Long. She gazed thoughtfully at the blue butterfly perched upon the girl as collarbone. To be precise, it likely manifested during the battle, and my body underwent a transformation thereafter. Yes, Dirun nodded. A noticeable change has occurred. My strength, speed, and even the fundamental functions of my body have significantly improved. Now, I might be able to sever a demon's neck. Upon hearing this, Shire's mind conjured the image of deftly deflecting just blood sickles at the last moment. In that instant, the girl resembled a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, and her decisive strike against the blood sickles marked her first flutter after breaking free. Thus, this is the reason for resorting to the use of a standard Nichiren blade. Isnt it? Shiki let out a gentle sigh, urging not to overexert oneself. It's not an overexertion. Kochu Shinobu shook her head, her exquisite visage gradually hardening with determination. Even I, despite my current state, yearn to grow stronger. Shiki paused slightly, then smiled in understanding. Indeed, a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon must eventually unfurl its new wings and soar through the skies. If that is the case, you have already accomplished it. No, compared to you, I still have a significant gap. You, who bear no markings, are far stronger than I. If you were to awaken your markings, you would surely be the closest to that legendary swordsman in these years. That swordsman, Shiki murmured. Have you heard of him? Kochu Shinobu blinked in surprise. Shiki nodded lightly. During her recovery, she had nearly perused all records of the Demon Slayer Corps, and that vague title frequently appeared within the documents. His name was not mentioned, yet according to the descriptions, this swordsman was known to be the user of the original breathing of the sun, the progenitor of the 5 fundamental breathing styles, and was hailed as the most formidable swordsman in history. By the way, speaking of which, there are combat puppets in the village modeled after him, known as Yuani Lingi. If you're interested, you might want to take a look. It may assist you in awakening your markings. Awakening markings? Shiki recalled the dark-haired warrior, who seemed to possess something similar on his forehead. In the early morning at the Swordsmith village, a tall man with a rooster comb hairstyle strode through the streets where breakfast was being prepared. A grotesque scar marred his right cheek, adding an extra layer of ferocity to his already intimidating visage. More notably, he bore a weapon upon his shoulder, a fearsome Jumanji spear, its body entirely black, with a gleaming silver tip. The appearance of this weapon suggested it was crafted from the rare Shingetsu red iron and Shingetsu red, or a Nichiren weapon, or rather, a Nichiren spear. Within the Demon Slayer Corps, there were many who wielded diverse weaponry. Some combined hammers, axes, and chains, while others employed soft swords as supple as belts. However, the spear-wielding Demon Slayer was unique. He was the one who inherited the Wisteria style secrets, Nakagawa Jinya. Nakagawa Jinya was feeling quite irritable. Today was supposed to be a day of joy, as he had just received his Nichiren spear, yet the persistent presence trailing behind him was driving him nearly to madness. Mr. Nakagawa, are you here to forge a Nichiren weapon? Mr. Nakagawa, what is that spear? Mr. Nakagawa, let us become friends. It was a boy clad in a green, checkered haori, sporting a head injury, whose face radiated an infectious smile as he attempted to engage Jinya in conversation. Tanjiro Kamado. Jinya was uncertain how he had become entangled with this individual. Though they had encountered one another a few times, those meetings had been anything but friendly, often bordering on conflict. Yet, despite this, the boy continued to cling to him like a ghost. This guy must be a demon. Ignoring the incessant chatter, Nakagawa Jinya pressed forward. His visit to the swordsmith village was not solely to acquire his Nichiren spear. He also wished to test his strength. After training in the Wisteria style, ordinary demons appeared feeble before him, yet he had not encountered any of the formidable 12 Kazuki. Thus, he reluctantly made his way to the swordsmith village, where he could gauge his strength with the in3 while acquiring his Nichiren spear. He traversed the street, entered the woods, and wandered for quite some time. Finally, at high noon, as the sun reached its zenith, Nakagawa Jinya discovered the so-called in3. It was a wooden automaton resembling a samurai, but peculiarly designed with 6 arms, each clutching a Nichiren blade. This was indeed a combat puppet modeled after the original breathing of the Sun Swordsman. According to Jinya's understanding, it was designed with 6 arms to replicate the swordsmanship of the original breathing of the Sun Swordsman, and after centuries of practice, the puppet had become increasingly worn. Yet even so, its current prowess was only slightly beneath that of a Hashira-level swordsman. However, to the craftsmen who participated in its creation, this strength was deemed insignificant, even stating it possessed not even 1% of the original S power. That face seems familiar. Just as Jinya fell into contemplation, a familiar voice caused his expression to twitch. Why are you still here? Oh, Mr. Nakagawa, don't mind me. Let us grow stronger together. Tanjiro exclaimed, his fists clenched, brimming with determination. Several hours later, such swift swordsmanship. Tanjiro and Nakagawa Jinya lay sprawled on the ground, breathless. The initial fervor they had shared was now replaced with ashen faces. Although the automaton did not employ breathing techniques, its flawless coordination of 6 Nichiren blades was truly terrifying. Even their combined efforts had failed to inflict any damage upon the in3. Let us call it a day. It's nearly dinner time. With those words, Jinya sat up. Throughout the day, he had found that this boy in the green, checkered haori was not as intolerable as he had initially thought. His relentless spirit was indeed commendable. However, when he turned to look at Tanjiro, he froze. The boy, who always wore a sunny smile, was now engulfed in overwhelming fear. His mouth opened as if to speak, yet it seemed as though an invisible hand had seized his throat. A nauseating scent permeated the air, so close that even Nakagawa Jinya's keen senses could detect it. It was the scent of a demon. His pupils trembled as he slowly turned his head, catching a glimpse of a towering figure that had appeared behind him unbeknownst to him. At that moment, the clouds obscuring the moon parted, casting moonlight upon the imposing silhouette. Its 3 pairs of eyes, adorned with crimson pupils and golden irises, glaring ominously in the lunar glow, like a 6-eyed demon. Get away from there, Jinya! Tanjiro finally shouted. Chapter 88. Sword in right hand, gun in left. This was a moment of despair for Nakagawa Jinya, as the demon with 3 pairs of eyes gazed down upon him with a condescending glare and slowly drew its blade. The sound of metal against metal ringing clear in the air. Despite this, Jinya found himself unable to react in the slightest. The suffocating pressure from those 3 pairs of eyes rendered his blood frozen in his veins. All he could do was stare vacantly as the blade, reflecting the moonlight, emerged from its sheath. In that moment, he felt like a condemned prisoner bound to the guillotine, with the upper moon one poised to sever his head without any hope of resistance. Suddenly, a swift interruption occurred. The air was filled with the sound of a fierce slash. Not just 1, but 6. The in3, the combat puppet, executed a critical strike programmed to slay demons. Upon sensing the presence of a demon, the previously motionless automaton sprang to life. The technique of the sun-breathing swordsman, restored through 6 arms, although lacking in the perfect breath technique, still emanates an overwhelming might. It is likely that even the lower-ranked demons of the 12 Kazuki would struggle to withstand it. Even the likes of Tanjiro and Jinya would find it challenging to resist such swordsmanship. Yet, under the moonlight, the warrior raised his hand, wielding the blade with a subtle yet precise motion, executing the most flawless strike. The 6 Nichiren blades shattered simultaneously, each breaking in the same manner, as this black-haired warrior had delivered but a single blow. Simultaneously disintegrating was the mechanical doll known as in3, which, despite only enduring one cut, was obliterated by an invisible force, revealing a pitch-black Nichiren blade within. Ultimately, was it merely a replica? It could not even muster a fraction of in3's strength. The black-haired warrior sighed softly, a hint of sorrow evident in his tone. Although in3 was destroyed in an instant, that brief moment was sufficient for Jinya to escape from the deadly weapon adorned with eyes. With a powerful push, the fierce will to survive propelled him to unleash a strength unlike any he had previously known, covering a distance of 5 to 6 meters in a mere step. Logically, this distance would be considered safe compared to before, but the black-haired warrior was not a being easily measured by logic. A chill emanated from his waist, and in that fleeting moment, Jinya felt as if his body were pierced by the cold moonlight. The next instant, a sharp pain radiated from his midsection, and he looked down in shock to see his lower body severed. He had been cleaved in two. To his astonishment, despite his body being bisected, he still clung to life. The black-haired warrior stepped lightly beside Jinya, scrutinizing him with 6 eyes, a glimmer of intrigue in his gaze. "Ah, you're a mimic demon, are you not? It has been over 300 years since I encountered a swordsman like you. I find it somewhat nostalgic. The last swordsman of your kind died only after being cleaved in two. Shall I sever your head as well?" As he spoke, he drew forth the chilling blade from his waist, a cold and lethal intent once again enveloping Jinya. The execution continued. Tanjiro watched this scene intently, his pupils trembling, his grip on the blade quivering. If it were in the past, he might have rushed out without hesitation. Tanjiro's principles dictated that he would not allow his companions to perish before him. Yet this time was different, although he yearned to assist. Every cell in his body screamed for him to flee. The mere presence of the black-haired warrior left him trembling and paralyzed, unable to wield his sword, unable to act. Jinya was on the brink of death. "Move! Move!" His mind screamed, attempting to disperse the fear coursing through him. Intense emotions ignited his adrenaline, and he gradually regained control of his body, but it was too late for Tanjiro. The executioner's blade was already descending, and by the time Tanjiro could act, it would likely have severed the head of the immortal Kaneo Jinya. Clang! The executioner's blade struck down. Yet the sound it produced was one of metal meeting an unyielding surface, as if it had struck something incredibly hard, or perhaps had been countered by a formidable object, bringing the executioner's blade to the brink of shattering. The black-haired warrior's 6 crimson eyes narrowed slightly, as if witnessing an unbelievable scene. His blade had shattered. Indeed, like glass breaking, it fragmented piece by piece, and the force that shattered his blade came from a wild, crimson katana, wielded by its master, Liang Yishur. "Ah, this is a token of our last meeting." The girl in the white kimono smiled, her dark hair flowing in the night breeze, tightly gripping the ritual blade by lei, which she had reclaimed from the dragon Esther. She descended like a divine weapon, shattering the black-haired warrior's blade with the ferocity of a raging dragon. The entire process taking mere seconds. "Master?" "Shur-san, how many times must I tell you not to use that title?" Shur gently placed a hand on her forehead, her tone exasperated. She then turned her focus towards Tanjiro. "Get him out of here. You can manage that, can't you?" Tanjiro hesitated for a moment, then nodded resolutely. Although he wished to help, he understood that his insufficient strength would only serve as a burden to Shur. He lifted the still-breathing Jinya and fled in the opposite direction of Shur, calling out, "I will seek help." Throughout this ordeal, the Upper Moon One, Kokoshibo, did not impede their escape. His sole objective was the girl before him. Kaneo Jinya and Tanjiro were merely collateral. "That mimic demon is your disciple?" He flicked the broken blade in his hand. The fragment that remained instantaneously reformed, as it was a weapon born of his flesh and blood, capable of regenerating in moments, even when severed or shattered. "Not really. I merely taught him a technique or two," Shur replied softly, shaking her head. "But you seem quite agitated." "Of course. While I may not consider myself his master, since he has learned my Asano style, he is one of my own. As a swordsman of the Asano, I am responsible for him. If you harm my Asano, I shall turn you into a soul beneath my blade." With those words, Shur lifted her foot. The Nichiren spear that Jinya had placed on the ground, leaping into the air, caught effortlessly in her left hand and resting upon her shoulder. With ballet in her right hand and the spear in her left, she seemed to embody a presence beyond comprehension. Chapter 89. Water and Fire. Spear and sword under the desolate moonlight, a gentle night breeze swept through. Two figures stood opposed under the luminous moon, the wind causing their garments to flutter, creating an illusion of tranquility. Yet this was merely superficial. After tranquility often comes a tempest, and this time would be no exception. The stillness between them was quietly shattered, devoid of any prelude or battle cries. As a stronger gust of night wind passed, Kokoshibo and Shur simultaneously vanished from their positions. There was no need for dialogue. Their relationship had been adversarial from the very beginning. Kokoshibo had come with a mission to slay the one capable of posing a significant threat to Muzan, while Shur only needed to wield her spear and sword with all her might to bring him down. To put it plainly, their connection was solely one of predator and prey. With an air of overwhelming power, Shur silently elevated her breath, drawing forth a continuous surge of strength from within. The deadly eye of death activated at the earliest opportunity. Aware of the formidable upper moon demon before her, Shur dared not show any signs of complacency. She understood that this battle was a fight to the death. It would not cease until dawn, or until one side lay defeated. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Though employing water breathing, this time it took the form of a spear rather than a sword. Indeed, Shur executed a water surface slash with her Jumanji spear, blue waves swirling around both the shaft and the tip. If the slash made with a Nicaran blade merely skimmed the water surface, then this 2-meter-long spear unleashed the force of rivers and ocean waves. Witnessing this torrent-like sweep, even Kokoshibo's expression momentarily shifted to one of surprise. He was well acquainted with water breathing's sword forms, having claimed the lives of countless water users. Yet, the woman before him was the first to deliver such a tumultuous strike. Interesting, Kokoshibo smirked, flipping his blade. Moon breathing, first form, dark moon, night palace. The blade was drawn, executing a technique that was a drawing slash. Yet it was not an ordinary one, for no human swordsmanship could wield such a terrifying range of attack. Centered around Haishimo, a faint crimson crescent moon, nearly 10 meters in diameter, curved gracefully towards him, adorned with numerous swirling crescent shapes that incessantly spun and sliced, shattering everything in their vicinity. The rivers and seas were forcibly cleaved apart by this strike, as the crescent darted through the gap, aiming directly at her neck. Yet, she remained unperturbed, her right hand firmly grasping the blade, called by Lei, its scarlet surface igniting with intense flames. Breath of flame, fourth form, raging flame vortex. With a flourish, Bai Lei conjured a whirlpool of fire, successfully repelling all crescent attacks that broke through her defenses. The combination of fire and water was executed with finesse, with her left hand wielding the Jiuzi Chong in an offensive water breath stance, while her right hand slashed with Bai Lei, embodying the defensive maneuvers of flame breath. A perfect balance of offense and defense. The mingling of breaths was indeed a sight to behold, while she had encountered swordsmen who employed such techniques. None had achieved such refined perfection as she had. Haishimo generously bestowed his praise, for he had witnessed and defeated many Hashira-level swordsmen, despite their considerable strength. This woman before him was the most formidable he had encountered in centuries. He also realized his previous misjudgment during the Infinity Train incident. What he saw was merely her severely weakened state. It was no wonder, for how could one who single-handedly vanquished Doma be considered weak? She took a gentle breath, feeling two distinctly contrasting forces coursing through her body, the searing heat of fire and the soothing essence of water. What could arise from the intertwining of these opposites? Perhaps an ethereal white energy. She sensed her body temperature rising at an extraordinary pace, her heartbeat quickening, yet her physical strength only intensified. Indeed, but I do not believe it is a matter of joy to receive praise from a demon. Haishimo remained undeterred, merely loosening his grip on the hilt, his tone icy. Do not grow too complacent, woman. While your strength may be commendable in this past century, it pales in comparison to the swordsmen of centuries past. He was a genius born at the pinnacle. There exists an insurmountable chasm between you and him. The corners of her lips curled slightly, for she did not require strength surpassing his. As long as her form was poised, the spear in front and the blade behind, was it not sufficient to surpass him? A foolish theory. Haishimo raised his sword, ready to demonstrate the fundamental disparity that lay between them. As his words fell, his pupils dilated. Within his sight, she transformed into a different visage. The attractive facade vanished from Haishimo's eyes, replaced by deep crimson muscles, flowing blood, and a rapidly beating heart. Every detail, even the fibers of her muscles and the rhythm of her breath, were laid bare before him. The transparent world. This was the supreme realm desperately sought by the Upper Moon 3, Yawazu. In this state, the world as seen through his eyes became transparent, allowing him to predict his opponent's attacks and defenses through the movements of their muscles, while perfectly concealing his own presence, rendering him undetectable. This was the selfless realm that countless swordsmen and warriors aspired to attain. She distinctly felt the sudden surge of pressure emanating from Haishimo. If previously he stood before her like an immovable mountain, now that mountain threatened to crush her. Breath of the Moon, 6th form. Long night, solitary moon without interval. The black-haired warrior abruptly swung his sword, executing a flurry of strikes imperceptible to the naked eye, each slash accompanied by dense and terrifying full moons that enveloped her in an instant. Her pupils constricted sharply as she positioned her left-handed spear before her, forming an absolute domain centered around the Jozi-chan. Breath of Water, 11th form. Nagi. Similar to the slash upon water's surface, this Nagi, released from the Jozi-chan, expanded the defensive range significantly. The full moons shattered upon contact with the invisible domain, unable to advance an inch. Yet, a shadow silently appeared behind her. It was Haishimo. At that moment, he seemed to be formless, even eluding the Nagi's detection, and she had no time to react. This was the essence of the transparent realm, rendering one's existence imperceptible, such that no sensory ability could detect it. Haishimo was correct. Mastery of the transparent realm dictated the magnitude of the divide between them. For no matter how exquisite one's battle instincts and swordsmanship, they would appear utterly feeble in the face of absolute realms. This was Haishimo, Upper Moon 1, the elder brother of the initial Sun Breath swordsman. Chapter 90, Self-Suggestion in the Transparent Realm. The long, blood-stained blade was raised high by Haishimo, a gesture of vulnerability that few adept swordsmen would dare to employ, for such an attack, if missed, would leave them open to counterattack. Yet, Haishimo proceeded without hesitation. His target was utterly oblivious to his presence, making the possibility of a missed attack non-existent. All he had to do was bring the blade down to cleave through the girl before him. The blade descended, swift and light, not even disturbing the air. A true, silent killing blade, eluding all perception. Just as the blade was about to strike her, she caught a glimpse behind her in the periphery of her vision. That fleeting glance prompted her body to instinctively move forward. However, even so, she could not escape the attack's range, as the vicious blade tore through her butterfly kimono, cutting through the white garment and flesh beneath, blood gushing forth like a fountain. She was sent sprawling, uncontrollably crashing against a tree due to the immense force of the blow. Haishimo stared blankly at the bloodied blade in his hand, though he had struck the girl. He could not comprehend why. Why did she turn at the last moment? Had she sensed him, or was it mere coincidence? But how could that be? The aura of the transparent realm was concealed, detectable only by sight, rendering it impossible to reveal otherwise. Wait, the eyes. Suddenly, he recalled that just moments ago, when the girl was on guard, her striking red and blue eyes had been reflected upon the blade of his right-hand sword. This woman had used the blade's reflection to remain aware of her surroundings. Such a tactic allowed her to guard against the front while remaining vigilant against potential rear attacks. This level of battle awareness was indeed terrifying. Coughing, she rose, her left side drenched in crimson. The blade had struck from her left shoulder to her back, and had she not instinctively tensed her muscles in that moment, it could have claimed her life. It was astonishing that she achieved such a feat without entering the transparent realm. Perhaps had she become a demon, she could have become even stronger. Yet alas, she would never have that opportunity. Muzan only desired her head. The transparent world? Was that the state you were just in? Supporting herself with a long spear, she stood pale-faced. Though she had staunched the bleeding with her breathing techniques, the loss of blood was no trifling matter. Indeed, this was the chasm between us. You, who have yet to attain this realm. How could you dare to call yourself a sword saint? And what kind of sword saint uses a spear? Absurd. Haishimo added silently in his heart. Runner, Mansu it's hung by the Shiki, Yidan Qing Xiao. How can you be so certain that I have not reached that realm? In the next moment, her eyelids fell, and she surrendered herself completely, evoking a profound sense of helplessness, as if her physical strength had been utterly depleted, teetering on the brink of slumber. In the eyes of Kurizumi Yorichi, who had entered the realm of transparency, This scene was even more astonishing. The blood coursing through the girl's veins appeared to operate in a reverse manner. Such an occurrence was deemed impossible, yet it transpired. This blood was governed by a precise force, directing it to the areas where it was most needed: the arms, thighs, and various points of exertion. Furthermore, the density of her muscles was also being altered by an unseen power, becoming increasingly refined. At that moment, the girl's body was transformed into the most optimal state for combat. Witnessing Shiki in this inexplicable condition, Kurizumi Yurichi's 6 pupils involuntarily constricted. The realm of transparency? In this state, Kurizumi Yurichi understood that only by entering such a realm could one gain the ability to control their body with such precision. Yet he sensed something different. No, this was not merely the realm of transparency. It was a different skill altogether. Kurizumi Yurichi's tone began to waver. This was a technique he had never encountered in nearly a century of cultivation. This skill was akin to manipulating the body, transforming oneself wholly into a weapon for battle. Indeed, this was Shiki's innate ability of self-suggestion. This capability was, in essence, a powerful yet self-directed form of hypnosis, allowing Shiki to hypnotize herself according to her own will. For instance, if Shiki suggested to herself that she was proficient in marksmanship, her body would develop muscle memory regarding firearms to an extreme degree until the suggestion was lifted. This time, the suggestion Shiki imparted to herself was the realm of transparency. Indeed, she utilized self-hypnosis to enter this state. And while the world she entered might not be flawless, she simultaneously possessed both self-suggestion and the dual enhancement of the realm of transparency. It was astonishing, it was remarkable. Indeed, your existence is intolerable to us, and today, you must be slain. Kurizumi Yurichi's blade twisted, a fierce killing intent erupting from him. Since this girl could not be used by Muzan-sama, she must not be spared. Her talents and unique abilities posed a future threat to these demons. Moon breathing. 8th form, Moon Dragon Tail. The demon blade swung, and the 3-foot-long edge unleashed a crescent blue arc that stretched over 10 meters, resembling the tail of a giant dragon as it swept forth. Yet, it collided with another dragon. A lightning dragon. Shiki leapt high, her spear whirling, summoning terrifying golden electric serpents that intertwined upon the spear, emitting horrific arcs of lightning akin to a several-meter-long lightning dragon. Thunder of the Ba. Moreover, it was the thunder of the Ba unleashed by the Jumanji spear. In the next moment, the golden lightning dragon clashed with the crescent blue moon dragon. Although the realm of transparency allowed Kurizumi Yurichi to predict attacks in advance, it did not enhance his physical knowledge. When the Jumanji spear met the blade, the current surged through the edge and coursed through his body, flooding him with a sensation of paralysis and searing pain. Ultimately, he suffered the consequences of his physical limitations. Shiki fared little better. Her realm of transparency was essentially a counterfeit, certainly inferior to the original. The countless crescent moon strikes on the blue dragon tail could not all be defended against, leaving her with several horrific gashes. At this moment, the battle seemed to be at a stalemate, yet the scales of victory were perpetually tilting towards Kurizumi Yurichi. Chapter 91. The choice Tanjiro raced desperately through the woods, with Nezuko carrying a wooden box behind him, while he bore the gravely injured Tsujikuni Yurichi on his back. He needed to seek assistance swiftly. Not only did Yurichi require urgent medical attention, but the two who remained behind to protect them, Taguro, also needed support. With his extraordinary sense of smell, Tanjiro discerned that Shiki was not a match for that fiend. In Tanjiro's perception, while Shiki was undeniably powerful, arguably the strongest swordsman he had ever encountered, Yurichi, who possessed 6 eyes, was equally formidable. In certain aspects that Tanjiro could not articulate, Yurichi surpassed Shiki. Such a terrifying entity could only be confronted through the combined efforts of the Hashira-level swordsman. He had to urgently request help from Mr. Tsujikuni and Miss Kanroji in the swordsmith village. With this thought, Tanjiro quickened his pace, but just then, a scent wafted through the air, causing his eyes to widen. It was the stench of blood, a rich, overwhelming blood scent. Tanjiro abruptly looked up, and what he saw made his eyes bulge. Through the dense gaps in the trees, he glimpsed flickering flames and the ominous black smoke visible even in the night sky. What was happening? Was the swordsmith village under attack? Even the Demon Slayer core secret logistics base had been discovered by the fiends. Tanjiro's already anxious heart felt as if it were being besieged by countless ants, a burning urgency coursing through him. knowing that something dire was about to unfold while he could only hasten towards it. This scene felt eerily reminiscent of that snowy day years ago when he had also detected the scent of blood, only to arrive and find nothing but bloodshed and the lifeless bodies of his family. The painful memories pierced his nerves, urging Tanjiro to accelerate, pouring every ounce of strength into his flight. Finally, he burst through the forest, but the sight that met his eyes caused his pupils to constrict. Flames were raging throughout the village, countless demons leaping across the burning rooftops, relentlessly pursuing the swordsmiths in the streets. Though these swordsmiths fought back valiantly, they were ultimately untrained and could not contend with the demons, even with their Nichiren blades in hand. Lacking breathing techniques, they struggled against the fiends. However, casualties were kept to a minimum. A butterfly of a night danced amid the flames. Where she passed, demons fell, each severed neck bearing a clean cut. It was the reborn Shinobu Kocho, having unlocked her full potential, her strength and speed now greater than ever, capable of effortlessly severing the necks of demons. In the distance stood a swordsman with soft, dark, ink-colored hair, his youthful visage devoid of any emotion, wielding a blue blade. Beside him was a girl with cherry blossom braids, her snake-like curved blade held with a serious expression. It was the Mist Hashira, Tsujikuni Muichiro, and the Love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri. Their adversaries were 4 demons, each bearing strikingly similar features, their expressions varying but sharing one commonality: the small characters inscribed within their pupils. Upper Moon 4. Another Upper Moon. Witnessing this scene, Tanjiro became certain that this was an invasion led by the Upper Moon demons. As for their intentions, Tanjiro could not discern. Just as he stood there in shock, a whistling sound sliced through the air near his ear. A claw, poised to strike, was slicing through the air toward him. Yet, before the claw could draw blood, a mint-colored Nichiren blade shot forth, severing the claw. Simultaneously, a gentle female voice echoed in Tanjiro's ear. Daydreaming in the battlefield can be deadly, Kamado-kun. The butterfly maiden smiled gently, swiftly turning to sever the head of the lurking demon with a single stroke. The entire process was as fluid as flowing water, executed without hesitation. With her newly awakened patterns, her strength had undoubtedly increased significantly. Miss Butterfly, the butterfly maiden's expression grew serious. As you can see, for some unknown reason, the location of Xuandao village has been exposed, and as night falls, these demons have launched a surprise attack. They intend to destroy Xuandao village. Tanjiro exclaimed in shock. To the Demon Slayer Corps, Xuandao village was akin to a lifeline, without the Nichiren blades capable of slaying demons. The Corps would lose one of its 2 crucial assets in the battle against demons. No, Butterfly Shinobu pondered, shaking her head. Rather than killing, they seem more intent on searching for something. Have you seen Shiki? If she were here, this battle would likely end swiftly. Tanjiro was jolted back to focus by Butterfly Shinobu's words. The news of the village's attack had briefly caused a lapse in his thoughts, making him almost forget his purpose of rushing back to the village. Shiki is currently battling Upper Moon 1 to ensure my safe retreat with Genya, Tanjiro said, his expression filled with reluctance. The sense of helplessness he felt when facing Upper Moon 1 still weighed heavily on him. Butterfly Shinobu was stunned. This revelation struck her heart like a heavy stone, causing a momentary difficulty in her breathing. Upper Moon 1, she murmured, her complexion paler than usual. It was not that the name held any specific oppressive power over her. Rather, it was the image that flashed through her mind. A girl dressed in a white kimono, quietly lying on a hospital bed. That incident occurred during the battle on the Infinity Train. After that fight, Shiki fell into a coma. In her own perception, she believed she had only slept for a day or a night. However, the reality was far different. After that battle, Shiki remained unconscious for nearly a month. The wounds she sustained were not merely ligament strains. Several gashes inflicted by the demon's claws nearly reached her heart. During the treatment, Shiki's heartbeat had weakened to the brink of death. It is worth noting that this was merely the battle against Upper Moon 2, and now Shiki faced Upper Moon 1, who was undoubtedly far stronger than the previous adversary. Last time she was gravely injured and close to death. What would this encounter bring? Butterfly Shinobu dared not contemplate further, fearing the horrifying imagery that surfaced in her mind, even if it was merely a figment of her imagination. Before her mind could process, her body had already begun to move. She had to rush to provide support, even if her strength paled in comparison to Shiki's. Even if she was not yet powerful enough to confront an Upper Moon alone. She had to go. At this moment, she was the only one capable of offering assistance. She was determined not to repeat the past. Memories of her sister's final moments lingered in her mind, deeply etched into her consciousness. Each time she recalled it, an overwhelming sense of regret consumed her, driving her to seek out Upper Moon 2 and exact revenge. Yet, she could not find him, and even if she did, there was no guarantee she would be a match. This feeling was unbearable, akin to someone wielding a knife against her beloved while her hands and feet were bound, leaving her powerless to do anything but watch and scream in anguish. This sense of helplessness was something Butterfly Shinobu could not endure again. She darted toward the woods, but just as she was about to enter, a desperate cry of pain caused her to halt abruptly. It was a swordsmith, bloodied and cornered by a relentless demon. In that moment, the Butterfly Maiden was jolted awake. The Kasumi and Koi pillars were engaging Upper Moon 4, while her responsibility was to protect these swordsmiths. This had been the strategy from the outset, but now she was faced with a choice. Should she remain to protect these vital swordsmiths and Zhuandao village? Or should she rush to the battlefield to support Shiki? One person, one village, yet only one choice could be made. Selecting one would inevitably equate to abandoning the other. This was a dire dilemma. On one side was someone dear to her heart. On the other was the village producing the Nicaran blades that enabled the Demon Slayer Corps to vanquish demons. Such choices often arise at the most critical junctures in life, compelling one to decide. The terrified cries of the swordsmith echoed in her ears, and Butterfly Shinobu's grip on her sword trembled slightly. It was impossible for her to abandon either side. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound of a blade slicing through the air broke her from her agonizing decision. She witnessed a boy in a green, checkered haori skillfully severing the demon's head, the blade glistening with fresh blood. Tanjiro turned to her, his expression resolute. "Miss Butterfly, leave Zhuandao village to Nezuko and me. Please hurry to support Shiki." Upon hearing this, the adorable girl with the bamboo in her mouth nodded earnestly at Butterfly Shinobu. "Yes, we will protect this village. Rest assured, Lady Butterfly, we will not allow anyone to perish here." Not to be outdone, Jinya struggled to rise, each word drawing forth blood, yet he had indeed escaped the clutches of death, his broken body gradually mending. The three of them bore determined expressions, their youthful faces radiating sincerity, their eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit. Butterfly Shinobu stared blankly at these young comrades, recently joined in their ranks, momentarily caught off guard. Indeed, even though they were newcomers, they were still members of the Demon Slayer Corps, and among the elite of the new generation. She was not alone in this fight. These young warriors were potential sprouts, capable of growing into pillars of strength. Perhaps they truly could protect this village. Butterfly Shinobu nodded solemnly. "Then I entrust this to you." Chapter 92. Jealousy transforms your countenance in the depths of the forest at midnight. This hour should have been filled with the gentle flutter of fireflies and the quiet of the night. However, at this moment, the woods were beset by a ferocious gale. Everywhere one looked, trees lay severed, as if a giant had unleashed a masterful strike, cleaving through the entire grove. Shiki spun and wielded by Lei, her left hand now gripping the faux Kyojo Kanido, forged from Kawaguchi iron. That Taman spear had been effortlessly sliced in two by Kokoshibo during their last clash. Left with no choice, Shiki abandoned the Aoi Namike's swordplay and re-established her stance for dual wielding. The twin blades danced in her hands, their blue and red arcs merging to form a net that shattered the encroaching full moon. After fending off the relentless assault, Shiki gasped for breath, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing her battered form. Never before had she found herself in such dire straits. Warm blood mingled with sweat, covering the left side of her face. Kokoshibo had attempted to strike at her eyes, but Shiki had narrowly reacted in time to avoid blindness. Nevertheless, the tip of his blade had grazed her forehead, blood flowing uncontrollably, staining her vision of the left eye. Her white kimono was also stained with blood, and she had torn a portion of her sleeve to bind her back, using her unblemished left hand, now marred by numerous cuts. Yet, the crimson blade known as by Lei had also inflicted many wounds upon Kokoshibo, each one oozing a faint scarlet hue, showing no signs of healing. This is the effect of the immortal slash, where the regenerative abilities of the evil spirits are restrained by Lei. Even the formidable Upper Moon one, Kokoshibo, could not resist this effect. I must admit, in terms of swordsmanship, you truly deserve the title of Sword Saint. Kokoshibo tightly grips his blade, his upper body bare, muscles rippling with each breath. "Even after a century of honing my sword techniques, I can only claim a stalemate against you in this contest of skill. However, you ultimately lost. A critical disparity exists between us, one that cannot be bridged by swordsmanship alone. Kokoshibo's gaze is fierce in the darkness. The markings on his left temple and right jaw seem to faintly glow. The markings, along with the dual blades embedded in the ground, support her faltering body. Her body temperature is plummeting, a clear sign of excessive blood loss. If this continues, a series of symptoms such as dizziness, tinnitus, and hypoxia will soon manifest. Indeed, the markings, if the transparent world represents a watershed in combat awareness, then the markings signify a divide in physical prowess. Though you achieve the transparent world through an unknown technique, the markings are beyond your peculiar skill to replicate. They're a badge of honor for those who have brushed against the edge of death and crossed that line. You, despite standing at death's door, lack the strength to cross that line again. Kokoshibo is correct. While self-suggestion is undeniably powerful and its effects terrifying, it ultimately remains a form of high-level hypnosis. The strength derived from such hypnosis cannot surpass the limits of the human body. It is akin to a technique that allows one to hypnotize themselves into believing they're soaring like a dragon, yet they cannot possess the power of a dragon, for their body is incapable of sustaining such strength. The same principle applies to the markings. Before I slay you, I am curious about one thing. According to Doma's report, you possess a far more formidable and terrifying side, yet you have not utilized it even as your life draws to a close. Why? Kokoshibo raises his blade, demanding an answer, but receives none. The girl in the kimono bows her head, her fallen bangs obscuring her expression. Her hands still clutch the dual blades embedded in the ground, yet her upper body leans uncontrollably forward, as if on the verge of collapsing. The little life force she has is rapidly fading, leaving only a final breath hanging by a thread. Is it so? Has she already perished? How tragic. Kokoshibo sheathes his long blade, exhaling softly as he turns to leave. Yet, as he takes his first step, he suddenly halts, incredulously turning back to gaze at the girl, who moments ago seemed to have lost her breath. At this moment, within his perception, the last remnants of her vitality have not only persisted, but have ignited like a flame doused in gasoline, burning ever more fiercely. How can this be? Life force is not stamina. Once it is depleted, it is gone for good, taking life along with it. Yet now, she astonishingly stands up. The tragedy lies with you. You are seeking the shadow of someone else, with every swing of your sword crying out to surpass him. Alongside this, there is a palpable jealousy. Perhaps it is this very jealousy that has led to your current state. This jealousy has transformed your visage. She suddenly looks up, her black hair cascading through the night like spilled ink. In that moment, her previously dim eyes are once again ignited with brilliance. At her collarbone, a flower of red and blue intertwines quietly blooms. The markings manifest. Only those who have encountered death and crossed that line can earn this badge of honor. It is not a sudden surge of power in a critical moment, but rather a realization of the key to unlocking the markings through Kokoshibo's benevolent guidance. That key is to confront death. In that instant, she imposed a deathly suggestion upon herself. It is a perilous form of hypnosis. Upon receiving this suggestion, her body comprehensively entered the realm of death. Blood ceased to flow, her heart stopped beating, and all organs fell silent. Should this state persist beyond a certain duration, the suggestion of death would become reality, leading her body to perish completely. This also explains why, in Kokoshibo's perception, her life force appeared to wane further upon entering the transparent world. For at that moment, she truly died. Kokoshibo's 6 eyes widen in disbelief. He has never encountered a swordsman like this, one who entered the transparent world overnight and awakened the markings, excluding the naturally marked swordsman from the High-No Kage lineage. Such a phenomenon has never occurred throughout history, but precisely because of this, such a swordsman is worth his effort to slay. The long blade slowly emerges from its sheath once more, the desolate moonlight reflecting upon the sharp edge in his hand. The breath of the moon is silently elevated to its zenith. He understands that the next strike will be the final blow for the girl before him. Even with the awakening of the markings, her severely injured body cannot recover. The blood that has flowed away will not return to her. After this strike, regardless of the outcome, she will lose her ability to move. Logically, it would be wise to contemplate how to evade this attack. Yet Kokoshibo will not act thus. This is a duel of swordsmen, the ultimate confrontation of blade against blade, where only offense prevails. Chapter 93. In3 Ilu. She takes a deep breath, perfectly merging the two entirely different breathing techniques of water and fire. Her skin, cold from blood loss, regains warmth and heat, while her heart beats at an astonishing pace. An unprecedented strength floods her entire being, accompanied by fatigue. It is an inexplicable sensation. Though she feels on the verge of fainting, her limbs still harbor immense power. This scene is a complete violation of human physiological function. Yet, this impossibility is transformed into reality by her now. She is acutely aware that the next strike will be her last. After delivering it, regardless of the result, she will succumb to unconsciousness from significant blood loss. Thus, this strike will be her all-out attack. She withdraws the dual blades from the ground, right hand gripping by lei and left hand holding the false Jozi Kendo. Her azure gaze sharp as a blade. In this critical moment, she does not contemplate unleashing her Shura again. There's a saying that things do not happen in threes. She senses that with each release of her Shura, her murderous intent becomes increasingly difficult to control, until she finds that answer. Unleashing her Shura would be tantamount to courting death. She swings her blade down, striking the ground, sending dust high into the air, expanding outward, concealing her form within it. Kokushibo slices through the dust effortlessly with a single swing of his blade, and the girl's figure reappears in his line of sight. However, her stance causes his 6 eyes to narrow slightly. In the moonlight, the girl holds a blade in each hand. The right-hand Yata sword is positioned near her lower body, while the left-hand Tachi is raised high above her head. The tip of Bailei rests below the hilt of the false Jozi Kendo. At a glance, her stance resembles that of holding a linked circle. Then this circle begins to move. It rotates slowly in the night sky, the blades of varying colors transforming the circle into 2 distinct hues, reminiscent of yin and yang in Taoism. This is neither the Ainami style nor the Ainami Wushin style, nor is it the dance-like Ba style, but rather the Ni Tian Ilu. Indeed, it is the two-sword style created by the sword master Miyamoto Musashi, with the 2 heavens signifying the sun and moon, representing yin and yang. This is a sword technique unknown even to the sword saint Ainami Ishin. For during the era of Ainami, the sword master, named Miyamoto Musashi, had not yet been born. As a time traveler, Shiki traversed the currents of time, bringing forth this swordsmanship in the land of Wei Ming. At this moment, this legendary technique was flawlessly executed in Shiki's hands. The crimson Bailei blazed like the scorching sun, while the azure Jozi Ken embodied the serene, solitary moon. In this instant, it seemed as though she grasped the sun and the moon. Such astonishing swordplay was akin to the blossoming of a flower before dawn, resplendent in its beauty. Kagaya held his blade, though reluctant to admit it. He had to concede that in terms of swordsmanship, Shiki was indeed superior. Yet, like a flower before dawn, I shall slay you before you can greet the light. He roared. There's only room for one stronger than me. Just one person suffices. As he spoke, both figures lunged forward simultaneously. The wind howled fiercely, as if it were to accompany the finale of this duel with a requiem. Tsuki no kokyu, Skike no kata, Tsuki no ko. Kochu Shinobu raced forward, but the forest surrounding the forge village was vast. She lacked the perceptive abilities of the pig-headed boy in the butterfly house. Nor did she possess the exceptionally keen sense of smell of Tanjiro, or the sharp hearing of the golden-haired boy, Zenitsu. She could only advance by following her instincts, tethered to an invisible thread connecting her to Shiki, imperceptible to the naked eye. Hurry, move faster. Otherwise, the tragic events that befell my sister may repeat themselves. Kochu Shinobu darted through the forest at a breakneck speed, moonlight spilling through the treetops, illuminating her grim visage, marred by clenched silver teeth. Boom! A tremendous roar suddenly erupted in the night sky. An invisible wave surged from one direction, carrying a potent scent of blood along with a bloodied white cloth. Kochu Shinobu's pupils dilated. She recognized that scent. It belonged to Shiki, imbued with the unique metallic sweetness of blood and the fragrance of cherry blossoms. Having tended to Shiki's wounds before, she was all too familiar with this aroma. The white cloth was also familiar to her, identical to the fabric of Shiki's customary white kimono. These 2 items conveyed 2 messages to Kochu Shinobu. Something had transpired, and the location of the battle was revealed. Amidst swirling smoke, the once dense forest was now nearly devoid of life within a radius of nearly 100 meters, the trees severed by some formidable weapon, leaving behind only bare roots. Dust scattered in the air, visibility was low. Yet through the haze, 2 figures could be discerned, seemingly embracing one another. motionless. Shiki, expending her last ounce of strength, glanced down at the blade piercing her heart, then at the bile in her hand. The crimson blade had failed to penetrate the demon's body. Numerous blades had emerged from the robust physique, forcefully blocking the strike that should have severed the thread of life. They were not embracing. They merely thrust their respective blades into each other's bodies, one emerging victorious while the other succumbed to defeat. The emergence of blades from within one's body was a grotesque technique. Shiki's voice grew feeble. She had ultimately lost. In that critical strike, the opponent's hidden blood demon art played a decisive role. As a swordsman, I have lost, yet as a demon, I have triumphed. This battle is still my victory. He slowly turned the blade, preparing to draw the final curtain on the maiden's life. Shiki's vision began to fade. This time, she truly faced death. Even entering the transparent realm and awakening her markings could not secure victory in this final, crucial strike. It is indeed tragic that at the brink of her life, the face before her was that of her enemy, resembling the visage of a six-eyed demon, rather than the one she longed for, the one she loved. Shiki, a near-desperate wail, echoed in her ears. Summoning the last of her strength, she turned her head to behold a delicate visage, tear-streaked, yet brimming with uncontainable fury. In that moment, the question that had plagued her found its answer. Ryougi Shiki truly cherished Kochu Shinobu. She was not in pursuit of some past shadow. Yet, this revelation seemed to arrive too late. Chapter 94. Now, leave it to me. Ultimately, Kochu Shinobu did not arrive in time, despite her desperate rush. Reaching the battlefield within mere minutes, she was still a step too late. Just as she had been years ago, when her beloved sister had departed, arriving at dawn to the side of her dying sibling. She was always a moment too slow, and that slow moment led Kochu Shinobu to repeat the same tragic fate. By the time she arrived, the maiden clad in white had already lost her final breath, collapsing heavily to the ground, the crimson wound in her chest piercing her eyes. A warm, uncontrollable flow cascaded from the corners of her eyes. The searing pain in her chest rendered Kochu Shinobu breathless. Was this not indistinguishable from the past? Even if she had created her own insect-breathing technique suitable for her, developed toxins to slay demons, and become a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Even awakening her markings, what difference did it make? No, there was a distinction. The original culprit who had slain her sister had vanished without a trace, never falling beneath her blade. Yet now, the demon responsible for Shiki's demise stood before her. Her gaze dulled, her violet pupils deepened. The usual smile that graced her face had vanished, replaced by an expression of cold resolve. The Nichiren blade at her waist slowly unsheathed. Not the slender sword resembling a syringe, but a blade identical in design to the usual Nichiren sword. This was the first step taken by Kochu Shinobu in pursuit of Shiki's shadow. Yet as she made that initial stride, it was once again snatched away by the demon. Therefore, she would demand the life of her opponent, even if her adversary stood at the pinnacle of the upper moons. Even if he was a being whom Shiki could not defeat, as long as he laid a hand on her beloved. Even if it were Kibutsuji, Musen himself, standing here today, she would stake everything to reveal her blade. Concentrate. Insect breathing. Dance of the butterfly. Butterfly dance among flowers. Quicker than the breath of thunder. More mesmerizing than the breath of water. The girl, consumed by hatred and fury, transformed into a blur, darting toward Kagaya. No longer a futile thrust, but a powerful slash. Having awakened her markings, she possessed the strength to sever the demon's neck. A flicker of surprise crossed Kagaya's eyes. The speed displayed by the girl was among the fastest he had witnessed in nearly a century. Yet, no matter how swift, in the face of the transparent realm, such speed held no significance. Kagaya gently swung his blade, the grotesque edge carving a solitary, desolate moon, encompassing all areas before him. The moonlight cleaved the rushing girl in two, yet in the next moment, her severed form transformed into countless butterflies, continuing to surge toward Kagaya, bewildering in their chaos. Following closely, a slender figure with violet-tipped hair dashed forward under the cover of the swarm, exuding a brutal aura. If any of the other Hashira were to witness this scene, they might question if this was truly the gentle, smiling insect Hashira. Swish! The blade glinted as the incredibly swift Kochu Shinobu passed by Kagaya. A shallow wound marked his robust torso. And while the transparent realm could predict an attack through the target's muscle movements, it required visibility of the target to do so. Despite this, Butterfly Shinobu's wounds inflicted on Kuroshitsuji held no significance. This Nichiren blade, unlike before, was devoid of poison, Even though it failed to slay the demon, it could still weaken it. In the blink of an eye, that shallow wound was completely healed. Is this the strength of a Hashira? Kuroshitsuji mused, stroking his injury. However, your solitary presence is inconsequential. Perhaps your speed astonishes, yet your power is woefully lacking. Kuroshitsuji was correct. Perhaps the awakening of the patterns granted Butterfly Shinobu a semblance of rebirth, providing a comprehensive enhancement, even compensating for her historically deficient strength. Yet this enhancement merely elevated her power to a passing mark, failing to render her exceptional. Had you arrived earlier, you might have posed a threat alongside that swordsman. But alas, it is too late now. Silence. Butterfly Shinobu's tone turned icy, her almond-shaped eyes blazing with fury. Shut up. She lunged again, faster and stronger than before. At such incredible speed, only a flurry of blade lights could be seen encircling Kuroshitsuji, leaving numerous crimson streaks upon his form. Yet, these wounds barely bled before healing once more. The injuries were too shallow, as Kuroshitsuji stated. The girl's speed was remarkable, yet her strength was pitiably weak. To put it simply, Butterfly Shinobu was akin to a high-agility build, but her strength barely registered at 10 points. In a single second, she could deliver 10 slashes, each inflicting 10 damage, totaling 100, while her opponent possessed an automatic regeneration of 100 health per second. This elucidates why Kuroshitsuji deemed Butterfly Shinobu's solitary efforts meaningless. The girl's onslaught continued, a tempest of blade light enveloping Kuroshitsuji, slicing through him from head to toe. This was a deceptive assault, merely awaiting the moment to strike at his neck. At last, Butterfly Shinobu spied her chance as Kuroshitsuji revealed a fleeting opening at the back of his neck. Without hesitation, she swung her blade down, emitting a roar that belied her petite frame. However, instead of the satisfying sensation of blade meeting flesh, she was met with a sharp buzz and the overwhelming force that rendered her grip on the sword impossible. It felt as if she had struck steel, unable to advance an inch. The neck of this demon was far more resilient than its body. Kuroshitsuji's 6 eyes narrowed with impatience, and after a soft snort, he swept his sword, sending Butterfly Shinobu, blade and all, crashing against a smooth tree root several meters away. The tremendous force caused her to uncontrollably spew forth a mouthful of blood, staining her white haori. In a near-desperate situation, the disparity in strength was no longer merely about power, but an overwhelming superiority in physical prowess. Butterfly Shinobu gazed at the 6-eyed demon advancing step by step, her exquisite features marred by an expression of reluctance. Once again, I find myself powerless, she murmured softly, closing her eyes as if awaiting her final judgment. Yet at that moment, a familiar yet foreign voice reached her ears. Not at all. Having achieved this much is already commendable. Now let me take over. The voice was one she recognized well, yet the manner of speaking felt entirely unfamiliar. Her eyes shot open, revealing an unbelievable scene. The girl, who should have perished, now stood tall. The fatal crimson hole in her chest vanished, and her other injuries perfectly healed. A gentle smile adorned her face, radiating warmth like the embodiment of femininity. A tenderness Butterfly Shinobu had never witnessed on Shiki's countenance. Leave it to me, the girl said, her tone devoid of the usual coldness, now soft and soothing, almost lethargic. Chapter 95. Disappear between the gaps of the two instruments. For Kuroshitsuji, this was a scene that defied all logic. The girl whose heart he had shattered now stood before him, whole and surrounded by softly glowing cherry blossoms. How is this possible? Kuroshitsuji's 6 eyes widened, confusion rising from the depths of his being. This girl was neither demon nor half-demon. In terms of aura, she was undeniably human. But how had she accomplished this? A heart destroyed, severe blood loss, her body on the brink of collapse. Such injuries would be fatal to any human. Yet, as Kuroshitsuji's pupils constricted, his mind raced, and a shocking realization struck him. A perfect being. Yes, it was precisely the perfect form sought after by the progenitor of demons, Kabutsuji Musen. At this moment, this explanation seemed the only one fitting to account for the scene before him. No wonder this woman was so extraordinary. From the outset, she had repelled the second-ranked upper moon, and within a mere few months, she had fully mastered the breathing techniques. In just one night, she had traversed the transparent world and awakened her patterns. Even after being slain by her own hand, she had returned from death, All of this was because she embodied the so-called perfect being. How absurd it was. The very thing Muzin had desperately sought had appeared before him numerous times. Yet he had failed to seize the opportunity. But now he had no chance left. The path to perfection required but one individual, and that individual would be himself. Mr. Samurai seems to be contemplating something rather dangerous. A voice tinged with amusement pulled Kuroshitsuji from his thoughts. He turned to the girl, named Ryougi Shiki. Her face still adorned with a gentle smile, even in the presence of her enemy. However, Kuroshitsuji suddenly froze, for in observing this resurrected girl, he discovered a shocking truth. Just moments ago, he had been able to use the transparent world to scrutinize her blood, muscles, and organs. Yet now, that ability had failed. Indeed, it was only ineffective against this girl before him. The smaller Hashira beside her remained observable. But why? Such a gaze is hardly polite. Ryougi Shiki remarked softly, gripping the crimson blade by lei, her eyes shifting from black to blue, dazzling like gemstones in the night. Moreover, the previous battle has not yet concluded. Though intervening in another's fight is ill-mannered, allow me to bring this battle to an end. With that, Ryougi Shiki aimed the tip of by lei at Kuroshitsuji, her left hand resting lightly on the blade's back, her half-closed eyes appearing to aim with precision. This was a stance Kuroshitsuji had never encountered. No, this action, reminiscent of a marksmanship pose, was not even a proper stance, for it was riddled with numerous vulnerabilities that could easily spell doom for any swordsman. Yet, despite this glaring array of flaws, Kuroshitsuji found himself unable to take a single step or strike. A sense of fear flooded his mind. Inexplicably, the girl's slender form, merely an imprint in his vision, instilled within him an overwhelming feeling of inadequacy. He found himself perplexed by the sensation that enveloped him. The maiden before him was unmistakably the same girl he had encountered before. Even the gleaming blade in her hand and the unique eyes that possessed extraordinary powers were unchanged. Yet, here he was confronted by someone he had previously vanquished, allowing a sense of fear to creep into his heart. Could it be that she is the monster spoken of by Tong Mo? He-Si-Mu inhaled deeply, expelling the negative emotions within him, his gaze regaining its resolute nature. At this moment, this was the only conclusion he could arrive at, from the intelligence provided by Tong Mo. He-Si-Mu understood that this girl harbored within her a monstrous entity devoid of reason, a being solely driven by the thirst for blood. Although the current circumstances differed, and the maiden had not succumbed to the madness described in the reports, but instead displayed remarkable intellect, it did not alter the fact that she was indeed a monster. Moreover, a rational monster is far more terrifying than one that acts without thought. Liang Yishur offered a troubled smile, acknowledging that in a certain sense, she truly was a monster. Yet, the samurai before her did not seem the right person to utter such words. This observation held merit. In terms of appearance, He-Si-Mu, resembling the six-eyed purgatory, was indeed more fitting of the term monster. However, when it came to power, it was Liang Yishur who stood as the most formidable creature in this world. Dawn was approaching. It was time to conclude this battle, dear samurai. As she spoke, the maiden fixed her gaze upon He-Si-Mu, the blue light in her eyes shining ever more brightly. She lifted her blade with grace, and the tip shimmered as if touched by a fleeting glimmer, softly uttering the words, Shiki. Her tone, though weary, carried an undertone of something being released alongside it. In that instant, the girl named Liang Yishur sprang into action, her movements as light as a feather, akin to petals drifting through the air. Yet her speed was astonishingly swift. In He-Si-Mu's eyes, the crimson blade in the girl's hand seemed to cleave through reality itself, altering the very scenery surrounding him. It was as if he had stepped into a new realm, a world bathed in ethereal light, where tranquility reigned, and even the furthest gaze could not perceive its boundaries. In this world, the only entity still in motion was the maiden herself. With her blade drawn, she sliced through the air, her form darting with incredible swiftness, resembling a petal shot forth at the speed of a bullet, brushing past He-Si-Mu in an instant while delivering a strike of utmost precision. This was a blow beyond comprehension, akin to a blade of the other shore unleashed to bring peace to all beings. Vanished within the narrow confines of Liang Yi, the maiden whispered softly, stepping forward and swinging her blade, releasing a flurry of cherry blossoms that ascended in a dance. In their midst, He-Si-Mu, one of the upper moons, was slowly succumbing to the loss of life. That unparalleled strike severed the life thread binding him, and the inevitable death washed over him like a relentless tide. He reached out with a trembling hand, as if trying to grasp a phantom that did not exist. Yuani, I cannot catch up to you after all. With those final words, darkness enveloped his vision. Chapter 96. Preparations before the final battle. It was over. That strike from the other shore could not be thwarted even by Hei Si Mu, who stood at the pinnacle of the upper moons. His body had lost all vitality. Though it did not disintegrate like that of other demons, it was rendered incapable of any movement. The girl named Liang Yishur slowly sheathed her blade and turned to regard the still-dazed butterfly, Shinobu. This butterfly had experienced a tumultuous night, first witnessing the demise of Shur, then engaging in battle with one of the terrifying upper moons, only to be rescued from the brink of death by the resurrected Shur, and finally witnessing how that formidable foe was slain in a single stroke. If the life of the butterfly maiden were a serialized book, then tonight's chapter would undoubtedly be penned by a different author, for the narrative had taken an absurd turn. Are you all right? Liang Yishur extended her hand, lifting the butterfly maiden from the ground, her face adorned with a gentle smile that conveyed an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Yet, the butterfly maiden appeared serious, and after a moment of silence, she spoke slowly. You are not the Shur I know, are you? This was an easily discernible truth. Despite her identical appearance to Shur, there existed a fundamental difference between them. For instance, regarding personality, Shur had always been aloof, expressing her thoughts solely through actions, devoid of excessive emotion. In contrast, this girl exuded warmth, intellect, and gentleness, embodying the very essence of feminine perfection. While this iteration of Shur was undeniably more enchanting, she was not the Shur known to the butterfly maiden. Liang Yishur smiled and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I am different from Shur. Though we share the same body, I exist solely within her inner depths, and thus, I do not manifest under normal circumstances." "Then why now?" "Because you're about to die," Liang Yishur replied softly, her gaze fixed on the butterfly maiden. "If you perish, Shur will be deeply saddened. You are someone of great importance to her." The butterfly maiden froze, as if struck by an unbelievable revelation. Observing her reaction, Liang Yishur's lips curved into a beautiful arc. While the concept of unspoken understanding was appealing, taking a step further required a measure of courage. After a moment, she glanced up at the sky, now tinged with the light of dawn. "It is nearly time. Let us conclude our conversation here." With a gentle smile, she placed her right middle finger to her lips, adding, "This matter must remain a secret from Shur until we meet again." Upon finishing her words, Shur gently closed her eyes, her body leaning forward as if losing control, ultimately collapsing into the embrace of butterfly Shinobu. Moments later, Shur's recently closed eyes fluttered open with a dazed expression, her dark pupils, as always, reflecting a cold clarity. Though the warmth had faded, this gaze was the one butterfly Shinobu knew best. As she locked eyes with those orbs, warm tears escaped her control, cascading down her cheeks alongside her surprised smile. "Good morning." Gazing upon the tear-streaked, lovely visage, Shur managed to smile. "Ah, good morning, Wu Xiancheng." In the intricately woven space of the folding buildings, the progenitor of demons, clad in a red and white Miko attire, trembled gently. The excitement evident in her rose-colored eyes was not born of fear, but rather exhilaration. "At last, I have finally found it. A being that has attained perfection before me," she exclaimed, recalling how this being had once appeared before her in a state of utter weakness, a moment she regretted not seizing. However, that is of little consequence now. There is no longer any need to seek the Aoi Shurkan. Kibutsuji Musen chuckled, her voice laced with danger, shifting from melodic tone to a deep resonance. Her emotions surged, causing her form to revert to its true nature uncontrollably. "Once I consume this woman and integrate her into my being, I shall eliminate her and become the new perfection. Is it finally time for the decisive battle?" Musen-sama, a child dressed in elegant attire with a naive smile, bore the striking insignia of Upper Moon 2 and 3 in her colorful eyes. Behind the progenitor of demons, several figures had already gathered, awaiting the confrontation. A woman draped in long hair, cradling a samisen, possesses a singular eye engraved with the word Shangxianwu. Beside her stands a short-haired swordsman adorned with black tiger stripes on his face, a sinister grin curling at the corner of his mouth, his golden pupils prominently displaying the words Shangxianlu. These two represent the newly appointed members of the Upper Moon, filling the void left by Yu Hu and Ji Futailang. Alongside them stand the Upper Moon 2, Dong Mo, the Upper Moon 3, Iwa, and the recently escaped Upper Moon 4, Ban Tiango, all reverently positioned behind Kibutsuji Musen, except for the female of Upper Moon 4. Each face radiates a palpable battle intent. They have long yearned for this day, for once the Demon Slayer Corps is eradicated, no one shall pose a threat to them. The final battle is about to commence, yet preparations must precede it. Kibutsuji Musen's tone returned to calm, and her form reverted to that of a shrine maiden, her rose-colored pupils sweeping over the assembly. Tonight, you will each take turns visiting my chambers. At this pronouncement, several Upper Moon demons could not help but display their surprise, fully aware of the implications behind their lord's words. The offering of blood. After ascending to Upper Moon, they found it increasingly difficult to progress solely through the consumption of human flesh. However, should Lord Musen be willing to bestow her blood upon them, their ascension would accelerate exponentially. This was Musen's preparation. The demise of Upper Moon 1 instilled within her a sense of urgency. In this decisive battle that would determine everything, she would not permit failure. To this end, she was unperturbed by the sharpening of her minion's claws. We are eternally grateful, Lord Musen. Chapter 97. Long in patterns in the butterfly mansion of the Demon Slayer Corps, Shiki donned a white kimono once more, a subtle hint of crimson gracing her otherwise cool visage. She had just undergone a thorough examination by the butterfly girl, a process she had initially resisted. Yet the earnestness of the butterfly girl's demeanor compelled her to acquiesce. No wounds? Butterfly Shinobu muttered in disbelief. Even her previous injuries had vanished. While this should have been a cause for celebration, the situation felt exceedingly strange. She had witnessed that blade, riddled with demonic eyes, pierce through Shiki's body, even shattering her heart in its tumultuous grip, only for her to be reborn in an instant. What on earth was happening to Shiki? The girl raised her head, her purple eyes trembling gently, rendering Shiki unable to turn away. Gazing into those eyes, Shiki fell silent, engaging in a prolonged stare. Eventually, she sighed in resignation and spoke earnestly, "My body is cursed." Cursed? An immortal curse. No further words were needed. A simple statement left the girl momentarily speechless. She understood the implications of the word curse, having encountered it in folklore and mythology, yet never did she imagine it would manifest in reality, especially as an immortal curse. While the notion of immortality may sound enchanting, eternal life, an ageless body, freedom from the fear of death, it, upon deeper contemplation, reveals itself as a curse indeed. A profoundly malevolent curse. Immortality signifies eternal existence. Yet this eternity is one of solitude, where one must witness the demise of beloved family and cherished friends, until only oneself remains. Such a sensation is likely more terrifying than death itself. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Shiki inhaled deeply, her tone laden with resignation. Because I didn't know. Indeed, Shiki was unaware that she still bore the power of Long In. When she drove by Lei in her friend's body, the power of Long In should have dissipated. Yet, as her heart was shattered by Kokoshibo's blade and she was engulfed by endless darkness, a familiar youthful voice echoed in her mind. Although this is unfair to you, Shiki, please live on with our will. It was the voice of Kiro, the son of Long In, who had once forged an immortal pact with her. Despite not knowing why, the power of Long In undeniably resided within Shiki. Furthermore, that statement seemed less like a curse and more akin to a blessing. Without further hesitation, the butterfly girl's gaze deepened, her expression earnest as she addressed Shiki. Regardless, you must promise me one thing. Even with such abilities, do not wager your life against others. Butterfly Shinobu spoke each word with gravity. Everything comes at a cost. This immortal curse must be no different. While it may grant you the power of immortality, it could also exact a toll that you are unaware of. Shiki nodded, acknowledging her understanding, for she comprehended this aspect better than Butterfly Shinobu. Immortality, too, bears its price. The power of Long In grants its bearer immortality by siphoning the life force of those around them. The more times the bearer faces death, the more life force is extracted from those nearby, ultimately leading to a terminal illness known as Long Ku, characterized by relentless coughing until death. This is one of the reasons Long In is deemed a curse. Moreover, this siphoning begins with the bearer's closest companions. 3 days after the attack on the Swordsmith village, the Hashira meeting of the Demon Slayer Corps reconvened. Although the body of Ubuyashiki Yose had restored to health, He seemed preoccupied with receiving a sudden guest. Thus the meeting was presided over by his wife, Shiki Emanai, a white-haired woman with whom Shiki had previously crossed paths. Why are all the upper moons seeking out this person? Upon learning of the battle's developments, Wind Hashira Shinazugwa Sanemi cast a glance at the meditative Shiki, exhaling a frustrated sigh. An expression of envy etched on his face. It's just not meant to be. One cannot force such things. The serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, offered a comforting word. After several days of recuperation, everyone's injuries had nearly healed, thanks to their breathing techniques, allowing for swift recovery unless limbs were lost. According to Kanamori's report, unique patterns had seemingly emerged on the bodies of several swordsmen during the battle. This indicated that the appearance of such patterns would significantly enhance their physical capabilities. Iguro Abanai turned to Shiki with a questioning gaze. The purpose of this Hashira meeting was precisely to discern the method of awakening these patterns to bolster the entire strength of the Demon Slayer Corps. While the Corps possessed relevant records, they had never encountered a swordsman who had awakened such patterns. However, Shiki, Butterfly Shinobu, Kanroji Mitsuri, and Takedo Machiro shattered this precedent. Shiki gently nodded, affirming that Upper Moon One was also a swordsman who awakened patterns, revealing the conditions for awakening to me during our confrontation. At this revelation, the Hashira swordsmen directed their attention toward her. Confront death. Shiki opened her eyes, which had been shut, and transcended that boundary. These were the exact words of Upper Moon One. Huh? What sort of vague statement is that? Shinazugwa Sanemi furrowed his brow, a vein pulsing at his temple, indicating his discontent with Shiki's explanation. Allow me to clarify. My words should resonate with greater clarity. Butterfly Shinobu interjected with a wry smile. First and foremost, there should be a profound expression of emotion and conviction. During that battle, I was overwhelmed by an urgent desire to defeat my opponent. Following this, my physical state underwent a remarkable transformation. At that moment, my pulse likely soared above 200 and my body radiated heat, with my temperature possibly exceeding 39 degrees Celsius. Typically, such a condition would be deemed life-threatening, and perhaps this is what is referred to as the brush with death. To continue fighting in such a state signifies a remarkable breakthrough. After listening to Butterfly Shinobu's explanation, Shinjiro Koshi let out an unsatisfied scoff, questioning whether such simple conditions would suffice. It is rather enviable that your simple mind perceives it as straightforward. Beside him, Tanjiro Kamadu interjected with an expressionless demeanor, causing a momentary awkwardness among the group. This water Hashira is known for his few words, but each utterance is laden with profundity. Additionally, there is another matter to convey. Kanamori Amain nodded, stating that according to the records of the Demon Slayer Corps, every swordsman who has awakened the mark has, without exception, perished by the age of 25. Chapter 98. The Blood of Ryougi. The night was cool, with the moon hanging faintly in the starry sky, signaling the approach of autumn. By a stream in the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Shiki sat casually, her bare feet submerged in the cool water, while Butterfly Shinobu, with her purple-tipped hair, sat beside her, mimicking Shiki by rolling up the legs of her uniform and dipping her calves into the refreshing stream. The atmosphere was quiet, with neither speaking. After all, it was only recently revealed in the Hashira meeting that those who awakened the mark face immense side effects, leading to their untimely deaths at 25. This news, no matter how resilient one may be psychologically, can weigh heavily on the spirit. While this may not pose a problem for Shiki, who possesses the power of Ryougi, it is a different matter for Butterfly Shinobu, who is merely an ordinary human. At present, Shinobu is 18, meaning in 7 years. Her life could come to an end due to the awakening of the mark. Similarly, Taketo Mwichiru and Kanroji Mitsuri, who also awakened the mark during the battle in the Swordsmith village, face a similar fate. According to Kanamori Amain, the principle behind the mark is simply borrowing life from the heavens, using future vitality to ignite a current surge of power, thus securing immense strength while simultaneously burning away one as future. Yet, despite this, the smile on the face of the butterfly maiden remained unchanged. Are you not worried about the mark? Gazing at the stream beneath her, Shiki broke the silence. Butterfly Shinobu shook her head with a smile, stating that with power comes a price. The young girl was quite enlightened in this regard, realizing that everything in existence is subject to an equivalent exchange. To gain something, one must relinquish something of equal value, and Shinobu understood this well. Moreover, there are still 7 years left, and within that time, unforeseen changes may arise. Do not forget, I am quite knowledgeable in pharmacology. Influenced by the girl's optimism, Shiki's face lit up with a gentle smile, agreeing, and in a sense, I too could be considered a divine healer. I'll find a way regarding the mark. The two exchanged smiles, but soon after, Shiki's expression turned serious as her gaze suddenly fixed upon a vacant stretch of land, her hand instinctively reaching for her weapon. There's a demonic presence. Having attained a profound understanding of the world, Shiki's sensitivity to such a presence had sharpened. Although no figure of a demon was visible, the unmistakable aura was palpable, albeit somewhat familiar. Perhaps having sensed their exposure, two figures with whom Shiki had a prior connection emerged from the distortions of the air. It was a pair, a woman and a young man. Rather, it would be more fitting to describe them as a mature lady and a youth. The woman, standing slightly forward, appeared graceful and composed, while the youth behind her exuded a handsome charm, his gaze resolute. Long time no see, Miss Tsugumi. The lady clad in a black floral kimono bowed slightly, greeting them with a voice reminiscent of Shiki's. It was Tamayo and Yashiro, despite the passage of time. They appeared unchanged. At this moment, both bore talismans inscribed with blood demon art on their foreheads, which explained their previous invisibility. Upon seeing the two demons, Shinobu furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, her hand instinctively resting on the hilt of her blade. Had it not been for Tamayo's greeting, she might have drawn her sword. There is no need for such tension, Miss Butterfly. I come as an envoy of the Demon Slayer Corps, invited by Kanamori Main, with no ill intentions. Butterfly Shinobu paused, recalling that earlier today, her leader had met with other guests, delegating the hosting of the Hashira meeting to his wife. Thus, these two demons were indeed guests of her leader, inviting demons to the Demon Slayer Corps. Observing the bewildered expression on the young girl's face, Shiki smiled gently, assuring her that there was no need for such a reaction. There are both good and evil among humans, and demons are no different. Tamayo and Yashiro belong to the latter category, and both yearn to defeat Kibutsuji Musen, making them trustworthy allies. Indeed, as Miss Tsugumi stated, our enemy is not humanity, but rather the source of all demons, Kibutsuji Musen. Our presence here is not solely for an alliance with the Demon Slayer Corps, but also to convey a crucial message. At this point, Tamayo's expression turned grave as she focused on Shiki. Miss Tsugumi, do you remember the blood you left behind in Asakusa? Shiki nodded. Although that incident occurred 6 months prior, it remained vivid in her memory. At that time, in an effort to understand her peculiar attraction to demons, Shiki had left a vial of blood with Tamayo for research, and it seemed that clarity had finally emerged. Recently, I have reached a conclusion. As she spoke, Tamayo produced a transparent syringe containing a vibrant red liquid. This is the blood you left in Asakusa, Miss Tsugumi. Nearly half a year has passed since then, and during this time, I have not employed any preservation methods. Nevertheless, this vial of blood has inexplicably retained its vitality. Half a year, and it remains viable? Upon hearing this, Shinobu's exquisite features displayed a hint of astonishment. Being well-versed in pharmacology, she understood that typically blood outside the body quickly loses its vitality, with the cells gradually dying, making it impossible for blood to remain viable after such a duration. Indeed, while it may sound implausible, the truth remains as such. Furthermore, this is merely a fraction of the findings. The true conclusion lies ahead. With that, she beckoned to the young man beside her. Yashiro, could you please fetch a container? Certainly, Tamayo Dano. The young man responded eagerly, swiftly retrieving a pristine white bowl from his belongings and presenting it to Tamayo. Please observe closely. With that, she rolled up the long sleeves of her kimono, revealing her delicate wrist, then lightly grazed a finger across it, allowing warm blood to flow forth and fill the bowl. Unlike Shiki's blood, as a demon, Tamayo's blood appeared more viscous, its hue a dark, somber red. Without pausing, she took the syringe containing Shiki's blood, gently pressed it, and allowed a drop of bright crimson to fall from the needle, ultimately merging into the bowl containing Tamayo's blood. At this moment, the murky blood seemed to undergo a form of purification, its dark red hue swiftly being enveloped by a more vibrant crimson, akin to clear water tainted by ink, losing its original color. This scene astonished not only Butterly Ninja, but even Shiki. I had previously conducted a comparison between the blood of demons and that of humans, attempting to discern the reason behind demons' aversion to sunlight. However, both types of blood contained equivalent cellular properties, differing only in quantity. with demons possessing several times more cells than humans. The sole distinction lay in the fact that within the cells of demons, there existed a type that had completely deteriorated and was dispersed throughout their bodies, likely accounting for their fear of sunlight. In contrast, the cells in Miss Togo's blood possessed an inexplicable healing ability. If these two blood types were to be mixed, Togo's blood could restore the decayed cells, thereby suggesting that demons would no longer fear sunlight. Chapter 99. Confronting the Asura, this revelation was exceedingly shocking. Even Shiki, who typically displayed little expression, furrowed her brow. She recognized that Ryougi's blood might possess a unique significance for demons, yet she had not anticipated that this difference could enable them to overcome their significant phobia of sunlight. Zhu Shi, with a grave expression, spoke. Such a version of Miss Togo would surely become the primary target of Kibbutz Sujimuzin. I have also heard from the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps regarding the incident in the Swordsmith Village. Given that the highly concealed Swordsmith Village could be discovered, it is likely only a matter of time before the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters is exposed. Therefore, you wish for me to relocate promptly to a safer location, correct? Shiki flatly completed Zhu Shi's statement. Indeed, during my conversation with the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps today, he expressed the same sentiment. Zhu Shi replied with a bitter smile. However, I doubt that Miss Togo would agree to such a plan, although their time together had been brief. Zhu Shi sensed the razor-sharp aura emanating from Shiki, a sharpness so pronounced that retreat seemed implausible. Indeed, Shiki nodded gently. From the very beginning, my sole aim has been to eliminate him. Since he has sought me out, I see no reason to withdraw. This response was expected. Suddenly, a gentle male voice emerged from behind, and the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, clad in a light-colored haori, appeared among them, his smile indicating he had anticipated this turn of events. In that case, let us proceed with the second plan. According to Miss Zhu Shi's research, Togo's blood can indeed alleviate demons' fear of sunlight, but the true effect is yet to be determined, said Ubiyashiki Yoya, his face adorned with a warm smile. Within the measured words of the Demon Slayer Corps leader, a plan was gradually taking shape. The day following the conclusion of the Hashira meeting, the Demon Slayer Corps initiated a training session known as Hashira Guidance. As the name suggests, this training aimed to allow lower-rank members to receive diverse training under each Hashira, thereby enhancing the overall proficiency of the Corps. This presented a rare opportunity for the ordinary members of the Demon Slayer Corps, as, typically, Hashira would not train anyone outside of their own successors. The reason was simple. They were exceedingly busy, each responsible for a vast area while also gathering intelligence on demons and honing their own swordsmanship to become stronger. However, since the battle at the Swordsmith Village concluded, demons had fallen silent. While this could very well be the calm before the storm, it allowed the Hashira to concentrate on nighttime vigilance and daytime training. The training commenced with basic physical conditioning under the guidance of the sound Hashira, Yuzi Tenjin, designed to bolster the foundational fitness of the Corps members and lay the groundwork for subsequent training. This was followed by flexibility training led by the Love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, and evasive response drills conducted by the Mist Hashira, Takatu Mwichiru. Next came the blade technique correction session overseen by the Serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai. Continuous attack training led by the Wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi, and breathing technique instruction from the Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kyujuru, alongside muscle strengthening drills by the Stone Hashira, Kanamori Himejima. The training progressed fervently, and even Shiki found herself drawn into the mix, providing guidance to the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. She did not refuse this engagement. Rather, she dedicated considerable effort to offer tailored advice to each swordsman. For instance, the blonde youth named Agatsuma Zenitsu, who only employed techniques akin to Aido, was introduced to the Aoi no Kaze technique from the Aoi school by Shiki, enabling him to develop the thunder-breathing first form, thunderclap, and flash cross. Alternatively, for the boar-headed youth wielding dual blades, Shiki provided insights into the dual blade technique. Yet, due to time constraints, she refrained from imparting the Nitten Ichiryu, as it leaned more towards comprehension of mindset and military strategy, which would be exceedingly challenging for the hot-tempered boar-headed youth. Thus, she merely offered a cursory overview of the dual-blade variant of the Flying Crossing Vortex Cloud technique. As for Kamado Tanjiro, he exhibited a more refined sword style than the other two and had mastered his own fire god Kagura, a sword style derived from ritual dance. Therefore, Shiki only reinforced some basics and imparted certain key insights to be mindful of during combat, such as the adage that hesitation leads to defeat, while decisiveness leads to victory. Moreover, The Hashira-level swordsmen were also undergoing specialized training, but unlike the ordinary swordsmen, their training consisted of practical combat against one another. This not only allowed them to understand each other better, but also to refine their swordsmanship, fostering synergy for potential collective battles in the future. Shiki did not participate in this specialized training, as she possessed a more unique training method. Are you certain about this, Miss Togo? Although you possess the ability to slay upper moons alone, facing us three may be overly taxing, spoke one of the figures in a deep mountain of the Demon Slayer Corps, consisting of three varied heights: the Ready Rock Hashira, Haimajima Gumiai, the Water Hashira, Tomioka Ju, and the Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kyujuru. Before them stood Shiki, wielding her sword. Indeed, while I have long desired to spar with you in your full state, a 3-on-1 match would render it meaningless, Rengoku Kyujuru declared, his gaze sharp and his tone as grandiose as ever. In contrast to the concerns of the other two, Tomioka Ju silently unsheathed his Nichiren blade. Yes, these three were summoned by Shiki as sparring partners. More accurately, they served as a contingency measure. Shiki had now arrived at the answer within her heart. According to Ori, she should now be capable of controlling the Azura. These three were to serve as a safeguard against the potential loss of control in that Azura state. Should she falter, they would exert their full strength to restrain her. As for why these three were chosen, the reason was simple. The Rock Hashira was undoubtedly the strongest swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps aside from Shiki, possessing a formidable physique and terrifying combat skills, having been acknowledged as the strongest before Shiki's arrival. Meanwhile, the Water Hashira, Tomioka Ju, and the Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kyujuru, were both familiar with Shiki's techniques and breathing methods, having previously trained her, thus making their selection only natural. Rest assured, Kyujuru, what I may unleash might not just be my full strength, but potentially a force beyond even my control, so there's no need for you to worry. Furthermore, should I succumb to that state of unconsciousness, please do not hold back. Exert every ounce of your strength to subdue me. Having spoken, she turned her gaze towards the imposing monk with hands clasped in prayer beside her. Xingming, I implore you, rest assured, my lady heir, even should you find yourself in that uncontrollable state, I shall offer my hands and present you with Amitba to awaken you. Sure smiled faintly, choosing not to voice any further opinions regarding the monk's physical transcendence. After scanning the three of them, she withdrew a short distance. Subsequently, she raised her left hand adorned with red cords and bells, placing her right hand atop the red cord of the bell. Then let us begin. With these words, she gently tugged the cord, and a forbidden power that had been sealed was now actively unleashed by Shur. She prepared to confront the Azura. Chapter 100, Shur and Ji, Part 1. The air was scorching, laden with the acrid scent of charred remnants. As Shur opened her eyes, she found herself once again in the blazing Tenshikaku. Yet this time, the flames surged more violently than ever before. The fire of resentment engulfed the ground, as if intent on incinerating the entire structure before spreading outward to the world. Amidst such flames stood a young girl, identical in appearance to Shur, yet clad in a blood-red kimono. She stood serenely amidst the inferno, her long lashes framing eyes that shimmered with the light of karmic flames, radiating brilliance as her lips curved into a perfectly comfortable arc. In terms of allure, she surpassed the emotionally detached Shur. However, there was one notable difference. In Ji's left hand, she held a blade sheathed in a black scabbard, gripped firmly. The blade extended over 3 feet, its hilt and scabbard entirely snow-white, with the guard shaped like a blossoming golden lotus. The black blade, known as Kaimin, was one of the 2 immortal blades of the country of Wanama, the other being the red blade by Lei in Shur's possession. It seems you have arrived at that conclusion, Ji remarked, her smile radiant and sincere, yet tinged with an elusive complexity. Indeed, Shur nodded, acknowledging the truth that one cannot step into the same river twice, nor encounter 2 entirely identical individuals. While there may be similarities between Yongjun and Run, at their core, they are fundamentally different. I do not seek the shadows of the past, for all is transient and nothing endures. An excellent answer, Ji remarked, raising her left hand to reveal the familiar red cord bell, conspicuously visible against her arm. This means you are prepared, is it not? Indeed. Then let us commence. With a light tone, Ji loosened the red cord that served as a binding shackle. Do not falter, Shur. At that moment, the flames of the Tenshikaku blazed fiercely, as if doused with an excessive amount of fuel. And Shur's vision was engulfed by the inferno. The brilliance in Ji's eyes began to wane, her once captivating smile gradually fading away. In its place emerged an indescribable, formidable pressure. Unlike the confrontation with the first of the upper moons, this pressure was born from the slaughter of countless lives. In the midst of this battle, Shur felt an overwhelming wave of bloodlust wash over her, as if submerged in a sea formed from the lifeblood of thousands. Is this the azure state of my being? Powerfully ferocious, a complete embodiment of the will to kill. I apologize, Ji, for the burden you have borne all this time. However, today, I shall bring this situation to an end with my own hands. Shur steadied her posture, lowering herself as her left thumb propelled by Lei into a striking position, the vibrant crimson spilling forth. She gazed ahead, her previously darkened eyes now illuminated by swirling blue light. Opposite her, the girl clad in red, exuding a murderous aura, mirrored her movements. However, the blade in her grasp unleashed tendrils of ink-like darkness. The red blade by Lei and the black blade Kaimen, the sword of slaughter and the blade of rebirth, were wielded respectively by Shur and Ji. This echoed the words of the sword saint. Wanama Ishin, with a heart of compassion, wield the sword of slaughter, with a heart of azura, bear the blade of rebirth. Though Shur was emotionally reserved, she harbored compassion within, thus wielding by Lei the sword of slaughter. Ji, engulfed in the flames of resentment, possessed the heart of an azura, but remained steadfast in her thoughts, wielding Kaimen, the blade of rebirth. Much like the yin and yang of air, their natures opposed, yet coalesced into one. Outside the loft, the wind and snow howled, resembling the cries of a beast. Within, two identically featured girls confronted one another with synchronized movements, as if frozen in a reflective mirror. In the next moment, as sparks ignited from the ground, the mirror shattered. Ji and Shur acted in unison, employing identical speed, posture, and motion to strike. With a gaze, inhalation, the cut of the koi mouth, the draw, the slash. This was a duel of Iajutsu, emphasizing the swiftness of the strike. Both demonstrated mastery that could be deemed unparalleled. Should an observer witness this, they would struggle to perceive how the blades were drawn. Clang! The crisp sound of clashing swords accompanied a powerful gust of wind. As the two immortal blades met in an instant, the rapid and lethal technique of a single strike was thwarted. Such an outcome was inevitable, given that two identical beings, moving at the same speed and employing the same sword techniques, would find it immensely challenging to determine a victor. However, what if the disparity in strength was unequal? Shur gritted her teeth, feeling by Lei tremble incessantly. Ji, wielding the power of the azura, far surpassed her in strength. Despite their sword techniques being equally matched, Shur faltered in raw power. Bai Lei was gradually pushed back by Kaimen, and unlike the struggling Shur, Ji, freed from consciousness, maintained an expression as tranquil as still water, devoid of any ripple. As Kaimen advanced inch by inch, Shur adjusted her stance. Then, as the power from her blade rotated and receded, her kimono fluttered in the flames, reminiscent of a swallow's wings. The sword techniques she learned from the waterborne sword saint were ethereal, akin to a ghost, so much so that even the wind pillar, Fushikawa Shimiya, could do nothing against them. Yet Ji was different. Being one with Shur, she comprehended Shur's sword techniques thoroughly, their strengths and weaknesses alike, even devoid of consciousness. That instinct remained etched within her being. She leaped forth, spinning in midair, and Kaimen traced a dark crescent moon, striking toward Shur as if to sever her wings like a swallow. The eagle cannot capture the swallow, for the latter possesses a unique ability to adjust its posture. However, the eagle, being another avian, can. Shur's pupils constricted, yet she remained unperturbed. She did not raise her blade to defend, knowing that Ji, empowered by the azura, far exceeded her in strength. Raising her sword in defense would only result in being repelled by that overwhelming force, crashing against the walls of the Tenshikaku and losing her ability to counterattack. Thus, she opted for offense. As she rotated, the tip of her right foot executed a cunning side kick, lightly tapping the dark blade of Kaimen, causing that lethal strike to veer off course. This was the ultimate technique, Xianfeng Guanyin Foot. Chapter 101. Shur and Ji, Part 2. There exists a saying, the greatest enemy is oneself. Today, Shur truly felt this sentiment. She took a deep breath. The fleeting moment of their confrontation held a perilousness akin to traversing the Sanzakawa back and forth. A single misstep could plunge one into the abyss of death. For sure, in this state, Ji posed an even more formidable challenge than Kurwa Shizumu, not merely due to strength, but more so because of an intimate understanding of oneself. As a fellow embodiment of the two instruments, Ji was acutely aware of all of Shi's sword techniques and forms. Having observed Shi as a bystander for an extended period, Ji's comprehension of Shi might even surpass Shi's own self-awareness. This knowledge was etched in her mind, even in that unconscious state of a battle frenzy. She could apply it effortlessly. In such a scenario, she could predict all of Shi's movements with clarity, rendering all of Shi's offensive maneuvers devoid of fundamental purpose. Before her, Shi's every tactic would be laid bare. Of course, in this matter, the two were mutually cognizant. Ji understood Shi's sword techniques, and Shi likewise understood Ji's. For the swordplay Ji wielded originated from Shi's own persona. What Ji mastered was also Shi's forte. Even the most dangerous and exquisite swordsmanship would lose its greatest threat once absolute comprehension was attained. Yet herein lay the dilemma. The strength of both Shi and Ji had originally existed in a state of equilibrium, much like the unchanging two instruments, where black and white were equal. However, the power bestowed upon Ji by the battle frenzy shattered that balance. With this newfound power, Ji not only possessed swordsmanship on par with Shi's, but she also held a superior advantage in strength, leading to the gradual encroachment of the white light upon the black shadow. Shi's gaze was sharp as a blade, and the Fo Jiuzi Jianding appeared in her left hand. Simultaneously, the breath of water was elevated to its pinnacle in an instant, with the blade of Jiuzi Jianding filled to the brim with azure and white hues. She positioned the blade known as Bai Lei at her waist and raised the Jiuzi Jianding high above her head, moving both hands in unison as if drawing a slowly rotating representation of the two instruments. This was the stance of a master swordswoman. And following the battle of the first quarter moon, Shi once again unleashed her dual-wielding technique. Yet, the stance Ji adopted left Shi astounded. Ji mirrored Shi's position perfectly, the only distinction being that she held the black blade, Kai Min, in her left hand, while her right hand wielded the Jiuzi Jianding. Indeed, unlike Shi's standard dual-wielding, Ji employed the reverse two-sword technique with her right hand brandishing the blade and her left hand wielding the wild blade. As a result, she raised the black blade, Kai Min, above her head while the Jiuzi Jianding remained at her lower body. With both blades in hand, she drew two instruments that revolved in a direction opposite to Shi's. But that was not the end. Under Shi's watchful gaze, the girl in the crimson kimono parted her lips slightly, inhaling the air as if it were white smoke. And the Jiuzi Jianding in her right hand was soon filled with red and black hues. It was the breath of flame. Bai Lei and Kai Min, the standard and reverse two-sword techniques, the breath of water and the breath of flame. Shi and Ji's existence, in every aspect, represented a coherent unity, while remaining distinctly clear as the two instruments. The two girls, resembling each other in appearance, locked eyes before they lunged at one another once more. Shi was uncertain about how to secure victory in this battle, but when faced with the opponent's blade, one could only respond with their own. Thus, she honored her title of Sword Saint. The clash of sword light erupted as the two girls struck, unleashing a torrential downpour of blade flashes, red and black, pure black, flames, and flowing water. These varied and vibrant sword lights ferociously sliced through the air, with sparks flying from the collision of blades, resembling a miniature fireworks display. The sparks illuminated Shi's face, her exquisitely beautiful visage now adorned with tiny beads of sweat, creating an ambiguity in her gender. In terms of swordplay, Shi was capable of executing perfect blocks and counterattacks with each strike, yet the tremendous force from the two blades caused her hands to tremble uncontrollably. It felt as though she was not parrying two blades, but rather two colossal axes. Nevertheless, Shi did not waver in her defense. The duel of dual swords was not akin to the ordinary crossing of blades, seeking a gap or opportunity. Instead, it was a straightforward contest of who could wield their dual blades incessantly, determining whose scorching sun slash could endure the longest. Whoever faltered or was interrupted would be the one to face defeat. Hence, Shi could not relent. The tempestuous onslaught of blade light would descend upon her the moment she paused. The blades continued to collide. The fate of Kai Min and Bai Lei entwined since time immemorial, unchanged even when both immortal blades fell into the hands of the same wielder. Ultimately, Shi could no longer withstand the assault. The force caused her hands to crack at the tiger's mouth, blood trickling forth. She bore down against the tremendous power of the blades, forcing them apart just as they were about to descend once more, and swiftly transitioned her sword style. the 11th form of the breath of water, Nagi. It must be said that this sword form, created by Tamanaga-ju, was indeed practical. The realm of absolute defense deflected the subsequent strikes, causing even Ji, who had remained in a state of unconsciousness, to exhibit a subtle change in expression at that moment. This expression lasted but an instant before she leaped back, expressionless, positioning the black Kai-men upon her shoulder, from which dark energy emanated, now enveloped in searing flames. Upon witnessing this maneuver, Shi's eyes instinctively narrowed. She recognized the stance all too well. This was the 9th form of the breath of flame. Rengoku. Boom! In the next moment, the girl clad in crimson kimono surged forward like a shooting star, propelled by an immense, terrifying kinetic energy, colliding head-on with Shi's Nagi. This was the clash of the mightiest spear against the most formidable shield. The 9th form of Rengoku was the spear, while the 11th form of Nagi served as the shield. The outcome of this collision remained uncertain. Even the Flame Hashira Rengoku Kaijiro and Water Hashira Tamanaga-ju had never dared to attempt such a confrontation. At this moment, the answer would soon be revealed. Shi focused intently, Nagi unfolding in its most perfect state. Much like when utilizing the Jijiro spear, the adaptability of the weapon would enhance the defensive realm of Nagi. Although the Nagi executed from dual wielding did not possess as expansive a defensive area as the Jijiro spear, its strength lay in the density of the defensive blade light. Suddenly, Shi froze as she beheld Ji, charging forward, sheath in hand, as she swiftly sheathed the Kai-men. Had she changed tactics mid-strike? Was it a simple Iato slash? Or perhaps the Aoi name cross slash? Or was it the first form of the breath of flame? Hinakami? Her brain raced, seeking an answer, and in a fleeting moment, one answer leaped into her consciousness. None of those. Ji was about to employ the Ichi Shin slash. Chapter 102. Shi and Ji. Part 2. As the hilt of Kai-men lightly tapped against the koi mouth, producing a crisp sound. An overwhelming sense of crisis surged within Shi's heart. She recognized this technique. It was the final sword skill honed by the sword saint Aoi Shin in his old age. Known as Ichi Shin, this technique required one to concentrate their mind upon a singular path, disregarding all else, to unleash a transcendent rapid series of strikes dictated by the heart's desire. This sword was called Ichi Shin. Moreover, this was the one technique from the Aoi Mu Shin style that Shi had failed to master, not due to a lack of talent or effort, but rather because she had yet to reach the state of mind described by the old sword saint, a state known as Ichi Shin. However, the embodiment of Shura, Ji, differs significantly. In this state, her thoughts are consumed solely by the desire for slaughter. In a certain sense, this state exemplifies a singular focus. This is precisely why Ji is capable of unleashing this sword strike. A fleeting shimmer, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, darted through Nagi's defensive realm. As if the sword had not been drawn yet, was deftly sheathed by Ji. With an expression devoid of emotion, she closed her eyes, and in that moment, the flow of time appeared to come to a standstill. In the next instant, an outpouring of sword energy erupted forth, enveloping Nagi's domain like a net. The swordsmanship of the sword saint, Inami Ichin, was finally unleashed in this world. The rapid series of metallic clangs resonated continuously. If the purgatory is likened to a spear, then the sword technique Ichin is a terrifying shredder, with a net-like sword light relentlessly slicing through Nagi's domain. Ultimately, Nagi and Ichin sword techniques are similar in nature. The former deflects all attacks entering the domain with her sword, while the latter creates a dimension filled with numerous sword lights, one for defense and the other for offense. Yet, at this moment, the outcome of these two akin techniques became evident. Nagi was unable to repel all the sword lights, and several pierced through her defenses, aimed directly at Shiki. Although Shiki wielded the dual blades by Lei and Josie Jianding, enhancing her defensive capabilities, the Ichin slash was swifter than even the Godspeed slash, renowned for its dimensional cuts. No matter how robust the defense, it was futile if not executed in time. Several sword lights tore through her white kimono, unleashing crimson blossoms upon the maiden's form. Yet, Shiki did not succumb to the pain. Instead, she gritted her teeth and retaliated. Having attempted to master this technique, she understood all too well that the dimensional cuts created by Ichin were indeed formidable. But the true lethal strike lay concealed within the sword sheath. The final cut. That strike was the one that claimed lives. As enemies perished attempting to defend against the multitude of sword lights, leaving them exposed to the mightiest blow, Only Shiki grasped that such an exquisite sword technique could only be countered in dire straits. Bailei and Josie Jianding intersected. The crimson-black sword energy entwining with the azure water flow, forming an X that successfully interrupted Ji's final strike, simultaneously leaving two conspicuous blood marks upon her body. Breaking free from near desperation, Shiki did not relent. Rather, her expression darkened, for the scene unfolding before her was decidedly grim. Ji, with her upper body marred by two intersecting wounds, displayed no sign of anguish. Instead, she resumed her grip on Josie Jianding, returning to a dual-blade stance. And the two wounds on her body flickered with a flame before returning to their original state. She had absorbed the vengeful fire to heal her injuries. This was dire indeed. Already disadvantaged in strength compared to Ji, now faced with an unfamiliar sword technique that could absorb the vengeful fire of the Tenshu, how could she possibly prevail? Wait, why must I win? Shiki suddenly awakened, realizing she had fallen into a misunderstanding. According to Ji's own words, having regained her objective, she could now control the Shura. So what was the meaning of winning? The only thing she needed to contemplate was, as Shiki sank into contemplation, Ji lunged once more, embodying Shura, and would not grant Shiki any opportunity. Her expression was frigid, her form darting like lightning, as she unleashed a sound that tore through the air like a dragon's roar. Clad in blood-red garments, Ji advanced with boundless intent to kill, resembling a reaper wandering the mortal realm, leaving death in her wake. Yet before this menacing figure, Shiki made no attempt to defend herself. Instead, she performed an incomprehensible act. She released her grip on her weapon. Indeed, Shiki let go of her means of defense, opening her arms wide to embrace the rushing reaper. In the next heartbeat, she enveloped the Deathbringer, while the obsidian blade pierced her heart. The overwhelming force propelled her backward, impaling her against the wall of the Tenshu. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow, yet Shiki smiled. It truly hurts, but I wagered correctly. Shiki's voice was hoarse, and as her words fell, an endless surge of blood energy erupted around Ji, as if it had found its home, rapidly pouring forth from her body and swiftly re-entering through the wound in Shiki's heart. This was Shura, a collective of murderous intent and other negative emotions. Compared to Ji, Shiki was their true host, for it was she who was meant to embody the Shura, not Ji. Thus, in this moment, Shiki opened herself to welcome it back into her being. This battle did not require her to win. Rather, from the moment she regained her objective, she had already triumphed. For once she had a goal, Shiki would not be controlled or influenced by Shura. Hence, from the very beginning, her task was simply to reclaim what was rightfully hers from Ji, the burden of Shura. Although Shura was merely a conglomerate of resentment and murderous emotions, it could still sense danger. Upon perceiving something amiss, it immediately struggled, urging Ji's body to withdraw the opening and retreat. Yet it was futile. Shiki's left hand grasped the pitch-black blade, preventing it from exiting her body, while her right arm embraced the girl who bore her likeness. The blade cut through her palm, and the agony of the blade, shifting within her body, could drive an ordinary person to madness. Yet Shiki continued to smile, the flames of the Tenshu illuminating her eyes, which glinted with a hint of madness. Do not even think of escaping. You came for me, did you not? Now, she twisted the blade further, exacerbating her wound, and the blood energy surged even more wildly. I shall send you home. Chapter 103. 3 against 1, yet still reversed? The flames of the Tenshu extinguished, and as the last remnants of blood energy, representing the power of Shura, returned to Shiki's body, the Tenshu, which had been eternally ablaze yet never consumed by fire, finally reverted to its original appearance. It is finally over, Shiki murmured softly, her previously frenzied expression now filled with profound weariness, her legs growing weak beneath her, threatening to collapse. Yet, a pair of hands gently caught her. Well done, Shiki. It was Ji, who had emerged from her unconscious state, her face once again adorned with a radiant smile, her tone gentle, mirroring the embrace she had just shared with Shiki. The black blade, Kaimin, dissipated into black smoke, and the wound in Shiki's heart healed in kind. This world was ultimately a realm of the spirit, where physical damage held no sway. Your tone is as light as if you've just finished a meal, yet I nearly lost my life, Shiki replied petulantly, allowing her body to lean heavily against Ji. No, you would never die, for I know better than anyone that Shiki is incredibly strong. Even flattery holds no merit, Shiki retorted. Ji chuckled softly. It is not flattery. It is simply the truth. TCH, Shiki turned her face away. In a sense, you are also quite a handful. And what is with this tone? Am I your pet? A little head pat and praise will make me wag my tail? This statement caused Ji's hand, poised to pat Shiki's head, to halt mid-air. She smiled helplessly, glancing at the head resting on her shoulder, and spoke in a very soft voice. Thank you. Due to their proximity, even though Ji's voice was faint, those two words still reached Shiki's ears. Upon hearing this, she turned her face away, feeling a certain degree of embarrassment. I merely wish to grow stronger. Saving you is just a byproduct. Oh, Ji laughed lightly, tilting her head in contemplation. What is that word again? Sundara? I never expected Sure to possess such a trait. You're unexpectedly irritating. I'm beginning to regret saving you, Sure thought, pressing her forehead. And how long do you intend to hold on? Her tone carried a hint of annoyance, which, following Ji's remark, seemed to be somewhat validated. Undoubtedly, she was Sundara. Ji maintained her bright smile, placing her hands behind her back and stepping back a few paces. Well, don't think like that. At the very least, you have genuinely harnessed the power of Shura. That is, indeed, a considerable achievement for you. After all, perhaps you're the only one in history capable of controlling and mastering it. Upon hearing Ji's words, Shur distinctly felt a transformation in her physical capabilities. While others might need to exert themselves to perceive such changes, Shur, with her profound mastery over her body, only needed a slight awareness to realize that her physical prowess had undergone a qualitative leap. If her body had previously made significant strides due to her breathing techniques and patterns, reaching a height akin to the first of the upper ranks, the enhancement brought by the power of Shura now nearly doubled that height. At this moment, Shur had attained a level comparable to Ji's Shura transformation, a fact that even surprised her. If upon arriving in this world, she was merely an agile assassin, now she embodied a unique existence, straddling the roles of both warrior and assassin. With the power of longing added to the mix, she could even play the role of a tank. All right, let us head back. Someone is still waiting for you. As she spoke, Ji playfully shoved Shur towards the railing of the Tenshikaku, nearly causing her to teeter on the edge. Just as she was about to deliver one final push to send Shur tumbling down, Shur suddenly sidestepped, grasping Ji's hands. With a surge of strength, Shur sent her plummeting into a state of weightlessness before Ji's astonished gaze. This time, it was Ji who was sent down. From the height of the Tenshikaku to the ground below was no less than 30 meters. Shur was not one to hold a grudge. Fully aware that a step back could yield vast horizons, yet she also recognized the irritation that brewed from being pushed off this tower multiple times. Though she had escaped unharmed, it had left her with some lingering shadows. Today, she had at least vented some frustration. However, a sudden realization struck Shur. If she had previously exited this place in such a manner, then now the corner of her mouth twitched slightly as she recalled the Demon Slayer Corps and the Butterfly Mansion. The Butterfly Mansion had been exceptionally busy of late, as the entire Demon Slayer Corps had entered the so-called 9 Pillars training, a grueling regimen that inevitably resulted in injuries and scrapes, causing the mansion, which had only recently found peace, to become hectic once more. Notably, most of the injured were casualties of the Wind Pillar Shinazugawa Sanemi. Yet, as the 9 Pillars training approached its conclusion, the Butterfly Mansion returned to a semblance of tranquility. However, today it welcomed 3 unusual patients. These 3 were the Flame Pillar, Rengoku Kyujuru, the Water Pillar, Tanjiro Kamadu, and the Rock Pillar, Himejima Gyumii. All 3 were renowned for their formidable strength within the Demon Slayer Corps, with Himejima Gyumii hailed as the mightiest swordsman. Yet, at this moment, the 3 appeared remarkably disheveled. Each bore varying degrees of wounds, primarily burns and cuts from swords. This sight stirred quite a commotion among the wounded demon slayers in the Butterfly Mansion, who speculated about the simultaneous injuries of 3 pillars, especially the strongest among them, Himejima. They could only surmise that they had either encountered a powerful upper moon or had a direct clash with Muzan Kabutsuji. Beyond that, they could envision no other scenario capable of injuring 3 pillar-level swordsmen at once. Butterfly Shinobu gazed at the trio before her, sighing in exasperation. It was her first time hearing of a sparring session resulting in such a state, especially involving 3 pillar-level swordsmen. So, what exactly transpired, Mr. Tanjiro? The Butterfly Maiden asked, her expression warm and inviting. However, Tanjiro averted his gaze, hesitant to respond. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but admitting they had nearly been defeated in a 3-on-1 scenario was not something easily confessed. We competed against Shur, and we lost. Unlike Tanjiro, Rengoku Kyujuru was straightforward and forthright. Since Butterfly Shinobu had inquired, he felt compelled to answer. Nemu Amida Butsu. If not for Lord Yui fainting at a critical moment, the outcome could have been far worse. Our training is still far from sufficient. Haimajima Gumiai clasped his hands together, his robust frame betraying the tears streaming from his eyes. Upon hearing their accounts, Butterfly Shinobu turned her attention back to Shur, who lay on the hospital bed. She had checked Shur's condition, and, as the three had stated, there were no external injuries, merely a fainting spell, the cause of which remained unknown. Just then, as if sensing the gaze upon her, Shur opened her eyes, her dark pupils meeting those of the butterfly maiden, whose violet irises shimmered. After a moment of surprise, Shur, under Butterfly Shinobu's watchful gaze, broke into a radiant smile unlike any she had shown before, sparkling like sunlight and holding a hint of playful mischief. "Good morning," she exclaimed, her tone youthful and spirited. Chapter 104. Meeting you is my heartfelt joy. Shur found herself in an unprecedented predicament. In a moment of petty retaliation, she had countered G's intended push from the Tenshikaku, only to discover that she could not escape. Indeed, she had become trapped within this mental realm. The personae of Shur and G could only manifest separately. If one exited, the other would inevitably remain. In the past, it had always been Shur's primary persona that appeared, while G's secondary persona lingered in this world. However, due to Shur's sudden and remarkable maneuver, she had inadvertently swapped places. "Good morning." Gazing at the girl before her, Shur wore a bright smile that Butterfly Shinobu had never witnessed before, radiant as sunlight and tinged with an inexplicable playfulness. Even the brief greeting was infused with a vitality absent from her usual demeanor. "Oh," Butterfly Shinobu blinked, momentarily dazed by Shur's unexpected transformation, struggling to form a coherent response. What kind of exchange is this? A classic dialogue between a goddess and a mere mortal? Despite my greeting, Shur pressed her forehead, muttering words that eluded Butterfly Shinobu's comprehension. A goddess and a mere mortal? Observing Shur's stark transformation, Butterfly Shinobu tilted her head in confusion, attempting to discern the connection between the two. Yet she quickly abandoned her inquiry, realizing something far more serious. The Shur before her was somewhat abnormal, be it her tone, facial expressions, or even the subtler nuances of her gestures and the sudden emergence of peculiar phrases. Everything about Shur starkly contrasted with her previous self. In the past, Shur possessed a frigid demeanor, speaking directly and succinctly, her facial expressions few and far between, emanating an aura as cold as snow. However, at this moment, she appeared to be an entirely different version of herself, cheerful, radiant with smiles, and her tone gentle, reminiscent of a warm sun that brings comfort. This transformation caused Butterfly Shinobu to feel a sense of unease. She had heard of cases where individuals experienced drastic personality changes after suffering head trauma. And given the recent sparring session Shur had with the three Hashira, it was inevitable that her thoughts wandered in that direction. Under Shur's puzzled gaze, Butterfly Shinobu, with a serious expression, extended her hands to cradle Shur's head, her slender fingers gently exploring Shur's scalp in an attempt to uncover the cause of this peculiar state. Yet, apart from the soft texture of her hair, she sensed no other sensations. "I feel as though you are contemplating something rather inappropriate," Shur remarked with a subtle expression. Though she quickly reverted to her previous smile, grasping Butterfly Shinobu's hand with a twinkle in her eyes and a buoyant voice. "Well, never mind that. Since we rarely have the chance to go out, let us have some fun, Butterfly." "Butterfly? Fun?" Butterfly Shinobu was momentarily taken aback. Before she could ponder the unfamiliar address, the girl clad in a white kimono had already taken her hand and was leading her outside. Meanwhile, Tomioka and others, who had yet to tend to their wounds, stood in place bewildered. As dusk fell, it was evident that even the late hour could not hinder the steps of those who had desires to pursue. The Demon Slayer Corps was situated halfway up a mountain, and the path leading down was a winding stone staircase. Shur, in her white kimono, skipped down the steps like a lively sprite, followed by Butterfly Shinobu, who with a furrowed brow and a worried gaze, resembled a protective mother fearing her child might fall. Indeed, as Shur herself stated, she was there to enjoy herself. On the descent, she behaved like a child encountering everything anew, stopping to admire beautiful flowers and exclaiming at amusing sights, as if she had never experienced such things before. This exuberance resulted in the two of them descending the mountain only to find that night had fully arrived. However, Their fortune was favorable, due to it being summer. The village at the mountain's base seemed to be hosting a festival, with the streets aglow and bustling with people, the air fragrant with delightful scents. Gazing at the throngs, Shur, who typically despised crowds, did not frown as she usually would. Rather, her eyes sparkled and her spirits soared. "Let's go," she exclaimed, seizing Butterfly Shinobu's hand as they wove through the crowd and various stalls. From candied apples to takoyaki and an array of grilled snacks, they indulged in every available delight. By the end of their exploration, both girls had accumulated numerous treasures, masks, flowers, and wind chimes, the fruits of their adventure. Eventually, feeling a sense of satisfaction, Shur halted, sitting on a bench by the roadside, swinging her legs gleefully while counting her spoils. In her left hand, she tightly held a bouquet of roses, flowers that bloom in early summer and symbolize love, plucked by some girls who sought to resell them during the couple-filled festival. Shur had purchased a bunch, totaling 9 stems, though not by her own design. The flower sellers had deliberately chosen that number. 9 roses signify enduring love, similar to the meaning of 99 roses representing everlasting affection, making it a strategic choice to sell at a higher price, one that customers were willing to pay. As Shur began to untie the roses from their bouquet, Butterfly Shinobu spoke up. "Shur is not the usual Shur, is she?" The butterfly girl was perceptive. Throughout the day, she had observed Shur's transformation, which could hardly be described as mere personality change. It felt as though she had become an entirely different person. She recalled that night when the 2 Yuan Shur had slain the Upper Moon One in the sword-forging village. The strength and elegance of that Shur were starkly different from the one she knew. Could this also be one of those instances? Without raising her head, Shur lightly nodded, her hands continuing their task. "To put it simply, would you understand better if I referred to it as a dual personality? I am not the Shur you know. I am Woven, who has never made an appearance before." As she spoke, she paused her actions, grasping Butterfly Shinobu's hand and tracing the characters for Shur and Woven, which share the same pronunciation. "You have always known Shur, but recently, due to certain special circumstances, I have been permitted to appear. Do you understand now?" "I think I have a general understanding." Butterfly Shinobu nodded, yet her experience with the other Yuan Shur lent her a deeper comprehension. "What is your purpose for appearing this time?" Woven pondered, her face suddenly drawing near to Butterfly Shinobu's, warm breath grazing her cheeks, their lips mere inches apart. Butterfly Shinobu was momentarily taken aback, her mind blank, unable to react and retreat. "Originally, I intended to assist you and Shur, but I suspect that if I do so, I may not have the opportunity to surface again. Therefore, I shall refrain from it." Her tone was mischievous, akin to a little imp. After speaking, Woven placed 5 of the roses she had just removed from the bouquet into Butterfly Shinobu's palm. "Do you know what 5 roses symbolize in this country?" Butterfly Shinobu blinked in confusion, shaking her head. Due to her sister, she had some knowledge of flowers, but the language of flowers was not among her expertise. "In that case, you should ask Shur directly. She will provide you with a satisfactory answer." Woven smiled gently, standing up with an innocent grin reminiscent of a playful prank. As night deepened, the festival came to an end, leaving behind discarded remnants and the lingering scent of fireworks in the air. In the dim light, Shur and the butterfly girl walked side by side on their way back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. As Shur's consciousness returned, Woven willingly relinquished control of the body, and her expression reverted to its usual chilliness, her demeanor returning to its former state. In the stillness of the deserted night, the only sound was the rustling of grass beneath the girl's feet, until Butterfly Shinobu broke the silence. "Say, Shur, what does 5 roses signify?" The gentle voice posed the question that had been troubling her heart. Shur halted, frowning in contemplation. After a moment, her brow relaxed as she turned to Butterfly Shinobu. "To meet you brings me genuine joy." Butterfly Shinobu's pupils widened slightly. Woven was indeed correct. Shur had offered her a satisfactory answer. Chapter 105. Count Your Sins in Hell. In the sky, massive black lead clouds spread across the horizon, darkening the already night sky. Accompanied by a flash of golden lightning within the clouds, torrents of water poured down like a burst dam, connecting heaven and earth with a dense curtain of rain. Summer rain arrives suddenly and with great force. Such downpours, even by the next day, would leave the skies overcast. This time is an excellent hunting opportunity for ordinary demons. While for higher-ranking demons, such weather provides an ideal offensive advantage. A singularly large eyeball, far exceeding that of an ordinary person, lay concealed within the depths of darkness. Its bloodshot pupil did not blink even once as it fixated on the wandering swordsman of the Gue Sha Dui. Within that gaze, a singular character was etched, the word Si. This character was meant to belong to the half-Tengaku who had fled from the Forge village. Yet now, it seemed that the upper moon was undergoing a slight transformation. The eye followed the movements of the Gue Sha swordsman, inch by inch, until it finally beheld the hidden headquarters of the Gue Sha Dui nestled within the secluded mountains. At that moment, the exposure of the most vital base of the Gue Sha Dui signified the impending commencement of the final battle, accompanied by howling winds and torrential rains. A priestess clad in red and white descended into the courtyard. Her hands were clasped within her sleeves, her eyes gently closed, and her expression serene, resembling a goddess. However, the two malevolent spirits holding an umbrella for her had already betrayed her identity. It was unexpected that the master of the demons would take such a form, Yamamoto Musen. The warm-hearted man within the residence bore a smile as he gazed intently at the priestess in the courtyard. Foolishness, he mused. For beings of my caliber, appearance, age, and gender hold no significance. Yet I had anticipated a much more formidable adversary from the clan that has opposed me for a millennium, only to find you a mere frail human. She extended her hand, commanding, hand her over, that woman. Her tone was slow and low, yet imbued with absolute authority. Hojo Yose gently shook his head. Even as a fragile human, he did not exhibit the slightest fear toward the figure before him. Musen. You could never guess her whereabouts. Musen. You cannot possess her. No, in truth, Tsukigumi is not merely an object or a tool, but a sentient being, a living person. Even if you were to hand her over, you could never claim her. You would only meet the edge of her blade. His tone intensified. Today, I shall fulfill the millennia-long wishes of my clan and slay you, the progenitor of demons, right here. Boredom, utter tedium, Musen replied, her voice cold and unyielding. You, incapable of even a few effective strikes, dare to entertain thoughts of slaying me. Her voice, icy and unrelenting, seemed to crystallize the raindrops cascading around her. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying presence, the leader of the Gue Sha Ui remained calm and unperturbed, his expression revealing not a flicker of emotion. No, you have misjudged the situation, Musen. It is not just I who seek your demise. Many others yearn for your death. You have trampled upon the tails of tigers and touched the scales of dragons countless times. You have awakened those who ought to have remained in slumber for eternity, tigers and dragons who shall keep their gaze upon you and never let you escape. Even now, it is so. The warm-hearted man emitted a low growl, incongruous with his nature, akin to the sounding of a war horn. In the next moment, a murderous intent erupted within the courtyard as 9 Gue Sha swordsmen suddenly emerged from various corners. Each bore a blood-red talisman upon their foreheads, their forms rendered ethereal under the influence of a certain candy. It was the blood demon art of Yushiro combined with Tsukikage candy. Under this dual concealment, even Musen could not perceive the terrifying ambush that lay in wait within the courtyard. Just as Hojo Yose had stated, they had been watching Musen all along. The 9 pillar-level swordsmen surged forth simultaneously, among them the Kamadu siblings, Tanjiro, and the boar-headed youth. Each face radiated intense fury. Their hatred for Musen ignited upon witnessing her in the flesh. Their respective breathing techniques unfurled, aiming to send this progenitor of demons to hell in an instant. Musen's cat-like eyes narrowed sharply. Just as she prepared to retaliate, a woman covered in talismans appeared before her, wielding a massive syringe filled with an unknown crimson substance, which she forcefully plunged into Musen's body, injecting the liquid within. Shinobu. Musen could scarcely fathom that a demon existed within the ranks of the Gue Sha Dui, let alone what substance was being forced in her body. But it did not end there. Above Musen, the girl she had been desperately pursuing had materialized. Just as Hojo Yose had predicted, Musen had indeed not anticipated that the Shiki would appear here, for the girl had never considered fleeing. Sometimes, the most perilous places become the finest execution grounds. With all her strength, she leaped, wielding the baile that emanated a terrifying scarlet glow. In that moment, she appeared as a divine being suspended in the air, observing the world below from a godlike perspective. Simultaneously, a profound transformation occurred within her. Patterns blossomed. A transparent world unfolded, and with complete concentration and self-suggestion, she elevated her state to its zenith in mere moments. Even the blade of the baile was adorned with cherry blossom-like snowflakes. She prepared herself thoroughly, intent on slaying this progenitor of demons. This was a meticulously planned assassination, enabled by the Hojo clan's capacity for foresight. Today, let my Buddhist path guide us to cast aside our bloody blades. Umaba, the giant monk roared, unleashing a physical exorcism. His immense meteor hammer transforming into a cannonball, hurtling fiercely towards Muzin. Muzin's icy visage contorted into a grimace. She was unafraid of the pillar-level swordsman wielding Nicaran blades. What truly troubled her were the pair of azure eyes that resembled those of a grim reaper, along with the scarlet blade clasped in Shiki's hands. "To hell with all of you insects!" The priestess snarled, her face marred by ferocity, just as the blades of the pillar-level swordsman surged forth. The ground beneath them suddenly gave way, their forms uncontrollably plummeting downward. Only the Shiki, who had descended from the sky, remained unaffected. She spun gracefully in midair, resembling a crimson top. "Quinen Rakatsu, it is you who shall descend into hell, Muzin. Go forth and reckon your sins in the underworld." Chapter 106. It is truly splendid that you have not perished. The ground beneath everyone's feet was replaced, transforming the Gue Sha Dui stronghold spanning several miles into a fortress of inverted space in an instant. The pillar-level swordsmen lost all foothold, their forms uncontrollably descending. This castle was the Infinite Castle. Like the headquarters of the Gue Sha Dui, it was the stronghold of Muzin. She had come alone. How could she not have made preparations? In that moment, the only ground remaining was beneath Muzin's feet. Can one even count such things at this juncture? The red and white-clad Muzin unleashed a roar incongruent with her visage, her rose-colored pupils expanding like the immovable Mayu. In the next moment, beneath her white garments, countless spiked vines erupted, numerous and with bizarre trajectories. Blood thorns. The girl in the white kimono exhibited no signs of retreat in her falling stance. She had no opportunity to withdraw. She could only counter with greater strength and swiftness to deflect the impending strike. Her wrist rotated as she gripped the hilt, altering the trajectory of the ballet from a downward slash to a sweeping arc, ensnaring the myriad thorns upon her blade entwined with 1,000 threads. In the Battle of the Flower District, Shinobu had employed such swordsmanship to defend against Daki's blades. Yet now, the ferocity of these thorns was several dozen times greater, entangling them in her sword akin to wielding a pure steel blade weighing hundreds of pounds. In times past, employing such a tactic against these thorns would have ensnared the blade, rendering it ineffective for striking. Yet, after she mastered the capabilities of the Shura body and achieved remarkable growth, even wielding 100 pounds of pure steel felt effortless to her. With a resounding thud, the formidable blow of the Kunin, enveloped in thorns like a heavy hammer, struck the head of Kibutsuji and Muzin, producing a muffled sound that truly exuded the essence of a Kunin. However, this strike did not sever Muzin's head. Nonetheless, the force was inescapable. Muzin sensed that, while the threat from this blow was minimal, it bore an almost terrifying power, unimaginable coming from this seemingly delicate and frail girl. The wooden floor beneath her feet splintered, and under this tremendous force, she and Shiki plummeted into the depths of the Infinite Castle. The Infinite Castle serves as the stronghold of demons and is a town created through a certain blood demon art, where everything is inverted, and the architecture leans in all directions, rendering gravity ineffective. At this moment, the eerie town was suffused with a unique stench of blood and demonic presence, so thick that even the air felt viscous. An ordinary person would likely vomit upon inhaling it. "Shinobu, I leave the rear to you. Let us join everyone." Accompanying Kochu Shinobu in her fall into the Infinite Castle was her stepsister, Kurika Sakanaihu. She had not participated in the ambush against Muzin, yet the expanse of the Infinite Castle enveloped the entire Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, dragging and even other swordsmen of the Corps. Understood. The girl's face bore an unusual resolve, seemingly influenced by her time spent with the charcoal seller during training, her heart now free from confusion. Before them loomed a horde of grotesque demons, gathering like 100 ghosts on the move, fierce and overwhelming. However, the two young women remained unfazed. Their prolonged companionship had forged an unbreakable synergy. Their figures flickered, with violet and pink sword lights flashing through the throng of demons. In the next moment, they appeared behind the horde, continuing their advance. The demons, upon the sisters gaining a few meters distance, disintegrated into a heap of flesh. As the sisters pressed forward, suddenly, Kochu Shinobu halted, her graceful visage revealing a grave expression. She raised her hand, signaling Sakanaihu to stop. Before them stood a diminutive child amidst a cluster of female corpses, garbed in luxurious black and gold attire. Wearing a black crown, muttering in distress. Can't Xiaomingnu send me some younger girls? Though I'm not picky, these ones are hardly more than old hags. No sooner had he spoken, he trembled, a smile curving his lips as he turned to face Shinobu and Sakanaihu. Oh, Xiaomingnu, did you hear me so quickly? It seems nurturing good relations with her was indeed wise. He fully turned, doffed his hat, and performed an exquisite bow, introducing himself. Ah, a pleasure to meet you. I am the second upper moon, Doma. What a splendid evening it is. Let us enjoy it together, ladies. With an untroubled smile and a calm, gentle tone, coupled with an appealing visage, he appeared to be a delightful child. Yet, his name caused the eyes of the butterfly maiden to narrow sharply. The second upper moon. Is it? You're not dead, she murmured, lowering her head, her bangs obscuring half her face, hiding her expression, yet her voice carried a chilling undertone. Indeed, Doma nodded heavily, his smile unwavering. It was truly perilous. That young lady's ultimate strike, as Lord Akaza would say, should have reached perfection, had I not prepared in advance. I might have turned to dust. A sinister laugh escaped the head-bowed Shinobu. Is that so? How delightful. Just then a loud thud reverberated, and a fleeting shadow shot forth, a violet blade flashing before Doma in an instant, not a thrust but a slash. With the activation of her patterns, Kochu Shinobu had gained a significant boost in strength. An unimaginable killing intent erupted from this petite girl, whose heart harbored a long-cherished desire to slay the one responsible for her sister's death. Ever since the Infinite Train incident, she had believed the second upper moon to be dead at the hands of Shiki. Though she had thought her vengeance fulfilled, the inability to personally slay the murderer of her sister had remained a thorn in her heart. Now, confronted with the knowledge that her enemy was alive and before her heart surged with joy. I will kill you with my own hands. Her diminutive stature granted her unparalleled speed. Even Doma could not react in time. As the blade approached within half an inch of his neck, he barely managed to respond, his colorful pupils contracting as he raised his fan to halt the blade's advance. This woman is unexpectedly strong. Chapter 107. I will no longer be human. Zenitsu. Within the infinite castle, a golden-haired youth raced forward, Kaneo Zenitsu, the boy who once boldly declared his intentions to Shiki on Fujisaki Mountain. His countenance bore no trace of the previous weakness. Instead, it was marked by an extreme coldness. Unlike the other core members who were scattered in disarray, he appeared to be searching for something with a clear objective. He suddenly halted, fixating on a figure ahead, his golden pupils reflecting a silhouette. It was a man with disheveled black hair, pale skin, and a malicious grin, his ashen face adorned with peculiar black tiger stripes. His pupils inscribed with the designation of the fifth upper moon. At last, I have found you, Kaigaku. Zenitsu's expression darkened as he gazed at the man before him. This was the individual he sought, a former senior who had once trained alongside him under the original Hashira, Tsujikuni Yorichi. During the training period, Zenitsu had returned to his dojo, yearning to grow stronger and seeking methods to learn other forms of thunder breathing. Though he found no such methods, he received shocking news. His senior had chosen to become a demon during a mission. The original Hashira, Tsujikuni Kaigaku, had even contemplated seppuku in remorse. But Zenitsu had stopped him, pledging to cleanse their dojo of its demons. Ah, Zenitsu, it has been a while. You remain unchanged, short, pitiful, and still so weak. The upper moon demon Kaigaku sneered, his lips curling in mockery. From the beginning, he had looked down upon the boy who only mastered the first form. Even now, despite the changes, that disdain had not wavered. How fortunate that you managed to join the upper moons. Zenitsu's gaze turned icy. It was hard to believe that the once frail boy could possess such a stare, akin to a blade honed through countless trials, ready to unleash a peak strike. Why did you choose to become a demon? Why? Kaigaku grinned widely. Because this way, I can survive, grow stronger, and annihilate everyone who once looked down on me. I will force those who scorn me to kneel before me and beg for forgiveness. For this reason, I shall no longer remain a mere human. Zenitsu. Amidst the piercing shrieks, he unsheathed the Nicaran blade, his entire being erupting with a savage black thunder, slashing towards the golden-haired youth ahead. In response, the golden-haired youth merely bent slightly at the waist, gripping the hilt of his sword, as strands of golden lightning coiled around him like serpents. Unlike before, He did not enter the state of the Hashira, but instead fixed his gaze upon his brother, who had transformed into a demon. Thunder breathing, fourth form, distant thunder. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, cross slash. The two contrasting bolts of lightning intertwined and surged past. Yet just as Kaigaku was about to bring his blade down, Zenitsu had already materialized behind him, the Nichiren blade gracefully sliding back into its sheath. A profound shock flickered in Kaigaku's azure eyes. Witnessing a form of thunder breathing he had never encountered before, its speed so swift he could only perceive a cross-shaped flash of electricity. How pitifully slow! Zenitsu glared fiercely. As the moment the blade met the tsuba, a conspicuous cross appeared upon Kaigaku's body, followed by a torrent of blood gushing forth. This strike marked a definitive severance of their bond, cleaving not only into Kaigaku's flesh, but also into the ties binding the two brothers. Countless crows surged into the infinite castle, darting through the jagged expanse, each adorned with special talismans that shared their vision with Ubuya Shiki Yoya, enabling the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps to make decisive judgments. Furthermore, they could relay information to the warriors within the infinite castle, allowing for timely mutual assistance. Announcement: the insect Hashira, Kochu Shinobu, and her successor, Tiri Kanna, have encountered Upper Moon 2. Please proceed to assist promptly. Please proceed to assist promptly. Announcement: the warrior Zenitsu Agatsuma has encountered Upper Moon 5. No assistance needed. No assistance needed. Lord Tenjin is facing Muzan alone. Please locate him and provide support. The crows proclaimed loudly, while below, Water Hashira, Tomioka, Flame Hashira, Kyudru, Rengoku, and the Kamadu siblings stood solemnly, acutely aware of the peril of confronting Kabutsuji Muzan alone. With this realization, their steps quickened once more. Suddenly, Kyudru halted abruptly, his striking flame-like brows furrowing. Someone is approaching. Kyudru sensed a familiar presence. Yet it was more formidable than before. In the next moment, a thunderous crash echoed from above as a figure emerged, shrouded in smoke and crouched upon the ground. Ah, it has been a long time, Kyudru. As Kyudru's eyes widened in shock, the figure emerged from the haze. With peach-colored hair, a matching coat, and the blue tattoos of a sinner, it was unmistakably Akaza, the one who had battled Kyudru during the Infinity Train arc. However, there was a notable change in his gaze. The previously inscribed Upper Moon 3 had transformed into Upper Moon 1. Indeed, after the demise of Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, at the Forge Village, all Upper Moon demons received a second blessing from Kibutsuji Muzan, during which Akaza, wielding martial prowess as his weapon, finally ascended to his coveted pinnacle, surpassing Upper Moon 2, Doma, to attain the ranking of Upper Moon 1. Now, he stood before Kyudru with an unprecedented strength, exuding a terrifying pressure that nearly suffocated Tanjiro, standing nearby. Upper Moon 1? Kyudru's brow tightened as he grasped the hilt of his sword. So you have grown even more powerful than before, have you? Ah, had you accepted my proposal back then, perhaps you too could have attained this position, Akaza smirked. Even if you did not, you certainly have not progressed much compared to me now. Akaza's words carried weight. Had Kyudru fought him during the Infinity Train battle, there might have been a chance of victory, but now, such prospects were utterly bleak. Indeed, my personal strength may not match yours at present. But we have 3 warriors here. With a bold tone, Ju stepped forward, his expression as frigid as ever, yet beneath that icy facade burned a fierce fighting spirit. As if the melody of the Ju march echoed in his mind. The tactic of overwhelming numbers, is it? The weak always seek warmth in numbers. But such a battle might prove to be rather interesting. Unleash your techniques. Akaza sneered, expanding his stance as the snowflake needle unfurled beneath him, covering a range many times greater than before. What once spanned mere meters had now transformed into over 10. Let the grand feast commence. Chapter 108. The Realm of Nothingness. Additional update. The battle erupted in various locales, with Zenitsu confronting Upper Moon 5, while Kochu Shinobu and Tsuyuri Kanna clashed with Upper Moon 2, Doma. Tomioka, Kyudru, Rengoku, and the Kamadu siblings faced the newly ascended Upper Moon 1, Akaza, while the Love and Serpent Hashira encountered Upper Moon 4. As for the Wind, Rock, and Mist Hashira, they seemed to still be en route for assistance. The situation remained unclear. Meanwhile, in a shadowy expanse within the Infinite Castle, where visibility was nearly non-existent, Shiki raised her blade, by lay, spinning like a compass needle. The transparent world activated. She was poised to react at the first sign of intrusion. Shiki surmised she had plummeted to the depths of the infinite castle, where the strike from her blade shattered the wooden floor beneath Musen's feet, sending them both into the abyss, a fall that lasted nearly 4 minutes, calculating to a descent of nearly 1,000 meters. Thus, Shiki found herself alone at the bottom of the infinite castle, with no one to offer support and no escape from this space, akin to an inescapable abyss. At last, our time alone has arrived, Tenjin. In the darkness, a chilling voice, cold enough to send shivers through one's spine, suddenly resonated, akin to a switch igniting a cluster of candle flames. Shiki turned, the crimson blade aimed towards the source, her gaze sharp, reflecting the divine figure before her. Indeed, she was stunning. Such beauty could incite chaos wherever it appeared. Yet beneath this facade lay a soul tainted by blood and sin. Even in solitude, the only conversation I shall have is with the blade in my hand. With a flick of her wrist, Bailey emitted a resonant chime, seemingly responding to her words. Kibutsuji Musen chuckled softly, a commendable spirit. Even now, having plunged into this realm of nothingness, devoid of any support, do you truly believe you alone can defeat me? If there is no path, then I shall carve one with my blade. Moreover, it is not that I believe I can defeat you. It is that I will certainly defeat you. Shiki's eyes shimmered. The azure hue that once instilled fear in the progenitor of demons now filled her gaze. And after 6 months, as she looked upon Kibutsuji Musen once more, it was a sight unlike any before. The once sparse lifelines had multiplied significantly, indicating that the gap between Shiki and Musen had drastically narrowed, and signifying her remarkable growth over the past half-year. In an instant, under the watchful gaze of Guaimai Ji Wuzan, the knife-wielding maiden nearly 10 meters away silently vanished, leaving only the cracked floor where she had stood. The silent, killing swordsmanship was ineffective against the seemingly omniscient Hachiyamu, yet proved effective for this non-warrior. This swordsman Guaimai Ji Wuzan, her rose-colored cat-like pupils dilated slightly, her nerves igniting with an unprecedented warning, a harbinger of death. This sensation had only been experienced with one other individual, inherited kin Yuruchi. Guaimai Ji Wuzan lifted her gaze in fury, but as she beheld the unfolding scene, her anger shifted to shock. The girl with the crimson blade raised her weapon, her slender figure overlapping with that of the swordsman from centuries past. Even the coldness etched on her face was eerily similar. Those eyes again, do you understand? Your gaze repulses me. Guaimai Ji Wuzan's tone grew increasingly ferocious. Amidst her observation, blood-red thorns erupted from her body, dense as a forest. This woman must be killed and consumed. After painstakingly ensuring that inherited kin Yuruchi lived to an old age, she could not allow the emergence of another such individual. With a swift motion, the technique Flying Spiral Clouds was unleashed. The dance of the Balu sword, propelled by the undying slash, created a circular domain of intertwining red and black sword light that severed the advancing thorns into countless fragments. As the sword transformed, the searing flames heated the blade, causing Bailey to emit a staggering wave of heat. Breath of Flame, Fifth Form, Flame Tiger. The roar of the heat surged forth as the blade sliced through the air, Bailey descending rapidly with a long tail of flame. Guaimai Ji Wuzan and the girl brushed past each other, and in an instant, several streaks of blood erupted from the pristine fabric of her white kimono. Though not a fatal wound, nor a severing of a lifeline, Guaimai Ji Wuzan felt an indescribable agony emanating from the injury, a pain that coursed through her entire being. It was as if she had plunged into an inferno, every vein and bone seared by the intense flames. Even her consciousness was engulfed. The flames of resentment. The fire controlled by the Azura was a concoction of all negative emotions and the will to kill. This was another ability acquired through mastering the Azura form, alongside her formidable physical prowess. Not only that, but beyond the soul-shaking sensation of burning, Guaimai Ji Wuzan realized that the healing speed at the wound was severely hampered. Without intense focus, recovery would be nearly impossible. Is it that blade? The energy it exudes is akin to that which wounded Tong Mo, despicable fiend. The seething anger prompted the progenitor of demons to curse. Despicable? The girl laughed silently. Such words could be uttered by anyone. Yet only this individual lacked the qualification to utter them, for when it came to despicability, none could rival Guaimai Ji Wuzan. Since you dared to say that, allow me to show you something even more despicable. With a feigned motion of her left hand, ethereal black smoke coalesced, and ultimately, a blade emanating pure darkness was grasped within her fingers. The black blade opened the door. Having mastered the Azura and liberated the weave, the blade meant for the Azura, the rebirth blade, was naturally seized by her. With her left hand opening the door and her right hand wielding by Lei, the two undying slashes from the country of Yinming were drawn forth simultaneously for the second time in this realm. Much like Bai Lei, upon its appearance in her grasp, the flames of resentment clung to the blade. Both undying slashes were engulfed in soul-consuming fire. Gue Maiji Wuzan gritted her teeth in fury, her anger intensifying. This wretch was doubly despicable, yet the next moment she froze, for she witnessed the girl in the white kimono thrusting the two burning blades into the ground. The heart-stopping flames swiftly spreading along the blade to the earth, expanding outward. However, the girl seemed unsatisfied as blades continued to manifest in her hands. Wedge Maru, Kayagaku, Kanataka, Omote Shiyu Maru. Each weapon she wielded was drawn forth, enveloped in flames before being thrust before her, culminating in an astonishingly long Jamin spear. These weapons formed a thorny barrier around her, flames coursing along their blades and tips, transforming the space into a realm consumed by this fire of resentment within mere breaths. It was truly like a hellish domain. Gue Maiji Wuzan, you once declared that this place is devoid of heaven, earth, and even paths. What now? The girl stood proudly, her eyes shimmering with the light of karmic flames beneath her long brows. Is it the same for you? Chapter 109, The Final Dance of the Butterfly's Fury. Hatred is a negative emotion. It can lead one astray, causing one to lose sight of their objectives. When this emotion is suppressed, it distorts one's very existence. However, when the target of this hatred appears before a person, that emotion ignites, fueling their inner strength. Kanahu had never witnessed such a sister, her movements swift to an extreme, her power exceeding all past encounters, each strike infused with a brutality incongruent with her petite form. The light of her sword revealing her lethal intent. When did my sister become so strong? Was it through her encounter with that person? Is that so? This hairpin. Now I understand why you're so enraged. Under the pressure of her sword light, the small child leaped gracefully, the golden fan occasionally parrying attacks. Yet throughout, a playful grin remained on his face. Like that child. Tong Mo glanced at Kanahu, the mirth in his eyes unwavering. That woman, the Hashira of flower breathing, is your kin, is she not? I can sense it. You both share the same blood. But what a pity, for the sun has risen, and I was unable to consume her. Thus, Tong Mo raised an eyebrow. You are here for revenge, are you not? In response came an even sharper blade of light and a face marred with tension. Tong Mo raised his fan to defend. Observing the fury etched on the face of Kocho Shinobu, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his tones soaring. Ah, how moving. Sisterly bonds, familial love, the ties that bind. This is the most exquisite aspect of humanity. The two clashed and landed, Kocho Shinobu returning to Kanahu's side, breathing lightly, her tones still icy. Enough. You need not spew your lies. Moved? Sisterly bonds? Familial love? The butterfly maiden scoffed coldly. Can you truly perceive such things? Tong Mo was momentarily taken aback, his expression frozen as if encased in ice. Yet Kocho Shinobu's emotionless tone continued. Before she died, my sister told me she felt pity for you. For you cannot feel anything, can you? The joy, sorrow, anger, and soul-stirring emotions that should be inherently understood are beyond your grasp. Are they not? Yet you are astute and skilled at deception. To conceal this truth, you feign laughter and masquerade sorrow. If words can be likened to a blade, then at this moment, Kocho Shinobu's words were daggers, piercing deeply into his heart, relentless in their assault. But even so, you remain incapable of perceiving any emotion. Why then do you exist in this world? Might it not be better to descend into hell sooner? A wretched being, the cold tone fell, and the statue-like Tong Mo seemed to crack, his perpetual grin replaced with an icy demeanor akin to his blood demon art. A tremendous danger erupted from Tong Mo. Like a shattered silver bottle, unleashing a torrent. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position, within the constricted pupils of Kanaihu. His figure had already ascended above Kocho Shinobu, descending swiftly with his fan to strike. In an instant, he penetrated the girl's body. However, Doma felt no sensation of the fan piercing flesh, as if he had struck nothing but formless air. In his moment of bewilderment, the girl's body transformed into numerous mint-colored butterflies that dissipated into the air. The dance of the insect-breathing butterfly dance, an illusory butterfly. During this period, Kocho Shinobu, having replaced her Nichiren blade, naturally needed to alter her sword style. Otherwise, how could she slay demons relying solely on her previous thrusting techniques? The mesmerizing scene woven by these dazzling butterflies momentarily captivated Doma. Not far behind him, Kanaihu seized the opportunity. For her, Doma was indeed a target that must be eliminated. The girl lightly stepped forward, unleashing 9 strokes of pink sword light from various angles, all converging a single point, akin to the petals of a peony. The 5th form of the flower-breathing, fruitless peony. Just as Doma barely reacted, he executed a tactical retreat. Although he evaded decapitation, he was still slashed across the chest by the 9 consecutive strikes, blood surging forth. He swung his fan in response, revealing a lotus-shaped ice crystal that emanated an intensely frigid aura capable of freezing flesh. Kanaihu held her breath. She had witnessed and countered this technique before. At that time, she had stepped into a sea of flowers, wielding her blade like a sharp gardening knife, shattering the ice lotuses completely. Now, she sought to emulate that moment, forcefully stepping into the flower sea, moving amidst the figures and sword light, cleaving the ice lotuses in twain wherever she passed. Half a year had elapsed, and the two faced each other once more. Their previous clash had occurred in Asakusa, where she struggled to predict Doma's movements. But this time she not only wounded him, but also countered his attacks. Training proves invaluable. If this continues, victory is within reach. This thought had just emerged in Kanaihu's mind when an oncoming wave of white chill halted her advance, forcing her to retreat a distance. Blood Demon Art, Frozen Cloud. Kanaihu had encountered this technique before. Although its temperature was not as severe as other Blood Demon Arts, its extensive range made it difficult to escape once ensnared. Can you not interfere at such a moment? Though you're also a young girl, Doma's expression darkened. Rather than you, I am more inclined to deal with your sister. Let these 2 children serve as your opponents. As he spoke, he waved his golden fan, summoning 2 ice puppets that bore a striking resemblance to him. Blood Demon Art, Ice Crystal Prince. This technique was also familiar to Kanaihu. Though the puppets lacked close combat prowess, they possessed blood demon arts of the same caliber as Doma himself. Very well, let us proceed with this. Doma turned away, but upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily stunned. The butterfly girl had vanished, replaced by a multitude of butterflies. They filled the confined space. Their colors varied yet suffused with an overwhelming beauty, evoking the sensation of being amidst flowers. However, Doma found no inclination to admire this spectacle, for he sensed the thread of life emanating from these butterflies. Beautiful things invariably accompany danger. Doma was acutely aware of this. Within the fleeting moments of their brief encounter, an immense killing array had been laid out in an instant. Do you know? The voice of the butterfly girl echoed throughout the space. Yet Doma could not discern its source, as if the sound emanated from the very mouths of the butterflies. This is the final dance I have crafted to pursue that person, named Butterfly-S Fury. The final dance of the insect-breathing Butterfly-S Fury. Countless butterflies, pure white like a river, surged towards Doma, precisely as he had surmised. The more beautiful the object, the greater the peril. Though these butterflies appeared harmless, when they struck Doma, they felt like 1,000 blades slicing into his flesh. It truly was like the fury of the butterfly. This final dance was a reflection of the butterfly girl's heart. Though she typically wore a gentle, approachable smile in the past, Kocho Shinobu had been quite the opposite, serious and earnest, seldom smiling. However, after her sister Kocho Kane was slain by Doma, she resolved to live as her sister had, adopting a smile and a softer tone. Yet despite this, the hatred and fury she harbored towards the demon that killed her sister continued to simmer, accumulating within her. At that moment, this rage transformed into the dance of the insects, seeking to deliver a funeral for Doma, the Upper Moon 2. Chapter 110. Do not underestimate the human will. This was a breathtaking scene, a sea of butterflies filling every corner of the room, so beautiful it was suffocating, yet laden with immense danger. They surged towards Doma, flitting about as if harvesting nectar from a flower, but what they sought was not nectar, but Doma's blood. Countless wounds appeared upon Doma's body, numbering in the thousands. Blood splattered from him, staining his entire form crimson. Without this blood, it would have been an undeniably exquisite scene. Such remarkable swordsmanship. His vocal cord was sliced by the butterfly dance, and as he was in the process of healing, Doma spoke in a harsh tone. Yet, you must know, to slay a demon, beyond severing the neck, Inflicting any number of wounds holds no significance. As the butterfly dance dissipated, the girl's figure became visible, her chest rising and falling, clearly exhausted from the final dance's toll. This I am well aware of. For demons, wounds hold no meaning. But what if those wounds were laced with poison? The handle of Kocho Shinobu's Nichiren blade twisted, causing the center of the blade to retract slightly. The formerly standard design of a Nichiren blade transformed into that of a slender sword. This is the butterfly girl's new blade, capable of slashing while still retaining the ability to switch, allowing her to apply poison when necessary. Just how many blades have you endured? 1,000? 2,000? Or perhaps even more? You have already been infused with enough lethal poison. You are already dead. Doma's expression abruptly shifted, even his iridescent pupils constricting sharply. The butterfly girl's words acted as a signal. Upon their conclusion, he felt intense pain coursing through his entire body, causing him to lose control and collapse to the ground. Purple toxic spots began to surface all over him, and he sensed his life being gradually consumed, his body decaying bit by bit. Decompose. Decompose quickly. As long as I can finish decomposing, I can recover no matter how rotten this body becomes. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Doma's heart roared, contrary to the butterfly girl's assertion that he felt no emotion. When he had perished at the hands of the Hashira, he had tasted the fear of death. Now, that fear resurfaced, flooding his heart. The toxins were too numerous to decompose. This newly reborn body lacked sufficient strength. His vision was fading. Had his eyes begun to rot as well? Was he to die? Doma looked up, catching sight of the girl with a chilling smile at the corner of her mouth, as if she were whispering softly. Do not underestimate the human will. Indeed, beautiful things are fraught with danger. In the final gasp of a weak murmur, Doma's life was utterly consumed by the poison. The upper moon, too, was slain by the hands of the insect Hashira, Kocho Shinobu, and her sister, Kurikeshi Kanaihu. The butterfly girl, clutching a blade, stood tall, her head raised towards the heavens, tears glimmering in her eyes. I have succeeded, dear sister. Even in my frailty, I have achieved this. A figure clad in a white kimono flashed through her mind. In pursuing that person, I have grown stronger. As news of victories surged, the announcement of the demise of Shangxi and Ji Wu at the hands of the demon slayer Wokai Zenichi reached the ears of many. Meanwhile, the battle involving Lin Yuxing Shuru intensified as he and Fujikawa Iyong awakened their markings, alleviating what had initially seemed like a one-sided confrontation. Ultimately, they managed to hold out until the reinforcements from the Rock Pillar and Wind Pillar arrived. 4 Pillar-tier swordsmen, along with the Kamadu siblings, a total of 6 against 1. Yet, despite their numbers, they could not gain a significant advantage. The prowess of the newly appointed Shanshin Iwazuo was nothing short of insurmountable. His heightened perception allowed him to defend against the onslaught of 6, with his martial might eclipsing their blades. Had it not been for Nezuko, a demon herself, repeatedly sacrificing her safety for Tanjiro, this young coal seller would have surely fallen long ago. Final form, azure silver shattered light. Iwazuo forcibly brought the battle to a climax, unleashing his ultimate technique. Countless azure fist shadows radiated outward from his being, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. This assault was indiscriminate. Should any allies be caught within its reach, they would be obliterated. Water-breathing, 11th form. Nagi. Rock-breathing, 3rd form. Rock skin. Flame-breathing, 4th form. Blazing inferno. Everyone unsheathed their defensive stances, yet Iwazuo's strike unleashed a torrent of nearly 1,000 chaotic punches in the blink of an eye. Even Iyong's renowned Nagi, the embodiment of absolute defense, could not withstand it. Even the Rock Pillar, despite unleashing his full strength, sustained significant injuries from this attack. Is it fair to say that among the 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, you are indeed the strongest? To endure this strike and yet remain alive, is it due to your body being honed to the utmost limits of humanity? If this form were to transform into that of a demon, perhaps even I would stand no chance against you, would I? Currently, the 12 Kazuki are in need of fresh blood. Should you join now, a commendable rank could be yours, and you need not face the same fate as the others. Need not face their fate? The robust figure of the giant monk faltered, as the world around him shifted gradually. At this critical juncture, Haimajima Jyomiai entered a state of transparency, the one mentioned by his adversary. In this state, his previously blind eyes regained sight, allowing him to see Rengoku Shuru standing behind him. Yet Iwazuo did not even glance back. seemingly assured that his technique had brought everyone to the brink of death. What is happening? Has Shuru also entered this state? The one that can control one's aura? Such a phenomenon. Surely, Himejima-sama would never condone this. The normally silent Shuru, who could have easily struck down his foe without a sound, now roared with fury. It was his principle to engage without subterfuge, just as his blazing heart was unadulterated and upright. This sudden outburst jolted Iwazuo, who, without turning his head, swung his fist, colliding with Shuru's blazing blade. What is this? Has Shuru's fighting spirit vanished? It was once as fervent as fire, yet now it feels utterly absent. Iwazuo struggled to comprehend this scene, for it was an impossibility. Every being possesses fighting spirit, even newborns. Yet Shuru stood devoid of any semblance of it. Could it be the supreme domain? A wave of disbelief surged within Iwazuo. The pinnacle he had long sought, this state of transparency, was being realized by his adversary, Shuru. This was the realm he had constantly pursued through martial prowess, yet had never attained until he had received a considerable amount of blood from Kabutsujin Musen. However, this attainment felt hollow to Iwazuo. He desired to reach that domain through his own strength, not through external forces. Thus, the shock he felt upon witnessing Shuru's entrance into this realm was profound. With a corporeal form of flesh and blood, Shuru had accessed a domain he had never reached before, and at such a critical moment, he chose not to strike from the shadows, but to confront him directly. Even as an enemy, such a being was worthy of immense respect. Shuru, I retract my previous words. For you, becoming a demon would be a disgrace. Only dying in battle would be the utmost sign of respect for you. Destruction and annihilation. A fist imbued with azure light advanced, not as ostentatious as other techniques, yet condensing all power into a singular point. When it struck the enemy, it unleashed a terrifying force akin to fireworks bursting forth only after reaching a certain height. Flame-breathing, eighth form, smoke-extinguishing fire. Shuru swung his blade and howled, his eyes blazing as though he embodied the king of flames. This was a sword style indifferent to life and death, forsaking all defense and disregarding the opponent's attacks, solely intent on vanquishing the foe. Such a technique eclipsed even the ninth form of Rengoku in sheer power. As this sword style was executed, it signified Shuru's resolve. Even if his form were to perish, he would ensure the obliteration of the malevolent demon. With the heart of one ready to sacrifice himself, he felt capable of cleaving through mountains. Boom! As fist met blade, a violent explosion erupted, scorching flames radiating from the two, engulfing the confined space in swirling dust. All present watched with grave faces, awaiting the outcome of this confrontation. Moments passed, and as the dust settled, Iwazuo's dazed expression was revealed, staring blankly at his right fist, which should have delivered a fatal blow, now empty. At his feet lay an axe, bound by chains and stained with blood, pinning his marked right hand to the ground. Yet again, an unnoticed attack. Yet another state of transparency? Iwazuo's pupils flickered as he glanced toward the hulking figure beside him, but this minor motion caused his head to uncontrollably drop. In Iwazuo's mind, the clash with Shuru should have concluded with him claiming Shuru's life in exchange for his own hand. But that sudden massive axe had severed his arm first, altering the outcome. This is impossible. Iwazuo roared, blood spilling from his mouth as he coughed in rage. He grasped his impending head, forcefully reattaching it to his neck, his countenance twisted with fury, his eyes bloodshot. The battle could not end. He had not yet lost. He could still fight, still grow stronger. As all bore witness to his horror, the flesh around his neck began to mend at an astonishing rate, completing its healing in the blink of an eye. Yet at that moment, his consciousness grew hazy, and a soft, melodious call reached his ears. Please stop, coma, Shurjo-naiken. This gentle whisper prompted Iwazuo to turn slowly, revealing a black-haired girl whose face evoked a sense of profound familiarity, yet remained strikingly alien. Who is she? I feel as if I know her. No. I must continue fighting. I cannot lose. I can still grow stronger. Why? Why is she so determined to become stronger? Tears shimmer in the girl's eyes as she expresses her confusion. If I do not grow stronger, I cannot bring back the medicine for my father. If I do not grow stronger, I cannot escape with the wallet. If I do not grow stronger, I will be unable to win against retaliation. If I do not grow stronger, I cannot protect her. Huh? Who is she? The pupils of Iwazuo gradually widen, as a figure in his mind seems to overlap with the girl before him. Memories, buried deep within his mind by some unseen force, begin to resurface. The past of a young boy unfolds like a film in his eyes. The boy's name is Koji. Born with teeth, he was labeled as the son of a demon. Hence his name. Koji's mother passed away at an early age, leaving behind a father afflicted with a grave illness, requiring exceedingly expensive medicine to sustain his life. Consequently, Koji resorted to theft multiple times, using the stolen wealth to prolong his father's life. Each time he was caught, he willingly endured severe punishments, and his arms were marked with deep blue tattoos symbolizing his guilt. After being apprehended for the sixth time, his father, unwilling to see Koji continue stealing for his sake, committed suicide by hanging. Yet, this was merely fate's first strike against him. With nowhere to belong and burdened by his crimes, Koji was exiled beyond Edo. In a barehanded confrontation with 7 armed adults, he defeated them all. However, this time, instead of fear from the onlookers, he was met with the applause of a man. This middle-aged man, sporting stubble, wore a smile and spoke with admiration. "Wow, impressive. You defeated those adults without even taking their weapons. What a remarkable child. How about joining my dojo? Although I currently have no students." The man's name was Keizo, the master of a local dojo called Suryu. Koji, with his violent disposition, initially intended to strike Keizo down, but was instead knocked unconscious by the man's flurry of blows, only to be taken back to the dojo and offered shelter. The only condition was for him to care for Keizo's chronically ill daughter, Ryougi. She was a girl who stirred something deep within Koji's heart, clad in a pink kimono reminiscent of love, with a visage as beautiful as snow. Thus, Koji spent 3 years living a life akin to that of an ordinary person at the dojo, and upon reaching the age of 18, on his coming-of-age day, Keizo summoned him and expressed his hope for Koji to inherit the Suryu dojo, even agreeing to the union with Ryougi. For the first time, Koji felt that, despite bearing the mark of sinner with 6 tattoos, he could lead a happy life like an ordinary person. He vowed to protect these 2 for the rest of his days. However, fate is merciless. The brief warmth he experienced was merely a precursor to the ensuing coldness. When Koji returned to his hometown to share the joyous news of his impending marriage at his father's grave, Keizo and Ryougi, who had brought him 3 years of warmth, were poisoned by individuals from a neighboring dojo during that time. They understood all too well that a direct confrontation with Keizo and Koji would be futile, so they opted to resort to poison in the water. Consequently, an inexplicable file emerged within the government. After the tragic poisoning of Master Keizo and his daughter, a lone student who was away at the time launched a solitary assault on the neighboring swordsmanship dojo. He brutally slaughtered all 67 disciples of the dojo. The scene was utterly horrifying, and the sole surviving witness, a maid, was driven to madness during the fray. Thus, 30 years later, this case was discarded as a mere anecdote. Undoubtedly, it was Koji's method. After the massacre of the 67 disciples, he, having lost everything, walked across a bridge, where he encountered Kibutsuji, who was in the process of assembling the 12 Kizuki. In an instant, his head was pierced by Muzan, and a torrent of cold blood flooded his brain. From that moment on, the boy named Koji vanished, replaced by the upper moon demon known as Yuozo. The memories of his humanity, having been damaged, faded away. All he retained was the relentless desire to grow stronger, forgetting that his pursuit of strength was meant to protect the 3 individuals he cherished most. Until now, Yuozuo has finally reclaimed these memories, the words of his father, the smile of his master, the face of the girl. After the impact of these 3 figures, Yuozuo awakened. Enough is enough. He no longer wishes to fight. The ones he fought for are no longer here, and he should have departed alongside them. Yuozuo released his grip on his head, allowing it to slip away, forsaking the chance for rebirth. In a vision only he could perceive, Yuozuo embraced the girl clad in a pink kimono. In that pose, he gradually dissipated. From Upper Moon 3 to Upper Moon 1, Yuozuo's life reached its conclusion. His existence was undoubtedly tragic. His loved ones departed one after another. He was forced to transform into a demon, and his memories were ravaged by Kibutsuji. Yet, even so, he refused to forget those he yearned to protect. For instance, even after becoming a demon and losing his memories, Yuozuo's hair color still mirrored that of Ryuki's frequently worn kimono, while the deep blue tattoos on his body were remnants of his past as a thief. The technique he employed, the formation of a ritualistic array, resembled Ryuki's hairpin, enabling him to perceive the malice of the despicable individuals toward Keizo and his daughter. The initiation of his battles was rooted in the Suryu techniques taught by Keizo, each destructive strike named after the fireworks they had witnessed together on the night of the festival, such as Saijin Sanrin, Manyo Senryo, and Hiryuzen. He despised the weak, knowing they would resort to poison in the well, fully aware they could not contend with him or Keizo. His aversion to consuming women stemmed from his feelings for Ryougi. These instincts remained imprinted on Yowozuo's body even after the loss of his memories. Had he encountered someone other than Muzan, perhaps the outcome would have been different had he met Ubuyashiki Yoya. Chapter 112. A battle of swords and hearts. The situation for the Demon Slayer Corps became increasingly clear. The Upper Moon demons were being defeated one by one, while the Hashira were merely sustaining injuries. With a little rest, they could face their ultimate adversary, Kibutsuji Muzan, in peak condition. Of course, this was contingent upon their ability to locate Muzan. The cursed crows, marked with talismans, were tirelessly searching the Infinity Castle, yet they still failed to uncover any traces of either Shiki or Kibutsuji Muzan. For both Shiki and Muzan, their location was the abyss of blazing hell. Within this not-so-large space, an endless inferno blazed. Even though there were no flammable materials present, the flames appeared relentless and showed no signs of abating. The flames of resentment, akin to hatred itself, would not extinguish until the target was consumed, unless Shiki chose to dispel them. Amidst such flames stood a girl clad in a white kimono, her spine erect and her every movement exuding an indescribable aura. Surrounding her were various blades, their edges aglow with flames, rendering the girl at the center akin to a deity commanding the fire. In stark contrast stands the progenitor of demons, whose back unfurls countless thorny tendrils, suspended in midair, undulating like the membranous wings of a fiend. As the breath of battle surged, Shur took her first step, drawing forth the weapon by lay from her right side. Yet her movement was neither a slash nor a thrust. It was a throw. Indeed, she hurled by lay with great force. The blade, radiating a crimson-black glow, soared through the air with a piercing cry, akin to a cannonball launched into battle. But this was merely the beginning. Following swiftly were the weapons Kaden, Kyuji Kanti, Hayama, Kawamaru, and Ayatagarasu's spear. Shur utilized the blades at her side as projectiles, while she herself advanced unarmed amidst the barrage of weaponry. Observing the onslaught of blades, Kibutsuji Muzan furrowed his brow in confusion, unable to fathom the logic behind Shur's reckless attack, casting away all her weapons while approaching empty-handed. Was this not a death wish? If so, he would gladly oblige. With a fierce glare, the barbed thorny tendrils surged forth like a forest, meeting the oncoming edge of Bailey. The indomitable crimson blade proved its sharpness by easily slicing through the leading tendrils. However, due to the nature of its throw, the lack of follow-through propelled it backward as more tendrils surged forward. In the very next instant, Kaiten seized upon the opening left by Lei's retreat. Yet Kaiten, too, met resistance, becoming entangled in the thicket after only a few meters, followed by Kyuji Kanti, Hayama Komu, and the Yatagarasu spear. The weapons, propelled like projectiles, advanced a considerable distance through the thorny mass before being flung back. Logically, when all these weapons were repelled, Shur would face the grim consequence of being pierced by the very thorns she sought to evade. But what if these weapons would not cease? Shur advanced swiftly amidst the recoil of the weapons, seizing the rebounding blades to throw them anew, creating an endless cycle of attack. Each throw was meticulously calculated, ensuring the blades would return to her path. A flawless computation. The fusion of self-suggestion and an acute awareness of the battlefield allowed Shur to execute her combat calculations with unparalleled precision. In this extraordinary scenario, despite wielding only 6 weapons, she unleashed an unceasing barrage of attacks, as though she were an entire battalion. Indeed, she embodied a single division. The distance closed rapidly, as the blood-red thorny barrier was gradually cleaved apart by the relentless cycle of rebounds and throws. At long last, Shur breached the defenses. Grasping the rebounding by Lei and Kaiten, she refrained from hurling them this time, instead delivering a series of aerial kicks that sent the Yatagarasu spear, Kyuji Kanti, and Hayamaru hurtling toward Kibutsuji Muzan, forging a path forward. In Muzan's eyes, a flicker of alarm ignited. Having survived for nearly a millennium, always prioritizing survival, he had engaged in numerous battles with formidable foes. Yet in terms of combat skill, this young girl before him could undoubtedly be deemed a paragon of strength. Nevertheless, even so, you shall not be able to slay me. Not even the terrifying Nicaran swordsman from centuries past succeeded in ending my life. How could you possibly hope to do so? With a swift motion, Musen swept aside the 3 approaching blades with a flick of his long sleeves. His gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the girl who wielded them, raising her blades high. Now, allow me to demonstrate what it means to be a perfect being. As the words left his lips, his right hand clenched into a fist, and countless blood-stained thorns materialized above Shur's head, twisting and turning through the darkness like erratic lines on a canvas. Wherever they passed, walls were sliced into neat segments, each thorn's tip bursting forth like fireworks, exponentially multiplying in horrific numbers. The air was filled with a cacophony of screeching as the thorns sliced through the atmosphere. Shur's pupils contracted sharply. Her impending strike with Kaiten and Bailey abruptly retracted. With a powerful leap, she evaded her original position just as the thorns descended, creating a deep crater in her wake, dust scattering in all directions. Yet these thorns seemed alive, akin to serpents. Having missed their target, they showed no intent of retreat. In the blink of an eye, they emerged from the dust, pursuing her with increased speed and ferocity. These were the thorny tendrils imbued with the blood of the progenitor of demons. Transformed from their earlier state, they had become not only more resilient, but also swifter. Thanks to the fluidity of the breath of water and the dance of the flowing stream, Shur moved rapidly within this space, her steps erratic, resembling a dance without rules. Each time her front foot advanced, the thorns followed closely behind, always at the precipice of capture, yet she managed to evade them each time. However, she understood that this was not a sustainable strategy. As the progenitor of demons, Kabutsuji Musen possessed boundless stamina, and the space she occupied was nearly imperceptible to the Demon Slayer core. Continuing on this path would only lead to her defeat. She must take the initiative. Changing her approach, Shur ceased her retreat, instead charging toward the demon progenitor, undeterred by the blood-red thorns trailing behind her. She found herself in a perilous predicament, with the demon progenitor restrained by the flames of Azura before her and an unending sea of thorns at her back. In such dire circumstances, Shur had no choice but to pour forth all her strength toward Musen, seeking to alter the outcome. At this moment, she would stake her heart and blade. Chapter 113. What is the pinnacle of demons? At this instant, the rhythm of her heartbeat quickened to an unprecedented pace, her body temperature rising to an astonishing degree. Her fair skin flushed, suffused with the accelerated flow of blood, while the dual-colored blossoms at her collarbone glimmered brighter, spreading outward as if nourished by spring rain. Ready to bloom. In this life-and-death moment, Shur entered an unknown state, a transformation of her very essence. The shrill sounds faded from her ears, and all noise vanished. The world fell silent, the distance contracted, even the passage of time appeared to slow. The only thing that accelerated was Shur's form. She surged forward like a rocket propelled by unseen forces, her speed enhanced beyond measure. No longer employing the ethereal steps of the breath of water, she charged forth with unwavering determination. To the naked eye, only the black and crimson glimmers of Kaiten and Bailey were visible, as they honed in on Kabutsuji Musen's vital points, akin to venomous serpents locking onto their prey. The sight of these two blades, one rose-hued and the other crimson, instilled profound dread within the demon progenitor, his rose-colored eyes narrowing to slits, veins bulging at his neck and temples. The quantity of blood-red thorns surged to its zenith, and before Shur, a wall of menacing thorns erupted from the ground. There was truly no retreat. Yet from the very beginning, Shur had anticipated this. If there was no escape, then she would carve a path through it. With relentless determination, Shur pressed on, the black and crimson sword lights of Kaiten and Bailey alternating in a fluid arc, encircling her, as if the grim Reaper himself had forged a realm of his own. In this domain, nothing could intrude. She advanced, her slender silhouette embodying an indomitable spirit, as if nothing, be it mountains or rivers, could withstand the blades in her hands. Yet no matter how fierce her approach, each strike carried the weight of her rapidly depleting stamina. From the initial throws to the current slashes, her stamina was undeniably dwindling at a rapid pace. In comparison to wielding a single blade, employing a dual-wielding technique demanded a far greater expenditure of energy, for each strike was a grand display of force, engaging not merely the wrist, but the entirety of the arm. If this continued, even if she reached the presence of Kabutsuji Musen, the remaining energy would likely prove insufficient to execute a technique potent enough to vanquish the progenitor of demons. Thus, she abandoned the notion of perfect defense and opted to evade as much as possible. However, evasion too had its limits, and no matter how exquisite her footwork and agility, she could not escape the torrential onslaught of attacks. Gradually, crimson streaks emerged upon her body, yet she did not flinch. The sensation of pain was momentarily discarded as she transformed into a blade, driven solely to cleave the malevolence before her. With that purpose in mind, what need had she for such trivialities? Secret technique, Dragon Slash. Without any build-up, she executed the move, unleashing a black sword aura that traced a crescent moon through the air, with flames coursing alongside the dark energy, both erupting forth in a conflagration that severed the blood-red thorny barrier ahead. She pressed on towards Musen. As the progenitor of demons, her reflexes were swift, and she responded instantly. With a downward pull of her hands, the thorns were drawn like threads, forming a defensive barrier before her. Although this action caused her to lose track of Shiki, she was compelled to construct such defenses in the face of the fiery sword aura, for its flames instilled a sense of dread within her. With a resounding clash, the barrier was breached, not by the Dragon/S sword aura, but by a black blade that pierced through layers of defense. The black blade, aptly named Open Door, was hurled by Shiki, carving a path of death for her, a gateway to advance. It impaled Musen's shoulder, forcing the demon progenitor to recoil, a muffled groan escaping her lips, her form propelled backward by the inertia of the strike. While the burning resentment from the blade swiftly transmitted pain throughout Musen's being. Yet, she gritted her teeth in defiance, fully aware that this black blade was merely a feint. The true lethality was yet to come. Amidst the shattering thorns, the girl clad in a white kimono soared through the air, her teeth clenched, a rare ferocity etched upon her visage, her long hair cascading like ink. And in her elevated hands was the crimson blade. There were no superfluous sword techniques. She concentrated all her might into a singular, powerful chop, akin to the technique of the Satsuma Shigenryu, which sought to sever both man and blade in one stroke. This strike, executed by Shiki, whose control over the realm of Azura had greatly amplified her strength, would spell doom for even the formidable Kokoshibo, should he attempt to withstand this blow. Death would be the only outcome. The same fate awaited Musen, should the strike land. However, this presupposed that the blow would indeed connect. Shiki's body abruptly halted mid-air, unable to deliver the tremendous strike, for her hands gripping the blade were ensnared by several crimson thorns. Not only her hands, but also her ankles, calves, and even her waist were ensnared, these thorns lying in wait beneath the ground, beneath the walls, and around Musen. As Shiki stepped into a certain area, they struck forth like venomous serpents that had lain in ambush, immobilizing her in mid-air, rendering her a delicate white butterfly ensnared in a spider's web. Foolish. You merely serve as sustenance on my path towards ultimate perfection, daring to attempt to cross that threshold to slay me? Musen yanked the black blade from her shoulder and hurled it aside, blood splattering upon her face in a manner that was both horrific and enchanting. Shiki could not utter a sound, for her neck was ensnared by the blood-colored thorns, and merely breathing consumed her every ounce of strength. Fear not, for even if I bind you, I shall not easily approach, for your entire being is fraught with peril. She tightened her fists, and the blood-red thorns coiling around her body began to writhe, the sharp barbs slicing into her flesh as they greedily consumed her blood, which then coursed through the thorns into the body of Guiwu Suji Musen. The progenitor of demons opened her arms, an expression of delight gracing her features as she reveled in this long-desired moment. Once she drained this woman's blood entirely, she would ascend to the final step towards perfection. As the blood flowed away, the resultant loss caused Shiki to grow faint, her consciousness dimming, and the strength within her gradually diminished, her arms appearing increasingly gaunt. Musen's smile grew ever more radiant, sensing the jubilant stirrings of her cells within. This sensation was nearly intoxicating. Yet this state lasted but a fleeting moment. As Musen's form abruptly shuddered, her body involuntarily retreating a significant distance, as if struck by a powerful force. The blood-red thorns that bound Shiki also shriveled at an alarming pace, releasing her from midair. The joy that had graced her face moments prior vanished, replaced by an overwhelming disbelief, for she sensed that her demonic abilities were gradually ebbing away. With a pale visage, Shiki wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her expression cold, yet smiling, as she uttered a phrase that sent shivers down the spine of the progenitor of demons. Guiwu Suji Musen. Do you know what the ultimate form of a demon is? It is humanity. Chapter 114. This is the true perfection. The ultimate form of a demon is humanity. Muzin murmured Shiki's words, disbelief etched upon her icy countenance. No, impossible. How could the end of a demon be something as fragile as humanity? She roared, her eyes wild with fury, insisting that the culmination of a demon should be perfect power, a flawless physique, an existence devoid of any weaknesses. How could the frailty of human life ever be deemed perfect? Muzin could not accept this notion, yet she could distinctly feel the once dead cells within her awakening upon consuming Shiki's blood. However, with their revival, her demonic power began to wane rapidly. The formidable strength and terrifying regenerative abilities were gradually disappearing. This woman, she understands that her blood will bring such an effect upon a demon. Shiki smiled, a sardonic grin gracing her pale face despite her weakness. The words of the gentleman, Kane's father, echoed in her mind. If that is the case, let us proceed with the second plan. According to Miss Tamayo's research, the blood of the Hashira indeed has the capacity to render demons unafraid of sunlight. But the true effect is to revert them back to humanity. Thus, at the onset of this battle, it was the blood extracted from Shiki that had been injected into Muzin by Tamayo. However, due to insufficient dosage, it had not produced the desired effect. No, you are mistaken, Muzin. Shiki propped herself up on her knees, the depletion from blood loss causing her form to sway. There is nothing perfect in this world. Perfection itself is a form of imperfection, for it fundamentally contradicts the laws governing the movement of things. What you deem perfection is merely the absence of something capable of countering it at that moment. All things in the world are subject to change. What was once perfect may become imperfect due to the shifts of the world, just like you. Even if you have attained the perfection you sought, no longer fearing sunlight or the Nicaran blade, how can you be certain that similar entities will not emerge in the future? In the future, perhaps there will no longer be swords and sunlight, but rather destructive artillery capable of annihilating a city, frigid cold that can freeze all, and potent toxins that can corrode everything. Thus, in this world, perfection is but an illusion. Only humanity, inherently flawed, can perceive these imperfections and enact timely changes. This, indeed, is the essence of true perfection. With these thoughts, the character Shiki bowed slightly, her nearly withered right hand gripping the blade by lay once more. Staggering toward the progenitor of demons, Kibutsuji Muzin. Each step seemed to drain her of all remaining strength, as if she might faint at any moment. Yet, this very Shiki evoked an indescribable terror within Muzin. With every advance Shiki made, the demon progenitor recoiled in fear, her gaze shifting from disdain to trembling horror, as if the approaching figure was not a frail human, but a formidable fiend capable of her destruction. Narumi, get me out of here. As she sensed her power rapidly dissipating, Muzin retreated like a defeated dog, seeking aid from the upper moon, for who controlled the infinite castle. This call for help proved effective. Shortly after her plea, the ground beneath her quivered, rising toward the heavens. Observing the distance between herself and the kimono-clad girl increase, Muzin's face twisted back into a sinister smile. All she needed to do was expel the cells affected by her blood from her body. Although this would significantly diminish her strength, it would allow her to retain her demonic form. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, the sight before her caused Muzin to panic anew. The girl who should have remained at the depths of the infinite castle was ascending rapidly. Narumi, what is happening? I said to get me out of here, not to bring this one up. Narumi, what are you doing? The demon progenitor shouted in frantic rage, the shadow of Shiki deeply etched into her very being. Enough of the noise. You ask what I'm doing? I'm controlling this woman. A calm male voice responded, Yushiro. It was quite difficult to find you, Muzin, for you chose to hide the battlefield at such depths. Now, I shall propel you to the surface. His tone was resolute. For Yushiro, Kibutsuji Muzin was an enemy due to her vendetta against Tsugumi. The ground's ascent accelerated, intensifying Muzin's already frayed nerves. All of you are utterly useless. If you are of no help, then you shall be disposed of. Muzin's eyes narrowed as she clenched her fist. The next moment, blood splattered across Yushiro's face as the head of Upper Moon 4 exploded before him, rendering her lifeless. Yushiro gritted his teeth, surprised by Muzin's willingness to resort to such desperate measures, thinking, if I can't have it, neither will you. Yet he knew he had to get both Shiki and Muzin to the Hashira-level swordsman while there was still time before the cells began to decay. The space erupted with violent tremors as the infinite castle, comprised of countless lofts, began to shift under Yushiro's command, simultaneously collapsing. With a thunderous roar, several platforms surged toward the top of the infinite castle, breaking through the surface in an instant. As the battlefield transformed, warm yet blinding sunlight bathed Kibutsuji Musen. Stunned, she extended her hands, feeling no pain, no disintegration of her body, only the comforting warmth. Though her power was swiftly waning, she found herself no longer fearing the sunlight. For the first time in ages, she was engulfed in a sense of warmth, momentarily lost in reverie. Yet, the sound of approaching footsteps from behind elicited a frown, accompanied by the sensation of several powerful presences drawing near. You are truly insufferable, much like that man. Even in this state, you refuse to let me be. Musen cast a cold glance at the kimono-clad girl approaching her, irritation etched on her face. She could not comprehend why. Instead of accepting the deaths of those she wished to eliminate as mere acts of fate, they insisted on pursuing her relentlessly. Today you must be slain. The tone was almost dreamlike. Despite the immense blood loss, Shiki, weakened to the brink, doggedly followed Musen. Do you truly believe you can defeat me in such a state? After regaining her composure, Musen's voice returned to its dismissive tone, asserting that even as her power waned, she was not one to be easily overcome. That is not the case for me. With great difficulty, Shiki embedded by laying into the ground before retrieving a silver dagger from her obi. Its blade akin to any ordinary dagger, yet etched on either side were the words Demon Slayer in intricate script, intended to slay demons. Was her first target herself? Then, in a moment of astonishment for Kibutsuji Musen, Shiki plunged the dagger into her own heart. Instantly, the girl lost control, collapsing to the ground as her life essence rapidly ebbed away. This scene momentarily stunned Musen, but in the next instant, her eyes widened as if witnessing something utterly unacceptable. In her line of sight, as the life force of the kimono-clad girl faded, cherry blossoms began to fall upon her lifeless form. At the moment of contact, Shiki gradually rose, the weariness on her face replaced by a confident, serene smile. Am I now capable of slaying you? Shiki widru ubaile. The crimson blade pointing directly at the demon progenitor, a smirk gracing her lips. Chapter 115. The Demonic Annihilation. The power of Long-In grants the contract holder immortality, and upon resurrection, it restores their bodily injuries. Shiki understood that even as Kibutsuji Musen's strength rapidly diminished, she could not be vanquished by a being on the brink of unconsciousness due to blood loss. Thus, she undertook this audacious act, driving the silver dagger into her heart, allowing her to return to her peak form under the power of resurrection. As anticipated, the lost blood swiftly returned to her body, her once withered right hand swelling with vitality, and the gruesome wounds inflicted by thorns vanished entirely. In that moment, she emerged from the depths of despair, raising her blade once more toward the demon progenitor before her. Impossible. You cannot kill me. Even the swordsman of sun breathing centuries ago could not achieve that. And you certainly cannot. Musen's pupils dilated, her bloodshot eyes brimming with jealousy, rage, and disbelief. Impossible? Shiki chuckled. Sheathing by lay, step by step, she approached Musen. Her eyes closed. Do you still not understand, Musen? In the presence of these eyes, there exists no such thing as impossibility. With a sudden opening of her eyes, the intertwining hues of blue and red revealed the color of death. Familiar terror surged within Musen once more. The sensation of being perpetually consumed by death drove her nearly to madness, as if the figure before her was not a mere girl, but the embodiment of death itself, wielding a scythe, ready to claim her life. In the next moment, the sound of shattered teeth from Wu-Kin echoed, accompanied by an almost frenzied roar of rage. It is impossible. Absolutely impossible. As her words fell, her body erupted instantaneously, disintegrating into countless fragments of flesh that shot outwards, saturating the air with a gruesome spray of blood. This was the life-preserving technique that Wu-Kin took great pride in, allowing her body to transform into 1,800 pieces of flesh, each piece an independent entity, a separate version of herself. As long as one fragment managed to escape, she could be reborn. Centuries ago, even a swordsman wielding the breath of the sun could not slay every single piece. Achieving the destruction of over 1,500 was already a monumental feat, which is why Wu can believe that it would be impossible for anyone to kill her. You are indeed formidable, but can your swordsmanship strike 1,800 times in the blink of an eye? The flesh fragments raced through the air, yet to sure. They appeared to move as slowly as the hands of clock. The shape, pattern, and position of each fragment were all crystal clear to her discerning eyes, as was the line of death. At this moment, Bailey gently pushed forth a short blade, and in an instant of unimaginable speed, a crimson flash of light seemed to slice through time itself. Then, with a distinctly crisp sound, Bailey resheathed her blade. The entire process felt as if time had frozen, but as Bailey sheathed her sword once more, the stilled moment resumed its flow. Swoosh! Surrounding Shur, countless streams of scarlet sword light materialized, slicing through the air at a frenzied pace, forming a circular domain filled with sword light, wherein everything except for Shur would be reduced to dust. Even the progenitor of demons, who had transformed into 1,800 pieces of flesh, was not exempt. Each beam of crimson sword light precisely targeted the line of death of every fragment, rendering their quantity meaningless in this realm of sword energy. The progenitor of demons let out a wretched howl, for each strike from Shur carried the vengeful fire capable of scorching the very soul. And those 1,800 pieces of flesh represented 1,800 layers of torment. The sword energy appeared and vanished in an instant. And amid the exquisite strikes, only one piece, bearing a rose-colored pupil, remained intact. At that moment, despair filled that pupil as it gazed upon the girl who held her sword, yearning for a glimmer of hope that was beyond possibility. Wu Kan, remember this with your not-so-brilliant mind. This sword is called One Heart. The cold, clear tone of the girl seemed to declare the fate of the progenitor of demons. Bailey unsheathed her sword once more, the blade carving a crimson crescent that sliced through the rose-colored eye, slaying the progenitor of demons, who bore countless sins and blood, and was reviled by many. The tragic cycle of human and demon was severed at this moment by the hands of the sword saint of Wei Ming, Li Yishur. The malevolent demons dissipated. Those born from Wu Kan's hand crumbled rapidly, for they were never meant to exist in this world. With the source of evil eradicated, they lost the power that sustained their existence. The demon-slaying swordsmen, who had been battling the malevolent demons, stared in disbelief at this scene, a sight they had longed to witness. The vanishing of evil and the restoration of the world to its rightful state. The sorrowful chains at last severed. Yet, as this moment finally arrived, they were at a loss for how to express their emotions. Have we succeeded? Has it finally ended? The overwhelming feelings led to uncontrollable tears and cheers as the demon-slaying team members, who had faced and vanquished the evil, now unleashed their emotions freely. She closed her eyes, relishing the warmth of the sunlight enveloping her. The sunlight after the battle was as pleasant as a rainbow after rain, so soothing that she felt she might drift into slumber. Just then, a girl's startled cry brought her back to a semblance of awareness. Sure, like a butterfly under the sun, the girl approached swiftly, her eyes shimmering with tears illuminated by the light. It was Butterfly Shinobu, who, upon being sent to the ground, had sensed Wu Kan's powerful aura and rushed over. She turned her head, gazing deeply at the newcomer, and smiled sincerely. Then, she swayed and fell uncontrollably into the girl's embrace. While resurrection could heal her wounds, it could not restore her energy. I did it. Wu Kan has been slain, she said softly, wiping away the tears of Butterfly Shinobu, now resting on the girl's lap. I know it's all over. You did wonderfully, the butterfly girl replied, gently lowering her swan-like neck to place a soft kiss on Shur's slightly cold forehead. This is your reward. Chapter 116. May we not lose this bond December. The final month of the year marked 3 months since the complete disappearance of the progenitor of demons. During these 3 months, the Demon Slayer Corps underwent significant transformation. This clandestine organization, hidden for nearly a millennium, did not dissolve but chose to remain in the shadows. Shiki Yose considered many factors. He believed that Wu Kan would not be the end, and that even more dangerous entities might emerge in the future. At that time, the Demon Slayer Corps would serve as invisible guardians, protecting the world from the shadows. Naturally, a substantial number of individuals departed from the Demon Slayer Corps, having avenged their great grievances. They opted for a return to ordinary life, having received generous retirement benefits. Among them were notable Hashira, such as Love Hashira Kanroji Mitsuri and Serpent Hashira Iguro Abanai, who shortly after this millennium-long battle of fate entered into an engagement, even choosing New Year's Day for their wedding. Furthermore, the affliction that consumed one's lifespan in exchange for premature outbreaks of the markings was resolved with the help of Tamayo. The method was surprisingly simple. It required only a few drops of blood imbued with the power of the dragon's blood, combined with other medicinal herbs, to create a potion that eliminated the side effects of the markings. Additionally, Tamayo, Yashiro, and Kamadu Nezuko, the three beings of demon lineage, also returned to human form through Shure's blood. Everything returned to normal. The existence of demons was utterly obliterated, relegated to mere tales used by adults to frighten children. The world welcomed the most perfect and splendid conclusion. This was equally true for Shure. At the foot of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, a new structure had emerged. The second floor of the building bore fluttering white cloth, while medicinal herbs dried on the windowsills, and the distinctive bitter scent of brewing herbs wafted through the interior. Undoubtedly, this was a clinic. 3 months prior, a significant riot had erupted at the mountainside and summit, greatly impacting the residents below. Numerous assailants had attacked them, resulting in considerable injuries. Shortly after the riot concluded, this clinic was established to provide treatment services to the residents. Though it has only been established for 3 months, this medical hall has garnered considerable fame within the small town, not solely due to its remarkable medical skills, but also because the physicians are 2 young maidens, both strikingly beautiful. One of them possesses a gentle disposition and often wears a smile. Clad in a butterfly-like Haori, she moves with a grace akin to that of a butterfly, earning her the affectionate title of butterfly physician from the townsfolk. The other maiden, in stark contrast, exudes an air of aloofness, her expression often cold and unwelcoming, revealing only a captivating smile when she gazes at the butterfly physician. However, she possesses exceptional medical expertise in addressing complex ailments, which has led the residents to bestow upon her the peculiar title of Shini. The former primarily manages the procurement of medicinal herbs and addresses patients' physiological discomfort, while the latter focuses on treating bodily injuries and performs surgeries when necessary. Undoubtedly, both of their medical skills are exceptionally high, endearing them to the townsfolk. Indeed, these 2 physicians are Butterfly Shinobu and Shiki. Is Shiki not back yet? Butterfly Shinobu pushed open the window and glanced at the scenery outside, her expression tinged with concern. It was nearing midnight, and the white crystals continued to fall, rendering the streets eerily silent, reminiscent of an ice age. A few months prior, the 2 had subtly revealed their innermost feelings to one another. And although life had not drastically changed, it had certainly become sweeter. For Butterfly Shinobu, these past 3 months had been the happiest since she became the insect Hashira. Although she trusted that Shiki would be safe, the butterfly maiden donned warm clothing and carried an umbrella adorned with butterflies before stepping outside the medical hall. The town was devoid of other souls. At this hour, the people of this era were fast asleep. Only the streetlights stubbornly resisted the falling snow, their glow reflecting off the snowflakes, illuminating the night. Though unsure of her destination, the butterfly maiden felt as though she was being drawn toward a particular place by an inexplicable sensation. At the mountainside, Butterfly Shinobu exhaled a breath of cold air, gazing at the maiden in a kimono standing quietly on a resting platform. The kimono-clad girl stood still in the icy expanse, observing the town below adorned with lights. Upon noticing Butterfly Shinobu's arrival, she slowly turned and greeted her softly. "You have come." Her face bore a long unseen perfect smile, radiating intelligence and maternal warmth that captivated all who beheld her. Butterfly Shinobu nodded, and at that moment, she realized that the girl before her was neither Shiki, whom she knew well, nor the spirited Yuta, but rather Shiki, whom she had encountered briefly in the forging village. "Because you were waiting for me," the butterfly maiden replied, convinced that the sudden impulse that brought her here was not without reason. The kimono-clad girl nodded, saying, "Shiki is leaving, and I wanted to bid you farewell." "Indeed." Butterfly Shinobu lowered her head slightly, a faint, melancholic smile gracing her lips. In some aspects, the essence of femininity is indeed powerful. Over the past few days, she had sensed that Shiki was on the verge of departure, though the reason eluded her. "I also have some questions for you," the kimono-clad girl said, her gaze mature beyond her years as it fixed on Butterfly Shinobu. "What is your wish?" This abrupt inquiry left Butterfly Shinobu momentarily bewildered. "It is what you desire. I possess the ability to fulfill most wishes. Shiki cares for you and wishes to grant you something, be it the familial bond you once lost or anything else you yearn for. So what do you wish for?" As she spoke, she extended her hand, her pupils transparent and profound, devoid of humanity, as if one were standing before deity. "A wish?" The butterfly maiden locked eyes with her, then closed her eyes and shook her head, smiling with satisfaction. My wish has already been fulfilled. To be with her is my only desire. If I must specify, it would be to remain by her side. Upon finishing, she opened her eyes once more, meeting the gaze of the kimono-clad girl, who smiled gently, as if to say, just as I thought. Is that truly your wish? I have heard you. She tenderly caressed Butterfly Shinobu's face, speaking in a soft voice, You are a fated person. May we not lose this bond. Chapter 117. Always by your side, Shiki was set to depart. Her journey in this world had reached its conclusion. After lingering here for 3 months, she had begun to sense the impatience of the unyielding system. Throughout these 3 months, Shiki had pondered how to bid farewell to Butterfly Shinobu. Unlike Yuta, whose thoughts flowed freely, Shiki was more reserved. She imagined that Yuta would have been able to evoke tears with her words. After much contemplation, Shiki ultimately left behind a note reading, I will return, though it seemed this note would go unutilized. Are you leaving, Shiki? Observing Shiki, who had not long ago retrieved her blade, Butterfly Shinobu, who had appeared at some point, wore a wistful smile, holding the unopened note in her hand. Shiki paused in astonishment, a bitter smile crossing her lips. Shinobu was perceptive and certainly aware of her impending departure. Nodding slightly, Shiki replied softly, But I will return. Wherever you are, I will surely come back. As her words echoed, Shiki's form began to shimmer, becoming increasingly ethereal, like a flickering projection. This was a precursor to the world's transition, a state that allowed her body to traverse time and space without harm. Glancing at her now transformed hands, Shiki looked up and smiled gently at the maiden before her. So, wait for me until then. Her smile bloomed like a flower, as if imprinting herself indelibly in the other's memory. Yes, Butterfly Shinobu nodded firmly. No further words were required, nor any confirmation. She believed in airy Shiki. Since Shiki had promised to return, she would undoubtedly do so. After receiving that affirmative answer, Shiki's ethereal form trembled even more, and ultimately, under Butterfly Shinobu's gaze, she vanished, leaving only the white fragments drifting in through the window, slowly falling like feathers. Butterfly Shinobu stood rooted in place, quietly hoping to sense the lingering warmth and essence of the kimono-clad girl. This state persisted for quite some time, until the snowflakes outside had accumulated into a thin layer on the ground, prompting Butterfly Shinobu to finally take a step forward. She approached the window and reached out to close it, but upon seeing her outstretched hand, she froze. Her hand had transformed into an ethereal projection, much like Shiki's had moments before. Surely not, Butterfly Shinobu murmured in disbelief, her mind flashing back to the words of the girl standing in the snow last night. Is that truly your wish? If so, I have heard you. That girl indeed possessed the ability to fulfill wishes. And Butterfly Shinobu's wish was to always be with Shiki. A wish that is both simple and straightforward embodies the heartfelt desires of a young girl. At this moment, that wish has come to fruition. The transition between worlds does not require an extensive passage of time. Instead, it may merely necessitate a brief slumber, after which one may awaken in a wholly different realm. As such, after a moment's repose, upon the return of her consciousness, the first sounds to greet her ears were the cacophonous chirping of cicadas and the palpable heat enveloping her. Unlike the frigid winter of the world of Gaimi, this realm appeared to have just stepped into the peak of summer. Upon opening her eyes and imprinting the first image of this world upon her vision, she was taken aback, not by the nature of this world, but by its complete modernity. It was a stark contrast to the late Sengoku period of the Sekiro world and the near modernity of Gaimi. This world was the modern society that she recognized. Dressed in suits, office workers mingled alongside high school girls in uniforms and headphones, while familiar zebra crossings and traffic lights lined the streets, accompanied by a cacophony of honking cars. This world was indeed a true modern society. In stark contrast, she, adorned in a traditional kimono, felt out of place. Her striking beauty and the long sword she carried drew curious glances from passersby. Recalling her thoughts, she allowed the tears from her hands to dissipate into crimson smoke behind her. As for her kimono, she had no intention of changing. The Japanese characters scattered throughout the streets confirmed to her that this city was still part of Japan, though individuals dressed in kimonos had become exceedingly rare in this modern society. Turning away from the throngs of people, she stepped into a dimly lit alleyway. Unlike previous experiences, the system provided no information about this world nor any main quest, necessitating her own understanding of the current environment. However, it was evident that the brighter the facade, the darker the reality concealed behind it. Although this city appeared vibrant and thriving, its shadows were equally profound. Just a casual glimpse into an alley revealed a scene too grim to bear. The damp, dark alley was littered with cigarette butts, plastic wrappers, and syringes. The air was thick with a nauseating blend of smoke and an unidentified drug odor. Scattered across the ground were several disoriented, young individuals, each still breathing. Their expressions a haunting reflection of madness. The presence of syringes and their symptoms led her to the grim conclusion of drug use, causing her to frown slightly. The advancement of society inevitably leads to the elimination of the weak, and these individuals were merely the casualties of a fiercely competitive modern world, unwilling to accept their failures and resorting to drugs to sustain their beliefs in life. Extracting information from these individuals appeared nearly impossible. Just as she contemplated her next move, her attention was captured by a few figures deeper within the alley. 3 youths with varying hair colors huddled together, advancing into the darker recesses of the alley, accompanied by a girl who seemed to be coerced along with them. Such occurrences were commonplace in this city where youthful, attractive girls often traded their bodies for money from affluent young men seeking to satiate their desires. While such matters typically would not draw her interest, the girl was strikingly familiar to her. Clad in attire reminiscent of a nun and possessing long violet hair, she was distinguishable even amidst the throng of youths. As night descended, the city began to unveil its luminescence beneath the weight of darkness. The vibrant neon lights supplanted the sunlight of day, and the number of pedestrians doubled. Office workers, previously burdened by their jobs, emerged to vent their frustrations, and one could easily spot delinquent girls in school uniforms and unruly youths adorned with earrings and cigarettes. However, these scenes held little relevance for her, as she found herself in a location that felt utterly disconnected from the city's nightlife, the Old Town. In stark contrast to the bustling new district, this area was desolate and silent, with nearly all shops shuttered. The railings, signs, and even traffic lights were cloaked in rust, and the towering buildings of the new district obscured the moonlight, leaving only the dim glow of aging street lamps to illuminate the path. As she traversed this street, she noticed, approximately 10 meters ahead, the silhouettes of the individuals she had seen earlier in the alley. She was unconcerned about being detected. With her skills in stealth and the concealment techniques of a ninja, unless she revealed herself, the ordinary people of this era would remain oblivious to her presence. After nearly an hour of walking, the group finally halted before the entrance of an abandoned bar. Despite the distance and the closed door, she could still hear the raucous laughter emanating from within, suggesting the presence of around 10 people. "Ah, you finally arrived, Chitai. It seems you've brought quite an enticing prize. That uniform. Could it be the daughter of the Liuan family?" A coarse, male voice resonated as they entered, laden with unabashed desire, echoing throughout the vicinity. "Indeed, it appears so, and both her figure and face are exquisite," another voice chimed in, as the individuals began to appraise their potential prey. "I can hardly contain myself. Let me take the lead this time," the coarse voice concluded, followed by the sound of tearing fabric and a woman's gasp. These individuals were the byproducts of the city's darker underbelly, devoid of rationality. When confronted with something beautiful, they obeyed the basest of instincts. At that moment, the closed door of the bar creaked open, allowing the night breeze to sweep in, drawing the attention of all within. Yet, the sight that greeted them froze their expressions and breaths, as though their consciousness had been momentarily suspended, including that of the girl clad in attire similar to a nun. At the entrance stood a girl, adorned in a kimono as pure as snow, not the opulent garments one might expect, but rather a light yukata reminiscent of those worn during festivals. Her long black hair cascaded down her chest, creating a striking contrast against the white of her kimono. In both appearance and form, she represented a presence that they had never dared to hope for. "You all seem to be engaged in quite an entertaining game. Why don't you let me join?" The girl spoke in a cool tone, uttering words that sent waves of fervor through the hearts of those present. "Let you join?" A few of them, still recovering from their stupor, wore expressions of confusion, while only the burly man with orange hair reacted promptly, breaking into a hearty smile as he approached her. "Of course, as you can see, we are currently in need of manpower. It would be splendid if you could join us." As he spoke, his robust arm slowly reached towards Sher's shoulder, and the smile on his face grew increasingly pronounced. "Is that so? Then let us begin." The cool tone of his voice resembled the activation switch of a slaughter machine. In the next moment, within the dimly lit bar, a barely perceptible silver flash traversed the burly man's outstretched arm, moving without a hint of hesitation. So much so that even the man himself remained oblivious to the fact that he had been severed. It was only when blood gushed forth from his severed wrist and his rough, large hand fell to the ground that they finally reacted. Their gazes fixated in shock upon the silver dagger that had inexplicably appeared in the girl's right hand. At that instant, they understood that the game the girl spoke of was not the trivial pastime they had assumed, but rather a deadly game of murder. The orange-haired giant emitted a pained wail, the realization of pain creeping and far more terrifying than the immediate agony, causing him to writhe on the ground. In that moment, the entire bar fell into a profound silence. They had killed and injured before, yet the girl's instantaneous strike was something even their naked eyes could not perceive, embodying the essence of speed, precision, and brutality, as if she were a seasoned killer. What are you waiting for? Kill her. The alleviation of pain did not bring forth reason, but rather fury as the orange-haired giant bellowed, issuing commands to the others. At last, they snapped back to reality, their faces contorting into expressions of ferocity as they picked up nearby baseball bats, beer bottles, knives, and anything else that could serve as a weapon. Oh, is it because you are too weak that you cannot even sense the intent to kill? However, as she deftly flipped the dagger in her hand, Shur smiled lightly. This is even better. As Shur stepped forward with her left foot, the dance of slaughter commenced in earnest. This was a battle beyond description. These societal detritus may have seemed robust to an ordinary office worker, but before Shur, they were as fragile as paper. How does one describe cutting through a sheet of paper? Perhaps it can only be likened to a ripping sound. Blood sprayed forth, the warm crimson splattering indiscriminately against walls, tables, and chairs, accompanied by terrified screams. The scene left the violet-haired girl seated nearby in a stupor. The girl clad in a white kimono danced amidst the crimson, the blood akin to scattered petals, with the dagger in her hand serving as her dance partner. Until the last person fell, her kimono remained pristine white. This elegant yet powerful slaughter seemed to awaken something deep within her, as if it were on the verge of stirring to life. Shur gently flicked the dagger in her hand, shaking off the crimson stains. It is rather peculiar that this dagger, forged from the rare scarlet sand used to slay demons, had only tasted human blood thus far. She slowly approached the violet-haired girl, crouching down to scrutinize her with a serious expression, and then asked in a confirming tone, "Qian Shang Ting Nai?" The violet-haired girl, her uniform torn to reveal a glimpse of white, appeared lost from the earlier scene, and only upon Shur's gentle call did she dazedly nod. Yes. Upon hearing this, Shur sighed with a bitter smile, as if confirming something unavoidable, muttering to herself, "So I suppose I have returned home." Chapter 119. The killer and the butterfly girl in a brightly chaotic room filled with various documents. Wisps of blue smoke lingered, the scent of lady cigarettes wafting through the air, distinct from the usual acrid smoke, carrying a subtle, gentle fruity aroma. Miss Qingzi, smoking first thing in the morning is hardly good for your health. The speaker was a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses, his demeanor calm, dressed entirely in black without a hint of color. The woman he referred to as Changzi held a cigarette between her lips. Clad in neat black trousers paired with a white shirt, though simple, she would have no issue attending a funeral dressed thus. "Well, Ganya, nicotine in cigarettes holds no significance for me and will not lead to any adverse effects." Changzi waved her hand dismissively, her face reflecting indifference. "No, Changzi, Ganya is right. Smoking is detrimental to your health, not just for you, but for us as well." A third voice chimed in, a cool female voice tinged with the languor of the early morning, belonging to a girl in a near-black blue kimono, her lazily cat-like eyes fixed on Ganya. Ganya returned her gaze with a gentle smile. "Ah, I understand, since even Shur says so." Changzi begrudgingly extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray, yet continued to grumble. "What is this, two employees ganging up on the boss? Since that is the case, let us get down to business. However, before we do, Heikong, could you fetch me a pack of cigarettes? Lady cigarettes just do not suit my palate. Ideally, I would prefer Yamlong, that Taiwanese brand, though difficult to smoke. Has a unique flavor. That brand requires a trip to a convenience store several streets away." Though reluctant, Heikong trudged downstairs. With the obstruction gone, Changzi removed her red-framed glasses, her tone shifting from gentle to a chilling depth. Though this transformation felt less like a change in tone and more like a complete shift in persona. "Let's proceed with our business, sure. The business at hand pertains to work. The establishment known as Jialan Jitang operates distinctly from the ordinary, specializing in the creation of puppets. While most of their commissions relate to construction, occasionally more mysterious requests arise, such as the case today. She activated one of the many televisions cluttering the coffee table, broadcasting a report on a serious incident, a murder case that occurred in an underground bar in the old town. Upon seeing this report, Sure, who had stood silently nearby, darkened his gaze. Oh, judging by your expression, it seems you're already aware of this matter. Under Sure's scrutiny, Qingzi lit another cigarette. A long-absent murder case had resurfaced, with a death toll of 8. The cut wounds on the bodies were all inflicted by a short-bladed weapon, and the limbs had also been severed, reminiscent of the murderer from 2 years prior. Sure continued Qingzi's train of thought. This city, Guanbuzi, had indeed witnessed a similar incident 2 years ago, with a hidden killer lurking in the shadows, indiscriminately snuffing out lives, employing methods strikingly similar to those of the current case. Indeed, however, the target of this commission is not the murderer, but rather the accomplice of the murderer. Pushing a stack of documents toward the two, Qingzi clasped her hands, stating that the client believes the target was taken away by the murderer, and your task is to retrieve them from the murderer's grasp. Of course, the client also mentioned that if the target offers any resistance, it is permissible to eliminate them. As she perused the documents, Sure merely uttered an acknowledgement. A straightforward commission: identify the perpetrator and the target, and should the latter resist, eliminate her. Should the situation escalate to the point of killing the target, there is no need to worry about the police. The client will categorize it as an accidental death. Thus, from a societal perspective, she is already considered dead, so killing a dead person does not breach the law. Do you intend to accept this task? I believe this job suits you remarkably well. Sure, however, did not respond. She merely gazed intently at the documents in her hands, which featured photographs from the crime scene. Perhaps due to the considerable power of the client, images that could not be publicly released were fully contained within the dossier. The severed limbs, mutilated flesh, and pools of blood should have evoked revulsion and nausea, yet Sure was utterly captivated by them. What is it, Sure? Ryougi. This individual is unlike the murderer from 2 years ago. A charming smile graced Sure's lips, reminiscent of a hunter who had found her coveted prey. She pointed at the corpse in the photograph, noting that both the incisions and the placement of the strikes were of a caliber unattainable by the murderer from 2 years prior. This individual was truly a seasoned killer. Therefore, you already know the answer without my reply. With that, Sure turned to leave. You're rather impatient, aren't you? Do you have such a fervent desire to kill, Sure? Besides, you have no idea what the murderer even looks like. How do you intend to proceed? Exhaling a puff of smoke, Ryougi's tone was icy. It's unnecessary. That person is exceptional. Anyone who has been stained with so much blood can be easily discerned in this peaceful society. With that, Sure exited the office, leaving only the sound of her blue kimono rustling and the lingering chill from her gaze. Miss Ryougi truly enjoys commanding others. This must be what a ruthless boss is like. Though he grumbled, Hecato Kaniya spent each day engaged in this troublesome work. While there were many grievances, there was little to complain about, as the company did have its flaws, yet remained within the bounds of his tolerance. Just as Kaniya prepared to return to the office, a young girl not far from the convenience store caught his attention. He was not the type to be easily attracted to women, as he had long been infatuated with a certain someone, to the extent that his loyalty would never waver. The girl drew his notice merely because her attire seemed starkly out of place amidst the towering buildings and bustling traffic. Indeed, although her outfit was quite extravagant, featuring a haori woven from various colors that blended harmoniously, giving the impression of butterfly wings, her pinned hair was adorned with a mint green butterfly hairpin edged in purple. This striking appearance elicited an involuntary sigh of admiration from Kaniya. Truly, she resembled a girl akin to a butterfly. Chapter 120. The person you seek resembles someone I know. Even the most astute individuals encounter difficulties, and this statement rings true. The butterfly girl may not possess the highest intellect, yet she is among the rare few with a keen mind within the Demon Slayer Corps, exhibiting both high emotional and intellectual intelligence. However, at this moment, she found herself ensnared in a predicament. She had traversed the barriers of space, arriving in a wholly unfamiliar world just a day prior. Indeed, she had awakened a certain power, transporting her from the Taisho era of Japan to a place utterly unknown to her. The towering structures that nearly reached the clouds, the incessant flow of traffic, and the completely different attire of the people around her. All of these signified that, aside from the passersby speaking Japanese, she was still in Japan, yet she remained oblivious to everything else. Where was this place? What was it called? What kind of world was it? The butterfly girl had no answers. Most importantly, she did not know where her beloved was. In such a situation, even the typically composed Kocho Shinobu displayed a hint of distress on her face. While everything else could be managed, it was the last point that truly vexed the butterfly girl. You seem quite troubled. At that moment, a gentle male voice resonated from behind her. Turning around in curiosity, Shinobu beheld the figure of a young man with black hair and glasses, a faint smile adorning his face. He exuded an aura that suggested he would never harm anyone, reminiscent of the young boy Kamado Tanjiro. Oh, are you perhaps an actor from a period drama? Upon noticing the Nichiren blade hanging at Shinobu's waist, the young man spoke with surprise. Did you get separated from your crew? That must be quite troublesome. As far as I know, there doesn't seem to be any filming nearby. The young man continued, his words serving to alleviate the stranger's wariness significantly. For some seasoned in the art of romance, such tactics might come easily. Yet this youth was not of that ilk. His entire demeanor radiated a desire to genuinely assist Shinobu. Just as she was about to refuse, an untimely growl from her stomach caused her pause. She had not eaten in nearly 2 days. The young man chuckled lightly. Let us go. We can talk while eating. I know a nice restaurant nearby. His warm smile made refusal difficult. Ordinarily, Shinobu would have declined, but now, feeling utterly lost in this new world and in desperate need of information, she nodded in agreement. With Shinobu's confirmation, the young man beamed, then let us go. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Hekito Kaniya. And you? Kocho Shinobu. A few minutes later, they found themselves seated in a cafe named Ananerb. So, you're from another place and have lost contact with your friends, and without means to reach them. That must indeed be distressing. As they walked, Kaniya had gleaned a general understanding of the butterfly girl's situation, though the details were somewhat altered by her own modifications. After all, claims of traversing worlds and being from the Taisho era were hard to believe. The astute butterfly girl recognized this as well. However, I happen to be quite adept at locating people. If you can share some characteristics of your friend, Miss Kocho, I will do my utmost to help you find them. Cutting a piece of steak and savoring it, Kaniya displayed a subtly satisfied expression. Is that truly possible? Shinobu furrowed her brow, feeling somewhat uneasy with the overwhelming kindness emanating from him, a stark contrast to her long-standing battles against demons. Noticing her discomfort, Kaniya added with a smile, of course, if Miss Kocho would be willing to offer a token of gratitude, I would also be quite pleased. To be honest, I am currently in a rather tight financial situation. The truth was that Kaniya was indeed low on funds. Having been informed by his unscrupulous boss that his salary would not be available until next month, he found himself in a rather precarious position, further compounded by the fact that his employer had even asked to borrow money from him. Though unsuccessful, Kaniya estimated that the money for the pack of cigarettes he carried would not be reimbursed. After a moment of contemplation, Shinobu nodded. Then I shall entrust this to you. Mr. Hekito, let us begin then. Please provide as many details as possible regarding your friend. The black-haired youth retrieved a thin notebook and a pen from his jacket pocket, entering into a state of focused work. The character butterfly, Shinobu, gazes upwards at the ceiling, softly murmuring, adorned in a simple white kimono. Her beauty so exquisite that it could lead one to question her gender. She speaks in a delicate manner, while Heitai Kaniya buries himself in writing, simultaneously sketching an image in his mind based on her description. However, the more he delineates, the more peculiar it feels. For the figure that emerges in his mind is none other than Shiki, someone he has long been acquainted with. This realization slightly troubles Kaniya. Could it be that his elation over Shiki awakening from slumber has clouded his judgment? Or perhaps the individual the girl seeks is indeed Shiki? No, such a scenario seems implausible. Setting aside the fact that Shiki had only recently awakened, she also does not possess any acquaintances from afar. It must be a figment of his imagination. Kaniya reassures himself internally. What troubles you, Mr. Heitai? Butterfly, Shinobu inquires, observing the strange expression on the young man's dark-haired visage. It's nothing, Kaniya replies, waving his hand dismissively. It's just that your description of your friend bears a striking resemblance to someone I know. If the opportunity arises, I would be glad to introduce you. Butterfly, Shinobu nods gently. If there's news, how shall I contact you? Being from a world devoid of mobile devices, Shinobu wouldn't know how to use one even if it existed. Here is my business card, Kaniya offers, producing a card inscribed with the words Jialan Jitong. My workplace is not far from here. You may come find me there. Chapter 121. The first day without seeing Butterfly, Shinobu, missing her. In a modestly dim room, the sound of dripping water echoes. Within a bathroom crafted from frosted glass, a hazy silhouette is washing away fatigue. Although the glass obscures the view, the outline suggests a delicate and graceful beauty, akin to a flower that could be easily broken. Shiki sits by the floor-to-ceiling window, her back to the illuminated bathroom, gazing through the Venetian blinds at the bustling crowd below, resembling a meditative monk. A television in the room broadcasts reports related to the previous night's events, spreading swiftly in this nascent information era. No matter how indifferent you appear, it doesn't change the fact that you took another girl to a hotel. A voice suddenly echoes in her mind, causing Shiki's expression to darken. With a soft sigh, she retorts, "This is merely a temporary refuge, and nothing can transpire between us. Do you really think nothing will happen?" The voice drips with incredulity. Your statement is as credible as a man claiming nothing occurred after sharing a hotel room with a woman. This is a love hotel, after all. We are both solitary souls, Shiki mutters, realizing her argument lacks strength, her tone faltering. Ignoring Shiki's feeble protest, the voice continues with a teasing tone. "I never imagined you had such a side, Shiki. When you are with your new paramour, do you not recall the moonlight of that night when you promised Butterfly Shinobu?" Shiki's face darkens further. Over their time together, she has come to understand the lively and unpredictable nature of the voice. But she never anticipated it would deviate to such an extent. If this continues, it could easily unravel into a sensational melodrama. Yet, should Butterfly Shinobu learn of this, even across different worlds, she would surely confront Shiki. A pang of anxiety strikes Shiki's heart, not from fear of such an encounter, but from suddenly realizing she has not seen that familiar face for 2 days, leaving her feeling somewhat hollow. The voice continues to unreservedly speculate on the potential consequences should Butterfly Shinobu witness this scene, detailing gruesome imaginings of retribution. However, Shiki merely stares blankly at the fogged floor-to-ceiling window, exhaling softly as her finger traces a few characters onto the surface. Butterfly Shinobu. In that moment, her expression seems to inscribe the words "the first day" without seeing Butterfly Shinobu, missing her. At this instant, the clamor in her mind subsides, giving rise to a faint, bittersweet smile. The bathroom door swings open, releasing a wave of warm steam. A violet-haired girl, clad in a white bathrobe, steps out, her school uniform torn and replaced with a spare robe from the hotel. "Did I wake you, Miss Togo?" The delicate girl inquires, her expression apologetic, seemingly remorseful for her morning bath. Following the events of yesterday, due to the damage to her Gakuin uniform and some minor injuries, Asagami Tono could not return to the academy, compelling Shiki to bring her here. The choice of a love hotel was not as the voice suggested, implying something untoward might occur, but rather due to both Asagami Tono and Shiki lacking the necessary documents for a standard hotel. Here, however, as long as the payment is made, all is permissible. "No, this does not concern you," Shiki states, rising and tossing a dry towel from the window onto the damp violet hair of the girl. "You shall remain here for the time being and refrain from taking this." She lightly tosses a white bottle containing pills, her words imbued with an undeniable authority. Yet the frail girl suddenly grows agitated, but upon meeting Shiki's cold, piercing gaze, she instinctively lowers her head. "Father said if I do not take my medication regularly, I will revert to my former self." The former self refers to the original state of Asagami Tono. Unlike the world of Sakuro or Kimetsu no Yaiba, this realm is familiar to Shiki, and she comprehends the intricacies of its inhabitants, including this girl before her. Despite her delicate appearance, Tono possesses formidable destructive abilities, a power capable of distorting reality. However, her stepfather, Asagami Kozo, upon discovering her capabilities, chose not to allow her to harness them, instead opting to suppress her feelings through medication and artificial means. The vial of pills was specifically crafted by doctors under the direction of her good father to serve as a painkiller, intended to seal Tono's powers for an extended period. Yet what Kozo fails to realize is that while he may have stifled her abilities, he has inadvertently allowed them to accumulate, leading to an unimaginable potential for destruction when they inevitably erupt. In time, this seemingly fragile girl could effortlessly dismantle the heads of nefarious individuals. Is it not acceptable to return to your most authentic self? Sometimes, embracing the extraordinary might just be the path to rediscovering one's true essence, rather than suppressing that power. Mastering it may be the only way for the girl named Asagami Tono to attain normalcy. But if that happens, I will become a monster, she murmurs, recalling the painful memories associated with her powers from her childhood, causing her head to bow even lower. A monster? Shiki's lips curve into a slight smile. The true monster stands before you now. Longing Ji Li, Xiu Luo, Ji Cgmo Yin, Bu Si Zhan, when it comes to the term monster, sure is undoubtedly a true monster. Thus, even if Asaka Tano were to fall into such a state for some reason, Sure possesses numerous methods to bring her back. Enough of this conversation. There are some snacks from the hotel on the table. If you're hungry, feel free to eat. I will step out for a while and return later to tend to your ailment. With such non-negotiable words, Sure pushed open the door and turned to leave, leaving the purple-haired girl in a state of confusion, murmuring in puzzlement. Tend to my ailment? Chapter 122. Similarities between two individuals. The location of the Love Hotel is rather secluded. Being an unofficial establishment, it is hidden among the residential houses. Sure exited through the back door of the hotel, silently weaving through the narrow alley formed by the walls of numerous residences, her snow-white kimono standing out in the dimly lit passage. Ultimately, why does Sure wish to save Asaka Tano? Surely, you must be aware that the other party's identity poses some complications. The voice of Ji echoed softly in her mind. The sole advantage of possessing a dual personality is that there is always someone who understands your existence and converses with you, regardless of the time. Moreover, this entity possesses a whimsical thought process, always capable of bringing a smile to your face. Why does Sure ponder this? If one were to insist on a reason, perhaps there is none. It is akin to encountering an injured pet on a stormy road. Its eyes reflect helplessness, and if it were you would feel an impulse to take it home. The cuteness is the crux. Isn't it? Ji chuckled playfully, but sometimes the pet one rescues may already have an owner, and now that owner has come looking for it. I am fully aware of that. Otherwise, why do you think I've come out here? The alley was notably quiet, with a faint rumble from the distant road, imparting a sense of detachment from the world. Such a place is well suited for committing murder. Anyone who has tasted blood, who has inhaled the scent of death, would inevitably entertain such thoughts. Sure felt this way, as did those concealed in the shadows. Numerous figures emerged from the silent alley, clad in well-fitted black suits, their robust physiques straining against the fabric, creating an exaggerated appearance. In this peaceful society, these individuals emanated an unusual aura of bloodshed. They were neither magicians nor possessed of extraordinary abilities. They were merely mercenaries affiliated with the dreadfully affluent Asaka group, now transformed into hounds unleashed by Asaka Kanzo, tracking the faintest traces leading them here. After taking away that adorable pet, Sure anticipated such developments. After all, once that precious creature escaped control and regained its fangs, it would strike a significant blow to the Asaka group or the Asaka clan. Naturally, Asaka Kanzo, Tano's father, would have to take measures in response. Hand her over. Asaka Tano, the leader, a burly man with a hoarse voice, towered over the girl in a white kimono, his fierce demeanor akin to a ravenous hound. Yet, they were merely hounds. When mere hounds exposed their fangs against a being of dragon and tiger caliber, the only outcome was death. The response to the burly man was not words, but a brilliant flash of light slicing through the dim alley. It was the Nicaran dagger inscribed with the words Demon Slayer. Although there are no man-eating demons in this world, those with hearts as dark as demons are plentiful. Thus, using this dagger to send them off to the afterlife is, in a sense, a funeral for the demons. With a single thrust, even if Sure wielded the dagger clumsily, the force behind the strike was not something an ordinary human could withstand. A barely visible line of crimson appeared on the burly man's neck, his eyes widening in shock as his formidable body crashed to the ground. Life departed from him. Blood gushed from the gash in his neck, the viscous scarlet rapidly saturating the ground, momentarily halting the advance of the dozen men who were still approaching Sure, their black sunglasses failing to conceal their astonishment. The girl in the snow-white attire swung her blade, the blood from the dagger splattering against the wall, creating a frenzied crimson tableau. It seems you do not understand one thing. If you wish to take anything from me, you must first consult the knife in my hand. Accompanied by the girl's chilling words, the men, seasoned by the trials of war, felt a surge of dread as the killing intent erupted in full force. Instinct for survival prompted them to draw their weapons. Pistols, knives, even shotguns with devastating power. They had a fair understanding of their opponents before arriving. Thus they were thoroughly prepared. However, no amount of preparation held any significance in the face of absolute strength. Shi skillfully hurled the dagger, allowing it to glide like a gentle stream, deftly navigating between the necks of several gunmen. The water-breathing technique's flowing dance was applied to the throwing of the dagger, achieving such an effect. The silver dagger flitted like a nimble butterfly, snatching away the lives of several armed men. Having eliminated the greatest threat, Shi found herself without a weapon. Yet she leaped forward, her right arm elbowing with unimaginable ferocity. The kneeling strike. Though a sword saint, Shi had to possess some martial skill. The physical exorcism techniques of the monks from Xianfeng Temple were among them. As the saying goes, if the Buddha does not save me, I shall save myself. The fierce elbow strike landed squarely on the foremost burly man, causing immense agony as his eyes rolled back. The spot struck by the elbow sank deeply, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, and the man collapsed helplessly, his life force fading. The once ferocious hounds now appeared utterly dispirited. The terrifying combat prowess displayed by the girl had transcended human capabilities. Having retreated from the dangerous battlefield, they valued their lives, and in the face of such overwhelming strength, they had no reason to choose to continue facing death. Like defeated hounds, the remaining suited thugs scattered in all directions. However, at that moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere, blocking their escape route. In the dim alley, a slender black silhouette evoked images of a snake's lower half, while the upper half donned a red leather jacket, a limp right hand clutching a short knife. A head of shoulder-length hair was carelessly cut, making it impossible to discern whether the figure was male or female. If one were to merely observe the silhouette, it bore a striking resemblance to Shi. Yet the only difference was that the figure's hair was not black but golden. The alley wind swirled, tousling the golden strands, evoking thoughts of a carnivorous creature. Reminiscent of a lion, the king of beasts feared across the savannah. Oh, the figure greeted with a tone laced with both delight and menace. Chapter 123, Human Slayer. The figure stepped out of the shadows, fully revealing their face to Shi. Crimson eyes that evoke a sense of ferocity, adorned with silver earrings at the ears, complemented by flowing golden hair, create a striking contrast against his pure white attire. However, he is not a woman. Rather, he is an unequivocal man. Shi recalls, in this world, rife with Shi enthusiasts, there exists a most peculiar outlier. He possesses neither the gentle nature of a deeply flawed man nor the ambition to reach the source through the body of Ryougi Shi. What he harbors is an almost fanatical obsession with Ryougi Shi, desiring for her to cross the line of mortality and become his companion. To that end, throughout his high school years, he has incessantly orchestrated killings around Ryougi Shi, intending to incite her desire to kill. This aberrant individual is known as by Chun-Li Su. Ryougi, it seems you're engaged in quite the delightful game. Allow me to join. Bai Chun-Li Su's voice mingles with a savage and frenzied delight. The moment his words fall, he transforms into a swift shadow, launching himself not toward Shi, but at the fleeing suited thugs. His movements resemble those of a wild beast rather than a mere human. This narrow alleyway serves as the perfect hunting ground for such a predator. He scurries up the walls like a gecko amidst the terror of the hulking man, and as he closes in, he pounces like a lion, his short dagger precisely slicing through the neck of one of the brutes, extinguishing his life. I am elated. Ryougi, you have finally come to my world. Bai Chun-Li Su Gakka. Awakened to the origin of devouring, he can no longer integrate into contemporary society, for he is far too unique compared to ordinary individuals. This yearning for companionship has led him to covet none other than Ryougi Shi, who has crossed that line. Just moments ago, Bai Chun-Li Su witnessed the scene he had long desired. The kimono-clad girl, wielding a silver blade, effortlessly dispatches the suited thugs. Though blood splatters like ink, it bears no connection to the girl. She has finally crossed that threshold, entering his realm. Do you know Yangi? I have longed for this day for ages. I witnessed last night's masterpiece, a sight that would enthrall any killer. Initially, I thought it was a newcomer, only to discover it was an old friend. But of course, such a perfect incision could only be executed by a true murderer like you. His tone is intoxicated with madness. Bai Chun-Li Su evades a hulking man's blade, opting not to strike with his dagger, instead extending his neck like a venomous snake and sinking his teeth into the brute's neck. Though he appears human, the awakened Bai Chun-Li Su possesses a biting force akin to that of a lion or tiger. His sharp white fangs pierce the bronze skin with ease, warm blood splattering across his face, intensifying his already savage expression. A murderer? A kindred spirit? Your world? Shi echoes the keywords from Bai Chun-Li Su's dialogue. a mocking smile gracing her lips. It seems you have misunderstood 2 points. As she places her dagger back into the sheath at her waist, she continues, first, I'm not the Ryougi sure you know. Second, the crimson blood gathers in her palm, and the immortal blade, known as by lay, materializes within her grasp, her thumb flicking it into a poised stance directed at the cross-dressing man. Do not dare compare me to such trivialities. Not the Ryougi sure I know. Bai Chun-Li Su is perplexed by Shi's words, but in the next moment, as his crimson pupils constrict fiercely, the kimono-clad girl blurs past him at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, stopping behind him to unleash her blade. Madness solidifies upon Bai Chun-Li Su's face as he slowly turns his head, disbelief replacing his expression, accompanied by a sickening crack as his right shoulder slips away and falls to the ground. Is it so? Does the instinctual awareness of danger inherent to animals prompt your body to react? Shi slowly turns, her demeanor as calm as ever. Yet this very tranquility ignites a profound and indescribable fear within Bai Chun-Li Su. At that moment, he seems to comprehend her words. This individual is undeniably not the Ryougi Shi he once knew. Despite the similarities in appearance and attire, she is categorically not the Ryougi Shi he has idolized. Why? Because the bloodlust she exudes is beyond comprehension. The sheer volume of bloodshed required to cultivate such an aura. How could this person possibly be the Ryougi Shi I know? No wonder she insisted I not compare her to a murderer. For her, the term murderer is woefully inadequate. The appropriate title for her should be human butcher. Click. The dismembered murderer recoils in terror. Yet he knows that mere retreat will not suffice. He must escape to a place where she cannot pursue. In an instant of contemplation, he leaps onto the surrounding walls of the alley and ascends higher. Such nimble movements, reminiscent of a rat, enable him to swiftly reach a safe haven. This is the power granted by his awakened origin. Though there are no trees in sight, the city becomes a dense forest for him, where concealing his form and hunting prey is as effortless as breathing. The murderer clings to the side of a building about 20 meters off the ground, watching in dread as the girl with the long blade gazes up at him like the grim reaper wielding a scythe. Merely being regarded by her instills a terrifying sensation that one's life is on the verge of being reaped. This overwhelming feeling, causing every cell in Bai Chun-Li Su's body to tremble, compels him to flee from this moment. Clutching his severed arm, he leaps between towering structures, vanishing from Shi's line of sight. Shi harbors no intent to pursue. Such an alley serves as a veritable thicket for Bai Chun-Li Su, allowing him to navigate the branches with ease. Even she would struggle to follow him here, and there is no necessity for pursuit. Bai Lei dissipates into crimson smoke as Shi adjusts her kimono collar and departs the scene. She still needs to procure a garment for her newly acquired pet. Not long after Shi's departure, a young man clad in a black coat, his head bowed as he studies a thin volume in his hand, appears. He mutters to himself, "It should be around here." However, upon sensing the dampness beneath his feet and lifting his gaze to the surrounding scene, his pupils constrict sharply. Chapter 124. Mutual Pursuit. Haida Kutu lacks the innate talent of a creator. This is a fundamental truth that cannot be altered. Yet, when it comes to the realm of seekers, he possesses astonishing abilities. Any task related to gathering or locating individuals is deftly accomplished by Haida Kutu. Consequently, his employer, Aozaki Tuko, has teasingly suggested on multiple occasions, "Kutu, why not resign and become a detective? Working for me seems beneath your capability." After receiving a commission from Kochu Shinobu, Haida Kutu swiftly sets to work, driven by financial constraints. Were it anyone else, relying solely on features and appearance might yield little success in the city. Yet, Haida Kutu's connections prove advantageous. His well-acquainted cousin is a police officer, and a close friend is affiliated with the underworld, granting him access to both the black and white realms. Thanks to this, Ganye's intelligence sources are remarkably extensive. Within just over a day, he meticulously sifted through the information he had gathered. However, when he arrived at the final location, the scene before him froze his consciousness. The walls, stained a gruesome crimson, were littered with severed limbs and lifeless corpses devoid of any signs of life. This was a sight capable of shattering the psyche of an ordinary person in an instant, rendering the description of a glimpse of hell on earth utterly fitting. Even for Heiton Ganye, who had encountered corpses before, this horrific tableau caused his stomach to churn uncontrollably, prompting him to retch. Undoubtedly, this was a vivid murder scene. The wounds, resembling those made by Control Blade, and the smoothness of the dismembered limbs evoked memories of a winter night from 2 years prior. It was a memory he wished to forget, yet remained vividly etched in his mind. Despite the passage of 2 years, the déjà vu that awakened this recollection allowed him to recall every detail with clarity. It was a night permeated by the cold March wind, along a secluded path in a tranquil bamboo grove, where a figure clad in white stood still. The brilliant white kimono was marred by blood-red patterns, which spread as the crimson liquid gushed forth from the object before her. This figure in white was Shiki, or more accurately, it should be Ashi. The source of the liquid was not a fountain, but rather a human corpse. This was the memory from 2 years ago, when Shiki had once confided in Heidong Ganya that she had taken a life. Yet, such a claim seemed implausible. She could never bring herself to kill, and to this day, Heidong Ganya firmly believed in her innocence. Nonetheless, an unsettling notion now stirred within him. He could not ascertain whether Shiki, who had just awakened from a 2-year slumber, still harbored the same murderous impulses. This unease rendered Heidong Ganya unable to continue with the commission he had undertaken. After silently apologizing to Miss Butterfly in his heart, he discreetly exited the alley. Likewise, he chose not to report the incident, just as he had refrained from mentioning Shiki's presence at the crime scene 2 years ago during inquiries from the police and even his cousin. For during these past 2 days, Shiki's whereabouts had mysteriously aligned with the events at hand. She had neither returned to her apartment nor to her family home in Air E. There was no communication, nor had anyone seen her. There was no need to speculate on the significance or reasons behind her disappearance. If this incident bore any resemblance to the one from 2 years ago, then Shiki was undoubtedly intertwined with it. With this thought, Heidong Ganya felt his anxiety intensify. He could not wait idly for the truth or resolution. He needed to uncover the cause before anything further transpired. Suddenly, the sky began to drizzle, washing away the crimson stains on the ground. He opened his black umbrella and navigated through the alley where the murder had occurred, embarking on his first investigation for his own sake. "Is it raining?" murmured Shiki as she borrowed a plastic umbrella from a nearby convenience store. She had failed to locate the murderer. Orange's statement was indeed accurate. Relying solely on intuition without any information regarding the assailant's appearance proved to be overly nebulous. Instead, she found herself in this disheveled state. Gazing at her reflection in the store's mirror, she forced a wry smile. The girl reflected in the glass appeared somewhat disheveled. Her blue kimono stained conspicuously and the hem caked with mud. She had not ceased her pursuit of the murderer the previous day, resulting in her sleeping rough in the alley overnight. In such an environment, even the most beautiful kimono-clad maiden would inevitably accumulate some dirt. Though Shiki cared little for her outward appearance, she could not tolerate the unpleasant odors clinging to her body. "Well, I won't be sleeping on the streets tonight," she declared to herself, a note of cheerfulness in her tone as she resolved to explore a little longer. 2 hours later, as darkness enveloped the sky, she found herself wandering into an almost desolate area filled with dilapidated buildings. The shadows lent an air of neglect to this old district. Unbeknownst to her, she had strayed into the forsaken old town. This was a common occurrence. She often roamed at night, allowing her mind to wander aimlessly through the streets and alleys. Akin to a drifting specter, as night deepened, the intensity of the rain did not diminish. Rather, it escalated with alarming rapidity. And the plastic umbrella she held began to show signs of strain. She shook her head in resignation and hurried into an abandoned building. The interior of the building was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, and visibility was so poor that Shiki could not see her own hand. Perhaps due to its prolonged abandonment, the electrical system had long since failed. Yet, as she stepped into this desolate structure, a flicker of vitality returned to her previously lethargic demeanor, and a smile graced her icy features, an expression akin to that of a hunter who had found its prey. Yes, Shiki sensed a faint, peculiar odor wafting through the building, reminiscent of human blood, yet possessing an indescribable quality that set it apart. This scent evoked a sense of nausea, conjuring images of the malevolent creatures from mythological tales. In addition, this aroma intertwined with a pleasant fragrance, differing from the former, reminiscent of the lingering sweetness left behind by butterflies after they have gathered nectar. Chapter 125. Similar Individuals, Different Encounters, Part 1. The abandoned building was suffused with an odd, distinctive scent, a fusion of floral notes and strange sanguinescence, igniting a certain impulse within Shiki. She unsheathed the dagger at her waist, and ventured deeper into the oppressive darkness. The silver tip of her blade, pointing forward, swiveling like a spinning compass. Her eyes, a blend of blue and red, gleamed with silent intensity as she entered a state of heightened alertness. As Orange had mentioned, she was unfamiliar with this murderer. Yet based on the photographs of the crime scene, showcasing the precise incisions on the corpses, she believed it would be challenging to achieve this level of precision without activating her unique sight. This individual was likely a formidable adversary, she mused. As she delved further, she ascended to the second floor of the building, which had once been a department store. Despite its abandonment, numerous everyday items remained, though they had deteriorated with time, exuding a foul odor. Yet Shiki disregarded this stench, as her complete focus was captivated by the dark figure, crouched not far ahead. She had finally found the source of the peculiar scent. It seemed an unwelcome guest had arrived. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Shiki, the shadowy figure spoke. Rising slowly while drawing a long blade from its side, fixing its gaze ahead, its eyes piercing through the darkness. To Shiki's surprise, the murderer was a woman. Her voice crisp and clear, imbued with both gentleness and tenacity, and her stature petite. Regarding appearance and features, it was difficult to discern due to the overwhelming darkness. The Shiki Shinkai, while capable of perceiving death, does not enhance vision. Addressing me as a guest is indeed quite courteous, Miss Killer. Shiki spoke with a smile. Since Wei had departed, her tone was no longer as purely frigid as it had been 2 years ago, but rather a blend of both. Upon hearing her voice, the shadowy figure momentarily froze for reasons unknown. What is the matter? Are you displeased with that title? Everyone outside refers to you as such. Before the other could respond, Shiki pivoted her wrist, gripping the dagger in a reverse hold, and propelled herself forward with the blade, accompanied by a sharp, slicing sound. A fierce smile adorned her visage, brimming with combat spirit. The girl known as Ryougi Shiki had long suppressed her inner desire to kill, yet in this peaceful society, she had never encountered a suitable target. Now, however, an excellent opportunity presented itself before her, and for the first time, the turmoil within her was unleashed. Butterfly Shinobu felt that this period could be regarded as her most unfortunate days. First, she found herself in an unfamiliar world, devoid of a place to stay, and her resources rendered useless. Most crucially, she had become separated from Shiki, and now, unexpectedly, she was under sudden attack. In this pitch-black building, she could not discern her assailant-esque features, but from the voice, she gathered that the newcomer was a woman, surprisingly resembling Shiki. However, Shinobu swiftly dismissed that notion. Despite the similarity in voices, there were fundamental differences in their tones. Furthermore, if it were truly Shiki, how could she fail to recognize her own voice? Additionally, the scent emanating from the figure before her was entirely different from Shiki's, and Shinobu was confident she would never mistake Shiki's scent. Yet now was not the time for further contemplation, as the assailant had already lunged forward with a blade. Everything transpired in an instant, scarcely allowing for a breath. The dark figure was upon Butterfly Shinobu, the chill of the dagger palpable, the metallic scent of iron reaching her senses. In the most extreme circumstances, she raised her own blade to defend herself. Although she had grown somewhat unaccustomed to wielding a weapon after months without it, she succeeded in parrying the strike. The dagger collided with her Nicaran blade, producing a spark in the darkness. The force was not overwhelming, even lesser than that of an average demon. Yet the assailant still instilled a profound sense of danger within Shinobu. She felt as though a vital point was being scrutinized, should the small blade strike true. Her life could very well be forfeit. The long-absent threat rendered Butterfly Shinobu serious. She regulated her breathing, strength gradually surging from within. She had anticipated that after vanquishing Kibutsuji, Musen, and eradicating demons, opportunities to employ her breathing techniques would be scarce. Yet it seemed otherwise now. Insect breathing, dance of the bee's sting. Shinobu lightly stepped and executed a fierce thrust. For demons, a thrust devoid of poison bore no significance, yet she faced a real human. Though she wished to avoid staining her blade with blood when her life was at stake, such considerations were rendered moot. Shiki observed the shadowy figure darting towards her at an unprecedented speed, and though astonished, she instinctively positioned her arms, bracing the short dagger before her. Clang! The crisp sound of metal reverberated through the abandoned building as the tip of the long blade met the center of the dagger. Shiki felt a force unlike any she had ever experienced coursing through her hands. It was hard to fathom that such a petite figure could possess such extraordinary strength. akin to a speeding car brimming with power. Shiki was pushed back, and if this continued, she would be cornered against the wall, stripped of her ability to resist. In this moment, Shiki relinquished her grasp on the dagger with her left hand, rotating her right hand to spin the dagger, thereby disrupting the thrusting blade's momentum. However, inertia propelled it upward along the back of her dagger, igniting a shower of sparks as it aimed for Shiki's neck. She had anticipated this, arching her body at an odd angle, resembling a peculiar human bridge, akin to a stretch designed to enhance flexibility, dodging the lethal strike. Simultaneously, she raised her left leg, her boot striking towards the assailant's chin. The shadowy figure, evidently unwilling to sustain injury, retreated while leaping back, her robes billowing like a butterfly soaring through the night. Both parties distanced themselves, momentarily halting their assault. Amidst the cascade of sparks, they seemingly caught a glimpse of something. Shiki noticed the butterfly hairpin adorning the girl's head, elegant and exquisite, not the sort of ornament a killer would wear. Meanwhile, Butterfly Shinobu recognized the familiar eyes beneath the dark locks, a mesmerizing blend of red and blue, akin to a reflection of death. Chapter 126, Similar Souls. Divergent Encounters, Part 2. In the pitch-black, silent building, the two figures faced each other, while the rain outside gradually diminished. The dark clouds slowly parting, as if preparing for the moonlight to shine through. Shiki panted softly, having encountered the most formidable opponent she had ever faced. One even eclipsing her father, who had taught her swordsmanship, for this adversary was not defined by any special skill in swordplay, but rather by sheer strength. Possessing extraordinary power, unmatched speed, and perhaps even a reaction time that transcended the ordinary, such physical prowess rendered even the simplest of thrusts fatal. After a moment of stillness, Shiki's gaze fell upon the weapon in her opponent's grasp, a long blade resembling a blooming flower. The dual hues of blue and red in her eyes narrowed slightly, as twisted lines adorned the blade's surface. The Shiki Shinkai could perceive not only the death of living beings, but also the demise of inanimate objects like blades. Understanding that a direct confrontation was unlikely to yield victory, she had no qualms about employing a few cunning tactics. After all, she was not a noble knight from Europe, and striking the strong against the weak was equally a form of combat strategy. Shiki leaped forth, the hem of her soiled kimono billowing, her movements akin to a leaping female leopard, exuding both formidable strength and swift agility. Observing her opponent's proactive approach, Butterfly Shinobu, though puzzled as to why one would initiate an attack despite the evident disparity in physical capabilities, resolved to stand her ground rather than retreat. With a powerful stomp of her left foot, the girl swung her long blade, the Nichiren blade carving an arc of distortion in its swift descent. It was a strike imbued with great force, yet Butterfly Shinobu harbored no intent to kill. Her goal was merely to disarm or shatter her opponent's weapon, hoping to facilitate a resolution to the misunderstandings between them. Swish! As they passed each other, a look of astonishment crossed Butterfly Shinobu's face. For what seemed like an impending collision transformed at the last moment into a mere brush past one another due to the opponent's deft adjustment of the blade's angle. However, in the next instant, Shinobu heard an alarming sound emanating from her weapon, akin to glass shattering. Glancing down, she beheld an astonishing sight. Cracks began to spiderweb across the surface of the Nichiren blade, the sound resembling a mournful lament for its demise. At last, with a resounding crash, the specially forged Nichiren blade, crafted by the village chief of Duandao Cun, shattered into countless fragments, leaving only a bare hilt and guard connected. Butterfly Shinobu was momentarily taken aback. She could hardly believe that her blade had succumbed to ruin in such a brief encounter. After all, it had only been half a year since its completion, making such a catastrophic failure implausible. With this in mind, she turned her gaze, and in the darkness, her eyes met a pair that sent chills down her spine. The figure before her brandished a short dagger, aimed squarely at her. Every entity possesses a vulnerability. Not just humanity, but even the atmosphere, will, and indeed time itself. Where there is a beginning, there must be an end. This is an undeniable truth. Thus, as long as something is alive, even a deity can be slain before you. The figure proclaimed this with a tone that suggested a readiness to extinguish even the divine. However, at that moment, Butterfly Shinobu was not particularly concerned with the fervor of her opponent's words. Instead, she appeared somewhat dazed, for she recognized that phrase. In the room where she had exorcised the curse afflicting her lord, The girl clad in a butterfly-patterned kimono had uttered nearly the same words with an almost identical fervor. The resonance of that declaration lingered in her memory. Now, to hear it echoed from this figure, with a strikingly similar voice and intonation, caused Shinobu to pause in astonishment. She had not anticipated that her words would so effectively intimidate her opponent. Had she known their potency, she would have delivered them sooner. Yet before she could revel in her triumph, she noticed the figure retreating a step, then silently vanishing from her sight. It was a true disappearance, despite the darkness. She had previously discerned the outline of her adversary, but now, not even a silhouette remained. This realization steadied her thoughts. It appeared that her declaration had not unnerved her opponent, but rather provoked them to reveal their true prowess. That terrifying physicality was merely a foundation. Shinobu raised her knife holding hand anew, closing her eyes to concentrate wholly on her auditory senses. This tactic proved effective. With her vision obscured, her hearing sharpened, and she detected the rapid thumping of her own heartbeat. Yet even so, she could not pinpoint her foe's position, for the sound of that heartbeat reverberated throughout the entire second floor. It was as if countless invisible figures were saturating the space around her. At that moment, Shinobu sensed an imminent danger approaching. Something exceedingly swift and undetectable surged toward her, moving faster than the very air itself. Thus, even though she perceived the threat, she could not react in time. She felt an overwhelming force propel her to the ground, her grasp on the knife rendered futile as it was pinned beneath her. In an instant, her left hand, right leg, and left leg were similarly restrained. The seemingly diminutive shadow had reappeared, binding her limbs with its own. The immense strength emanating from this figure left her with no doubt that, even unarmed, they could easily take her life. Yet, the shadow did not act on this potential. It merely maintained its grip, watching silently. Rain ceased at some unknown point, and the dark clouds partially dispersed, allowing the silvery moonlight to pour through the window, dispelling the darkness that enveloped them both. Butterfly Shinobu stared, dazed, at the eerily familiar face before her, the violet eyes flickering gently as she uttered the name in disbelief. Shiki? It was a call laced with surprise, astonishment, and confusion. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shiki wore an expression of rare discontent. Before her lay the recently fallen, lifeless body, having just dispatched another wave of hunting hounds sent by the Asakami clan. However, due to a misstep with her final strike, warm crimson splattered across her pristine kimono. It seems I must change my attire, she mused aloud, lightly shaking the blood from her dagger. At that moment, a tremulous call from behind caused Shiki to freeze in place. She turned slowly, encountering a young man clad in a black coat, wearing black-rimmed glasses, his face etched with terror. It was the man named Kuroto Kenny. In this moment, the same individuals met under vastly different circumstances, leading to a divergent reunion. In Chapter 127, Shiki was not the same as the Shiki he once knew. Kuroto Kenny faced a sight he most dreaded. Before him stood the girl in a white kimono, surrounded by the bloodied remnants of the deceased. She regarded the lifeless corpse, the spattering blood around it enough to render one senseless, the incisions too precise, mirroring those of the burly corpses he had previously encountered in that alley. No, it was even more than a mere corpse. It had transformed into something else entirely. To Kuroto Kenny, it appeared as a viscous substance, a grotesque imitation of a human form, so poorly disguised that it would take immense courage for any ordinary person to confront it. Yet Shiki remained motionless, a specter clad in a kimono drenched in blood, the patterns resembling crimson butterflies. One such bloodied butterfly fell upon her face. This scene seemed to overlap with the memories of a fateful night 2 years prior, a recollection Kuroto Kenny most wished to forget, yet it unfolded vividly before him now. Fear, confusion, and unease surged within his pupils, prompting him to tremulously utter her name. Shiki. Upon hearing this call, the blood-stained girl turned, meeting the gaze filled with trepidation. It was not the dazed expression of one caught in wrongdoing. Rather, Shiki was taken aback by the presence of this guilt-laden man, realizing the misunderstanding reflected in his eyes. Shiki recalled that, while the world secretly harbored bizarre occurrences, it outwardly presented itself as a peaceful society. The very act of taking a life, even that of an enemy, was profoundly unsettling. This sentiment resonated especially with the man before her, Kuroto Kenny, who wished for the girl named Togashiki to refrain from crossing that threshold, even if the target was someone as irredeemable as Shirakawa Riku. Now, however, the scenario had grown rather delicate. She bore a visage reminiscent of the one he cherished. Yet she was engaged in acts he fervently wished for that girl to avoid. This uncanny situation was more challenging to navigate than a battlefield. No, in truth, he had never even managed to traverse a battlefield. Thus, Shiki found herself momentarily at a loss for words. However, as she turned to fully reveal her face to Kan, the unease in his gaze began to dissipate slightly. He noticed that this Shiki seemed somewhat different from the one he had known. Indeed, the young girl before me bears an unmistakable resemblance to the familiar figure of Liang Yishur. However, she exhibits notable differences in various aspects. The most striking feature is the length of her hair. The Liang Yishur I knew had long hair that had grown over 2 years of slumber, only to be severed shortly after awakening by her own hand with a dagger, leaving her with the customary shoulder-length hair. In contrast, the girl before me possesses hair that cascades down to her chest, which, although lacking some of the former's gallantry, lends a touch of femininity to her otherwise androgynous visage. Furthermore, there is a vivid bloom of red and blue flowers that spreads from her collarbone down her neck, made all the more conspicuous by the recent downpour that has drenched her kimono. This detail is absent in the Liang Yishur I knew. Thus, despite sharing the same countenance, the person before me is not the Liang Yishur I am acquainted with and enamored by. Taking a gentle breath to dispel the fear that cluttered my mind, Haito Kenyi spoke earnestly. You are not Liang Yishur, are you? It is said that Haito Kenyi, this man burdened with sin, is indeed the foremost aficionado of Liang Yishur. In mere moments, he discerned that this was not the Liang Yishur he knew, showing no concern for the corpses lying at their feet. This revelation prompted a soft laugh from Liang Yishur, who tucked the dagger into her kimono sash and replied softly, No, that is not entirely accurate. I am indeed Liang Yishur, but not the one you are familiar with. As for the rest, she glanced at the spreading pool of blood beneath them. Could we perhaps discuss this elsewhere? Haito Kenyi nodded solemnly, but upon noticing the bloodstains on her kimono, he removed his coat and offered it to her, the gesture clear in its intent. Haito Kenyi is indeed a soft-hearted man. Even in the original timeline, he held on to the hope of redemption for shallow-up Fujino, who had slain 7. Thus, even after witnessing Liang Yishur dispatch these suited thugs, he remained convinced there were justifiable reasons behind her actions. Such a gesture might have stirred emotions in other young women, but for Liang Yishur, it merely elicited a soft sigh within her. Truly, he is a man laden with guilt. Muttering under her breath, she accepted the coat without refusal, draping it over her kimono to conceal the glaring crimson stains, and stepped forward. Similar occurrences were unfolding elsewhere in the city. Do you know me? Though her limbs were restrained by her captor, Liang Yishur had no intention of surrendering. She struggled fervently, though it proved futile. Butterfly Shinobu stared at the familiar face before her, momentarily taken aback before shaking her head with closed eyes. No, you're not the Liang Yishur I know. Compared to Haito Kenyi, Butterfly Shinobu was swifter in recognizing the differences, setting aside the distinct scent she had detected earlier. This Liang Yishur not only had an incongruous hair length, but also lacked the distinctive patterns that blossomed on her skin, having not undergone the training and breathing techniques. Most crucially, when compared to the Liang Yishur she knew, this girl appeared woefully weak. Although it is a difficult truth for a defeated opponent to contest, to state it so bluntly would cause even someone as indifferent as Liang Yishur to flinch. Just as she was about to respond, she observed the girl clad in the butterfly Haori release her grip and rise to her feet. Her expression not one of triumph, but rather an ineffable sense of profound melancholy. This was a demeanor incongruent with a killer who derives pleasure from murder as a means of filling an emotional void. Upon witnessing this expression, Liang Yishur realized she had seemingly misjudged her target. Chapter 128. Lin Shinmei Rida serves as the front desk attendant at a love hotel. Her duties quite simple. She sits at the counter each day, awaiting the arrival of guests, registering them, and handing over room keys. Though the pay is modest, the work is light, allowing her to indulge in manga and light novels during her downtime. However, even the most captivating stories eventually reach their conclusion, and after prolonged engagement, she found herself growing weary. Thus, she often daydreamed, observing a parade of diverse couples entering and exiting this hotel steeped in desire. Sometimes, a man would arrive with several women. Other times, a balding middle-aged man with a few strands of white hair would accompany a youthful, attractive student. Naturally, There were also elegantly dressed women with robust young men, and she had witnessed all manner of unusual pairings, from the attractive to the plain, the tall to the short, the stout to the slender, the old to the young, until she became desensitized to the myriad faces. Until a few days prior, when an extraordinary duo caught her attention. It was not a conventional male-female pairing, nor one of multiple partners. Rather, it was two young women. The one leading the way wore a lightweight, pure white kimono, her countenance cold, and her dark eyes seemed to penetrate the very soul. She embodied the elegance of a kimono-clad beauty, the sharpness of a warring state's warrior, and the gentleness of femininity, much like a masterpiece sculpted by artists of differing styles, each contributing their unique characteristics. In stark contrast, the girl who followed was her complete opposite. If the former evoked the image of a sheathed katana, sharp and poised, this girl resembled a delicate flower blossoming in a greenhouse. Fragile, yet invoking a deep-seated instinct to protect. In a mere moment of eye contact, Shinmei Raida understood the dynamic between the two, the former as the aggressor, the latter as the recipient. Working in this love hotel, her mindset was naturally more open, having witnessed many unconventional romantic pairings that transcended gender boundaries. Moreover, due to their striking appearances, she took special note of the kimono-wearing girl's name, Ryougi, as the girl following her referred to her. With such a captivating guest, Shinmei Raida felt that her otherwise monotonous job had gained a spark of interest. A simple morning greeting to the alluring guest invigorated her day, while an evening salutation upon the guest's return ensured a restful night's sleep. However, today, as she glanced at her wristwatch, she noted that the hour hand had reached 12. Was it already midnight? Was Miss Ryougi not returning tonight? Stifling a yawn, she prepared to retreat to her room, though the late hour was beginning to weigh on her. Just as she rose, the silhouette entering through the door halted her in her tracks, shaking off her lethargy. Miss Ryougi, is that you returning at this hour? She forced a smile, greeting the figure that had just entered. Yet, she soon found herself momentarily stunned, for she noticed the black coat draped over the guest and the tall, slender man accompanying her. Clad in black trousers, a black shirt, black glasses, and sporting black hair and shoes, he was a man entirely enveloped in darkness. Could it be that Miss Ryougi has a taste for both men and women? Shun Xianli Dai found herself lost in thought, a sense of shock coursing through her. Shirt gently nodded, indicating that something had transpired. Additionally, could you return the door card I left with you? Due to the lack of pockets in her kimono, she had entrusted it to the front desk while going out. Very well. After a brief search in the drawer, Shun Xianli Dai handed over a door card marked with the number 304. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude in a hushed tone, Shur accepted the card, traversed the front desk, and made her way towards the adjacent staircase. Indeed, Shur had brought along Kuroto Kani to her temporary residence, as she felt compelled to understand why this deeply flawed man sought her out. Was it perhaps due to the request made to the Jialan Jitong concerning Asakami Tono? Or was there another reason? Moreover, this action prompted Ji to once again unleash her sharp tongue. As she observed the two figures disappear at the staircase's summit, Shun Xianli Dai withdrew her gaze, likely due to the sight of that captivating guest, which enveloped her in a profound wave of fatigue. Perhaps a brief nap at the front desk would suffice, she mused. As she closed her eyes, sleep could distort one's perception of time, and after an indeterminate duration, Shun Xianli Dai was roused by a persistent tapping on the tabletop. Struggling to fully awaken, she slowly opened her eyes. Through her hazy vision, she discerned a vaguely familiar figure in a kimono. Miss Suji? Has she returned so late? Has the kimono changed blue? This color seems rather appealing. Has her hair also been cut shorter? This hairstyle exudes a sense of vigor, though she forced herself to rise against the overwhelming drowsiness. Shun Xianli Dai's mind remained in a disordered state, her thoughts meandering aimlessly. In her line of sight, the kimono-clad girl appeared to be speaking, yet due to her lingering grogginess, she could not discern the words. Was it about the door card? She recalled the card that had been left with her earlier that day. Her fingers weakly rummaged through the drawer, but no matter how persistently she searched, the room card labeled 304 eluded her grasp. In resignation, she handed over a spare card marked with 304. Having completed this task, Shun Xianli Dai could no longer withstand the overpowering fatigue and once more succumbed to slumber at the front desk. Is it acceptable to fall asleep again? We Haven Tea settled the bill yet. A petite girl resembling a butterfly peeked from behind, her voice laced with confusion. Since she has given us the card, it's not a problem. If it comes to paying, we can settle it upon checkout. With that, Shur had already taken the lead towards the staircase. She was beginning to find her own scent unbearable, having spent a night in an alley and endured a rain shower. She had just engaged in a scuffle with the girl beside her. The amalgamation of scents was quite intolerable, which was precisely why she sought refuge here. She yearned for a soothing hot shower, after which she could engage in a meaningful conversation with the girl regarding another aspect of herself. With this thought in mind, Shur ascended the staircase, clutching the spare door card marked 304. Upon her return, she found the violet-haired girl already asleep, curled up like a cat, quietly resting beneath a thin white blanket. On the coffee table lay an empty cup noodle container, likely remnants of the girl's lunch or dinner. Based on the precautions set at the door before she left, Tono had indeed been obedient, neither venturing outside nor allowing anyone in. However, it seemed she was not in a deep slumber, for as Shur gently closed the door, Tono rubbed her sleepy eyes and rose from the bed. "You're back. Miss Suji, who is this?" Noticing Kenny behind Shur, Tono felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Kuroda Kenny, well, I suppose he can be considered a friend," Shur responded. The bespectacled young man was the type who would never harm another, hence he could hardly be deemed an enemy. One might generously categorize him as a friend. Upon hearing Shur's introduction, Kenny offered a gentle smile and nodded towards Tono. Just as he was about to say more, Shur tossed her black coat over his harmless visage. "Do not speak so casually." Shur cast a warning glance before retreating into the bathroom. The damp kimono clinging uncomfortably to her skin, tainted with sticky blood, she needed to rinse off. Kenny awkwardly scratched his face and, under the pretext of avoiding further awkwardness, said, "I'll step out to the balcony for a smoke." Though he claimed this, Kenny did not actually smoke. It was merely an excuse to escape the uncomfortable atmosphere. Shur turned on the shower, closed her eyes, and let the warm water cascade over her body, washing away the blood and agitation, as if receiving a cleansing from High Monk. Neither the world of Sekiro nor that of Kimetsu no Yaiba possessed such advanced technology. Returning home, this long-awaited shower greatly lightened Shur's spirits. "Congratulations, Shur. You have not only achieved the feat of bringing another girl to a hotel, but you have also accomplished the milestone of visiting a couple's inn with a male companion." However, the sudden voice echoing in her mind shattered Shur's recently improved mood. It was Ji. Shur helplessly rubbed her temples, though she had long grown accustomed to Ji's startling remarks. The way she would suddenly deliver a line filled with sarcasm could wear down even the most resilient of individuals. Although Shur had discussed this with her, Ji had retorted, "I've been cooped up for so long. Now that I'm finally out, can I have a chat?" At the moment she spoke those words, Ji's tone was filled with feigned grievance, resembling a delicate flower weeping, which softened Shur's heart. As she applied shampoo to her hair, Shur intended to ignore Ji this time. Over time, she had grown accustomed to Ji's mannerisms. When she opened the floodgates of conversation, it was often best to disregard her, for it wouldn't take long before she would fall silent without any resentment. However, this time, Ji seemed unwilling to relent, her tone laced with playful laughter. "Are you not worried that one day this matter will reach the ears of the butterfly lady?" Shur paused her hands momentarily, responding earnestly, "She won't find out. Even if she did, she is not the type to act irrationally. As long as I explain things clearly, it will suffice." Surprised by Shur's words, Ji retorted, "Explain? How would you explain?" She mimicked Shur's icy tone, stating, "Suji, this man is merely a friend I met in this world. I brought him to the hotel to discuss some matters, and nothing happened between us. Is that so?" Rather than pondering whether the butterfly lady would believe such an explanation, it might be more prudent to consider whether she would first stab Kuroda Kenny before choosing to perish with you. Or perhaps she might stab both of you and opt for a life of solitude. However, you possess the power of longing, so you want to die, and it's most likely that the butterfly lady would be unable to bear the blow and choose to end her own tragically short life. Upon hearing Ji's words, Shur inexplicably swallowed hard, as if she could envision that very scenario. She shook her head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts. Such an event was nearly impossible. Setting aside the fact that Butterfly Shinobu would not appear here, even if she did, it was uncertain whether the outcome would align with Ji's dire predictions. Indeed, it would surely not come to pass. She inserted the card marked with 304 spare into the door slot, watching as the indicator light turned green, signaling it was unlocked. With a twist of the doorknob, the ancient red door creaked open. Startled by the sudden entrance, sitting quietly on the sofa, Tung Nai blinked in surprise. As she focused her gaze, a profound sense of confusion spread across her exquisitely crafted, doll-like face upon seeing the figure that stepped inside. Miss Ryougi? Tung Nai rose in a daze, unable to comprehend the scene before her. What on earth was happening? When did Miss Ryougi leave? She felt certain she hadn't noticed her departure. Yet in an instant, she dismissed these thoughts as she continued to hear the persistent sound of water flowing from the bathroom, a sound that had not ceased. Furthermore, she had been seated in the lobby, oblivious to Miss Ryougi's absence. If that were the case, what was the meaning of this moment? What had transpired, Tung Nai-chan? At that moment, Hei Tonggon also stepped in from the balcony, having sensed something unusual in the room. His gentle smile, usually unwavering, faltered slightly upon seeing the newcomer at the doorway. Clad in a blue kimono, with shoulder-length hair and an ambiguous, androgynous face. Hei Tonggon recognized this figure, one he was well acquainted with. However, the subtlety of their meeting place seemed to render even the typically stoic figure momentarily dazed. "Ah, is that you, Mr. Hei Tong?" "What a coincidence," came the gentle voice of Butterfly Shinobu, who followed behind Sure. Instinctively, she greeted Hei Tonggon with her usual warmth, infused with the lively essence of youth. Yet, her peripheral vision caught sight of the white-clad figure emerging from the bathroom, causing her awareness to momentarily freeze, as she murmured the name of the figure in the kimono. Meanwhile, Sure, having just exited the bathroom with damp hair, stood frozen at the sight of the petite figure draped in a butterfly haori. Despite her ability to discern the most opportune moments in battle, her mind was blank in this instance. In this modest inn, now populated by 5 individuals, an inexplicable silence enveloped the space. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees, evoking the sensation of a wintry season. Chapter 130, Ryougi's Romance Strategy Guide, Part 1. As the rain clouds dispersed, the moonlight once again graced the earth, illuminating the room through the window. This was a uniquely decorated space, adorned with burgundy sheer curtains, wall sconces, and a heart-shaped round bed draped in burgundy velvet, all contributing to an atmosphere that was both sensuous and elegantly refined. It imparted an impression akin to a high-end hotel. Yet the walls displayed several sets of eclectic women-esque clothing, revealing the hotel's true nature. Among them were a blue and white sailor uniform paired with a pleated skirt and black bunch socks, the quintessential attire of a JK high school girl. A traditional maid outfit of a black dress with satin ribbons and white stockings, and even a set reminiscent of Katusha. The last ensemble included thigh-high leather boots, paired with a black leather jacket and pants, complete with a whip. In such a room, 5 figures stood in a daze, as if time had frozen. Each face displayed varying degrees of confusion, bewilderment, and even panic. Notably, the one in a state of distress was Sure. She had never anticipated that the matters spoken of so frequently by Ji would manifest in reality. Could it truly be that her excursion to the Lover's Inn with other girls had been sensed by Shinobu's feminine intuition? Had it led to an outburst of power that transcended dimensional barriers? Though Sure knew in her heart that she had done nothing to betray the Butterfly Maiden, the current predicament was beyond her comprehension, regardless of her purity of heart. She sought a solution, turning to Ji for assistance, her hopes resting on this emotional master capable of crafting an entire narrative with a mere phrase. A solution? What sort of solution? You spent a delightful evening with a violet-haired beauty, and now the responsibility falls to me? Ji replied, her tone laced with playful mischief. I assure you, nothing occurred between us, Sure stated with resignation. Such a declaration made her sound like a cad. This was something she ought to clarify with Butterfly Shinobu. Yet before that, Ji offered her a well-meaning caution. Any case explained in such a manner inevitably ends in failure. Will you assist me or not? Sure's patience waned as she noticed the fading sparkle in Shinobu's violet eyes, as if she might draw forth her Nicaran blade at any moment. Of course, helping you is tantamount to aiding myself. How could I not support my own interests? Ji's tone shifted. However, I have a condition. A condition? Sure sighed in exasperation. You just claimed we are one and the same. How can one negotiate with oneself? Ah, your verbal skills have improved remarkably in such a short time. With that being the case, you should be able to handle this on your own. Yes? I think I shall retire for the night. It is getting late. Sure felt an overwhelming regret for rescuing Ji from the Tenshu castle. If she could, she would return her without hesitation. Stop. What is your condition? Despite her rising anger, Sure ultimately relented. Quite simple. Ji's tone became cheerful. As you know, although I'm no longer bound by the Shura, my physical presence has only been evident once. during that unexpected incident. So, you desire more control over your physical form? Precisely. Given the myriad of wonders in this world, it would be such a pity to merely observe. Ji's tone was that of a forlorn child left behind at home. She paused, realizing she had neglected this aspect. She had traversed this journey alone, failing to consider Ji's feelings since her awakening. With a soft sigh, she responded, "Very well. 1 day a week. You may choose the time. 1 day a week? Are you a heartless overlord?" Ji chuckled lightly. "Well, it's settled then. What are we waiting for? Let us exchange numbers." In the blink of an eye, the transition of personas was complete. Ji obtained control of the body, while Shi's consciousness returned to the eternally snow-laden Tenshu castle. Yet, Ji's expression remained unchanged. Her intent was to navigate this intricate situation in Shi's stead. "Pay close attention," echoed Ji's slightly smug voice within the castle. In such circumstances, any explanation would appear as a defense, yet failing to express anything would be perceived as acquiescence. Thus, one must indirectly prove their innocence while articulating the events with subtlety. With that, Ji took action, becoming the first to break the stasis among the 5 bewildered figures. However, she did not approach Butterfly Shinobu immediately. Instead, she walked up to Hei Tong Gon, her tone as icy as Shi's. "Mr. Hei Tong, the reason for your visit will have to wait, as I have some matters to attend to first." As she spoke, Ji swiftly drew the dagger from her waist, her gaze sharp and exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. Aimed directly at the other Shiki standing beside the butterfly girl. "That fellow over there truly dares to act, relying on a face identical to mine to target my beloved." When uttering these words, Ji emanated an overwhelming presence, her eyes blazing with fury, particularly emphasizing the phrase "my woman." However, this only caused the Shiki from Tianshogu to cover her face in exasperation, unable to suppress her sarcasm. What is this overwhelming CEO vibe? You see, even if the general circumstances of the situation are elucidated, the fact remains that you and Hei Tonggon are both at the same lover's inn. So it stands to reason that, even if Miss Butterfly were to comprehend the misunderstanding, a slight grudge would linger in her heart. At this juncture, your task is to completely smooth over that tiny grievance. Despite the embarrassment of her domineering CEO demeanor, it seemingly proved effective. As the gradually dimming violet eyes of the butterfly girl returned to their normal state, gazing in astonishment at the Shiki who had made such a startling proclamation, her eyes sparkling with a hint of excitement. Yet, teacher Liang Yiji showed no signs of halting. Her lesson had merely begun. Chapter 131. Liang Yiji's Guide to Romantic Strategies. Part 2. Ji's declaration shattered the peculiar atmosphere within the room, transforming the expressions of those present under the weight of her astonishing proclamation. Fujino transitioned from confusion to relief, as if finally grasping the unfolding scene. Hei Tonggon stood dumbfounded, seemingly struck by Ji's sudden draw of the blade and the intense aura she had unleashed. As for the sole victim in the room, the Shiki clad in a blue kimono with shoulder-length hair, upon hearing the remarks directed at her, could not help but flinch slightly, her elegant features reflecting disbelief. Yet, after a moment, she regained her composure, her brow furrowing as the dagger hidden within her kimono sleeve slid silently into her grasp. She raised her right hand, gripping the knife, to face off against Ji's blade, her gaze icy. "Indeed, are you the true harbinger of death? This murderous intent is unmistakable. Although I am curious as to why you possess a visage identical to mine, that pales in comparison to the former." The chilling words carried a palpable intent to kill, alongside a fury she could not articulate, especially upon seeing the doppelganger standing before Hei Tonggon. In the instant her words fell, Shiki lunged forward without warning. "Is this your foolish method of provocation, the original model?" Teacher Liang Yiji observed the unfolding scene with resignation. She was not afraid of any threat posed by Shiki. Rather, she held the belief that, as fellow Liang Yishiki, there was no need to exacerbate their relationship. Now, why concern yourself with the original model? You must be cognizant of the current circumstances. Ji spoke with conviction. Although nothing transpired between you and Hei Tonggon in this situation, the role of the original spouse confronting the mistress is inescapable. In Shiki's eyes, you undoubtedly occupy the mistress's position, thus, you must reverse the roles, transforming her into the mistress first. Moreover, you cannot appear overly composed. You need to exhibit equivalent fury to thoroughly quell any lingering doubts in Miss Butterfly's heart. Responding as she sidestepped Shiki's frontal assault, Ji unleashed a strike devoid of any technique, resembling an enraged slash. It was akin to the mindset of an original spouse wishing to obliterate the mistress. How many times have you experienced this to become so proficient? Observing Ji's remarkable skill, Shiki felt compelled to re-evaluate her perception of Ji, initially believing her to be merely vivacious and whimsical. Yet, she was taken aback to discover Ji possessed the qualities of scoundrel, akin to mistaking a gentle white rabbit for one with a fox's tail hidden behind it. At this moment, the rabbit with the fox's tail bared its sharp teeth at the genuine white rabbit. The daggers clashed, exchanging blows in rapid succession, circling the heart-shaped bed twice. Though the duel appeared perilous, it was a balanced contest. On paper, Ji had the upper hand. The enhancement from her breathing technique was beyond what the recently awakened Shiki could withstand. Yet, Ji was presently engulfed in a state of extreme rage. Each strike filled with ferocity, but lacking finesse, exposing numerous openings that Shiki seized upon. The blade nearly grazed Ji's artery several times, as if blood could spurt forth at any moment. Teacher Ryougi remarked, "The challenge of such events lies in the inability to discern whether matters have been satisfactorily resolved, no matter how smoothly things proceed. If your demeanor exceeds a certain threshold, it will raise suspicions. At this moment, you merely need to place yourself on the edge of danger while observing Miss Butterfly's expressions. If her gaze towards you reflects worry or concern, it signifies that the matter is nearing resolution. Conversely, if not, it indicates that the time has yet to arrive." Though her words often brimmed with critique, for certain particular men, each utterance from her could be inscribed in their hearts as wisdom. Just as she stated, the sudden clash between the two heightened the tension in the room. As Butterfly Nin gazed at Ji with concern, her anxiety escalating during several perilous moments. However, due to the dense flurry of blades, she found herself unable to intervene. Notably, Hei Tonggan, in a similar predicament, directed his worry towards the other Shiki. "All right, it is nearly time to conclude." Noticing Butterfly Nin's expression, Ji contemplated. "Conclude? How can we conclude when this original model is intent on slaying you?" Indeed, the Shiki with shoulder-length hair wielded each strike with the determination to kill Ji, as if to eradicate any semblance of imitation. "Just watch." Ji's tone remained effortlessly light. With that, her offensive shifted. No longer fueled by rage, it transformed into a calculated and serpentine assault, causing the girl in the blue kimono to break into a cold sweat, her pressure mounting. "Hey, won't this be too obvious? Wasn't it said that extreme anger was the premise? Fear not. Those previous strikes nearly led to demise. No matter the fury, one must ultimately regain composure, rendering this state entirely normal." After affirming, Ji refocused, fully committed to the battle. The two gleaming silver daggers danced like ethereal serpents, tearing into each other. However, as Ji concentrated on the encounter, Shiki quickly found herself at a disadvantage, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Gritting her teeth, her pupils dilated, red and blue hues replacing the darkness in her eyes, as she activated her mystic eyes of death perception, swinging a blade toward Ji's dagger with lethal intent. Ji subtly curved her lips, and in the next moment, under Shiki's astonished gaze, her own eyes were filled with the same luminous glow. She too activated her mystic eyes of death perception. The clash of blades resonated with a crisp explosion, as both daggers shattered into countless fragments, their respective targets being the very weapons held in each other's hands. Yet, neither combatant ceased their assault. Instead, they each seized the nearest weapon, a pair of pillows from the heart-shaped bed. The fierce battle transitioned from a deadly confrontation of cold steel to an adorable pillow fight, with feathers swirling in the room like snowflakes in a winter storm. The fragile pillows could not withstand the intensity of their duel, and within moments they burst apart, showering the space with a flurry of down. Standing at opposite ends of the heart-shaped bed, the two launched themselves at one another amidst the cascade of feathers. This spectacle rendered the onlookers speechless. Two girls, dressed identically in kimonos, tumbled and wrestled on the bed, surrounded by drifting white down, creating an undeniably chaotic yet delightful scene. As the feathers finally settled, the playful skirmish culminated in a decisive victory for Ji, who ensnared Sher's neck with both hands, her delicate legs entwined around Sher's, rendering her unable to retaliate. However, Sher was not one to surrender easily. With a fierce expression, she bit down on the hand that restrained her, leaving a shallow imprint of her teeth. The chaos had momentarily stunned the butterfly girl, but she soon regained her senses and rushed forward, concern etched on her face. Likely realizing Shur had confused her identity with that of another. The butterfly girl uttered a well-known adage often spoken by men: things are not as you perceive them. Upon hearing this, Ji chuckled inwardly, her tone laced with amusement. When you provoke such thoughts in your opponent, you have successfully turned the tables. Chapter 132. A Night of Insomnia. The farcical episode had come to an end. As both parties regained their composure, the emotionally charged battlefield was finally alleviated. The master of emotions, Ryougi, returned to the castle tower, departing with a mischievous grin. Thank you for your patronage. I look forward to your next visit. Such an occurrence was unlikely to repeat. Fatigue permeated Shur's voice. The long night had been sheer torment for her. One can never be certain. Where there is a first, a second may follow, Ji replied cheerfully, her voice fading into silence. Perhaps she too was weary, for they shared the same body, and when one felt exhausted, so did the other. The tumult subsided, and everyone regained their composure, but a peculiar scene unfolded in the modest room. In the center, a long sofa bore the weight of a purple-haired girl clad in a white bathrobe, anxiously shifting her gaze from side to side. On either side of the sofa sat two pairs. On the left were Kirigane Kaniyasu and a disgruntled Shiki clad in a blue kimono, while on the right sat Butterfly Shinobu and the weary Shur. The small sofa was divided as if mirroring the tripartite state of the three kingdoms, with the delicate Fujino at the center, the weakest among them. Is this Miss Ryougi Shur, the one you instructed me to find? Kirigane deduced, rubbing his aching forehead. It was no wonder that the description evoked Shiki's likeness, as she was indeed Shur. The situation was unexpectedly awkward. Who would have anticipated that in one world there existed individuals with identical appearances, names, and even abilities? This is slightly complicated, Kaniyasu mused, scratching his face with a wry smile. Not all complicated, Shiki interjected. She has long hair, while I have short. It's quite easy to distinguish, isn't it? Glancing at Shur, who mirrored her appearance, Shiki's expression soured. Moreover, the latter was a true killer, her hand stained with blood that could not be washed away. A stark contrast to Shiki, who had long suppressed her murderous impulses. Shur exhaled softly, propping her head on her hand as she forced her weary mind to focus. Let us return to the matter at hand. She glanced at the restless purple-haired girl on the long sofa, then refocused on Shiki. You have accepted the commission to either kill or abduct Fujino Asagami. From the initial exchange, I gathered that this original version is seeking me. Coupled with my understanding of this world, it is not difficult to surmise that the Asagami conglomerate has dispatched the request to the Karen Temple. Although I was reluctant to accept this commission, I pursued it out of financial necessity. Shiki replied coolly, her smile tinged with a hint of youthful menace. Shur recalled that Shiki, unlike herself, did not harbor Ji within, which explained why Shiki unconsciously emulated Ji in her daily life. If one cannot win, one resorts to calling for assistance. A familiar figure, the bespectacled puppet master, flashed through Shur's mind, causing her mild distress. Though she had no fear of Shiki, the latter would indeed pose a formidable challenge in a confrontation, and there was no need for Shur to oppose the puppet master. I will pay a visit to the Asagami residence. For now, you two should return, Shur declared, arching an eyebrow at Shiki. You shall not take Fujino with you. Tsh, Shiki scoffed, turning her head away in dissatisfaction before rising to leave. Kirigane offered an apologetic smile and followed suit. I will eventually kill you, Shiki remarked coldly, casting a sideways glance back at the door as she exited. The clock struck 3 in the morning, and over an hour had passed since the departure of the two unwelcome guests. The room, once chaotic due to the earlier farce, had been tidied up. The purple-haired girl was now sound asleep on the long sofa, draped in a blanket. Meanwhile, Shur lay on the heart-shaped bed, weary from the earlier commotion, yet sleep eluded her. The bathroom light remained aglow, accompanied by the sound of water trickling. Butterfly Shinobu was taking a shower. The sound quickened Shur's heartbeat inexplicably. It was a curious phenomenon. When it was Fujino Asagami in the bathroom, Shur could remain indifferent, but upon the change to Butterfly Shinobu, her heart raced like a lively frog. This reaction was not entirely unexpected. After all, who could sleep soundly when sharing a romantic retreat with someone they cherished, especially while the other was bathing? Yet, perhaps due to the prolonged duration of Shinobu's shower, Shur ultimately succumbed to overwhelming drowsiness, rolling over in the heart-shaped bed as her consciousness began to fade. Shur, are you asleep? Just as she teetered on the brink of slumber, a familiar voice, accompanied by warm breath, pierced her ears, dispelling her fatigue and causing her eyelids to snap open. In that moment, delicate arms wrapped around her waist from behind. This moment would ignite passion in anyone, yet for sure, it was a chilling sensation that coursed through her veins, causing her body to tremble slightly. For hidden within the gentle tone was an icy undertone, akin to a knife concealed beneath a smile. Shur swallowed hard, unsure how to respond. Just a moment ago, she had performed admirably, or rather, one should say woven, as she was not particularly astute. The words of Butterfly, Shinobu, left Shur momentarily stunned, driving away the remnants of drowsiness that lingered in her mind. Had she been discovered? But why? It was simple, really. I had commissioned Mr. Kodo to seek you out, so how could there be any misunderstanding on my part? As if anticipating Shur's thoughts, Butterfly Shinobu whispered an answer into her ear, her warm breath enveloping Shur. Tell me, Shur, who is that girl? Why is she here with you? Her slender, cold fingers slipped through the seams of her kimono, gliding over Shur's skin like a venomous snake. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 133. A special punishment. The ruse of weaving had been uncovered. It was not due to her lack of skill. One could assert that she had nearly achieved perfection in every aspect. The reason Butterfly Shinobu discerned her was that both Shur and Weaving had overlooked something. Shur had underestimated the Butterfly Girl's perception of her, for despite Weaving's impeccable imitation, she was still recognized. On the other hand, Weaving had failed to realize that the reason Mr. Kodo had come was precisely because of Butterfly Shinobu. From the beginning, the target of the Butterfly Girl had never been Mr. Kodo, but rather the nearly invisible shallow upper tono. Weaving's abilities were not lacking. Rather, she had made a fundamental error in her choice of objectives. Tell me, Shur, who is that girl? Why is she here with you? The previous gentle tone now felt as frigid as ice, spreading through Shur's body with the flow of her blood. Having spent considerable time together, Shur had forgotten one crucial detail. The girl whispering softly in her ear was, in essence, still quite cunning. Now, Shur, do not pretend to be asleep, for I can sense it. Your heartbeat has quickened, thump-thump, as if it might leap from your chest. The girl's tone shifted toward an increasingly unsettling direction, her slightly cold, delicate fingers resting over Shur's heart, causing her body to stiffen slightly. I am curious to see what it looks like. She had even begun to envision what Butterfly Shinobu might say next. To prevent such a scenario, Shur needed to take some measures. According to the guidance of teacher Liu E. Weaving, any overly deliberate explanations in this situation would be perceived as a defense. The correct approach would be to indirectly prove her innocence. But how could she demonstrate that? Shur found herself at a loss. The current situation was not comparable to before. This was a topic that teacher Liu E. had not covered in class. In short, it exceeded the syllabus. After a soft sigh, Shur grasped the hand resting on her heart, and to the slight surprise of the girl behind her, she began to speak in a dreamlike manner. Her voice was soft, combined with the atmosphere of lying on this heart-shaped bed, evoking a sense of storytelling before sleep. Yet, she merely recounted the events that had transpired since arriving in this world, her encounter with shallow upper tono, and the series of occurrences that followed, including the reason for coming to this hotel. There was no embellishment. It was as if she were narrating a tale unrelated to herself. She laid it all bare. Fundamentally, Shur had not committed any transgressions against propriety. She had merely stumbled into a dead end under the influence of Weaving's various words, believing that excessive explanation would yield adverse effects. Yet, the bond she shared with Butterfly Shinobu was not something that could be shaken by mere misunderstandings. With the support of this affection, Shur could escape the control of the Shura, while Butterfly Shinobu could transcend dimensional barriers. This could rekindle hope in those disillusioned by love. For if it is true love, how could it ever be swayed? I understand now. Upon finishing Shur's brief elaboration, Butterfly Shinobu's tone finally returned to its usual softness, gentle and soothing, allowing Shur to relax. There were no further questions or unreasonable doubts, nor the obstinate refusal to listen. Butterfly Shinobu merely sought an answer, and based on her understanding of Shur, she could surmise what Shur would or would not do. This was perhaps what one might call the composure of the rightful consort. Moreover, if the roles were reversed and Butterfly Shinobu encountered a similar situation with Tono, she too would draw her Nichiren blade to act as a hero against injustice. However, Shur had indeed erred in one respect. Just as Shur exhaled a sigh of relief, Butterfly Shinobu's words caused the stone that had finally settled in her heart to rise once more. You still made a mistake? Shur's face was filled with confusion. Her recent explanation, though brief, had been thorough, akin to a model wife's report. Yet, despite this, she had still made an error. It is not related to Tono. Rather, it's that you attempted to deceive me. Butterfly Shinobu's lips were mere centimeters from Shi's ear, her warm breath carrying a clear voice that echoed in Shi's mind. The notion of attempting to lie to me. Oh, Shi was utterly taken aback. Though she was not as adept in matters of the heart as weaving, she understood that lies wielded immense power over emotions. If love is a fortress built with the blood and sweat of two hearts, then a lie is the iron hammer that can breach that strong wall. Butterfly Shinobu could tolerate Shi saving the little pet known as shallow upper Tono because, indeed, nothing had transpired between them. Yet, Weaving's self-assured and seemingly flawless maneuver, in a sense, amounted to genuine deception. This prompted Shi to feel inclined to confront Weaving about the matter. She even suspected it was a form of retaliation for not allowing her to escape earlier. As if Weaving had done nothing but trap her. As Shi became lost in her thoughts, Butterfly Shinobu's cheerful voice once again reached her ears. While I'm not angry about this, since a mistake was made, a punishment must be given to prevent a recurrence. Punishment? Shi instinctively swallowed. For Butterfly Shinobu was embracing her from behind, making it impossible to see the girl's face even if she turned. Yet, the girl's words seemed to possess an enchantment, conjuring the image of a beautifully mischievous smile in Shi's mind, causing her heart to flutter. In the face of any formidable foe, Shi could remain unperturbed. But before this girl, she found it all too easy to become flustered. Indeed, Butterfly Ninja nodded cheerfully, expressing her belief that it was a pity for Shi to wear only kimonos, as she would look splendid in other outfits as well. As she spoke, her gaze drifted to several unique garments hanging above the heart-shaped headboard of the large bed. Chapter 134, An Unforgettable Night in the Dimly Lit Alley. A figure with golden hair donned a leather jacket over a kimono, panting heavily before a lifeless body, marked with bite marks as though it had endured a beast's savage assault. This beast was by Chun Li-su. At this moment, his right arm and shoulder had completely vanished, and such a grievous wound would typically lead to death from excessive blood loss without proper hemostatic measures. Yet, Bai Chun Li-su's right shoulder, though unbandaged, showed no signs of bleeding. This was the restorative power granted by the origin of feeding. While it could not restore his arm, it prevented further deterioration. Just as Bai Chun Li-su focused on his feeding, footsteps behind him interrupted his actions. A tall man, nearly merging with the shadows, clad in a black coat, appeared darker than the night itself, even the moonlight refraining from illuminating him. Even transformed into something extraordinary. You're still in such a dire state? The man spoke, his voice deep and imposing, akin to the weight of a mountain. Huang Ye Zonglian. Upon hearing the voice, Bai Chun Li-su turned his head, blood staining his mouth from his feeding, adding a frenzied aura to his demeanor. However, upon seeing the monk-like figure before him, the madness in his eyes surprisingly subsided. This was not unexpected. Bai Chun Li-su was a creature birthed by him, and despite any loss of reason, recognition of his master remained. Tell me, who was your enemy? There cannot be many in this city capable of reducing you to such a state. Huang Ye Zonglian, having lurked in Guanbuzi City for a long time, possessed ample knowledge of the city's peculiarities and the various anomalies that existed within it. Upon hearing Huang Yizong Lian's inquiry, Bai Chun Li-su paused momentarily, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Soon, however, the madness returned to his eyes, replaced by extreme anger intertwined with palpable fear. Liang Yishi. He growled the name through gritted teeth, resembling a rabid dog. Huang Yizong Lian nodded, a look of understanding dawning upon him. Just then, Bai Chun Li-su, teetering on the brink of madness, shook his head violently, regaining a semblance of composure. No, it was not her. That one is not Liang Yishi. He recalled the girl wielding a scarlet long knife, exuding a murderous intent with a single strike. When that blade had sliced through him, Bai Chun Li-su felt as if he had been immersed in a sea of blood, the overwhelming scent of gore chilling him to the core. What do you mean? Huang Yizong Lian furrowed his brow, perplexed by Bai Chun Li-su's cryptic words. Although he posed the question, he did not allow Bai Chun Li-su time to respond. With a sudden grip, his distinctly large hand seized Bai Chun Li-su's face, and he lowered his head, the events of the previous day playing in his mind like a film. After a long moment, he finally released his grasp. Casting the unconscious Bai Chun Li-su aside, his serious expression now filled with confusion. 2. Liang Yishi, what is happening? Ching Cheng. The entire city enveloped in morning mist. The roads were slick and the streets crowded. Japan during work hours always exuded a sense of urgency, as if everyone were racing against time. Amidst this pressing atmosphere, three figures walking side by side caught the attention of the hurried commuters. All three were women. The one on the far right possessed long purple hair and wore a kimono interwoven with black and red, exuding a strikingly delicate aura. The woman on the left was petite, with black hair and purple eyes, a gentle smile gracing her face, adorned with a mint-colored butterfly hairpin edged in deep purple. Clad in a beautifully vibrant kimono that blended various colors harmoniously, the girl between them wore an expression of indifference, her distinctive features hinting at a certain detachment from the world. She donned a seemingly plain, yet strikingly elegant snow-white kimono, her dark, lustrous hair casually tied back, cascading down her back. However, for reasons unknown, this girl appeared to be in poor spirits. "Are you all right, Liang? You sure? Did you not sleep well last night?" Fu Tong glanced at Shi, who bore a fatigued expression, revealing her concern. Having witnessed Shi's formidable strength, she found it odd for her to be in such a state. Yet Shi's demeanor was indeed troubling. Her usually steady steps were now tinged with weariness, and her eyes, capable of perceiving the death of all things, were clouded with exhaustion. "Yes, I did not sleep a wink last night." Recalling the events of the previous night, Shi lowered her head slightly, allowing her long hair to fall, hoping to conceal her flushed cheeks. In a sense, it had indeed been an unforgettable night. In a love hotel with someone she cherished. It seemed inevitable that something would occur. "I'm fine, just a bit sleep-deprived," came Shi's voice, softer than usual beneath her black hair. At this moment, Butterfly Ninja was holding Shi's left hand, her gaze drifting toward the distant streets. Even Fu Tong, who lacked social connections, sensed an odd atmosphere, tilting her head in confusion. "Did something happen after I fell asleep?" The girl pondered. The purpose of this outing was to visit Jialanjitang, the agency run by the esteemed puppet master, Sangqi Changzi. Shi felt it necessary to meet this puppeteer, whether it was regarding the incident involving Qianshang Fu Tong or was simply out of curiosity about Sangqi Changzi herself. It was known that this esteemed puppeteer possessed skills that blurred the line between reality and illusion, so much so that even she herself could not discern the authenticity of her own body. In a certain sense, Sangqi Changzi had achieved a form of immortality through her human form. Shi harbored a hypothesis. If this esteemed puppeteer could create a puppet identical to herself and transfer her personality into that body, would it not allow her to act freely as she did? One could argue that this hypothesis was not entirely implausible, given the multitude of mysteries in this world and the existence of a certain omnipotent wishing machine. However, if such a scenario were feasible, it would undoubtedly lead to a chaotic situation, with three individuals bearing identical appearances inhabiting the same world. Chapter 135. Jialanjitang was as disordered as ever, with a dense collection of old televisions stacked like building blocks on a coffee table, broadcasting various channels. Other areas of the small room were cluttered with documents and miscellaneous items, making the already compact space feel even more confined. A resonant and hearty laughter from a woman echoed within the room, emanating from a mature beauty with a red ponytail seated at her desk, a cigarette delicately clasped between her fingers. In the midst of an amusing anecdote, she clutched her abdomen, seemingly oblivious to her appearance. This was Sangzai Qingzi. At this moment, she had just heard about the events that transpired the previous night from Haido, meeting someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to Shiki in a lover's hotel, only to be caught in the act. This was in many ways a delightful turn of events for Sangzai Qingzi, who even felt a twinge of regret for not being there to witness it firsthand. "Haido, I have long warned you that with your temperament, you would inevitably find yourself in such tumultuous situations." The corners of her eyes still glistened with tears of laughter as she removed her glasses, wiping away the droplets with a tissue. When she opened her eyes again, the mirth that had previously danced within them had vanished, replaced by an unsettling chill. Her persona had shifted. Unlike Shiki, Sangzai Changzi transitioned her demeanor by donning and doffing her glasses. With her glasses on, she was subjective and personable, capable of charming social gatherings. Without them, her thoughts became starkly rational, devoid of any warmth. Two identical beings? Such a notion is nearly impossible. Haido, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, Sangzai Changzi continued, "Humans are composed of three essential elements: spirit, soul, and body. What you perceive as similarity is merely superficial. beneath the surface, the inner essence may be entirely different. Moreover, if it is Shiki we are speaking of, even the physical form cannot be perfectly replicated. For Shiki's body is too flawless. No matter how exquisite the craftsmanship, it cannot compare to perfection. Therefore, Ido, your assertion is unfounded. However, exceptions do exist. As for the specifics, let me observe firsthand before concluding. With that, Sangzai Chengzi extinguished her cigarette and turned her gaze toward the office entrance. Go and open the door. They have arrived. This Kalenji Tong served not only as an office, but also as Sangzai Chengzi's magical workshop, allowing her to receive immediate feedback upon the entry of others. Although Haido was an ordinary individual, he was aware of the subtle mystique surrounding his unscrupulous employer. Approaching the rusted iron door, he opened it to reveal a familiar, yet strangely unfamiliar face. Good morning, Shiki, Haido greeted, somewhat dazed. It must be Miss Toyo, for I do not recall our relationship being such that I may address you by your name. Shiki sighed softly, her fatigue evident in her voice due to a lack of sleep. She then glanced past Haido to another Shiki standing in the room. The girl in the blue kimono leaned against the entrance of another iron door, arms crossed, casting an unmistakably displeased look at Shiki. Noticing Shiki's gaze, she turned her head slightly, as if to huff in annoyance. The peculiar incident from yesterday had seemingly yielded no results, leaving Shiki at odds with her original counterpart. My apologies, Haido scratched his head awkwardly. The striking similarity of their faces often compelled him to instinctively utter that name. He stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. The Kalenji Tong looked much as he remembered, cluttered and cramped. Shiki surveyed the room before resting her gaze upon the owner seated in the office chair, the crimson-haired Sangzai Chengzi. This puppet master had been observing Shiki since she entered, her gaze one of appraisal rather than hostility. Have you not yet had your fill of observation? After a prolonged silence, Shiki interjected. Sangzai Chengzi withdrew her gaze, exhaling softly. Surprisingly, though I find it hard to believe, you truly are Toyo Shiki. Both your physical and mental forms are identical, save for a slight deviation in the soul. Otherwise, everything aligns perfectly. This was a testament to Sangzai Chengzi's pursuit of crafting the most flawless puppets, granting her the ability to perceive the inner workings of a person. So, this means she is indeed me? The girl in the blue kimono, standing by the iron door, displayed a look of astonishment upon hearing this. Yet you still possess differences. Sangzai Chengzi glanced toward Shiki before returning her focus. Though I cannot discern the reason, you still harbor woven within you, do you not? Shiki was not taken aback by Sangzai Chengzi's ability to detect woven's presence and nodded in affirmation. This caused Shiki in the corner to darken in expression, though she remained silent. Moreover, you surpass Shiki in numerous aspects, both in physical prowess and other areas. Why is this so? Two beings of the same nature should not exist within a single world, unless you hail from a dimension entirely indifferent to the fading countenance of Shiki in the corner. Sangzai Chengzi pondered. A parallel world, Shiki interjected, supplementing Sangzai Chengzi's thoughts. While the actual circumstances were not entirely accurate, they were not far removed from the truth. As Shiki indeed originated from another world, Sangzai Chengzi nodded, finding this explanation plausible. In another parallel world, there existed another Toyo Shiki, one who experienced events starkly different from those of this world, resulting in diverging outcomes. The transition between parallel worlds was not an impossibility. After all, that mysterious figure, the Suki no Owa, traversed various parallel realms. Are parallel worlds truly conceivable? Shiki queried, her expression darkening at Sangzai Chengzi's implication. Indeed, it is quite possible. In some world, you may be a heroic spirit, wielding your blade to save the world. Chapter 136. Exchange now, let us discuss serious matters. After taking time to clarify Shiki's origins and realizing that neither party needed to be adversaries, Sangzai Chengzi readjusted her red-framed glasses, her tone becoming gentle once more. You have come here, I presume, for that young girl behind you? She gestured towards the timid Fujino Asagami, who had been hiding behind Kori Shizen. Initially, the violet-haired girl had sought refuge behind Shiki, but upon noticing this, Kori Shizen had kindly assured her, I will take care of you, resulting in her current demeanor. Nonetheless, it seems you no longer wish to pursue the commission. Sipping the bitter, warm coffee, Shiki felt a semblance of vitality returning to her weary nerves. Indeed, while I anticipate a clash between the two Shikis, it appears it would only result in one-sided dominance. Furthermore, Even I would not survive under the gaze of the mystic eyes of death perception. As she spoke, Sangzai Chengzi produced an envelope and ignited it with a lighter. This commission, Kalen Jitong will no longer undertake. Shiki nodded in agreement. Additionally, there is one more matter I would like to ask of you. Hey. Are you the fabled, impoverished relative, arriving to take without giving? Sangzai Chengzi's expression darkened slightly. It is not an unreasonable request. I merely seek a place for us to stay. In return for that, and the previous remuneration, I will provide you with information that may prove valuable to you. Information? But what I require now is a commission to sustain the office, not mere information. Chongzi helplessly shook her head, the recent financial strain causing her considerable distress. Shi nodded slightly, succinctly summarizing the situation as a matter of money. In light of this, she decided to add another condition. Turning her gaze towards the silent Yunji Run, she proposed taking Run under her wing as a mentor while also accommodating Osaka Fujino. As for her own contribution, she would provide a certain amount of funding alongside some intelligence. Upon finishing her words, Shi opened her right hand, and golden coins cascaded like a magician's trick, accumulating into a small mountain on Orange's desk. These coins were acquired from the country of Aonami, as Shi had gathered a substantial quantity in exchange for goods from the ritual merchants. If one were to count, even Shi herself might have lost track of the total. Although these coins were not in circulation within this modern city, their intrinsic value could still procure a significant sum. Gazing at the glittering pile, even the usually stoic doll master momentarily paused in her expression. All right, I take back my earlier statement. You are not a poor relative. By the way, what was that? Spatial magic? It's merely a travel bag. So how about it? If it's insufficient, I can add more, Shi replied with an indifferent tone, her expression suggesting that such items were as common as dust in her home. Is this the life of the affluent? Orange sighed, shaking her head, then extended her hand to grasp a handful of gold coins. I won't be staying in one place for long, and I can't be certain if they possess magical aptitude. So I'll only take this much. If circumstances change, I can provide additional funds. The doll master acted with a clear principle. Despite her ruthless business demeanor, she was quite conscientious in her dealings. Afterward, she turned her gaze towards Shi and remarked, Shi, your apartment should still have vacant rooms. I'll leave their accommodation in your hands. Shi's lips twitched, huh? Why must I take on such a task? Because you are the employee and I am the president. Came the retort that left Shi speechless. Orange lit a cigarette and continued. Now, let's discuss the intelligence. As far as I recall, it seems no one has been targeting my Jialan Zitong. Indeed, no one was focusing on Jialan Zitong, but someone had set their sights on your employees. Orange's expression grew serious. Are you referring to Shi? This was a conclusion easily reached by Orange. Within Jialan Zitong, Haidoken was merely an ordinary person, and no one would target him. As the one designated for sealing, she had not received any news from the Magic Association, leaving only Shi, who had awakened just 2 months prior. The direct connection to the root was something countless magicians sought after, and its exposure could serve as a catalyst for innumerable calamities. It was fortunate that Orange, who had lost her pursuit of the root, discovered Shi's existence. Otherwise, Shi's life might have taken a drastically different turn. Shi nodded gently, her existence has indeed been exposed, but the other party won't disseminate this news, so you need not worry about an overwhelming enemy presence. Shi was referring to the hidden mastermind behind Shirakawa Ritsu, who had come to understand the impossibility of saving everyone and began collecting death while interpreting the origins of humanity and pursuing the vortex of the root. Based on Shi's knowledge of this world, she recognized that this man might not be particularly powerful as a magician, even possessing quite mediocre magical talent. Yet his skills in creating barriers were among the rarest in existence. Transforming himself into a barrier and embedding a relic in his left hand rendered even the mystic eyes of death perception difficult to perceive the death line. Coupled with his exceptional physical prowess, he would be a formidable opponent for Shi in her usual state. Furthermore, his skills in puppet creation were also remarkably advanced. While he could not rival Aozaki Orange, he could create substitutes for physical bodies, and with the origin stasis, he had achieved a state akin to immortality, comparable to Aozaki Orange. Not only that, he was the greatest hidden threat in this world. Having been planning to target Tosaka Shiki for 2 years and even intending to switch his head with Shi's body, just contemplating that image sent shivers down one's spine. Was this a main event that also occurred in a parallel world? Orange sighed, as Shi's identity from the parallel world had indeed provided her with considerable advantages. What do you mean? Inquired Haitgon. The parallel world refers to various other worlds branching from different developments, all stemming from a main event. much like numerous buds sprouting from a tree. No matter how far they spread, they remain connected to the main trunk, meaning that this event must have been experienced by her as well. Orange's self-deduction spared Sure the need for explanation, prompting her to admire the ease of conversing with an intelligent individual. "So, who is that magician?" "An old acquaintance of yours," Sure replied with a gentle smile, revealing a name that caused Orange's pupils to momentarily widen. Chapter 137. Butterfly. A week had passed, and during this time, the long-standing trio in Jialanzitong had experienced some changes with the addition of another trio. First, the once chaotic room, which had merely served as a space for basic magical learning, was now organized by Butterfly Ninja, who tidied up the scattered documents and puppet components. This brought Orange considerable joy, grateful to have such a diligent disciple. Not only did she possess unexpected magical talent, but her domestic skills were also nearly perfect, leading Orange to remark, "Butterfly, the man who marries you in the future will surely be very fortunate." This statement earned her a fierce glare from Sure. While nothing particularly extraordinary occurred during these days, a warm atmosphere enveloped the space. Warm sunlight streamed through the windows, dispelling the darkness of the small office, while the distant sounds of traffic and honking filled the air. Two girls clad in kimonos, identical in appearance, sat side by side on a black sofa, one with short hair, the other with long hair. The former turned her head away in displeasure, while the latter wore a tolerant smile, resembling a pair of bickering twin sisters. Nearby, a young man with black hair was teaching a purple-haired girl how to brew coffee at the coffee machine, though her clumsiness had resulted in a few shattered glass cups on the floor. Seated in an office chair, the orange-haired woman held a cigarette in her right hand and propped her forehead with her left, her expression one of exasperation as she lamented the time spent on her collection. Her disciple, adorned with a butterfly hairpin and dressed in a white dress, smiled encouragingly beside her. Although nothing significant transpired, the ambience felt pleasantly delightful, evoking a desire for such days to linger a little longer. However, such tranquility seemed unlikely to last. Around 2:10 p.m. that afternoon, a second-year female student from the city's public high school fell from the rooftop of the Witch Tower's fourth building, suffering severe injuries and subsequently passing away. This marked the fourth suicide at the Witch Tower, and, similar to previous incidents, no suicide note was found. The police were investigating the whereabouts of the security personnel while also questioning family members and friends about any troubles or disputes. The news anchor's monotone voice filled the television. Sure groggily opened her eyes, the remnants of a dream lingering in her mind, causing her brow to furrow, her complexion pale. Rarely, she had experienced a dream. A brief yet peculiar dream unfolded. Within this reverie, there existed a dragonfly, persistently advancing, closely trailed by a butterfly, which tirelessly pursued it. The two soared through the air, but the disparity in their velocities caused the butterfly to lag far behind. Nevertheless, the butterfly remained undeterred, fervently flapping its wings in a relentless chase. Ultimately, exhaustion overtook it, and it plummeted to the ground, transforming into a crimson blossom. Though defying logic, the dream vividly persisted as the violet butterfly descended softly, only to burst forth like a violent impact into a blood-red flower upon landing. "If I awaken, I must rise promptly from my leg." The sudden, stern voice jolted my still slumbering consciousness back to reality, and the scene before me gradually sharpened into focus. It revealed a visage entirely mirroring my own, adorned with dissatisfaction. Gazing down at me from a superior vantage point, I blinked in bewilderment, sensing the softness beneath my head, and began to comprehend my predicament. I had been resting upon the lap of Sure. Perhaps the gentle morning sun had lulled my spirit into a state of relaxation, leading me to inadvertently doze off and lean against Sure's side. However, I was taken aback that she had not roused me, despite her usual demeanor of indifference towards me. Had she unexpectedly softened her heart, or was it merely because it was I who had sought her comfort? After rising to support my body, I rubbed the stiffness from the nape of my neck and turned to gaze out the window, where the sky had fully transformed, in stark contrast to the radiant morning. The current sky was cloaked in leaden clouds. 3 hours, Orange replied, noticing my survey of the room. She added, "The butterfly has already flown away, despite the impending rain. I, your diligent and devoted student, have ventured out to procure materials for our new magical project." I remarked, "Shouldn't such tasks fall upon you as the teacher? Moreover, you hardly know the way." Although Orange possessed ample capability as a teacher, she lacked corresponding responsibility, leaving me somewhat exasperated. "Rest assured, I am guiding them." So they should not lose their way, she reassured, though I noted they had been gone for over 2 hours now, suggesting it was time for their return. Orange, a cigarette dangling from her mouth, glanced at her wristwatch, a hint of puzzlement crossing her features. This caused my brow to furrow, and I felt an inexplicable tension at my temples, as if the dream that had just occupied my mind was now striving to burst forth into reality. In Orange's astonishment, I abruptly stood, my dark, piercing eyes scanning the surroundings, exuding an icy aura. What is their approximate location? Aside from the materials you mentioned, have they acquired any additional herbs? At that moment, Heideggen, with his hands laden with large shopping bags, assumed the dual role of guide and porter, exemplifying a man's utility while shopping. Well, as a doctor by profession, I am intrigued by the myriad of herbs in this world that are absent from mine. Hence I purchased a few extras. If they become too burdensome, do not hesitate to inform me. The butterfly ninja, leading the way, did not look back. Her voice light, yet cheerful. Though they're somewhat heavy, I am a man, and this weight poses no issue. Just as Heideggen finished speaking, he noticed the girl ahead abruptly halt, her petite frame emanating an inexplicable gravity, akin to a blade unsheathed, instilling a sense of foreboding. Following her gaze, he beheld a towering figure clad in black, standing silently amidst the throngs of people, much like a solitary reef in the ocean. Chapter 138. The Origin of Butterfly Ninja? The man before Butterfly Ninja exerted an unprecedented pressure upon her. This pressure, unlike that faced against the Upper Moon Demon, did not stem from a mere disparity of strength. Rather, it arose from the overwhelming enigma surrounding this man. In a realm where mystery equates to strength, confronting an incomprehensible opponent renders even the most skilled swordsman and physically superior individual vulnerable. To triumph easily, one must possess even greater mystery. Thus, upon the man's appearance, Butterfly Ninja instinctively entered a state of vigilance, her expression grave as she gripped a folding knife. In light of her Nicaran blade shattering in Shur's hands, this folding knife had become her temporary weapon. It was also a gift from Orange, a magical artifact capable of enabling her to multiply herself, though she had yet to grasp its true potential. Have you sensed danger merely from this? It seems you possess the qualities to fill the void left by Tono Fujin. Ignoring Butterfly Ninja's hostility, the man extended a hand towards her, advancing while speaking in a low, resonant voice. Young lady, do you wish to uncover the essence of your origin? Origin? Butterfly Ninja furrowed her brow in confusion. Having spent barely over a week in this world, she struggled to comprehend the concept. Although she understood the literal meaning, she could not ascertain whether her interpretation aligned with his intent. This sensation was akin to teaching a foreigner the multiplication table. Ah, all things possess an origin. The essence of humanity, all matters, including life, have direction from their inception. If you awaken and master your origin, you shall attain power that far surpasses your current state. I can see you are in pursuit of someone, and the pain of striving yet failing to walk alongside them is evident. He gestured to his eyes, deep set in shadows. These eyes perceive clearly. Now, should you embrace the awakening of your origin, perhaps all your struggles may find resolution. The man's words caused a slight tremor in Butterfly Ninja's eyes. Indeed, as he stated, she was in search of a certain figure, awakening the patterns that drained her lifespan, altering her combat style, and even developing her unique final sword form. Butterfly Ninja was gradually pushing her limits, yet despite her efforts, she remained unable to discern the diminishing gap. In that moment, the man's proposition held considerable allure for Butterfly Ninja. If, as he claimed, awakening her so-called origin could grant her powers far beyond her current capabilities, perhaps she could indeed catch up to that elusive figure. However, I must decline. Butterfly Ninja smiled faintly, tightening her grip on the folding knife. Though your offer is tempting, I'm not one to succumb to the allure of others. Of course, should the one tempting me be her, that would be an entirely different matter. With that, Butterfly Ninja stepped forward, her mind already linking the man's brief words to the individual Shur had mentioned in the office, Arahima Sujetsu. Although she remained uncertain of his motives for seeking her, clarity was unnecessary. It sufficed to know that their positions were adversarial. Like a butterfly, the approaching girl moved with an ethereal grace, evoking the sensation of being immersed amidst a fragrant floral expanse, where vibrant blooms dazzled the senses. Indeed, it appears to be the case. Well, I had no expectations that a conversation would yield any resolution. Yi Zonglian seemed unsurprised by the situation. He slowly raised his hand, and a golden halo expanded outward from beneath his feet. This was a boundary imbued with various attributes. A true testament to Yi Zhong Lian's combat prowess, far surpassing mere magic. Unfazed, the outermost golden ring rose like a serpent, transforming into dozens of golden ropes that lunged towards the swiftly approaching maiden, seeking to ensnare her. Chan Wan's brow furrowed. Although merely a novice in the realm of sorcery, her prior encounters with malevolent spirits had endowed her with an instinctive awareness of the peril posed by those ropes. Should she become bound, her ability to act would surely be compromised at the very first moment. Yet, instead of retreating, she pressed forward, her already ethereal form accelerating further, causing the ground to crack ever so slightly beneath her forceful steps. With a breath of insects, she unleashed the dance of the centipede, a 100-legged serpent. The butterfly maiden surged forth at a speed far surpassing that of the golden ropes, leaving them trailing behind before they could even react. Her blade aimed directly at Yi Zhong Lian's neck. However, just as the blade was about to pierce the space between his brows, her form abruptly halted mid-air, as if ensnared within a sealed space that stifled all atmospheric movement. No matter how swift the assault, if it does not land, it is rendered meaningless. This is something you ought to comprehend. Struggling, Chan Wan found her body akin to being encased in solidified cement, utterly immobile. In that moment, she discerned the 3 golden circular patterns extending from beneath Yi Zhong Lian's feet. These were protective rings encircling the man, resembling the intricate pathways of celestial orbits. The 3 rings overlapped, causing the ground and air to levitate. The instant she stepped onto the line of the second ring, Chan Wan's kinetic energy was siphoned away, akin to a frail white butterfly ensnared in a spider's web. The subsequent golden ropes surged forth, enveloping her entire being. It was over. Yet it was far from concluded. The maiden let out a low cry, and in the next instant, much to Yi Zhong Lian's astonishment, the bound girl transformed into countless white butterflies that scattered in all directions, ultimately forming a circular encirclement around the man. Oh, this is neither magic nor the power of the dead apostle. Though mesmerizing, it is ultimately a futile resistance. Mere blades cannot slay me. Is that so? The air resonated with the maiden's melodious voice. What if I were to cut you into fragments? With a hint of ire in her tone, her command echoed forth. And at that moment, thousands of white butterflies morphed into bloodthirsty red butterflies, surging towards the man. Foolishness. The man raised his palm to the heavens, and the innermost golden halo beneath him expanded outward. Wang Xian. The golden halo formed an absolute domain around Yi Zhong Lian, within which all things, save for himself, will be halted in their motion. Even the raindrops descending from the sky were not spared. Chapter 139. Provoking the Unprovocable. The dance of death created by the mesmerizing butterflies was forcibly halted, much like how the man could not fathom the principles behind Chan Wan's sword form. As a magician, he possessed powers that Chan Wan could scarcely comprehend. The 6 realms formed by Buju, Jinggang, Shixia, Daitian, Dingjing. Wang Xian unfurled in both planar and 3-dimensional structures, representing some of the man's limited combat capabilities. Under these 6 realms, the ultimate dance performed by Chan Wan unveiled its true nature. She did not transform into countless butterflies, but rather generated innumerable afterimages at a nearly terrifying speed, creating the illusion of a multitude of butterflies. The so-called Dance of the Butterflies was merely a technique to unleash all her strength and stamina in an instant, akin to a sword form. Others might perceive those butterflies as 1,000 blades, but in reality, it was Chan Wan maximizing her speed and delivering a strike. The sword form, after all, possesses a tangible existence, unlike the ephemeral nature of magic. A substantial entity always leaves traces to follow. Though this power was unprecedented, my own mystery eclipses yours. To conquer the enigma, one must wield an even deeper mystery. The magician clenched his wrist tightly. Daitian, the boundary abruptly contracted, and with Chan Wan's muffled groan, the myriad afterimages vanished in an instant, leaving only the butterfly ensnared in the web. Thus, the lost piece on the chessboard was recovered. Speaking thus, the magician turned his gaze towards the black-haired Kenya, who had succumbed to unconsciousness shortly after the battle commenced. Has Wu Qiao Mu Hui also begun her endeavor? Perfect if it is this butterfly, perhaps she might truly take flight. Judging by the residual traces of the spell, it must indeed be my old acquaintance. Changzi knelt on the ground, her fingers brushing over the surface still imbued with magical remnants, her expression grave. They had ultimately arrived too late. By the time they reached this place, all that could be perceived was the residue left behind by the magician's boundary. He left Kanya behind, but carried away your butterfly? As she spoke, Shur lifted the unconscious Kanya, yet the latter showed no signs of awakening. Do not harbor overly optimistic thoughts, Shur. What remains here is merely an empty shell. Our young one has also been taken. Chengzi scrutinized Kanya's condition, her gaze slightly heavy. Taken away? Ah. The core of the body's operation has been extracted, leaving only the outer shell, akin to a lighter devoid of fuel. No matter how intact the casing may be, it cannot function. As she spoke, her attention shifted to the girl clad in a white kimono beside them. Since arriving here and confirming a certain matter, Shur had not uttered a single word, merely turning away to gaze into the distance, her slender figure inexplicably evoking images of an impending volcanic eruption. What are your plans now? Taking a deep drag from her cigarette, Chengzi inquired. What else is there to say? Since he seeks me out, I shall not hesitate to meet him. Shur slightly tilted her head, her eyes resembling deep pools, now crystallizing with frost. Bring him a token of our meeting. Accompanying her chilling tone was the palpable bloodlust emanating from the girl. In that moment, Chengzi realized that her old friend seemed to have entangled herself with an entity not to be trifled with. Moreover, Chengzi glanced at another Shur. The girl in a blue kimono with shoulder-length hair, whose current state mirrored that of Shur, albeit with slightly less palpable murderous intent. Still two of them. But do you know where he is? Chengzi asked once more. Of course. He has already staged such a grand, welcoming ceremony. Shur looked up at a towering building in the city. Beneath the bright, almost crimson full moon, 8 maidens hovered in formation, gazing down upon the cityscape. Wu Qiao Building? The Wu Qiao Building, constructed during the economic boom of the 1970s as a symbol of this city, was once a beacon attracting numerous visitors due to its towering height and unique observation deck. However, with the passage of time, it has fallen into disrepair, its residents gradually vacating the premises, compounded by a recent spate of suicides, leading to the area being cordoned off, now rendered a desolate zone. On this night, following a light rain, this forsaken area reverted to its primordial silence. The atmosphere was suffused with a profound stillness and desolation, reminiscent of a forsaken street in the depths of hell. From this scene, one could discern no trace of human vitality, akin to a faded, sepia-tone photograph where all sights had become irrevocably fixed in time. Amidst this desolation, the resplendent moonlight transformed the night into a sculptural tableau. As if within this world shrouded in numbness, only the luminous moon remained awake. After traversing a considerable distance, Shur lifted her gaze to the front and came to a halt. Beside her stood another Shur, cloaked in the distinctive raincoat of the Tsukihime heroine. Her eyes ascended to regard the abandoned commercial edifice ahead. The structure, composed of numerous glass windows, rose 20 stories, extending like a staircase, seemingly reaching towards the moon. At the apex of the building, beneath the bright moon, 8 particularly remarkable shadows hovered, as if leaning upon the moon, beginning to drift and fly in the air. Had those entities absconded with the butterfly? Indeed. The cold, succinct words prompted Shur to glance at her companion. Ever since the butterfly had vanished that afternoon, a transformation had unfolded within her. When the butterfly was present, she exuded the warmth of a blossoming flower, but upon the butterfly's misfortune, she had metamorphosed into a blade unsheathed from a blood-soaked scabbard. Where are you going? After a brief moment of bewilderment, Shur noticed that her counterpart had turned and was making her way toward another building. That side welcomes you. This side welcomes me. Upon finishing her words, Shur raised her head. Across from the tall building, a solitary dark figure stood, gazing down at Shur. I have arrived, Arahabaki Zonlian. At that moment, the rain began to fall once more. Chapter 140. You Must Die. The milky white walls, illuminated by electric lights, extended deep into the corridor, erasing the darkness with artificial brightness that bore no trace of humanity. It was far more terrifying than the obliterated shadows. Shur walked straight past the door that once required card authentication, but had now lost its function, and entered the elevator. Inside the elevator, a mirror allowed passengers to view their reflections. At that moment, a figure clad in a white kimono stood within the mirror, with long hair cascading down her chest and shoulders, an elegant hairstyle. Yet, the exquisite face, devoid of expression, exuded a calm that belied an intensity of anger. Sure recalled the nightmare she had experienced that afternoon, where a purple butterfly plummeted from the sky, shattering upon impact, blooming into a crimson flower upon the black asphalt. Undoubtedly, it was not the butterfly that had fallen, but rather a person. Unable to discern the identity of the corpse, only the blood-stained, beautiful black hair remained, evoking images of pallid limbs and a face rendered unrecognizable by destruction. It was akin to a pressed flower trapped within the pages of an ancient book, flattened by its closure. Amidst this pressed flower lay a purple butterfly hairpin, familiar to Sure. The dream felt so vivid, so real, that upon waking, a profound sorrow permeated her heart, filling every corner with an emotion that was both gentle and heavy, like water slowly drowning a person. It was painful and suffocating. Thus, Sure wished to avoid experiencing such feelings a second time. The door opened silently, a cold breeze sweeping in from outside, the nocturnal cityscape filling her vision. The rooftop of the Arahabaki building bore no distinctive features, merely crumbling concrete and a surrounding barbed wire fence. The man known as Arahabaki Zonlien stood quietly before the barbed wire. The existence of two identical entities within a single realm was shocking. Despite having glimpsed it through Shiritsuki Ryu's memories, confirming it with her own eyes was nonetheless astonishing. The man spoke softly, devoid of discernible emotion. Yet his gaze upon Sure furrowed with confusion. "No, you are different from her. You lack the connection." Before he could finish his statement, his pupils constricted sharply, and his body instinctively recoiled, for the girl in the white kimono lunged. In the moment the elevator doors closed and the lights extinguished, Sure launched her attack. Her left hand gripped the blade of billet, while her right hand clasped the hilt, exerting a slight force. In that instant, it was as though a torrent of crimson surged forth from the scabbard. Yet it was not blood, but rather a blade radiating a red aura. Upon seeing this crimson blade, a profound sense of crisis flooded Arahabaki Zonlien's heart. He sensed that this blade was shrouded in an enigma even he could not decipher. "Silence!" Arahabaki roared, his right hand forming a palm, grasping at the air to conjure an invisible demonic hand that encircled Sure, preparing to destroy. This was a combat technique Arahabaki Zonlien took great pride in, for his attacks were imperceptible to the naked eye, far more terrifying than ostentatious magic, capable of delivering fatal blows before the opponent even realized it. Yet, Arahabaki Zonlien witnessed an unbelievable sight. The girl wielded the blade, emanating a scarlet hue, effortlessly cleaving through the invisible airwaves, as if parting flowing water. The space that should have crushed Sure was effortlessly obliterated by the blade in her hand. He once again infused power into his hand, condensing a larger, more damaging spell. All he needed to do was open his palm and then clench it tightly, and this spell would be unleashed, but such a simple action paled in comparison to Sure's speed. It was simply too slow. With another step, Sure splashed through the waterlogged rooftop, and before the droplets could disperse, she had darted past Arahabaki Zonlien's body, halting not far behind him, her blade raised, blood spraying and mingling with the water. The magician stood frozen, his right hand falling limply. No, not just his hand, but an entire section from his shoulder down, including his chest, had detached. Sure slightly turned her face, her eyes, akin to the gaze of death, fixed upon the man in black, as if a flame burned fiercely within them. "This is a greeting. Furthermore, Arahabaki Zonlien, I did not come to converse with you. I have come to kill you." For the first time, Sure's voice carried the weight of anger, and as her words fell, she charged forth once more. There was no need for negotiation. It was akin to inciting the wrath of a lion, which would never allow you to plead for mercy, but would simply take your life in a single bite. "What is happening? This oppressive sensation cannot be human." Arahabaki Zonlien growled, his remaining left hand outstretched, palm open weakly, as if beckoning someone from afar. This was the battle posture of Arahabaki Zonlien, the magician. In this stance, the six realms responded to his call, unfolding beneath him. Not clinging, Vajra, serpent and scorpion, sky. Top Sutra, king manifest. These are the threads of magic woven between the ground and the space, between the planar and the three-dimensional. Any creature that touched the circular lines would instantly lose their strength. This was the means by which Arahabaki Zonlien could stand nearly invincible in close combat. A fact Sure was well aware of. She hurled billet during her assault, the scarlet blade spinning and slicing through the outermost barrier, shattering it. Huangye Zonlian's expression hardened, revealing a surprising awareness of my abilities. "Yet, without your blade, what can you do?" Viper. A terrifying multitude of golden lines surged to life, dancing like serpents, lunging at the figure suspended in midair. Blade? The figure scoffed. I have more than enough of those. With arms outstretched, the left hand wielded a long blade, while the right brandished a short dagger, both appearing like wings at her sides. In the next moment, the wings flailed wildly, the intertwining of black and white severing the golden lines into countless fragments. As they fell in disarray, a black blade shot forth from the golden rain, piercing directly into the man's chest. Yet this was not the end. The lethal strike was yet to come. The girl appeared above the golden rain, her white blade engulfed in flames. Merely gazing upon that fire sent shivers through his very soul. You have done what should not be done, thus you must perish. Chapter 141. That butterfly belongs to me. The storm on the terrace was fierce, yet apart from the sound of the rain, everything around was eerily silent, as if the world had just begun, enveloped in stillness. Colorless raindrops washed over the dagger, cleansing it of crimson stains. Before the figure lay a robust body, one honed by the rigors of time, exuding an aura of oppression, even shrouded in a black robe, save for the absence of a head. Nearby, in the rooftop's pooled water, the man's severed head lay submerged, left side down, right side up, bearing an expression of shock and disbelief. It was unimaginable that in this era, one could witness such swordsmanship, cultivated through countless battles of life and death. You are indeed not a mere Ryougi, sure. Despite the severed head, showed no signs of demise. He was the awakened master of the origin stillness. Having achieved such stillness, he was far beyond the reach of mere mortal threats. The blade halted before the man, as blue and red gazes locked onto him. Where's the butterfly? Huang Ye Zhonglan's unyielding countenance momentarily faltered. Is it true? Like that boy, is this girl the scabbard bestowed upon you by that fellow? The figure furrowed her brow. This was not the answer she sought. The man's gaze shifted beyond the figure, seemingly surveying the starry sky. Since it is a butterfly, it must soar through the air, and the highest point would naturally be the most suitable for flight. But could she truly take to the skies? One of S words caused the figure's pupils to constrict sharply as she abruptly turned to face the towering Wu Tiao building, the tallest amidst the surrounding structures. Clad in a blue kimono, the figure was engaged in a fierce battle with several ghostly apparitions, her strikes precise and blade sharp. Yet she could not find the silhouette of the butterfly. That place is not the highest point. The man's voice echoed once more behind her, causing her heart to race. Lifting her head, she scanned another location. A building, comparable in height and age to the Wu Tiao building, stood a mere distance away. However, atop it was a high-altitude work platform, where a slender figure swayed gently amid the storm, akin to a delicate sprout newly emerged from a branch. Undoubtedly, that was the highest point the Adun had mentioned, high enough to overlook the entire city. From the figure's vantage point, only a small black dot could be discerned atop the tower, yet at that moment, it loomed magnified in her eyes. She recognized the figure atop the tower, adorned with minimal embellishment, save for a purple butterfly hairpin at the end of her ponytail, clad in a white bomishia gown. The hem is soft lavender like her hair tips. At that moment, her short hair and white gown danced violently in the tempest, resembling a flower on the verge of being whisked away by the gale. Raindrops cascaded over the girl's pallid, expressionless face, rendering her as cold as a doll. Undoubtedly, this was the instigator behind several high-rise suicides, Wu Qiao Wu Hui, who, after implanting the notion of flight, led her targets to envision themselves as butterflies, ultimately leaping to their demise and shattering into pieces. Even if the target were to become Butterfly Run, the outcome would remain unchanged, despite the name containing butterfly. She was not a true butterfly. Standing amidst the torrential downpour, the figure felt herself gradually growing colder. The rain seemed to siphon away her warmth. Her heart struggling to beat, her blood slowly congealing. She recalled the dream from the afternoon, where that blood-stained butterfly hairpin now pierced her vision, eliciting a fierce heat within her, as if a demon trapped within her body was striving to break free. Huang Ye Zhonglan, fueled by an overwhelming fury, the dagger pierced through the man's head, blood mingling with the pooled water, splattering in all directions. The figure did not withdraw the blade. Instead, she spread her arms wide, already beginning to run as the long and short blades flew back into her grasp as if summoned. She did not head towards a high-altitude work platform, but instead propelled herself towards the building where Wu Tiao Wu Hui resided. Even in this tumultuous moment, she retained her sanity, The suggestion was issued by Wu Tiao Wu Hui, and as long as she eliminated her, the suggestion would dissipate. The distance between the two buildings was at least 10 meters, and the Wu Tiao building towered over the one beneath her, necessitating a leap from a lower elevation to a higher one, requiring formidable strength. At this moment, the figure lacked not in power. Before the building from which 8 had plummeted, she soared across. This scene momentarily stunned even the figure atop the Wu Tiao building. The girl in the kimono, wielding black and red blades, descended from the sky, her beautiful visage twisted in fury. The figure had never witnessed such an expression on her own face. Her eyes blazed with rage, exuding a killing intent akin to Ashura emerging from the depths of hell. This palpable ire caused Wu Tiao Wu Hui, suspended in midair, to tremble. Though the figure's blade had yet to strike, she felt as if she had been locked in place, unable to act. Originally, your actions were of no concern to me, but you must not harm her. That is, the black and red blades crossed and fell, effortlessly slicing through the girl's ethereal form as the figure passed by, tilting her head slightly. My butterfly. The figure landed gracefully, her movements reminiscent of a cat. The girl's spirit began to dissipate. Even as a unique existence, a spirit could die when severed. Thus, the figure rose, once more gazing at the nearly sky-high work platform. Yet events did not unfold as she anticipated. Even after severing Wu Tiao Wu Hui's spirit, the girl atop the tower showed no signs of awakening. Moreover, the girl, previously motionless, began to take steps, inching towards the edge of the tower, driven by the instinct of a butterfly longing to fly. Such transformation into a butterfly required no prompting from Wu Tiao Wu Hui. It was inherent to that girl's very essence. The man, head impaled to the ground, spoke words that sent shivers down the figure's spine. Chapter 142. The butterfly takes flight. The world is not merely filled with nightmares and sweet dreams. There exists another kind, ensnared in myriad interpretations. It is called Ryougi Meng, which, as its name suggests, signifies the ability to foresee future events within dreams. Generally, such dreams are forgotten upon awakening, only to resurface as a familiar scene when a corresponding event occurs in reality. This peculiar sensation, akin to déjà vu, is experienced by everyone at least a few times in their lifetime. While observing something, one may suddenly realize, this has happened before, I have been here, I have done this, I have heard those words, the lighting was the same, and so on. In that fleeting moment, the brain sends a signal, indicating recognition of the occurrence. This phenomenon is known both as memory illusion and recollection fantasy. Recollection pertains to events that have transpired, while fantasy refers to those that have yet to materialize. The amalgamation of the two gives rise to Ryougi Meng. Shiki has made a grave error. Due to the abilities possessed by Wu Tiao Wu Hui, she naturally attributes the predicament of the butterfly girl to the spirit of that girl. Yet, she overlooks the magician capable of awakening the origins of humanity. Because of this oversight, the dream threatens to become reality. High above, the butterfly descends heavily, blood staining the violet butterfly hairpin. Shiki is already set in motion, racing between buildings with a fervor that is almost frenzied. Yes, a wild rush. Her movements, once imbued with elegance even in battle, are now stripped of beauty. She charges toward the tower in the most rapid and brutal manner possible. No extraneous motions are made. Regardless of the obstacles ahead, she has no intention of evading them, relying solely on her body to break through and continue her frenetic sprint. In such moments, every millisecond is critical to Shiki, and any fraction of a second spent on evasion could alter the outcome. She refuses to let that dream manifest into reality, and she has never believed in such ethereal and improving concepts. Even a predetermined future she would dare to overturn. The iron mesh of the high-rise tears through her white kimono, blood seeping through in rivulets. At this blinding speed, even without divine weaponry, the fabric can shred the delicate skin of a girl. Moreover, the wind begins to howl, and the rain roars in fury, as if the gods themselves have sensed someone attempting to alter the course of events, thus conjuring equivalent obstacles. Such is the nature of the world. Whenever one endeavors to accomplish something, countless barriers inevitably rise before them. The wind and rain strike her in a manner entirely contrary to Shiki's essence. Yet even so, her speed remains unimpeded. She leaps between towering edifices, executing perilous maneuvers that would make even the most daring urban parkour enthusiasts tremble. At this breathtaking velocity, the distance between Shiki and the tower diminishes significantly. Yet simultaneously, the butterfly girl also draws closer to the tower's edge, her pale toes inching toward the brink of death. As the specter of demise beckons her forth. But there is still time. Based on her current speed and the rate at which she can maneuver, everything is still within reach. However, fate is often rife with melodrama and jest. Just when one feels they are on the verge of success, it delivers a crushing blow. That very thought had barely crossed Shiki's mind when an unprecedented gust of wind assaulted the girl's form. The almost weightless girl, teetering on the brink of slumber, was buffeted by this force, causing her to tilt and ultimately plummet sideways. Her white bohemian gown twirled wildly as she fell, akin to a white butterfly swept away by a tempest. The height from the tower to the ground is approximately 200 meters. How long does it take for a person to fall from such a height? 8 seconds? Or perhaps 9? Ultimately, that dream will come to fruition. The butterfly will plummet to the earth and burst forth into a crimson bloom. In the constriction of her pupils, Shiki finally reached the last skyscraper, standing before the towering worksite, yet she could advance no further. This location was deliberately chosen by the magician, Konyazonlian. The gap between the building and the tower spans nearly 100 meters, with a torrent of vehicles rushing below. No one can leap that distance, not even Shiki, whose physical prowess has been greatly enhanced. Yet, she hesitates not a moment, nor can she afford to. Utilizing the force of her high-speed movement, she could leap higher and further. Any moment of hesitation would drastically diminish her jump's efficacy. Moreover, how could Shiki even contemplate hesitation? The butterfly girl crossed a world for her. She merely needed to traverse 100 meters, with a powerful leap from the edge of the building. The concrete floor beneath her cracked, mingling with the sound of shattering bones as Shiki focused all her strength into her legs. The unprecedented pressure strained her bones. Yet this sacrifice granted her a leap that soared higher and farther. She approached the falling white butterfly at an astonishing velocity, and in that moment, everything around her slowed down. The butterfly's descent, the raindrops fall. But even then, it was not enough when she was still a dozen meters away. Shiki's body began to fall uncontrollably. She had surpassed her limits, leaping an impressive 70 to 80 meters, yet she remained some distance from catching the butterfly girl. This gap could easily be bridged on solid ground, but in this void devoid of leverage, she could not advance another inch. Despair and fear gradually filled Shiki's gaze. For the beloved girl was about to fall before her eyes, to scatter. How could she not be afraid? Yet just then, a fierce determination flickered in Shiki's eyes. A shuriken appeared in her right hand. Though she could not move in midair, her body was still capable of exerting force. Gritting her teeth, Shiki hurled the shuriken, cutting through the rain and striking the falling butterfly with precision. The immense force propelling her forward, pinning her securely to the base of the tower. This was a throw that avoided all vital points. After executing this strike, Shiki closed her eyes in satisfaction, surrendering her body to gravity. Though she had perished numerous times in the land of Wei Ming, the thought of dying from a fall was an experience only the wolf had known. According to him, one could still hear the sound of their skull shattering in the instant before impact. Such a notion was too chilling, prompting Shiki to shut off her sight and hearing. Uncertain of how long it had been, the anticipated pain never arrived. Confused, Shiki opened her eyes, only to be met with an unexpected sight. She had halted in midair. More accurately, she had been embraced in midair, held by the butterfly-like girl. The violet butterfly hairpin fluttered in the wind, her white bohemian gown blossoming like a lily, and that familiar face bore a gentle smile, albeit with an ethereal presence of purple magic coalescing behind her. The girl named Butterfly Ninja truly ascended like a butterfly. Chapter 143. The Iron-Willed Girl, Shiki. The magician, Konyazonlian, wields the spell known as Origin Awakening. As the name suggests, every individual possesses an intrinsic directional essence from the outset. For instance, those originating from a taboo, whether as human, beast, or plant. They become beings that deviate from societal morals. From a moment of its birth, the essence of ancestral inheritance is etched into its soul. Regardless of the influences it may encounter, its actions will invariably remain within the confines of this origin. Those who awaken their true essence will acquire a power that transcends the physical limitations of the present moment, receiving a significant enhancement. Take for instance Bai Chunli, without any training or study, gained extraordinary physical prowess merely by awakening the essence of feeding. However, such awakenings come at a cost. the awakened ones will ultimately be consumed by their own essence, as the transient nature of a century-old personality can only be overshadowed by the directional force originating from the primal beginning. In the end, two outcomes manifest. One succumbs to the gradual consumption by the awakened essence, losing their humanity, while the other learns to master it for their own benefit. In this moment, the butterfly maiden clearly belongs to the latter. Suspended in midair, her white dress billows like clouds, and with her violet wings unfurled. She resembles a celestial angel descending from the heavens. Her eyes, clear and luminous, exude an ethereal beauty, with intricate patterns on her wings akin to a delicate ukiyo-e painting. Shiki has always found her beautiful, yet in this moment, her beauty is so striking against her crystalline wings that it compels one to shield their eyes, as her subtly glowing visage seems to pierce the heart. This scene leaves Shiki momentarily entranced, to the extent that she has yet to notice she is cradled in the maiden's arms like a princess. Is this unexpected? The maiden's voice, ethereal as ever, carries a gentle laughter, but I am uncertain of the reason. Perhaps it is the longing within her heart to soar, and the magical circuit, aided by Miss Chingzi not long ago, has given rise to this unknown spell. The butterfly ninja lets out a wry smile, realizing she has only just begun to grasp the most fundamental magic techniques. Shiki shakes her head, managing a weary smile. That is inconsequential, as long as you are unharmed. Shiki's words seem to trigger a memory for the butterfly maiden, who adopts a fierce expression. Have you forgotten our promise, Shiki? Shiki tilts her head slightly, confusion evident in her eyes. Having just calmed her thoughts, she struggles to recall what agreement the butterfly maiden refers to. Observing Shiki's bewilderment, the butterfly maiden sighs, a look of resignation on her face, before her expression becomes serious once more. She extends a finger and lightly taps Shiki's forehead. No matter what, do not gamble with your life. Her tone carries a hint of anger. This is what you promised me in the Swordsmith village. Shiki pauses for a moment, recollecting that indeed, after the battle against the Upper Moon One, she had promised Rin that even with the immortality granted by the dragon's blood, she would not gamble with her life. Meeting the butterfly maiden's earnest gaze, Shiki gently shakes her head, her voice turning serious as she gazes into those violet eyes. This time, it cannot happen, for you must live well. Only then can you continue to kiss me. Her cool tone carries a peculiar magic, causing the butterfly maiden's cheeks to redden visibly. Such occurrences are common for Shiki, who possesses an uncanny ability to utter words that leave the maiden blushing, all while maintaining an air of calmness. Even a master of emotions, Ori, once lamented, Shiki, have you always concealed your true nature behind a facade of ignorance, appearing inept in matters of the heart, while inwardly, your skill rivals that of Takumi Fujiwara? If that were the case, she would have truly embarrassed herself before the master. In truth, Shiki struggles to express her innermost thoughts with subtlety. She speaks as she feels. Ultimately, she differs from the authentic Shiki, who embodies pride and delicacy, contrasting with Shiki's steeliness and directness. Yet, this Shiki is the one who occupies the butterfly maiden's thoughts and dreams. The torrential rain has ceased, and the silvery moon emerges from behind the leaden clouds, casting its luminous glow upon the two maidens suspended in midair. In this tranquil realm, another chapter of events draws to a close, leaving an urge for something momentous to occur, reminiscent of a cinematic finale where the protagonists, after enduring countless trials, finally embrace under the moonlight or sunlight, professing their love before sealing it with a kiss, thus concluding the tale perfectly. Their gazes lock, both seemingly anticipating a moment to unfold. Yet at that instant, an incongruous voice calls out from below, "How long do you plan to linger up there?" While I do not mind watching, I must remind you that magical energy is limited, especially during the initial execution of a new spell, which will incur increasing consumption. It is Chungzi, standing atop the building from which Shiki had leaped, a cigarette dangling from her lips, her gaze fixed on the two maidens in midair, a look of amusement on her face. Shiki's expression darkens, and the butterfly maiden offers an awkward smile before activating the magical wings behind her, descending to the rooftop. So this spell was born from the awakening of your essence. Thankfully, I helped you connect the magical circuit a week ago. Otherwise, no matter how strong the impulse from your essence, you would not have been able to perform this flight spell. Chungzi appraises the magical wings woven from energy behind the butterfly maiden before shifting her gaze to Shiki. At least you allowed me to teach her magic. Though still in its infancy, it seems to have saved her life. Shiki begins to grasp Chengzi's meaning. The awakening of one's essence induces corresponding impulses akin to Bai Chun Li, who, upon awakening, feeding, was overtaken by an insatiable hunger, turning into a beast capable of devouring any creature in its path. The butterfly maiden likely experiences a similar nature. Although her true essence remains unclear, the recent events suggest it aligns with flight or butterflies. Yet, the essence fundamentally alters the spirit, not the body. Regardless of the awakening, the butterfly maiden cannot grow wings or achieve flight. However, the magic she has begun to learn over the past week enables her to do just that. As a result of the awakening of her essence, she has obtained an unprecedented spell. Chapter 144, Awaiting and Harboring Hope. In a certain dark, underground realm, a tangled mass of pipes fills the space, each leading to a singular destination, a small hill formed of glass jars. These jars, roughly the size of pet cages, contain a yellow liquid resembling formalin, along with numerous empty containers. Yet, within the filled jars, human brains float, evoking a sense of dread at first glance. At that moment, a towering jar at the top of the hill begins to emit a blinding light, releasing a noxious gas that fills the air. The surrounding pipes seem to be infused with an unknown liquid, producing a thumping sound as if a mechanical switch has been activated, setting everything into motion. Before long, the jar at the summit abruptly opens, and a mysterious liquid spills forth, accompanied by a robust figure who emerges, expelling a large mouthful of yellow viscous fluid. He inhales deeply, his muscular form rippling like flowing water. After a brief moment, the man's heavy breathing gradually subsides, in a narrow escape from death. Despite the lack of a connection to the source and a limited understanding of the concept of mortality, the formidable power of those two blades seemed to disregard the notion of stillness. Had the final strike been delivered by one of those blades, even I would have met an inevitable demise. Ryougi sat upon his throne made of mountain piles, his face etched with lingering dread, the pain from his brain being pierced still reverberating through his nerves. As a fellow puppeteer, his skills in puppet crafting were second only to Sanchi Chingzi. While he could not reach the heights where even he himself could not discern the real from the illusion, he could still attain a semblance of immortality through the continuous switching of bodies. The incomprehensible entity had leapt from another parallel world. That swordsmanship and power could not possibly be products of this realm. The sorcerer reflected on the brief skirmish that had just occurred, although it was a fleeting encounter. The overwhelming pressure emanating from his opponent's swordplay was suffocating. This was a technique honed through countless trials and deaths, stained with blood that likely surpassed the lifeblood he had recorded. It seemed prudent to preemptively devise a plan. Such an existence would be insurmountable without the offering of 64 layers. Furthermore, the assistance of others would be essential. Ryougi's already somber countenance grew darker as he traced an ear-shaped pattern with his fingers, a magical sigil for communicating with specific sorcerers. Shortly thereafter, a voice, elongated and imbued with arrogance, echoed in his ear. "Ah, Araya, according to your previous arrangements, there are still 3 months before the plan can be executed. Are you truly unable to contain yourself?" A special circumstance had arisen, leading to unforeseen anomalies in the established plan. Faced with the flippant tone from the other end of the call, Ryougi displayed no dissatisfaction. He was accustomed to this old friend's manner of speech. "To be honest, I have no interest in your plan. My sole objective is to eliminate that being known as Shidong Jichi Aluba. You should understand that name is an absolute taboo." Ryougi sighed, adding, "Moreover, without my assistance, you cannot hope to defeat Sanchi Chingzi. Do you too fear that individual, Araya? That is hardly like you." "It is not fear. It is merely unnecessary to provoke a woman to wrath." Ryougi recalled the girl in the white kimono. The blade that pierced his skull was indeed a strike fueled by immense fury, chilling him to the bone. Truly, an angered woman is the most fearsome of all. How curious to hear such words from you. Very well, I understand. I shall come during this time, and then you can elaborate on that anomaly. But before that, do ensure you do not perish. The voice, laced with amusement, faded away. Despite their mutual titles of old friends, neither seemed to regard the other as such. Ryougi remained furrowed in thought. Even with the assistance of this old friend, his heart felt no ease. He understood well that the girl in the kimono was not a foe that could be vanquished merely by an additional sorcerer. For this, he would require more trump cards. It seemed someone was in need of assistance. A voice filled with fervor resounded from behind Ryougi. The sorcerer whirled around abruptly, his otherwise resolute expression wavering upon seeing what lay behind him. It was an indistinct figure, cloaked in darkness, the only illumination emanating from the haunting crimson glimmer in its eyes. "Who are you?" Ryougi's voice trembled, confronted by an entity beyond his comprehension. The very presence radiated a necromantic aura that invoked thoughts of vengeful spirits returning from the abyss. "You have posed a rather difficult question to answer right off the bat. However, since you have asked, I shall respond. I know not what love is, nor do I grasp the essence of affection. I am but a manifestation of hatred and vengeance, a relentless black flame fueled by resentment, bound to burn until all is reduced to ash. The Avenger." The Shadow's voice resonated with extreme fervor and profound malice, accompanied by a terrifying aura that made even Ryougi's pulse quicken. This was a presence beyond mere humanity, not a dead apostle, and certainly not anything else. "You're a heroic spirit." Ryougi recalled a grand magical ceremony that had transpired in another city in Japan. A high-level summoning ritual that invoked renowned historical heroes to fight for one's cause. The figure before him emitted a vaguely similar aura. "Heroic spirit?" The Shadow scoffed. "How could I possibly be that? If you must know what I truly am, I could only be described as a specter that brings dark curses upon this world. So, will you accept the assistance of Spectre and Avenger?" Ryougi furrowed his brow deeply, questioning why. "What is your true identity? I owe you no obligation to answer, but since you have inquired, I shall respond thus. Wait and harbor hope." Chapter 145. Then I too am a monster. Aside from a penetrating wound on her shoulder, there were no other injuries. The red-haired woman pushed open the iron door of the office and stepped outside, discussing Butterfly Ninja's condition. "What the rest? If it's merely a matter of physical condition, I can handle it myself. I am a doctor, after all." As she spoke, her gaze traversed past Changzi, who lay soundly asleep on the bed, her breathing steady. Due to the first use of magic and an unknown technique, she had drained a significant portion of her magical energy and was now resting in exhaustion. To treat others with eyes that have beheld death is akin to using a blade that can kill, but also heal. Changzi lit a cigarette, beginning to report her findings. Furthermore, she exhibits no negative reactions. Unlike those consumed by the origin, the butterfly within her controls that power. This likely correlated to her extraordinary physical prowess. "I cannot fathom you all. Although you are all women and belong to the slender type, you possess such strength. Can that technique, known as breathing, truly bestow such a formidable enhancement? If you wish to learn, I could teach you, but of course, I would require some form of compensation in return." "Forget it. I have outgrown the age of learning, and I cannot accept being taught by someone younger than myself." As a sorcerer, Changzi did not aspire to the might of a warrior. She was merely curious about the breathing technique. More importantly, how do you intend to handle this matter? Although Ryougi may not be your match, he is not an easy adversary. This failure can only be deemed an accident. No one anticipated that the butterfly could truly take flight and master her own origin. He is likely to take subsequent actions. How to handle it? Changzi's gaze sharpened, a chill flickering in her eyes. Since the other party has bestowed such a generous greeting upon me, how could I not reciprocate? Indeed, while Changzi differed in many respects, in terms of handling matters, she bore no disparity from her counterpart. Orange shook her head helplessly. However, even though it was a return gift, one must know the other's location. That fellow has always been cautious. When it comes to evading ceiling designations, he is even more adept than I am. Even that group of magicians finds it challenging to grasp his movements. Or have you already gained some insight? She nodded gently, of course. I almost forgot. Has a similar incident occurred in your original parallel world? How convenient. Orange scratched the back of her head, but even so, it is not the right time. Her gaze was fixed on Sher's legs beneath her kimono. Although they appeared exquisite as always, akin to a piece of art, internally there was considerable damage. While it did not affect her ordinary mobility, it would undoubtedly have a significant impact in the event of fierce combat. To leap such distances and heights without any enhancement of magic, are you truly human? Why do I feel as if I have been scolded and am left speechless? Sher's expression darkened slightly. That remark was indeed a compliment. Orange chuckled softly, but such injuries should suffice for recovery in a few days. Let us wait a bit longer, granting me some time to prepare for my meeting with this old friend. Clang. Just then, a crisp sound echoed behind them. Before Sher could turn around, Orange had already donned a resigned expression, resting her forehead in her hand with a sigh. Fujino, this is the 5th time this week. Perhaps switching to iron cups would be a better option? Shur turned her head and saw the purple-haired girl squatting before a pile of glass shards, at a loss. For some unknown reason, her pupils trembled as she stared at her hands, and a flicker of black and red light glimmered in her eyes. On the floor lay coffee-stained glass fragments and a twisted iron tray. Undoubtedly, this was the result of Fujino's unique ability. As the removal of her pain insensitivity allowed her long-sealed powers to gradually resurface. Orange noticed Fujino's anomaly as well, removing her glasses to reveal a cold smile. The gem-level magic eye, characterized by distortion, with the left eye rotating counterclockwise and the right eye clockwise, allows simultaneous activation of two rotational axes on an object, enabling her to cleave it at the junction. However, she currently lacked the control to wield it. As she spoke, Shur walked towards Fujino. Is this the reason you brought her back? It seems quite indulgent from the parallel world. Smiling softly, Orange did not rush to check on Fujino's condition, but instead approached her desk, rummaging through a drawer for something. Upon seeing Shur approach her, Fujino seemed to regain her senses, but the fear on her face did not diminish. The sudden awakening of her ability left her momentarily confused, and when her gaze met Shur's, she frantically shielded her eyes with her hands. Indeed, if I do not take the medication for my father, I will revert to being a monster, she murmured in a tone filled with terror. There are no such things as monsters. Shur spoke softly, her previously slightly cold tone unexpectedly gentle. She knelt in front of the purple-haired girl, aligning her position with Fujino's, and reached out, placing her hand over the hands, shielding the girl's eyes. This is merely your unique ability, and if you truly are a monster in this state, then her uniquely soft tone resembled a tranquil lake, soothing the frightened heart of the purple-haired girl, while her slightly cold hand gently moved Fujino's hand away from her eyes. When the purple-haired girl beheld the beautiful face so close to her, she was momentarily stunned. At that moment, ethereal flames of blue and red began to glow upon that visage, seemingly reflecting a pair of intricate black and red pupils. A monster! The kimono-clad girl chuckled lightly, completing her thought. Just as Fujino was still in a daze, a pair of glasses was perched upon her nose, and in the next moment, the pupils behind the lenses regained their former color. Aren't you afraid of having your head twisted off by staring into such eyes? Or are you flirting with death? Orange's voice, tinged with amusement, resonated from behind Shur. Chapter 146, Orange's Speculation. That artifact, is it the Eye of Death? Although Fujino's sudden awakening caused some interruptions, it ultimately did not escalate. Now, this girl, who had just awakened her distortion magic eye, stood before a mirror, curiously examining the delicate glasses perched on her nose. This magical item can suppress the magic eye, similar to the glasses Orange currently possesses, but it lacks the effect of personality switching, which Fujino does not require. Originally intended for Shur, it seems she was unable to accept glasses, opting instead to disregard the death line brought by her magic eye through misaligned focus. It was meant for a friend some time ago, but since it is urgently needed now, I shall give it to her. Imagining herself wearing glasses, Shur nodded. Indeed, I find it unacceptable as well. Yet, I did not expect that this young lady from the Asagami family would possess a gem-level magic eye. So, do you intend to take on another disciple? Spare me. I could teach her how to control her magic eye, but with another disciple I would have 3, and I have no intention of turning the Gallon Hall into a magical classroom like the Clock Tower. Sipping her coffee, Orange waved her hand dismissively. However, speaking of magic eyes, there is one matter I need to confirm with you. Shur looked puzzled, tilting her head slightly. As mentioned before, you are different from Shur. Orange toyed with a rocket pencil on her desk. While at the physical level you and Shur are entirely identical, there exists a considerable disparity in your souls and personas. Moreover, aside from these 2 points, the level of the Eye of Death is also different. Unlike Shur, who can recklessly utilize the Eye of Death linked to the root, your use of the eye should be simply a matter of understanding through your own intellect. Understanding is the comprehension of death. The existence of the Eye of Death is not akin to a gun filled with bullets. Simply holding it and pulling the trigger will not suffice. It requires accurate analysis of the target's death to perceive that so-called death line. However, if the understanding becomes overly complex, it will place a significant burden on the brain. If one forces themselves to analyze something beyond their comprehension, it could lead to brain trauma, potentially rendering them a vegetable. This is akin to a computer CPU. Running too many programs may cause it to crash due to overload. This is the nature of Shur's Eye of Death, powerful yet flawed. However, the other Shur differs significantly. Being linked to the root means she has an encyclopedia of all things within her mind, capable of understanding the death of any existence, be it organic or inorganic, or any unique entity. Understanding the life and death of targets. Fortunately, I have not encountered anything difficult to analyze thus far. Indeed, although having traversed 3 worlds, the adversaries encountered are merely manifestations of the ordinary concepts of life and death. Even the white serpent deity of the Viming Kingdom and Kibutsuji Musen from Demon Slayer fall into this category. If one were to insist on an exception, it would undoubtedly be the dragon of everlasting cherry blossoms, which stands unassailable in the realm of the immortal. This entity is nearly impossible to vanquish, an existence that defies comprehension, akin to a divine being. The oppressive aura it exudes is enough to suffocate a person standing before it. Yet, such a being has perished. Yes, it has met its end, not through a ritual of submission leading to slumber, but in the most literal sense of death, having lost all vitality and reached the conclusion of life. However, what perplexes Shiki is that she possesses no recollection of the dragon-slaying incident. Initially, she believed that her amnesia stemmed from her temporary demise during that battle. Yet, following the attack on the Forge village that fateful night, she began to sense a peculiar clue. She certainly does not subscribe to the notion that a drop in her health would trigger recollections akin to a grand password. If such a mechanism were to exist, it would merely reflect another form of external influence. Isn't it curious? As I have mentioned, on a physical level, you and Shiki share no distinction. Logically, you should be connected to that realm as well. However, various signs suggest otherwise. As Shiki's thoughts drifted further, the voice of the orange-haired figure resonated once again. The use of the mystic eyes, along with Araya's probing, confirms the reality that you are not linked to the source. Although I do not yearn for such a source, I shall inquire about its nature, provided you possess the knowledge, Orange. The source may well be the ultimate pursuit of those magicians who dedicate their lives to it. Yet for Shiki, it remains an inconsequential aspect. If it exists, one should accept it with tranquility. If it does not, there is no need to chase or covet it, even if it could render the blade in hand somewhat sharper. Well, while there are no definitive answers, speculations abound. Lighting a cigarette and taking a deep draw, Orange continued in a measured tone. Are you familiar with the operational principle of a faucet? It is controlled by an external switch that regulates the valve, thus managing the flow of water. Although I do not claim to possess a high level of education, this should be common knowledge. Orange snapped his fingers. Indeed, your situation resembles this analogy. When a switch is open, your body connects to that source, and when it is closed, the connection is severed, though this switch is not within your control. Orange's words plunged Shiki into contemplation. Although it is merely a hypothesis, it possesses considerable logic. Furthermore, Orange is not referring to the weaving. Ultimately, weaving is but another facet of oneself, and she cannot overcome adversaries that she cannot defeat herself. If this is the case, there exists but one possibility. That is, aside from weaving, other personalities reside within me, correct? While she harbored certain conjectures in her mind, Shiki still desired to hear Orange's perspective. Oh, it appears you have already formulated some thoughts. Yet, as I have stated, that is merely speculation. As for the truth, you must seek it out yourself. With that, Orange extinguished his cigarette, rose from his office chair, and departed. Chapter 147. The Spiral of Contradiction, Ryougi. Just as this inherited name suggests, the bearer of this name possesses a feminine personality of the yin and a masculine personality of the yang. However, beyond this duality, Ryougi also encompasses a third personality, the one that embodies the physical vessel of Shiki and weaving. The source form, due to its connection to the source, is the designation acquired in her previous life. Although she presently remains uncertain of its actual existence or whether it bears another name, it is likely that the interrupted memories from before are attributable to this. However, according to Orange, if this Ryougi truly exists, it seems she does not wish to meet me or reveal her existence. Otherwise, there would be no need for Orange's analogy of the faucet's principle. As for the reason, I do not know. Ultimately, the thoughts and sentiments of women are akin to the world's unsolved mysteries. Even I, as a fellow woman, have deeply experienced this truth. Sighing deeply, Shiki expelled the chaotic thoughts from her mind. The cool night breeze calmed her considerably. It was now 11 o'clock in the evening. For days since she last gazed upon the scenery, these 4 days had sufficed for her to heal the injuries on her legs. Currently, she walked along the deserted street, moving like a wandering spirit in the desolate night wind. However, Shiki did not possess a habit of taking nighttime strolls. At this hour in the past, she would have been nestled in slumber alongside that butterfly. Her presence here was solely due to a matter that required her attention. Ryougi had committed an unforgivable error. He should never have reached for the butterfly, Shinobu, for that was Shiki's forbidden point, something she could not tolerate. Even though the butterfly was currently unscathed and retained control over her origin, it did not alter Shiki's resolve to bestow upon Ryougi a fitting retribution. Is this the place? Shiki halted, standing before a circular apartment complex. From the outside, the building exuded an avant-garde sophistication, flanked by two three-story structures, with the main building soaring nearly a dozen stories high. From a distance, it resembled a colossal red telescope standing tall upon the earth. The Ogawa apartment, a project Orange had taken on during a time of financial constraint. The entire edifice was her design, from the selection of the foundation to the architectural style, which is why this apartment's design appeared more refined compared to the neighboring buildings. In Shiki's recollection, this apartment underwent certain modifications by Ryougi, who complicated the internal color scheme to amplify psychological burdens. Thus, even in the absence of Ryougi, natural suggestions could still be achieved. Visitors entering would immediately feel a sense of aversion, not to mention the residents who dwelled there, accumulating psychological pressure over time, making them prone to acts of violence or self-harm. Moreover, the very essence of this building symbolizes life and death, yin and yang, utilizing the central elevator to separate the residents of the two wings. Each floor accommodates 10 households, yet from the outset, only the western side had occupants, while the eastern side remained entirely composed of individuals whose registrations had not been canceled. In simpler terms, it was merely an unoccupied space. Subsequently, Ryougi exploited the building's inherent suggestions to methodically eliminate the residents of the western side, collecting their brain matter while leaving the bodies in place, and then placing the created puppets in the eastern wing. The transformed residents perpetually reenacted the death of the night within, only to be reborn in the cycle each morning, thus fabricating this spiral of contradiction between life and death. Thanks to her profound affection for this world in her past life, these details remain vividly etched in Shiki's memory, still fresh in her mind. As she gazed at the building, her eyes gradually ignited with a captivating red-blue glow as she activated her mystic eyes of death perception. The true nature of the building began to unveil itself before her vision. Yet, when Shiki beheld the building's true form, she could not help but furrow her brow in dismay. The scene before me is utterly transformed. This towering edifice starkly contrasts with the one etched in my memory. It exudes a palpable sense of lifelessness, suffused with an overwhelming resentment that is dizzying and a chilling aura that pervades even this scorching summer. This building has morphed into a crucible of hatred, where even the whispers of the wind are tainted by the wails of vengeful spirits. It has devolved into a place uninhabitable by humanity. Is this aberration a consequence of my arrival? A frown creases my brow. Sometimes, the world can be altered by the mere flutter of a butterfly's wings. Since I stepped into this realm and saved Qian Shang Tang Na, the world has veered off its original course. Yet, I wonder if this deviation is a tad too severe. Before me, the air begins to coalesce into a tangible form. The cement floor fractures, and withered skeletal hands emerge. Shadows of sluggish figures begin to materialize within the apartment. Ghosts, skeletons, and perhaps zombies. Has Aoheim Soren turned this abode into a set for a horror film? Indeed, what unfolds before me are entities that should not exist in this world. Incorporeal spirits and remnants of humanity, all stripped of their essence. For ordinary individuals, their mere existence would evoke unspeakable terror, for they defy the very fabric of human understanding. Yet for me, they are nothing but fodder. If they are deceased, they ought to vanish properly. With a slight extension of my hands, red and black smoke converges, revealing their true forms. I wield the blade of the undying. Open the gates to the underworld, two distinct natures manifested in a singular weapon. I grip my dual blades, lunging forward like a falcon in flight. Each slash emits a duality of black and red, embodying the grandiose swordsmanship of the Nidan Ichiryu, perfectly suited for a battlefield of many against one. In such a fray, the wielder of the blade need only slash fiercely to execute the most effective assault, for all around are foes. There is no need to focus on any single enemy, merely to strike. Amidst this onslaught, whether they are ephemeral spirits, skeletal remains of humanity, or zombies, humans reshaped by sorcery yet devoid of souls, their numbers dwindle at an astonishing rate. The black and red sword light severs their lifelines with precision. Though this relentless combat lacks the tension and thrill of facing a skilled adversary, it brings a unique exhilaration akin to mowing down grass. Suddenly, a piercing shriek reverberates through the sky, the sound of some heavy object hurtling through the air. Before I can turn, a massive roar erupts, accompanied by a cloud of dust that billows nearby. Amidst the smoke, I hear a youthful voice. "Senpai, we have arrived at the battle site. Please provide instructions." I am taken aback, not due to any other reason, but because the scene unfolding before me leaves me momentarily speechless. Just moments ago, I was engaged in a fierce duel with my dual blades, and now, with a thunderous sound from above, a girl with pink hair, clad in revealing attire and wielding a colossal shield, descends just behind me. Such a whimsical entrance would leave anyone dumbfounded, and her attire, while not indecent, is form-fitting purple armor that accentuates her well-developed form. The perfect proportions of her chest, the blend of cuteness and sensuality in her silhouette, and the mysterious realm beneath her skirt, visible only from the perspective of a skilled photographer, combined to create an outfit that would surely elicit gasps from many a devoted fan. However, my astonishment is not rooted in her appearance. After all, I, Liang Yishur, am devoted to but one person and harbor no ulterior motives. My surprise stems from the fact that I recognize this girl. In my former life, as an experienced lunar denizen, I contributed substantial funds to an organization named Chaldea, dedicated to saving humanity from impending destruction. I even lived frugally, sacrificing my own living expenses for the greater good, demonstrating unwavering commitment to saving the world. The girl before me is indeed a member of Chaldea and one of its key personnel, having merged with a certain heroic spirit to become a subservient entity known as Mash Kirilite. Before I can utter a greeting, another figure emerges from the swirling dust, a girl with orange hair covering her mouth and nose. She wears a white uniform crafted from some special material on her upper body, paired with a black pleated skirt and black stockings. While she exudes a youthful radiance, there's an inexplicable aura that prevents any ill thoughts from surfacing, as if beneath her attractive exterior lies some malevolent essence. As I gaze at the two, they too are observing me. Suddenly, the orange-haired girl exclaims, "Miss, watch out behind you." Their sudden appearance has jolted me, drawing my attention away from the incorporeal specters that lurk less than a meter from my back. For most, that distance would leave them with no room for reaction. However, for me, it is more than sufficient. With my black and red dual blade spinning, I pivot and slash in response to the chaotic warning. The contrasting beams of my blades carve an X through the air, cleaving the assailant behind me into several fragments. Though I have many questions for you, let us first dispatch these foes, I declare, launching myself into the fray once more. Now, I'm not merely curious. The presence of these two has made me question the very nature of my reality. These inhuman entities, despite their multitude, possess little strength. Even if I were to face them alone, I could easily manage, especially with the addition of that subservient entity. Their already dwindling numbers are further reduced under the weight of heavy shield strikes and the relentless onslaught of my blades, transforming them into heaps of bones and dissipating ashes. Within mere minutes, the area surrounding the apartment, once teeming with monstrous presences, is utterly cleared. This implies that, for reasons unknown, this place has become the new singularity spoken of by MASH. As the battle concludes, the camaraderie forged in combat leaves no room for hostility. After a brief exchange with the pink-haired girl, I glean valuable information. She is indeed Mash Kirilite, while the orange-haired girl, diligently collecting the bones scattered on the ground, is named Fujimaru Ritsuka. Both hail from Chaldea, as I remember it, and they have arrived here due to peculiar readings observed days prior. Signs of life exceedingly rare, yet dynamic responses remarkably abundant. In essence, these lifeless entities continue to exhibit activity, and the servants summoned and contracted by Chaldea, who ought to have received magical energy from our base, have established their own points of existence here. However, following this upheaval, certain servants affiliated with Jia Ladi mysteriously vanished. They were drawn to this singularity, yet for reasons unknown, they could not depart from this place. To be precise, it was that building. Mashu gazed at the decrepit Xiao Chuan apartment, her purple eyes reflecting a solemnity as she sensed multiple advanced life signatures emanating from that structure. Indeed, this edifice was undoubtedly the focal point, and the servants' signatures were concentrated there. Suddenly, a male voice broke the silence. accompanied by a blue projection emanating from some communication device on Ma Shu's wrist. The projection revealed a man with pink braided hair and a rather handsome visage, exuding a somewhat frivolu aura. Nonetheless, his tone bore a striking resemblance to that of the amiable Hei Tongon. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Luamani Ajuman. Although I currently serve as the acting director, my true profession is that of a physician, so you may simply call me Luamon. This unremarkable self-introduction caused Shi's lips to twitch slightly. An ordinary doctor, you say? How exceedingly modest of you. I have never heard of a mere doctor wielding the 10 crown and commanding the 72 pillars of demonic entities. This seemingly unassuming man, despite his gentle and reliable demeanor, was well aware of his true identity. King Solomon, the Mage King, the great monarch upon whom ancient Israel relied for its zenith, who commanded the 72 pillars of demonic entities and was responsible for the initial construction of the temple in Israel. Additionally, he earned divine recognition and received the proof of true wisdom, the 10 crown. Yet, for reasons unknown, he chose to relinquish all his glory and become an ordinary man, like the Luamani Ajuman before us. Chapter 149, Draw the Sword. The information exchange proceeded smoothly. Shi learned from the two young women that they had arrived here to rescue the trapped heroic spirits while investigating the reasons behind this world's peculiarities. This reminded Shi that these two girls had indeed ventured to this Kanbuzi city, but it was not part of the canonical narrative. Rather, it was a collaborative event from the activity chapter. Moreover, that event occurred after the Paradox Spiral incident, specifically following the demise of Hua Yazonglian at Shi's hands. However, the situation was different now. Hua Yazonglian had not perished, and, according to the timeline, the Paradox Spiral had not commenced, suggesting that this was indeed a consequence of my influence. Shi murmured softly. Influence is a chain reaction. Once the beginning is disrupted, returning to the original path becomes impossible. Shi was acutely aware of this. Liang Yichin, we must conduct an internal investigation of this apartment. Remaining in this vicinity is far too perilous for you, a human. So I kindly request that you leave post-haste. Although their conversation had been brief, perhaps due to the orange-haired girl's subsequent demeanor, she had already appended a term of endearment to Shi's name. As for her reasoning for urging Shi to depart, it was simple. Despite Shi's demonstrated combat prowess during the recent skirmish, in Fujimaru Ritsuka's eyes, she ultimately remained at the level of a human. Unlike those with spiritual foundations who had transcended their mortal deeds into formidable noble phantasms, it is crucial to recognize the insurmountable chasm that separates humans from heroic spirits. The latter, having achieved legendary status and serving as protectors of humanity, have been significantly enhanced. Even the lowest-rated heroic spirit, classified as E, surpasses ordinary humans by several magnitudes. In light of the current circumstances, even though their combat capabilities were strained, Fujimaru Ritsuka had no intention of involving this ordinary individual in the fray. Yet, just as she was lost in thought, she beheld the girl clad in white kimono, sword in hand, striding towards the entrance of the building, leaving behind a somewhat nonchalant silhouette. Rest assured, I'm not as fragile as you might think. Furthermore, even heroic spirits can meet their demise, correct? Leaving behind such an enigmatic statement that puzzled Fujimaru Ritsuka, the girl vanished into the lobby of the apartment. In truth, there was no need for you to worry so much about Miss Shi. Observing the girl who had disappeared into the apartment, the pink-haired girl spoke up. Huh? Why is that? Well, how should I put it? Ma Shu scratched her face, perhaps due to her fusion with a heroic spirit and her experiences in numerous battles. She could sense that Miss Shi was not as frail as she appeared. Rather, she exuded a formidable aura. Ma Shu's assessment was not unfounded. Fujimaru-kun, I have also conducted a numerical analysis of that girl, and although it may be hard to believe, this Miss Liang possesses values approaching those of a heroic spirit, indicating that she, in her human form, has reached a level near that of a heroic spirit. The interior of the building bore little deviation from Shi's recollections, dominated by a red theme with a European style. A crimson carpet stretched throughout the lobby, adorned above by a grand chandelier of gold and silver. Despite the recent influx of zombies, the lobby showed no signs of bloodshed, nor was there any defensive magic set in place. This suggests that the owner of this building welcomes outsiders. How audacious indeed. At this juncture, Shi could no longer believe that the owner was still Hua Yazonglian. He lacked the capability to achieve such a degree of audacity. Behind her, hurried footsteps approached as the two individuals dedicated to saving humanity caught up. However, Both young women wore expressions of varying degrees of concern. This place is quite abnormal, Miss Sure, although the thermometer indicates normal values. The interior feels as frigid as a freezer. The shield-bearing girl furrowed her attractive brows. Upon entering this building, she immediately sensed an anomaly. A bone-chilling cold that rendered her body uncontrollable. It felt akin to having a block of ice pressed against her brain, causing tremors within her very thoughts. Fortunately, due to Mashu being a semi-servant, although she too could perceive that chill, the effect was merely a superficial cold. Fujimaru Ritsuka seemed unaffected, perhaps due to her contract with Mashu. As for Sure, it appeared that her mastery over Shura, coupled with her command of the flames of resentment, rendered this cold meaningless to her. Perhaps this building harbors numerous grievances. After all, resentment manifests in two forms, fire and ice. The intensity of this cold suggests that the heroic spirits within this building must harbor profound resentment. As she spoke, Sure cast a sidelong glance at the orange-haired girl, a rare, mischievous smile gracing her lips. Could it be that your usual conduct has caused some form of mistreatment towards the heroic spirits, leading to such deep-seated grievances within them? How could that be? My senpai could never be that kind of person, the shield-bearing girl exclaimed, her fervent display akin to that of a loyal pup defending its master. All right, it was merely a jest. No need to be so agitated. However, since we have no leads, let us investigate one by one. With that, Sure twisted the lock of the first door on the ground floor, and with a long creak, the door opened slightly. Just as Sure was about to push the door fully open, an instinctive alert compelled her to release the lock and leap backward a considerable distance. In the next moment, the beechwood door shattered into a flurry of splinters under a sudden, razor-like thrust. Amidst the swirling debris emerged a shadowy figure, towering at a height of 2 meters. Indeed, it was a shadow, although the Shokuwa apartment was brightly lit on this night. The silhouette that stepped forth from the room seemed shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, rendering its features unrecognizable. "Is this a shadow servant?" exclaimed Mash, realizing that this entity was, in essence, a heroic spirit, yet diminished to the form of a shadow due to the summoner's insufficient power or incomplete summoning circle. Despite their inability to unleash their noble phantasm's true name, their strength was not inferior to that of their original form. Togo Shiki, Fujimaru Ritsuka instinctively sought to warn her. But as she gazed upon the kimono-clad girl, she found herself momentarily transfixed. Unlike the two who were startled by the sudden attack, the girl's expression remained impeccably calm, standing tall with an unyielding posture, exuding an indescribable aura that seemed to neutralize all aggression as if in a state of profound tranquility. In the next instant, she drew her sword, revealing her crimson blade to the indistinct heroic spirit. Chapter 150, Confronting the Heroic Spirit with a Human Body. The shadowy heroic spirit let out a long, mournful howl akin to the wail of a vengeful ghost, imbued with the anguish of retribution. Unacceptable! Unacceptable! Why do you refuse to confront the life of that master, having been forsaken by heaven, forgotten by earth, and ridiculed by humanity? Rage propelled the razor in the shadow's grip as it emitted a beastly roar, the blade slicing through the frigid air toward the girl. As she drew her sword for a strike, a shield, large enough to serve as a table, positioned itself before her, behind which stood a girl clad in purple armor. Her expression grave. Is that the voice of Benkei? Despite the shadowy heroic spirit's indiscernible appearance, Mash, having cohabited with these spirits for long, recognized the voice of the other. But why? This posture is reminiscent of a frenzy. A voice of disbelief emanated from the communicator. Do you not understand? This apartment can evoke the deepest-seated resentments within a person. Even the most illustrious hero in life, if harboring a trace of dissatisfaction, will find that discontent magnified manifold, ultimately becoming a vengeful specter of that grievance. Shiki explained coldly, and unlike the chill felt by Fujimaru Ritsuka and Mash upon entering the apartment, Shiki was engulfed by a rising flame of resentment within her, as if doused in gasoline, igniting into a blazing inferno. In a certain sense, this apartment represented a forbidden zone that Shiki must never enter, for the Azura heart she controlled would be amplified exponentially within its confines. Should it surpass the threshold she could suppress, this Azura, long absent from the world, would emerge in an unprecedentedly formidable form. This incident must be resolved swiftly. With a steady heart, Shiki vaulted over the shield-bearing girl, spinning in midair as her whirling crimson blade resembled a blood-soaked top. its sharpness aimed directly at the shadowy heroic spirit. Gonin Rokkatsu, a shield and a sword, the perfect combination of offense and defense. Even as a heroic spirit, one could not entirely withstand such a combined assault, a fact the shadowy servant understood well. He released the razor, trapped by the shield, pivoting to deliver a powerful kick that sent both the shield-bearer and her shield flying. Then, he raised the razor above his head, skillfully blocking the heavy downward strike. With a surge of strength, he thrust the razor upward, and Shiki felt an overwhelming force push her back, sending her hurtling through the air. Is this the power of a heroic spirit? Even a partially summoned shadow possesses strength far beyond that of an ordinary human. Moreover, the spirit's foundation was among the lower tiers. Before her form could touch the ground, the razor lunged at her like a venomous serpent, its blade flicking with lethal agility. With a single advance, he could pierce Shiki upon her landing. Yet what the shadowy spirit could conceive, Shiki could certainly anticipate. She twisted midair, adjusting her stance, and gracefully landed atop the serpent's head. Utilizing that leverage, she launched herself forward, arms outstretched like the wings of an eagle. This was the essence of battling a heroic spirit. Each clash aimed to claim the other's life while retaining numerous follow-up attacks, a seamless chain of lethal intent. Interlocking like a predator's teeth, the two combatants, armed and poised, clashed at an astonishing speed, the dazzling glimmers of blades intertwining with crimson-black sword energy in a shadowy form. The resounding clangs of their strikes echoing a ballad for this clash between human and spirit. Such a battle left the two from Chaldea momentarily astonished. They had not been strangers to far more brutal conflicts in the past. Indeed, having repaired numerous singularities, they had witnessed, participated in, and even opposed grander spectacles. The radiance of the holy sword of Fuyuki, the vengeful flames of the dragon witch, the golden theater of the tyrant, and the resplendent golden deer amidst the storm. And so forth. Each bore a grandeur surpassing that of the present confrontation. Yet, even these two were taken aback by the present struggle. For unlike previous encounters, this was a battle of humanity facing off against a heroic spirit. Sparks flew as the sounds of clashing swords reverberated through the murderous atmosphere of the apartment's first floor. Shiki plunged the door into the ground, dodging a fierce slash while sheathed her blade, only to draw it again in the blink of an eye. The crimson blade accompanied by a dragon-like roar as she swung. Dragon flash. The blood-red sword energy erupted from the blade, slicing into the shadowy heroic spirit's form, causing a crimson blossom to burst from its chest, the sole untainted spot upon its darkened visage. Seizing the moment, Shiki did not relent. She hurled her blade to clear a path before her, swiftly drawing the door again for another strike. The blade acted as a piercing arrow, shattering the shadowy spirit's murderous intent, rendering all prepared lethal techniques into mere defense beneath the swift advance of her blade. Launching from the ground, the door seemed to slither behind her like a black serpent. Shiki executed a leaping slash, her dark hair billowing wildly, revealing her deathly eyes amidst the chaos. Under the gaze of those eyes, the shadowy servant, raising its razor overhead, was filled with lines of tension, attempting to replicate its earlier defense against Shiki's onslaught. The door descended with a twisted arc, its blade, emanating a dark aura, sliced through the razor as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, penetrating directly into the center of the shadowy heroic spirit's head, from above, delivering a visceral sound that would exhilarate any killer. Shiki maintained her cleaving motion, but the nearly 2-meter-tall figure before her split in half with a faint crack. No blood gushed forth, nor were there anguished howls of pain. For the blade was sharp enough, swift enough. Before any of these events could transpire, the essence of Benkei, the shadowy heroic spirit, had been cleaved in twain. Before the mystic eyes of death perception, even a heroic spirit could be severed by the blade in hand. The battle unfolded within a mere span of several minutes before reaching its conclusion. This confrontation between humanity and the Yingling, was surprisingly won with remarkable ease. Chapter 151. The first joint battle, the Black Shadow, gradually transformed into golden specks of light, indicating that it indeed belonged to a Yingling named Benkei. However, the incomplete summoning was the reason for its manifestation as a shadow servant, rather than being summoned specifically as a shadowing. With the disappearance of Mr. Benkei, did we manage to defeat him? The shield-bearing maiden wore a conflicted expression, as the notion of battling a former companion was difficult for her to accept. There was no need for such a countenance, for due to the contract with Chaldea, his spirit origin did not retreat to the throne of heroes, but remained in Chaldea. As time passed, he should return soon, so consider it a way to send him to enlightenment. As one of the few medical personnel in Chaldea, Romani had invested considerable effort into psychological therapy. After a dose of uplifting words, the expressions of the two maidens visibly softened. Moreover, during a recent combat, I conducted a comprehensive analysis of the apartment's interior and discovered that similar servant responses to Mr. Benkei were pervasive throughout. In other words, does this imply that the apartment is filled with analogous shadow servants? Shiki inquired. To be precise, it is not entirely accurate. The reason Musashibu Benkei manifested as a shadow servant is due to the incompleteness of his summoning. Yet, if the summoning is incomplete, why would he proactively launch an attack against us? Shiki interjected, furrowing her brow deeply. Indeed, if the summoning was incomplete, he had no reason to attack us. At the very least, he should remain in a dormant state. There was no justification for the two from Chaldea to assault an old acquaintance. They would naturally proceed to the next residence. If that is the case, then there is only one explanation. He is stalling for time. Precisely. This apartment is currently not a finished product. Each room serves as a Yingling summoning ritual, all in the process of summoning, yet none have been fully completed. This explains why Mr. Benkei appeared as a remnant of an Ying. Furthermore, on the 7th floor, a stronger magical response is coalescing. Given the potency of the magical energy, it is likely a Yingling of immense power. Mr. Benkei's premature appearance must be to delay for its summoning ritual. Romani's voice grew slightly frantic. You must reach the 7th floor before that summoning ritual is completed. Should the enemy be forcibly summoned, they would be unable to unleash their noble phantasm, presenting a greater chance of victory against such a diminished form. Even so, it seems currently impossible to do so. With a swift motion, Shiki flung open the door, shaking off the blood, her gaze fixed solemnly upon the staircase in the first-floor hall. At that moment, the staircase was densely packed with figures. No, they could no longer be described as mere humans. They were monstrous shells devoid of souls, and the air in the first-floor hall thickened once more as intangible specters reemerged. Then, a sound echoed through the hall, the chime of the elevator descending. The opened elevator doors radiated a soft yellow glow, yet this light fell upon 3 shadowy figures, each cloaked in darkness, obscuring their features and emanating an aura that instilled dread. Similar to the appearance of Musashibu Benkei, they seemed unwilling to allow Shiki and her companions to pass. 3 visible shadow servants. Senpai, please provide guidance. The emergence of the enemy propelled the shield-bearing maiden into a state of alert, using the dining table as a barrier, ready to hurl it at any moment to create a wide-area impact. At that moment, a cool, slightly languid female voice drifted over from the entrance. It seems you are having quite the fun. It was a voice Shiki recognized well. Turning her gaze toward the hall's entrance, she beheld a girl clad in a blue kimono, her lips curling into a lazy smile. It was Shiki, for reasons unbeknownst to her. This original version appeared at such a time, hands tucked in the pockets of her red jacket, a white convenience store bag dangling from her wrist, containing 2 strawberry-flavored Häagen-Dazs. Shiki strolled toward her, a wooden spoon from the Häagen-Dazs held between her lips. I never expected that a stroll would lead me to such an entertaining encounter. Are these 2 eccentrically dressed individuals your friends? She glanced at the bewildered Chaldea duo, their eyes flitting back and forth between Shiki and the original Shiki, as if engaged in a game of spot the difference. Well, more or less. So, did you specifically come out at this time to buy Häagen-Dazs? Shiki remarked, eyeing the bag hanging from her wrist. Of course not. I have a delightful habit of evening strolls. The Häagen-Dazs was merely a side acquisition. Would you like some? She offered one from the bag. Shiki glanced at it, sighed softly, then accepted it, stating she would partake after resolving matters here. With that, the pink-wrapped Häagen-Dazs vanished from her hand, as if by magic. I thought the same. Shiki smiled gently, tossing the convenience bag to Shiki, then unsheathing a small knife from her waist. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Shiki, they gazed at the encroaching monsters, their expressions mirroring a grave solemnity. Suddenly, a long knife radiating a sinister aura was thrown toward her, and she instinctively caught it, looking curiously at her side. Since we're engaging in such combat, it would be more convenient to use a blade. Shiki smiled lightly, grasping another crimson blade. Shiki examined the weapon radiating a menacing energy, nodding dazedly and muttering, "Indeed. Just don't hinder my progress." Shiki stepped forward, undeterred by the legion ahead, her face still adorned with a smile. That statement should be directed at me. Removing her red jacket to reveal the blue kimono beneath, Shiki also stepped forward, aligning herself alongside Shiki. This is optimal. Then let us advance. As the words fell, two pairs of identical eyes ignited simultaneously, akin to the infernal flames of the underworld, filled with an intimidating murderous intent. The black blade and the red blade were drawn simultaneously, emitting a crisp, resonant sound, different knives wielded by the same individuals, yet bearing distinct souls. At that moment, the two maidens, identical in appearance, charged forth, one left and one right, creating a streak of red and black light. It is indeed tinged with a sense of fate. The two who once viewed each other as rivals now fight side by side. Chapter 152. The King of Storms. In that fleeting moment when the two maidens unsheathed their blades, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent filled the hall, the already frigid temperature dropping several degrees further. The contrasting blades sliced through the air with rapid precision. The two maidens wielding long knives executed nearly identical movements in their assault. This scene exuded a remarkable synchronicity, as though a mirror stood beside them, reflecting each other's actions. This was not an established sword technique from a specific style, but rather a self-created form akin to my own, devoid of defined combat skills or tailored for a particular battlefield. It was simply the swordsmanship most suited to the two Shikis. In the briefest of moments, two individuals bearing identical visages plunged into the enemy ranks, their blades glinting with lethal intent as they cleaved through foes like mere chaff. Although their adversaries were monstrous, the scene before them evoked the disconcerting imagery of wolves amidst a flock of sheep. Ballet carved a crimson arc, reducing enemies within its radius to mere fragments. In the next instant, a chilling black arc appeared before her, striking towards her with ferocity. This was Kai Men. Without a moment's hesitation, she ducked just as the blade grazed the tuft of hair atop her head, targeting a shadow that had emerged behind Shur. This shadow, a figure wielding a massive pair of shears, remained undetected by Shur due to an ability that masked its presence. At that moment, it silently positioned itself behind Shur, its colossal shears poised like the jaws of a crocodile, ready to sever her neck in a heartbeat. Yet, Shur perceived this imminent danger, transforming Kai Men into a deadly serpent. Though lacking the power of Long In, she wielded Kai Men with precision, a weapon far superior to ordinary blades, augmented by her encyclopedic eyes of death. In that moment, nothing could obstruct the lethal edge of her weapon. The shears disintegrated upon contact with Kai Men. Even legendary armaments would meet a shattered fate when severed from their lifeline. Maintaining her low stance, Shur pivoted her wrist, thrusting Ballet behind her just as the shadowy spirit lost its weapon. With a swift motion, she drove the scarlet blade into her opponent as flesh. "Do you wish to kill me?" Shur raised her gaze, aware that had she not reacted in time, Kai Men would have claimed her head. "Did I not forewarn you? I shall, in due course, take your life." Unperturbed by Shur's gaze, the figure turned her head away, her expression nonchalant, clearly still nursing grievances from their initial encounter. Moreover, if one could perish under such circumstances, they would not truly be herself. "You certainly speak boldly." As Shur's words fell, Ballet was swiftly swung towards Shur, who mirrored the earlier reaction, lowering her head sharply. The crimson blade brushed past her, the resultant scarlet energy severing a zombie that lurked behind her. "Now we are even. To my surprise, you possess a cunning streak." "Oh, perhaps it's an influence from Run. However, now is hardly the time for such discussions." The moment her words faded, both launched themselves towards the rear, entrusting their backs to one another, teetering on the precipice of safety and peril. Their swordsmanship harmonized, both pursuing swiftness and lethality. Yet the eyes of death allowed for a single stroke to end a life. In this perilously close distance, the high speed and density of their strikes posed a risk of mutual injury. Any miscalculation could prove fatal. Yet they executed their techniques flawlessly, akin to seasoned dancers performing a duet upon the edge of blades. A path of blood was carved through the corridor, malevolent spirits dissipating and zombies crumbling in their wake. Nevertheless, before them loomed an impenetrable sea of adversaries. "Miss Shur," a youthful voice called from behind, and the two combatants turned in unison to face a formidable shield, heavy enough to serve as a dining table, spiraling through the air with terrifying force, obliterating all foes in its path. Within an instant, both understood the pink-haired girl's intent. Despite their formidable prowess, escaping the monster-ridden ground floor would demand time, but this shield would be their vanguard. Moreover, It would serve as their steed. With a light leap, Shur ascended onto the shield as it approached, grasping Shur's hand in the process. Though the shield was small, they managed to stand upon it. The sheer inertia propelled them toward the grand staircase, annihilating all foes in their path. One could hardly fathom the terrifying strength concealed within the seemingly fragile frame of the pink-haired girl. Indeed, she was a servant, capable of effortlessly dispatching her enemies. The shield surged forward, traversing the corridor to the staircase in a mere 20 meters, teeming with specters and zombies. Even with their utmost efforts, progress would take time. Yet with Mashu's mighty throw, the two identical figures reached the staircase in mere seconds. In truth, the apartment was equipped with an elevator, but under such circumstances, Shur would never consider using it. Entering an elevator equated to stepping into a confined space, a trap beyond her control. With the proprietor's capabilities, tampering with the elevator would be a trivial task. Thus, they opted for the stairs, and at their speed, they would ascend just as swiftly as an elevator. The hallway harbored similar monsters, likely due to the congregation of foes on the ground floor. Hence, their numbers appeared sparse. Shur maneuvered through the corridor, one to the left and one to the right, their figures a blur as they illuminated the path with their blades, clearing away the monsters in a sweeping motion. Yet, both sensed an overwhelming aura intensifying with each step upward, a tempestuous and terrifying presence brewing. Eventually, as they stepped onto the rooftop, both Shur halted, their eyes, akin to flames, quivering lightly, as if witnessing something utterly unfathomable. This expression was universal, for before them stood an entity they had never encountered. A towering figure loomed atop the roof, emanating flickering black serpentine electricity accompanied by a piercing crackle. Dark mist radiated outward from its core, enveloping the surroundings, while beneath it, a warhorse clad in black armor exhaled scalding white vapor, its crimson eyes flickering within the obsidian haze, as if alive. The rider, adorned in a form-fitting black scale armor embellished with spikes resembling dragon scales, commanded attention with a weapon tightly gripped in hand, a long spear designed in a spiral fashion, its shaft adorned with crimson barbs, exuding an aura of divine majesty and sinister dread. As this figure manifested, dark clouds began to coalesce in the sky, ultimately converging above the apartment in a vortex-like formation, resembling a demonic horn descending from the heavens, crackling with ominous thunder. This was no mere shadowy spirit encountered on the first floor. Both in presence and sheer magical essence, it far surpassed those lesser beings. The opponent was a true heroic spirit. Shur had ultimately arrived a moment too late. The summoning array within the building had completed the summoning of this heroic spirit. The terrifying aura emanating from it invoked memories of the white serpent deity of the country of Imina, sharing an essence imbued with divine authority and the suffocating aura of slaughter. I am the king of the storm, the guardian of the holy lance, Wild Hunt. Any who stand before me shall become my servants. Surprisingly, the voice emanating from this figure was a calm, female tone, resonating with the gravitas of royalty and the maturity of femininity. Come forth, gather with the call of the songbirds, my brethren, my offerings. Let the velvet-like crimson adorn my hooves. This tower is my fortress. Let us embrace a resolute determination to confront death, intruder. Such nearly melodramatic words are spoken by the one who claims the title of King of Storms. At the moment she finishes her declaration, the colossal steed beneath her unleashes a thunderous stomp. Chapter 153. Holy Spear, Weigh Anchor. The direction of the wind atop the rooftop has imperceptibly shifted, or perhaps it changed the moment that imposing figure astride the warhorse appeared. The grotesque lance she wields is the eye of all winds, a scepter that commands the tempest. Just as her title suggests, she is indeed the sovereign of every storm, King of Storms. What an unexpected delight this is, Shiki murmurs softly, recognizing the knight on horseback before her, a figure that any inhabitant of the moon would identify. The pitch-black warhorse, clad in dragon scale armor, and wielding a divine yet fearsome lance, stands before Shiki. It is the legendary Knight King, Arthur, though this incarnation is not the widely known wielder of the Holy Sword, but rather the king who, upon ascending to the throne, switched his primary weapon from the Holy Sword to the Holy Spear, perhaps summoned through this apartment. Steeped in resentment and vengeance, this knight, as cold and merciless facade emerges, is commonly referred to as the Southern Hemisphere or the Black Gun. If one wishes to flee, now is the time. Soon, escape will be impossible. Shiki glances at her counterpart, who stands in a daze, while the sound of hooves draws nearer, slowly and heavily, each step reverberating through the air. Such an opponent is beyond Shiki's capacity to contend with. Even she, at this moment, must summon her utmost resolve. Yet, Shiki does not respond. Her mystic eyes of death are in a dazed state, and the face that blurs the lines of gender begins to reveal a smile, one that radiates a maternal glow, akin to a mature woman of 25 who embodies motherhood. She carries an air of exhaustion reminiscent of a celestial being, a quality that Shiki herself does not possess. This indicates that the current Shiki is not her usual self, but rather another persona. You truly care about others, Miss Shiki. She smiles, reminiscent of a refined, noble woman, even as the holy spear inches ever closer. There is no doubt. Shiki realizes that the figure before her is the original persona of Tano Shiki, the physical persona, known as Ku, the one who is linked to the root and possesses boundless potential. Her gentleness is as soothing as tranquil waters, leaving Shiki at a loss. But before she can respond, Tano Shiki speaks once more. Leave this to me. In the midst of Shiki's bewilderment, Tano Shiki strides forward, pushing open a door, revealing a blade that gleams with a cold radiance, akin to the moonlight of winter. A smile still graces her face. If the opposing force is a formidable deity, she exudes the softness of the legendary Guanyin Bodhisattva, embodying boundless compassion. The King of Storms, the legendary Arthur, now summoned by cries of hatred, has transformed into a harbinger of the wild hunt. How tragic it is. Yet, as the door is fully opened, the black sheath is cast aside by Tano Shiki, and her smile seems to grow brighter. Before her stands a being that rivals the god of storms, yet she remains undaunted. For what she connects with is something far superior to any deity. I shall grant you liberation. As her gentle words resonate, the battle erupts in an instant. The hooves, fueled by wrath, thunder with each step, shaking the very foundations of the apartment. Tano Shiki's words undoubtedly ignite the fury of the King of Storms, who urges her black steed, known as Rammel, into a charge, its crimson eyes roaring as the ebony lance cuts through the air with a mighty wind. The rooftop seems to be swept by a hurricane, the entire apartment trembling beneath the iron hoofs. Against such an adversary, the kimono-clad girl appears as a delicate flower. Yet sometimes, even a flower can conceal deadly peril. A scene unfolds before Shiki's astonished eyes. Tano Shiki casually swings her blade, and the radiant edge of the door cleaves forth a black sword aura. Without a doubt, the door has awakened. This should have been an impossibility, for without the power of immortality, the full might of the door could not be unleashed. Yet at this moment, in the hands of Tano Shiki, who is linked to the root and nearly omnipotent, it reveals its true form. The black sword aura effortlessly slices through the hooves, severing the thunderous limbs with precision. The colossal horse, propelled by inertia, lurches forward, while the girl in the blue kimono deftly sidesteps, her blade now stained with a liquid reminiscent of roses, dripping slowly from the descending blade. The strike, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, resembles a flash from the other shore, where all foes standing before this blade are cleaved in twain, without exception, even those known as servants. The black steed dissipates into golden motes of light, serving, in a sense, as a manifestation of the King of Storms. As the black sword aura severs its limbs, it also severs its life thread. A beautiful strike. Can those eyes perceive the death of all things? Before such eyes, there is no need for me to summon my phantoms. If that is the case, then I must resort to that. As she speaks, the Black Knight removes her dragon horn helm, revealing a pale visage framed by silvery white hair cascading down either side of her face. In every regard, this knight can be deemed a beauty, yet often, the more exquisite a woman, the more perilous she becomes. She raises the black lance, and in that moment, the winds begin to coalesce. The cylindrical tip of the spear spins rapidly, entwined with massive arcane energies of red and white. The vortex of clouds above seems to swirl in response to the rotating spearhead. At this moment, it resembles the judgment of a deity. The swiftly rotating lance is lowered anew by the knight, its tip aimed at Tano Shiki as she softly utters her declaration of judgment. Holy spear, weigh anchor. In the next instant, a purplish-black tornado erupts from the spear's tip, embodying the will to obliterate all. Shining with the radiance of the spear of the end, Rangaminiad. Chapter 154, Shield and Spear. This is sufficient to annihilate this apartment. The massive purple hurricane bursts forth the moment the spear is unleashed, creating a chasm beneath it. Even this apartment, steeped in animosity, trembles at this moment. This holy spear was originally intended to maintain the balance between the realities of the world, the pillar of light. It is said that when fully unleashed, it can sever reality from the world. One might consider it fortunate that she has manifested not as the Lion King, but as the King of Storms. The spear's power has not been entirely unleashed. Yet even so, it possesses a might that Tano Shiki cannot resist. Its potency is irrelevant to whether it connects to the root. This spear is beyond the capacity of any human form to withstand, emanating a brilliance that shines at the end of all things. Even in this moment, transformed into a tempest, its nature remains unchanged. The judgment of the storm is imminent, poised to shatter the form of the blue-clad girl with merciless ferocity. Yet, before this chaos unfolds, the air resonates with the girl's chant, a gentle murmur akin to a prayer. It is a balm for all wounds and a dissolution of every grudge. Let our homeland manifest. The shield-bearing maiden leaps into the fray behind Ryougi Shiki, her pink hair whipping wildly in the tempest, her violet eyes radiating an unprecedented resolve. Even the shield she bears emits a soft azure halo at this moment. The distant ideal city, Lord Cantlot, looms in memory. As the heavy shield strikes the ground with a thunderous thud, the azure halo disperses from its center, coalescing around Mash into a magnificent white city wall. This wall stands atop a cylindrical apartment building, shielding Ryougi Shiki from the onslaught of the raging winds. A shield that once withstood the dark holy sword under the burning winter would now deflect the black holy spear. The violet tempest collides with the wall, erupting dark purple sparks, yet the wall remains unblemished. Is that shield truly yours? The Black Knight seems to recognize the object in the girl's grasp, a relic of his past, a look of disbelief crossing his pale visage. However, no matter how steadfast you are, it is ultimately futile. Shields of similar nature will yield no victor. Thus, the outcome hinges upon the prowess of their wielders. A surge of magical energy infuses the holy spear once more, intensifying the tempest, now laced with dark purple lightning. The pristine white wall begins to fracture beneath this tempest, crumbling into fragments, yet swiftly mending itself in the fleeting moments that follow. This is the ultimate protection of the pink-haired girl, its strength proportional to the wielder's spirit. As long as her heart remains unyielding, this wall shall never fall. Yet, just before its collapse, the girl's vitality will surely be exhausted, and in her moment of collapse, those behind her will likely be consumed by the tempest in an instant. But the clash of noble phantasms cannot merely be a straightforward confrontation between the two. A thick, yellow lightning bolt suddenly splits the black clouds, descending from the heavens, illuminating the rooftop, where the Black Knight sees a white-clad girl who has appeared behind him without his notice. She wields an extended electric blade, her form coursing with blinding electricity. Even the hues of her eyes overshadowed by golden light. The maximally unleashed Ba's thunder. At this moment, the weapon in Shiki's grasp transcends a mere sword, transforming into a blade forged from lightning itself. This is an assassination sword prepared long in advance. As the clash of spear and shield reaches its zenith, Shiki silently vanishes behind the white wall, now bearing the weight of 1,000 thunders, determined to return this king of storms to the throne of heroes. The golden lightning blade rapidly enlarges within the knight's gaze, and in that fleeting moment, a soft sound echoes crisply against the howling winds atop the building. A long gash appears on the knight's armor, from right shoulder to left waist, as Shiki brushes past him, rolling several meters across the waterlogged ground. The full release of Ba's thunder has indeed burdened her body greatly. The Black Knight still clutches his spear, yet the tip no longer spews forth the tempest. It now droops helplessly downward, and the raging storm abates. After that strike, it is as if tranquility has returned, a profound silence enveloping all. Remarkable. The holy spear's wielder utters these brief words as she gradually dissipates into golden motes of light. Shiki's blow not only cleaved her armor, but also severed her lifeline. The death of a servant may differ from that of an ordinary human, yet it is not beyond comprehension. Is it over? The shield-bearing girl gasps deeply, her body weakening as the energy expended in resisting that strike depletes her entirely. Just before she collapses, her master, Fujimaru Rika, steadies her. Nearby, Shiki, rubbing her head as she rises, reveals a profound weariness in her eyes. Evidently, The root of her essence has returned to a state of slumber. The pitch-black sky begins to reveal hints of dawn, as if everything is nearing its conclusion, drawing to a close. Yet, matters are not so straightforward. Shiki gazes ahead. 10 meters before her stands a figure shrouded in darkness, the only contrasting feature being the crimson glow of its eyes. Hey, dawn is approaching. Your task should be nearing its end, vengeful spirit. Shiki, supported by Bailey, greets the shadow. End? You speak of an end? Ha ha! The shadow roars with laughter, bending with manic glee, reminiscent of a frenzied deity. How could it possibly end? My grievances shall never vanish. This tower may indeed return to nothing through your hands. But my work will never conclude. Yet, it is quite unexpected. You have discerned my true nature. Its gaze scrutinizes Shiki's scarlet eyes. For you two are a manifestation of vengeance, are you not? In a sense, you embody a vengeful spirit as well. Perhaps it is the essence of vengeful spirits that allows it to perceive the existence of the Asura within Shiki. Indeed, as it claims, the Shiki who wields the Asura is a true amalgamation of hatred and resentment. In that case, why not let that fire of resentment blaze brightly? Chapter 155, The Bloody Blade, The Cleansing Water. The man's words release a signal akin to a demon-esque call as his voice fades. The nature of the apartment shifts ominously, igniting the flames of resentment. In that moment, Shiki feels her heart seize violently, as if her very soul has been struck by the Asura dwelling within her. In that instant, even her consciousness experiences a fleeting void, succeeded by an inferno of heat and a fierce thirst for bloodlust surging from within. It has been stated before, this apartment is a haven for the vengeful, where even the purest of heroes, should they harbor even a flicker of resentment, will find that feeling magnified exponentially. For Shiki, whose heart is a crucible of vengeance, this place is an absolute forbidden ground. And at this moment, for that maniacal, vengeful spirit, the flames of resentment begin to blaze. The long-slumbering Asura will awakens, a torrent of long-suppressed rage and resentment flooding Shiki's mind. Amidst her falling bangs, her eyes burn with the flames of karma, narrowing to slits. The light from her gaze sharp as a blade. Simultaneously, from the baile embedded in the ground, flames intertwined with black serpents begin to radiate outward. In a brief moment, the rooftop, once filled with the storm's fury, is now engulfed in flames. The fire of resentment has ignited. Indeed, resentment is an indelible aspect of humanity. It is a burden that, though temporarily suppressed, will never vanish. As long as humanity exists, there will be hatred, slaughter, and the animosity born from the lives extinguished under your hand shall continue to feed this cycle, ultimately transforming this realm into a hell of endless suffering, with you as the embodiment of resentment, becoming the very sustenance of this tower. This is his work. Although the purpose of that magician king is to transform this tower into a singularity, the intentions of this shadow diverge. He lives solely for personal vendettas and, through his very essence, grants the servants an opportunity for revenge while establishing the Tower of Eve, a construct that exists in the mortal realm yet is deemed hell. The magical response surged dramatically, even disrupting communications. What transpired on your end? The voice of Romani crackled through the communicator, laced with static. The raging flames of resentment even interfered with such transmissions. The two girls from Chaldea remained silent, spellbound by the scene before them. A girl in a white kimono, wielding a red blade, lay in a deep slumber amidst the flames, her eyelids concealing her pupils. Yet moments later, she slowly opened her eyes. It was as if she had awakened from a deep slumber, or perhaps she had been reborn after death. She drew the knife embedded in the ground, and as she swung it, a torrid wave surged forth. The pristine kimono transformed into a vivid crimson at a visible pace. At that moment, she embodied the very essence of a queen of slaughter, exuding a terrifying aura that left the two girls uncertain whether this figure was foe or ally. The Asura had returned. In this hell rife with resentment, it had once again awakened. With a sweeping motion, the flames erupted around her, radiating outward in a scorching circle, indiscriminately targeting both the shadow and the two girls from Chaldea, leaving no one unscathed. This was the Asura, devoid of any consciousness, a pure embodiment of a murderous will, an existence that pursued slaughter to its very core. At its emergence, everyone present became its enemy. Indeed, so it was let it burn fiercely like a tiger. The shadow continued to cackle madly, even in the face of the searing flames approaching him. He laughed with a near-manic fervor. Just as the flames were about to consume him, he transformed into a mass of black flames laced with dark lightning, colliding with the inferno. Only by burning in such a manner can the hatred you generate allow the Tower of Eve to be fully realized. The clash of flames erupted in explosive reverberations. Yet amidst the cacophony emerged a clear, ringing sound, delicate yet impossible to suppress. Even as the flames blazed and the lightning crackled, the sound persisted. It was a girl's call, invoking a name. Shiki. Accompanying it was the roar of a high-pitched engine, reminiscent of a sports car's furious sprint. It was that red Aston Martin. It sped down the rain-soaked road, kicking up walls of water as high as a person. The speed was such that to describe it as lightning fast would be an understatement. On the roof of the car stood a girl clad in a white dress, her hair billowing in the wind, and her purple wings unfurling amidst the gusts. Unaffected in the least, it was Butterfly Ninja. She stood atop the Aston Martin, ready to soar like a butterfly about to take flight. Naturally, at the wheel was Orange, while in the passenger seat, holding a large box with a tense expression, was Fujino. Seated in the back was none other than Kiryu, Kataru. The entire Garen Nodo had mobilized. At that moment, Shiki's dazed gaze was drawn to the girl atop the car, magnified in her eyes, as if she were the ultimate antidote. The confusion gradually dissipated, and her once formidable demeanor seemed to return. Meanwhile, the Aston Martin crested the horizon, and in a brief moment of suspension in mid-air, the butterfly-like girl leapt from the car's roof. In that instant, her ethereal purple wings flared behind her, propelling her toward the girl at the center of the flames. Shiki spread her arms to welcome the butterfly-like girl, still entrenched in her azure state. She instinctively yearned to embrace this girl. As she enveloped the girl in her arms, the scorching flames extinguished without warning, as if a wick had been snuffed out. In an instant, the rooftop, once akin to a hell's cape, returned to its former state as the two girls embraced. Orange once remarked that if Shiki were a blade, then Kataru would be her sheath, the only one capable of tempering her edge. Furthermore, if Shiki were a bloodstained knife, then what she required was not a sheath, but simply water to cleanse the blood. Butterfly Ninja was that very water. Even the fires of Azura would be quenched before it. Chapter 156. Embracing the Sister. Power multiplied. Shiki held her girl tightly, their proximity allowing them to feel each other's heartbeat, and a delightful scent enveloped them, washing away any remnants of murderous desire. What Azura? What hell? These notions vanished the moment Shiki embraced Butterfly Ninja. In that instant, she seemed omnipotent. Not even divine entities could deter her. I'm not playing around this time, Shiki. The voice was unexpectedly calm, as if in Butterfly Ninja's eyes, the girl embracing her was invincible. I'm not playing around. This time, I truly cannot win. This was indeed true. Despite possessing the power of immortality, akin to having maximum physical defense, she was vulnerable to magical attacks that targeted the mind, a weakness she had not prepared for. However, things are different now. Shiki held Butterfly Ninja with her left arm while raising the crimson blade with her right, pointing it toward the vengeful spirit not far away. Her gaze fierce as her mystic eyes of death activated. As long as you are here, I am invincible. With a slight nod from Butterfly Ninja, Shiki tightened her grip, twisting her wrist to drive the blade into the ground. This simple thrust caused the entire apartment to tremble. The vengeful spirit, engulfed in darkness, paused momentarily, only to reveal intense disbelief in its crimson eyes. You have slain the hatred of this apartment? Can such an indomitable force truly be vanquished? That thrust was not merely a stab into the apartment. It was a severing of the chains of vengeance. Whether it be 10,000 years or a billion years, or even longer, such hatred is merely a construct of humanity's essence. It is not some high-level mystical existence. As she spoke, Shiki withdrew her blade. Everything has its vulnerabilities. Nothing in this universe is truly indestructible, and that includes you. Vanish, vengeful spirit. No, Edmond Dantes. This is the true name of the man, the most renowned avenger in the world, who was wrongfully imprisoned in the hellish Chateau d'If by a nefarious plot and later returned to Paris with the treasures of Monte Cristo, dragging those who conspired against him down to the depths of hell. Perhaps due to his identity being revealed, the darkness cloaking the shadow rapidly receded, revealing a gray-haired man clad in a green trench coat and a green beret. He embodied both the elegance of a gentleman and the fury of a vengeful spirit, a perfect fusion of two entirely disparate qualities. Have you recognized me? Nevertheless, I have no intention of lingering here any longer. As he spoke, he swiftly retreated, the edge of the rooftop behind him void of anything. The vengeful spirit pressed down on his round hat, leaning back as he fell, his green coat rustling through the descent. This corporeal form was merely a reflection on the water's surface, devoid of his true strength. In such circumstances, battling his opponent held no significance. Thus leaving this realm was the most prudent choice. Yet, his adversary had no intention of letting him escape. The crimson eyes narrowed sharply as he beheld the blood-stained girl clad in kimono, her left arm encircling another maiden in a white dress, while her right hand wielded the ominous scarlet blade. At that moment, she leaped down from the very spot where he had just plummeted, letting out a piercing scream. To resort to flight. Was such a choice not a disgrace to the name of the vengeful spirit? The words of the girl dripped with mockery as she descended, her gaze icy and her scarlet blade resembling divine retribution. It seemed she had attained some form of empowerment, radiating an indomitable aura that created a compelling illusion of doubled strength. This was a strike from which the vengeful spirit could not evade, suspended in midair. Even if he possessed a terrifying speed, there was nowhere to manifest it. The blade pierced through his heart, and blood surged from the wound, producing a sound akin to the wind. The crimson droplets, propelled by gravity, soared upwards, grazing the girl's cheek. Could that pair of eyes, even reflected upon the water's surface, bring about death? To perceive lifeless things as living, such a terrifying existence belonged to a mere human. Perhaps you have already caught the attention of that individual. That individual? Is it referring to the king of magic? Who knows? If you wish to uncover the answer, then wait and harbor hope. The reflection of the vengeful spirit vanished during the fall, leaving only a lingering male voice in the air, which felt oddly benevolent. The butterfly girl, Shinobu, remarked that the vengeful spirit seemed more like one who upheld his principles and convictions rather than a villain who resorted to any means for his goals, diverging significantly from the archetype of a typical antagonist. Indeed, in some respects, he could hardly be considered a villain. However, if you do not take flight soon, we might just have to leap to our demise together. To leap to our demise? That sounds rather appealing. Sometimes, a tragic ending lingers in memory far more vividly than a mundane conclusion. The butterfly girl chuckled playfully, unfurling her violet wings, and their descent came to an abrupt halt without warning. Yet, unbeknownst to them, during the fall, Shinobu had seized control. She embraced the girl, locking eyes with her now slightly weary gaze, and softly spoke, "But that will certainly not be our conclusion." Under the scrutiny of those eyes, the girl was momentarily dazed, and after a long pause, she responded, "I concur. However, let me kindly remind you, a fall from 2 meters will not be fatal." The voice of the orange-haired girl, Konoha, reached their ears, causing both to blink in surprise. Regaining their composure, they exchanged glances and looked down. Below stood Konoha and Fujino, who clutched an orange suitcase and wore glasses, her gaze averted. In the early dawn light, one could still discern the faint blush on her cheeks beneath her flowing purple hair. Shinobu's flight resembled a hover at the moment of activation. The force of their descent dissipated. Unbeknownst to them, their distance from the ground had halted at a mere 2 meters. Touching down, both cleared their throats softly to ease the tension. The reunion after the event was undoubtedly significant, yet was not over just yet. Konoha's tone shifted from playful to serious as she removed her glasses, gazing towards the entrance of the apartment. There stood a man named Ryougi. Chapter 157, A Long-Awaited Joint Battle. The man clad in black silently appeared at the entrance of the apartment building, his slightly bowed head obscuring his facial expression. "Only now do you show yourself, Araya? Is it not a bit late?" Konoha accepted the suitcase from Fujino, yet showed no intention of opening it. "No, it is far from over. Rather, it is quite the opportune moment." "Oh, what leads you to that conclusion?" "The shadow of that black heroic spirit has been vanquished by the girl. How can you possibly contend with us now?" One A-class servant, a mage from Chaldea, a wielder of twisted magical eyes, coupled with 2 pairs of eyes that stare death in the face, and superhumans who control the breath of life and origin. Indeed, Ryougi is no match for them. From the face of true quality, quantity bears no significance. True quality? Konoha murmured the words of her opponent. But in the next instant, the building before them trembled violently. It was as if some extraordinary button had been pressed, causing the cylindrical structure to twist gradually. Thick, black mist began to emanate from each floor, enveloping the building entirely. The structure underwent rapid transformation, Initially, its size increased under the shroud of the black fog, resembling a time-lapse of a colossal bamboo shoot's growth. Indeed, in mere seconds, the apartment, which had gathered hatred, transformed into a towering entity that pierced the clouds, resembling tentacles or a bamboo shoot shadow. Goodness, this is far too terrifying for a horror story. The scene unfolding left Konoha aghast, her cigarette falling from her mouth to the ground unheeded. Not just her, even the girl and others were equally stunned. For this existence, simply by appearing, instilled a profound sense of something that could never belong to this world. The girl recognized it at first glance. It was known as the Magic God Pillar. She vaguely recalled a character named Barbados from the FGO mobile game she played in her past life. Due to the rarity of the materials dropped, it had attracted numerous player strategies, only to be utterly erased by them overnight. And now, this being before her was a similar anomaly. Yet the sense of oppression it exuded far surpassed that of the game. Nearly liquid-like magical energy coalesced around it, with debris, raging winds, lightning, and flames swirling like a stellar trail, reminiscent of the pillar that upheld the heavens in mythology. An endless malice coalesced here, and its mere presence struck terror into the hearts of all. If anything in this world could be deemed demonic, this entity before them was the epitome of such existence. This being, one of the 72 demon pillars commanded by King Solomon, was manifesting through this building at this very moment. It transformed the floors into shells and skeletal exteriors, akin to charredwood. The surface was enveloped in a vertically arranged structure, and between the layers lay crimson veins and enormous eyes, their sclera as translucent as cherries, with pupils resembling cross stars. At the pinnacle of the Magic God Pillar, Ryougi had merged partially with it, the shadows around his eye sockets deepening. This was the quality Araya spoke of. For reasons unknown, he had become the vessel for the Magic God Pillar's descent into the world. And now he was fused with it, possessing the formidable power to challenge the current group. How tragic, Ryougi, to have transformed into such a state. Before this old friend in such a condition, Konoha's tone held no fear, only sorrow. She stepped forward and softly inquired, "Araya, what is it you seek?" The words, akin to an interrogation, questioned the existential significance of the magician known as Huanya Zonglian. Songzai Chengzi had posed this inquiry to him on numerous occasions, each time receiving the same response. However, this time, no answer came forth. The man at the pinnacle had lost his very consciousness. The existence of the magic pillar was far beyond the control of any mere human. Indeed, this time, he was truly dead, his awareness consumed. And even with a spare puppet, resurrection was impossible. From this moment forth, there would no longer be a man named Huanya Zonglian, only the magic deity known as Hoppus. The voice of the magic pillar resonated like thunder, echoing violently in this world where the dawn began to break. If one were to be close enough, an ordinary human's eardrums would surely suffer. In light of this, "O great magic lord, what brings you here?" One might say that it is truly commendable of the grand puppet master to remain unflinched in the presence of such a deity. It is quite simple. My purpose is to transform this world into a singularity. That esteemed figure had long since surmised that man was unreliable. The Tower of Hatred? Such a thing holds no significance. Thus, does this imply there is no room for negotiation? Chengzi retreated beside Shiki, speaking resignedly. It appears that combat is the only recourse. Shiki, along with the other two young women, was bound atop that fiend, her consciousness in a state of unconsciousness, and she should presently be out of mortal danger. Are you still holding on? Your inquiry seems akin to asking a man if he is capable. It shall yield but one answer. Shiki grasped the hand of the butterfly ninja beside her, declaring, "At this moment, I am omnipotent, even if it is a magic deity. I shall slay it before your eyes." Chengzi chuckled lightly. "And thus, let us commence. This time, I suspect I must engage with utmost seriousness." With a decisive motion, she flung open her suitcase, releasing a sharp, piercing shriek, followed by a flash of crimson light beyond the naked eye's capacity to perceive. As a magician, Chengzi had not mastered a plethora of offensive spells, thus she typically entrusted combat to her familiars or puppets. What lay within her suitcase was indeed such a presence. Despite having lost the golden wolf of the phantasm species during her rift with her sister, she still possessed formidable substitutes. The violet-haired Fujino recognized the gravity of their predicament. Her expression grave as she removed her thin-framed glasses, revealing her black and red intermingled irises to the world. Shiki drew forth the ancient blade Kyujin, which had previously shattered under the hand of Kuroyuki, now finally restored. Placing it in the palm of the butterfly ninja, Shiki offered her a gentle smile. It has been a while since we fought together. How long has it been? The last time was at the swordsmith village, if I recall correctly. Given thus, we shall surely not falter in this battle. As her words fell, the crisp sound of unsheathing blades resonated. This was a challenge posed by humanity to the magic deity, the first instance of mortals raising their weapons against the so-called deity in this 20th century, an era where even magic had become a rarity. From Chengzi's crimson suitcase surged forth two eyes, beneath which lay a light composed of black thorns. Originating from some mythic creature, it whirled rapidly around the massive magic pillar, forming a dark ring that incessantly lacerated its surface. A transcendent beast, you say? That suitcase serves as a portal to another realm. How remarkable it is that a magician still possesses such an artifact in this day and age. The voice of the magic pillar reverberated. Yet, in the hands of modern magicians, it could only exhibit such a degree of power. Centered around a bamboo shoot, an immense explosion erupted along the path of the shadowy creature, accompanied by a haunting wail as the black light retreated back into the suitcase. Though I had prepared myself, I did not anticipate it would prove this challenging. Chengzi clicked her tongue in annoyance, glancing at Fujino. If magic is ineffective, what of your abilities? The black and red radiance blossomed in Fujino's eyes as a soft whisper escaped her lips. Twisted, she intoned, her words a blend of benediction and absolute command, as the soaring bamboo shoot was mirrored in her gaze. This was her first time wielding this ability against a living being, and her inaugural attempt at unleashing it to such an extent. The twisted, two-toned spiral tore at the body of the magic pillar, causing its black surface to gradually engorge with blood. Several of the star-like eyes of the spiral's center bursting forth. Yet, the extent of the distortion merely resulted in the foe twisting its waist in discomfort. As a user of the magical eye, Fujino remained a novice. Even though the twisted eye was superior in offensive capability to the direct death eye, her lack of experience slightly diminished the effectiveness of her powers. A commendable performance, yet I cannot deny that as mere insects, you have succeeded in vexing me. Provoked by a being that even heroic spirits could not compare to, this was intolerable for Happas, the magic deity, who was a servant of that king and possessed ample pride. In an instant, all the eyes upon the magic pillar flared to life, as a colossal surge of magical energy began to coalesce, reminiscent of an impending tsunami. Did you just refer to me as an insect? At that moment, a voice laced with mirth echoed around it. The largest eye at the center of Happas trembled violently, for it beheld, without forewarning, a swarm of purple butterflies surrounding it. Glowing like fireflies, each one exuding unabashed intent to kill. Do you comprehend, O magic pillar? Even insects, when numerous enough, can bring forth the demise of their adversaries. As the lightly amused voice resonated, the swarm of butterflies erupted into a frenzied dance. These butterflies, shimmering with violet luminescence, transformed into countless blades, slicing through every eye upon the magic pillar. The final dance of the butterflies. This was the most formidable technique wielded by the butterfly maiden, based on the principle of overwhelming the adversary with a barrage of rapid cuts, creating the illusion of being shredded by a multitude of butterflies. Upon awakening her true origin and enhancing her physique, the butterfly ninja's speed intensified, her strength amplified, and her stamina increased, resulting in greater strikes, enhanced force, and an unrelenting onslaught. Pain surged through Happas' form. The eyes scattered across its body served as both weapon and vulnerability, and the relentless sensation of being cleaved was akin to a man enduring the incessant plucking of leg hair. Enough! At long last, under such torment, it erupted in fury, the largest central eye gleaming with purple radiance, gathering energy. Moments later, a beam of scorching light, with a radius of 10 meters, erupted forth, aimed directly at the positions of Chengzi and Fujino. The two women, differing little in physical prowess from ordinary humans. Indeed, Fujino's capabilities were even below average, found themselves utterly incapable of evading or countering such an assault. The blinding light expanded rapidly in their pupils, yet, in the next instant, a long spear glistening with a blue sheen pierced through the air, accompanied by a short blade emanating green gas, and a tanto of similar length to a rib. They embedded themselves into the ground not far from the two, forming a barrier of iron. and in the following moment, the blood-red-clad Shiki descended before them. With her black and red twin blades crossed before her, accompanied by several sharp weapons beside her, it appeared as though an impenetrable domain had been formed. Nagi, the absolute defense of the water-breathing technique, could not merely deflect blades. Even projectiles forged from magical energy were rendered ineffective. Beams of light grazed past the trio, shattering everything in their vicinity, leaving only a 2-meter radius behind Shiki untouched after the barrage subsided. The blades, by Lei and Kaimen, emitted scorching white smoke. As Shiki knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, she had long since reached her limits after battling the monstrosity of this apartment, confronting the Shadow Servant, and exerting herself with the full force of the Thunder of Ba and the Storm King, all while bearing the mental burden of the awakening of Azura. It was only through the camaraderie of those in the Jialan Tang and the faith instilled by the arrival of Butterfly Shinobu that she managed to persist. Yet both her camaraderie and belief were subtly diminishing. Even her vision began to blur. Shiki, Butterfly Shinobu, her expression tense, gently descended to Shiki's side, her purple, luminescent wings dissipating behind her. Though you claim to be invincible, have you truly reached your limits? The fingertips of the orange-haired mage danced in the air, as green light coalesced into an enigmatic script, ultimately landing upon Shiki. The healing rune, unlike conventional healing magic, was unique in that its mere inscription could invoke effect. Forcing a faint smile, Shiki rose with Butterfly Shinobu's support, affirming, "I am not merely enduring. As I have declared, it shall be so. It's merely that I was not at that moment. However, the timing is nearly upon us. What comes next?" Orange hesitated momentarily, then her expression brightened with understanding. Shiki smiled gently. "You are correct. The faucet switch is not in my hands, yet sometimes it is only by pushing oneself that one discovers their true strength." Chapter 159. Authority seemingly attuned to Shiki's thoughts, Butterfly Shinobu's eyes filled with profound concern as she tightened her grip on Shiki's right hand. "Do not display such an expression. Do not worry about me. Did I not just say that what follows will be extraordinary?" She patted the girl's head and gave her a reassuring glance. "Leave it to me." With these words, Shiki delicately withdrew her hand from Butterfly's grasp, taking hold of the 2 blades of immortality beside her, and strode purposefully toward the towering demon pillar. Though her pace was not hurried, each step exuded an inexplicable momentum, a sense of assured victory that had already been ordained. "Are you certain about this, Shiki? Even with your immortal power, do not forget that should you perish this time, it would be your 3rd death. You understand what that entails, do you not?" The voice of Shur echoed in her mind, agitated and unable to remain silent in such a critical moment. "Of course I know," Shiki replied resolutely. "The power of the dragon's blood is a curse. Excessive death leads to a depletion of vitality that siphons from the living beings around, starting from those closest to her. The afflicted would then suffer from dragon's cough. And the only cure for dragon's cough is the dragon's blood elixir. You carry many treasures from the land of Wei Ming, yet none contain the elixir. Once that possibility is eliminated, you must understand the consequences that may unfold. I am fully aware, and thus, I will not allow such a fate to transpire. For I am certain of her existence." At that moment, the tendrils of the demon pillar surged forth, choosing to strike as soon as Shiki entered its range. The black-skinned appendages moved with an untraceable speed, generating a fierce wind that penetrated her ears. The power behind such an attack could easily obliterate her body. Should she be struck by such a blow, her chances of survival would be non-existent. Yet in that fleeting instant, Shiki lifted her head. The mystic eyes of death perception, which had been closed due to exhaustion, now radiated an unusual glow. In this late summer period, petals of cherry blossom floated through the air around her. With a nonchalant motion, she waved the blade by Lei, a languid gesture that suggested it could slip from her grasp at any moment. Nevertheless, this casual swing effortlessly severed the tendrils imbued with tremendous force into dozens of fragments. Blood, like ink, danced in the air alongside the flesh. Yet Shiki remained untouched at the center. Such chaos. Shiki sighed softly, her tone laced with a blend of resignation and a gentle warmth that rendered one momentarily speechless, akin to a flower in bloom. "But what impels you to be so certain of my existence that you would undertake such perilous actions?" "Shiki, no, it is now, Ryougi," she mused. In that critical moment, the one who held the faucet's switch had willingly turned it on. Simultaneously, her personality awakened with the switch, and now she was Ryougi, connected to the source. "Quite simply, it is you, Shiki. Unlike before, Despite Ryougi assuming control of the body, Shiki's consciousness remained alert, engaging in her first dialogue with this persona. You, Shiki? Why? To be precise, it should be Root Shiki. When facing the Lord of Storms, I once stated, leave this to me for now. Yet that was not directed at me, but at you, correct? Indeed, the Root Shiki, connected to the source, possesses omnipotence and omniscience. She is acutely aware that beyond the Lord of Storms lies an even greater entity, one that cannot be resolved by her human form alone. Thus, she said, leave this to me for now, because she understands that the subsequent existence must be confronted by Ryougi, whose physical capabilities far exceed her own. Furthermore, Butterfly's reaction further confirmed this. She comprehends my intentions and anticipates what may transpire, hence her concern rather than obstruction. After all, she has witnessed you in the sword-forging village, and the reason for her presence in this world is likely you as well. Ultimately, that dragon from the land of fairyland was likely vanquished by you, was it not? Indeed, it is difficult to conceal things from you, Shiki. However, while I wish to continue this conversation, now is not the appropriate time. Before her loomed the restless and gathering purple light of the demon, which remained unfazed by its previous failure. At that moment, its repaired eyes brimmed with violet energy. In the next instant, the beams of light were unleashed. Hundreds of purple beams arched downward from the sky, a scene reminiscent of countless purple meteors plummeting toward the earth. Should such an assault descend, this area would likely be reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. Yet, such a fate would not come to pass. Ryougi once more grasped her blade, and just as the celestial meteors were about to fall, she gently swung her weapon. Without any complex sword techniques, she merely wielded the blade and issued an irrefutable command, disperse. In an instant, the sky filled with purple meteors dissipated as if erased by a colossal cloth. The obliteration of concepts. This spectacle caused Orange's pupils to contract. As a magician, she sensed that the previous beams had not been countered by an attack, but had simply vanished, as if directly erased from existence. The demon known as Hoppas was acutely aware of the situation, yet unlike Chungzi's astonishment, it was gripped by sheer disbelief. At that moment, its myriad eyes, akin to those of a chameleon, oscillated asymmetrically with fervor. Impossible. How could this be? How could you possess such power? No, this transcends mere power. It is authority. Authority on par with that of the king. The demon cried out, struggling to comprehend the might displayed by Lianjishi. It was not the essence of the power that eluded understanding, but rather how a human form could wield such formidable strength. Ah, this is my authority. Lianjishi extended a hand, reconstructing the minuscule laws invisible to the naked eye, tracing back to the origins and altering the biological system tree, effortlessly rearranging the order of the current world. It was not about rebuilding this world, but about obliterating the old one with a new paradigm. Yet, what significance does that hold? It is not my desire. It would only bring me exhaustion. Chapter 160, Happiness. Hoppas's pupils trembled violently, filled with the emotion known as fear. It harbored no doubt regarding Lianjishi's words. Authority is such an existence, altering the very fabric of the world's existence, modifying established rules, and even creating new regulations or entities. This is the privilege of beasts, but why? Why does this human before me possess such capabilities? Why does this world harbor such entities? Incomprehension and irrationality flooded Hoppas's mind, compelling it to flee this bewildering realm. Not so fast, Mr. Demon Pillar. You have transformed this world, yet wish to retreat? Lianjishi remarked, her innocent pupils adorned with a smile that bore a chilling, mocking undertone. Having erred, one must face the consequences of their actions, or rather, the judgment. The tone in which she uttered these words sent shivers down the spine, cold as their meaning. Following that, an emotionless reckoning ensued. Lianjishi raised her crimson blade, her expression solemn like that of an executioner. At that moment, the first rays of dawn pierced through the dark clouds, accompanied by a gentle morning breeze, casting a warm glow upon her, embodying a simple yet profound beauty. Simultaneously, she made a casual slash, devoid of any martial technique, merely a straightforward cut. Time seemed to freeze. The morning breeze halted, and the dawn light dimmed slightly. Hoppas's once trembling gaze became still. In that instant, the world appeared to stand still. A second later, an invisible tempest emanated from Lianjishi, its force gentle, akin to a breeze ruffling fallen leaves, merely causing them to sway. Yet, as this gentle breeze swept over Hoppas's colossal form, A burst of crimson blood erupted from its center, flowing uncontrollably like a spring. Happa's eyes remained frozen, though the light within them dimmed further, resembling a massive obsidian stone. Lianjishi sheathed her blade, and as the hilt met the scabbard, a crisp sound resonated, and the towering cylindrical form was reduced to ashes, dissipating in the resuming morning breeze. In the place where it vanished, 3 figures lay unconscious. Medical assistance was promptly initiated, with He Tonggan and Chengzi swiftly assessing the condition of the trio. This farce, ignited by the vengeful spirit, finally drew its curtain beneath that one sword strike, bringing an end to the lengthy night. The blinding morning light broke through the thick clouds, cascading upon the ruins of the apartment, where Lianjishi stood clad in a fluttering kimono. "Long time no see." A voice from behind prompted Lianjishi to turn her head, revealing the butterfly maiden in a flowing white bohemian gown. "It shouldn't have been too long, perhaps 2 months or 3. Apologies, as I was in slumber. The concept of time has become blurred." Lianjishi smiled apologetically, exuding the grace of a well-bred lady. "To be precise, it has been 1 month and 13 days since our last encounter on that snowy day. It has merely been a little over a month." The butterfly maiden chuckled in response, but a silence followed this brief exchange. "Do you regret abandoning everything in that world for this new existence?" After a long pause, Lianjishi shattered the silence. The butterfly maiden paused momentarily, but soon regained her smile. While there was a hint of regret, it hardly amounted to remorse. "Rather, I truly enjoy my life now. I am quite happy." Happiness, such an emotional term, is difficult to grasp even for me. Happiness is simple, is it not? As long as I can wake up every morning to see her sleeping face, feel her warmth, that is happiness. As long as she is present, as long as she smiles, that is happiness. Therefore, I am very happy now. When she uttered these words, the butterfly maiden's face radiated an undeniable joy, a smile that embodied her own definition of happiness. Upon hearing this response, Lianjishi nodded. "Did you hear that? Sure? This is her answer. So do not dwell on the fact that I brought Rin into this world." "Huh?" The butterfly maiden blinked in surprise. "Is Sher's consciousness still awake?" "Of course. Though it is an exception, it is indeed awake. I heard every word just as you spoke." Lianjishi replied with a smile, causing a faint blush to creep upon the butterfly maiden's cheeks. Even though their relationship had grown intimate, expressing such inner thoughts directly still brought a sense of embarrassment. Finally, the butterfly maiden let out a resigned sigh. "Truly mischievous, this behavior. I concur with you. It is indeed improper to inquire about such matters without the consent of those involved." The familiar tone returned, and the kimono-clad maiden displayed the expression that the butterfly maiden recognized well, a mild smile gracing her otherwise indifferent face. Without a doubt, Lianjishi's consciousness had departed, and Sher's awareness had resumed. "I have returned." Sher greeted with a gentle smile. "Welcome back." The butterfly maiden nodded earnestly, reciprocating the smile. "Miss Chengzi should be finishing up soon. Let's go to her." With that, she turned and walked towards Chengzi's direction. However, just as she took a step, a call from behind halted her in her tracks. The butterfly maiden turned in confusion, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight before her. In the hazy morning light, beneath the crimson-clad maiden standing in the forest gap, was an unprecedented, seemingly warm smile, one of happiness. "Like Ren, I too am very happy," Sher declared. Reflecting on the heart's flutter from that night of fireworks, the embrace in the dawn's gentle light, the kiss that severed a millennium of fate. And now the tranquil days that follow. When I think back, it truly feels like a dream, a blissful existence etched in my mind. Chapter 161. Mother of Guanbatsi in matters pertaining to the aftermath, Chengzi undoubtedly exhibited a level of expertise. Despite the gravity of the incident, the news replayed incessantly did not concern the arrival of extraterrestrial beings, but rather a series of explosions caused by gas, resulting in the significant destruction of Xiaochuan apartment, necessitating its demolition. It seems this is the customary approach in this world. When faced with turmoil, one simply blames the gas. Nevertheless, such explanations resonated with the public, as they indeed heard a succession of explosive sounds that night. With the conclusion of the event, life returned to its steady rhythm. The 2 young ladies from Jialitai also returned to their own era, bidding farewell with a cheerful remark to Sher. "Come visit us in Jialitai sometime." This elicited a dismissive curl of Sher's lips. "Visit you in Jialitai? That depends on whether you have enough sealing crystals prepared." Furthermore, Sher received a gift, which could hardly be termed a gift in the traditional sense, as it stemmed from the root style, an acknowledgement from the persona of this body, Ryougi. This acknowledgement opened the previously sealed connection to the root, though it had yet to reach the level of Ryougi's ability to wield powers. Nonetheless, the mystic eyes of death perception could now genuinely comprehend the death of all things. Concurrently, Shi learned while young, he had previously unilaterally severed the connection to the root. The reason was quite simple. It was akin to a child grasping a revolver. Liang, yi merely an accidental discharge. However, this situation should not have existed, for the root style comprehended all of Shi's essence, knowing precisely what Shi would and would not do. Yet, due to a minor accident, this understanding altered. Chengzi had once remarked that Shi and Shi were entirely congruent in a physical sense, but on a spiritual level, Shi was intertwined with other influences, which rendered Liang incapable of grasping Shi's thoughts. Thus, she acted on this uncertainty, unable to confirm Shi's mind, and the added influences affected various facets of her personality. Following this incident, Liang came to see and understand that Shi was not the child gripping a revolver, prone to accidental discharges. Shi held no ambition toward the root, desiring neither the power to alter the world nor any other material gain. Her sole pursuit was the person by her side. The sweltering summer had passed, and the initial autumn winds whisked away the last remnants of summer's warmth, infusing the air with a refreshing chill. Such gentle breezes wafted through the narrow office, carrying away the faint scent of tobacco that lingered. Chengzi, did you not promise to refrain from smoking in the office? Shi remarked, boredom evident as she leafed through a newspaper, her brow furrowing upon catching the scent wafting through the air. He's not here now, and besides, have you ever seen a director bound by employee restrictions? Chengzi, seated in her customary attire of a white shirt and black fitted trousers, closed her eyes, savoring the tobacco in her mouth. But you must know, Chengzi, that secondhand smoke contains far more harmful substances than those inhaled by smokers. Carcinogenic benzene nitrosamine is inhaled by smokers at approximately 43 to 53 micrograms, while secondhand smoke inhalers absorb between 680 to 820 micrograms, with the concentration of quinoline being 11 times that of smokers. Chengzi paused, sighing deeply. Is it truly that precise? Is this also a result of the root connection? Shi nodded, a curious sensation washing over her, akin to possessing a search engine within her mind that swiftly yields answers to inquiries. Is this what they call omniscience? It feels as though such a life could easily lose its sense of reality. However, Shi raised an eyebrow, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Has the butterfly just departed, and you are already bored enough to seek trouble with me? Through their time spent together, it was evident to anyone that the relationship between Shi and the butterfly was unmistakable, and Chengzi, having been repeatedly fed dog food, needed no further explanation. Isn't that due to a certain and scrupulous teacher who requires disciples to gather the materials for magical education? Chengzi chuckled, shaking her finger. Sure, magical education is not solely about the use of techniques. Understanding the materials is also a crucial aspect. Moreover, there is no one left in the city who poses a threat to you, so you need not worry. Although Chengzi employed such reasoning, Shi remained unconvinced. Gently turning her head away, resting on the armrest of the sofa, her gaze drifting to the iron door of the office, like a cat awaiting its master's return. Indeed, as Chengzi stated, this city posed no threat to Butterfly Ninja, yet despite this, she encountered some insurmountable issues. She was lost. Although her outings in this city had been limited due to her magical training, she had ventured out a fair number of times over this period, so such a predicament should not have arisen. However, on a whim, the butterfly girl took an uncommon alley on her way back, only to find herself lost. This was not the worst of it. Ordinarily, even if one were to lose their way, they could simply inquire with passers-by for directions. Yet in this narrow, dim, and lengthy alley, not a single soul was in sight. In such circumstances, Butterfly Ninja chose to proceed based on her instincts, but after an indeterminate amount of time, she spotted a faint light flickering ahead. On this slightly chilly autumn night, an elderly figure clad in a gauzy hat sat at a shrine altar, awaiting customers. Though referred to as a shrine altar, it was merely a long table covered with a black velvet cloth, upon which rested a softly glowing crystal ball. Through this arrangement, one could easily surmise the identity of the elder. The crystal ball, shrouded in an aura of mystery, marked this elder as a highly sought-after fortune-teller among the young maidens of the present day. Welcome. Would you care to take a look, miss? For girls, it's free here. She beckoned to Butterfly Ninja, her arms outstretched. Through the veil of the purple hat, her wise eyes sparkled with the promise of foresight. Given your previous experience of being taken by a Raya, you seem more vigilant, Butterfly Ninja remarked, drawing a folding knife from her sleeve, questioning the elder before her. There is no need for such a demeanor. I am merely a fortune teller. You may call me Guanbatsi Jimu. Chapter 162. Fated Life, Unknown Death, a fortune teller? Butterfly Ninja expressed her doubt. Though she had been in this world for some time, this profession was entirely foreign to her. Oh dear, how surprising. Young ladies of your age typically have a better understanding of our profession. She crossed her hands beneath her chin. Ah, exceptions like you're always bound to occur. It's not particularly complicated. To put it simply, it involves glimpsing into others' futures and assisting them in avoiding impending misfortunes. Seeing the future? Butterfly Ninja murmured softly, recalling a lesson on mystic eyes that Chungzi had previously taught. In that lesson, she learned of the terrifying nature of Shi's eyes and the lethal capabilities of Fujino's gaze. Apart from these two, she also learned of various types of mystic eyes, including those capable of foresight, known as future sight. However, according to Chungzi's assertion, the majority of such eyes are primarily predictive and evaluative in nature. The former perceives individuals and entities within the realm of predictions, amalgamating vast amounts of information for a more sophisticated analysis than that of an ordinary person. The latter, on the other hand, analyzes the necessary conditions for a desired future, assisting the possessor in achieving that future. Yet, neither of these can be deemed as absolute foresight. True foresight transcends the capabilities of ordinary mortals, possessing the genuine ability to perceive the future and ultimately discern its outcomes. Chungzi noted that even within the esteemed clock tower of sorcery, no such caliber of magical eye has emerged to date. Nevertheless, the individual before her appears to be merely an ordinary diviner, devoid of any magical aura and belonging to the realm of commonality in terms of presence. With this thought, Butterfly Shinobu retracted her dagger back to her sleeve, her previous smile gradually returning to her face. However, I find myself rather uninterested in the future, so I shall let it be. Upon speaking, she prepared to turn away. Is that so? The elderly woman's voice bore a hint of confusion, as it seemed that girls of your age would typically be quite intrigued by matters of fate and romance. It appears that the tides of time have indeed shifted. Professions like ours are destined to be rendered obsolete. Butterfly Shinobu halted her departure, pausing at the mention of fate. Are you speaking of fate? She turned her head, her expression unexpectedly serious. Upon witnessing this demeanor, the elderly woman was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. It seems that the times have not entirely forsaken individuals like us, regardless of whether it pertains to the simple future or the connections between individuals. Those in our line of work can indeed perceive them. What say you, young lady? Would you like to take a glimpse? I certainly would. Butterfly Shinobu's eyes sparkled with earnestness as she nodded emphatically. In that case, please extend your hand. The butterfly maiden presented her right hand before the woman. Is this sufficient? Yes, now allow me to take over. The woman replied, grasping the young lady's thumb and pinky, leaning forward with a serious gaze. Observing her expression, Butterfly Shinobu felt a flutter of apprehension. There was no doubt that she placed great importance on the concept of fate, and even though she was currently with her beloved, such excitement was palpable. The woman's serious countenance broke into a smile. Oh dear, is this not a rather evident connection? You and another have endured considerable trials, even transcending gender barriers. Undoubtedly, you shall continue on together. Although she approached this with a mindset of mere experimentation, Butterfly Shinobu found herself momentarily stunned by this assertion. Subsequently, she felt her cheeks uncontrollably flush. Receiving such a response was undeniably satisfying, yet she had not anticipated the sincerity behind it. Nonetheless, she maintained a warm smile. Is that so? Just as I had envisioned. Thank you. The butterfly maiden quietly expressed her gratitude, for it aligned perfectly with her desires. Who does not yearn to walk hand in hand with their beloved? Yet, in reality, those capable of doing so are exceedingly few. When she learned that she would be among those fortunate souls, Butterfly Shinobu felt a surge of joy. She attempted to withdraw her hand, only to discover that the woman still held it tightly, her gaze having shifted to a state of seriousness, or rather, solemnity. Indeed, the woman's expression mirrored that of a scholar confronted with an unsolvable enigma, laden with confusion and incomprehension. Is something amiss? Butterfly Shinobu inquired, perplexed by the woman's reaction. The woman lifted her gaze, locking eyes with the young lady, her expression grave. At present, you and your companion are indeed quite happy and capable of continuing together. However, if you maintain this state indefinitely, remaining by her side, you will meet your demise. The final two words caused the butterfly maiden to freeze, her lips parted. Yet no words emerged. Is that so? After a prolonged silence, she regained her composure, forcing a smile upon her face. Such a premature decree was difficult for her to accept, even for someone of her resilience. However, there exists a means to avert this demise. The woman released her grip, returning to the initial position of crossed arms. In the future, I have glimpsed, the cause of your death stems from the one you hold dear. Therefore, if you distance yourself from her, you should be able to evade this death-laden future. The audacity of your words is akin to that of a wicked witch intent on tearing apart a princess and her prince. Surely, you must realize that such a thing is impossible. Butterfly Shinobu's tone turned icy. To leave her would be tantamount to a different kind of death. The woman sighed deeply. My role is solely to inform you how to evade misfortune. How you choose to act thereafter is your own affair. Furthermore, there are aspects of your future that elude my understanding. Hence, I cannot ascertain whether this death is indeed the conclusion. What do you mean? Butterfly Shinobu queried. A person's life is akin to a path. What I perceive in the future reflects the events occurring along that path. Some individuals reach its end, which equates to death. However, your situation is distinct. I see you perishing, yet your path continues onward. The difference lies in the fact that I can no longer observe the path that belongs to you, as if it were shrouded by a dark veil. I cannot ascertain the nature of this occurrence. It is a first for me. Her tone carried a hint of self-reproach, accompanied by a deep sigh. Thus, the choice between a predetermined life and an unknown death ultimately resides in your hands. Chapter 163. A New Belief? Under the guidance of Guan Buzi's mother, Butterfly Shinobu managed to exit the dim, damp alleyway. Yet, even as sunlight streamed down, it failed to dissipate the somber expression upon her face. Following such a harrowing divination, it would be unnatural for anyone to wear a cheerful countenance. Her emotions were tumultuous, her mind echoing the elderly woman's words. Upon her departure, Guan Buzi's mother presented Butterfly Shinobu with two choices. The first was the so-called predetermined life. This involved a departure from the source of calamity. By doing so, Butterfly Shinobu could evade an untimely demise, potentially living to a ripe old age of 70 or 80, or even beyond. This constituted the predetermined life. The second choice, however, was the unknown death. This represented a future beyond even Guan Buzi's mother's comprehension. Though death had seemingly arrived, the path belonging to Butterfly Shinobu continued to unfold, becoming increasingly opaque. Without a doubt, among these two choices, Butterfly Shinobu would gravitate towards the latter. She had never feared death. In the past, she had possessed the resolve to confront the formidable Upper Moon too, unafraid of sacrificing her own life, yet what she could not endure was the solitary existence that followed. She had endured such a life long enough. The days following her sister's loss were memories she wished to avoid revisiting. What troubled Butterfly Shinobu was the fate that awaited her after death, solitude. How would she cope? Perhaps she would be engulfed in profound sorrow, likely reverting to her former cold and emotionally detached self. She recalled her first encounter with Shiki, when she had rushed to Asakusa upon receiving Kanaho's plea for help. The hellish scene remained etched in her mind, a vivid tableau of raging flames, swirling mists, and the biting chill of frozen foliage. At the center of it all stood a girl clad in a crimson kimono, her gaze vacant, her slender figure exuding an overwhelming sense of solitude and a poignant sorrow that tugged at the heart. Perhaps she had lost someone dear. Such a thought suddenly struck Butterfly Shinobu's mind. When her own end would inevitably come, would Shiki revert to that state? This was a sight Butterfly Shinobu wished to avert. If it were to come to pass, even in death, transforming into a demon, she would find no peace. Yet, how could she proceed? Miss Butterfly? Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a gentle and courteous female voice reached her ears. Looking up, she beheld a violet-haired girl, Fujino, whose demeanor was reminiscent of nobility. Having been lost in reverie, Butterfly Shinobu had unknowingly wandered to the base of the office, where she encountered Fujino, who seemed to notice the frown upon her face. Is something the matter? You appear rather unwell, Miss Butterfly. It's nothing. Butterfly Shinobu was about to dismiss the topic, but by some twist of fate, she held her tongue, yearning for an answer, even if it came from another's lips. Gathering her thoughts, she forced a smile. How should I put it? If it encountered a slight confusion. If you would, may I seek your opinion? Fujino returned her with an even warmer smile. Though I may not be able to offer much help, I am more than willing to assist, as Miss Butterfly has always taken such good care of me. Shall we go, then? To that cafe over there. Butterfly Shinobu pointed to a cafe at the end of the street, a place where she had been taken upon her arrival in this world. The distance was short, merely a dozen steps, and soon they entered the establishment, where the gentle chime of wind bells welcomed them. At this hour, the cafe was sparsely populated, with only a few patrons scattered about. After ordering their drinks, Butterfly Shinobu composed herself, cleared her throat, and spoke with grave seriousness. Fujino, do you have someone you hold dear? This question caught Fujino off guard. She had not anticipated such a direct inquiry from Butterfly Shinobu. The image of a long-haired figure in a white kimono flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to flush as she lowered her gaze, allowing her bangs to obscure her face. During her stay with Shiki and Butterfly Shinobu, the latter had treated her with exceptional care, and Fujino regarded her as an elder sister. She understood the unspoken rule of not encroaching upon her brother's wife, hence she had buried her feelings deep within. Yet, was there a hint of testing in this question? After a moment's pause, Fujino softly nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes. You do. Butterfly Shinobu's face revealed her shock, clearly taken aback by the response. Does this relate to what Miss Butterfly wished to inquire about? Well, in a sense, yes. Taking a sip of her coffee, Butterfly Shinobu organized her thoughts before expressing her inner turmoil. What precautions should one take upon realizing that they are to die, knowing that their beloved might fall into a state of despair? Fujino let out a bittersweet smile upon hearing the question, acknowledging its complexity. Miss Butterfly, you've posed quite the challenging question. The notion of someone with a terminal illness preparing for their beloved's future, urging them to remain steadfast, seems like something out of a novel or television show. But how beautiful that would be. After stirring her coffee with a spoon, she took a sip, closing her eyes and allowing a serene smile to grace her lips as if immersing herself in the scenario. Although she was a sheltered flower at that moment, Fujino exuded a sense of maturity and wisdom. After a prolonged silence, she opened her eyes. Upon reflection, it isn't an insurmountable question. The primary reason for succumbing to despair after losing a beloved is likely the loss of faith in moving forward. If that is the case, then providing a new belief, something to inspire them to continue, is essential. A new belief? Butterfly Shinobu inquired. Indeed, it could be a new relationship, or perhaps the creation of a bond between the two of you. A bond? Butterfly Shinobu pondered. You mean a child? Chapter 164. Unfulfilled aspirations. Fujino's suggestion was indeed profound and resonated deeply with Butterfly Shinobu. Individuals who succumb to despair after losing a loved one are not uncommon in society. Often, their means of escape involve finding a new relationship or a new belief to sustain them. This belief is often embodied in the form of a child, a living testament to the love shared with the departed. Undoubtedly, such an approach seems more reliable than the former. However, despite arriving at an answer, Butterfly Shinobu faced a more formidable dilemma. This notion of reliability applied only to heterosexual relationships, while she and Shiki did not fit this category. Two women could not conceive offspring. This reality was not contingent upon the fidelity of their love, but was a matter of biology. As someone well-versed in medical science, Butterfly Shinobu understood that if there were instances of women bearing children with one another, it would be akin to a medical miracle in her previous world. An almost impossible feat, but this world might differ. It possessed technologies and mysteries beyond those of her era. The following day, at the Temple of Karana. Huh? You mean there's a magic that allows two women to have children? Are you serious? Orange, faced with her disciple's inquiry, was filled with disbelief. Having frequently witnessed the affection between Butterfly Shinobu and Shiki, she had not anticipated their relationship reaching such a level. Orange scrutinized Butterfly Shinobu, her voice still tinged with astonishment. How old are you two? Butterfly Shinobu smiled awkwardly at Orange's reaction. In 3 months, I will be 19, and Shiki is merely a year my senior. 18 and 19? Is this the new generation's peculiarity? Orange rubbed her temples, pondering that it might be faster to ask Shiki directly, as she was practically a living encyclopedia, quick to provide insight. No, this matter cannot be disclosed to Shiki. Oh, a playful smile crept onto Orange's face. Are you employing some sort of emotional misdirection? Create a child first, Then reveal to Shiki that you've been enamored with someone else all along, delivering her a devastating blow? As she spoke, Orange noticed Butterfly Shinobu's expression darkening, prompting her to awkwardly wave her hands. My apologies, please disregard my frivolous jest. Butterfly Shinobu sighed in resignation. While Orange was indeed a commendable teacher in magic, her tendency for sudden humor was disconcerting. Do tell, what transpired that you cannot even share with Shiki? I did not expect you to divulge, but I am curious. Removing her glasses, the character switch of Chungzi lit a cigarette for herself, her expression shifting to one of coldness. After a brief moment of hesitation, Dairen inhaled deeply and began recounting the events of the previous day. Chungzi listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. At the moment when the cigarette in her hand was about to burn out, she leaned back against the office chair, took a deep breath, and spoke in a languid tone. Indeed, if it is the mother of Guan Buzi who has foreseen the future, her vision is absolute. It is neither a prediction nor a determination. If she states that remaining by Shure's side will lead to death, then such a fate is inevitable. Neither the puppet body I can create for you nor any other means can avert this outcome. This is an absolute that even Shure's magical I cannot sever, which is why you wish to provide Shure with a motivation to continue moving forward. This is the only method I can conceive of. To seek a new cleansing water for this bloodstained blade. Chungzi muttered to herself. Cleansing water? You must have sensed it, right? During that incident in the apartment. The nearly berserk Shure was undoubtedly a bloodied and uncontrollable blade. Only you can wash away the blood from this blade and restore her sanity. Therefore, if you truly face that inevitable conclusion, it cannot simply be a matter of Shure giving up on herself. With a deep sigh, Chungzi began to ponder. The method of women giving birth to children does not possess such magic. It merely involves temporarily transforming one party into a male and then combining their genes for the next step. However, such magic falls within the realm of divine magicians, beyond the grasp of a mere puppeteer like myself. Observing Chungzi's silence and contemplation, Dairen began to lose her patience. Indeed, is such a thing truly difficult to achieve? Chungzi sighed deeply. It is not so much difficult as it is fundamentally impossible, at least from my personal perspective. Although the technology for creating artificial humans exists in this era, the lifespan of such children is exceedingly short, with most beginning to deteriorate by their teenage years. This would only inflict further harm upon Shure. Moreover, if the children are born of two women without one temporarily transforming into a male, it would be a challenge even in ancient times, let alone in this modern age, which is shrouded in mystery and near extinction. Is it impossible even for magic? What about technology? What the technology in this era? Chungzi replied, it is indeed possible, but such possibilities may require another 2 or 3 decades. She stood up, turning to gaze out at the bustling traffic on the street below. Modern technology has indeed reached astonishing heights in both medicine and other fields. However, to achieve the extent you speak of would take a considerable amount of time, which may be too late for you. Dairen lowered her head, her face marked by weariness and desolation. Chungzi fell silent as well, the office enveloped in quiet. The only sound remaining was the gentle steam rising from the coffee on the table. Wait, there is still a possibility. Suddenly, the previously silent Chungzi clapped her hands. And to Dairen's astonishment, she uttered the 4 words that left the butterfly girl perplexed. Holy Grail War. Chapter 165. The Sudden Leap. Kungzi Jingjie complete. The Holy Grail War may be a familiar phrase to Shure, yet it is entirely foreign to Dairen. It is not the grand-scale war you might envision, but rather a conflict among magicians centered around a holy grail capable of granting any wish. The victor of this war can claim the so-called Holy Grail, with only 7 participants involved, not counting the servants they command. Servants? Are they akin to Miss Mashu? To be precise, they are not the same. That young girl and the servants differ. She is a fusion of human and heroic spirit, while a servant is a being elevated after the death of a hero with significant historical deeds. They are summoned to the present through a ritual, becoming entities that can be commanded, and they represent the core means of conflict in this Holy Grail War. Chungzi's explanation is not particularly difficult to grasp, as Dairen has acquired some foundational knowledge through her recent studies in magic. In simpler terms, this so-called war is merely a struggle among 7 magicians. So, does this Holy Grail have the potential to resolve our dilemma? In terms of its existence, it should be capable. Moreover, it can achieve other feats, such as accessing the root or granting you the highest form of immortality. However, given that it is the death predicted by the mother of Guan Buzi, Even the highest form of immortality may not allow you to escape. There's also the possibility of lingering between life and death, ultimately becoming something inhuman. Shengzi smiled softly, flicking her fingers to toss the extinguished cigarette but into the ashtray. However, all of this is contingent upon your ability to win the Holy Grail War, which is no simple feat. These magicians are generally formidable adversaries. While you possess physical abilities surpassing those of the agents of the church in terms of magic, it is likely that your opponents will be your seniors. What do you plan to do? Will you participate in this life-and-death battle, or wait for another opportunity? Currently, it seems there are no other options. With a troubled smile, Dairon did not hesitate further. The fateful battle between humans and spirits may not be less brutal than this so-called Holy Grail War. She is not as fragile as she appears. When she grips her blade, this girl transforms into a beautiful yet deadly butterfly. Is that so? Shengzi put her glasses back on, her face regaining its usual smile. In that case, we must hasten your studies of magic. Although there is still a considerable time before the Holy Grail War unfolds, this period is insufficient for you to reach parity with those practitioners in magical prowess. However, I will do my utmost to prepare you to become a competent magician. Be ready. Autumn had fully arrived. On this slightly chilly night, Shur stood on the balcony of the apartment, leaning against the somewhat rusted railing, idly gazing at the city's nightscape. This was the refuge that Shur had found for herself and Dairon. It was not an especially luxurious room, merely a replica of Shur's own apartment, albeit with more elaborate furnishings. Entrusting such matters to Shur, the outcome was hardly surprising. A month had passed since the incident at the Ogawa apartment, and the mastermind, Araya Sauron, had perished. Yet, Shur showed no signs of detaching from this world. Curiously, the system had not even provided a so-called main quest this time. In such circumstances, Shur found herself leading the most stable of lives. There were no battles with blades, no rampaging demons, and no disruptions from magicians. This tranquil existence had once been what Shur longed for, but when it finally arrived, she found herself unable to adapt. For Shur, fighting against others had become a part of her life. She had grown accustomed to the heavy scent of blood and the sight of shattered limbs. This sudden onset of a stable modern life left her feeling somewhat adrift. This might be the nature brought forth by the name Liang Yishur. For one who bears this name, such a peaceful era feels somewhat ill-suited. However, none of this is truly intolerable. As long as there is who die run by my side, even a day spent merely sitting together would never feel monotonous or dull. Yet, it has been a month since Hu Dai Ren immersed herself in the study of magic, dedicating nearly 10 hours each day to her craft, leaving even mealtimes rushed and her entire demeanor radiating an urgency that spoke of racing against time. This situation has led to my neglect. Your expression now is akin to that of a lonely wife awaiting her busy husband's return, with the words loneliness and desolation practically written on your face. Suddenly, the cheerful words of Ji Na echoed in my mind. Ever since I was granted the privilege of venturing out once a week, this fellow has become considerably quieter. Oh, you're still around. I tried reaching you several times before, but you didn't respond. Why should I emerge as a substitute for Miss Hu Dai when you are deprived of her affection? Ultimately, I am you, and you are me. Chatting with me is akin to talking to oneself. There is fundamentally no difference. Ji spoke with a tone of irritation. Nevertheless, a trace of a smile returned to my face, and the tedium within me dissipated somewhat. People are like this after prolonged boredom. Even a playful exchange can bring a sense of relief. By the way, what have you been doing with your holiday? Recently, Tuna has been avoiding my gaze. You haven't done anything unspeakable without my knowledge, have you? Ignoring Ji's complaints, I calmly uttered words that made her heart skip a beat. How could that be? Your tone lacks credibility. I shook my head, as I had no intention of restricting what Ji could do. Each of us is an individual, and our existence with one another should be equal. Just as I have the right to act, so does Ji. I inquired with Changzi. She cannot create a vessel of the same caliber as this body. Even a lesser creation would face rejection due to the perfection of the soul. However, she mentioned that if given the opportunity to complete the third law and combine it with her doll-making skills, it might be achievable. Is that so? Ji's voice carried a faint melancholy, which quickly vanished as footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. Judging by the cadence of the footsteps and the current time, it must be Hu Dai Ren returning. All right, your butterfly has returned. Quickly offer her your greetings as a wife would. I moved towards the entrance, pondering why it was referred to as the greetings of a wife. As I placed my hand on the doorknob, I froze, for I witnessed my hand transforming into a shadow. At such a moment, the world transition, which had previously shown no signs of activity, commenced without warning. At that instant, the door slowly opened, and outside, I heard the slightly fatigued voice of Hudai. "I'm back, sure." However, when she fully pushed the door open, I saw a figure leaping towards her, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Chapter 166. Numyu Musashi has arrived. Radiant light mingled with floral fragrances enveloped my senses, bringing a refreshing sensation that made it difficult for me to open my eyes. From the depths of a pitch-black night to the brightness of 100 days, this sudden illumination significantly impacted my vision. After a moment's pause, I opened my eyes and surveyed my surroundings. No longer was I amidst a city filled with towering buildings or the cacophony of traffic. Instead, I found myself in a serene forest, where birds sang melodiously, creating a tranquil atmosphere that instilled a sense of peace in my heart. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the foliage, casting intricate patterns of light upon the ground. A new world, and it had to manifest at such a time. With a deep sigh, I lamented not having the chance to bid Hudai farewell. However, I thought, she should come here soon, right? Ji's voice echoed in my mind. "You might be disappointed. The wish she fulfilled for Hudai was to remain by your side. Yet, this wish is not obligatory. It depends on Hudai's desire. And this time, the answer is the latter." Ji's voice took on a teasing tone. "It seems you have been forsaken, sure. How pitiful it is to be neglected when together, and now unable to arrive in this world together. These are all signs of infidelity. Could it be that Hudai is hiding something from you? Enough. If you keep talking, your weekly day off will be canceled." I coldly threatened, aware that Ji's words held no weight, yet still feeling an inexplicable irritation in my heart. Moreover, I did not wish for Ren to accompany me to a different world. This was the truth. Every world harbors unknown dangers. I could not guarantee that every transition would be as uneventful as the one with Huang Yizhong-Lian, so I preferred that Hudai remain in a safe place rather than leap alongside me. All right, I shall refrain from further commentary. I'll take a nap to adjust to the time difference. Call me if you need anything. In this world devoid of Miss Hudai, while you are all alone, I will be delighted to alleviate your troubles. With that, my mind fell silent. I began to traverse through the dense forest. The scenery was quite beautiful, with birds chirping and eagles calling, reminiscent of a secluded paradise. Yet, at that moment, I found no inclination to appreciate the view. Although I dismissed Ji's words, the reason for Hudai not accompanying me in this leap occupied my thoughts. However, before I could reach a conclusion, my expression abruptly changed as the sound of a blade slicing through the air pierced my ears. An enemy attack? From the imminent silver flash, I sensed the sharpness of the blade. Yet I have always been unafraid of swords. In an instant, my right hand, which had been hanging by my side, grasped nothing but air. The crimson smoke began to coalesce into the shape of a blade, which I swiftly swung in response. The next moment, the clash of blades erupted in the air, creating a dazzling spark. What a surprise! Is this how people greet one another in this world? I observed the attacker before me, unperturbed. My excessively tranquil days had rendered me weary, and the long-awaited sound of clashing swords dispelled that tedium. Grasping the hilt of my sword once more felt like reuniting with an old friend. Although ambushes are hardly dignified, they are indeed the best way to provoke a fight. Just as I had anticipated, you are incredibly strong. The voice belonged to a woman, infused with the fervor of a battle enthusiast, and the boldness of her speech belied her feminine appearance. For some reason, her voice felt familiar, though her round hat obscured her face, leaving me unable to confirm. The struggle continued, each moment pushing against one another. In this contest of power, I, employing my breathing technique, held an absolute advantage. Coupled with my physique capable of rivaling ordinary servants, my opponent was forced back, blade and all. Hey, this strength is rather unreasonable, isn't it? You clearly possess the appearance of a beautiful girl, yet you hide such monstrous strength. You are the one, aren't you? Dressed like an ancient warrior, yet you utter the words beautiful girl from your lips. I retorted while exerting force, pushing my opponent's blade upward. This is a common counterattack technique. When one has an advantage in strength, it can cause the opponent to lose their balance, rendering them vulnerable to subsequent assaults. As anticipated, the opponent was thrown back by the force of the strike, teetering on the brink of collapse. She had no intention of granting her adversary any respite. Raising her blade high, she struck once more. Ziming Liu Yivenzi. The crimson-hued blade descended with a ferocity capable of cleaving through boulders. At that moment, the reeling swordsman quickly released her left hand, drawing a second blade from her waist with astonishing speed. The two blades crossed in front of her, barely managing to deflect the terrifying crimson edge, yet the immense force compelled her to stagger back 2 or 3 meters, carving 2 deep furrows into the ground beneath her feet. What close call! She thought she was done for, despite having just escaped the clutches of death. There was no trace of anxiety in the swordsman's voice. Dual wielding? The figure known as Shur was momentarily taken aback, soon replaced by a glint of interest. Since the beginning, she had yet to face an opponent skilled in the art of two-blade combat. Nonetheless, Shur had no intention of engaging in a duel of dual-wielding techniques. Such encounters were often brutishly simplistic, merely a contest of endurance until one party succumbed to exhaustion, with the knowledge that her strength and stamina were superior. Such a battle seemed devoid of suspense. Having finally encountered someone who could provide her with a semblance of enjoyment, Shur was unwilling to bring it to a swift conclusion. Well, though it may be a bit late, shall we introduce ourselves? After all, it would be rather unfortunate to perish without knowing the name of the one who struck the fatal blow. The female swordsman chimed, her voice lively, reminiscent of a playful spirit. A name, you say? A smile graced Shur's face as she gradually assumed a traditional stance, gripping her blade in front of her and softly replying, Wei Ming Wu Xian Lu, Liang Yi Shur. Ah, so traditional. Very well, I shall follow suit. With that, the female swordsman tossed her hat high into the air. Amidst the fluttering silver-gray strands of her hair, she positioned the blade in her right hand upon her shoulder, extending the left blade forward as she boldly proclaimed the name that momentarily stunned Shur. N.I.T.on Ilu, Xian Mian Wu Zong, Guafu Yuan Jin Xian. At your service. Chapter 167. This move is familiar to me, Shur was taken aback. Not solely due to the elaborate name, but also because of the attire and visage concealed beneath the hat. The young swordsman possessed strikingly exquisite features. Her deep purple garments tailored with finesse, striking a balance between feminine allure and the dignified presence of a warrior. Her silver-gray hair was styled into a spirited ponytail, complemented by her bright demeanor and the significant presence she exuded. She resembled a splendidly blooming celestial flower. Without a doubt, Shur recognized her. Xin Mian Wu Zhang, Guafu Yuan Jin Xian, was a legendary Miyamoto Musashi from historical accounts. Yet this Musashi was from the realm of the moon. In her previous life, Shur had amassed a considerable fortune of sacred crystals for this female swordmaster during an event on Oni Island, only for it to come to naught due to the so-called shipwreck disaster. In frustration, she had chosen to withdraw from the game. Although she had heard of the chapters featuring this female swordmaster afterward, the pressures of life had ultimately prevented her from returning. Now, however, under such circumstances, and in this place, was it fate or mere coincidence? While I understand that my name may have some impact, I didn't expect it to be this profound. If you continue to daze, I may have to charge at you, the young swordswoman warned, flashing a bright smile. Her spirited and forthright nature was apparent. She had attacked Shur previously due to her instinctual recognition of Shur's strength, driven by her desire to engage with a formidable opponent. Now that they had entered a formal duel, she would not resort to underhanded tactics. My apologies. Regaining her composure, Shur returned to her previous calm demeanor, tightening her grip on the blade. With a blink, all extraneous emotions and distractions were cast aside. The girl, named Miyamoto Musashi, was a battle maniac. How could she not be one as well? At this moment, the nature of the world and the reason for the opponent's presence were no longer significant. Engaging in combat with the founder of N.I.T.on Ilu was what Shur truly sought. The wind rustled, and willow catkins danced in the gentle breeze, as a palpable aura of lethal intent enveloped both combatants. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Musashi's forehead. She felt the overwhelming bloodlust radiating from Shur, making it difficult to breathe. It was hard to fathom how much blood this seemingly similar-looking girl had on her hands. However, there was no time for contemplation. As the cold sweat dripped from her chin, Shur stepped forward, closing the 5-meter gap in the blink of an eye. Not only was her strength beyond that of an ordinary person, but her speed was also astonishing. Yet, regrettably, her initial strike was a thrust that resembled a charge. Although the thrust could potentially end the fight in a single blow, it was too obvious. In mere moments, the young swordswoman analyzed her response. By closing the distance while evading the blade, she could easily suppress Shur's weapon with either her knife or foot, thus gaining the upper hand. Musashi moved, charging toward the chilling edge of Shur's sword. Despite Shur's superhuman speed, it remained within her range of perception. Just as the crimson blade was about to pierce her brow, She sidestepped and flipped, positioning herself beside the long blade, and brought her foot down heavily. Everything unfolded as she had anticipated, yet the outcome was entirely different. Just as her wooden sandal was about to land on the blade, Shur swiftly rotated her wrist, transforming the thrust into an upward slash. The sudden change in tactics sent a chill down the young swordswoman's spine, compelling her to retract her foot and retreat several steps. In stark contrast to her flustered withdrawal, Shur appeared composed, flicking her blade with a gentle smile. "My apologies, but I am well acquainted with this technique." Of course, she was familiar. In the land of Wei Ming, she had tread on the blades of many, from the notorious keen ninja to the seven blades, and naturally understood the advantages and disadvantages of a thrust. However, it was her ability to convert those drawbacks into offensive strategies that truly justified her title as the Sword Saint of Wei Ming. What clever trick! With such a beautiful face, you possess a heart of stark contrast. How wicked you are! The young swordswoman chuckled heartily, unexpectedly finding Shur to her liking. Indeed, one might say you're a true battle maniac. Just moments ago, you nearly took a chunk of my foot, yet now, having regained your composure, your fighting spirit has only intensified. Is that so? However, I already have someone I care for. The simple, unadorned words left the young swordswoman momentarily stunned. Looking at Shur, the girl in the kimono wielding the crimson blade now bore a gentler smile, as though reminiscing about someone dear to her heart. This prompted Musashi to inwardly scoff. Hey, you weren't like this when you were trying to cut me down. What a pity." With a playful remark, the young swordswoman resumed her stance, but this time, there was no hesitation. The moment her posture was set, she charged forward. Unlike before, her dual blades came alive, transforming into agile serpents. Thrusts, slashes, and heavy cleaves followed, each strike executed with remarkable precision, targeting various parts of Shur's body. Simultaneously, the short blade's defense was impenetrable, consistently managing to parry Shur's counterattacks under the most extreme circumstances. The exquisite characteristics of the in3 Lu, embodying both offense and defense, were fully manifested by her. The blades clashed in the gentle breeze of the forest, igniting sparks with every encounter. In the past, she had faced off against the legendary sword master Yiming Wu Xian Lu, and due to her inexperience and various other factors, she had suffered defeat. Now, years later, she found herself once again confronting Yiming Wu Xian Lu in a duel. Inheriting the name of the sword master, she faced Musashi, the founder of in3 Lu, creating a palpable atmosphere of rivalry between schools. As the blades intertwined, the two engaged in a high-speed dance of combat. And with each clash, an inexplicable sensation arose within Musashi's heart. She sensed that no matter how she altered her attacks, her opponent always seemed to anticipate her moves. Initially, she attributed this to her adversary's quick reflexes, but as the encounters multiplied, she realized it was something far more profound. It was not mere speed. Her opponent had an intimate understanding of her swordsmanship and responded preemptively, as if she too possessed the knowledge of in3 Lu. In the 168th chapter, Crimson Moon, the relentless dance of blades soared through the air. The invincible Yiming sword technique, wielded by her extraordinary physique, exerted far greater pressure than the aging swordmaster Xian. From the foundational Yiming style to the advanced Wu Xian Lu, every layer of technique showcased her dominance. However, in3 Lu was not to be underestimated, especially in the hands of its founder. The long and short blades represented the sun and the moon, yin and yang, attack and defense. Yet, despite her rigorous training, Musashi remained only human, unable to surpass the enhanced physical capabilities of her opponent, who possessed the breath technique and Shura's blessing. After nearly 20 exchanges, Musashi, exhausted, found her dual blades sent flying by a single strike from her opponent, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. I lost. How unfair. Why can my every attack be predicted? With her gaze fixed on the blade before her, the fallen swordswoman sighed in resignation. Though she fought valiantly, she felt a deep sense of frustration. The overwhelming strength of her opponent and the ability to foresee her every attack had left her unable to execute a single substantial offensive maneuver. It was clear to her that her adversary's mastery of the sword transcended her own, reaching an almost ethereal realm. In response to the defeated swordswoman's lament, her opponent merely smiled gently and spoke softly. Rather than that, I have a few questions I would like to ask you. Questions? Where's this place? Musashi paused, scratching her head with an embarrassed smile. You might not believe this, but I have no idea what kind of world this is. For reasons unknown. I can leap between different worlds, and I just arrived here. When I saw you, I thought you were a local and wanted to greet you. Upon hearing Musashi's words, she recalled that in FGO, this version of Miyamoto Musashi was not a spirit, but a human with the ability to traverse worlds, journeying through various realms and ultimately forging a bond with Fujimaru Ritsuka, which led to her becoming a spirit. Is that so? Was that ambush your way of saying hello? It was an accident, a situation beyond my control. Your aura made my blade eager to strike. I admit my fault, and I apologize. So let's not dwell on the ambush. The young swordswoman clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture. But speaking of which, you don't know where this is either? How did you end up here? A traveler? Or merely lost? I suppose I could be considered a traveler. To put it simply, I am from another world. Much like you. Facing another fellow traveler, she felt no need to conceal her thoughts, despite this boisterous swordswoman striking her without warning. Her boldness in challenging someone she knew to be superior was oddly endearing. Moreover, having some knowledge of this swordswoman made her eager to form a friendship. Musashi's face lit up with a broad smile. You seem quite happy. Of course, to encounter someone in a similar predicament in an alternate world is quite a surprise. Suddenly, I feel a sense of camaraderie. As she spoke, she casually draped her arm around her opponent's neck, her demeanor exuding a certain carefree charm that belied her striking beauty. Hey, since we share similar circumstances, why not team up? It might provide some mutual support, and we could find a quicker way to leave this world together. Besides, traveling with someone is surely more enjoyable than going solo. At that moment, her expression resembled that of a mischievous adult enticing a child with a treat. Indeed, I have no objections. Given the uncertainty of this world and the potential threats lurking within it, joining forces seemed far more prudent than venturing alone. Even if this swordswoman had yet to reach the legendary status depicted in history, her prowess was undoubtedly superior to that of an ordinary warrior. Then I look forward to your guidance, Shiki. Musashi beamed, but her expression quickly shifted to one of confusion. But where exactly is this place? Perhaps those two little ones over there can shed some light on that. Shiki's gaze shifted towards a nearby haystack, and her acute awareness allowed her to detect two faint presences concealed within. With a rustling sound, a girl of nearly 10 years, carrying an infant on her back, emerged from the haystack, her delicate features betraying a hint of caution. I was so focused on battling you that I didn't notice these two little ones were here. Upon seeing the girl, Musashi donned a warm smile and approached them. Though the girl's eyes still reflected some trepidation, she mustered the courage to meet Musashi's gaze. You aren't locals, are you? Well, we're both travelers. My name is Miyamoto Musashi, and this is Ryougi Shiki. Shiki in3. Exactly. In short, we mean you no harm. We just have a few questions. What is your name? In contrast to Shiki, Musashi's social skills clearly shone through. My name is Afome, and this is my little brother, Tiansu. Are you two samurai coming from Edo to Toki City? The girl's demeanor softened significantly in response to Musashi's radiant smile, her fear waning as she noted the swords the two carried, perceiving them as noble warriors. Toki City? Musashi paused in surprise. Yes, if that's the case. It should take about half a day's journey along this road to get there. Many samurai from Edo head there. The girl pointed toward a direction, indicating the largest town in Shimosa, a place even praised by Tokugawa Iemitsu. The girl's words caused Shiki to furrow her brow. According to historical accounts, Toki City should have been reduced to ruins during the Toyotomi era, and it did not belong to Shimosa, but rather to Kamisaka. Now it appears that, for reasons unknown, this world has diverged from historical truths. Escher fell into contemplation. An ominous gust swept across the fields, and the once radiant sun was swiftly shrouded in darkness, transforming into a blood-red moon. Chapter 169, Karma. The crimson orb hung ominously in the sky, and beneath its eerie glow, a chilling wind swept through the fields, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread among Shur and her companions. This was not merely a drop in temperature. It was a bone-chilling breeze that bore an unnameable foreboding. Is it going to rain? I haven't even collected my clothes yet, muttered the girl, carrying her younger brother. As a child and an ordinary person, Afun was oblivious to the unsettling changes around her. However, Shur and Musashi had already drawn their weapons, their expressions grave as they surveyed their surroundings. An instinctive warning surged through them, signaling that something was about to transpire. In the next moment, several towering pillars of black mist coalesced behind them, transforming into black-armored warriors of considerable height. Clad in traditional samurai armor that gleamed ominously, These figures wielded oversized blades, yet beneath the armor were nothing but hollow skeletons. I didn't expect this world to harbor such monsters. Regardless, these are certainly not entities that should exist in the Tokugawa period. The silver-haired swordswoman gripped her dual blades tightly, her light blue eyes reflecting a mix of seriousness and combat readiness. It should be classified as the undead. Stepping forward, Shure's gaze darkened with the essence of death. Leave those siblings to you. I will handle these fiends. Before Musashi could respond, Shure advanced toward the enemy ranks. As her left hand formed a fist, black smoke began to gather, and she spoke softly, "Moreover, allow me to reveal why I can predict your attacks every time." As her words fell, the doors to her abilities swung open, and the dual blades of the undead were deftly seized by Shure. In Musashi's astonishment, Shure assumed a stance that was all too familiar to her. "Nin Ichiryu." "Wait, are you serious?" Musashi murmured in disbelief. During their earlier skirmish, she had sensed that her opponent possessed knowledge of Nin Ichiryu, but now, that feeling had materialized into reality. This girl in a kimono, hailing from another world, truly wielded the same techniques. In the midst of Musashi's momentary shock, Shure launched herself into battle, opening with Kamen on the left and Bairai on the right, her blades akin to unfolding black and red wings. At this moment, those wings pierced into the enemy formation. As Shure moved, she heard the shrill sound of metal slicing through the air, emanating from all directions. The oversized blades formed an encirclement around her, and her slender neck was mere inches from these deadly weapons. Whether she advanced or retreated, she risked being pierced. Yet, in this precarious situation, Shure stood her ground. Just before the blades descended, she swung Bairai and Kamen in unison, unleashing a swirling dual-colored arc of sword energy. From above, it resembled a rotating taijutsu. In an instant, the encircling blades were shattered, the dual-colored energy slicing through the death lines of the undead, allowing her mystic eyes of death perception to function at their peak. Such a degree of death was easily deciphered. At this moment, Musashi, who was protecting the two children, understood something crucial. This girl had not been fighting at full strength during their earlier encounter. Having traversed multiple worlds, she recognized that Shure's eyes were of a mystical nature. Although she was still unclear about their capabilities, Shure had not utilized them during their duel. Furthermore, her dual wielding was similarly unrestrained. While her stance and the force behind her strikes clearly indicated proficiency in Nin Ichiryu, there was an infusion of something distinctly different. Why does she seem to summon flames with her swordplay? This is entirely beyond the realm of swordsmanship, Musashi lamented internally. Just as her thoughts wandered, the black mist began to coalesce once more, and towering black warriors emerged from the fields, as if the blood moon would never cease to bring forth these undead. "Sure, we cannot continue like this," Musashi shouted, cleaving through an emerging black warrior beside her. "These undead may not be particularly strong, but their sheer numbers will wear us down in a drawn-out battle." Yet Shure, amidst the fray, seemed to disregard Musashi's warning, continuing to slice through the enemies surrounding her. With each black warrior that dissipated, Musashi observed Shure's formerly red and blue mystical eyes shifting to a fiery hue, as if two infernos were igniting within her. Each time she felled an enemy, the flames surged further. Something was amiss. It was profoundly unsettling. Despite sensing the overwhelming bloodlust emanating from Shure during their earlier duel, it had been perfectly suppressed, allowing her to appear as an ordinary human. Yet now, that bloodlust was beginning to radiate outward, and the girl in the kimono was gradually transforming into an embodiment of slaughter. Unbeknownst to Shure, as she wielded her dual blades with an expressionless face, a smile had crept upon her lips, refreshing, composed, evoking a maternal warmth. This was a smile that would seem unremarkable in any other context, yet in the midst of this lethal battlefield, it was chilling. "Sure, stop." The frantic voice of Oka echoed in her mind, causing Shure to shudder. The flames in her eyes and the peculiar smile faded simultaneously, and her blades halted mid-swing. She leapt lightly out of the encirclement of the undead, returning to Musashi in a faint frown knitting her brow. Something was indeed amiss. Shure recognized that problems lurked within this world. Having already mastered her inner demon, she found herself slipping back into an unconscious state of slaughter during what was meant to be a simple battle. This was an occurrence that should not have transpired. Even the incident at Ogawa's apartment had only been triggered by the vengeful spirit amplifying its hatred. Yet now, a mere battle was provoking such tendencies. It is karma. To take a life, one must bear the repercussions. Such notions exist in other worlds, but in this realm, they seem more tangible. Coupled with the presence of her inner demon, karma would serve as the perfect fuel. Chapter 170. Karma? Such a thing can be severed. It must be said, this world appears to be the least compatible with Shur among all the realms she has traversed. The existence of her inner demon strengthens her with each life she takes. Though the relentless onslaught of monsters may enhance her power, it does the same for her inner demon. Not to mention the bizarre aura permeating the air beneath this blood moon, constantly inciting her to violence. One misstep could lead to losing herself, and in a more severe case, descending into the abyss of slaughter. Until a solution is found, it is imperative not to deal fatal blows to these creatures, lest they bring forth dire consequences. As soon as the warning left the lips of Ji, Shur unleashed a flurry of strikes. Crimson sword energy surging forth and taking down several surrounding black-armored warriors. "Hey, Shur, did you hear what I said?" "I did." Your voice reverberated in my head. "Of course I heard you," Shur replied helplessly, yet did not cease her relentless onslaught. The blades, imbued with fiery red flames, sliced through the air, summoning forth two roaring flame tigers, creating a breach amidst the throng of black-armored warriors. Isn't it just karma? Such a concept may be elusive in other realms, but in this world, I perceive it with utmost clarity. Karma? That sort of thing can simply be severed. The logic was straightforward. If slaying these monsters would taint one with their karma, then striking them down would simultaneously eradicate the karma they possessed. With a firm grip on her twin blades, Shur unleashed two waves of scorching crimson energy from the tips of her swords, cleaving through the black-armored warriors and forging a path through the dense encirclement. Double Dragon Flash. Although lacking the usual buildup of energy, resulting in a diminished might, the existence of the mystic Eye of Death ensured that as long as the line was severed, the notion of diminished power was moot. Oh, that's incredibly powerful. The female swordsman, cradling two children in her arms, gazed at Shur with glimmering eyes of longing, hoping she could learn this technique after breaking free. "Is this a flag?" she quipped sarcastically as Shur led the charge. "Moreover, this technique is only passed down to the disciples of the Woman clan." "Is that so?" "Quite regrettable, for I have no intention of joining any other sect currently." As they conversed, the pair burst through the encirclement of black-armored warriors, but the scene that unfolded before them caused their pupils to constrict. The fields were now teeming with an array of other monsters, ferocious black wild boars with sharp fangs, ethereal malevolent spirits, and entities akin to the black-armored warriors, albeit wielding weapons like bows and guns. This is a dire situation, a veritable battlefield. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the female swordsman's forehead. Yet to become a heroic spirit, her physical capabilities paled in comparison to Shur's. The previous duel had already drained her significantly, and now, amidst the chaos, she doubted her endurance against these monsters, especially while protecting the two ordinary children of Feng and Tianju. Shur's brow furrowed with solemnity. Had she been alone, she would have easily broken free, as severing the death line would cause these monsters to dissipate. However, ensuring the safety of those behind her while attempting to break free was an entirely different matter. Any delay in speed would surely allow the breach to close, unless another ally appeared. Just as that thought crossed her mind, a piercing whistle resonated from the sky. Under the reflection of the crimson moon, a red glowing spear, the Jumanji, hurtled down, striking the ground near the two with tremendous force. Though a spear, its impact unleashed an explosive force, reminiscent of an intercontinental missile rather than a mere thrown weapon. The gathered malevolent spirits were nearly obliterated by this single strike. In tandem, a figure leaped into the swirling dust, grasping the spear that had embedded itself several inches into the earth. Ah, these monsters and malevolent spirits should swiftly seek enlightenment. Lingering in this world while harboring malice towards the living is intolerable. Allow my spear to guide you toward salvation. As the figure spoke, they drew the spear and swept away the dust, simultaneously vanquishing the encroaching malevolent spirits. In the dispersing dust, a figure adorned with the robes of a monk, complete with prayer beads and the Jumanji spear, emerged before Shur's eyes. This was a familiar sight. She had encountered many such monks in Woman, renowned for their prowess against ninjas, earning them the title of ninja killers. The disparity in strength between the two was akin to heaven and earth. Though he executed only a few simple strikes, Shur, with her mystic eye, perceived the flawless execution of every movement. The grip of the spear, footwork, muscle control, and breath adjustment during strikes. Each step executed to perfection. The ninja killers of Woman bore no comparison to this monk in terms of physical prowess and spear mastery. This monk held a crushing advantage. Had the ninja killers of Woman possessed even a fraction of this monk's strength, they would have faced far greater tribulations. Beyond sheer power, Sure discerned the monk's true identity as a heroic spirit, akin to the existence of the King of Storms. Apologies, esteemed ones. I sensed your presence as the crimson moon rose. However, the number of entities appearing this time far exceeds previous encounters, and the time spent in guiding them has been considerable. Thankfully, you two valiantly protected the children. Otherwise, I would have regretted it deeply during this brief return. The monk's demeanor was far more amicable than Sure anticipated, exuding a warmth that made her feel as if sharing a drink with him would be entirely natural. We can catch up later. For now, let us deal with these foes. Although bolstered by the presence of this formidable monk, Sure remained vigilant, refocusing her attention on the ravenous spirits surrounding them. Ha ha ha. Then let us conclude this swiftly. Chapter 171. The true enemy is an empty stomach. Blood moon descended, and the blazing sun rose once more. As the sunlight dispelled the darkness, the remaining malevolent spirits transformed into black mist, retreating into the shadows of the earth. Realizing they were up against formidable opponents, the spirits chose to abandon the fight. In mere moments, a refreshing breeze swept through the fields again. Witnessing this, the silver-haired female swordsman exhaled deeply, her body leaning forward as she nearly collapsed. Fortunately, a foam reacted quickly, supporting her petite form. Thank you, a foam. A weary smile struggled to form on her face as Musashi steadied herself with her twin blades. I should be thanking you, my lord. A foam returned her a genuine smile. In the chaos, she and her brother had been perfectly shielded by Musashi, sustaining no injuries. The girl demonstrated remarkable strength. Most children would have cried in such circumstances, yet she shed not a single tear. Perhaps it was a testament to the different influences of their worlds. Such resilient little ones. The spear-wielding monk smiled, patting a Feng's head. Rather than that, how about introducing yourself, heroic spirit? Tossing a pill to Musashi, Sure spoke. You've seen through me. Although my true identity has been revealed, the monk's smile did not wane. Indeed, I am a heroic spirit etched into the annals of humanity. Known as TanjiroMeets Hun, a spear wielder. TanjiroMeets Hun? Sure paused for a moment, then recollected, realizing why this monk seemed somewhat familiar. In her memories of a past life, even though she later withdrew from the game and ceased to sponsor the Chaldea, she had still encountered this lancer due to the esteemed reputation of his noble phantasms animation, often referred to as the gathering of lunar players. What? Is in3 that in3? Upon hearing that name, Musashi, who had just swallowed a pill, exclaimed in surprise. After the illustrious Lord in3, he revived the Takurizaki-style spear technique, celebrated for wielding the Jumanji spear with unparalleled might, capable of reaching the divine realm. Surely, you must be referring to that very in3. Indeed, I have never been addressed by any other title apart from this one. And what are those two? Although both are women, their performance in the recent collaborative battle suggests they are far from ordinary. I'm called Miyamoto. As soon as the introduction left her lips, a series of sounds from her stomach, inappropriate for a lady, froze her smile, causing her to hang her head in embarrassment. I apologize. I have not eaten for 2 days. Ha ha ha. No need for apologies. Let us converse as we walk. With a hearty laugh, in3 turned to the girl beside Musashi, a phone, and inquired, are there any tea houses nearby? Instead of going to the village tea house, we might as well visit Grandpa's grass hut. Tansuk and I reside there, and Grandpa will be delighted to host everyone. Musashi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Oh, is that truly possible? Of course. With their destination confirmed, the group set off, and Shiki was no exception. Although she was far from starving, a certain king once proclaimed, an empty stomach is a great enemy. Moreover, in their current state, having undergone considerable exertion, replenishment was indeed necessary. Under a Feng's guidance, they traversed the forest, with the monk and the female swordsman occasionally bursting into hearty laughter, seemingly enjoying each other's company. During this time, in3 was taken aback by the true identity of the female swordsman, muttering in disbelief. The legendary swordsman Miyamoto Musashi is actually a woman, and such a voluptuous one at that. In contrast, Shiki appeared somewhat subdued, quietly observing the surrounding scenery. Her temperament was not one of exuberance. Had Butterfly Shinobu been present, perhaps she would have exhibited more vivacity. Your Excellency, may we converse briefly? Abruptly, in initiated dialogue with Shiki. His previously jovial expression now replaced with a hint of seriousness, as Musashi had already begun to frolic with a foe who was leading the way. A slight nod was all it took for them to unconsciously slow their pace. Though it may seem forward, there's a question I must clarify. After gathering his thoughts, in spoke again. In my eyes, Your Excellency possesses an aura strikingly similar to those who have undergone transformation. Why is this? The heroic spirits are not ordinary humans. Musashi sensed a flood of bloodlust emanating from Shiki, but to the monk, there was an added layer of the violent karma entwined around her. This could not help but draw his attention. With a deep sigh, Shiki appeared somewhat resigned. While the Azura had granted her significant advantages, it had also cast her in a villainous light in the eyes of others. Should she ever become a heroic spirit, she might be labeled as an innocent monster. It is not for any extraordinary reason. At times, to protect the weak one wishes to safeguard, one must inevitably harm others who are also weak. And when such instances accumulate, it naturally leads to this situation. Is that so? Upon hearing Shiki's response, the monk began to ponder. What? Can you not accept this answer? No. Ultimately, I harbor no doubts regarding Your Excellency. Despite being ensnared by that karma, the sword you wield is one of compassion. My inquiry stems from my conjecture regarding why these transformed beings congregate in such numbers here and launch attacks on you all. Unlike Shiki and Musashi, in had been summoned here 2 days prior and had encountered the creatures summoned by the Crimson Moon more than once. Nevertheless, the number of creatures had never been substantial, merely a few. However, the recent surge in numbers could rival that of a military force, a transformation that warranted the monk's concern. Is it due to my question? Shiki furrowed her brow slightly. There's a high probability of that. To kill one is to inherit their karma. For ordinary individuals, this is not a boon, but for those creatures, it is the quickest route to gaining strength. As for Your Excellency, entangled in violent karma, you are their prime delicacy. Upon hearing Inshan's analysis, Shiki felt a hint of frustration. It seemed that in each of these worlds, she was perpetually targeted by some force. In the world of Kimetsu no Yaiba, the blood of the dragon within her was regarded as a rare bloodline, while in the world of the void, her body became a shortcut sought by mages. Now, in this yet unknown realm, the Azura was once again stirring up trouble for her. It seems I'm a treasure trove in every respect. Chapter 172, Kindred Spirits? As dusk approached, a fine drizzle began to fall under the dimly lit sky. Although it was not a heavy rain, it nonetheless hindered the group's progress, prompting them to take shelter in a humble grass pavilion within the woods. This light rain posed little concern for Shiki, Musashi, and Inshan, all of whom were robust warriors. As for Inshan, being a heroic spirit, he was impervious to the notion of catching a cold. The halt was primarily to care for a child and an infant in their midst. It would not do for the young siblings to catch a chill in such a time, as mere hot water would not suffice to remedy their plight. Although the presence of the physician, Ryougi, was reassuring, it was still undesirable to wield blades near children. Fortunately, this was but a light shower, and after a brief spell, it ceased, revealing the clear, yellow moon once more, casting a gentle glow upon the night. This moon is indeed comforting. The previous crimson moon was utterly dreadful. Musashi, leading the way, stretched and squinted at the round moon in the sky, her face reflecting a sense of enjoyment. But in the blink of an eye, the once clear yellow moon transformed into a deep crimson. A blood-red hue, deeper than before, cast an ominous pall over the world, as though it had been drenched in blood. Are you a flag-waving master? Run. Snatching up a foam, who was carrying the infant, Shiki hurriedly set off. Sensing a foreboding presence, the forthcoming threat would be far more terrifying and powerful than the mere hordes they had encountered before. Before they could cover 10 meters, a rustling sound erupted from the bamboo grove behind them. This chaotic escape, though visually striking, was regrettably halted. The bamboo forest resonated with a sharp, rustling sound, accompanied by a charming female voice. Suddenly, a petite, nimble shadow leaped over their heads, landing gracefully before them. Inshan had no intention of stopping. His gaze sharpened as the Jumanji spear transformed into a piercing thrust, leaping forth like a dragon. The immense power of the heroic spirit coalesced into the spear, its might unmistakably capable of piercing through the petite form of the obstructive woman. Yet, before he could strike, several fiery arrows shot out from the forest. accurately striking the tip of In3's spear, deflecting the terrifying assault. With the fierce thrust thwarted, In3 opted not to pursue further, retreating swiftly. Amidst the crisp sound of wooden clogs striking the ground, a shadow emerged from the forest, gently uttering in a relatively warm female voice, "What a terrifying person. Truly a demon of firearms." If it were an ordinary hero, the spirit core might have been pierced. "Everyone, exercise caution. This individual intends to annihilate us. To think that mere arrows could deflect my firearm. This place seems to be gathering a considerable number of formidable women. Or could it be that you are the source of this anomaly? As the crimson moon descends, malevolent spirits surge forth. The scent emanating from you resembles that of those transformed beings. Do not speak so, esteemed Beozanjuan. We are heroic spirits, swordsmen of renown. Do not conflate us with mere malevolent spirits." The footsteps continued, and behind Shiki, several figures gradually appeared. There was a sword demon cloaked in shadow, a beautiful woman with cascading hair and a nurturing aura, and a peculiar figure with half-black, half-white hair, fingers clasping a paper doll. Simultaneously, figures emerged from the front and sides. One was a little girl with horns, holding a tray of wine, with a purple gourd hanging at her waist. Another, also horned, with striking silver hair, wielded a naginata and bore a large bow on her back. Each was distinct, yet they all exuded a foul stench, akin to having just emerged from a bloodbath, giving the impression of being azuras. Such entities have no place in this era of peace that followed the Shimabara rebellion of the 16th year of the Kanei era. Moreover, Shiki recognized several familiar faces among them: Shitoku Toji, Minamoto no Yorimitsu, and Murasaki no Baba, heroic spirits she had known in her past life, now standing before her. Hadyatinga Nuziatinyoha. Gone was the charming visage of the beloved figures celebrated by players of the past. Shiki's expression darkened as she positioned Aoi and Tansuk behind her, invoking Bai Lei and Kaimon silently into her hands, her breathing technique reaching its pinnacle, her pupils slightly dilating as she opened her perception to the world. In a mere moment, Shiki elevated her physical state to its zenith. Unlike her previous encounter with the King of Storms at the Okawa apartment, she now faced 5 heroic spirits, among them Shitoku Toji, the great demon king, and Minamoto no Yorimitsu, the mightiest warrior of the Heian period. Besides these two, the sword demon hidden beneath the cloak instilled a sense of dread in her. In this situation, even the slightest mistake could lead one to the river of 3 paths. Aside from the renowned Notoryu, Shinmin Musashi, and the esteemed Beozanjuan In3, there is yet another surprising presence here, spoke the man with half-black, half-white hair, his voice reminiscent of a predatory beast, a blend of madness and reason. Humans indeed, yet bound by such a degree of karma. If they were to transform into heroic sword masters, they would surely be reliable allies. The beautiful woman smiled faintly. "What do you think, Lord of the Hell's Border?" "I share that sentiment. An additional heroic sword master would not be unwelcome, would it?" The Lord of the Hell's Border, the man with half-black, half-white hair, conjured a crimson pentagram with a flourish of his hands. Aside from Beozanjuan and this kindred spirit, the rest may be eradicated. "Proceed." Before the man could finish his words, a blade of vivid crimson cleaved through the air, slicing the atmosphere itself, and even the rush of wind went unnoticed. Accompanying this strike was a youthful voice. "Do not liken me to scum like you." Chapter 173. Are you also immortal? This was the culmination of Shiki's peak state, a strike executed with unparalleled speed. In the brief standoff, she discerned that among the 5, the one with the paper shikigami was the weakest in close combat. To break through, the most effective strategy was to first reduce their numbers. Bai Lei twisted into a crimson serpent, darting towards the man's neck. The red blade expanded rapidly in the man's constricted pupils, and just as it was about to descend, a silver light surged from the side, colliding with Bai Lei's blade. In an instant, sparks flew, and the sound of clashing swords reverberated through the blood-soaked night. It was the sword demon cloaked in brown robes. The blade in his hand intercepted Bai Lei's weapon as if striking at the very heart of the Crimson Serpent, redirecting her previously unstoppable advance. The force transmitted through the blade caused Shiki's right hand to tingle, yet she did not abandon her assault. She gripped the trembling Bai Lei tightly, stepping forward as her left hand withdrew Kaimon by several inches. But at that moment, the sword demon twisted his wrist, using his blade to block Bai Lei's hilt, while crashing into Shiki's embrace, his right shoulder colliding with her chest, his other hand reaching for Kaimon on her waist. Unarmed. Though the impact to her chest forced Shiki back a few steps, she immediately recognized this technique. The Aoi Nameless School also possessed a similar move, albeit refined into a form resembling Aikido. Witnessing the original form firsthand, she could discern it with clarity. Of course, beyond mere recognition, she understood how to respond. Shiki did not choose to defend her blade, but rather advanced forcefully, closing the distance between them to mere inches. Kaimon, a long sword exceeding the length of the katana, required space to be drawn from its sheath. Shiki was acutely aware of this, hence she opted not to stubbornly defend Kaimon. For the best defense was indeed a good offense. As she lunged forward, Shiki's elbow struck the sword demon's chest with precise ferocity. The demon vanquishing fist. The elbow, a sharp weapon of the human body, could easily shatter even the hardest of bones. Though the opponent possessed the body of a heroic spirit, far superior to that of a human, Shiki was no ordinary person. With the power of her breathing technique, her full-force elbow strike sent him flying several meters away, accompanied by a resounding crack. In mere seconds, the dynamics of their confrontation shifted dramatically, each sustaining a blow from the other, marking their first encounter with this unknown sword demon as a stalemate. Such astonishing power. Are you truly human? The sword demon, clutching his injured chest, emitted a hoarse and grating voice, his chest visibly sunken inwards. Ah, as you can see, I am indeed a genuine human, Shiki replied, feeling the aftermath of the collision momentarily halt her heart. And now, the residual impact caused a metallic taste to surge in her throat. It appears to be true. Unlike us, you are indeed a fragile human. As he spoke, he released his grip on his chest, the previously dented injury now healed. Impressive swordsmanship and terrifying reflexes. Yet alas, such abilities alone cannot defeat us heroic swordmasters. Our bodies are akin to soulless puppets. Neither ferocious techniques nor mystical blades can reach our spirit cores or bring us death. Surrender. Your futile struggle ends here. Is that so? Philosophe technique. Mystical blades. None of these are effective? As she spoke, Shiki closed her eyes. If that were the case, then how about the eyes that perceive the death of all things? As the eyes reopened, the pupils ignited with two orbs of ethereal blue flame, tinged with a chilling crimson hue. In this moment, in the gaze of Shiki, the figure of the sword demon was etched with lines, marked by the deathly threads of accumulated karma from countless battles. These so-called heroic spirits and sword masters were merely monsters ensnared by myriad karmic ties. It was no wonder that ordinary attacks proved futile against them. Unless their karmic burdens were severed, even 100 strikes to decapitate would hold no significance. Such beings, even when confronted by Musashi or the heroic spiriting Shun, stood no chance, for neither Musashi's swordsmanship nor In Shun's spear reached the realm capable of severing karma. However, Shiki was different. Before her gaze, the concept of immortality held no weight. With her dual blades sheathed, only the tip of one remained exposed, as if a great force was coiling within the scabbard, reminiscent of a dragon's steady breath. In the next moment, Bai Lei and Kai Min were unleashed simultaneously, akin to a wild dragon bursting forth from its sheath. The dragon's breath transformed into a resounding roar, as a black and red vacuum wave erupted from the tips of her blades, cleaving towards the unknown sword demon. The double dragon flash. Before the air blades could reach him, the sword demon instinctively prepared to strike, but an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, forcing him to halt abruptly and evade, revealing the slightly bewildered Ryougi behind him. The Ryougi, lacking the reflexes to respond in time, despite possessing other means, found himself caught off guard. The vacuum wave struck his body, yet it did not draw a single drop of blood. Instead, it exploded into a cloud of white smoke, from which a small white paper effigy slowly descended. Meanwhile, he had already repositioned himself to the opposite side. The Shiki technique, substituting a Shikigami to absorb the attack, was a common survival tactic for an Onmyuji, particularly one with limited melee capability. The black and white-haired Onmyuji quickly grasped the situation. The mystic eyes of death brought him profound unease, as if the invisible karma binding him was laid bare before her piercing gaze. Truly, such eyes instilled a sense of dread. Indeed, it would be better if they remained forever closed. Tightening his grip on his blade, the sword demon advanced, while at the same moment, the silver-haired archer drew her longbow, nocking a flaming arrow. Additionally, The voluptuous general of the Minamoto clan also fully drew her bow, an arrow crackling with purple lightning poised to launch. Concurrently, the air filled with a distracting, intoxicating aroma of fragrant alcohol, signaling that these heroic spirits had no intention of wasting any more time. The oppressive aura emanating from Shiki demanded their respect. All blades had been drawn, all bows fully strung, awaiting the moment when blood would surely spill. Chapter 174. The might of noble phantasms. The glaring sword light erupted throughout the forest, where scorching flames and crackling purple lightning intertwined in a dazzling display. This was undoubtedly a chaotic battle, with figures colliding, each encounter comprising different combatants. At times, Shiki faced the sword demon's silver blade, only for the ensuing attack to morph into a red flame Naginata or the lightning-enshrouded child cutting Unkan. This was equally true for the heroic spirits. They faced the dual-edged slashes at one moment and the terrifying thrusts at another. Yet, the gravest threat lay in the black and red, swirling sword energy, which not only struck from elusive angles, but wielded the force comparable to a servant, despite being wielded by human form. Furthermore, the dual black and red blades seemed to possess a unique power wherever they cut. The speed of karma repairing the body slowed drastically. This revelation left the Ryougi, who was poised to strike, inwardly astonished. It was the first time he had witnessed such an occurrence. These heroic spirits stood atop the world, even amidst the blood-soaked hands of the Tokugawa era. They regarded others merely as interesting prey. Yet this human girl was entirely different. She was a hunter akin to themselves, and the finest hunters often emerged in the guise of prey. The battle raged on, and to the ordinary observer, it was nearly impossible to capture the fleeting shadows. Only showers of sparks erupted in the clash of blades, accompanied by the phantoms of weapons moving at incredible speeds. Maintaining awareness and readiness to fight amidst the intoxicating aroma of wine, it seemed that the Tokugawa era was not without its merits. However, this playful skirmish would soon reach its end. Fatigue was beginning to set in, and prolonging it would likely attract the ire of the sorcerer. A sultry voice echoed overhead, its alluring timbre capable of softening even the most stoic man. It was Shotan Toji, who had yet to reveal her hand. At this moment, she produced a gourd from her waist, uncorked it, and tilted it, allowing a drop of bluish-purple liquid to fall into her left hand's wine tray, melt and dissolve, and then disappear completely. This great Oyama demon king allowed that single drop of liquid to fall, and though she had extracted merely one drop from the gourd, an immense torrent of liquid now surged forth from the tray, exuding a rich, sweet aroma. Savor this secret drop of mine, capable of dissolving anything. Upon contact, it will vanish in an instant. A piercing sense of danger surged through Shiki's mind, although there was no true name released. This was undoubtedly the noble phantasm of the great Oyama demon king, even if its power was diminished by the lack of a true name. Shiki harbored no doubts about the lethality of this flowing torrent. Lady Toji, fall back. Since it is a noble phantasm, allow my own to counter it. Ingshun surged forward, gathering magical energy, yet Shiki showed no signs of retreating. With each breath, the breath of fire was seamlessly transitioned into the breath of water. Water breathing, second form, water whirl. Bai Lei and Kai Min did not retreat, but surged forward, plunging into the torrent, while Shiki herself spun around, as if the deadly poison wine was drawn into her twin blades, swirling around her to form a vortex of water. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a CG from a certain game, where Genji's blade danced with dual dragons. Oh, the face of a young demon king revealed traces of surprise, although there was no true name released. To think that a drop from my noble phantasm could be blocked merely through swordsmanship, this displeases me somewhat. Her previously charming voice turned icy. If that is the case, let you all witness the beauty of my wine that can dissolve all things. Upon hearing this, the heroic spirits engaged in battle ceased their onslaught, retreating in unison. Truly wounded? Even in your immortal forms, do you not wish to taste my exquisite wine? Silence, insect. Even in immortality, the sensation of bones melting into liquid is exceedingly unpleasant. The Minamoto general shot her a cold glare, his eyes betraying no hint of concealment for his disdain. Is that so? What a pity, then, that I shall allow these few to sample it. With a melodic laugh, liquid poured forth from the purple gourd once more. But this time it was not a single drop, but a continuous stream, 1,000 purple, 10 red divine and demonic poison. If you die, I must extend my apologies. The wine tray once again tilted, and the same liquid poured forth, yet what had previously been a rushing torrent now transformed into the vastness of the ocean. This seemingly tranquil yet lethally deceptive sea surged within the bamboo grove, dissolving everything in its path, be it the hardest stone or the organic bamboo, into flowing waters, merging seamlessly with the fatal poison. Depart from this place. Without a moment's hesitation, Shur swiftly turned, her twin blades capable of sweeping away torrents, yet powerless against the ocean. This was a noble phantasm, elevated from the very deeds of the heroic spirit, a technique that mere swordsmanship could not withstand. If only the nearby Musashi could wield her 40-meter-long blade, there might have been a chance to fight back. However, she was merely a human at present, with her exploits yet to reach a state of transcendence. Yet amidst this hurried retreat, a figure boldly advanced. It was in3. He strode forth to confront the impending wave of toxic wine, his gaze sharp, akin to the point of the Jumanji spear in his hand. As he passed Shur, he softly spoke, "My lady, please take care of a phone and Tyansuk." Then he leapt into the fray, his spears sweeping horizontally, standing firm against the encroaching waves. Resembling an immovable statue of Buddha, it is the duty of a servant to confront other servants. Leave this to me and allow you so-called heroic spirit swordsmen to witness the ultimate techniques of the Takarazuka school. This is the pinnacle of spear techniques, the 11th of the lifetime of invincibility. Horisuki. Magic surged from the monk's body. Before the noble phantasm, this monk naturally unleashed his own. Unlike Shoto Tono S, Sun Hong, 1Z, Shun Biengue Du, Takarazuka in3's noble phantasm is an absolute technique refined to perfection through sheer skill. It is a technique he devised, having reached the divine realm of spear mastery, capable of countering any enemy and technique, neutralizing all unfavorable factors encountered upon first meeting, regardless of how extraordinary the opponent or weapon may be. And at this moment, the toxic sea approached. Chapter 175. As a divine physician. Is it too much to ask that I relieve you of your poison? The man's spear is a culmination of perfected technique. The 11th style he created beyond the 15 established by his master, in3. A peerless spear technique revered as a convergence of skills that have ascended to the divine realm. Any foe standing before this spear shall be pierced through, even mountains or seas. With a sweeping arc of his spear, a terrifying gale erupted from its tip, though the spear was merely the height of in3 himself. The tempest it conjured spread throughout the entire grove. The rushing toxic wine, which had surged forth, was forcibly slowed by this gale. Yes, merely slowed, not entirely halted. Despite this deceleration, the venom still advanced. Ah, as expected from the Takarazuka school of spearmanship, you truly possess skill even without the chaos of slaughter. Yet merely relying on your weapon will not suffice to stop my poison. Ultimately, technique is but technique, bound by the limitations of the weapon in hand, not an intangible art. As long as one possesses sufficient magical energy, range, form, and effects can all be altered. At this moment, the great Oi no Tono retracted the wine tray, creating a brief vacuum amidst the continuous flow of poison, which momentarily pleased in3. However, before this fleeting joy could grace his visage, a sudden movement from Shoto Tono caused his pupils to constrict sharply. She had unleashed the purple gourd from her waist. An unending stream of toxic wine began to pour forth from the gourd's mouth into the ocean, engulfing the bamboo grove, causing yet another transformation. If the initial release was akin to a waterfall, and the second to a tranquil sea, this third release was the furious tempest of a raging ocean. In an instant, the gale erupting from the spear was shattered, and the deadly poison surged forth in that moment of dissipating wind, crashing towards in3. Before this tumultuous ocean, even the towering monk appeared diminutive. Yet, even so, he did not retreat a single step. He remained to buy time for his companions to withdraw, fully prepared for the sacrifice of his own life. Drink! The monk roared like a battle-hardened deity, and the Jumanji spear in his hand whirled like a windmill, conjuring a gale even more violent than before. The wind howled, and the gravel beneath surged. Everything around him was stirred by the spear, the air thickening to the point where even breathing became a challenge for anyone nearby. It was hard to fathom that the limits of human skill could achieve such a feat yet. Even so, the raging ocean showed no signs of abating. I have already stated, relying solely on your weapon, you cannot halt this poison. Why persist and struggle? Shouldn't you relish the exquisite nature of my poison before your demise? Before she could finish her thought, Shoto Tono's expression abruptly froze. For she witnessed the surging waves that threatened to engulf in3 suddenly split apart by a scarlet blade of energy, draped in white with a crimson blade. The waves parted, revealing a long-haired maiden with her blade embedded in the earth, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes, as ever, a haunting blue. Did you not just claim that your poison could not be countered by mere weapons? She rose majestically from the deadly poison, the hem of her damp kimono fluttering gently, bestowing upon her an air of ethereal grace. I apologize, but before me, there exists no such thing as poison. With a flick of her long sword, her lips curled into a subtle smile. Do not be deceived by my appearance. I, too, have once been called a divine physician. If it is poison, healing you should be no great feat. The raging waves ceased their tumult, transforming into a tranquil, deep pool, devoid of even a ripple. After that single strike, it seemed as if all was still, returning to serene silence. Sure now stood amidst this tranquil pool formed from the toxic wine. Shoto Tono was taken aback, her once alluring eyes now filled with disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before her. Why could this individual remain unharmed beneath her noble phantasm? Why was she, who should have been reduced to blood upon contact with the poison, now entirely unscathed? Why? She voiced her confusion, her frustration igniting a blaze of fury within the great Oe no Tono. It is a simple truth, is it not? The poison you take pride in has lost its fundamental toxicity. For sure, she could not bear the thought of her survival being contingent upon the sacrifice of her comrades, which is why she returned, emboldened by her audacious resolve. She sought to eradicate the toxicity inherent in Shoto Tono's noble phantasm, rendering her poison-laden weapon ineffective. When such a thought crossed Shire's mind, even she found it to be madness. To confront a servant's noble phantasm with her blade was akin to a righteous ally taking a hit from an EA. Yet she accomplished it, having shifted her understanding. She indeed perceived the thread of mortality entwined within the surging waves, the source of the lethal toxicity, the essence of Shoto Tono's destructive power. By severing that bond, the exquisite wine transformed into true ambrosia. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, this wine originates from your gourd, your very essence. Now, with the source of the toxic wine rendered harmless, your current manifestation has effectively lost its most potent noble phantasm, has it not? However, for you heroic spirits, it should not matter. As long as I return you to the heroic spirit throne, everything will revert to its original state. Shiki spoke these words with a calm demeanor, inciting the ire of Shitoku Toji. She resembled a seasoned surgeon, performing the grim task of slicing open and stitching up, her hands drenched in blood while reassuring you that it would soon be all right, just endure a little longer. Yet, Shiki understood the value of knowing when to withdraw. This brief detour was merely to save in3. Attempting to slay one or two heroic spirit swordsmen under the current circumstances was akin to chasing a delusion. Supporting the severely drained in3, the two swiftly vanished into the night. Such actions thoroughly enraged the mighty king of Ojo, her beautiful visage contorting in fury, her once charming canines now exuding a menacing aura. Seeking death, her body coiled slightly, preparing to launch, but before she could exert her strength, a chilling voice resonated in her mind. Cease your pursuit, having lost the most crucial noble phantasm and being in such a state of agitation. Continuing the chase could lead to your own downfall. This operation ends here. Everyone, return. Chapter 176. Partners in Justice? Are you both all right? Musashi, already waiting at the village entrance with Afeng and Tiansu, breathed a sigh of relief, her face reflecting deep concern upon seeing the two return safely. Thanks to His Excellency, the two instruments, otherwise this time in the present world would likely have been my end. It is rather embarrassing. Despite being noble phantasms, I was unable to withstand my opponent. There's no need to think this way. These heroic spirit swordsmen have essentially transcended their original identities. Reduced to monsters ensnared by the chains of their own past bloodshed, Shiki gently remarked, the immortality that prevents them from perishing without severing their karmic ties, coupled with the formidable physical prowess of heroic spirits and the noble phantasms elevated by their own deeds, has left them utterly detached from the original significance of heroic spirits. What else could they be but monsters? To retreat from the encirclement of such beasts is already a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. After a vigilant wait at the village entrance, confirming no pursuers lingered behind, The group, guided by a phone, entered the village. It was now deep into the night, and only a few oil lamps dimly illuminated each household, casting the entire village in a serene silence. Stepping into the overgrown hills behind the village and walking along a weathered path for nearly half an hour, a thatched hut came into view. That is grandfather's hut. After enduring nearly a day's worth of danger, the girl joyfully sprinted toward the hut. However, just as she traversed 10 meters in front of the hut, the air shimmered like ripples on water. Is this a barrier? As a servant, In3 immediately discerned the situation, tightening his grip on his gun and entering a defensive posture. This is only natural. In this Edo period, there are no magicians, and aside from those heroic spirit swordsmen, it is unlikely anyone could utilize such barrier magic. Thus, such caution is warranted. There is no need to wear such an expression. The individual within harbors no ill will toward us, for he is akin to you, Mr. In3. The ability to perceive the world clearly is indeed a valuable skill, surpassing any so-called intuition in both combat and reconnaissance. In Shiki's eyes, there was a presence within the hut that shared the same essence as In3, an aura of a heroic spirit. Crossing the barrier, the oppressive feeling brought by the blood moon instantly dissipated, allowing the group to relax, and the interior of the hut came into view. Swords, an abundance of swords. The entire courtyard was piled high with katana, chaotic and densely packed. Judging by the metallic scent, these weapons had likely just been forged. Amongst this mountain of blades, a singular katana embedded in the ground caught Shiki's attention. Its exquisite craftsmanship and timely forging indicated it was undoubtedly a fine sword. While it may not rival the immortal slayers, Kaimen and Bailai, it was clearly on par with the Koji Kanedo. Beyond that, this blade seemed to harbor other powers. Just as Shiki marveled at the sword, the silver-haired warrior was drawn to it, her hand instinctively reaching for the hilt. Hey, do not recklessly touch another's work. A sudden authoritative voice interrupted Musashi's actions. Turning to the source of the voice, Shiki felt her mind buzz as she recognized the figure before her. Short chestnut hair, brown eyes, and half of his body draped in crimson attire. The youth before her bore an uncanny resemblance to Shiromiya, her justice partner. This perplexed Shiki. How could she encounter this legendary figure in the 16th year of the Kanei era? No, could he be a manifestation of a servant? The fleeting confusion in Shiki's mind was swiftly clarified by her encyclopedic knowledge. He was neither a demi-servant like Mashu nor a proper servant like In3, but rather a servant manifesting through the body of another with a similar essence. The youth before them was such an entity, akin to the frequently overworked Zhuge Kongming of FGO. This is merely a forge. Who are you, and what brings you here? The half-naked youth, muscles rippling, frowned as he scrutinized Shiki and the others. Ah, grandfather, they're guests of A-Foam. Just as the tension mounted, A-Foam emerged from the backyard, carrying a small bucket of water. Grandfather? The silver-haired swordswoman was momentarily stunned. The youth before her was clearly not of the elder generation. In3 and Shiki remained unfazed. The former had already sensed the youth's true nature, while Shiki understood the reason, recognizing the phenomenon of a servant utilizing another's body, which was not uncommon. Is such astonishment necessary? However, since you're A-Foam's guests, please come inside. Both I and you surely have questions. As he spoke, the youth cast a deep glance at In3, evidently recognizing his identity as a heroic spirit. Moreover, his gaze lingered momentarily on the Bailai and Shiki's hand and the Kaimen at her waist before he turned and entered the hut. With the host's invitation, the group naturally followed suit, and as the youth had indicated, they indeed had numerous questions. Upon entering the room, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air prompted Musashi to sniff appreciatively, her gaze settling on the large pot in the center of the main hall, where ingredients simmered in a rich broth, their delightful scent making the nearly 3-day famished swordswoman's stomach protest once more. I have been waiting for A-Foam and Tiansu to return for dinner, but suddenly it turned from day to night, and a perfectly fine evening became bizarre, which has made me somewhat anxious. Thankfully, you brought them back. As a gesture of gratitude, let us all sit down and eat together. This brought a smile to Musashi's face, and without regard for her image, she promptly sat down before the pot, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. This elicited shared amused expressions from Shiki and In3, who soon followed suit and sat on either side of her. Gathered around the pot, the youth, arms crossed over his chest, surveyed the group before slowly speaking. Let's have a proper discussion. What commotion did you stir in the mountains? The noise was so loud it reached this village. Chapter 177. Boiling blood, listening to the descriptions from Shiki and the others, the astute young man lowered his head, stroking his chin in contemplation. However, their true identities and intentions remain unclear, and it is uncertain what they are planning for this world. After pausing for a moment, In3 also fell into thought, pondering the mystery of why he had been summoned to this realm. Ah, may I inquire as to your esteemed identity? From your aura, it appears you are also a heroic spirit. The young man did not deny this. He nodded and spoke. There is no need to address me as your excellency. I am TanjiroMeets, merely an old man who forges blades. You certainly don't look your age, Musashi said with a smile, holding a bowl and chopsticks. After taking a bite, she continued, Is Muramasa that Muramasa? The incredibly famous master craftsman from Ieyasu? The blade named after Muramasa once severed the grandfather of Tokugawa Ieyasu, and his father and son, even Ieyasu himself, suffered injuries from it. Thus, it is known as the cursed blade of Tokugawa. Moreover, Senji is the name of the first-generation master. How remarkable! After encountering the spear of the divine, I now meet such a significant figure. Shiki had certainly heard of the cursed blade, Muramasa, but her understanding was limited to the fact that he was an exceptionally skilled blacksmith. Now, with Musashi's elaboration, she comprehended that it was not surprising for such a character to forge that lethal weapon outside. So, I am such a remarkable figure in later times. Yet, throughout history, all I have done is forge blades. I'm not as extraordinary as you think. Senji Muramasa waved his hand dismissively, not taking Musashi's words to heart. Not at all. To forge that blade outside is already an incredible feat. Musashi replied earnestly, clearly impressed by the sword. Oh, you mean the Mikage Kiri Muramasa? Although that blade has reached the realm of magic, it is merely a failed creation. A failed creation? Regardless of craftsmanship or any aspect, that blade should not be labeled as such, Shiki interjected, her voice carrying an unusual force. Ah, it seems there is someone knowledgeable, he remarked appreciatively, glancing at Shiki. Indeed, that blade can easily sever both rock and metal, yet my pursuit extends far beyond this. To sever fate, to cut through destiny, and to eradicate all grievances. I forge blades to create the ultimate sword capable of settling all hatred. Though that blade has reached a certain level, it is still far from my expectations. Speaking of which, you possess two fine swords. Senji Muramasa's gaze fell upon Kamen and Bairei at Shiki's sides. May I have a look? He expressed his curiosity, indicating that he bore no ill intentions towards others' possessions. Nodding slightly, Shiki handed over Kamen, sensing that this heroic spirit, who manifested through the embodiment of justice, was not a malevolent individual. As for the other, it is best left alone. Anyone other than myself who draws it will meet death. A rule that permits the blade to be drawn only under specific conditions. Indeed, a remarkable power. In that case, I shall observe this fine weapon. After a moment's contemplation, Senji Muramasa grasped the hilt of Kamen, exerting a slight force. A soft chime resonated as the silver blade emerged from its sheath, reminiscent of clear water spilling forth. Its art both exquisite and lethal. A fine sword, he exclaimed, examining it under the dim light of the room. Although he could not ascertain the material used in its creation, it seemed to possess a unique power that kept the blade neither dull nor breakable, as if it bore other capabilities as well. He then returned Kamen to Shiki. Ah, a blade capable of severing immortality while simultaneously opening the gates to the underworld. Inscribed with the name Kamen, Shiki remarked, that is precisely why it can injure those heroic spirits. Is that so? Karma, then? Without severing karma, one cannot harm those heroic spirits. The young man pondered deeply, finally exhaling a heavy sigh. I seem to comprehend why, as a blacksmith, I have been summoned to this realm. Oh, both Musashi and In3 cast a curious glance in his direction. If you're the ones battling those heroic spirits, then I must be the one summoned to forge weapons capable of slaying them. As this was meant by fate, such a sense of a predetermined mission is rather difficult to accept. In simpler terms, it is a response to the actions of the heroic spirits. A point Shiki understood to some extent. She even felt that her own presence in this world, possessing the mystic eyes of death perception, had some connection to this. What do you all think? Is your mission to combat those heroic spirits? Closing his eyes for a moment, In3 shook his head. I do not know. Even now, I remain unaware of the reason for my manifestation. But regardless of my ignorance, I have no intention of letting the existence of those heroic spirits go unchallenged. Thus, my spear shall be aimed at them in this world. Indeed, I concur, Musashi exclaimed, hands on her hips, beaming with a broad smile. Moreover, I aim to elevate my skills. Those heroic spirits make for excellent adversaries. With that, both turned their expectant gazes toward Shiki, who sighed in resignation. Is there any need to say this? At this point, they will not let me off easily. Not only had she incapacitated the treasure of the sake barrel child, but she had also left behind such a significant incident. The great demon king of Oyama was likely still searching for her. Additionally, she had her own opponents she wished to face once more. Shiki's expression grew serious as she recalled the brown-robed sword demon, whose swordsmanship had reached a realm of emptiness. The thought made her right hand tremble slightly, not from fear, but from excitement. This was the second time she had encountered such a formidable swordsman after the Sword Saint. Amiya Kiritsugu. The blood that had lain dormant in modern society now surged once more. Shiki yearned for a second encounter with this sword demon. Everyone seems so full of vigor. Senji Muramasa stood, a hearty smile gracing his face. Rest assured, I shall forge you capable blades. For that is precisely why I have been summoned. Chapter 178. Undercurrents the summoned heroic spirits, along with the sword masters and sword saints from another world, gathered to form a united front. Meanwhile, at a shrine, an eerie crimson hue radiated, chilling the hearts of those who beheld it. This place was undoubtedly a microcosm of all negative emotions in the world. Malice, rage, resentment, every sentiment that could arise from humanity seemed to be encapsulated in this sanguine essence. The individuals congregated here were far from heroic figures. They were closer to monsters, akin to vengeful spirits. At the center of the blood-soaked light stood a magical array emanating a faint glow, supported by a terrifying reservoir of magical power. Before this array sat a young man with waist-length white hair tied in a ponytail, his face adorned with a playful smile as he gazed into the emptiness before him. Behind him, leaning against a pillar, was a samurai with deep blue hair and closed eyes. After a brief moment, 3 shadows coalesced from the ground, revealing themselves to be several of the heroic spirits who had recently surrounded Shiki and her companions. Master Sorcerer, we have returned, the Onmyoji said, placing his right hand over his chest and bowing slightly. Why retreat when we could have annihilated them all? The diminutive figure of Gyoding Tongzi, with a visage brimming with dissatisfaction, recalled the near disability of his noble phantasm, which ignited a surge of fury within him. No, our aim is not merely to eliminate a specific target, but to retrieve His Excellency Inshan. The plan requires the presence of all 7 heroic spirits. Losing another heroic spirit for this cause would render the endeavor rather counterproductive. The young man, known as the Sorcerer, chuckled lightly, exuding an air of calm authority. Are you suggesting that Gyoding Tongzi's expression darkened, laced with an icy tone? Am I to be slain? Indeed, those eyes and those 2 black-red blades, combined with the renowned Shinmen Musashi and the famed Inshan, would make it quite feasible to replace you, even at the cost of injury. Unperturbed by Gyoding Tongzi's frosty glare, the young man continued to smile. Moreover, I have seen through the eyes of His Excellency Saber Imperio that young lady would likely hold her own against any of you, and against you, devoid of your noble phantasm, her chances would increase significantly. TSK. Gyoding Tongzi spat, knowing this to be the truth, and turned his face away in displeasure. If that is the case, how should we deal with these individuals? Without retrieving the treasures of the Takarazuka, your plan for the exile of the filth cannot come to fruition. Human strength is ultimately limited, no matter how powerful. How can it contend with the karmic legacies you possess? As for these people, Caster, I presume you have already formulated some ideas? The sorcerer glanced at the black and white-haired Onmyo, whose smile suggested he had everything under control. Haha. While I do have some thoughts, they are not yet fully formed. However, let us proceed. With that, the Onmyoji clapped his hands and softly called, Duanzong, are you there? At his call, a shadow silently descended from the eaves above, kneeling before the Onmyoji. It was a young girl clad in the garb of a ninja, her beauty akin to that of a delicately crafted doll. Here, what is your command, master? Kato Duanzong is always at your service. Give the order, and I shall retrieve any head for you. The kneeling ninja replied softly. Indeed, I have a new command for you. Lure His Excellency Archer Inferno to confront those 2 humans. If it is her hatred that ignites, it should incinerate their very souls. Understood. Command acknowledged, accepting. The ninja responded mechanistically, her expression devoid of emotion, and swiftly vanished into the darkness. How distasteful, your puppet. The voice belonged to the sword demon shrouded in a brown robe. His tone transformed from a hoarse whisper to a powerful and steady voice that conveyed the authority of an elder. Do not speak so, Excellency Imperio. She is quite capable. For now, let us focus on another matter. Would you not agree, sorcerer? The white-haired youth nodded with a smile. Indeed, since we are short one heroic spirit, we shall summon another, though it will require a price. Moreover, the young lady in the white kimono has provided me with new insights. With that, he rose and approached the crimson magic circle, extending his arms as torrents of karmic energy surged forth into the array. In an instant, the blood-red glow filled the entire temple. To them, karma served as magic. The karmic energy from those who had perished under their influence was now infused into the array, channeling a powerful entity through time and space. The immense energy created a gust that swept through the temple, causing the white-haired youth's garments to flutter. And even the long-blade warrior leaning against a pillar opened his eyes with interest. This was no ordinary summoning array. It had been altered by the Onmyoji and enhanced by the sorcerer's unique magic, ensuring that only an undying body steeped in karma could be summoned. After some time, as the light dimmed and the wind calmed, a figure stood within the array, gazing at the youth before him. It was a gaunt old man clad in a blue robe, with a single eye and adorned with a samurai general's helmet. In his right hand, he wielded a silver blade, while a 10-pointed spear rested on his left shoulder, exuding an oppressive presence merely by standing there. Even the sword demon momentarily faltered, his gaze beneath the brown robe growing somber. What a formidable individual. Moreover, possessing the title of Sword Saint, he may even surpass you, Excellency Imperio. The Onmyoji remarked with a playful tone. My sword has reached the supreme heaven, and so has he. Distinguishing strength within the same realm is not so straightforward. Perhaps it is merely luck. The thoughts inspired by that young lady unexpectedly drew such a favorable card. The white-haired youth assessed the elder before him, softly inquiring, And you are a heroic spirit from an alternate history, are you not? My name is Amakusa Shiro Tokasada. The elder pondered for a moment before slowly raising his head, the sharp blade-like gaze from beneath his hat fixed on the youth. I am called Ina Ichishin. Chapter 179. Not the true sword saint in the early morning, Shiki, lying on her straw mat, suddenly opened her eyes. Despite a long night's rest, she did not appear groggy. Rather, the aches throughout her body made her frown. During the months spent in modern society, she had lacked exercise, and after various events concluded, opportunities for sword practice were scarce, leading to muscle soreness from her first prolonged battle in this blood-soaked world. Indeed, idleness is humanity's greatest enemy. Even the sharpest blade, if left unmaintained, will eventually rust. Rising from her mat, Shiki pushed open the paper door and immediately spotted the monk wielding a long spear, drenched in sweat as he trained in the courtyard. As a monk, Inshuin's discipline was evidently superior to that of Shiki and Musashi. He noticed her too, nodding gently in greeting. You youths are truly carefree. Despite being in turbulent times, you can still sleep soundly at this hour. The red-haired youth leaned against another porch, arms crossed, observing Shiki with a teasing tone. Necessary sleep ensures peak performance in battle, and I maintain a regular schedule. I am hardly carefree. Shikage Muramesa blinked, then grinned widely. How unexpected. I thought your demeanor would be colder. I never imagined you would utter such words. Colder? Shiki murmured, perhaps she once was. Is that so? Well, it seems a heavy topic, so let us leave it be. You should hurry and freshen up. Breakfast awaits, and we must discuss our forthcoming actions. Nodding lightly, Shiki walked toward the water pond in the backyard. After a brief wash, she returned to the main hall to find everyone gathered around the boiler for breakfast. Shiki, if you take any longer, I'll finish it all. Musashi, still chewing her food, greeted Shiki with a beaming smile and a wave. Shiki shook her head in exasperation, moving to sit beside her. After a soft expression of gratitude, she accepted the bowl and chopsticks handed to her by Ifen. Seated at the very center, Shinzi Village took a sip of tea and remarked, let us continue our discussion from last night. Although we have established our factions and confirmed our foundational objectives, our understanding of the heroic spirits, particularly the sword masters, remains woefully inadequate. We lack insight into their positions and true identities. In this context, Shiki interjected, asserting that there was no need for concealment. The identities derived from other worlds could legitimize such foresight. Wow, exclaimed Musashi, though I had a suspicion. I never anticipated that they would be such formidable figures. Upon hearing Shiki's words, Musashi was momentarily taken aback. However, to be fair, we are not without our own illustrious individuals. We have you, the greatest swordsman of Japan, Miyamoto Musashi, along with the legendary Muramasa, and the treasure house whose spear can rival the divine. Musashi, buoyed by the title of Japan's foremost swordsman, squinted her eyes and nodded enthusiastically, remarking, "It has seemed that way." Yet, she suddenly recalled something, her demeanor shifting. "But what about you, Shiki? We still do not know your true identity." "Me?" Shiki paused, offering a faint smile. "I am not a renowned figure etched in history like you. If I must define myself, I suppose I would be a sword saint from an alternate historical realm." "Sword saint?" Musashi's face registered profound astonishment as she grasped the implications of the term. "Doesn't that imply an extraordinary individual?" "Not necessarily," Shiki replied. "I have neither accomplished great deeds for my country, nor have I any particularly remarkable exploits. I merely possess 2 swords, and even the title of Sword Saint is something I inherited from my master." Indeed, for Shiki, even though she bore the title of Sword Saint, she felt she had yet to attain the level of singular focus required in both mindset and swordsmanship. Nevertheless, Musashi countered, "Your master still entrusted you with the title of Sword Saint, which indicates that he believes you will inevitably reach that level. Moreover, in my eyes, your swordsmanship is truly comparable to that of Sword Saint." Musashi's words momentarily stunned Shiki, who soon broke into a light-hearted smile. For a long time, she had pondered why her master had such expectations of her. Now, through Musashi's casual remark, she found an answer. It was not that she believed she had already reached that stage, but rather that her master had faith that she would reach it in due time. "I wonder what kind of person your master is. It would be wonderful to meet him. I have yet to engage with a sword saint," Musashi mused. Shiki let out a wry smile. "Such an opportunity may not arise." "All right, enough of that. While I'm intrigued by your identity, we should focus on the matter at hand." Just as the conversation threatened to veer off course, Chinzi village deftly redirected it. The silver-haired swordswoman scratched her head awkwardly. "Since we are short on information, why not gather intelligence in a more populated area? These heroic spirits must have arrived here long before we did." "Indeed," the monk chimed in. "Upon my arrival in this world 2 months ago, I already heard rumors of them. They likely descended before I did." Musashi clapped her hands together. "That simplifies matters. Surely there will be others who have encountered these heroic spirits. We should investigate the bustling towns, as they may hold valuable information." "I share that sentiment." 10 kilometers from this village lies a town known as Second Edo, which boasts a significant population and military presence. We could potentially glean some insights there. The monk, having arrived in the present world earlier than Shiki and Musashi, possessed knowledge unknown to them and had considered visiting that town long before meeting them. Had he not encountered Shiki and Musashi along the way, he might have already arrived. Then it is settled. We shall set off for the town to gather relevant intelligence. If we encounter more than 3 adversaries, we will retreat. Shiki rose, surveying the group as she spoke softly. Chapter 180. The flames of hatred, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, unabashedly unleashing its searing heat. Unlike the autumnal transition before the leap, this era of Tokugawa was in the midst of a sweltering summer, with waves of heat causing brows to furrow and the incessant chirping of cicadas resonating across the fields. Under such a relentless sun, few ventured out. On the road, apart from Shiki, Musashi, and in3, there were no others. The trio was en route to the town of Second Edo, while Chinzi village, being a swordsmith, remained behind in the thatched cottage to uphold the barrier, thus safeguarding their stronghold. Interestingly, in the historical records known to the monk, there was no city by the name of Second Edo during the 16th year of the Kenai era. Logically, this should not be the case, as the townsfolk referred to it as the Second Edo. It is not surprising, in3 remarked, shouldering his lance. As a heroic spirit, he possessed knowledge of relevant historical events, yet there were no records pertaining to Second Edo in the knowledge bestowed upon him. That is understandable. This Tokugawa era is not the one we are familiar with, Musashi interjected, using her hand to fan herself. Among the trio, she appeared the most comfortable, yet she was also the one suffering the most from the heat. That is not in3's point, Shiki interjected. Similar phenomena often bear connections. The heroic spirits are distorted existences, and the absence of Second Edo in the historical canon suggests a similar distortion. Perhaps these 2 elements are intertwined. Indeed, we must remain prepared for the possibility of confronting them again. in3 nodded affirmatively. "I am always ready, and this time, we are fully armed, unlike last time," Musashi declared, patting the wakizashi at her waist. her face alight with battle fervor. The Maikage Kiritsuke Muramesa, the longsword standing proudly in the cottage's courtyard, possessed the power to sever karmic ties and had been generously gifted to Musashi by Shinzi village. That is true. Should we encounter them again, I shall teach them a lesson with this holy lance of mine, In3 proclaimed. Though he had not changed his spear, it had been enchanted by the swordsmith, granting it the ability to pierce through karmic bonds. As for Shiki, her weapons remained unchanged. The mystic eyes of death perception and the opening door of tears were her best tools for dispatching the heroic spirits. Originally, she had intended to request enhancements for the Kojima Kanetoshi, but she remembered that she had given that sword to Kochu Shinobu as a protective blade. Even without weapon enhancements, Shiki had received another secret weapon from Shinzi village. With such augmentations, the confidence of the group surged. The two who had previously struggled to breach the opponent's defenses could now inflict lethal blows upon the heroic spirits. Thus, aside from the insurmountable gap presented by their noble phantasms, Shiki's side was not significantly behind. With the conversation concluded, the group focused on their journey, but as they drew nearer to the magnificent city, Shiki noticed an increasing number of pedestrians on the road. Most of them were outsiders like Shiki and her companions, ranging from the elderly to the young, both men and women. The combinations were peculiar, with children assisting elderly individuals and women carrying frail elders. Yet, they all bore a common trait. Their bodies and faces were marked by black ashes, as if they had just escaped from a conflagration. Musashi and In3 also discerned this peculiar detail, yet due to the pressing need to continue their journey, none dared to inquire about the reason. At long last, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the earthen city unveiled itself before Shiki and the others. It stood as a colossal edifice under the twilight, with the most striking feature being the central Tenshikaku, surrounded by a myriad of wooden structures densely scattered across the landscape. As dusk settled, the scattered lights within the buildings began to flicker to life. How impressive! Yet, could those individuals truly be hiding within such a grand city? Musashi was evidently taken aback by the magnificence of the city, but soon began to analyze the situation. There is nothing impossible. Rather, the likelihood seems to increase. Shiki murmured, as a conjecture slowly coalesced in his mind. Why? Do not forget that those heroic spirits, the sword masters, transcend ordinary beings. For them, assuming the guise of ordinary individuals would be a simple endeavor. Furthermore, this city lacks fortifications against external threats and has no stringent defenses. Why have the monsters birthed under the crimson moon not attacked this place? Upon hearing Shiki's words, both Musashi and In3 were taken aback, their expressions turning grave, as they spoke in unison. Because this is the stronghold of those individuals. Although this is merely speculation for now, there's a significant chance it holds true. As for the truth, let us investigate within the town. With that, Shiki strode towards the immense city, followed closely by the other two. Yet, as they approached the city's entrance, the sight before them caused their brows to furrow. It was a long queue, composed of a multitude of individuals. From the town's entrance, the line extended several hundred meters, densely packed. At that entrance, a fully equipped band of samurai stood in 2 rows, inspecting the belongings of those entering the city while registering something. This was the reason for the lengthy queue. What has occurred? Why are there so many people? Musashi, leaning forward on Shiki's shoulder, wore a puzzled expression. It must be a registration for refugees. These individuals likely fled from other cities. While waiting in line, Shiki noticed that most of the people forming the queue bore a striking resemblance to those he had encountered on the way here. They were ragged, their faces and bodies covered in soot and grime. Shiki rubbed his face, displaying a bright smile akin to that of Woven, and turned to an elderly man beside him, inquiring, "Good sir, have you come here for sightseeing?" The notion of sightseeing was merely a ruse. Even the most ordinary individuals harbor a sense of caution toward strangers, thus rendering Shiki's approach necessary. Sightseeing? The elder shook his head, sighing as he spoke. What heart do we have for sightseeing now? Our homes and shelters have been burnt to ashes. We have come here, seeking refuge. I apologize for bringing back painful memories, but even if your home is destroyed, it can be rebuilt. Why must you come here to escape? Although it was imitation, Shiki was indeed his own self. Such a gentle smile, combined with his appearance, eased the elder's wariness considerably. After another long sigh, the elder seemed to recall some horrific event, and his expression turned grim. It cannot be rebuilt. The entire land of Chonglu has been consumed by flames. The flames of hatred? Upon hearing this phrase, Shiki's brow furrowed, while suppressing the shuro within. She wielded a similar flame, one that not only scorches the flesh, but also gradually incinerates the soul. The terror of such a conflagration, consuming both body and spirit, far exceeds that of ordinary death. Moreover, the scale was akin to that of an entire nation, undoubtedly the work of the heroic spirits, the swordmasters. Endless slaughter, followed by the accumulation of grievances. This must be their current objective. Yet, will they direct the grievances they have amassed? Shiki could deduce the present goals of the heroic spirits, but could not fathom their true intentions. They say this is the divine territory, and this city is under the protection of Matsudaira Shozo, hoping it can withstand the encroaching monstrosities. The elder lamented repeatedly. As one who has just endured such calamity is bound to be pessimistic. Shiki offered a gentle smile, providing some comfort before turning away, his expression growing somber. The flames must belong to that valiant woman, Ryougi, the one who shot the monk's spear stray in the forest that day. Nearby, both In3 and Musashi had naturally overheard Shiki and the elder's conversation, quickly pinpointing the culprit behind the devastation of Chonglu. Indeed, I cannot be mistaken. I have a profound understanding of that flame. Shiki nodded, suggesting they enter the city and seek further information. The crowd gradually advanced, and, as the golden sun completely vanished, the bright moon ascended high in the sky. They completed their registration and entered the city. The registration process unfolded without extraordinary incident. Although the Sentinels regarded the weapons held by Musashi and In3 with caution, their prearranged identities as guards allowed them to pass without difficulty. After all, the craftsmanship of their attire and the quality of their weapons were evident, and the samurai possessed the discerning eye to recognize this. Furthermore, with Shiki, a seemingly frail girl, sandwiched between them, their entry was rendered all the more effortless. In stark contrast to the lengthy queue outside, the interior of the earthen city boasted wide thoroughfares. Even with such a multitude of refugees entering, the streets appeared ample. Although it was already evening, the streets still echoed with intermittent calls of vendors. Showing no signs of the peculiar disturbances outside, Musashi furrowed his brow. Indeed, this place is excessively serene. Sometimes, an excess of tranquility can be unsettling, and this moment exemplifies that. Outside, monstrous beings rampage, yet within this city, peace persists. It feels inexplicably bizarre. Precisely, despite the dire conditions outside, this town remains tranquil. Even I find it disconcerting. What are you two discussing? Perhaps drawn in by their conversation, a drunken man, reeking of alcohol, stumbled against In3's shoulder, declaring, "We are under the protection of the great overseer, Liu Shang Tamashij. What monstrosities would dare tread here? Thus, we can simply enjoy our drinks." Liu Shang Tamashij, Shiki recognized this name. A prodigious swordsman, the greatest swordsman of the Yagyu during the Edo period, he was even heralded as unrivaled in swordsmanship. And it would not be an exaggeration to claim he was the most formidable swordmaster of the Edo era. It was unexpected to discover such a figure still exists in this distorted era, and according to the drunken man's words, this swordmaster seems to reside within the earthen city as well. Ah, that esteemed lord. The previously inebriated man suddenly became alert, his face lighting up with joy as he pointed toward a nearby direction. Following his gesture, Shiki beheld a contingent of warriors. They were a group of samurai mounted on war horses, clad in combat attire, fully armed. However, what drew Shiki's attention the most was an elderly man at the forefront. He wore a brown kendo uniform, his hair grizzled, yet he sat upright on his steed like a resilient pine. As he surveyed the surrounding townsfolk, he seemed to notice something, abruptly retracting his gaze to focus on Shiki's direction. A chilling sensation surged from the depths of Shiki's heart, as if a blade's edge hovered at her brow, accompanied by an overwhelming urge to prostrate in reverence. This individual is formidable. With merely a glance, one could ascertain this conclusion. Discerning a formidable individual is far simpler than identifying a weaker one. The ability of the opponent to perceive Shiki's gaze in an instant already attests to his power. Moreover, he is not some noble spirit, but a human of this world. In the presence of such an entity, Shiki instinctively activated the transparent world. Yet, from the aura sensed, it was undeniably human and not that of a cursed heroic spirit or swordmaster. However, this aura felt somewhat familiar. As Shiki observed him, he too regarded her, their gazes transforming into invisible blades that clashed repeatedly until he turned down a side street, bringing their silent confrontation to an end. Shiki exhaled softly, wiping away the bead of cold sweat from her brow. Truly, he is the strongest swordmaster of this era. His gaze is as sharp as a blade. If an ordinary person were to meet his stare, they would likely be rendered immobile in an instant. How intriguing, my lord Teritsu, In-shun remarked, having sensed the invisible contest between the two. Now that it had concluded, he could not help but inquire about the outcome. It is a human, not a noble spirit. Whether friend or foe remains unclear. Indeed, the existence of a human who has attained such a level is quite formidable. However, let us first find a place to rest. It is getting late. The number of people at night is significantly fewer than during the day, and after a day's journey, the three were somewhat fatigued. Thus, it will be prudent to postpone intelligence gathering until the light of day. The lodging was a modest inn, although ordinary. The price had been inflated by the greedy proprietor due to the influx of refugees. This caused both Musashi and In-shun to scowl. The former, a mere wanderer of this world, had survived solely on wild game and the hospitality of others since the journey began, and had no means of wealth. The latter, being a heroic spirit of the present realm and not some glittering figure, naturally possessed no currency. Just as the two were at their wits' end, Shiki produced several gleaming gold coins, alleviating their predicament. However, after displaying her financial resources, Musashi regarded Shiki as if she were a walking treasury. As night deepened, Shiki fell into a light slumber, her ears attuned to the rhythmic breathing of the silver-haired warrior beside her. The night breeze stirred the wind chimes outside, and the once bustling streets now lay in eerie silence. Without warning, Shiki awoke, sensing the arrival of a visitor. Chapter 182. Next is you. The air was thick with the scent of blood, accompanied by a pungent aroma of charred flesh, wafting through the desolate streets like a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell. Shiki rose, her hand poised as the blade by blade began to coalesce in her grasp. The slumbering warrior beside her also sat up, her expression grave as she gazed out the window. My lord Teritsu. The shoji door slid open, revealing In-shun, whose demeanor mirrored that of Musashi. Clearly aware of the impending threat, all three were acutely sensitive to the scent of blood, detecting even the slightest changes in the atmosphere. In no time, they were all in a state of readiness for battle. Let's welcome this guest, Shiki said, a faint smile gracing her lips as she leaped through the window and landed on the deserted street. Musashi and In-shun followed suit, but the distant flare of brilliant flames caused them to pause in shock. Their target was not them, but the city itself? Shouldn't this city be a stronghold for those heroic sword masters? Musashi spoke instinctively, noting the discrepancy between the current situation and their earlier conjectures. That was merely our hypothesis, and the current scenario does not rule out the possibility of it being a ruse, Shiki replied calmly, her dark eyes reflecting the flames of the town below. Are you suggesting that this could be a diversion to shift our suspicions? In-shun inquired, his brow furrowing. Who knows? It is also possible that the city harbors something indestructible, prompting them to select the outskirts as a battlefield to lure us away, Shiki speculated. This was not a baseless conjecture. If it were indeed the famed bog urine, she could simply pinpoint their location and unleash a noble phantasm from a distance. Yet, the adversaries had refrained from doing so. It could either mean they were unaware of the trio's whereabouts or they wished to avoid dragging the battle into the city. Only these two possibilities seemed plausible. What shall we do next? Shall we confront them or bide our time? Both Musashi and In-shun turned their gazes towards Shiki, who had unwittingly become their anchor. Given the grand display they have prepared for us, we shall undoubtedly engage, Shiki declared, whether it is a performance or a genuine confrontation, since they have appeared before me. They must be prepared to face my blade. With satisfactory resolution, Musashi and In-shun exchanged smiles. Unlike before, the weapons they now wielded were far from ordinary. With that affirmation, the trio surged toward the flames, and as they drew closer, the anguished cries that echoed from the fire seemed to soar like white birds against the backdrop of the blackened sky, the clouds above gathering like formidable mountains. At last, they arrived at the battlefield, but the sight before them caused them all to frown in unison. In the wilderness, flames roared and ghostly figures danced. The monstrous entities that typically emerge beneath the blood moon now congregated like an army, including towering black-armored warriors, vengeful spirits floating in the air, and throngs of filthy pigs. This was an army returned from hell, and the defenders were their prime sustenance, wielding blades, claws, and fangs to slaughter the living. The sounds of blazing flames intertwined with human screams, creating the most jarring symphony in existence. Corpses piled high, forming a mountain of fire, and atop this pyre, a white-haired girl with crimson eyes drew her bow, taking the lives of the warriors who dared to confront her one by one. It was sheer carnage. The strength of ordinary defenders could not withstand even a single clash against these aberrations. Moreover, the threat posed by the fiery arrows was immense, leaving only the contemporary unrivaled swordmaster, Ryougi Munenori, as a viable contender. Though he had entered his twilight years, he fought valiantly at the front lines. His strikes so swift that the blade's light was obscured, leaving only the vanishing forms of the monsters in its wake. Truly, he lived up to the title of unrivaled swordmaster, cleaving through flames with his swordsmanship. Yet, one man could not withstand the tide of an army. Even as he fought with ease, the defenders fell one after another. In Musashi, I leave the support of the warriors to you, Shiki instructed, already stepping forward. Lay sliding from its sheath with a crisp whisper. And you? Musashi asked, momentarily taken aback. Though she had an inkling of Shiki's intentions, she sought confirmation. Me? Shiki turned her face slightly, offering a faint smile. I shall go and slay that heroic swordmaster. With that, Shiki leapt into the searing inferno, using Lei's sheath as a spear, throwing it with such force that it pierced the flesh of a filthy pig before dissipating into crimson smoke. But this was merely the beginning. The aberrations had already taken notice of a newcomer on the battlefield, sensing the weight of karmic debt emanating from her, and they quickly converged upon her. Shiki's expression remained impassive as she planted Lei into the ground and, closing her eyes, secured her long hair behind her with the protective bell of Kuro. Completing this, she held her left hand out, the door to the next realm solidifying. As her foes advanced, in that fleeting moment, Shiki drew her blades, slashing into the air. The intertwined black and red streaks of her blade erupted within the atmosphere. The dark blood cascaded down from the heavens, yet she elegantly sidestepped it with a mere flick of her body. With a swift strike, she cleared the enemies before her, charging forward once more, her eyes narrowing as the crimson and azure glimmers danced within her gaze. The power of her mystic eye of death had been ignited, and she sought a more expedient method of extermination. As a throng of foes surged forth, her gaze swept across each adversary, capturing their imminent demise. In the past, such multiple targeting would have been beyond her capabilities. An excess of deaths could overwhelm her mind, potentially leading to a mental breakdown. However, the current circumstances were different. The root link served as the finest compendium, transforming her previous understanding into immediate access. The effect of the mystic eye of death was unleashed in perfect harmony. In the next moment, she shot forth like a shooting star, carving a long furrow across the burning ground. The ninth form of flame-breathing, Purgatory, the most formidable sword style of the Purgatory family, the sharpest spear within flame-breathing, was unleashed with an air of inevitability. Indeed, it was so. The fiery brilliance she embodied had already swept through the enemy ranks. As she came to a halt, her dual blades remained crossed, poised at either side, while the foes behind her bloomed like crimson flowers amidst the inferno, slowly dissipating, exuding a twisted beauty. With a flick of her wrist, she shook off the black blood from her blades, standing tall as she pointed her sword towards the white-haired girl with crimson eyes who stood atop the mountain of corpses. Next is you. Chapter 183. The last one to utter such words is already dead. In mere moments, the peculiar army was cleaved open by the girl clad in a white kimono, leaving a trail of bodies in her wake. The sound of flames scorching the corpses echoed in her ears, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. The white-haired girl extended her hand, summoning a naginata formed from flames into her grasp. Indeed, those eyes, no matter how many times one gazed upon them, were repugnant. Such a thing should not exist in this world. The white-haired girl spoke softly, her voice gentle despite being ensnared by fate. Apologies, but you're not the only one who detests these eyes. However, they have all met their demise. With her dual blades resting beside her, she chuckled lightly, acknowledging the truth. Whether it was the upper-ranking demons or Kibutsuji Musen, as immortal fiends, they harbored a deep aversion to her mystic eye of death, yet they all perished beneath its gaze. Is that so? Then today shall witness an exception. The white-haired girl grinned, a certain power being further unleashed, causing the small horns atop her head to rise several inches. My name is Archer Inferno, and I have come as the harbinger of slaughter. At the instant her words fell, the blazing naginata, slashed towards her. The speed was remarkable, yet she had already assumed a defensive stance, crossing her blades before her to accurately block the sudden onslaught. The transparent world, a skill considered to be a game-changer in one-on-one combat, allowed her to discern her opponent's next move through the flow of blood within their veins. When applied to heroic spirits, this ability became even more effortless, merely requiring observation of the direction of their magical energy. Although she successfully parried the strike, the impact sent a jolt through her arms, a force far exceeding that of the brown-robed swordsman, almost forcing her to relinquish her grip on the blades. This power, are you truly an archer? I would sooner believe you to be a berserker. Truly, archers of old often bore the mark of the beast. Her astonishment lingered only a moment in her mind before clarity dawned upon her. It was the blood of a demon. The transformed heroic spirit, Minamoto no Reiku, possessed a demonic lineage, granting her a tremendous enhancement in strength when activated, one that surpassed even the boost bestowed upon her by Shura. Though I have witnessed your clash with the sword demon, to think you could withstand my Naginata as well, Minamoto no Reiku remarked with a playful smile, exerting force downward on the Naginata as she spoke. Are you truly human? Indeed, a genuine human who bleeds and sheds tears. The Naginata quivered under the weight of her strength, pushing her back. In terms of raw power, she found herself at a disadvantage. She gently adjusted her breathing, the floral patterns extending from her collarbone to her neck glowing with intensity. Concurrently, strength surged from the depths of her being, and the one-sailing state reversed, gaining traction against her opponent. A flicker of surprise crossed the white-haired girl's face, quickly replaced by a light laugh. Is that so? However, I find you resemble more of a Shura than a mere human. You know, I rather detest when others categorize me by my race. The last one who spoke like you has long since met their end. Indeed, the last to utter such words, the second high rank, had been utterly dissolved by the toxins of Shinobu Kocho. This time, she would send her opponent to their final resting place with her own blade. With her blades thrust forward, bolstered by the dual enhancement of her patterns and breathing technique, her strength finally matched that of the white-haired girl. However, she did not intend to remain in a stalemate. She exerted force beneath her feet, leaping into the air. With the power of her jump, pushed back Minamoto no Reiku's Naginata. In a single, graceful rotation midair, her right leg delivered a powerful blow to her adversary's head. Divine Blade of the Bodhisattva. The impact to her head caused the white-haired girl to stagger back several steps, her composed countenance momentarily revealing a fierce expression. Yet, as she steadied her gaze, she beheld the kimono-clad girl charging at her once more. In a flurry, she unsheathed her crimson tachi. Clang! The tachi deftly intercepted the two similarly sized wild swords. Yet this moment had been anticipated by her. She leaped again, her right leg sweeping towards the unguarded left temple of her opponent. Coming again? You underestimate me. The white-haired girl narrowed her crimson eyes, her foot crashing into the ground, unleashing a wave of scorching heat that enveloped her, accompanied by a violent gust of wind. The airborne figure of her opponent was abruptly sent flying back over 10 meters. Let the festivities end here. With her Naginata secured at her side, the white-haired girl soared into the air, flames surging around her, resembling a massive firebird taking flight. She readied her bow once more. When an archer forsakes close combat, it signifies the unveiling of their true strength. I shall use my arrows to send you to your final resting place. Her whispered words heralded the tempest that was to come. As the girl completed her statement, a deluge of fiery arrows rained down like a torrential storm, illuminating the pupils of her adversary. In the blink of an eye, the barrage of explosions completely engulfed her. A denser cloud of black smoke billowing from the battlefield, drawing the attention of both Musashi and In3, who were engaged in battle with the aberrant forces nearby. Is this all there is? The white-haired girl sighed softly, withdrawing her Naginata as she turned away. However, at that moment, a figure burst forth from the thick smoke, the air resonating with a thunderous roar. This caused Minamoto no Reiku to glance aside, only to find the girl before her, her kimono still pristine white, unmarred by injury, wielding a blade that trailed a long yellow lightning serpent. Lightning of the bow. The dazzling yellow lightning illuminated Minamoto no Reiku's face, reflecting disbelief, shock, and panic. In the split second that followed, there was no time for contemplation, yet she made a movement that caused her adversary to gasp in astonishment. The silver-haired maiden suddenly lowered her head and crouched down, Her evasive maneuver, neither particularly graceful nor perfect, yet reminiscent of a defensive posture with arms wrapped around the head. However, it was precisely this action that allowed her to narrowly evade the lethal strike from Shiki's weapon. The yellow serpent of electricity gliding past her white locks and vanishing into the distance. When the silver-haired maiden lifted her gaze once more, her blood-red eyes were filled with unrestrained fury. Shiki's second slash was already descending, yet at that moment, she heard a gentle chant resonating in the air. Simultaneously, the ground began to rumble, as a space filled with blood and flames gradually unfolded. Chapter 184. The Stage of Death Amidst Mountains of Corpses and Seas of Blood. The battlefield, akin to purgatory, echoed with the maiden's mysterious incantation as a unique space expanded little by little. Come forth, in the name of the starborn Satan. Manifest, our blood shall bloom in fervor. Those who fall within shall have their souls devoured. This is the stage of death amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The maiden's voice grew increasingly resonant, and as her final words reverberated, blood and flames erupted simultaneously. Shiki felt an overwhelming surge of magical power engulf her, pulling her into another realm. The transformation of the scene compelled her to involuntarily close her eyes, and when she opened them again, the landscape had morphed into something entirely different. A colossal blood moon hung in the dark crimson sky, with the distance enveloped in raging flames. Most chilling was the ground of this space. No, it could hardly be called ground, as there was none. Instead, it was composed of countless pale skulls, stacked densely together to form the so-called surface. The scent lingering in the air caused the veins on Shiki's temples to pulse rhythmically, and even her heartbeat quickened. Beneath her red and blue intertwined eyes, it seemed as if a cluster of hellfire was beginning to ignite. Everything in this space provoked the monster within Shiki, which she had long suppressed. Under the influence of this realm, even her Shura seemed to stir. This place is not suitable for you, Shiki, echoed the grave warning from Jina. The strangeness of this space was sensed even by the sleeping entity, making it evident just how profound an impact it had on Shiki. I understand, but I will not retreat as I did last time. Tightening her grip on her dual blades, Shiki's tone was resolute, the hellfire within her eyes dimming as if forcibly extinguished. Avoidance would not resolve her predicament. Being timid in the face of the return of Shura was never her style. On the contrary, anything that stood in her way would be severed by her blade. Shura? The desire for slaughter? As long as she possessed unwavering determination, what was there to fear? With her eyelids lowered, Shiki invoked her long-unused self-suggestion. In this state, her spirit underwent a remarkable transformation. Moments later, when she opened her eyes again, her pupils, resembling those of the Grim Reaper, sparkled with unwavering resolve. Taking a step forward, her dual blades at her side, she radiated an aura of invincibility. For those who are fearless are unconquerable. Their gazes locked, both sides had assumed their stances. Shiki stood tall and resolute, her posture exuding an indescribable majesty. In contrast, Ryougi lowered her stance, gripping her naginata at the standard positions of 3 and 7 inches along the shaft, allowing for fluid transitions between offense and defense. At that moment, the calm before the storm was palpable, akin to the stillness before a silver vial shatters, unleashing a torrent upon impact. This was the moment when the battle would erupt. Faintly, Shiki seemed to hear a prolonged and soaring male voice. Heroic Spirit Swordmasters, 7 battles. First battle. All shall burn, blood and fire hell. Ba Yujian, Wei Ming Lu. Suji Shiki. Victory and defeat. The resonant voice served as a catalyst for battle, igniting the blood coursing through both combatants. At this moment, no one would wish to meet their gaze. Though both were women, their eyes were filled with a fierce, unyielding ferocity, like weapons poised to strike, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Begin. Boom! The thunderous sound erupted suddenly, the bones beneath their feet scattering under the force. Shiki surged forth, her kimono billowing like the wings of a great eagle. When the distance was sufficient, she leapt into the air, a heavy aura of death descending upon her, while the black and red sword light followed suit. Ichimonji! Clang! The clash of dual blades against a weapon's hilt unleashed a powerful gust of wind. Shiki sidestepped, her twin blades slashing once more towards Ryouji's back. A lethal threat enveloped the silver-haired maiden, sending chills down her spine. Yet, it was merely a sensation. Whether as a human in life or as a heroic spirit in death, her valor was renowned throughout history. She planted her naginata into the ground, her body soaring into the air, still gripping her weapon, using it as a pivot to spin gracefully. While evading Shiki's fierce strike, she maneuvered behind her, swiftly locking her arms around Shiki's neck. "Got you," came a silver-haired maiden's slightly sinister laughter from beside her ear. An acute sense of danger caused Shiki's pupils to constrict. "This is bad." In the next instant, she felt herself being lifted by an overwhelming force, spinning in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. A shoulder throw. The thought barely registered in her mind before the intense pain in her back forced Shiki to cough up blood, the shattered skulls beneath her embedding into her back, staining her kimono crimson in an instant. In this barrier, those who surrendered to their murderous intent grew ever stronger, and Ryougi had evidently received such enhancements, elevating her power significantly. With one decisive blow, she reclaimed the initiative, drawing her long blade, heat radiating from its edge, and thrusting it towards Shiki's neck. For anyone else, this would likely be a fatal strike. However, Shiki had faced far more perilous predicaments than this. The pain did not deter her from resisting. Enduring the trauma within her chest, she chose not to evade but instead rose against the long blade, adjusting her stance. The blade that should have pierced her throat instead impaled her shoulder, the searing heat cauterizing the wound while scorching her very soul. Yet Shiki did not halt her ascent. She was resolute as steel, and no matter how grievous the wound, she would not flinch. This scene left Ryougi astounded. Yet the surge of danger in her mind narrowed her blood-red eyes. She saw the glimmer of silver in Shiki's hand, a dagger. Instantly, she reacted, but Shiki was far swifter. This was a strike made in exchange for injury. How could she not be fully prepared? The dagger plunged fiercely into Ryougi's neck before she could evade, the blood that erupted staining the words, "Demon Slayer," on the blade completely red. Yet this was not a fatal blow, though she could not avoid the injury-for-injury attack. Her opponent had evaded the deadly line Shiki sought to cut. The formidable instincts of the heroic spirit allowed the valiant warrior to adjust her stance at the critical moment. And now, several meters away, she was gasping for breath, the silver dagger still lodged in her neck. Shiki also rose from the ground, gripping the long blade embedded 7 inches into her shoulder. The deadly duel continued. Chapter 185. The desired encounter in a certain sense. "You are indeed a formidable individual." The silver-haired spirit panted heavily. The dagger capable of vanquishing malevolent spirits proved ineffective against her. Yet the piercing agony from her pierced neck was all too real. Choosing to confront her adversary head-on in such dire circumstances was akin to dancing on the precipice of a cliff. One misstep could lead to death. Yet, it was precisely this audacity that shattered the shackles of adversity she faced. This being was a synthesis of rationality and fervor. With difficulty, she returned the sentiment, acknowledging that her plight was far more dire than that of the silver-haired girl. Though this body, imbued with the power of longing, could not perish, it lacked any semblance of self-healing. The shards of bone piercing her back inflicted unrelenting torment, and the shoulder throw had not only fractured a rib, but also lacerated her lung, rendering her breaths cautious and labored. Is it fair to say she is a spirit? Capable of seizing every opportunity on the battlefield for her own advantage. Engaging such an opponent leaves no room for error. Even at this juncture, does she not wish to retreat, even slightly? What sustains you? The silver-haired girl tilted her head slightly, questioning whether it was stubbornness or sheer folly. Upon uttering this, she nonchalantly withdrew the dagger from her neck and cast it aside. With each breath, karma began to mend her wounds. The injuries inflicted by neither the immortal blade nor the dagger forged by Chikazuki Muramasa held significant meaning for her. With a wry smile, she remarked that neither were the cause. If pressed, perhaps it was the desire to reunite with someone dear. The image of a butterfly-like girl flitted through her mind, a cherished person she longed to reunite with, surely waiting for her return. In such circumstances, how could she possibly perish here? She slowly pulled the long blade from her left shoulder, the steel still warm. With each inch it moved, it emitted a sizzling sound. Wisps of white smoke rising from the wound. What kind of sensation was this? It felt akin to a scorching iron gliding across the skin, a sporadic pain that could drive one to madness. Yet, her expression remained unchanged. The self-suggestion held firm, rendering her impervious to influence. At last, the crimson blade was freed with a clang as it fell beside her. Her body swayed slightly, exuding a profound sense of weakness, yet she showed no intention of halting. Dragging her incapacitated left arm, she took a step forward and bent to retrieve the dagger, by lay. In that moment, Gripping the hilt, she rose with pride, her pupils glinting like hellfire beneath her long brows. Thus, I shall not perish here. As she spoke, the lingering weakness dissipated entirely. She seemed to revert to the state she held at the battle's inception. Ah, is that so? To think such a commonality exists between us. The silver-haired girl murmured softly, her tone reminiscent of a dreamlike reverie, as if reminiscing about a long-lost companion. I too yearn to see someone again, Lord Yashitomo. When she uttered that name, her voice was imbued with utmost tenderness, albeit briefly. The crimson hue in her eyes faded, only to be replaced by her original demeanor, as she growled softly. Therefore, I too shall not concede. The naginata twirled, the blazing blade tracing a brilliant arc as the silver-haired girl charged forth. Likewise, she did too, wielding her blade with a single hand, her momentum rivaling that of her dual-wielding strikes. Baile resonated with a high-pitched hum, and the scarlet sword energy erupted from its tip. Girin raised her naginata to parry, immediately relinquishing her grip, for the red blade had descended along the shaft. Had she hesitated a moment longer, her fingers would have been severed. She retreated a step, her right hand outstretched, summoning the distant red-bladed katana as if beckoned. But it was forcefully halted by a kick from Shiki, interrupting its path, while simultaneously she slashed with Baile. The long blade failed to connect, compelling the silver-haired girl to once again summon her naginata for defense. However, this time the force transmitted through the shaft sent her flying. As she flipped through the air, the naginata transformed into flames and vanished, replaced by a longbow, for creating distance was her foremost desire. The arrows rained down, a dense storm of fire encircling Shiki in an instant. Yet she surged forward, as though an invisible realm shielded her from the barrage. Nagi. This was Shiki's first time unleashing it while in motion, revealing a flaw in her previously impenetrable defense. A few arrows grazed her cheek as they whizzed by. The silver-haired girl's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief etched across her features. Why? How could she still engage in such movement with these injuries? How could a mere human combat at such a level? Why? She howled, reconstituting her naginata. The moment her feet touched the ground, she charged forth again, her crimson pupils transforming into a blinding red light. Shiki's speed and strength surged anew, the floral patterns on her body seemingly nourished by blood, fervently flourishing as they radiated heat. No one could develop the patterns to this extent, for the power they bestowed was akin to borrowing life from the heavens. Excessive use would only hasten death. Yet, this mattered little to Shiki, whose veins flowed with the blood of longing. Upon reaching a certain distance, both vanished simultaneously, their speeds peaking, the only visible traces being the intertwining of blades and shadows, a battlefield encompassing every corner of this stage. The sharp blades sliced through the air. The clash of swords resonated with a high-pitched buzz, and the explosive sounds echoed throughout the space. At last, both figures leaped simultaneously, witnessed by the crimson moon above. They passed each other, landing back at the positions from which they had just leapt. Standing back to back, moments later, they both knelt, gasping for air. Great blossoms of blood bloomed upon Shiki's white kimono, while on the other side, Yurin fared little better. Her armor lay shattered, revealing the pale kimono beneath, similarly drenched in blood, while the effects of the immortal blade continued to impede her wounds' healing. I shall not lose. The silver-haired girl rose first, her beautiful visage marred by blood. Lord Yashitomo once urged me to survive. That is the promise I share with him. No matter my form, I shall abide by it. Thus, I cannot falter. With a fierce cry, she unleashed her true name and summoned her noble phantasm. The longbow of flames materialized in her grasp. Simultaneously, the earth around her ignited, flames swirling in a spiral around her. Even as her body bled from myriad wounds, her expression remained unchanged, dedicating her entire being to the longbow in her hand. With every inch the bowstring was drawn, flames coalesced into a crimson vortex upon it, an overwhelming magical force gathering. I will ignite everything. Before she could finish her declaration, a sudden, resounding crack interrupted her. Bang! It was a sound akin to a gunshot. Not far from her, Shiki, struggling to rise, brandished a firearm. Forgive me, but I shall not grant you the opportunity to unleash your noble phantasm. Chapter 186. The outcome is determined. The rapid-fire bullets stirred up a plume of smoke in the air, and in that moment, time seemed to slow. The bullet's trajectory, the dilation of Ryougi's pupils, every detail was crystal clear. There was no grand accumulation of magical power, nor any chilling aura. The weapon of fire control emphasized speed, precision, and lethal intent, leaving no opportunity for the enemy to react. Yet for the heroic spirit, the bullet's velocity remained insufficient. Techniques, such as slicing bullets or intercepting them, were mere trifles. Shiki understood this well, which is why she chose this moment. The release of her noble phantasm required the liberation of its true name and the gathering of magical energy, making this instant the optimal time for her strike. The bullet pierced the white-haired girl's forehead, and crimson blood splattered into the air like a blooming reed flower. In that moment, the blood-red hue in her eyes vanished, and even her face returned to a captivating softness, as if she beheld the one she longed to see. The bullet, imbued with karmic energy, was a secret weapon crafted by TanjiroMeets, a technique that humans could scarcely withstand. Thus, Shiki had invested effort elsewhere. She staggered forward to stand before the girl, her tightly gripped sword hovering above the girl's chest as she met her gaze with calmness. How despicable, humans! Yet, thank you. Lord Yushitsun would not wish to see me like this. The girl wore a gentle smile, seemingly finally liberated. No matter the form, as long as it is the beloved, he shall surely meet you. Shiki spoke serenely as she thrust her sword into the girl's chest. Blood trickled from the corners of the girl's mouth, and her body began to ignite, gradually transforming into motes of light. A faint sigh echoed in the arena of death. Thank you. As the battle concluded and the victor was determined, Shiki sensed a surge of power coalescing within her. It was karma. The killer would undoubtedly inherit the opponent's karmic energy, just as the chant when the bounded field unfolded foretold. The defeated soul would be devoured. Unlike the subtle sensations felt during the slaying of those aberrations, this time Shiki could distinctly feel her body gaining a certain enhancement. Even the controlled flames of resentment burned with renewed vigor, as if fueled by fresh kindling. This was the stage of death amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The victor received rewards, while the vanquished perished here. Shiki's expression bore no joy of victory. The gains and losses were equivalent, and the wounds across her body cried out in agony at this moment of relaxation. The bounded field was crumbling inch by inch, the bright moonlight returning. An overwhelming fatigue caused Shiki to lean forward, on the verge of collapsing, when the silver-haired warrior appeared just in time to support her. What a reckless display! Engaging in one-on-one duels with heroic spirits. Musashi offered a wry smile. You have no right to say such things after challenging a strong opponent. Shiki chuckled lightly, but the wave of exhaustion crashing over her made her eyelids heavy. Truly a stubborn one. Do you wish to return so soon? With that, she waved at in3 in the distance, signaling her well-being. The battle with Ryougi lasted mere tens of minutes, during which the external conflict had drawn to a close under the efforts of Musashi and in3. As a heroic spirit, in3 transformed into the most formidable weapon amidst this battlefield, effortlessly clearing the nearby enemies, and the fields were stained crimson with blood. An elder, wielding a sword in one hand, stood atop a height, orchestrating the aftermath of the conflict, his gaze drifting ambiguously toward the location of the three, its significance unclear. Shiki slowly opened her eyes to behold a sakura-colored ceiling, the ancient design exuding an air of opulence for this era. It was neither TanjiroMeets' humble abode nor the inn she had rented. In that fleeting moment, Shiki reached this conclusion. Awakening brought with it a pervasive ache, akin to countless ants crawling along her bones while simultaneously gnawing at them. Rising was beyond her capability, yet turning her head was still possible. As she surveyed her surroundings, Shiki gained a rough understanding of the room. It was a traditional Japanese-style room, with paper doors and tatami mats, yet the quality of the materials hinted at substantial expense. The fragrant aroma wafting through the air and the floral decorations scattered about imparted a distinctly feminine atmosphere. Just then, the paper door slid open. It was Musashi, carrying a wooden basin filled with warm water, a towel draped over it. You finally woke up. She beamed, placing the basin beside Shiki and proceeding to soak the towel. You didn't secretly use my money to buy the Lord's residence, did you? This doesn't resemble any in-s arrangement. Indeed, Shiki, who had spent considerable time in the Aimi kingdom, recognized the value of such decor. In this era, inns would hardly invest in such embellishments, leading her to surmise the nature of this place. How could that be? The silver-haired warrior patted her chest, brimming with pride. Staying here costs not a single coin. Shiki sighed softly. Well then, I have a general idea of what transpired. With the three of them repelling the invading aberrations and supporting the castle's defenses, it seemed reasonable that Matsudaira Tadaki, the lord of this humble city, would not neglect the three of them. Hey, what are you doing? While lost in thought, Shiki suddenly felt hands unfastening her clothing. In a fluster, her body instinctively reacted, seizing those hands despite the pain. What's going on? Isn't it obvious? I'm helping you change your bandages. Musashi tilted her head in confusion, then seemed to realize something, her face lighting up with an odd smile. By the way, Shiki, do you have someone you like? But this should be acceptable, right? After all, it's just women. No, even if it's a woman, it matters. And if this were to be discovered, who knows when the butterfly might come after me with a knife. All right, it's a special circumstance, and for these past few days, I've been the one changing your bandages. If something arises, just have him come find me, of course, provided he can locate me. The occurrence of such a situation hinges on her awareness, but who would voluntarily disclose such matters? Shiki retorted with mild irritation. Well then, Musashi shrugged but then paused. Wait, did you just say her? Chapter 187. Harvest. Contrary to Shiki's sense of inevitability, Musashi was filled with disbelief, her expression resembling that of someone who had received a profound mental shock. This sensation was akin to a roommate of 3 years revealing on graduation day that he was gay. Reflecting upon past interactions, what once seemed like ordinary camaraderie now bore an indescribable hue. The silver-haired warrior found herself in a similar predicament, recalling their journey together. She realized just how much care she had received, and the more she pondered, the more unsettling it became. She remembered their first meeting, the moment Shiki removed her conical hat, where Musashi thought she had merely been astonished by the fact that the ambusher was a woman. However, considering the current situation, it appeared not to be so. The crux of the matter was that despite Musashi's unprovoked ambush ending in utter failure, Shiki exhibited no signs of anger, instead calmly accepting the proposal to travel together. At the time, it seemed unremarkable, but now, the silver-haired warrior's thoughts raced like fireworks, threatening to break through the confines of her mind. I can't shake the feeling that you're contemplating something rather inappropriate. She cast a glance at Shiki, supporting her body as she struggled to sit up from the tatami mat. No need for that. Instead, let us hasten to change your bandages, Musashi suggested, reaching for Shiki's obi once more, only to be gently rebuffed. I can do it myself. Wait, doesn't that sound a bit inappropriate, especially after the atmosphere we just shared? The female swordswoman's thoughts remained unrestrained. During this time, Shiki had already pushed the kimono top back, revealing her upper body, which was tightly wrapped in blood-stained bandages. Judging by the extent of the blood-soaked wrappings, her injuries were far worse than she had initially perceived. Musashi wrung out a towel and moved to Shiki's back, delicately unwrapping the bandages, layer by layer. As the bloodied wrappings fell away, Shiki's back was exposed to the air, revealing a network of scars that marred her pale skin. From the smoothness of the skin, Musashi could imagine how mesmerizing Shiki's back must have appeared before the injuries, yet now it bore such a grim visage. Nevertheless, this condition was significantly better than 2 days prior, when Musashi had been taken aback by the sight of not scars, but an array of bone spurs protruding from her back, driven into her flesh by some overwhelming force. The memory of extracting those bone spurs made her hands tremble. What's wrong? Noticing Musashi's silence, Shiki tilted her head slightly. It's nothing, just a bit surprised. Your wounds were terrifyingly severe 2 days ago, and now they seem nearly healed. Truly remarkable self-healing ability. Self-healing ability? Shiki murmured, her expression perplexed. In her understanding, although this body bore the blood of longing and possessed the capacity for reincarnation, it did not possess any true self-healing abilities, merely the capability to staunch bleeding through breathing techniques. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a long-term resident at the butterfly house in the world of Demon Slayer. However, it was precisely because of this that she had met that girl who resembled a butterfly. If it wasn't due to her own abilities, then there could only be one explanation: the effect of defeating Bog Urine and the karmic ties that had bound her. Not only was her physical condition enhanced, but also her body's self-recovery capabilities. This revelation surprised Shiki. While it was indeed true that combat could elevate one's swordsmanship and skills, she had never anticipated an overall enhancement of physical attributes. But this was a good thing. If they were to encounter that heroic spirit swordsman again, both she and In would be able to hide behind Shiki, allowing her to absorb the attacks while they seized the opportunity to counterattack. Hey, what is this nonsense you're spouting? Is that what a samurai should say? Shiki protested. Where did you learn this strategy? Is it from some online game? The tank draws aggro in the front, while the damage dealers focus on output from the back. Yet if one were to consider it, Shiki indeed fit the role of the tank. The infinite resurrection of longing equated to endless battles. Even against that heroic spirit swordsman, she could wear them down, provided, of course, that they weren't both felled by longing's cough beforehand. Just a joke, don't take it seriously. After saying this, Musashi fell into a contemplative silence, a hint of melancholy gracing her features. After a moment, she gently spoke. Say, Shiki, is a fully unleashed heroic spirit swordsman truly formidable? Shiki turned her face slightly, casting a glance at the exquisite visage of Tianyuan Hua, and nodded. Indeed, extraordinarily strong, far beyond expectations. I cannot speak for others, but my encounter with Ba Guren confirmed this. The memory of that terrifying shoulder throw remained vivid in Shiki's mind, along with a lethal, noble phantasm. Had she not been equipped with the invincible Aomi swordsmanship, she might have perished on that battleground, for even if her body could have been resurrected by longing, her soul would have been consumed by that bounded field. Is that so? Even someone who could defeat me feels this way about them. Those monsters are likely beyond my solitary capabilities. Despite her words, a fierce fighting spirit surged within Musashi. It was precisely this challenge that made it worthwhile. Her eyes gleamed as she looked at Shiki. If we encountered those heroic spirit swordsmen again, please allow me the chance to engage in battle. Looking into her determined gaze, Shiki understood that this female warrior was not one to settle for the status quo, but rather the founder of Ninden Ichiryu, always yearning to grow stronger. The strongest swordsman in the annals of Japanese history. Was it for the sake of reaching the realm of emptiness? Constantly clashing with powerful opponents would elevate one's swordsmanship, and Shiki was no exception. Musashi, too, sought this, albeit with a focus more on the path of the sword rather than the sheer power of technique and slaying foes. By entering the realm of emptiness, both the form and spirit of the sword would undergo profound transformations, as would one's combat prowess. Furthermore, I hope you can offer me some guidance in swordsmanship. Where did that previous reticence of yours disappear to? Shiki sighed softly within. Chapter 188. The Sword Saint marches forth. Lord Yujitsu, Inferno has perished. In a location within Tuching City unnoticed by Shiki and her companions. A hoarse and deep voice emerged as the sword demon, cloaked in a brown robe, materialized silently, his face shrouded in darkness. Is that so? This means that this unusual Holy Grail war has truly commenced. Hearing this news, the expression on the face of Amakusa Shiro, seated upon his throne, remained unchanged as he toyed with a golden goblet. The Holy Grail. The formation of this abhorrent land of decay ultimately constituted a distinct Holy Grail war, where 7 heroic spirits slay beings, becoming entangled in karmic ties, and ultimately return with that immense karmic energy to the Holy Grail, transforming its essence and completing the abhorrent land of decay. A moment of silence ensued. The Sword Demon's report received no clear response, lacking both a plan of action and any flexibility in strategy. Even he found it difficult to comprehend the thoughts of this sorcerer. Shall we not slay them? The Sword Demon inquired, perplexed. Slay them? Amakusa Shiro chuckled softly. Such a task is trivial for you and that old man. There is no need for concern. Indeed, but there was a specific reason behind this. Amakusa Shiro required these heroic spirit swordsmen as sacrifices. The completion of the abhorrent land of decay necessitated 7 heroic spirit swordsmen, burdened with the karma of slaughter, to return to the Holy Grail. Other than that on Ryougi, none were aware of this, and even if he monopolized the Holy Grail, facing those 6 heroic spirit swordsmen simultaneously would pose considerable trouble. However, the arrival of Shiki and her companions sparked a different notion within him, not particularly ingenious, merely a crude means of using others to achieve his ends. Despite its simplicity, it was indeed effective. As for the action, it has already commenced. Amakusa Shiro smiled softly, and at that moment, a petite shadow flickered into view. The assassination notice for Princess Matsudaira had been delivered, accompanied by the severed heads of over 10 warriors under the command of Tamamo. Surely, the city of Tuching was now in an uproar. This was a heroic spirit swordsman unlike any Shiki had encountered before, diminutive in stature, only slightly taller than an average child, with a cascade of thick black hair flowing loosely, exuding a venomous aura. This is an assassin. On that day, in the bamboo grove, there were not merely 5 heroic spirits, but a total of 6. However, one of them, the assassin, remained silently concealed within the bamboo, unnoticed by the trio of Shiki. All actions were in accordance with the Master's command, and the next step would be executed as per the will of the sorcerer. Unlike other heroic spirits, she referred to Tenmaku Shiro as Master rather than Your Excellency, for she was a ninja, and absolute obedience to her master was her creed. Princess Matsudaira. That would be the esteemed Kyoheim, right? Spoke the sword demon. Indeed, thanks to Inferno, an inescapable sense of unease permeated the air, and our task was merely to cultivate this unrest. Declaring an intent to slay the princess would incite panic, and when the deed was ultimately done, the populace would tremble, thus enhancing the quality of their souls as offerings. Tenmaku Shiro cast a glance at the assassin, urging her to manifest the embodiment of fear. Paraiso, fulfill your duty as seamlessly as the serpent that resides within you. As you command. The kneeling assassin nodded softly, preparing to depart. At that moment, an old sword saint, who had been sitting cross-legged in a corner with his blade resting on his knees and eyes closed in meditation, opened his single, fearsome eye. This time, let me accompany you, young lady. Rising, his gaunt figure exuded an aura that was unmatched by ordinary men. His suggestion stirred the assassin's heart, and she hesitated. Glancing at Tenmaku Shiro, the young man displayed a curious smile. The old man seems unexpectedly spirited. Spirit? Do not be mistaken. I merely sense the presence of an old acquaintance I have not seen in a long time and wish to pay my respects. Oh, an old friend after all. It would be prudent to greet them properly, but do not indulge too excessively, old man. With that, Tenmaku Shiro's figure gradually faded until it vanished. Night had fallen, and Shiki, unable to fully regain her mobility, remained alone in her room, quietly recuperating. The flickering candlelight illuminated her serious countenance. In her hands lay records pertaining to this world. She was not one to remain idle. Previously, she found solace in the presence of the butterfly ninja, who ensured her time was never dull. Now, however, the absence of her beloved left her in a state of boredom, and the enigmatic weaving had inexplicably fallen silent. Reluctantly, Shiki began to peruse a scroll nearby. The scroll contained little of significance, merely chronicling key events from recent years, such as the Shimabara Rebellion that transpired over a decade ago. From its inception to its conclusion, it painted a broad overview, though it excessively deified the Tokugawa forces, leaving Shiki somewhat disheartened. Just as her interest waned and she was about to close the scroll, a sound emanating from the cupboard caught her attention, causing her to furrow her brow. Before she could activate her perceptive powers to investigate, a striking young girl clad in a luxurious kimono emerged from within, breathless. Upon seeing the girl, Shiki momentarily froze. Even in the dim candlelight, she recognized the girl's features. Waist-length snow-white hair, dark golden eyes, and a flame-colored fan clutched in her hand. Apart from her attire, the girl's characteristics perfectly matched what Shiki remembered of one particular woman, Kyoheim. Indeed, this was the lovesick maiden who caused even Fujimaru Ritsuka considerable distress. Why was she here? And why was she emerging from the cupboard? However, Shiki soon discerned that the cupboard concealed a hollow passage leading to another room. At that moment, the girl seemed to notice Shiki seated on the tatami mat. With her finger pressed to her lips in contemplation, she soon broke into an excited smile and approached Shiki with a light step. You are the young lady who was attacked by the aberration a few days ago and took refuge here from Itachi, aren't you? Huh. In contrast to the girl's exuberance, Shiki's mind was flooded with confusion. Chapter 189. What constitutes infiltration? If one were to consider the easiest woman to manage in Chaldea to be Jean Alter, then the most challenging would likely be Kyoheim. In just a few minutes, Shiki experienced this firsthand. Difficult, curious, emotionally intense. This girl perfectly embodied the personality Shiki had come to associate with her. She persistently dragged Shiki into conversations about the amusing tales of Itachi. Yet, Shiki was not from Itachi, and the notion of a young lady fleeing from there while sustaining grave injuries was a whimsical idea only Musashi Benkei could conceive. Nevertheless, in those few minutes, Shiki grasped one crucial truth. This Kyoheim was not the Kyoheim she had known. The girl before her was not the woman who, out of love, ultimately transformed into a serpent due to her intense obsession. Instead, she was the daughter of the Matsudaira family, the lord of this rustic castle. Her identity was that of an ordinary human, neither capable of spewing flames nor transforming into a serpent. As for why she emerged from the cupboard, It was simply because this room was her secret hideaway. Her own room was merely separated by a wall, and she could easily traverse through the connected cupboard. In this era, the daughters of prominent families often led exhausting lives, their days filled with flower arranging, tea ceremonies, and various arts. They were compelled to learn these crafts to become more perfect, serving as tools and pawns in the games of high society. From birth, their fates were not their own. Daughters of Kyoheim's stature could ultimately only be leveraged as means to forge alliances with other noble families, with only a few achieving a fulfilling outcome. This Kyoheim was evidently not one to resign herself to fate. From their brief exchange, Shiki learned that this was not the first instance of such escapades. And this Kyoheim had a history of sneaking out. But could she really? Such an unconventional act for Kyoheim to leave her own chamber, to manage this troublesome young lady. Shiki slightly modified the events that had transpired on their journey to this rustic castle and conveyed them to her. At this moment, the princess appeared lost in thought, perhaps envisioning what her travels would be like. Upon hearing Shiki's words, she snapped back to reality, tilting her head in confusion. Unconventional circumstances? Oh, do you mean that assassination decree? Yes. I heard from Musashi that over 10 guards at the Lord's Manor met with misfortune, and the assailants left a declaration to kill you. Oh, that is nothing. In fact, if they intend to kill me, wouldn't it be safer not to remain in my original room? After all, it would be rather foolish of me to stay in the very room where the assassination order was issued. Her tone was lighthearted, and after some analysis, her reasoning seemed sound. An unknown but unguarded location might indeed be safer than a heavily fortified yet exposed one. The safest place is not necessarily the most perilous, but rather the least expected. Furthermore, Shiki's presence in this room, despite her injuries, meant that she was unafraid of any opponent who was merely human. That is true. Shiki smiled lightly, acknowledging that this princess possessed far more intellect than she appeared to. It could be said that she was indeed a product of the warring states, as even without studying military strategy, she would still have absorbed some knowledge through osmosis. Were it anyone else who had been marked for assassination, they might have already cowered in a heavily guarded location, trembling in fear. Thus, there was no need for such a sudden halt in Shiki's words. As her expression became slightly tense, seemingly sensing something, Shiki was the first to notice her anomaly. In just a brief moment, the room before her became transparent, revealing a world now opened. Yet, within her line of sight, she detected no presence of a third individual, not even a trace of breath. What is the matter? Shiki inquired in a hushed voice. A serpent approaches. The elegantly dressed princess suddenly rose, reaching for the combustible liquid hanging at her waist. According to her own words, it was a substance transported from the South Seas, possessing remarkable flammability. A serpent? For some reason, I possess the ability to communicate with serpents and have an unusual perception of them. As long as one is nearby, I can sense their presence. How tedious it is to stand watch. Under the moonlight, the silver-haired warrior stifled a great yawn. Despite residing in the well-appointed and well-fed Lord's Manor, she had been requisitioned under the pretense of assistance after yesterday's assassination declaration, despite having recently repelled an enigmatic noblewoman guards from the land of Itachi. Of course, this was also true for in3, who had exhibited valor during the battle against the strange beings. At present, he was seated with his eyes closed in the courtyard, his spear resting on his knees. Though he lacked the perceptive abilities of magical barriers, he was acutely attuned to the air around him. Surely, with a monk keeping watch, it would be fine for Musashi Dano to rest. The monk opened his eyes, offering a gentle smile. Well, while I would like that, in this situation, even I cannot do so. After all, the entire Lord's Manor is in a state of readiness. It would be rather inappropriate for me to rest alone. in3 chuckled, noting, isn't it true for you too, Tsukimi Dano? She is different. She is a wounded one, and the wounded must rest well. With her hands propped behind her, Musashi leaned against the doorframe, gazing at the moonlight hanging high above, murmuring, but where would that individual, who left the assassination declaration, enter from in such circumstances? This Lord's Manor is fortified with guards from top to bottom. Even I could not infiltrate without being detected. Truly, one cannot underestimate that old man Yagyu, for he has arranged the defenses to such an extent. I share that sentiment. Yet if I, as a heroic spirit, were to infiltrate here, there would indeed be one most suitable entrance. Oh, Musashi displayed an expression of intrigue, surprised to discover that in3 possessed such insights. Pray enlighten me. in3 offered a faint smile. It is not research, merely a shift in perspective. While I do not know whether the other is a formidable human or a heroic spirit swordsman, if it were I would choose. He turned to Musashi, the front entrance, as the point of entry. Musashi was momentarily taken aback, instantly grasping In-shun's reasoning. If one's strength were sufficiently formidable, why resort to stealth? Entering the battlefield openly and eliminating everyone would be the finest form of infiltration. Just then, a resounding bell echoed throughout the Lord's manor, signaling an alarm and indicating the discovery of an intruder's presence. Hasty footsteps echoed in the corridor as a samurai general led a troop rushing towards a certain location. By the moonlight, one could see the grave expression etched upon the general's face. Upon seeing them, Musashi interrupted, "Sir, where is the intruder? You are from a few days ago." The samurai general paused, recognizing the two individuals. He had witnessed their valor during the battle in the town below. However, he understood that this was not the time for casual conversation. After clearing his throat, he spoke gravely. "The intruder is at the front entrance." Meanwhile, at the front entrance, an elder stood proudly, his emaciated form emanating a chilling aura. The long spear resting on his left shoulder dripped with blood, as did the long knife in his right hand, surrounded by corpses. His single eye swept across, causing the guards wielding swords before him to retreat in fear, their trembling hands betraying their terror. Chapter 190. Musashi versus Iki, the front entrance. Upon hearing the samurai general's response, both Musashi and In-shun were momentarily taken aback, soon shifting to expressions of gravity. They felt no elation at having guessed correctly. In-shun's example was predicated on the assumption that the intruder possessed sufficient strength to contend with the entire garrison of the Lord's manor. Hence, he had used his own heroic spirit form as an illustration. As a heroic spirit, he was nearly an overwhelming force against these ordinary soldiers, allowing for that perfect infiltration. Yet the current intruder had executed a similar maneuver, meaning that this individual was either a human strongman who underestimated his own power or, like In-shun, another heroic spirit. In this world, apart from In-shun and Shiki, the only other heroic spirit was that heroic spirit swordsman. Let us proceed. In-shun Dano. Musashi, with a solemn expression, turned to In-shun, only to find him gazing in another direction, his face equally heavy with concern. Following his line of sight, Musashi beheld a rising plume of black smoke and flickering flames. That was where Shiki was located. "Musashi Dano, I leave the front entrance to you. I shall go to support Tsukuyami Dano." In an instant, the composed monk devised a plan of action, fully aware of the formidable strength of the heroic spirit swordsman and the difficulty Tsukuyami would face in a one-on-one confrontation in her injured state. Thus, In-shun chose to offer assistance himself, even if Tsukuyami could not perform at her full capacity due to her injuries. His presence should enable them to achieve a kill or at least a retreat. The front entrance was heavily guarded. Even if they were not a match for the heroic spirit swordsman, Musashi could hold out long enough. As long as In-shun could eliminate another rider during this time, they would be able to support the front entrance together. A most reasonable division of combat power. As a monk, In-shun possessed a sufficiently calm mind. Musashi had no objections, nodding vigorously. The two dispersed simultaneously, each sprinting in different directions. The long knife whistled through the air, with each shrill cry. There came the sound that delighted the executioners, the blade meeting flesh. A pervasive fear mingled with the stench of blood, igniting panic among the surrounding warriors. Though they were the defenders of this lord's manor, they now found themselves retreating step by step, almost unconsciously. The terror etched upon their faces suggested they beheld some unspeakable horror. Despite the differences in reality, it was indeed so. The elder, wielding the long knife and shouldering the long spear, appeared to them as a malevolent specter. He effortlessly dispatched one warrior after another who dared to charge at him. His movements remarkably simple, merely slashing again and again, devoid of any semblance of swordsmanship. Each swing resulted in a life extinguished. He required but a single stroke for each of them, for these warriors, in his eyes, were worth no more than that, executed without the need for any technique. Is this the best that the Tokugawa era can offer? It seems decades of peace have caused you to forget how to wield a blade. Not a single person has managed to force me to strike a second blow. Disappointment, sheer disappointment. The elder sighed twice, and, as he had spoken, a profound sense of disappointment resonated in his tone. Let this long-awaited entertainment come to an end. The elder murmured softly, as if passing judgment, before suddenly sweeping his spear. the gleaming blade carving a semicircle as it cut through the air toward the group of warriors before him. After the gunfire has swept through, the defenses at the main gate will be thoroughly eradicated, allowing the elderly man to single-handedly knock open the gates of the Lord's mansion. However, with a resounding clang that reverberates through the air, the gunfire is abruptly intercepted by a brilliant blade. The silver-haired female warrior grits her teeth in resistance, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead from the immense force of the attack. Yet, despite this, a smile graces her lips. One must maintain high expectations for the youth. Dear grandfather. With a low growl, Musashi draws another short blade from her waist and forcefully deflects the gunfire. Taking a half step back, a glimmer of intrigue appears on the elder's face. Ah, it seems that this era of Tokugawa still harbors some remarkable talents. Receiving the elder's praise, Musashi feels no joy. After just a brief encounter, even without clashing blades, her profound understanding of swordsmanship has already revealed much. Setting aside physical prowess and the so-called magical power, this elder before her has likely transcended the realm of swordsmanship, rivaling even the esteemed Yagyu Taijima no Kami, a master of the blade. Musashi's heart races, filled with both fear and excitement. The fear stems from the overwhelming strength of her opponent, leaving her with less than a 10% chance of victory in this battle. Yet, the excitement is equally potent to engage such a formidable adversary. Even if it leads to her demise, what is there to fear? Young one, what is your name? The elder, with the long blade in hand and a gentle smile on his face, poses this question as if in casual conversation, just as their blades are about to clash. Musashi is momentarily taken aback, then corrects her stance and furrows her brow as she replies, Nin Ichiryu Shinmen Musashi. It is a declaration befitting a duel. Yet under these circumstances, normal conversation seems impossible. It is indeed an oversight on my part, muses the elder. With a hearty laugh, he focuses his gaze on Musashi's dual blades. Ah, two-sword style, how nostalgic. In that case, allow me to introduce myself as well. The elder's long blade, K-Blood, returns to its sheath, but as he bends down, the smile on his face is replaced by a murderous intent. I name Mushiryu, Sword Saint. I name Ichi. I name Mushiryu, Sword Saint. The words resonate in Musashi's ears, evoking a sense of familiarity just as the elder's figure explodes into motion, causing her pupils to constrict sharply. What incredible speed in his eye! The long blade, as clear as a mirror, suddenly leaves its sheath, slicing through the air with an arc as beautiful as the first beam of moonlight spilling forth at its zenith. The rapidity of the strike distorts the blade's light, creating an illusion of imminent fracture. With no time to counterattack, and having lost the initiative, Musashi can only switch to defense. Under the overwhelming speed of the Ai, she raises her dual blades in front of her, managing to intercept the potentially lethal strike just in time. However, the force of the blow sends her blades flaring to the sides. Dazzling sparks erupt from the clash of swords, illuminating Musashi's tightly clenched face. Although it is a struggle, she has managed to block it. Just as this thought crosses her mind, the upward arc of the blade comes crashing down, and a chilling aura of death envelopes Musashi. With her blades already pushed to the sides, she cannot raise them in time. The fierce strike descends from her left shoulder to her right waist, gushing forth a torrent of crimson. The Sword Saint, unperturbed, maintains his stance, softly uttering, I apologize, young lady, but my Ai indeed comprises two stages. In a typical scenario, Musashi would have successfully defended against such an Ai, but she stands before the Sword Saint I name Ichi, the one who has synthesized the strengths of countless styles to ultimately refine the I name school. His Ai is not merely a swift flash, it penetrates defenses, delivering a fatal blow with the second cut of the cross slash. Although it may not be as swift as the ultimate Ai, it is far more effective. Just as now, the upward slash breaks through Musashi's defense, and the subsequent strike inflicts a wound that is nothing short of fatal. Musashi's body aches as if it might break apart, yet the fighting spirit flickering in her eyes remains undiminished. Ai emphasizes the perfection of single strike, condensing all lethal intent into one sword. After a cut, the blade remains in a descending position, and attempting to strike again would require a significant motion, presenting Musashi with one of her rare opportunities, the chance she has been waiting for. In that fleeting moment when the old Sword Saint lunges forward, she resolves to accept that she cannot withstand this strike. Since she cannot, she will minimize the injury and strive to counterattack. The female warrior crosses her long blades into its formation, aiming for the sword saintess Suigetsu's slash. This is a strike that gathers her entire strength. Though it may not rank as the swiftest, it carries enough power that even a heroic spirit would suffer grievous harm from it. A flicker of surprise passes through the sword saint's lone eye, but shortly after, he breaks into a light chuckle. A commendable thought, but still too youthful. He responds leisurely, his right hand gripping the blade without moving it, instead lowering his body slightly while turning to the side, positioning the Jumanji spear above his right shoulder. The odd posture evokes a sense of Su Qin carrying a sword. Yet, this peculiar movement perfectly neutralizes Musashi's hard-won opportunity. Her dual blades crash down heavily, but are precisely intercepted by the Jumanji spear. The force of the blow is indeed substantial, leaving a dent in the shaft against the sword saint's right shoulder. Tisish, failing to land a strike, Musashi leaps back a considerable distance, cold sweat now covering her face. After this exchange, she feels as if she has danced with death, with mortality surrounding her at every moment. Isn't this a bit despicable, old man? Ignoring the gruesome wound that is seeping blood on her upper body, Musashi wipes the cold sweat from her brow and forces a smile. Incredulous that he calls himself a sword saint yet resorts to using a spear. Despicable? It is precisely this that earns me the title of sword saint. Or perhaps our interpretations of what it means to be a sword saint differ significantly. If you must feel that way, then I can only say this. The old sword saint reverses his grip on the blade and shakes off the blood. Warrior, do not hold it against me for being despicable. Now let us continue, and allow me to see to what extent this so-called Shinmen Musashi has reached. That is indeed my intention. The female warrior regulates her breathing, employing the breathing technique taught to her by Shiki mere days ago. Thanks to her innate talent, she has grasped the basics of this technique in such a short span. And though she is not yet engaged with the sword forms, she can utilize the breathing method to confer slight enhancements to her physical abilities. In this scenario, every increment of her own enhancement brings her one step closer to victory, however minuscule that progression may be. Musashi lightly moves her dual blades, akin to the flow of the sun and moon. This is the opening move of in3. As the founder of this style, she does not adhere strictly to the conventional techniques. As long as she can exploit her opponent's weaknesses, any slash is the optimal opening. Yet this time, she faces the sword saint, who stands impervious with his blade drawn, exuding an aura that seems to nullify every offensive move. In such circumstances, she can only strive to perfect her defense while searching for an opportunity to strike. No matter how many times she observes, it evokes a sense of nostalgia. She has always maintained that this two-sword style was learned from others, and now it indeed appears to be the case. As she reflects, the old sword saint plants the Jumanji spear into the ground, and with a single sweep of his right hand, he slices through the air, creating an invisible wave that seems to rend the very atmosphere. Let me see how this in3 in your hands compares to her own. The sky began to darken with thick clouds, and the golden lightning dragon danced ceaselessly amidst the ominous leaden clouds, as if the weather had undergone a transformation under the might of the sword saint's strike. Comparisons? I find such sensations rather unpleasant. With a low growl, Musashi surged forth like an arrow loosed from its bow, her speed elevated to unprecedented levels. In the air, only two flashes of blades could be seen alongside a blurred silhouette. The old sword saint smiled, charging towards the twin blades without any inclination to defend himself. The opponent's strength, speed, and swordsmanship were all inferior to his. Defending against them would be as absurd as an adult shielding themselves from a child's punches. In an instant, the two swift figures closed in on one another, the long sword still resting by the old sword saint's side, showing no intention of being drawn. Just as the dual blades were about to strike down, he lunged forward once more like a fierce tiger, crashing through the gap between the blades to seize Musashi's collar and throw her aside. This was a technique derived from the no-dachi style of the Yagyu Shinkidryu, a divine skill meant to disarm opponents of their weapons. With improvements made by Isshin, this strategic technique had transformed into a pure killing art. Musashi felt a tremendous force pulling her, and before she could react, she was sent flying, hurriedly adjusting her posture in midair. But the fierce wind rushing towards her face made her pupils contract sharply. The sword saint, lowering his stance, became like a taut bow, the blade gleaming like a mirror, poised to thrust. In the next moment, he released his strike. The thrust of the Quirin, a flawlessly executed tactical connection, utilizing the throwing technique to leave Musashi in an unavoidable suspended state. The subsequent thrust was destined to hit its mark with absolute certainty. The thrust pierced through the air, accompanied by a chilling whistle. Musashi, just managing to stabilize herself mid-air, found herself unable to evade as the thrust locked onto her head, only halting once it had penetrated. There was no way to dodge it. Even in anticipation, it had already been too late. Although the essence of the Nin Ichiryu lay in adapting freely to countless variations, she felt utterly powerless against this thrust. Yet it could not end here. How could she possibly yield to such a formidable adversary? She had to ascend to a higher realm. Thus, she must unravel this lethal sword strike. As the specter of death loomed over her, in that fleeting moment, time seemed to slow, and all her mental faculties focused on the shimmering silver blade. At that instant, Shinmen Musashi merged her entire existence in her line of sight, solely to decipher this strike. The special magical eye, Tianyan, belonging to the flower of the Tianyuan, awakened at this moment. Chapter 192. Reunion with an old friend. Once a destination is determined, Musashi would devote all her energy to achieve it until success is attained. This is the essence of her Tianyan. For instance, if her goal was to sever her opponent's wrist, then she would employ any means necessary to accomplish it, transforming every attack into the optimal strike. There would be no extraneous movements. Even time and space would compress into a single strike, culminating in the ability required to achieve her objective. Such is the power of Musashi's Tianyan. Currently, her designated target was, of course, how to dismantle this fatal sword strike. Her brain began to process thoughts with unprecedented speed, deliberating on how to move, how to wield her blade, and how to adjust her form. All of this converged in the warrior's gaze to yield results. She hurled her blade with a unique motion, casting the Myojin Kiritsuke towards Ishin's sword edge. Did she think she could evade my thrust with a thrown object? While the tactic was sound, it still required consideration of the opponent. Ultimately, she was still too young. The old sword saint immediately discerned Musashi's intent, deflecting the deadly blade. This was Musashi's sole opportunity for survival. Had she been facing an ordinary opponent, she might have escaped. But she was up against the sword saint. I name Ishin, a man who had devoted his life to pursuing the pinnacle of swordsmanship. With a slight downward pressure on his wrist, he angled the blade, allowing him to deflect the incoming long sword without compromising the precision of his thrust. Just as the two long swords were about to collide, something unexpected transpired. The thrown Myojin Kiritsuke traced a subtle yet intricate arc in mid-air, evading the upward thrust while striking the side of the long sword with pinpoint accuracy. Simultaneously, the thrust approached Musashi, but rather than penetrating the girl's skull as the sword saint had anticipated, it skimmed past her right eye. The Reaper's thrust had been evaded, but at the cost of her right eye. The sword saint, having narrowly passed by, turned slowly, calculating perfectly. Had he not been capable of such precise throwing from the outset? This implies that during our brief exchange, you achieved some form of breakthrough. The female warrior breathed softly, blood staining her right eye. She had gained an eye while losing another. Yet even so, her fighting spirit remained undiminished. A faint smile graced her lips. Was this not the very essence of combat? It is merely the act of providing assistance to an adversary when they are in need, yet whether you can wield that aid effectively is another matter entirely. In the silence, the sword saint vanished without a trace, without any sign. Even the air did not stir as he disappeared from Musashi's sight. The malevolent aura, now magnified several-fold, enveloped the girl. Musashi scanned her surroundings with her remaining left eye, but she could not locate the sword saint. Instead, she discovered that the 10-shaka-long sword he had previously planted in the ground had mysteriously vanished, leaving only an indentation. At that moment, a bright light illuminated the right side of Musashi's face. The old sword saint leapt high into the air, brandishing the lightning-wreathed 10-shaka gun against a backdrop of dark, stormy skies. He appeared like a thunder god descending, poised to deliver divine retribution. The thunder of Ba. Musashi failed to perceive it in time, for the sword saint's position was in her blind spot where her right eye once resided. By the time she turned to react, the golden lightning struck down without hesitation. Did you think I had truly unleashed my full power moments ago? As smoke enveloped the area, the sword saint whispered softly. Silence returned, save for the sound of grass ignited by the lightning. A gust of night wind swept through, gently dispersing the smoke, revealing the horrifying scorch marks on the ground while failing to reveal any trace of the girl. At the same time, a figure gently landed 10 meters behind the old sword saint, clad in white robes with long hair, her neck and arms wrapped in bandages stained with blood. She carefully lowered the semi-conscious Musashi to the ground, while her right hand, clenched in a fist, revealed a blood-red blade. It was Shiki, who had originally been cooperating with in3 to confront the serpent-like assassin. However, the sudden shift in weather alerted her to something amiss. She sensed the presence of the thunder of Ba. Unlike ordinary lightning, the thunder of Ba stemmed from the power of the Sakura dragon, imbued with a more unique essence. Thus, she took notice immediately as the storm intensified, accompanied by an eerily familiar aura. Are we not going to greet each other? It has been so long since we last met. The old sword saint turned around, his single, eye scrutinizing Shur with a gaze reminiscent of a father's affection for his daughter. He then nodded gently, expressing admiration. Your hair has grown longer, and you have become more beautiful. However, upon noticing the tattoos adorning Shur's neck, he frowned slightly, questioning why she had chosen to get inked, as if she were one of those rough men. Just moments ago, this old sword saint had wielded his sword like a deity, yet now he appeared as a kind and gentle elder. Shur silently regarded the elderly figure before her, and after a prolonged pause, she softly sighed. Why? Are you referring to why I have become that heroic spirit, the sword hero, or why I am here? Isin smiled lightly. Both inquiries are valid. In the world of Wei Minghua, there exists no concept of heroic spirits. Even the most exceptional heroes, sword masters, or sword saints meet their demise, leaving behind nothing but a skeleton. The notion of becoming that heroic spirit, the sword hero, should indeed be impossible, yet Isin's appearance evokes doubt in Shur. If one were to attempt an explanation, it might be attributed to you. He stroked his chin and spoke nonchalantly. Because of me? Due to your existence. A passage has opened between worlds, through which I made a pact with a certain individual, thereby becoming the so-called heroic spirit. The transition between worlds inevitably creates such passages, and thus, it is not out of the question that this passage could be perceived by suppressive forces. Shur nodded gently, slowly drawing Bai Lei from its sheath. With a soft hum, the crimson blade freed itself from its constraints, pointing toward the elder 10 meters away, her expression slightly tense. Then, for my second question, are you still the sword saint, Wei Ming Isin? This was Shur's challenge. The name Wei Ming Isin represents the swordsmanship of the old man before her, a singular devotion to the sword in his hand and the path in his heart. Should he have transformed into a heroic spirit solely born for slaughter, then the person before her would no longer be the once mighty sword saint, Wei Ming Isin. In that case, Shur would raise her blade against her former mentor. Is that so? Even after witnessing this scene, you still ponder such questions? The old sword saint's voice was low as he spoke, bending slightly and sheathing his long knife. The friction as the blade entered its sheath produced a long, low hum. Once the blade was fully sheathed, he slowly raised his head, his lone eye sharp as an eagle's gaze. It seems I must give you a lesson. With these words, the atmosphere thickened with tension, and the recently dissipated killing intent enveloped the area once more. The warriors who had come to support were halted by this overwhelming aura, unable to advance further. Those warriors, who had fought fiercely during the Shimabra rebellion, possessed a keener sense than ordinary folk. They understood that taking a step forward would lead to hell. An impending battle was beyond their reach. Shur gently closed her eyes, taking a deep breath before speaking calmly. Indeed, it is foolish of me to pose such a question, whether it be the heroic spirit sword hero or sword saint Wei Ming Isin. The reason for our presence here remains singular. Opening her eyes, a fearsome light flickered within her gaze as she returned Bai Lei to its sheath, mirroring the elder's stance. That is to fight. Indeed, Wei Ming Isin is a blade forged through countless trials. His life has been spent in battle, striving to hone his sword to perfection, seeking death in combat until the end. Thus, his purpose as a heroic spirit is equally straightforward. As night deepened, tranquility returned, interrupted only by the occasional flicker of golden lightning illuminating the faces of the two sword masters, poised identically. Iato against the cut. After many years, both chose this method to initiate their first strike. Would it be Shur, who had grown through her journey, or Isin, who had transcended as a heroic spirit? That would prevail. This would be determined in that single strike. The golden lightning vanished silently, but in that fleeting moment, as the world plunged back into darkness, two brilliant lights erupted, one red, one white. These were two incredibly swift blades, the only sources of illumination in the night. Clang, clang. The differently colored crosses collided in the darkness, producing two crisp sounds that caused the surrounding warriors to cover their ears. As the blades met, The collision of Wei Ming's cross/slash revealed that their speeds were remarkably matched, whether in drawing their blades or the instant of strike. Both acted simultaneously. Given their equal speed, the next phase would be a contest of strength. Shi pressed her left hand against the blade, exerting force immediately, as did Isin. Shi's swordsmanship was taught by him, and they had fought countless times. What Shi contemplated during battle, Isin likely understood better than even Butterfly Shinobu. Oh, the little girl who used to be under my thumb has grown to this extent? As they exerted their strength, both long blades quivered, yet neither retreated even a step, the ground beneath their feet cracking under the immense pressure. But how long can you maintain this? The old sword saint discerned that Shi had arrived injured during their clash. The bandage on her wrist began to seep blood, the wound reopening under the strain of their power. How long can I hold on? Until I can no longer fight. Shi whispered fiercely as she sidestepped, delivering a heavy strike to the side of Isin's blade. The impact forced Isin to take a step back, a flicker of surprise flashing across his face before he broke into a spirited smile. Good. As he stepped back, the sword saint sheathed his sword anew. Yet his aura remained unwavering. Secret sword, Isin. The long blade emerged once more, accompanied by a multitude of silver lights. The sword technique unleashed by Isin seemed to sever time and space, as if dozens of masters were striking simultaneously, akin to the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe. With death looming, Shi's gaze was as tranquil as a still lake. She positioned Bai Lei before her, making no other movements, and softly uttered a single word, Nagi. An invisible domain unfolded at the tip of her blade, and amidst Isin's slight astonishment, the silver light was entirely deflected by the intangible sword aura. Shi remained in her previous stance, unwavering amidst the chaos, her calm demeanor dispelling all aggression. I have never seen the sword techniques you employ. It seems you have learned much over these years. The sword saint nodded, perhaps sensing a hint of satisfaction emanating from Shi. There is still more you have yet to witness. Shi exhaled slowly, her body relaxing as if flowing like water, exuding an air of languor. Yet in the next moment, she stepped forward, her movements light and delicate, resembling an exquisite dance. Ryu, is it? I have not only seen this technique, but am quite familiar with it. Each time you perform it, it is truly beautiful. He was indeed familiar. This was a unique combat style of the Yu Jiame clan. During battle, these female warriors danced like butterflies, creating an enchanting spectacle while concealing their deadly blades. This fighting style was refined by Isin's old friend Ba, and ultimately passed down to Xian, Yilang, and Shi. Though they learned from the same school, their paths diverged. Xian Yilang emphasized the lethality of his blade, while Shi focused on the grace of her footwork. Regardless of the approach, this old sword saint was profoundly versed in both. The single eye of the individual remained locked onto the ground, deciphering the method of Bailu by observing the dance steps, which effectively predicted the trajectory of the attack. Indeed, it was at this moment that the actions of Shiki were completely deconstructed in the eyes of the old sword saint. Every cut, every initial movement was laid bare. Yet, in the next instant, that solitary eye contracted slightly, for Shiki's dance steps suddenly transformed into a style he had witnessed before, gentle, swirling, akin to a flowing stream. He abruptly lifted his gaze, only to find the maiden charging towards him, the crimson blade in her hand emanating an angry water dragon, while the air seemed to resonate with a soaring dragon's roar. The 10th form of water breathing, continuously flowing. Chapter 194, The Reeds Marshes. This was neither merely Bailu nor a simple form of water breathing, but a unique sword technique that fused Bailu's footwork with the 3rd and 10th forms of water breathing. Shiki understood clearly that against the old sword saint, who knew him all too well, employing previous sword forms would lead to complete exposure. Using a new form would invite his vigilance to breach his defenses. One must innovate and launch an assault with a more ingenious combat style. The long blade, like a dragon, had reached its zenith of power during the recent dance steps. As the most formidable attacking form of water breathing, its potency increased with the number of rotations made by the wielder, truly embodying its name of continuous flow. The sound of the dragon echoed through the air, and the blade seemed to roar before it sliced downward. A fleeting flash of the blade momentarily halted the old sword saint's figure, and moments later, the samurai helmet atop his head was cleaved in two, falling to either side, while a droplet of blood slowly trickled down from his brow. Shiki had missed by a fraction. The improvised footwork ultimately held a flaw. The original Bailu dance demanded exquisite control of distance, and adding fluidity only exacerbated the situation. If only you had not been wounded, That strike would surely have succeeded. A hint of regret tinged Aishin's voice as he wiped the blood from his brow. Shiki exhaled softly. As Aishin had noted, she was not in her prime condition. Though she appeared as usual, the injuries sustained from her battle with Ryougi had a profound impact on her performance. Under normal circumstances, that last strike would have been flawless. Nevertheless, she had come, not for any particular reason, but simply to meet the mentor who had imparted so much wisdom upon her. Even if as an adversary, on the battlefield, there is no notion of almost. Failure is failure, regardless of external factors. As her breathing steadied, Shiki gripped her blade tightly, gazing at the elderly figure merely 2 meters ahead. Aishin chuckled heartily, affirming that opportunities in battle exist only for a fleeting moment. Seizing them signifies success, while failure, even if influenced by external forces, remains mere failure. There's no almost. With that, he raised his long blade above his head, declaring that Shiki had shown him many new things, but he had nothing novel to present her, only remnants of the past. His words, tinged with a hint of melancholy, were soon followed by the surge of magical energy that accompanied Aishin's manifestation as a heroic spirit. This magic began at the tip of his sword and radiated outward. Shiki felt a powerful force forcibly pulling her into another realm, and in the blinding light, her vision temporarily faded. In that brief moment, she sensed a subtle change in the air, an amalgamation of the scents of smoke and burning wood, which wafted towards her like waves, evoking an inexplicable familiarity. As her sight gradually returned, she was met with a scene that left her utterly astonished. Reflected in her eyes was a swaying expanse of pure white, a half-meter high marsh of reeds, dancing under the night breeze, exuding beauty rivaling that of blooming flowers. The leaden clouds above were pierced by flickering golden lightning, while sporadic sparks drifted through the air. The vivid imagery before her stung her senses, a landscape buried deep in her heart, yet never forgotten. In this snowy expanse of reeds, she had once laid to rest 3 friends. The past is like a painting drawn in sand. As time passes, the sands are blown away by the wind, memories blur, and ultimately, it becomes an indistinguishable expanse. Yet, no matter how one tries to discern it, it continues to exist. When it returns to you in a new, perfect form, how will you confront it? Did you not anticipate this? I did not foresee that the embodiment of my heart's imagery would manifest in this place of conclusion, the very site where you brought an end to the clan of Ainuma. How ironic that such a place has become my inherent domain. An inherent domain is a form of magic that rewrites reality based on the caster's inner landscape. The reality shaped by this magic cannot be freely determined by the caster, as it is formed solely from the essence of their heart. This is neither the hellish battlefield of bloodshed nor the robust era of Ainuma Castle. The heart's manifestation of the sword saint Ainuma Aishin is this desolate marsh of reeds, for it symbolizes the end of Ainuma, when the sword saint returns from the underworld only to perish at Shiki's hands. The last glimmer of dawn for Ainuma will be extinguished, never to greet the sunrise. Perhaps this is what they call punishment, even after transcending the tumultuous world. Shiki finds herself standing here once more. Does the sight of the past touch you so? If you linger any longer in contemplation, my blade will bury you here. Do you willingly accept this fate? The long sword cleaved through the air, the fierce blade wind sweeping Shiki's hair aside, revealing her deep blue eyes, not filled with sorrow or despair, but with unwavering determination. With a fierce motion, she parried the sword saint's strike, her countenance resolute. Hair flowing like the war god Bishamon. Those bound by the past shall forfeit their future. I have long understood this. I cannot perish here. There are those I wish to see, those who await my return. A faint surprise flickered in the old sword saint's solitary eye, soon replaced by a look of appreciation. Is that so? Indeed, after all these years, you ought to encounter new individuals. I am curious to know what kind of person could capture your attention. An exceptional individual, one who pulled me back from the abyss. If fate allows, I wish to show you, but it seems now is not the time. Simply hearing your answer suffices. That is wonderful, Aishin murmured. Now that the necessary words have been exchanged, let us continue. With those words, he assumed a poised stance, his long blade vibrating as he returned to the form of the sword saint. Let us proceed, Shiki. Amidst the snowy reeds, the sword saint stood like a peak. And in that moment, time seemed to rewind to many years past. On the night when the Imperial forces breached the city, Shiki faced this sword saint once again. Chapter 195, The Fox. Musashi awoke from her stupor. The clear sound of swordplay pierced her previously hazy vision, sharpening her focus. Following the sound, she turned her gaze, and the sight before her caused her remaining left eye to widen in surprise. Amidst the pristine expanse of white reeds, two figures engaged in a close-quarters duel, their blades weaving a tapestry of death around them. The gleaming sword light shattered the white reeds, mingling with the occasional sparks that danced through the air, reminiscent of shooting stars on a snowy day, evoking a breathtaking beauty. Yet beneath this allure lay an ominous atmosphere of impending death. The intricate lattice of blades indicated that a single misstep from either combatant could herald their doom. Musashi found herself unable to intervene in this fierce confrontation. Even with the awakening of her Tianyin and the mastery of the final secret of the Nin-ichi Ryu, she recognized that this battle was beyond her capacity to influence. The moment she stepped onto the battleground, she would likely be gravely injured by the sword energy unleashed by the two fighters. In this contest, she could only observe and learn. The style of combat was predominantly offensive. The opponent unleashed a relentless series of precise strikes in an attempt to suppress Ichin. Their sword forms shifting from the breath of water to the breath of flame, and then to a synthesis of the styles of the reeds and the waves. Despite her injuries, she executed her most flawless strike since taking up the sword. It was beyond reproach, and even from Ichin's perspective, it was admirable. The old sword saint found himself retreating under the relentless barrage of strikes, the crimson glimmer of the blade shadowing him closely, yet he narrowly evaded or parried each blow. Nevertheless, Ichin's singular eye remained calm and composed, his movements leisurely as he countered while retreating, delivering the swiftest attacks with minimal motion, the clash of blades igniting sparks. This was the most terrifying aspect of this sword saint. During combat, one could discern no hint of advantage, and even if one believed they had found an opening, the elder's nonchalance would provoke doubts about whether it was a trap. Even Shiki, who had faced Ichin multiple times, could not fathom his thoughts. The elder possessed both the valor of a lion and the cunning of a fox, his strikes astutely calculated and technically superior, while his defensive awareness blurred the lines between traps and opportunities. If Ichin were merely powerful, he would not be as fearsome. What truly instilled dread was his extraordinary might combined with a tactical intellect that was nothing short of astounding. Shiki not only had to contend with the fierce strikes, but also discern the authenticity of the opportunities presented to her. It felt akin to sprinting 100 meters while simultaneously solving differential equations, requiring both her body and mind to operate at peak velocity. A tremendous pressure enveloped Shiki, who was acutely aware that this incarnation of the Sword Saint was far more formidable than the one she had encountered in the land of Aimi. In such a deadlock, she found no opportunity for breakthrough. If this prolonged battle continued, it would be her deteriorating condition that would lead to her defeat. Adaptation was imperative. With a glimmer of determination in her eyes, Shiki redirected her focus to the blade held by Ichin, the distorted lines emerging from its surface. She had long avoided such a combat style. While damaging an opponent's weapon could lead to swift victory, the lack of melee combat would stagnate her swordsmanship, which was not advantageous for a sword saint and carried a hint of treachery. However, the circumstances had changed. Speaking of cunning, this elder was her mentor, and to overcome such a wily adversary, she needed to be even more cunning. With a powerful strike, she executed a pure Ichi no Tachi, a display of skill that was nothing short of exquisite, even eliciting an internal admiration from Ichin. As she raised her long sword overhead, he mirrored her motion with his own Ichi no Tachi. For this sword saint, to evade such a perfect strike would be a waste. The best response would be to return it with an equally perfect or even superior technique. The blades, one white and one red, descended almost simultaneously. But at the moment of contact, Ichin noticed the slight curve of Shiki's lips, an ominous premonition surfacing in his mind. Yet, even he could not alter his action in that fleeting instant. As the blades collided, Ichin's long sword shattered like glass, scattering into countless shards. He leaped back, creating distance while glancing at the bare hilt in his hand, a grin breaking across his face. You become quite skilled, Shiki, managing to outmaneuver this old man. It was indeed a calculated move. Just as Ichin understood Shiki, she too understood the sword saint's tendencies. She knew that when faced with a nearly perfect strike, he would not choose to evade, but would instead retaliate with an equally flawless or superior sword technique. For his reputation as a sword saint forbade him from retreating in the face of excellence. Shiki anticipated this, enabling her to shatter Ichin's blade. Of course, I am your disciple, she replied with a smile, one that revealed a cunning side previously hidden from view. As she had claimed, she now resembled a little fox. Ichin laughed heartily, showing no signs of displeasure, but his demeanor sobered abruptly. Since you are my disciple, you must understand as a sword saint, my weapon is not limited to just that blade. Shiki responded with a light laugh. Certainly, but whether it be the Jumanji spear, the fire control, or any other weapon, I will dismantle them all with the sword in my hand. Ichin shook his head. Do you not grasp my meaning? Allow me to rephrase. When a heroic spirit manifests, they arrive at the pinnacle of their power, equipped with weapons that correspond to their class. This time, I did not manifest as a lancer or an archer, but as the sword saint. He relinquished the hilt of his sword, yet his hand remained poised as if still gripping it, his tone rising in fervor. The class of the sword, saber, has descended. With Ichin's declaration, a long sword materialized in his grasp, measuring 3 feet in length, the hilt and blade a pristine white, with the most striking feature being the guard, resembling an unfurled golden lotus. Upon witnessing the emergence of this blade, Shiki's expression darkened considerably, for she recognized it all too well. It was the secondary weapon she had wielded in her dual-wielding style, one of the 2 indestructible slashes of the land of Aimi. Known as Kaimen, the sword saint chuckled softly. The black blade, Ketsujin, he announced, if it is this blade, can you still shatter it, Shiki? Chapter 196, 3 Blades. The manifestation of a heroic spirit invariably carries a noble phantasm. As the ruler of the land of Aimi, having perfected his swordsmanship, what could Ichin's noble phantasm possibly be? From the moment she laid eyes on Ichin, Shiki had pondered this question, and now, the answer had revealed itself. The black blade, Kaimen, the indestructible slash that opens the gate to the underworld, had been wielded by Ichin as an ordinary weapon during the War of National Usurpation. Upon returning from the gates of the underworld, having gained immortality, the true potential of this indestructible slash was fully activated. Transforming it into a noble phantasm was hardly surprising. Yet, what Shiki had not anticipated was that the original form of this weapon was already in her possession. Could it truly be elevated to the status of a noble phantasm? Yet most critically, it remained unseen. The mystic eyes of death perception, capable of obliterating all, could not perceive the death lines of Kaimen. This was the first time such a situation had arisen since she connected to the root. It could neither be destroyed as a sword nor eradicated as a life form. The Kaimen from another world seemingly did not exist within the so-called database of the root. Furthermore, as a weapon designed to sever the undying, Kaimen was the most lethal weapon against Shiki. The immortality granted by Ryougi would lose all significance beneath this black blade. The teacher who had once perished at her hands had returned, wielding a blade that could sever immortality, as if he had come specifically to kill her. With a gentle sigh, Shur reflected that the purpose for which those heroic spirits summoned her was precisely this. Who could possibly know? That enigmatic figure remained elusive, even as someone as seasoned as I. The sword saint curled his lips into a slight smile. However, I am acutely aware of your current predicament. You can only muster 3 more strikes at most, can't you? Despite bearing such a frail body, you have managed to withstand this battle until now. Should I feel joy or sorrow? Surely, the former prevails. Should I not rejoice in the growth you have achieved? Shur responded with a calm smile, while subtly regulating her breath. As EXIN stated, she would reach her limit after 3 more strikes. Although she appeared composed, the back of her white kimono was already stained crimson with blood. In moments like these, even a brief respite could become a pivotal opportunity. Even you have become quite eloquent. If only you had spoken thus while in the land of Wei Ming. But enough of this idle chatter. The thoughts of a clever fox cannot be concealed from an old fox. With that, EXIN assumed a fighting stance once more, re-entering the realm of battle. Indeed, Shur managed a wry smile, leaning forward as her wrist twisted, the cold, crimson blade resting against her cheek. Shur could discern EXIN's intentions, and EXIN naturally recognized Shur's resolve. Both were ancient foxes, and in such circumstances, there was no need for pretense. The outcome of this clash of swords would dictate everything. The next 3 strikes would conclude this duel. With a single step, Shur launched forth like an arrow released from its bow. Although she could only manage 3 more strikes, she opted for the initiative, catching EXIN off guard. Why choose such an exhausting offense when defense could conserve energy? Shur understood this well. While defense could indeed save strength, it was far more challenging to secure victory through it. Clang! Bailei was effortlessly deflected by Kaimen, causing the sword saint to furrow his brow. Such a ferocious assault, yet it was merely a straightforward strike. Just as this thought crossed his mind, EXIN felt as though the Kaimen in his grasp was entangled by a myriad of threads, becoming increasingly difficult to wield. Ren Van Qianxi. This technique, learned from the sword style of Butterfly Ninja, proved remarkably effective against foes wielding flexible weaponry, and the collision of blades yielded unexpectedly advantageous results. The Kaimin twisted and coiled like a serpent, bypassing the Golden Lotus platform's guard to thrust directly at EXIN's chest. Instead of adhering to his sword style, he resorted to technique. A flicker of appreciation crossed the sword saint's eyes. He promptly released his grip on the blade, allowing it to fall freely while skillfully seizing it with his left hand, blocking the incoming thrust. Yet this was far from over. With his now empty right hand, he reached for his waist, brandishing a long-barreled firearm aimed squarely at Shi's brow, and then pulled the trigger 6 times without hesitation. As expected of you. Cursing inwardly, Shi reacted swiftly. The formless domain of Nagi had already unfurled, yet its defensive capabilities paled in comparison during active combat. 4 of the 6 projectiles were intercepted, but 2 struck true. One severed a lock of Shi's hair, while the other grazed her cheek, leaving a trail of crimson. Modern weaponry did not deter Shi's offensive intentions. The blade of Bailei surged with a sudden wave of heat, akin to a roaring tiger. Second sword, Breath of Flame, 5th form, Flame Tiger. This time, EXIN's expression shifted. Although the assault from the firearm was unexpected, it did not inflict a lethal wound. However, it placed him in a somewhat awkward position, as his long sword remained in his less adept left hand. In a hasty maneuver, he awkwardly positioned the Kai Min defensively before him. Boom! The tiger's roar, imbued with terrifying force, propelled EXIN several meters away, leaving 2 dark imprints where he had stood. His left hand, still grasping the sword, emerged blackened from the recent flames, while the white reeds danced wildly in the wake of the sword's pressure. Undeterred by his injured left hand, the sword saint's fighting spirit ignited anew. Casting the Kaimin aside, he leaned back, his blade emanating a dark aura as if a colossal dragon held its breath. You should not have created distance, sure? In the next instant, his pupil constricted, and he unleashed a furious strike with the Kaimin. Secret sword, Dragon Flash. In that fleeting moment, it was as if a dragon roared, and the pristine white reeds were splattered by a chilling wave of dark sword energy, as though the very barrier was on the verge of being cleaved apart. Faced with such a strike, Shi could not evade. She could only meet it with her final sword. After this clash, regardless of the outcome, she would be utterly incapacitated, and the victor would be determined. Yet even so, Shi resolved to unleash this last strike, mirroring the same posture, the same cut, the same dragon's roar. Secret sword, Dragon Flash. EXIN was the sword saint, and so too was Shi. EXIN would not choose to evade when confronted with another's flawless sword technique, and neither would Shi. Boom! The collision of black and red sword energies erupted like a bomb in the reeds, sending earth flying and causing the ground to tremble, while dust and countless reeds swirled into the air. It is over, Shi. Ultimately, you have failed to uphold the name of Sword Saint. As the long sword returned to its sheath, the old sword saint sensed the fading breath of life amidst the dust, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. On the brink of extinguishment, he stepped forward, prepared to meet his disciple one last time. Yet at that moment, amidst the suddenly intensifying gusts of wind, a figure shot forth from the dust. EXIN could scarcely believe that the flickering candle had transformed into a roaring flame, devoid of any signs of defeat. The long sword was drawn again. In a moment of urgency, the sword saint executed a nearly flawless drawing technique, aiming at the figure. Swish! The long sword swept over Shi's head, failing to strike her down. EXIN had executed a perfect draw, yet he had misjudged Shi's position. Bailei pierced through his chest, emerging from his back without spilling a drop of blood. Bowing her head, Shi whispered softly, "I am sorry. It seems I am a more despicable one after all. Is that so? Self-suggestion, are you? It seems I taught you well." Chapter 197. Long time no see. Master, EXIN. Bailei had pierced through the frail, aged body of the elder, while Shi remained with her head bowed, hands gripping the hilt of her sword, her expression devoid of joy or sorrow. It was not the flickering candle as EXIN had perceived. Not only could she execute 3 strikes, but now she could likely unleash a 4th, a 5th, or even a 6th. Her injuries had indeed taken a toll, and that impact was gradually expanding. Thus, Shi had recognized from the outset that this battle could not endure as a protracted struggle, which compelled her to act in such a manner. Through self-suggestion, she had induced herself into a genuine state of weakness. Such behavior was undoubtedly perilous, yet it was essential. For only in this way could she deceive the experienced and highly intelligent old sword saint. To catch a fox, one must become even more cunning than it. You fought remarkably well. The Kai Min dissipated like smoke, and the elder gently placed his now empty right hand atop Shi's head, his touch tender. He genuinely believed that this battle had been fought excellently. Her swordsmanship was impeccable, her blade flowing like water, meeting his strikes with a myriad of transformations. In terms of battle awareness, she had surpassed him in the most unexpected of ways, along with that resolute determination to feign weakness. The name of Sword Saint has indeed been well inherited. Yet, it is somewhat tragic, upon re-entering this realm. I find myself once again concluding my existence in this land of endings, and by the same hand. Exion's thoughts were disordered as he slowly closed his eyes, seeking to embrace his end with the utmost tranquility. However, this state persisted for a long time, and yet he did not feel the disintegration of this heroic spirit's body. Instead, the relentless bloodshed that had long been buried within his spiritual foundation, which often troubled him, vanished completely. Could it be that the old sword saint, astonished, opened his eyes and beheld the slight curve of the girl's lips as she softly murmured, "How could I have slain my own mentor twice with my own hands?" Bailey withdrew from Exion's heart, the blade emanating red smoke without a trace of blood. This strike did not sever the sword saint's spiritual foundation, but rather obliterated the relentless bloodshed that had entangled it, along with the summoning ritual that could control this old sword saint. Once these impurities were entirely eradicated, Exion's state was indistinguishable from that of Ingshan. He was a true heroic spirit, not merely a so-called heroic swordmaster. Ah, what remarkably keen eyes you possess, Shur. Standing upright, Exion touched the spot where Bailey had pierced him. Although there was a faint wound, it did not bleed, nor did it cause excessive pain. At this moment, he found no reason to continue battling Shur. Until just moments ago, he had harbored thoughts of killing her. That was the influence of the relentless bloodshed. Once a spiritual foundation became tainted by such a thing, it magnified the obsessions within one's heart countless times. Even though Exion harbored no so-called obsession, the addition of such an element would merely facilitate matters for that sorceress. Of course, once I no longer wield this murderous blade, I might even consider a career as a physician. After performing a flourish with Bailey, Shur remarked lightly, "Ha ha, that is indeed an intriguing thought." The old man laughed heartily, yet he pondered whether a sword saint transitioning to a physician might be too vast a leap. Might it? The sword saint plunged his long knife into his own body. Physicians too engage in similar acts, albeit one takes lives while the other saves them. The only difference lies in the outcome, the former inciting grievances, the latter bringing forth blessings. Remarkably, just moments ago, the two had faced each other with blades drawn, yet now they conversed as if old friends. This scene left Musashi, who had been watching from the sidelines, somewhat bewildered. Could it be that these two held to the notion of resolving enmity with a single strike? Indeed, that may be so, but Exion narrowed his single eye, a hint of amusement crossing his aged face. This surely isn't what you originally intended, is it? Exposed by the old sword saint's words, Shur momentarily froze, her face flushing slightly as she nodded gently in agreement. Ha ha! Altering oneself for the one who resides in your heart is indeed an experience everyone must undergo. Youth is truly wonderful. The old sword saint sighed with nostalgia, laughing as he made his way outside. Just then, a soft call from behind caused him to pause. It has been a long time, Lord Exion. This was not a belated greeting. The heroic sword master who descended was not the sword saint she recognized, but rather the old sword saint, now free from the relentless bloodshed, was the true lord of the Amino clan. Amino, Exion. Thus, when the battle commenced, and Exion inquired why there had been no greeting after such a long separation, Shur chose to ignore it. A faint smile appeared on the old sword saint's somewhat turned face, and he did not respond but instead waved his hand. What do you intend to do next? Eliminating the relentless bloodshed that clings to me cannot merely be a pretext for a chat, can it? Of course it is a chat. Yet I trust Lord Exion would not mind discussing matters related to the heroic swordmaster during our conversation. After such a long absence, have you become so indirect in your speech? If you wish for me to act as your enforcer, simply say so. I would not mind wielding my knife. For those fellows have truly become tiresome. Shur smiled helplessly, nearly forgetting that this old sword saint's forthrightness rivaled that of the Tenjin no Hana. There was no need for her to beat around the bush in his presence. Then let us depart from here to converse further. Indeed, even I find the scenery somewhat glaring. Upon finishing his words, the inherent barrier began to gradually dissipate, and simultaneously, Ixion's form slowly transformed into transparency. It would be better for him to assume a spiritual state, considering he had just been an enemy. Appearing before those warriors now would only incite unnecessary chaos. He then glanced at Musashi, who remained somewhat dazed in the distance. My apologies, little girl. Though this was not my intention, I did indeed injure your eye. Once this incident concludes, I shall do my utmost to compensate you. Before Musashi could respond, the old sword Saint's form had vanished, and the surrounding scenery returned to the main entrance of the Lord's mansion, where a throng of armed warriors gathered, their expressions tense as they watched the front. Upon seeing Musashi and Shur emerge, their faces relaxed, releasing a long sigh, and some even collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Ignoring her surroundings, Shur approached Musashi. Crouching down to examine the young warrior's right eye with a grave expression, ultimately shaking her head in resignation, saying, "The eye itself is injured. It cannot be saved." Hey, could you refrain from saying such misleading things? Clearly, it is the right eye that cannot be saved, making it sound as though I am beyond help. Chapter 198, Departing from Tuching. The main entrance lay in disarray, and the Lord's mansion fared little better. The mingled stench of blood and the acrid scent of burning wood was nauseating. A bloodied monk stood like a war god, hands pressed together. Before him lay a slumbering monstrosity that struck fear into the hearts of soldiers who had witnessed the battlefield of Azura. 8 heads and 8 tails. It resembled an intertwined mass of multiple serpents, instantly invoking thoughts of the creature from Japanese mythology that devoured the wife of Susanoo, Kusanagi-hime, the Yamada no Orochi. And indeed, that was the case, though with slight variations. It was summoned by a Koga ninja named Mochizuki Chiyojo through her own curse technique. A counterfeit generated from a single head's worth of power, yet it was also venerated as a fragment of a great deity. However, this divine fragment was gradually dissipating under the might of the spear wielded by Token no Shin, which had reached the realm of gods and Buddhas. Fragments are ultimately just that. Before the ultimate spear, they were pierced through. Ah, at last, peace has been attained. The petite girl with ink-black hair whispered, her voice sounding like a gentle release of burdens. The relentless bloodshed, after all, existed like a curse, bound by it, even if one obtained immense power. It was not what the heroic spirit desired in their heart. Alongside the spear, Assassin Paraiso, namely Mochizuki Chiyojo, was liberated by Token no Shin's divine spear. Farewell. The spear in my hand shall undoubtedly avenge you against that scoundrel who insulted your heroic spirit's essence. Is that so? Then I am truly grateful. The girl's form began to dissolve, as did the great serpent by her side. At last, she gently closed her eyes, fully dissipating in this twisted world. No, to be precise, she left behind something, a sharp object, approximately 2 feet long, glimmering faintly under the moonlight, resembling a reflective mirror. Token no Shin bent down to pick it up, holding it beneath the moonlight for inspection. Is this an iron object, imbued with some unseen special magic? Perhaps I should take it to Lord Muramasa for examination. The following day, amidst the morning mist, Shur and her companions, bearing their still healing bodies, departed the Lord's mansion and left Tuching, stepping onto the path leading back to the grass hut. Overall, yesterday's events concluded rather perfectly. Although many warriors perished or were gravely injured, the primary concern, Princess Kyoheim, remained unharmed. Generally speaking, those who have achieved such remarkable feats would continue to reside within the castle of the Lord, their treatment undoubtedly elevated beyond previous standards. Having safeguarded the esteemed Princess Qingji and vanquished formidable invaders, one could be assured of a stable and comfortable environment, along with plentiful provisions. Yet, a few chose to depart, not for any other reason, but as they had surmised, Tukichung was indeed the stronghold of those heroic spirits and sword masters. How could this be ascertained? The venerable In-shin, having been coerced into revealing information, harbored no reservations. He had never held any fondness for those heroic spirits. After extricating himself from the brutal cycle of fate, he naturally divulged all he knew. It was ironic that upon their arrival at Tukichung, they had resolutely declared their intention not to retreat, yet now they found themselves leaving in such a manner. Musashi shook her head and sighed at that moment. Her right eye was concealed beneath a black eye patch, a token from In-shin, serving as a small consolation from the old sword saint to the young girl. Although the eye patch obscured her right eye, it could not hide the pallor of her face. The wound on her eye, while not significantly affecting her body, was nonetheless a tangible injury. Had she not mastered the breathing technique that allowed her to staunch the bleeding, her ability to move normally would have been in jeopardy. Little one, retreating can also be a tactical victory. Moreover, remaining in Tukiching in your current state would inevitably lead to calamity. The old sword saint's aged voice resonated as he dispelled his spiritual presence and appeared beside Shiki. After the fierce battle the night before, the trio of Shiki had sustained injuries. Musashi and Shiki were already aware of their conditions, and even Inshuan bore multiple fractures, a consequence of employing the elusive Hogetsu Shiho technique, which mitigated most assaults. In such circumstances, engaging in battle with the heroic spirits and sword masters would surely result in disaster. Musashi understood this all too well and could only sigh in resignation, accepting the harsh reality. "How is your eye?" Shiki inquired, gazing at Musashi's right eye. The eye patch, while bestowing a certain valor upon the young warrior, reminded her that, at the end of the day, femininity held greater significance than mere gallantry. One's appearance was paramount. "Well, though losing an eye is regrettable, I have gained a new perspective from my encounter with the Sword Saint. Additionally, I have gleaned some new insights in the Nitinilyo. If the Sword Saint could engage me in further sparring, I believe I could advance even further." The light in her left eye sparkled, prioritizing her swordsmanship over her appearance. She found solace in the considerable progress achieved despite the loss of an eye. "The beauty of a wounded flower is indeed something I feel remorse over. While sparring is certainly agreeable, let us defer this matter until you have fully recovered." "Speaking of sparring, I too have a contender in mind," Inshin remarked, casting his gaze toward Inshuan, causing the latter to pause momentarily. "Are you referring to me, Lord Inshin? While I have no qualms about sparring, I have merely wielded my spear throughout. I doubt my skills would greatly benefit you in our exchange," Inshuan replied. This old man is well aware that sparring with someone who has elevated the Teozanjuan spear technique is indeed a matter of spear combat. Do not be deceived by my title as Sword Saint. I possess a modicum of understanding in spear techniques as well. Inshuan's expression revealed mild surprise. A Sword Saint wielding a spear? He not only wields a spear but also commands the flames, Shiki interjected, causing Inshin's expression to darken momentarily, as he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The journey back was neither too long nor too short, yet it would take some time to traverse. Nevertheless, amidst their harmonious dialogue, the group's pace quickened significantly. As the sky turned a golden hue, a tranquil and serene village emerged before them. At the entrance of the village, a stalwart young man in a white cloak stood, his long blade thrust into the ground, resembling a sentinel guarding the threshold. Chapter 199. Tinsongyan Suipian to have sustained such injuries after a visit to Tukichen? This suggests that there was indeed a significant issue there. Chinzi Sinjue's gaze swept over the group, lingering momentarily on Musashi's black eye patch, his expression turning grave. Nodding, Shiki spoke. "Indeed, Tukiching is the stronghold of those individuals, though their precise location remains unknown. According to Inshin, the area inhabited by the heroic spirits and sword masters is shrouded in a malevolent barrier, rendering it impossible for even those within to discern their whereabouts. Even the heroic spirits can only return through the magical energy they connect with. Moreover, it seems you have acquired a remarkable new ally," Chinzi Sunjua observed, a hint of amusement in his eyes as they rested upon Inshin. Having spent years engaged with swords, he immediately recognized the extraordinary essence of this elder. Every nuance of his posture and demeanor conveyed that this man had likely reached the pinnacle of the sword's path. "Yaina Inshin, my mentor and an old friend, has manifested in this realm as a heroic spirit, now fighting alongside us," Shiki succinctly introduced, prompting a raised eyebrow from a swordsmith. A smile graced his face as he recalled their previous conversation. Having sensed the elder's formidable presence, he felt a sense of camaraderie upon learning he was one of their own. "Merely a person who has traveled further down the path of sword mastery," Inshin remarked, glancing at Shiki with a wry smile. "At present, she is the true Sword Saint, having triumphed over the heroic spirit through her own sword." Inshin had witnessed Shiki's growth. Indeed, the title of Yaina Sword Saint was well-deserved. As for Shiki, she refrained from commenting on Inshin's words and instead asked, "Why are you stationed at the village entrance? Those anomalies have been quite active lately." As she spoke, Shiki glanced at the scene behind the young man, where a formidable array of cold glimmering blades formed an iron thorn barrier, positioned just within arm's reach of him, ready for immediate use. Such a sight did not surprise Shiki. for she had witnessed this swordsmith's combat style. While these blades, in the hands of warriors, were lethal instruments of death, in the hands of this swordsmith, they became akin to disposable explosives. While not exactly an exaggeration, the slashes executed by Chinzi Tsunjua were far from ordinary. They possessed an explosive nature, each blow resulting in the blades fragmenting into shards. Thus, the weapons positioned behind this swordsmith were not mere blades, but rather a cache of explosives, the purpose of which Shiki could easily surmise. During your absence, those anomalies appeared numerous times and seemed intent on attacking the village. This village has been a refuge for me, and I cannot turn a blind eye. However, now that you have returned, I can finally take a moment to breathe. After exchanging greetings, the sky had darkened considerably, and the group chose not to linger any longer, heading directly back to the thatched cottage. The gentle sound of flowing water, accompanied by the occasional flutter of green fireflies, created a serene atmosphere, reminiscent of the bucolic charm of the wooden abode. The only notable difference being the barrier's strength, which was now several-fold greater than before. A young girl, carrying a child on her back, was busy fetching water and preparing meals. Upon seeing the returning group at the cottage entrance, a sweet smile blossomed on her innocent face, pure, endearing, yet resolute. A rare gem in these tumultuous times. The smoke from the hearth rose gently as the group gathered around the cauldron, each holding a wooden bowl. Dinner was, of course, not as extravagant as the feasts of the city lord's manor. It consisted merely of pork braised with rice cakes accompanied by leafy greens. Although the presentation was unremarkable, the flavor was impeccable. The injured Musashi consumed several bowls in succession, his pale complexion, due to his wounds, gradually regaining a healthy hue. By the way, Lord Muramasa, there is something I wish for you to examine. During the meal, In3 retrieved an object from his long sleeves. It was a slender, diamond-shaped item, 2 feet in length, with both ends sharply pointed. Grasping in his hand, Chinzi Muramasa squinted his eyes. This was an artifact left behind from the remnant soul of the Yamada no Orochi summoned by Assassin Paraiso. Oh, could it be the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi? The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he was a heroic spirit, as a native spirit of Japan, he was naturally familiar with the Yamada no Orochi, the mythological beast with 8 heads and tails, known for devouring the sisters Kusa and Noheim. It was said that within its body lay a blade, known as Ama no Murakumo. Yet, this object bore no resemblance to a sword. Instead, it resembled the head of a hoe. Holding it tightly, Chinzi Muramasa slowly closed his eyes and tentatively channeled a stream of magical energy into it. After a long moment, he opened his eyes and a smile formed at the corners of his mouth. This is not the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Ultimately, what Assassin Paraiso summoned was merely a fragment of the Yamada no Orochi, and this item is indeed a fragment as well. However, even a fragment is still a valuable item. Can you leave this with me? I have conceived a new idea. Aside from Hishi, everyone understood that Chinzi Muramasa's new idea would pertain to what? A blade that severs all, be it karma, fate, or the very essence of existence. Forging such a blade has always been Chinzi Muramasa's pursuit. If it can aid you, Lord Muramasa, then it is of no use to me to retain it. In3 said nothing more. To him, this object was akin to scrap metal, better handed over to someone in need. Moreover, what kind of blade could be forged from the fragments of Ama no Murakumo? Well, now that the serious matters are concluded, let's relax a bit. Hishi, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. With a slight gesture of his palm, an ancient-looking bottle materialized amidst the gathering of magical energy, accompanied by a fragrant aroma of wine that permeated the room. Musashi's gaze immediately shifted towards it, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Even Chinzi Muramasa, who had just received the fragment of Ama no Murakumo, cast a glance in its direction. By the way, both of them were connoisseurs of fine wine. It was rather surprising how generous they had become after becoming heroic spirits, considering they used to compete for the Dragon Spring wine when alive. Hishi chuckled. This was one of the conditions of my contract to become a heroic spirit. Once I became a heroic spirit, I could indulge freely in drinking, as he had promised. To become a heroic spirit merely to drink wine, you must be the first. Hishi refrained from voicing this thought, sensing a touch of melancholy on the old sword saint's face. It was understandable. In the past, whenever Hishi had the dragon spring in hand, several fools would gather to contend for it. They would drink together while one foolishly wielded the Tamano Kazuki, another used illusions to snatch others' drinks, yet another juggled a half-finished prosthetic, and the one who, despite his towering stature, would blush quickly after a drink. Reflecting on these memories, the old sword saint became aware that although he had become a heroic spirit, his friends had become mere memories. As he lingered in nostalgia, he suddenly felt a weight lift from his hand. When he snapped back to reality, he found Hishi had snatched the ancient wine bottle from him. In a moment of astonishment, she flicked the cork off and tilted her head back, pouring the clear, sweet yet slightly spicy liquid down her throat with a boldness reminiscent of a man. "You never drank," the old sword saint remarked, slightly surprised, as he recalled that his disciple was the sort who abstained from alcohol. After gulping down a hearty mouthful, the rosy-cheeked girl wiped her mouth with the sleeve of her kimono, exhibiting a somewhat masculine bravado, and replied with a light laugh, "Just because Hishi doesn't drink doesn't mean I won't." "Hey Hishi, you actually started drinking on your own?" Musashi exclaimed, lunging forward to seize the wine bottle from her grasp. After a deep inhalation of its intoxicating aroma, he took several swigs, his face glowing with delight. "Use a wine cup! Use a wine cup!" Shinzi Muramasa called out, already jumping towards the silver-haired warrior in a bid to reclaim the bottle. The mingling scents of dragon's spring wine and food filled the air, and the commotion of clamor and contention gradually coaxed a smile from the old sword saint. In that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the days of yore, fighting alongside companions, drinking and frolicking together. Perhaps becoming a heroic spirit is not such a bad thing after all, the old sword saint mused with a silent chuckle. Chapter 200. Illusion. The incessant sound of hammering outside jolted Hishi from her slumber. Feeling a throbbing headache and dizziness, she grimaced. How much did that old man drink? Although she had trained under Hishi, the wine-loving sword saint, Hishi had only drunk a handful of times in Iwakuni, primarily due to her poor tolerance and the overwhelming influence of sugary sodas. However, it seemed that Woven did not share her aversion to alcohol. In fact, he quite enjoyed it. During their time in the realm of the void, he would often indulge in a few cups with oranges during their holidays. Thus, she had pushed him forward to create a lively atmosphere at the banquet. Old men, after all, are always afraid of loneliness. Even this sword saint would have moments of nostalgia. As the only disciple and old friend of Hishi in this world, Hishi felt compelled to do something. Rubbing her aching forehead, Hishi rose from her bed and opened the paper door, only to find Hishi and Inshun facing each other with their Tamano-kazuki in hand. Both had beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. This contest had evidently been ongoing for quite some time, explaining the relentless clanking of metal. Their long spears moved with the grace of dragons, employing both thrusts and hooks with remarkable finesse. The two Tamano-kazuki transformed into fierce dragons, entwined in a deadly dance. It was a straightforward contest of skill. To prevent the cottage from becoming a ruin, neither side had utilized magical enhancements, relying solely on timing, technique, and reflexes to engage in their duel. Nonetheless, it was evident that they were on entirely different paths. Hishi's long spear was characterized by bold and sweeping movements, thrusts, slashes, and horizontal sweeps, emphasizing battlefield efficiency. In contrast, Inshun exhibited the essence of a true warrior, employing ruthless and cunning thrusts, unexpected hooks, and sweeping counters, each strike laden with traps, epitomizing the pinnacle of the Tamano-kazuki style. One represented battlefield technique, while the other embodied the essence of life-and-death combat. It was clear who excelled in this one-on-one contest. Ultimately, the contest of Tamano-kazuki concluded with Inshun's incredulous exclamation of astonishment, the victor being the martial monk. Hishi followed the path of the sword, and thus, the Tamano-kazuki was merely a diversion, ultimately falling short compared to Inshun's mastery of the long spear. It was akin to a saber-class heroic spirit wielding a long spear, triumphing over a lancer. One could only imagine the existential crisis the lancer would face. "How does it feel to have your first hangover?" Hishi inquired, noticing the slumped figure of Hishi against the eaves as he set down his long spear. A certain wind-slicing swordsman once remarked, "In life, one must inevitably face 3 trials: honor, death, and hangovers. The first 2 methods have already been experienced, but this hangover is a unique ordeal. As for how it feels, it is simply dreadful." Shiki clutched her aching forehead and sighed, lamenting that she not only missed the rare Longquan wine, but also had to endure the torment of a hangover. It truly is a significant loss. As that fellow Ji has taken advantage of the situation, she must deduct a day's vacation from her. Ha ha ha. With a few more experiences, it will become manageable. After all, During this period, you are all recovering from injuries, so consider it a time of relaxation. The vigilance can be entrusted to me. Hearing Shiki's sigh, the old sword saint chuckled, his weathered face illuminated with genuine amusement. Indeed, the banquet from yesterday allowed this newly joined sword saint to rediscover a semblance of his former self. Spare me. I do not wish to undergo such an experience again, nor do I want to return to her with the lingering effects of intoxication. The old sword saint chuckled meaningfully, revealing a hint of playful spirit. Youth is truly wonderful. I shall retreat indoors for breakfast. Otherwise, I shall soon be too full. After a brief wash by the stream, Shiki made her way back to the main house. Just then, amidst a ripple at the barrier by the grass hut entrance, Chico Muramesa entered. His handsome visage was marred by a grave expression as he carried a warrior, drenched in blood, on his back. Judging by his aura, he appeared to be an ordinary person, one who had lost his senses. As Muramesa laid him down, Shiki discerned the dire state of the warrior. His eyes were dull, drool dripping from his mouth, babbling incoherently while gazing at the sky in tears. He seemed utterly bereft of his soul. Shiki furrowed her brow and approached, inquiring, "What has happened?" Muramesa shook his head. "I am unsure. This morning, while I was stationed at the village entrance, I came across this fellow. He reeked of the foul odor typical of the heroic spirit swordsman, so I brought him back. However, given his current condition, I cannot ascertain whether he will provide any useful information." Indeed, aside from the overwhelming stench of blood, Shiki sensed an exceptionally peculiar miasma emanating from the warrior. It was not of ordinary origins, but rather that of the cursed heroic spirit swordsman. If she could glean any information from him regarding their whereabouts, it might yield valuable intelligence. After all, even if some might turn traitor, their numbers on this side remain scarce. Thus far, they only know that the mastermind is the long-deceased, vengeful spirit Amakusa Shiro Tokisada from the Shimabara Rebellion. As for his intentions, while most speculate that he seeks revenge against the Tokugawa era, the methods he intends to employ, the reasons for the numerous murders, and the abduction of Princess Kyoheim remain shrouded in mystery. Activating her mystic eyes of death perception alongside her ability to perceive the world, Shiki observed the warrior's condition manifest in an alternative form. This perception bore a resemblance to X-ray vision, and if she were to transition into a medical role, it would certainly save on the costs of purchasing machinery. After approximately a minute, Shiki closed her eyes and shook her head. There are no physical injuries. He has merely suffered an irreversible psychological trauma. My eyes cannot assist in this matter. It seems he may remain in this state for the rest of his life. Ultimately, Shiki found herself inclined towards a blend of internal and external medicine. While she could easily address superficial wounds and fractures, internal issues could be discerned with her mystic eyes of death perception. However, categorizing this warrior under modern medical classifications would place him in the realm of psychiatry, a field in which Shiki felt utterly powerless. Her mystic eyes and small blade could eliminate physical infections, but could not mend the wounds of the spirit. Muramesa's expression darkened. He understood, well, that for a warrior capable of battle to succumb to such psychological collapse, the horrors he must have witnessed were unimaginable. Let Afong tend to him for a while. Once he recovers, we can seek an opportunity for him to reunite with his family. After the thought of extracting information from the warrior dissipated, Muramesa sighed and prepared to carry him inside when a low, aged voice interrupted him from beneath the eaves. Such matters can be resolved with illusion arts. It was Ishii who, having finished his breakfast, leaned against the doorframe with a bottle of liquor in hand. His single eye fixed upon Shiki, whose expression appeared somewhat dazed. Or have you returned everything you learned from the Butterfly Clan? Chapter 201. The moment of decision during her time in the Anima Kingdom, Shiki learned a great deal. The soundless techniques of the Kunoichi, the pharmacological foundations of Ajuin, Ishii's Anima style, and the Ba style of the original Dragon Contractee, Ba. Among these, there was also the illusion arts taught by Lady Butterfly. Yes, Lady Butterfly, not the Butterfly Girl, but the very illusion ninja who participated in the war of usurpation alongside Sword Saint Ishii. Due to Ishii's remarkable reputation, Shiki thrived while residing in Anima Castle, learning abundantly from Ishii's old companions, gaining a sense of synthesizing various skills. However, Shiki also recognized that within the limited time frame, she could not master all techniques to their utmost heights. Thus, rather than achieving mediocrity across all, she opted to hone one specific discipline. Consequently, Shiki chose the path of swordsmanship, while other skills became auxiliary means to enhance her sword techniques. For instance, the silent killing sword, a fusion of soundless techniques, or the dance steps of the boss style, combined with the sword techniques of Anima. As for the illusion arts learned under Lady Butterfly, since she had yet to reach a level of proficiency that allowed for spontaneous application in combat, she had neither the opportunity to utilize them nor to integrate them with her swordsmanship. However, the current circumstances were different. She was neither in combat nor facing an enemy, granting her ample time to prepare and execute the illusion arts. Is it possible to modify his memories through illusion arts and force him to calm down? Muramasa tilted his head, questioning. There is no need for such complexity. Simply reading his recent memories will suffice, and restoring his normalcy will be an ancillary healing method. Shiki clarified. The human brain functions akin to a storage device, and the effects of illusion arts can read or influence this storage, resembling the nature of suggestion magic in the moon world. Though the latter has variance in effectiveness, illusion arts depend solely on the resilience of the target psyche. Let's begin. Whispering these words, Shiki set her intentions into motion. A specially treated white paper figure materialized in her hands, which she gently pressed against the warrior's forehead. This was an essential medium for casting illusion arts, somewhat akin to the paper figures used by Onmyoji, but for illusion ninjas. The paper figure served as a conduit for the arts. In the next moment, as Shiki concentrated, her perspective shifted. She beheld the Arakawa River, flowing as if to guard Edo, where a forgotten ancient battlefield lay. In this unplowed wilderness, an impossible scene unfolded. A vast army, composed of various troops, marched through the Arakawa. A multitude gathered together. Through the reading of memories, Shiki found herself witnessing the events as if she were among them. This was the essence of memory retrieval, substituting her vision with that of the target. Thus, if the target's memories were too heavy or tragic, it could also impart a certain impact upon the practitioner. The army had received covert orders from Yagyu, Taijima, no Kami, to urgently assemble for the extermination of the bizarre entities that plagued the land, with the commanders being experienced samurai generals from the Shimabu Rebellion or the Osaka Campaign, truly a remnant of the Warring States era. Through this perspective, one could distinctly perceive the subtle smiles adorning the corners of each soldier's lips, evidently indicative of their elevated morale. This formidable force is resolute in its intent to annihilate all foreign armies in pursuit of the Tokugawa era, existing like a razor-sharp blade. Indeed, in this Tokugawa age, it is unlikely that any other military force could rival their elite prowess. Tragically, however, the foes they confront are not foreign armies, but rather non-human entities ensnared by their own pasts. Among them stands a beautiful woman with hair cascading to her waist, exuding a faint aura of maternal grace, albeit overshadowed by a foul stench. This is Minamoto no Yorimitsu, recognized by the protagonist as the renowned general of the Genji clan, who famously severed the head of the great demon king Shitoku in the Heian period. Yet now, she is but a heroic spirit, dominated by her violent past. Beside her lurks the very demon king, Shitoku, whom the protagonist harbors deep-seated animosity towards. In historical accounts, these two figures are sworn enemies, yet in this Tokugawa era, they are perpetually united in their actions. When ordinary troops face heroic spirits, the ensuing events can only be described as a literal bloodbath, scarcely qualifying as battle. Such an unilaterally imbalanced encounter can only be termed slaughter. The reality is stark. With a mere swing of her blade, the woman effortlessly claims the lives of dozens. Beneath the blood-soaked crimson moon, the protagonist witnesses the entire massacre through the eyes of this warrior. Out of an army of 245, only one soldier survives. A stark testament to the chasm that separates humanity from heroic spirits. Aside from those legendary spirits renowned for their artistry, most possess such overwhelming capabilities. It is no wonder that this soldier descends into madness. In the face of absolute domination, the despair of being unable to glimpse even a sliver of hope for survival, coupled with the horror of watching comrades reduce to mere flesh before one's eyes, would shatter the spirit of any ordinary person. The protagonist releases her grip on the paper figure, inhaling deeply. While the scene has little effect on her, it does evoke unwelcome memories. It was Minamoto no Yorimitsu, the harbinger of death, who annihilated an entire army of 10,000. She glances at the warrior who has succumbed to unconsciousness, her expression growing solemn, leaving only this one survivor. This revelation casts a shadow over both Yatagarasu and Muramasa, despite their mental preparation. The enormity of the loss chills them. Why then? Is there only one survivor after the slaughter of 10,000? Such a scenario is perplexing. Muramasa inquires. Perhaps it is a blood sacrifice requiring a human soul. And this warrior evidently does not meet that criterion. Slaying him would be akin to using one's blade on poultry, devoid of significance and tarnishing the weapon's edge, an affront that should be intolerable to the Genji general. An elder sword master, who had previously collaborated with this Genji general, offers this insight. It seems that individual can no longer remain passive. Having lost 3 commanders in succession, this beast must reveal its true nature. As he speaks, he appears to sense something, and Yadagarasu's solitary eye gazes towards the distant crimson clouds. Beneath that very cloud, carnage is rampant. Take care to mend your wounds. It may not be long before the decisive battle commences. Days pass, and the village where the protagonist and her companions reside remains eerily tranquil. The peculiar beings seem aware that this village is a tough nut to crack, and they have not ventured nearby even once. What shall we eat today? Regardless of the fare, it matters little as long as it is accompanied by the elder swordmaster's wine. As the female warrior strolls through the village, her single eye squints with delight, her visage radiant. It is evident her injuries have largely healed. At this moment, she carries a basket along her foraging route. Even in such times, to focus on dining and drinking, one must commend her spirit. The protagonist, accustomed to this dynamic, remarks casually. Over the past few days, their camaraderie has deepened, and swordsmanship, delectable cuisine, and fine wine have become the hallmarks of this female warrior. The protagonist has grown accustomed to Musashi's carefree demeanor. After all, I am not a legendary spirit like His Excellency Yunshin or the Elder Sword Master. I need to be well fed to have the strength to act. Moreover, regarding drinking, you are hardly in a position to criticize me for being out drunk. Musashi refers to the last banquet, where the long-absent Woven inadvertently felled 2 individuals, leaving both Musashi and the heroic spirit Muramasa intoxicated, ultimately succumbing to the Elder Sword Master by a narrow margin. Since then, the protagonist's stature in Musashi's eyes has significantly risen, as she has not only bested her in swordsmanship, but also in her previously cherished drinking prowess. In Musashi's own words, her very being has been utterly conquered. Suddenly, the protagonist falls silent, her brow furrowing as her gaze sweeps across the desolate village street. There is something amiss compared to the usual bustle. Today the village appears excessively quiet, with households shuttered tight and the air devoid of life. Instead of the anticipated scent of blood, an atmosphere of panic permeates the air. The female warrior, clearly attuned to this anomaly, exchanges a knowing glance with the protagonist. They instinctively separate, commencing their search through the gaps in the doors and windows along the street. After a brief moment of absence, a somber Musashi shares her findings. I have observed the same. The entire street seems devoid of its inhabitants, having vanished overnight without leaving any corpses or blood behind. Could have been the heroic spirits? That seems unlikely. The protagonist shakes her head. I took special note. Along with the villagers, their bedding and other essential items have also disappeared. As she speaks, the protagonist's gaze shifts to the ground, where numerous footprints stretch toward the village's entrance. They must have left the village voluntarily, abandoning their homes and fields, carrying basic necessities and belongings as if fleeing. Before the protagonist can finish her thought, Musashi interjects with the word refuge. This is the only explanation that comes to their minds. In these chaotic times, a dwelling and a cultivated field represent wealth and labor that ordinary families cannot easily forsake. They are the cornerstones of their livelihood. Yet despite this, the villagers resolutely departed. This indicates that something far more precious than their fields and homes was under threat, namely, their lives. Why? This village, protected by Lord Muramasa, should be safer than the outside world. We shall find out by simply asking. With that, the protagonist strides forward toward the corner, sensing the presence of the only other human in the village aside from them. You didn't know? Last night, Lord Tamamo's army came through and notified us. All the villages near Tsuchikijo have relocated to Tsuchikijo for refuge. Everyone left last night or this morning. The speaker is a young man, burdened with a large pack and dragging a substantial bag of supplies and provisions. He seemed surprised by Musashi's inquiry. However, the protagonist's conjecture was not far from the truth. The villagers did indeed depart of their own accord. Refuge? If that elder lord is guarding the village, it should be quite safe here. Are you referring to Lord Muramasa? Yes, he has protected this village many times. With a gentle voice, she opened her mouth, endeavoring to maintain a soft expression upon her face. While the words were indeed true, this instance was markedly different from previous ones. The youth displayed a look of terror, his voice trembling slightly. According to the forces of Damasho Daimyo, just a few days prior, the nations of Sagami, Chitose, and Izumo had all succumbed to those strange invaders, and it was said that these entities were now advancing towards this region. Naturally, we must flee. These are beings capable of annihilating 3 major nations. Even if Lord Muramasa is formidable, he cannot withstand such threats. You should depart swiftly as well. After uttering these words, the youth did not linger, hastily dragging his heavy belongings away. This reflects a common sentiment among ordinary people when confronted with crisis, regardless of the prowess displayed by Chitose Muramasa to these villagers. He remains but a man, while on the other side stands the unparalleled swordsman Yagudama, Sho Munakazu, accompanied by an entire army from the Matsudaira clan. In terms of sense of security, it is naturally the latter that prevails. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this so-called hope, the city of Toki, is truly a hellish realm. Even aware of this, she refrained from offering counsel, understanding that a single voice would be powerless against a community that had already mobilized. Humans are such creatures. When everyone engages in the same action, they instinctively accept it as correct. At such moments, an individual's correction serves only to mark them as an outlier, devoid of any significance. To prevent this calamity, one must ensure that the tragedy never occurs. Those fiends intend to use the villagers as sacrifices, and having already obliterated 3 major nations, the female warrior gritted her teeth, clearly agitated by the actions of the heroic spirits. It seems likely that an Ibaraki, Sagami, Chitose, and Izumo, coupled with the army of over 10,000 from Arakawa, are now gathering in the villages surrounding Toki, unable to contain the accumulation of such karma within a short span of time. Just as she completed her thoughts, a sudden, blinding crimson light compelled her to look up. In the sky, the azure expanse was obscured by leaden clouds, and amidst the haze, a blood-red moon radiated its sinister power. The blood sacrifice was about to commence. Chapter 203, The City of Filth and Reluctance. The sky was shrouded in black lead clouds, and the overhead blood-colored full moon unleashed a chilling light from the gaps in the clouds. The atmosphere was heavy, oppressive, and fraught with panic, enveloping the entire region of Shimizono. Even in breaths, there lingered a faint metallic scent of blood, a nauseating stench for humanity, yet for certain unique entities, it was as sweet as the finest wine. Almost there, Sagami, Chitose, Ibaraki, Izumo, and now, with the addition of Shimizono's 400,000 populace. This level of karma would finally allow my tragic wish for the city of filth to manifest. The secrets of the black arts granted by Satan would soon come to fruition. At this moment, a youth named Amakusa Shiro Tokisada stood atop the Tenshu of Toki. He was not the leader who led the farmers in the Shimabara rebellion, as recorded in the annals of heroic spirits, but rather an entity from another dimension. A human without a spiritual foundation, who alone survived in the hell that was Shimabara, consumed by remorse. The youth gazed into the distance, seemingly admiring the impending spectacle. Beside him stood an Inyang practitioner with hair of black and white. Caster Limo, let the night descend. This era of Tokugawa no longer requires a righteous son. As you command, replied the Inyang practitioner, nodding as he began to weave a pre-prepared spell, immense magical energy swirling within him. O son, great being that blesses all life with light, descend and close your eyelids. Slumber eternally in the death-like night. A guttural incantation emerged, poised to overturn this world. The thick, clotted resentment and pain coalesced. The offerings designated by the stars were now overflowing. As the Inyang practitioner's spell unfolded, the silver-haired youth began to chant. A golden chalice floating before him, emanating a gentle golden light. This was a holy grail, yet not the omnipotent wish-granting device. It merely served as a vessel for immense magical energy. Reveal your form, my holy grail. My city of filth. Its true name is the illustrious city forged from mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. The magical power surged wildly, causing even the air to tremble. At the youth's invocation, despair descended. The ground of Toki split open, countless menacing blood-red thorns bursting forth, piercing through building after building. From a distance, they resembled blood-red lightning. With the earth they erupted from appearing as the sky. Filth and revulsion permeated the once prosperous capital, now reeking as if inhabited by malevolent spirits. No one witnessed the transformation of the city. In the blink of an eye, Toki had vanished, replaced by this ominous, demonic city. The city of filth poised to engulf the world, known as the City of Reluctance. The previously nauseating stench now intensified exponentially as the residents inhaled this miasma. Their eyes turned blood red, their bodies swelling, transforming into the so-called aberrations. Following this were bloodshed and slaughter. Screams, roars, pleas for help. Various sounds reverberated through the city, merging into a symphony that delighted the vengeful spirit. A mocking smile curled upon his lips as he softly uttered, "It is time. The Tokugawa era is about to vanish. Let us prepare our swordsmen. Their enemies are already en route." Amakusa Shiro turned his gaze towards the city gates, sensing several familiar presences approaching. The grand performance was commencing. Under the red, moonlit night, a light drizzle fell from the heavens, and the rain droplets, reflecting the crimson hue, appeared as if splattered with blood, provoking a grimace. On the official road leading to Toki, 5 steeds galloped at full speed. This was, of course, Shiki and her companions. At the moment the blood-red moon descended, they had already begun their advance, utilizing not only their limited number of steeds, but also the full strength of both Hitoshi and Muramasa. The protected grass hut was left with only Afone and Tadasuk. All were acutely aware that this unprecedented surge of magical energy signified something grave. This battle would be the final confrontation. Either the Tokugawa era would meet its end, or the blood-red moon would vanish from the sky. "We have arrived," Shiki called out. Having noticed the fetid demonic city ahead, she signaled to Musashi and the others behind her before gently pulling the reins to slow her mount. "Is that truly Toki?" Musashi queried, riding alongside Shiki, also clad in a conical hat and raincoat. Through the cascading water from the brim of her hat, she beheld the thorn-laden, demonic city. Geographically, this was indeed Toki, and the 2 figures atop the city walls confirmed this. Chitose Muramasa nodded slightly to the group, following his gaze. Indeed, there were 2 individuals atop the walls of Toki. A petite maiden, seated upon the city wall, swayed her fair legs, seemingly aware of the gazes directed towards her. Her charming visage broke into a light smile, revealing a row of sharp, pearly teeth that lent her an endearing quality akin to that of a playful tiger. Beside her stood a tall figure, adorned with a gentle black veil atop a conical hat, leaning forward against the wall as ominous lightning flickered amid the leaden clouds above. The expressions of Shoten Toji and Minamoto no Yorimitsu Musashi grew solemn, for the formidable artifact displayed in the last bamboo forest encounter left an indelible impression upon them. After all, they had bestowed quite a memorable gift upon the great Onmyoji of Oyama, and it was likely that their adversaries had awaited this day with bated breath. Shiki maintained a calm demeanor, fully aware that a confrontation with these 2 was inevitable. Furthermore, she had previously mitigated the dangers posed by Shoten Toji by transforming her lethal artifact from a weapon of dissolution into a mobile winery. If her adversaries were not fixated on her, it would indeed alter her perception of this heroic spirit swordsman. However, this time was different. They had the esteemed Muramasa and the legendary Sword Saint on their side. Musashi was eager, having honed her skills under the Sword Saint's rigorous tutelage for several days. Her hands itched for action. Shiki shook her head, and, with a solemnity that belied her youth, dismounted. "Leave this to me and the venerable Isshin. You should proceed directly into the city. Now is not the time for bravado, and it would be wiser to approach together." Musashi appeared puzzled. "Little one, your decision is sound. A coordinated assault requires a substantial degree of mutual understanding to maximize our strength. Otherwise, we might squander our combat prowess and time. Every wasted minute could cost 10 or even 100 lives." As she spoke, Isshin also dismounted and approached Shiki's side. Indeed, and through the curtain of rain, Shiki's somewhat icy gaze locked with the 2 atop the wall. Some accounts must be settled. Chapter 204. Thunder is not your exclusive domain. Excessive combat prowess must be allocated judiciously, and Musashi understood this principle well. The atmosphere in Tsuchi no Kuni had devolved into chaos, with the bizarre entities within capable of slaughtering the entire populace. Not to mention, Takakura Shiro and the remaining 2 heroic spirit swordsmen were still unaccounted for. "You and the venerable Isshin must tread carefully. We will rendezvous within the city." After a moment of contemplation, the female warrior nodded firmly. After taking a few steps on horseback, she turned back, her gaze intense as she addressed Shiki. "You must survive." Shiki raised an eyebrow, offering a gentle smile to reassure her. "Do you think you are addressing someone easy to kill?" In this world, few can claim that title, and I shall not meet my end here. As if reassured by her words, Musashi hesitated no longer, urging her steed forward toward the gates of Tsuchi no Kuni, with Hun and Uramesa following closely behind, nodding in acknowledgement to Shiki and Isshin. The three passed beneath the city gate, their gazes momentarily locking. Yet neither side made a move, for both Musashi and Shotan, as well as Minamoto no Uramitsu, were acutely aware of the presence of other entities within the city. Once the silhouettes of the three riders vanished from sight, the two figures atop the wall gracefully descended. The voluptuous woman removed her conical hat, revealing her fair and strikingly beautiful face. What a delightful division of labor, she mused. Her right hand brushed against the hilt of her long sword, and the maternal warmth typically associated with her demeanor became hardened and frigid under the influence of malevolent circumstances. With a clang, devoid of excessive words, the Genji general slowly drew her long blade, resembling a splash of clear water as it emerged from its sheath, its mirror-like surface gleaming with lethal intent. Toji Kayomesa, the famed sword capable of slaying the great Onmyoji of Oyama, boasted a legend that resonated through the annals of history. Ironically, although she wielded this demon-slaying sword, this once great slayer now stood side by side with the very Onmyoji she was meant to vanquish. On this point, I find myself in alignment with your sentiments for the first time. The petite girl smiled alluringly, her gaze shifting to Isshin. However, dear Sword Saint, while the sorcerer laments your downfall, you have already defected. Should the sorcerer learn of this, she might grieve for quite some time. Isshin scoffed lightly. Do not jest with me, old man. That fellow possesses no capacity for sorrow or lamentation. He is a mere amalgamation of hatred and fury, devoid of any other emotions. Indeed, I had overlooked that detail. Allow me to express my apologies through the sword in my hand. I concur. Let the blade in my grasp offer its own contrition for the prior incident. Shiki smiled, bending slightly to grasp her cloak, casting the conical hat aloft. Concurrently, Baile emerged with a melodious hum, its crimson blade now drenched by the cold rain. The venerable sword saint beside her also readied for combat. And amid the crimson moonlit rain, all four stood poised for battle. The rain fell steadily, clinging to Shiki's white kimono, her vision obscured by the curtain of water, rendering everything beyond a few meters hazy. The two foul entities had already submerged beneath the surface. Shiki rotated her wrist, the glint of Baile shifting continuously. She and the old sword saint advanced deliberately, diminishing the distance between them. Should they breach the safety zone, both she and Isshin would accelerate simultaneously, with victory hanging in the balance. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As they crossed that line, Shiki's figure vanished amidst the rain, as did the old sword saint. In a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, it was as if the curtain of rain had frozen, yet in the next instant. For flashes of cold light cleaved through the veil, scattering water as the blades danced. With two thunderous booms, 2 plumes of earth erupted in the rain-soaked night, within which 2 ghostly blue flames ignited silently, akin to lanterns guiding lost souls. As blades clashed, Shiki's eyes, filled with murderous intent, bore down upon her opponent. Not the deeply resented Shotan Toji, but the stunningly beautiful woman, Minamoto no Uramitsu, whose form captivated countless men. Though was displeasing, that longhorn creature is not your match, the Genji general remarked with a slight curve of her lips, her tone deceptively gentle. Allow me to be your adversary this time. Your long blade may be capable of severing poisonous wine, but can it cleave through thunder? You shall find out soon enough. Shiki replied with a serene chuckle before abruptly spinning, Baile tracing a vivid arc of crimson. In the torrential downpour, her blade shimmered like a scarlet swallow. The female warrior was equally resolute, her long sword slashing forth. The best defense is a strong offense, a truth known to all who have endured the trials of battle, including Minamoto no Uramitsu. Confronted with fierce aggression, all she needed was to be fiercer still. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sparks erupted simultaneously, and in the span of mere breaths, Baile had collided with Toji Kayomesa dozens of times, the force shaking the muddy ground beneath them, as splashes of earth burst forth amidst their clashing blades. Such a fierce exchange was a testament to the supremacy of strength and swordsmanship. True to her title as the leader of the 4 heavenly kings, she had commenced the battle employing the most advantageous tactics for herself. As a heroic spirit swordsman, she possessed an inexhaustible reserve of stamina and strength, No matter how enhanced Shiki's physical attributes became, there would inevitably come a time when she would exhaust them. This approach, while it may not lead to an immediate victory, would certainly deplete Shiki's energy significantly. She had certainly taken note of this, tightly gripping the hilt of her blade. The blood-red light erupted from the blade of Bailey, the edge of the immortal slashing weapon fully unfurling, and the crimson sword energy surged forth from its tip, forcefully driving back Minamoto no Reiku. It seemed that Minamoto no Reiku had anticipated this strike, as her delicate form retreated. A chilling smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and the twisted blade of the Shoto surged with a menacing purple glow. Purple lightning, come fort. As she retreated, a flicker of seriousness crossed her eyes, yet there was no hint of fear, only a raging battle spirit igniting within her. With a light step, the young woman in her kimono appeared like a soaring swallow amidst the torrential rain, the golden lightning illuminating her rain-soaked visage. The blade of Bailey was now entwined by electric serpents, and amidst the shrill hissing and the samurai's astonishment, the thunderous slash erupted forth. Thunderba! The purple and golden lightning clashed in the air, detonating with immense power. Though differing in nature, both possessed formidable lethality, and their collision unleashed a massive spray of mud in the rain-soaked fields. As the mud scattered, she brushed back her drenched bangs, her right hand pointing the blade toward the figure ahead, softly uttering, "Thunder is not your exclusive domain." Chapter 205. A flat chest is favorable in battle. Countless tons of water plummeted to the earth, the initially gentle drizzle transforming into a torrential downpour. As if the reservoir in the sky had opened its floodgates, unleashing a deluge. The entire world seemed shrouded in a thick mist, visibility plummeting to the lowest point. The sound of rain pounding the ground echoed like thousands of drummers beating in unison. Yet, amidst this environment where both vision and hearing were severely affected, several figures still stood in confrontation. Shoto no Tamamo and the Old Sword Saint were locked in a fierce battle, their spirited exchanges audible even amidst the storm. Igniting the warrior spirit within the Old Sword Saint as he clashed with the Oni King of Oyama. The sound of clashing sword energy sliced through the curtain of rain, overpowering the noise of the downpour, as silhouettes darted past, creating bursts of muddy flowers. The intense sound waves made the rain curtain tremble. The fierce battle nearby did not influence her. She was drenched, her long hair clinging to her neck and cheeks. Her formerly fair complexion now depicted with a poignant beauty in the cascading rain. In the next moment, Shrew vanished from Minamoto no Reiku's sight without any warning. By pushing her speed to its utmost and employing the stealth of a ninja, combined with the effects of the rain and thunder, she achieved the optimal effect of her silent killing technique. Even the great general of the Genji clan lost track of her in that instant. You just made a bold statement and then chose to hide. You resemble a cunning ninja more than a samurai, Minamoto no Reiku murmured, her narrowed eyes scanning her surroundings. She was aware that Shrew possessed the ability to exploit the numerous chances for mistakes, while she could not afford even a single error. A ninja does not stand before you from the outset. A response echoed through the torrential rain, and at that moment, a bolt of purple lightning blasted the location. As Minamoto no Reiku attempted to use words to discern Shrew's position, for a fleeting moment, she caught a glimpse of her, but when she attacked, the area was devoid of anyone. She slowly closed her eyes. When one shuts off their sight, their hearing sharpens, and the same applied to heroic spirits. The sound of rain entered her ears, but under the relentless bloodshed, she had transformed into a killing automaton, devoid of any agitation, her heart as tranquil as water. This was the culmination of endless martial training, honed through countless life and death battles, allowing her skills to achieve perfect unity of heart, technique, and body, rendering her impervious to external influences on her combat abilities. Yet, even in this heightened state of combat readiness, Minamoto no Reiku could not locate her. In her perception, she seemed to have vanished entirely from the field. Even within a kilometer radius, she sensed no trace of her presence. The girl in the kimono appeared to have melded into the millions of raindrops, devoid of a heartbeat or footsteps. And indeed, this was the case. The power of self-suggestion was formidable, capable of altering the flow of blood in one's veins, even allowing one to forego breath. She had convinced herself she was but one of the countless raindrops, her movements so deftly controlled that even the sound of her steps transformed into the patter of rain hitting the ground. At that moment, she stood closely behind Minamoto no Reiku, moving in tandem with the warrior's movements, and through the effect of self-suggestion, she remained utterly silent. In this expanse of wilderness, there were no places to conceal oneself, and Minamoto no Reiku was the only blind spot her body concealing her. Minamoto no Reiku could never have imagined that the girl she had been seeking was now pressed against her back, wielding a dangerous blade, poised to strike at any moment. Yet holding her hand, waiting for the perfect opportunity to deliver a lethal blow. The sound of wind generated by the swing of ballet was something self-suggestion could not eliminate. Had she been facing another opponent, she might have already severed ballet. However, she stood before Minamoto no Reiku, the great general of the Genji clan, the leader of the four kings of Reiku, and thus she could not afford any oversight. Ballet moved slowly toward the warrior's vulnerable back, like a venomous snake ready to strike. Just as the distance dwindled to an inch, the snake lunged. Shire's arm surged with power. At such a close range, the force that could be delivered was limited, yet Minamoto no Reiku had no time to defend or evade. She did not require much strength. She only needed to pierce through that critical line. In that instant, as the blade surged forward, the warrior suddenly opened her eyes. She neither drew her weapon nor moved her body. Instead, she released her magical energy. It was as though compressed energy was unleashed in an instant. A purple magic enveloping Minamoto no Reiku, creating an absolute vacuum that forcefully pushed ballet and threw away. How could I forget this move? As a former inhabitant of the moon, this is somewhat embarrassing. Stabbing her long blade into the ground, she forcibly halted her retreating body, her gaze skimming over the peaks of Minamoto no Reiku's form, which heaved rhythmically due to the release of magical energy. Now I understand why a seasoned warrior would be depicted with such a modest cup size. It serves to absolutely captivate the gaze of male opponents during battle, thus distracting them. The voice of weaving suddenly rang in her mind. Why do you have to appear at such a moment and say such things? Moreover, your argument is fundamentally flawed. A flat chest is indeed more advantageous in battle. Are you just justifying yourself? You need not worry about that. Considering your age, you still have significant growth potential. Do I really need to engage in such meaningless discussions? You are me, and I am you. That has never changed. Additionally, I am within the realm of normal development, hardly flat-chested. Also, I cannot continue this conversation with you, for that fellow has arrived. The warrior approached slowly, her steps leisurely, each stride causing the mud beneath her feet to scatter and making her form undulate enticingly. It was indeed as Weaving had said, this would attract attention. Truly, you are neither a ninja nor a samurai, but a cunning fox. Minamoto no Reiku maintained her earlier tone, her calm mind unaffected by the near-fatal strike moments before. She slowly raised her hand and softly chanted, "Those who falter shall have their souls consumed." This is the stage of death amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The inherent boundary of slaughter unfurled at this moment, engulfed in flames and skulls, replacing the tempest that had just passed. The scent of rain dissipated, leaving only the acrid stench of charred air and the nauseating aroma of blood. Chapter 206. Niowang summons the vast heavenly net. On the bloody stage of the corpse mountain and sea of blood, each heroic spirit swordsman wielded their own inherent boundary, the primary function of which was to grant these heroic spirits absolute rights to mortal combat. Once drawn into this boundary, there were only two possibilities, death or victory. The vanquished would lose their souls, while the victors would reap reward from their fallen foes. The demise of Ryougi at Shiki's hands granted her the ability to self-heal and enhance the flames of hatred. Yet this did not imply that Shiki relished this stage of death. Here, all stealth and tactics lost their meaning. Only the long blade in hand remained the essence of their confrontation. Moreover, should one perish in this realm, even with the power of the dragon's blood, Shiki's soul would be siphoned away, leaving her a soulless shell, even if reborn. Do you seem afraid to be here? The female warrior, standing amidst the skulls, tilted her head slightly, the curve of her lips exuding an icy chill. Fear is hardly the word. I simply dislike it, for it always reminds me of my past when I wielded a blade to kill. Despite these words, a light chuckle graced Shiki's face, the heat within the inherent boundary, drying her soaked kimono and long hair, providing her some relief. You truly belong to our side. The radiant visage of Minamoto no Yorimitsu brightened further, her long blade vibrating lightly. For you, this place is indeed paradise. Shiki responded with a sardonic smile, bending slightly as she drew the knife from its sheath. At that moment, Minamoto no Yorimitsu noticed the flames entwining the crimson blade. The girl clad in a white kimono made a swift strike, the fiery edge slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. This sound seemed to summon the very essence of hell. As the fiery blade descended, scorching flames erupted from the hollow eye sockets of the skull beneath her feet. In mere moments, this inherent boundary transformed into a realm of fire. I have never witnessed paradise, but I carry hell within me. The expressionless girl gripped the fiery blade, the flames of hatred illuminating this already crimson world, causing a mist to veil her beautiful eyes. Yet beyond the haze, an unprecedented intensity of fire flickered to life. This was the hatred she could command, filling this inherent boundary entirely. If measured in the terms of a heroic spirit's treasure, it undoubtedly belonged to the city's treasure. The female warrior's demeanor darkened as she sensed the unusual nature of the flames, her instincts as a warrior warning her to avoid that fire at all costs. To have preserved such a magnificent thing until now, I seem to have been underestimated. Her tone grew colder, and as her words fell, she stepped forth. With a single push off the pile of skulls, she shot forward like an arrow piercing the air, quickly, faster than outside the boundary. This boundary even enhanced her speed. In a fleeting moment, Shiki concluded this in her mind, yet everything remained under her control. The blade of ballet swept across the ground, the brilliant and blinding flames rising alongside the blade's edge, a scorching wind rushing toward the female warrior. The fire, even through her eyelids, caused her pain, and her nostrils were filled with the pungent scent of burning. Shiki unleashed a wall of fire ahead. This ultra-high-speed advance, while attacking, rendered the female warrior unable to evade. She gripped her blade tightly, drawing an intricate cross with extreme speed. Minamoto no Yorimitsu aimed to break the formation with her sword. For a swordsman, nothing was uncuttable. If there was, she would strike again. Yet this notion was clear as day in front of Shiki, who had unlocked the transparent world. Boom! The wall of fire shattered. The wall formed from high-intensity flames of hatred exploding at the moment Minamoto no Yorimitsu's blade struck, as if her two strikes had collided with a bomb. A torrent of flames burst from a single point, radiating outward with a force that seemed intent on annihilating everything. Even Minamoto no Yorimitsu was blown back by the explosive gust, but Shiki remained steadfast, standing her ground as the tempest dissipated mere inches from her. Maintaining the utmost safety distance, for all was under control. In the transparent world, discerning the actions of heroic spirits was far simpler than for ordinary people. One merely needed to observe the flow of their magical energy, a task far simpler than analyzing the flow of blood. At that moment, Shiki narrowed her eyes sharply. For within the visibility granted by the transparent world, she perceived a figure engulfed in flames, slowly rising from the thick smoke, gathering an extraordinarily terrifying magical power. This magical energy signified the release of a treasure. Gritting her teeth, Shiki grasped the fire control in her hand, firing 6 rounds, each bullet weaving through the air, tracing 6 distinct trails of smoke, heading straight for the figure within the smoke. The treasure was Shiki's most dreaded technique against heroic spirits. In terms of strength, she could enhance her power and close the distance, and in terms of skill, she could approach a heroic spirit through training. Yet, the deeds surrounding the heroic spirit's elevation in life were beyond Shiki's reach, making it the most formidable of threats. The bullets spiraled through the air, piercing the smoke, homing in on the figure, but just as they were about to penetrate her body, the bullets capable of piercing karma suddenly halted. A powerful wind pressure erupted within the boundary, dispersing the smoke that enveloped the female warrior, revealing the 6 bullets suspended mere inches before her body. Surrounded by purple magical energy. Once again, magical energy released. The bullets were those capable of penetrating karma, yet the device that fired them was merely a mundane object. And it was no surprise that the force generated could not penetrate the magical energy released by the heroic spirit. What shocked Shiki was the state of the female warrior. Even as the flames of hatred scorched her body, she could still clearly perceive the figure enveloped in purple lightning, her entire being radiated with wild magical energy, forcibly repelling the flames of hatred that surged toward her. I'm getting a bit angry now. You too shall become a part of the ground beneath you. Perhaps a fine collectible. Or perhaps, can you sever my thunder? With a low growl, the female warrior swung her blade, summoning the vast heavenly net. This was the true name release of the treasure, distinct from the earlier summoned purple lightning. The torrent of purple lightning was the wrath of Nyotu Tianwang, the eastern deity through the divine roar manifested as weaponry, annihilating all enemies that stood in its path. This was Minamoto no Yorimitsu's treasure, and the lands of Sagami and Izumo were utterly erased from this world beneath her purple lightning. One strike of a treasure could obliterate a nation. One could only imagine the magnitude of this purple lightning's power. Yet, in the face of such purple lightning, Shiki's eyes, like flickering flames of karma, bore no hint of retreat, only the determination to exert her utmost and conquer her formidable foe. Revenge of the Lightning. The young maiden clad in a pristine white kimono leaped forth to confront the impending thunderstorm, for this was her sole means of resistance at this moment. The technique of thunder return was to reclaim the ferocious lightning and return it to its rightful owner. However, this was no ordinary bolt. It would obliterate her body before she could even attempt to control it. Weaving's anxious voice echoed in her mind, discerning the intentions of the maiden. And she was indeed correct. The execution of the thunder return technique hinged upon the ability to withstand the instantaneous strike of lightning while remaining capable of action to complete the counterattack. If her body were to be annihilated by the lightning beforehand, it would signify failure. The maiden offered no reply, instead driving the blade of Baile forcefully into the purple torrent. In that moment, unimaginable pain coursed through her entire being as the violet electric currents surged through the blade into her body. As Weaving had predicted, the fierce lightning began to ravage her form the instant it made contact. The hand gripping the blade began to transform towards charred remains, spreading upward with an intensity that was almost unspeakable, akin to subjecting her body to temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, to the point that even her bones would be carbonized. Yet she endured, not only withstanding the torment, but attempting to redirect the blade to manipulate the thunder. However, with each movement, her hand began to crumble like ash, dissipating into the air. In mere moments, her middle and little fingers had disintegrated into nothingness. At that critical juncture, an extraordinary force was activated. Her body began to recover at an astonishing pace. The severed digits emitted faint sounds as they visibly regenerated, and the charred portions of her form gradually returned to their original state. The speed of this recovery astonished even herself. She was well aware that this self-healing ability was a boon gained from her victory over Ryougi, yet its efficacy was far beyond what she had anticipated. Previously, merely mending the wounds on her back had taken 3 full days, and now she was forcibly healing while enduring the onslaught of the Genji general's noble phantasm. While she pondered this bewilderment, a sharp pain at her neck led her to a realization. It was the pattern between her neck and collarbone. The floral pattern began to unfurl, resembling a genuine blossom as it spread its petals, akin to the mandala flower of the fallen. Another transformation. Since awakening the pattern, it had undergone several changes, yet the alterations had only affected its size without significant modification in form. But this time was different. The floral pattern had fully bloomed. The pattern borrowed vitality from the heavens to enhance her physical capabilities, including her self-healing. Others might have perished from excessive use of such a pattern, but she was not destined to perish. Yorimitsu gazed upon the figure engulfed in the purple torrent, her beautiful visage displaying a hint of astonishment. It was the first time she had encountered someone who could endure under her noble phantasm for such an extended duration. Yet, no one could survive the might of such a formidable treasure, not even a heroic spirit. The thunder roared, finally submerging the slender figure that had withstood for so long. The entire bounded field quaked violently, revealing a vast chasm dozens of meters wide and hundreds of meters long. The scattered skulls had transformed into ash, dissipating with the shifting air. The warrior drew a heavy breath, her face still radiating a maternal glow, now tinged with fatigue. The release of her noble phantasm had taken a significant toll, and the tenacity of her opponent had exceeded her expectations, forcing her to exert every ounce of her strength. Her sweat glands erupted, and Yorimitsu felt as though she had just danced a lethal waltz with death, but fortunately, she remained standing on the stage. She sheathed the sword, its contact with the scabbard producing a melodious hum. Just as her hand began to withdraw from the hilt, a sudden realization struck her, and her body froze. It was not over. The stage of battle still existed, meaning that the foe was still alive. Her beautiful eyes narrowed sharply, and in an instant, Yorimitsu resumed her combat stance, gripping the hilt tightly, her gaze darting forward, left, right, and back. She could not afford to be careless, as the last near encounter with a long blade haunted her memory. Yorimitsu was wary of the maiden utilizing the close quarters concealment technique once more. She had no desire to experience the sensation of an enemy standing behind her with a blade aimed at her back a second time. Thus, she overlooked the most conspicuous detail, the sky. The purple lightning illuminated the warrior's cheek as she gasped and looked up, witnessing the girl descending from above, her long blade swirling with the violet river of lightning. Though her exquisitely crafted white kimono had begun to fray beneath the electric onslaught, her expression remained solemn and divine. The purple lightning coiling around her blade, causing Yorimitsu's eyes to narrow in alarm. That was her noble phantasm, the thunder of the Bull King. Yet how could this be? This was a technique elevated by her as a heroic spirit, a treasure that none but Yorimitsu could wield. How could it be unleashed by a mere mortal? No, this was not merely an invocation. It was a counterstrike. In the instant Yorimitsu realized this, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped her. The girl, towering above, exuded an aura of lethal intent, her actions indicating that she was the lamb awaiting slaughter. Yet Yorimitsu found herself unable to resist. This technique was known as the Thunder Return. As the words fell from her lips, the maiden struck down with ballet, the purple lightning crashing down with a thunderous roar, directly impacting Yorimitsu's position. As a heroic spirit, to experience the might of her own noble phantasm at the hands of another was surely a rarity among her kind. Chapter 208. A new target. The purple lightning consumed the long-haired warrior while annihilating the surrounding skulls. The Indra's thunder wielded by the bull-headed king, a divine punishment fueled by rage. Its power was beyond comprehension. Yorimitsu was not like the maiden. She had not mastered the technique of Thunder Return. When the noble phantasm she once wielded came crashing down upon her, she was powerless to mount any defense. Her beautiful form disintegrated inch by inch into ash, the purple lightning thrusting her body into a rapid state of collapse. Yet her exquisite features bore no trace of agony. Instead, her eyes fluttered closed, embodying a sense of release. The essence of a heroic spirit ultimately lies in the imprint of their existence upon human history. They, too, wish to keep their hands free of sinful blood. However, when their spirit foundation is affected by the cycle of slaughter, they are left with no choice, and death naturally becomes their sole means of liberation. As she beheld the figure vanishing with a satisfied smile, the maiden exhaled heavily. Only then did she realize that her body was drenched in cold sweat, her limbs feeling weak. She had indeed made an error. Knowing that she would struggle against Yorimitsu's noble phantasm, she had nonetheless allowed it to be unleashed. Were it not for the forced extraction of the pattern's power and the adjustment of her self-healing abilities, enabling her to withstand the impact of the noble phantasm, it might have been her lying on the ground. A bitter smile tugged at her lips as she noted the state of her once pristine white kimono, now tattered and ragged beneath the weight of Yorimitsu's lightning, resembling little more than strips of cloth, save for a few critical areas that valiantly held their ground. The ability to self-heal can mend a body, yet it cannot repair this garment. Perhaps this is a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune, as the consequence of wielding a powerful artifact only resulted in the loss of an article of clothing. One can only imagine the complex emotions of that esteemed General Minamoto no Yoshitsune. It is akin to unleashing all one's might against an adversary, only to be met with the despairing realization that one's efforts failed to breach the opponent's defenses. After changing into a spare blue kimono retrieved from her travel bag, Shiki noticed the disintegration of this battleground, her skin sensing the coolness of the outside air. Even though the blood moon still hung high in the sky, the torrential rain had ceased, leaving nearly 10 centimeters of standing water on the ground. Is it over? A hoarse, somber voice drifted into her ears. The one wielding the long sword, Ishii, had evidently concluded the battle. Judging by his relaxed demeanor, the combat must have ended some time ago. It was indeed an enjoyable fight, Shiki mused with a light, satisfied laugh. The struggle had allowed for rapid growth, a sentiment that resonated with her. The clash with Minamoto no Reiku undoubtedly benefited Shiki immensely. Aside from the unknown enhancements brought forth by the gruesome battlefield, the mere advancement of her self-healing ability was a significant gain. Ishii's lips curled slightly, his tone somewhat indifferent as he remarked, "You seem to have enjoyed yourself. But the foe I faced was rather lackluster. A demon stripped of its artifact loses all interest, while Shitoku no Onmyoji was formidable without his crucial treasure. He resembled a lion devoid of its teeth. Relying solely on his claws against a fierce tiger would be an arduous task. As the tiger, Ishii would find no joy in defeating a toothless lion. What does it matter? There are still plenty of intriguing individuals within the city for you to engage with. Ishidano. As she spoke, Shiki's gaze turned towards the direction of Tsuchi no Ki Castle. With the rain no longer pouring down, flames erupted within the city, rising thickly into the air. The old sword saint narrowed his single eye, his aged yet powerful voice affirming, indeed. The once prosperous Tsuchi no Ki Castle now presented a terrifying sight that assailed the senses of Musashi and the others. Blood and severed limbs littered the streets, accompanied by the cries for help and wails of the populace. It was akin to hell itself, a long spear piercing through the air, sweeping away grotesque manifestations. Yanshin, a monk by calling, found this scene intolerable. I shall not spare that fellow named Amakusa Shiro Tokusada. Musashi's expression mirrored Yanshin's, anger evident on her beautiful face. The veins in her hands visibly pulsing like serpents as she gripped her twin blades tightly. Both of you, remain calm. This place is far from ordinary. I sense a particular magical aura that could influence individuals. If we allow ourselves to become too emotional, we risk losing control and transforming into those murderous anomalies. Among the trio, only Senji Muramasa retained a semblance of composure. Though he too found the scene unbearable, his age granted him the wisdom to remain calm. Upon hearing Muramasa's words, the two nodded in understanding, closing their eyes momentarily to quell the tumultuous emotions within. When they reopened their eyes, their fervor had significantly cooled. Their gazes shifted towards the castle keep, where the stench was most potent. There stood a white-haired youth leaning against the railing, an expression of delight adorning his brow, as if he were beckoning the three with a few words. Come up and claim your death. Has he already arrived? Very well, let me proceed. In the shadow behind Amakusa Shiro Tokusada, an elder clad in brown kendo garb gripped the hilt of his sword, battle intent flickering in his eyes. Yagyu Taijima no Kami Munenori, a peerless swordsman of the Tokugawa era, appeared far from the noble swordmaster he once was, his entire being reeking of the same foulness associated with heroic spirits. No one could have anticipated that this human champion would be among the heroic spirits. Once regarded by many as a beacon of hope, now aligned with demons and monsters, harvesting the lives of innocent people. Master Kenki, allow me to take the lead. After all, I have lingered here with the sorcerer for many days, and it is only fitting that I repay the hospitality. The speaker was a tall, slender man leaning against a pillar, a calm smile reminiscent of tranquil waters gracing his lips, his long sword conspicuously visible on his back. Yagyu Taijima no Kami cast a displeased glance at the man, clearly dissatisfied with his words. There is no need for such a ghastly expression, Master Kenki. I do not intend to steal your prey, merely wishing to express my gratitude. Moreover, the man continued, his brow subtly arching. Do you not have a new target as well? Chapter 209. Coming to claim death, the scarlet blood moon loomed overhead, casting a fiery hue over the world, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. The once thriving Tsuchi no Ki Castle had fallen completely, with terrifying anomalies rampant throughout the lower land. Black-armored warriors, ethereal spirits, and razor-toothed foul boars roamed freely, emanating a malevolent energy from the Lord's manor. Those who inhaled this energy rapidly transformed into grotesque beings. Leave this place. Head south towards the city. There are no traces of anomalies in that direction. A female warrior with silver-gray hair, her expression grave, cleaved a monster in two with a single stroke, urging the surviving citizens. Though Musashi understood that she alone could not save them all, she believed that every life she could rescue mattered. The warrior's swordsmanship would not permit her to witness these lives perish before her eyes. Musashi Dano, this cannot continue. With the three of us, it is impossible to save everyone in Tsuchi no Ki Castle. Yanshin called out to Musashi while sweeping his spear to clear the monsters surrounding him. We cannot abandon them. The monk stated firmly, thus, please continue ahead, Muramasa Dano, and you, Musashi Dano. I will do my utmost to protect the people until you confront that fellow. Just as Musashi was about to voice her thoughts, she halted upon seeing Yanshin's determined expression, all her words coalescing into a heavy nod. Then I leave it to you, Yanshin Dano. Rest assured, I shall take care of this. But when you encounter that Amakusa Shiro Tokusada, do deliver a couple of punches on my behalf. 2 punches? That hardly suffices. I shall ensure he weeps. Musashi replied with a hearty laugh, and with that, she and Muramasa did not linger, leaping onto the rooftops, headed straight for the source of the most pungent stench emanating from the Lord's manor. The two sensed it as the origin of the chaos. and it exuded a foulness akin to that of heroic spirits, indicating the horrors that awaited within. As the female warrior sped across the rooftops, her pace was not exceedingly swift. Despite the urgency of the situation, the adversaries within the Lord's manor were formidable, necessitating that she conserve her strength for the final confrontation. During her rapid traversal, Musashi's eyes fell upon several scenes of horror, the anguished cries of the citizens piercing her heart, and the veins in her hands tensed as she gripped her blades tightly. To fulfill her objectives by treating lives as mere fodder was an utterly unforgivable act. The surge of murderous intent altered the very aura around the female warrior, prompting a frown from Uramesa, who solemnly advised, "Calm yourself. I understand your desire to rend that fellow to pieces, but before that, you must not allow your emotions to dictate your actions. If you succumb to the peculiar influences in the air, you may inadvertently tread the path of Ashura." A few days ago, the esteemed Elder Isin had already conveyed this point to me. However, as long as I continue to pursue the path of the sword, I shall remain unaffected. So rest assured, Lord Muramesa. Speaking of which, I wonder how things are faring over there with Shiki and Elder Isin. A trace of concern flickered across Musashi's face. Trust in them. Both of them are sword saints and will not come to harm. Moreover, we have more pressing matters at hand. This location is undoubtedly where that fellow resides. Coming to a halt, Muramesa gazed at the eerie city before him. What was once the Lord's mansion he had seen previously was now utterly transformed, bearing no resemblance to a place suitable for human habitation. Furthermore, Musashi heard the muffled heartbeat emanating from this sinister city. Under the influence of that peculiar power, it had indeed morphed into a living organism. Do you hear it, Lord Muramesa? Ah, what a delightfully sinister design. A house turned into a creature. By entering, we would essentially become food at its entrance. Even as food, we are akin to fish bones that can pierce their throats. With a resolute tone, Musashi stepped into the Lord's mansion. This place, where he had once rested a week prior, had now taken on an entirely different appearance. The courtyard and corridors were overrun with bizarre plants. Though the sight was repulsive, the layout within the mansion remained unchanged. In addition to this, Muramesa received some good news. There was no trace of human presence within the mansion, indicating they would not have to fight while rescuing anyone. Conversely, he also received some unsettling news. During his recent perception, he sensed 3 presences approaching, one of which belonged to the heroic spirit of a swordmaster, while the other 2 were humans with an aura akin to Musashi's. The sound of steady, powerful footsteps gradually resonated, and figures emerged from the shadows, causing the female warrior to bend slightly, her hands resting on the hilts of her swords, her gaze intent. "Oh, that near-unleashed sword aura. You've matured considerably during this time, Shinmen Musashi." The voice belonged to a familiar elder, and upon hearing it, the girl's eyes widened in disbelief. A bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead as she gazed incredulously at the figure. Yagyu Tajima no Kami, as Musashi whispered his name. The elder clad in a brown kendo uniform stepped forth from the shadows, his keen, blade-like gaze falling upon Musashi, sending a chill through her. "No, I am now called Saber Imperio, the heroic spirit of slaughter, bearing the name of the highest heavens." What a delightfully sinister approach, Taijima no Kami. The entire populace has entrusted their lives to you, yet you are one of the distortions behind it all. I never anticipated this. So are you here to settle old scores? In a world Musashi had traversed before, she had once clashed with this Yagyu Taijima no Kami, but that encounter had ended in her defeat. Fortunately, during the battle, the world had shifted, and just as the long sword was about to sever her head, she had transitioned to another realm. Had it been the old me, I would have naturally come to settle the score with you, but things have changed. I now have a new objective, and your opponent is him. With that, Yagyu Taijima no Kami shifted his gaze to the side, and at that moment, a tall, slender man stepped forth from the shadows, a gentle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. "I have long heard of your esteemed name, Shinmen Musashi. I am Sasaki Kojiro." The man inhaled deeply, his smile widening. "I have come to meet my end." Chapter 210, The Fated Battle. Upon seeing the tall man's appearance, the word Sword Saint leapt to Musashi's mind. This man had reached the realm of the void, having honed his swordsmanship to an exquisite level beyond his own. Moreover, the name Sasaki Kojiro was familiar to Musashi, as if fate itself had chased her down. What was meant to come would inevitably arrive. It mattered not the place, nor the time. Even if the significance of battle held no necessity for these two, The encounter between Musashi and Kojiro could only lead to one outcome, a death struggle. What on earth is happening in this world? One sword saint after another appears. Or has this caliber of existence begun to act in unison? Despite her inner complaints, Musashi's focus was unwaveringly fixed upon the man, her body instinctively gripping the hilt of her sword. Sasaki Kojiro mirrored her stance. The two seemed to enter a unique state, their surroundings fading from awareness, leaving only their opponent in sight. Well then, before you two conclude, allow me to handle matters here first. As he spoke, Ryougi no Kami's gaze fell upon the object wrapped in white cloth upon Chico Muramesa's back. From its length and shape, it was undoubtedly a sharp blade. It seems you have brought something quite remarkable. Are you referring to this child? Removing the package from his back, Chico Muramesa grinned. Indeed, it is a fine weapon, but I have no intention of using it against you. Is it what they call a secret weapon? However, if you do not employ it now, there may be no opportunity later. The long sword was gently drawn by the elder, producing a long, melodious hum as the unparalleled sword saint of this realm assumed a battle stance. To strike at a swordsmith, when one is a swordsman, does that not seem rather cruel? Lord Ryougi no Kami? A clear, cold female voice resonated from the eaves across the castle. Upon hearing this voice, Ryougi no Kami abruptly turned, his expression freezing, eyes flickering as if he beheld something he had long sought. On the dilapidated rooftop, beneath the scarlet full moon, a girl in a blue kimono stood poised with her sword, her inky hair and kimono sleeves dancing in the night breeze, her gaze sharp as a blade. So, she has finally arrived, Tosaka Shiki. The elder erupted with a fierce aura akin to that of a tiger. He vividly remembered the sword duel in the bamboo grove, where the swordsmanship and combat awareness displayed by the girl could only be attained through countless brushes with death, a level Ryougi no Kami yearned for and pursued. Born in a time of peace, in this era of Tokugawa, Ryougi no Kami found himself in a precarious position. Despite being hailed as the unparalleled sword saint of this realm, many regarded his reputation with skepticism. After all, this was a peaceful age. Japan was gradually unifying, and the most recent turmoil had merely been the rebellion of 100 farmers in Shimabara 2 decades prior. Thus, in the eyes of the public, Ryougi no Kami had no tangible achievements, nor any records of dueling renowned sword masters. This was also the reason he, as a human, stood alongside heroic spirit sword masters. Ryougi no Kami longed to battle strong opponents. He had once crossed blades with Musashi, and that encounter had torn away his facade of desirelessness. The harmonious clash of swords had driven him to madness. He had been waiting for the chance to duel Musashi again, until he met Shiki. After clashing with her, Ryougi no Kami discovered a new goal. The sword techniques and combat skills honed through life and death struggles, the palpable bloodlust that could be sensed even when concealed. This was the formidable adversary he yearned for. Every cell within him screamed to defeat her, to kill her. Until today, he finally had the opportunity to fulfill his desire. I must indeed attend. For even apart from the shadowy puppet master behind it all, I must conclude our previous battle. In the clash of swords, there can be no draw. Only the severing of the opponent awaits. With a subtle grip of her left hand, Shiki gently pushed the door open amidst the thickening black smoke. Liu Shangdanma Sho yearned for this battle, and Shiki felt the same. As the inheritor of the name of Amino Kenjo, she clashed her blade against another sword saint, each staking their reputation as sword saints in this encounter. Well said. Let's begin. Will my long blade sever your sharp edge, or shall I be scattered beneath your gaze? Liu Shangdanma Sho leapt onto the rooftop where Shiki stood, facing her. The night wind swirled around them as they confronted each other under the blood moon, two sword saints from different eras. Inside the Tenshikaku, the sound of swords clashing resonated, signaling the commencement of the battle between Musashi and Kojiro. Today, all shall confront their fate. The victor ascends to greater heights, while the vanquished returns to the dust of history. Liu Shangshin and Ryu, Liu Shangdanma Sho Zonju. As the styles and names were proclaimed, the duel commenced. The elder lowered his stance, his gaze sharp as lightning. Amino Mushin Ryu, to Shiki. As the words fell, their mismatched eyes met in unison. In the next moment, with a faint sound echoing in the air, both vanished from their positions, leaving behind only streaks of silver light. Iato versus Slash. In the previous battle in the bamboo grove, Liu Shangdanma Sho had intercepted Shiki's ultimate Iato slash, but as an uninvited third party, he was not Shiki's intended target. allowing him to seemingly deflect it with ease. However, facing this ultimate Iaido directly, the overwhelming pressure left him momentarily breathless. This was a flawless Iaido. From the way the young girl gripped her sword, her breathing, and her gaze, Liu Shangdanma Shou had reached this conclusion. Yet, he too could achieve such prowess. The two silver lights collided at that moment, and after a resounding metallic clang, Shiki furrowed her brow, having missed her mark. Despite having perfected the timing and force, her strike felt as though it had plunged into a deep spring, sluggish and powerless, as if all her strength had been sapped away. This was the Liu Shang Shinin Ryu, known for its peculiar swordsmanship that emphasizes defense, utilizing a unique method of force to mitigate the opponent's attack power, rather than fighting to the death. It preferred a strategy of survival, often winning by exhausting the enemy's stamina. In that case, let me shatter your defense completely. The bluish light in Shiki's eyes shimmered, and the strategy she had conceived before arriving began its first step. Chapter 211. Do not blame me for being devious. The blade intertwined continuously, transforming into a writhing serpent in the elder's hands, striking towards Shiki's head, waist, legs, and both sides of her hands. Liu Shang Shinin Ryu's 5 directional strikes. It was not an exceptionally intricate sword technique, merely a fundamental slashing method of Liu Shang Shinin Ryu. Yet, even such strikes, honed through countless trials, could unleash terrifying power. Liu Shangdanma Shou executed a rapid succession of 5 slashes, reminiscent of a certain swordsman's swift return, though it did not reach the level of spatial transcendence. It merely maximized speed, creating a net of blades encircling Shiki, seemingly impenetrable. This was a foe of the sword's Saint caliber, different from the various traps encountered in a single-minded battle. Liu Shangdanma Shou was loyal to the way of the sword and the samurai, and his swordsmanship exuded pure pressure. Such pressure seemed capable of shattering any enemy standing in its path. Had it been in the past, this would have certainly been the outcome, but this time before this blade stood Shiki, armed with the mystic eyes of death perception. When this blade descended, it would only be the blade itself that shatters. With an upward thrust, Shiki faced the onslaught of 5 strikes. She countered with a simple motion, knowing the 5 strikes were indeed fearsome, but when the weapon itself shattered, even the most ferocious attack would lose its meaning. Shiki's gaze locked onto the long blade, clearly perceiving the critical line upon it. With a casual upward thrust, a mournful cry of metal resonated. To Liu Shangdanma Shou's astonishment, his long blade shattered into countless iron fragments before the mystic eyes of death perception, rendering any form of weaponry ineffective. Was it those eyes? Truly a remarkable asset, capable of slaying not only the living but even the inanimate. The elder glanced at the bare hilt in his hand, his expression unchanged, and nonchalantly tossed it aside. But you should understand, for me, having a sword or not makes little difference. Liu Shangdanma Shou extended his empty hands, focusing his mind, assuming a stance akin to that of an eagle, his keen eyes momentarily fixating on the ceremonial blade hanging at Shiki's waist. Liu Shang Shinin Ryu's no sword technique. Shiki recognized this stance. Those who had mastered it to perfection required no blade to act, for any sword at an adversary's waist could serve as a weapon. As long as there was an enemy, the absence of a blade was irrelevant. Undoubtedly a divine skill. Yet as the elder assumed this posture, a subtle, undetectable smile curved Shiki's lips, reminiscent of a cunning fox. This unparalleled sword saint was stepping into the trap set by the fox. When the sword saint drew forth that blood-red blade, the trap would spring into action. Having a blade or not might seem trivial to you, but some blades are vastly different from ordinary ones. Vague words caused the elder to furrow his brow in confusion, yet he did not seek to decipher Shiki's words. This lion reveled in the battle. Liu Shangdanma Shou suddenly lunged forward, the immense force shattering the tiles beneath his feet. His momentum akin to that of a pouncing tiger. This was the essence of the no-sword technique, penetrating the enemy's close quarters at blinding speed, making it effortless to seize the tightly gripped sword or the one at the waist. Yet, Shiki did not remain passive. A perfect trap necessitated flawless execution to deceive even the most skilled hunter. With a thrust of her blade, she surged forward to meet the lion's charge, her long sword emanating a faint black smoke, piercing directly towards the elder's face. Liu Shangdanma Shou's expression remained unchanged. His mindset had reached a state of tranquility akin to the moon reflected in water, maintaining composure in any circumstance, enabling him to respond with precision. Just as the blade was 2 inches from his forehead, Lu Shang Danma clamped Shiki's sword with his hand, executing a maneuver akin to empty-handedly disarming a blade. He then raised his sword overhead, vibrating the side of the blade to perfectly neutralize the fierce thrust. Perfect. The skill the elder displayed was worthy of the title of Sword Saint. Among the opponents Shiki had encountered, he was the one who had demonstrated such mastery, effectively wielding a no-sword to triumph over a sword. Deflecting the incoming thrust, the elder lowered his stance and pressed forward. The dark blade swept past his shoulder, and in an instant, he was upon Shiki within mere inches. In such proximity, there was no time to swing the blade, let alone withdraw it. At that moment, a rare look of panic crossed Shiki's face. She hastily released her grip on the ceremonial blade, flicking her right hand as the icy dagger slid down the flowing sleeves of her blue kimono, swiftly slashing towards the elder's face. The chaotic assault revealed numerous flaws, and a victorious smile crept upon the elder's lips. With a graceful sidestep, he evaded the blade of Shur, his shoulder crashing forcefully against her heart. As the tremendous force knocked the young girl back, he extended his right hand towards the crimson blade at her waist. The resounding sound of the long sword being unsheathed pierced the air. However, following that clarion call, silence ensued. There was neither the whistle of a swinging blade nor the splatter of blood. Looking on, the elder's expression of triumph had frozen, his face betraying a hint of bewilderment. Why was his voice hoarse? The vitality within him was gradually ebbing away, as if he had unleashed a fateful Pandora's box, paying the ultimate price, his life. The red blade, by Lei, severed the immortal blade, and it was an ominous blade that could not be drawn. Any who attempted to unsheath it without the power of immortality would find themselves devoured by their own life force. Gently massaging her wounded chest, Shur rose slowly. From the very outset, this battle had been a trap she meticulously orchestrated, transforming her customary blade into a mere door opener, deliberately manifesting by Lei at her waist. Throughout the skirmish, she utilized the mystic eyes of death perception to shatter her opponent's blade, compelling Lu Shang Danma to resort to drawing by Lei without a weapon. This confrontation had been clearly arranged by Shur from the beginning. She had converted her adversary's strengths into fatal weaknesses. This exemplified the combat style of the Wei Ming school. By any means necessary, victory was paramount. The elder forced a bitter smile. How truly despicable. Is this the combat awareness forged from countless life and death struggles? I am enlightened. Despicable? Shur whispered softly. Perhaps, but isn't that the essence of a life or death battle? Employing every possible means to triumph over one's opponent. If victory is achieved, what merit is there in calling it despicable? The young girl shook her head gently. Do not blame my cunning, esteemed master of the Lu Shengxin in Ryu. Chapter 212. She belongs here. What is the essence of the Wei Ming school? The long spear? The fire command? Not entirely. These are merely combat techniques, methods to secure victory under unexpected circumstances. This is the true essence of the Wei Ming school. Notions of samurai spirit or chivalry are entirely unrelated. As for the so-called despicability, Shur paid it no heed. A life or death struggle is about exhausting all means to overcome one's opponent, devoid of any notions of honor or dishonor. Moreover, the sword is inherently bloody. The wielder of the sword is akin to a demon. Can one expect a demon to recite scriptures? The aged elder was fading, unlike other heroic spirits, as he bore a human form inscribed with a spiritual foundation, lacking the immortality brought by countless battles. Farewell, esteemed master of the Lu Shengxin in Ryu. Let us save the honorable duel for another day. I have far more pressing matters to attend to. Observing the elder's south eyes close entirely, Shur sighed softly. She had not wished to claim victory over this sword saint in such a manner. Musashi longed to spar with formidable swordsmen to attain growth, and so did Shur. However, at present, she must conserve her strength to confront the ultimate puppeteer, Tianguan Silang Shurjun. Who is he? What is his strength? Shur was entirely oblivious to the information about him, which is why she needed to maintain her condition as much as possible. She must face this opponent in her prime. The battle within the castle had concluded, and a fateful clash between Kojiro and Musashi had reached its end in this alternate realm. When Shur returned to the castle, the sword saint capable of striking down the swallow had vanished, leaving behind only a silver-haired girl with blood at her temple, leaning against the wall, weary. Did you emerge victorious? Raising an eyebrow, Shur extended her hand towards the girl seated on the ground. How did you deduce that? Musashi grinned wearily. As a fellow swordsman, I can clearly see that you have ascended to a new realm of skill. Under such circumstances, how could you possibly lose? Moreover, having accepted both my guidance and that of the esteemed master, if you were to lose, I fear that in the future, when you reach the throne of heroes, the old master would not let you off easily. Haha, indeed. Musashi awkwardly scratched her nose and continued, By the way, where is the old master? Weren't you supposed to come together? Are you searching for me, little girl? A voice, aged yet steady, echoed from the staircase. The old sword saint, wielding the black blade of the undying slash, ascended step by step, his left hand carrying a severed head. It was the Onmyoji Shur had encountered before, his distinctive black and white hair etched in her memory. It appeared that while Shur and Musashi were engaged in battle, the old master had dealt with this fiend. Noticing Shur and Musashi's gazes, the old master scoffed. Though he was the strongest Onmyoji of the Heian era, I initially expected a beastly foe. I did not anticipate such a level of mediocrity. The strongest Onmyoji of the Heian era's opponent? Musashi was taken aback. Then enlightenment dawned upon her. Is it a Shiki? Old master, you actually defeated him? The old master raised an eyebrow in displeasure. Is it strange that I triumphed over him? He is merely a sorcerer. As long as he is denied the opportunity to wield his Onmyoji arts beneath my long blade, he is no different from any other monstrosity. While a Shiki was renowned as Abe no Saimai's sole rival, he undoubtedly possessed considerable strength upon becoming a heroic spirit. Yet, unfortunately for him, he encountered the old master, a sword saint whose black blade rendered all beings equal. Regardless of being an Onmyoji or a magician, all would be cleaved asunder. Let's go. It is time to confront our final adversary and put an end to this twisted era. Standing at the staircase, Senji Muramasa gazed towards the upper levels, his servant's unique perception attuned to the last vestige of foulness emanating from the highest floor. This tightened the grip on the blade, wrapped in white cloth, behind him. Under the moonlight, a glint of cold steel peeked through the fabric seams, evoking a sense of solemnity. Liu Shangdama was indeed correct. This was a fine sword, one that transcended mere slaughter. Let's proceed. Shur nodded and led the way ahead. In the dimly lit loft, the group ascended layer by layer until a chilling evening breeze brushed against their faces. They finally reached the pinnacle of the castle, where the first sight that met their eyes was a white-haired youth with golden eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Even in the face of impending doom, with his generals vanquished, he remained composed, as if holding all in his grasp, undeterred. Beside him, perched against a pillar, was the elegantly dressed Princess Kyoheim. Through the connection between Princess Koheim and the Tokugawa clan, she had cast curses to influence other parallel worlds in Japan, ultimately aiming to obliterate the Tokugawa era entirely. This was the true purpose of Tianguan Silang Shurjun. He was no longer a mere arbiter, but a genuine harbinger of vengeance. At last, the spirits from other worlds have arrived, my brethren. Tianguan Silang extended his arms wide, his gaze falling upon Shur and Musashi, his words imbued with deeper meaning. Spirits? Brethren? What are you speaking of? Musashi furrowed her beautifully shaped eyebrows, her tone tinged with confusion. Do you still not comprehend? I, like you, have traversed numerous worlds for the sake of vengeance, ultimately preserving my humanity while transforming into a being beyond human comprehension. In this aspect, I am akin to you. However, I harbor no interest in the reasons behind your traversal between worlds. But you have long since transcended humanity, becoming aberrations detached from the human framework. Wherever you go, you are merely troublesome outsiders to that world. You have not lost your way back. Those like us, who have traversed into another world, are often returned by the world's restraining forces. Nevertheless, you consistently find yourselves in other realms, and this singular fact attests to your existence. The youth spoke with a hint of mirth. You are the forgotten specters of your own world, with no place to return to and no one to remember you. Your very existence no longer belongs to that realm. This is your true nature, akin to a being reviled by the world. The words of Tianma, Soreo, plunged Musashi into silence, while the exquisite Tianyuan flower began to grasp this reality, her vibrant visage dimming slightly. If this was a tactical speech before battle, Musashi had indeed suffered a crushing defeat. Yet at that moment, Shiki spoke, her icy words penetrating the air like the cold light of the moon. You are mistaken, Tianma Soreo. I am not a forgotten specter of this world. I have a place to return to, and someone who remembers me. I yearn for that return, and surely she awaits my arrival. As she spoke, the image of a butterfly seemed to flutter into Shiki's mind, and she was unaware of the slight smile that had crept onto her lips, nor of the happiness gradually illuminating her face. Perhaps I truly do not belong to that world, but what of it? Shiki emphasized the words "what of it," as if they were heavy stones sinking into Musashi's heart, dispelling the gloom from her countenance entirely. Yet, Shiki continued, if there is no one to cherish, then one should create anew. As long as there exists someone dear, that place becomes a home, and thus it becomes my world. No, perhaps I should say she is my world. Therefore, to return to that realm, Tianma Soreo. Shiki grasped the blade at her waist, her azure eyes shimmering like flowing water, a palpable aura of murderous intent descending upon the castle. I shall slay you. Chapter 213. This is Tamagari Muramasa. The unmasked intent to kill pervaded the castle. To kill him was Shiki's sole thought, unrelated to any other matters. What Tianma Soreo had done to this world held no relevance to her. However, if slaying him would end this distorted world and allow her to return to the butterfly's side, she would unsheathe her long blade without hesitation. Is that so? I retract my previous statement. Ryougi Shiki, you are indeed not of our kind. The youth slowly drew his long sword, a chilling aura of slaughter radiating as the silver blade was unsheathed. That face filled with happiness was utterly nauseating. For Tianma Soreo, the vengeful specter, happiness and peace were mere aspirations, distant entities he could not hope for before the destruction of the Tokugawa era. Come, Ryougi Shiki, let you firsthand experience the origin of my existence born from the depths of hell. Upon finishing his words, Tianma Soreo forcefully plunged the silver blade into the ground and twisted it sharply. At that moment, a certain switch was activated. The souls of the common people who perished at the hands of the heroic spirit swordsman transformed into magical energy. This magical energy not only fueled the loathsome cursed soil castle that would bring about the destruction of the Tokugawa era, but also partially affected Tianma Soreo himself. The magical energy converted from the souls of millions, even a fragment of it, was an overwhelmingly fearsome quantity. Even a mere magical explosion could easily obliterate a city. Stop him. That is the release of a noble phantasm. The sword Saint Ichin responded immediately, his long blade already drawn. The silver light of the sword spilling forth like a cascade of clear water, poised to sever the head of this vengeful specter. Too slow. Too slow. You have missed the optimal moment. How laughable, how absurd. Faced with the imminent blade poised to strike between his brows, Tianma Soreo instead displayed a smile bordering on madness. Blood-red magical energy radiating from him, violently repelling Ichin's clear water slash. Relish my lament, my inherent domain, the hell of Shimabara. The magical energy dispersed, mingled with an intensely scorching wind, forcing Shiki and the others to instinctively squint and shield their arms before them. In that fleeting instant, the manifestation of the vengeful specter invaded reality, flames of boundless intensity engulfing their sight, acrid smoke invading their nostrils, the stench of blood seared by fire, sickeningly pungent, visibility reduced to mere meters, rendering Shiki incapable of discerning the positions of her companions. Is this place, the inherent domain, a manifestation of that fellow's psyche? Indeed, it is exceedingly vile. While I can sense everyone's presence, their silhouettes are obscured, and the air here is akin to poison. Once inhaled to a certain extent, one's lungs would immediately ignite. Muramasa's solemn voice echoed through the thick fog, the inherent domain fueled by the magical energy derived from the lives of millions. Destined from the outset to wield extraordinary power, Shiki entered a state of breathless focus, gazing at the flames around her, softly uttering, "This is your world, is it not? Even if it is imprinted upon the soul, you refuse to acknowledge your abandonment of Shimabara." Precisely. This is the realm of my wrath at its zenith. An infernal hell with no exits, where the living can only writhe in agony amidst waves of resentment, dissipating like bubbles. Even you bearing the name of sword, saint cannot escape this fate. Vanish like mere bubbles, humans. The vengeful specter's furious howl reverberated throughout this world, the scorching air intensifying further. Even with breath control to regulate her breathing, Shiki felt the pain in her lungs. This was the method by which Tianma Soreo dared to confront them alone, an inferno where the living cannot survive. Yet at that moment, a resonant clang of hammering echoed intermittently throughout this hell of flames, accompanied by the steady, powerful voice of a man. "Sorcerer, do you know? There's a saying, too many words lead to loss. When you engage in meaningless speech, You inadvertently provide your enemy with an opportunity. The red-haired man stood tall, seeming to grip something in his hand. For reasons unknown, even as flames and smoke enveloped the world, visibility plummeting to the extreme, sometimes rendering even one's hands invisible. The figure of this man remained vividly etched in their minds, shining as if illuminated. Neither flames nor smoke could obscure his brilliance. Gazing at this figure, Shiki's mind reverberated with the man's exclusive BGM. Did you think we would lack a trump card? Such things cannot possibly be unprepared in this climactic battle. Clang! The sound of hammering continued. He was neither the sword saint who had refined his sword techniques to perfection, nor the treasure of the ultimate spear, nor the legendary savior mage. Yet this world summoned me, a mere swordsmith, for from the very beginning, my existence had already been preordained. Why once sought, the ultimate blade is not a deadly steel edge that shatters flesh and bone. What I pursue is the reckoning of resentment, severing ties of fate, and even karmic retribution. It is the liberation of karma. With a crystalline sound, the long blade was slowly unsheathed, its molten fire-like blade a fusion of art and slaughter, the culmination of sin, complemented by impeccable craftsmanship and exquisite material. Without a doubt, this was a creation that could be deemed the ultimate sword. Reaching this point is the culmination of countless studies, molded by thousands of blades, forming an immense mound of swords, ultimately arriving at this juncture, where all desires of existence converge. Here lies the essence of my life, existing solely to attain this sword. The pulse of the blade resonates here. Prepare yourself, for this is my TanjiroMeets. As the final chant echoed, the sword's fiery radiance expanded 100-fold, dimming the glow of the entire fiery realm for a fleeting moment. The soaring sword light cleaved the heavens in twain. This is TanjiroMeets, the heavenly sword of Amaterasu, birthed from the tale of Yamada no Orochi in the distant past. Before its might, no barrier holds significance, and the heart's manifestation, composed of causality, is rendered equally futile. At this instant, the blinding brilliance overwhelmed all gazes. Chapter 214. Farewell, the flower of the celestial origin. Damugari, the heavenly sword of Amaterasu, the divine artifact originating from the tale of Yamada no Orochi. Yet, this blade bears a distinction. It is forged from the remnants of the defeated Yamada no Orochi, coupled with the craftsmanship of TanjiroMeets. Hence the blade bears the name Urameisa. No longer a divine weapon from myth, but an ultimate blade capable of severing all ties of karma. Is this TanjiroMeets the embodiment of karma, linking cause and effect? TanjiroMeets, while I wield my half-demon arts, all things have become interconnected, including this predetermined outcome. The youth, slightly resigned, murmured, yet his countenance betrayed no significant regret. He understood karma to be such, a reflection of one's deeds yielding inevitable consequences. Having chosen to embrace revenge driven by karma, he could only accept its influence on his plans. Boom! The soaring sword light cleaved the inherent barrier asunder, splitting the highest keep of Tsuchikigawa Castle in half. At this moment, the peculiar entities within the castle turned their gaze towards the sword light, their expression resembling that of machines deprived of power. The sound of collapsing structures resonated intermittently. The highest keep of Tsuchikigawa Castle began to crumble beneath that single strike, scattering bricks and tiles in all directions. The violent tremors beneath their feet made it difficult for the onlookers to maintain their footing. The inherent barrier shattered, bringing with it the white-haired youth. The Ishihara scroll manifested his soul and heart's image. When this was severed, his body suffered the consequences. A gruesome wound, stretching from his left shoulder to his right hip, gradually emerged upon his upper body. Had he failed? Staggering back a step, Amakusa Shiro glanced down at his wound. A slight bitter smile gracing his lips before he turned his gaze toward TanjiroMeets. Indeed, it was disheartening. After traversing over 20 worlds to discover this method, he faltered due to the significance of his existence remaining uncalculated. Such profound dissatisfaction welled within him. The youth softly murmured as his body transformed into fine black ash. Consumed by the flames of vengeance, he ignited. This was his fate. Has it ended? Watching the dissipating figure, Shiki felt a tinge of bewilderment. The ultimate puppet master concluded their encounter without even a clash of blades, which surprised her, a seasoned warrior who had faced formidable foes across many worlds. It appears this is the consequence of the karma he sowed. The flames of vengeance inevitably burn the avenger. This is an immutable truth. Muramasa held his blade aloft, quietly observing the direction from which Amakusa Shiro vanished, golden particles beginning to rise around him. It seems the time has come for me to depart, having fulfilled my duty. The youth presented a bright smile to those gathered. Is this the consequence of wielding Demuguri Muramasa? Shiki furrowed her brow, realizing that the heavenly sword had already destroyed Muramasa's spiritual foundation at the moment of the strike. Indeed, using a divine weapon with a mortal frame yields irreparable consequences. Turning to Shiki, Chiyoko Muramasa spoke. However, if it were you, perhaps you could unleash the full potential of this blade. With that, he gently tossed the long sword towards her. How did you discern that? Shiki caught the long sword, feeling the immense power within the blade, and offered a faint, bittersweet smile. In a sense, she truly was one of the few capable of wielding the blade's full might among humanity. That blade, not merely a weapon for the chosen few, possesses the essence of immortality to be wielded. As a swordsmith, how could I possibly overlook this? So use it wisely. Muramasa's form completely faded, leaving only his words lingering in the air. It appears my time here is drawing to a close. I was summoned by that individual. Although you severed the ties of karma, there remains an inexorable connection. With his departure, I too must leave this place. Shiki turned her gaze to the two maidens standing shoulder to shoulder, her attention first landing on Shiki. It seems the power of the dragon's blessing still resides within you. The curse of immortality is not an absolute curse. If used wisely, it may even be a boon for you. Much like the sword, is it not? Shiki replied with a smile, acknowledging that it could both take lives and save them. Indeed, stepping closer, Shiki gently ruffled Shiki's hair and spoke in a soft voice. At this moment, you can truly be called the sword saint of I-name. This was Shiki's affirmation. If previously he believed Shiki would reach such heights, now he regarded her as having attained the pinnacle of the sword saint. Yet, it is somewhat regrettable that I could not meet the person you yearn for. Shiki chuckled heartily, retracting his hand, his expression returning to serenity as he quietly regarded the girl before him, a disciple, a friend, and perhaps akin to a granddaughter. The light particles enveloped him entirely. The summoning to the throne of heroes was irresistible. Continue onward along your own path. Whether you choose to wield the sword against foes or set it aside to return to a mundane life, the choice is yours alone. Regardless of your decision, we shall watch over you, for you carry the weight of A-Name's legacy. The voice of the sword saint gradually ascended as he transformed fully into light particles, returning to the throne of heroes, leaving behind a blessing-like farewell. It is now just us. It seems that even Lord Yushuan, another heroic spirit, has returned. We, hailing from other worlds, should be departing soon as well. The silver-haired warrior, seated upon the ramparts of the keep, gazed outward with a hint of melancholy. In her sight, the peculiarities of such a Kigawa castle had completely vanished, the crimson moon in the sky replaced by a serene silver one. Everything returned to normal, yet a sense of loss lingered in her heart. Perhaps this is what parting feels like. In the heat of battle, we long for the swift conclusion of this era, yet now that it has truly ended, a myriad of reluctant surfaces. There is no need for such expressions. If it were you, we may have opportunities to meet again. Shiki approached the maiden, standing beside her as they gazed down at such a Kigawa castle. The gentle evening breeze tousled their hair, alleviating the weariness of battle. Indeed, perhaps I shall see that individual again, and when I do, I will share everything with her. Shiki chuckled, shaking her head. Please only mention the pertinent details. Just as she finished speaking, the figure of the warrior silently vanished before Shiki's eyes. Unlike Shiki and the other heroic spirits, Musashi was a traveler of worlds, her transitions beyond even her own control. This left Shur momentarily stunned, but he quickly transformed his expression into a gentle smile. Softly addressing the spot where the girl had just stood, "Farewell, Tianyuanji Hua." However, the next instant, an overwhelming surge of magical energy erupted from the city of Tuching, causing a drastic change in Shur's countenance. It felt as if thousands of trees were simultaneously breaking through the earth. The collapse of the city of Huali and the eerie pulsations of its walls and pillars vanished without a trace, along with the bizarre creatures that once inhabited it. Yet, this disappearance did not signify the end. A formidable and terrifying magical force had locked onto Tuching, heralding the imminent arrival of an unknown and dreadfully powerful entity. Awaiting its arrival was the enigmatic Onmyoji, Liu Dao man, with his black and white hair. The Onmyoji hovered in midair, his gaze fixed upon the near ruins of the lower capital. He had not perished under the blade of in3. Rather, as a heroic spirit swordsman, he had indeed died once. Yet, as an apostle of an alien god, he was undeniably alive. It was true that this Onmyoji was not one of the 7 pawns, but rather the orchestrator guiding Amano Sarutobi through multiple world transitions, ultimately revealing the true mastermind behind the destruction of this era of Tokugawa. The true hunter always appears in the guise of prey, and this man exemplified this principle to perfection. The gathering swordsmen at this lower capital have indeed seen the end of the calamities of the Tokugawa era, but the tribulations belonging to this world had only just begun. The man's voice resonated like the embodiment of the king of malevolence, akin to the wailing of evil spirits, sending shivers down the spine. Although he bore the form of a human, the primal ferocity radiating from him was nothing short of beastly. This man was a demon formed from countless malevolent intentions. A blooming flower of evil, a carnivorous beast. The phenomena had been adjudicated, and the lost history had been captured. Thus, the final experiment would commence. Let the first seed of fantasy take root in this land nourished by blood. If this world, where countless lives had perished, were to exist, surely the tree of fantasy would sprout and take root at the earliest opportunity. His voice brimmed with fervent laughter, revealing the man's true objective. The destruction of the Tokugawa era, the heroic spirit swordsman. None of these held any significance for him. Ultimately, assisting Amano Sarutobi was merely a means to find a suitable experimental ground, a place where the tree of fantasy could successfully descend. Is that truly your aim? How despicable! To choose to act only when everyone has departed ensures that neither success nor failure would be known to anyone. It is said that Onmyoji pursue low-risk, high-reward endeavors, and it appears that this is indeed the case. A cold female voice emerged from behind, prompting the Onmyoji to slightly turn his head, casting a sidelong glance at the newcomer. Clad in a blue kimono, wielding black and red dual blades, and with a molten blade hanging at her back. It was undoubtedly sure. Upon sensing the anomaly, she had rushed to its source, as evidenced by the beads of sweat on her forehead and the slight rise and fall of her chest, indicating her rapid arrival. Oh, you have yet to leave this place? Is this distorted world so memorable to you? Liu Daoman expressed mild surprise, but it quickly faded into his usual predatory gentleness, laced with lethal danger. To be honest, I long to escape this place more than anyone else, but reality seems disinclined to grant me my wish. So you have taken it upon yourself to handle this troublesome matter? It is hardly a commendable course of action. The Onmyoji raised an eyebrow. To be precise, I am compelled. She met his gaze, her eyes reflecting a blend of fervor and tranquility. Compelled? A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. I have often pondered why I, in this distorted world, have arrived here. Initially, I believed it was merely a desire to engage in battle with formidable opponents to hone my swordsmanship. However, I later realized that what I sought had long since transcended mere blades or combat. Indeed, the pursuit of battle and the gradual strengthening of Sujishur had vanished. When did this transformation occur? Perhaps it began the moment she encountered that butterfly, grasping her hand. From that instant, what she yearned for was no longer a long sword or anything else, but simply to hold that hand. From that moment, the journey of Sujishur should have reached its conclusion, which explained why she lingered in the previous world for so long before transitioning. She had lost the motivation to continue her travels. Her arrival in this place was solely because this distorted world required her presence. Much like the summoned Chico Muramesa, who forged the ultimate blade and extinguished the flames of vengeance. Shur's purpose in being here was to sever you, to halt the source of all tragedy. Only then might she find a way to leave. Ballet was gently drawn from its sheath, droplets of crimson floating forth. Her gaze was intense, her red and blue intermingled pupils resembling the brilliant stars resting at the bottom of a lake. Such self-importance in assigning oneself a mission is quite foolish. Moreover, are you so certain you can accomplish it? The Onmyoji's pupils widened suddenly, his expression twisting like a beast revealing its fangs. An imperceptible spell locked onto Shur, a distortion of the heroic spirit swordsman's essence, which would equally affect humans. Even without the essence, it could alter the very nature of the target's existence. Yet clang. Ballet was drawn forth, the blade's gentle hum ringing clear, effortlessly severing the intangible spell, not merely in form, but shattering it from existence itself. Even such a spell appeared feeble before the mystic eyes of death perception. Had it been in the past, understanding the intricacies of this spell would have been impossible. Yet now, the roots brought forth by Shur contained all the knowledge of the Onmyoji, encompassing both spells and the essence of his current existence. With this alone, Shur stood invincible in this battle. Do you think I can achieve it? The blade pointed at the man, Shur's voice devoid of any tremor. Incredulity flickered across the man's face, but it was quickly replaced by a grim expression. Again, those eyes? No, not just those eyes, but other powers as well. After a moment of contemplation, his pupils widened, as if he had grasped something. Is that so? You are connected to that existence. Gazing upon the flaws of all things with those eyes, combined with that existence. Thus, as a mere sorcerer, lacking close combat abilities akin to wielding a wooden stick, I indeed have no chance of defeating you. The spell was the essence of the Onmyoji, the entirety of his being. When these had no effect on the target, the Onmyoji lost all means of combat, a fact Liu Dao man understood well. However, the tone of the Onmyoji escalated, his hands gesturing dramatically. Your opponent is it. Buzz. From the azure sky, a massive beam of light plummeted rapidly, akin to a falling meteor, harmonizing with the magical energy of the ground as it whistled downward. That was the seed of the Tree of Fantasy. Chapter 2:16. I refuse the Tree of Fantasy, the vanguard of the intrusion of the Yungai into reality, was also the ultimate objective of Liu Daomen's current endeavor. By seeking the adjudicated phenomena and the lost history, coupled with the arrival of the Tree of Fantasy, the lower capital, which had long deviated from historical accuracy, would become the first aberration. This was an experiment, as well as the initial invasion of this world by an alien god. After tracing the origins at the point of Liu Dao Man, the answer was revealed. The endless slaughter of the heroic spirit swordmaster was not merely a prelude to the emergence of the polluted city of Yanli, but rather a preparation of fertilizer for the swift germination of the seed of the imaginary tree. The massacre of nearly 1 million souls across several nations enriched this land with magical essence. When the seed of the imaginary tree takes root, the magical energy of this land will undoubtedly facilitate its immediate growth. This is the outcome. The world has become irreversibly distorted. Even if the upheaval caused by the heroic spirit swordmaster has subsided, this era cannot return to its rightful path. The balance between nations can no longer be restrained, leading inevitably to the onset of a second warring states period and the establishment of a second shogunate. Ultimately, this will result in yet another parallel world consumed by destruction. Is it worth sacrificing your life for such a world? The Onmyoji scoffed, seemingly mocking Shur for his futile endeavor. Shur did not regard him, but instead focused his gaze on the meteor descending from the sky. Understanding began at that very moment. Shur's consciousness soared through the origins, rapidly perusing the information about this seed, ultimately arriving at the answer, the condensation of a galaxy. This is the prototype of the imaginary tree. To kill, it is akin to annihilating an entire galaxy. Shur had never faced an adversary of such magnitude. His previous foes were mere individuals. But now he confronted a condensed entity of countless lives, one that resonated with divine-level magical energy. Yet clang, the sound of blade against fish scale resonated, as what was drawn was not the Kaimin nor the Byron, but the blazing blade of a legendary sword, Tamagari Muramasa. In terms of weaponry, neither Kaimin nor Byron were suitable for the present situation. Only this ultimate blade from Senji Muramasa was the most fitting tool for felling the tree. It was not merely a concept. The destructive power of this sword far surpassed both others by an immeasurable margin. The blade, shimmering in a molten metal hue, radiated a brilliant golden red light. At the very moment of its unsheathing, Shur felt the anguish emanating from his soul. It was a primal warning, conveying a singular truth. Wielding this sword with a non-divine body would lead to certain death. A flicker of surprise crossed the man's eyes, followed by a soft chuckle. Are you certain you wish to wield that sword? If I recall correctly, you just mentioned wanting to return to your world. If you die, you will lose everything. Why not join me instead? Once this world transforms entirely into a realm of aberrations, becoming its king may not be a poor choice. Given the extent of the distortion, it is likely to evolve into a profoundly deep realm of anomalies. Adhering to the principle of if you cannot defeat them, recruit them, Liu Dao Man extended this olive branch. Though he himself was uncertain if Tamagari Muramasa could affect the seed of the imaginary tree. A hint of amusement curved Shur's eyes as he turned to the man beside him, saying, from the conditions presented, it seems quite appealing. However, the smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a palpable coldness reminiscent of a certain water pillar who once uttered similar words to Shur. I refuse. I care not for your realm of anomalies or your title as king of the aberrations. What I desire is nothing more than to grasp that pair of hands. For that, I would gladly embrace death. With a whoosh, the molten blade trembled, and searing flames climbed its entirety. No martial arts or enhancements were necessary. Shur merely needed to wield this ultimate blade. In this instant, the moonlight illuminating the world appeared to be gradually extinguished, transforming the city into shades of ash and charcoal. The sole radiance emanated from the meteor plummeting from the heavens and the Tamagari Muramesa in Shur's grasp. With a decisive strike, the long blade rose, its flame-like edge cleaving through the oppressive firmament. The 100-meter-long arc of blade light erupted from the tip, the air dissipating, clouds parting, and time seemingly halting. The survivors of the city were drawn to this spectacle, the blade striking the meteor, a sight one could never witness again in a lifetime. Even Liu Dao Man cast a gaze of awe at the moment of collision between the blade light and the meteor. Would it be the blade that pierced the meteor, or the meteor that shattered the blade? The answer was imminent. Boom! The 100-meter-long blade light shattered the meteor's forefront while continuing its relentless advance. With each step forward, a thunderous roar echoed, as though it sought to cleave the entire meteor in twain. Yet, its power gradually waned, until finally, when the blade light reached the core of the colossal meteor, its strength was entirely exhausted. The sword seemed to emit a long sigh, fading away until only half of the meteor remained, resuming its descent at its original velocity. It is over. Had the full power of this sword been unleashed, perhaps true success would have been within reach. Observing the girl before him, her form disintegrating into ash, Liu Dao Man sighed deeply, lamenting for this tragic hero. Regardless of the enemy's identity, this was a wholly natural reaction. To expend everything, even an ultimate failure, embodies a spirit that evokes admiration in anyone. Clang! The sound of the blade falling echoed, and the girl's figure had completely vanished. This was the price, the ultimate blade of life and death. Perhaps due to its first use, this divine weapon failed to completely sever the essence of that galaxy. Nevertheless, let's proceed. Although the seed of the imaginary tree was injured, given time to take root, it could recover. Before Liu Dao Man could finish his thought, he seemed to witness an unbelievable scene unfold. Astonishment painted his face, and his raised hands froze mid-air. Before him, where the 3 long swords had been positioned, several cherry blossom petals floated down, and the figure that should have vanished began to restore itself, as if time were reversing, once more grasping the sword Amano Murakumo. I apologize, but I have no intention of exiting the stage just yet. The reappearing girl gradually revealed a smile. Though faint and cold, akin to a glimmer upon snow, it adorned her otherwise indifferent visage with the beauty of a blush. Chapter 217. Pray tell, are you my wife? Tamagari Muramesa is a divine weapon, and the mystic eyes of death perception reveal the demise of all things. With these two forces complementing each other, there is likely nothing in this world that can withstand Shur's strike. If there is, then let there be another strike. Shur once again gripped the long sword, now akin to the condensed flames of a red lotus, tightening his hold. With a gentle twist of the hilt, as if activating a switch, a torrent of flames surged skyward, blossoming like a red lotus, illuminating the entire firmament. Then came the whispering hum. This is the culmination of countless sword souls. The red lotus-like flames illuminated Shur's eyes, which had once been a frigid abyss, now ignited by a fierce blaze. To arrive here is to gather various essences. To display here is to fulfill the aspirations of all things. As the chant resonated, the soaring red lotus was poised to make contact with the meteor, gradually coalescing into a colossal blade that could uphold the heavens and earth. Gathered here are all the non-evil forces. The girl wielding the blade, took a step forward, her sword already poised for a strike. Tamagari Muramesa. As the final chant concluded, the colossal blade, forged from the crimson flames of the red lotus, pierced the heavens with its sharp edge in the hands of the wielder. This represented the ultimate form of this divine weapon. As Kazuji Muramesa articulated, the wielder is the one among humanity capable of unleashing the full potential of the blade. If Kazuji Muramesa utilized this razor in his unique manner, employing his own liberation incantation, then the one connected to the roots, or Shur, liberates this blade in its most primordial form. With a resounding clash, this extraordinary slash seemed to transcend the grasp of time, devoid of any cutting process or explosive sound. After a sharp and clear sound, the seed poised to descend from the sky was utterly cleaved in two. It did not disintegrate into countless shards to become a destructive meteor shower. Rather, it began to transform into flying ash from its base. Every entity possesses a flaw. When a microcosm of a galaxy is severed from its lifeline, it meets with obliteration. Beyond Ryougi, who witnessed this spectacle, became a flickering phantom. Amakusa, Shiro, and the seed of the imaginary tree were the fundamental links to this world. Once both vanished, as an apostle of the extraterrestrial deity, he would be unable to remain in this realm. Yet before that, a distorted flash of light surged towards him like water splashing, momentarily illuminating the phantom and contorting the Onmayuji's visage. His beast-like pupils fixated on the girl whose form was dissipating, filled with rage, curses, and disbelief. In contrast, the girl maintained a pale countenance, a slight smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "You've witnessed quite a show. It is not excessive to demand a price from you." The calmness of her words further distorted the phantom's already fearsome expression, yet he could not utter a sound. Death had been decreed, and his spiritual foundation was rapidly collapsing, halting even the recent transference. The phantom gradually solidified, while the Onmayuji's body transformed into golden particles, dissipating bit by bit, summoned by an extraterrestrial deity, yet upon death returning to the throne of heroes. In a certain sense, this Ryougi could be deemed a traitor. Thus, it seemed to come to an end. The conclusion of the long night ushered in the first rays of dawn. Despite still paying the toll for utilizing Muramesa, she could not help but squint in delight, relishing this moment of ease. At that moment, a somewhat ethereal female voice resonated within Sher's mind. "Are you ready, butterfly?" In a dimly lit room, cluttered with debris and over a dozen old televisions, a mature woman draped in an orange coat held a cigarette between her lips, while a girl with flowing, deep purple hair crouched before her. Beneath her feet lay a magic circle inscribed with mercury. The girl nodded gently, adding the final stroke to the spell before rising. Glancing at the wall clock, she noted the time was just right, and her magical energy was at its peak. "As for my physical condition, it should be fine. There are no signs of previous issues. Besides, Orange, you're worrying too much." The girl returned a reassuring smile. Summoning a servant is indeed the most crucial aspect of the Holy Grail War. Although weaker heroic spirits have their merits, isn't it true that a stronger hand is preferable? Stepping back, Orange leaned against her desk, flicking her lighter as she intended to ignite her cigarette, but seemed to recall something, reluctantly placing the lighter back on the table. "But are you certain? Summoning without a relic means I possess numerous fine items in my collection that could likely invoke great heroes from history." "Thank you, Orange, but I already have a relic." As she spoke, the girl retrieved an object swathed in black cloth from the sofa, gently unwrapping it. The hilt, wrapped in black fabric, revealed an oak-colored scabbard, exuding an air of exquisite craftsmanship, akin to a masterpiece wrought by a master artisan. Orange gasped in surprise. "Kanzashi Jindachi? An ancient sword from over 500 years ago. It's indeed a fine blade for its kind, and an excellent choice as a relic. Summoning with it should likely yield a saber from among the three knights. Then let us commence. Time is of the essence." Upon hearing this, the girl sprang into action. Placing the ancient sword at the center of the spell, she slowly extended her palm, pale blue patterns illuminating her fair arm. Behind her, swirling magical energy coalesced into a pair of lavender butterfly wings. In that instant, the butterfly-like girl softly chanted, "I declare, your body shall serve under my banner. My fate is entwined with your sword." This was the trigger for the surge of magical energy, and at that moment, the spell radiated a blinding blue light. The girl sensed her magical energy rapidly depleting, as some presence established a connection with her. "Respond to the Holy Grail's call. Heed this intent. Let the one who walks this path answer. I am the one who accomplishes all good deeds in the world. I am the embodiment of all evils in existence." Entwined by the three great words of command, appear through the wheel of suppression, guardian of the balance. At that moment, a significant portion of her magical energy was drawn forth, accompanied by a wave of fatigue, while the brilliance of the spell illuminated the entire room, its intensity compelling both Orange and the butterfly girl to shut their eyes. When the light finally faded, amidst the thick smoke, a slender figure was faintly visible, accompanied by a voice that seemed to be self-addressing. "Though I am uncertain of the circumstances, I shall adhere to the procedure. Servant Saber, respond to the summoning. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the sight of two exceedingly familiar faces caused the girl's voice to falter. The butterfly girl, upon recognizing the figure amidst the haze, instinctively tilted her head, as if several question marks appeared above her. Chapter 218. You are my beloved. So, could someone explain to me what exactly is happening here? As the dust settled, Shur gazed at the two familiar individuals before her with a slight sigh. She had pondered whether she would return to her original world, especially since the previous world transitions had not included a return. However, this time seemed to be different due to the suppression-induced world shift. Yet even so, Shur never anticipated that she would return in the form of a heroic spirit. Noticing Shur's gaze, Butterfly Shinobu scratched her cheek and turned her head aside, revealing the vivid red markings on the back of her right hand. The command seal, Orange explained, is essentially a magical topic of study. Utilizing the Holy Grail War as a magical subject, Shur regarded Orange with a skeptical expression, unable to discern anything from her face as Orange continued. I already regret allowing you to become Shinobu's teacher. You've been overly protective, Shur. A magician who has never faced off against another magician cannot truly be considered a magician. Moreover, with me here, I can ensure Butterfly's safety. So you need not worry at all, Orange added with a gentle smile. Besides, you're still here, right? Shur could only respond with a resigned eye roll to this unarguable sentiment. Yet Orange maintained her playful smile without any change. Now, let us discuss your situation. Disappearing for a year only to return suddenly as a heroic spirit has left someone rather vexed during this time. As she spoke, Orange cast a teasing glance at the butterfly girl beside her. Miss Orange. The girl with violet hair naturally discerned the implications of the words spoken, casting a sharp glare at Chengzi. Yet her peripheral vision was drawn to the pair of eyes filled with a gentle warmth, soothing like lukewarm water, revealing emotions without pretense. I feel the same way, she softly asserted. The gentle yet straightforward words caused the typically assertive butterfly girl to blush, her head lowering slightly. Chengzi, seated nearby, wore an expression that conveyed regret for broaching the topic. All right, let the long-awaited affection wait until the night settles in and we are alone. For now, let us return to the matter at hand. Why, as a human, have you been summoned as a heroic spirit? The two, sharing a knowing smile, were accustomed to such situations, as Chengzi, the sole single noble of Jialan Jitong, often found herself inundated with others' affection. The atmosphere returned to its usual state as the trio settled on the sofa, with Shur recounting the events transpiring in Zhizongguo. The journey was not one of earth-shattering significance. Rather, it was merely a group of sword-wielders engaging in combat and adventure in a foreign land. So, the events in Zhizongguo provided you with the opportunity to become a heroic spirit? And despite a year passing in our perception of time, only 2 months have elapsed in that world. Chengzi mused, stroking her chin as she analyzed Shur's narrative. This is merely one of my conjectures, and I have not forged any sort of contract as a heroic spirit with any entity. However, it is indeed true that I spent only a little over 2 months in that world. The feat of saving a parallel world is certainly sufficient to warrant becoming a heroic spirit, though one cannot exclude the possibility of forming a bond with that girl named Fujimaru Ritsuka. Is it a matter of time flowing unevenly? Well, fortunately, you did not linger there too long, so the impact is not substantial. The butterfly has yet to transform into a silver-haired old woman. Shur's expression darkened as she replied, if the situation were truly this dire, I would resort to some coercive measures to return. Aside from that, there is one more point I must clarify. Chengzi raised an eyebrow. Are you arguing against suddenly becoming the younger partner? It is said that age significantly influences the dynamics of relationships, you know? Faced with Chengzi's jest, Shur exhaled in exasperation. Not at all. It is merely the case that my current manifestation as a heroic spirit is not under the identity of Tosaka Shiki. This was also a revelation for Shur, as her arrival as a heroic spirit was not as Tosaka Shiki, but rather summoned under the identity of the Sword Saint Ashina. In simpler terms, she had been infused with the entire essence of Ashina, embodying both Tosaka Shiki and Ashina simultaneously. It seems this is indeed the case, remarked Butterfly Shinobu, her gaze fixed on Shur. As a master, she possessed the ability to perceive the information regarding her summoned servant, commonly referred to as the heroic spirit panel. Ashina, class, saber, alignment, neutral good, strength, B, endurance, A, agility, B. Magic. C. Luck. A. Disregarding the other details and values. The name inscribed was not Tosaka Shiki, but rather the second homeland, Ashina, which Butterfly Shinobu had once heard from Sure. So, is a case of name summoning? Because you resonate with the character of Sword Saint Ashina, you're able to embody this role. Having grasped the situation, Chungzi arrived at this conclusion. Name summoning, Sure murmured, as the image of her mentor flashed in her mind, alongside his heavy, powerful words. From this moment forth, you are the true Sword Saint of Ashina. This was both a lofty expectation and a deep-seated hope. Perhaps the signature inscribed when her mentor entered into a contract with the suppressor was not Ashina Ichi, but rather the two characters that carried the weight of many past events. Ashina. All right, Chungzi stood from the sofa, clapping her hands. There is nothing more to discuss. With only a few days remaining until the Holy Grail War begins, you two should cherish these moments together. With that, she donned the orange coat, draped over the sofa, and exited through the door of Jalanjitong. Then let us return home. Directing her gaze to the girl beside her, Sure received a soft affirmation before she took hold of the hand she longed to grasp. As they walked beneath the moonlight back to their cozy, yet unassuming residence. It was already 11 at night. After a day of arduous combat in Zhizongguo, Sure succumbed to deep slumber the moment her body made contact with the large bed shared with the butterfly girl. However, in the midst of the night, Sure felt a pair of slender arms encircle her from behind, accompanied by a sense of weight on her shoulder and warm breath by her ear. This familiar scene brought to mind a sleepless night in a lover's inn, yet it felt distinctly different from that previous punishment. I apologize, came the regretful voice of the butterfly girl. If it pertains to the Holy Grail War, I have no objections, Sure replied, opening her eyes and grasping the delicate hand. Speaking in a teasing tone, or is this an apology from the magic-loving butterfly miss for neglecting her beloved? Certainly the latter, perhaps due to Sure's awakening. Butterfly Shinobu's voice softened, yet her grip tightened. Feeling the intensity around her waist, Sure smiled. There is no need for apologies. Everyone has their own desires. And that includes you, Shinobu. I suppose this Holy Grail War is no different. Sure brushed off the notion of magical studies with a chuckle. Although she had not participated in the Holy Grail War, she understood its brutality perhaps better than Chungzi did. Yet, she refrained from probing further, for in matters of affection, granting each other space is often the wisest choice. Her role was simply to provide unwavering support. Ah, how very like you to say such things. The butterfly girl murmured soothingly, with you by my side, I feel at ease. Ah, I shall bring victory in this war, Sure vowed, tightening her grip on the warm hand. My weapon is that knife, while your weapon is me. From this moment forth, feel free to wield me as you wish. Amidst the sounds of movement behind her, the violet-haired girl turned to sit atop Sure. The moonlight streaming through the window rendered her eyes as brilliant as stars. And she spoke softly, her tone imbued with an enchanting tenderness. No, you are my beloved. As her words fell, the tips of her hair cascaded down. Chapter 219. A manifestation of affection, morning light streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, illuminating the wrinkled white bedspread that bore the marks of a tumultuous night. Seated at the edge of the bed, Sure had shed her white shirt, now clad in a deep blue kimono, deftly tying the obi behind her. As she turned to glance back at the still sleeping violet-haired girl, she noted the beauty of her face marred by an unmistakable weariness. Conversely, Sure, despite having endured a fierce battle in Zhizongguo and nearly a sleepless night, felt remarkably invigorated. So the notion of replenishing magic is indeed true, she mused, a complex mixture of emotions washing over her as she extended her hand to pull the blanket, which had slipped from the girl's shoulders. However, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the girl's fair chest, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. The memories of the previous night surged in her mind, her heart racing uncontrollably. Are you awake, Sure? As the mind of Sure was momentarily disrupted by memories from the previous night, a languid voice, saturated with fatigue, echoed in her ears. Instinctively turning around, Sure was met with a scene that was intensely provocative. A girl, draped in a dark red blanket, was reclining with her shoulder-length purple hair cascading loosely, one hand propping her up while the other rubbed her sleepy eyes. The stark contrast between her fair back, partially revealed, and the crimson-hued blanket was striking, amplified by the two patches of snow-white skin that fell as she leaned forward. Sure could hear the rhythmic pounding of her own heart. After a brief moment of distraction, as the butterfly girl remained in a semi-conscious state, Sure quickly turned her head away, yet that fleeting moment was forever etched in her violet irises. The refreshing morning breeze awakened the girl to her surroundings, and after a moment of dazed contemplation, rather than displaying any embarrassment, her face broke into a mischievous smile. Was it not surprising that after responding so enthusiastically yesterday, she now appeared shy? She found this unexpected innocence rather endearing. Her blushing remarks lacked any semblance of persuasion. She momentarily flustered, then feigned composure. It is indeed unconvincing to make such claims when you cannot see my face from behind. Normally, one might agree, but through the reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window, I could clearly observe Shur's flushed expression alongside the playful smile of the girl with purple hair behind her. Defeated, Shur rested her forehead on her hand, her expression one of utter capitulation. Despite never having backed down against any adversary, she consistently faltered in front of Butterfly Neen. All right. The morning's jest ends here. The girl, rising from her bed, picked up a beige dress from the bedside. Noticing Shur's gaze, her smile deepened. Or does Shur wish to continue? As she spoke, she averted her eyes. However, in the next moment, the butterfly girl set down her attire and gracefully bounded towards Shur from behind. Hey, she exclaimed, playfully landing atop Shur, her arms wrapping around her shoulders. Of course, her unadorned chest pressed against Shur's back. Consider this an apology for the earlier jest, the girl said with a cheerful tone. I truly appreciate the clarity of rewards and punishments. Is it all you feel? Shur pondered. Perhaps there's a sense of regret too. Regret? The butterfly girl replied, surprised that Shur would express such sentiments without a hint of embarrassment. What do you mean? It feels a bit lewd, Shur admitted. Because it's you, Neen? That's why I dare to say such things. In other words, does that imply you would only act lewdly with me? The butterfly girl teased, poking Shur's cheek. That interpretation is flawed. Such remarks between strangers would be inappropriate, but between lovers, they are expressions of affection. Well, I genuinely received that affection. Shur's words elicited a slight exasperation from the butterfly girl, yet her smile remained unwavering. There might be plenty of such affection in the future. Then I shall gladly accept it one by one. As their playful exchange concluded, after refreshing themselves and finishing breakfast, the wall clock indicated it was 10 o'clock. Considering the journey to Jialanjitang, they arrived at the workshop of the renowned puppet master just past 11. While I anticipated your reunion would cause a delay, this extent feels a bit excessive, observed Chengzi, noticing the fatigue-laden butterfly girl who was stifling yawns. Such remarks betray a hint of envy. Chengzi, Shur interjected, delivering a light-hearted jab at Chengzi's singleness. All right, I retract my statement. Chengzi raised her hands in surrender. Let us proceed to the main topic. I have gathered some intelligence regarding this Holy Grail war through my own means. With that, she produced a stack of documents and tossed them onto the coffee table. This time, our opponents are formidable. The mage killers hired by Einsburn, the fifth head of the Tosaka family, and one of the 12 rulers of the clock tower, the monarch of mineral sciences. Though currently I possess only their information, each of them possesses distinct advantages that far surpass Butterfly Neen in terms of magical prowess. As Chengzi spoke, Shur began to sift through the documents on the table, the familiar names confirming the foundation of this Holy Grail war. The righteous ally, Amiya Kiritsugu. The eternal scapegoat, Tosaka Tokiomi, and Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald. The presence of these well-known participants made it evident that this Holy Grail war was undoubtedly the fourth. As Chengzi noted, these three individuals were indeed far superior in magical skill compared to the newly inducted Butterfly. But for you, Chengzi, their achievements should hold little significance, correct? Chapter 220. The true Grim Reaper, even as time passed and Shur traversed various worlds, her recollections of the Fourth Holy Grail War remained vivid. This was not due to anything else, but rather the remarkably distinct personalities of those involved. There was the righteous ally, Amiya Kiritsugu, who pursued his dreams by any means necessary, the enigmatic Kirai Kodomine, searching for his own purpose, and the tragic figure of Korea Matu, embodying both redemption and sorrow. Each of them had their own reasons for pursuing the Grail, which allowed Shur to retain their information in her mind. In this yet-to-begin Holy Grail War, she already possessed an inherent advantage. Sure, I believe I have mentioned this before, but your protective instincts toward Butterfly are somewhat excessive. Stepping out of the airplane cabin, Chengzi donned sunglasses and lit a cigarette that had lingered between her fingers for some time. After several hours of flight, Shur and Chengzi had arrived at the origin of the Holy Grail War, Fuyuki. This is not mere protection, it is a precaution. After all, Nin's participation in the Holy Grail War is inherently linked to you, so please play your role as Master well. Shur's voice resonated from behind Chengzi. Exiting the cabin, She wore a striking dark red kimono, with a butterfly resting in her long hair. It was the hairpin gifted by Butterfly Nin, now worn as a talisman of good fortune for their expedition, though its original owner remained on another flight to Ryougi. As for Shi's precautions, they were straightforward. By allowing Chungzi, the nearly invincible puppet master, to assume the role of master publicly, it would deter any potential threats towards her, thereby diverting attention from Butterfly Nin. This was one of the reasons for their staggered flights to Ryougi. Such precautions indicate thorough planning. Chungzi exhaled a plume of smoke. However, sure, excessive focus on future safeguards might lead you to overlook the immediate dangers. Immediate dangers? Shi was puzzled by Chungzi's remark. Chungzi sighed softly, shaking her head, and remarked, "Indeed, if one does not seize the time to notice, they will only be left with regret." After speaking, she extinguished her cigarette and placed it into her storage box, waving her hand as she departed, leaving behind a retreating silhouette. "I shall first conduct reconnaissance of the terrain. Let us gather at the designated point once Dai arrives." In the dimly lit room, two figures stood facing each other, their shadows elongated on the wall by the flickering flames of several clusters of light. Reports from the eyes installed near the clock tower indicated that Lord Elmeloy had acquired a new holy relic, confirming his participation. One of the two, clad in a neat red suit and trousers, was characterized by his meticulously groomed mustache. This man was Tosaka Tokiomi, the administrator of this far eastern land and one of the participants in the Holy Grail War. Beside him stood his disciple and ally, the participant from the church, Kirai Kodomine. He was a man as solid as wood and steel, his emotions inscrutable, his desires concealed. At present, two participants remained unconfirmed, and such uncertainty was always disconcerting. Kirai remarked in a low voice. "No, Kirai, there is but one," Tokiomi countered, shaking his finger dismissively at Kirai's assertion. "During this time, I have been monitoring the individuals entering Ryougi City, whether through the airport or the train station. I possess a list of all who arrive from outside. Just now, I discovered this name on the airport report." As he spoke, the elegant man presented a list replete with numbers and names, on which a specific name was circled in red. Upon seeing it, Kirai's unwavering gaze momentarily flickered. Songzaki Chungzi. Indeed, once the sole grandcaster of the clock tower, the sister of the Blue Mage. She had refined her puppet technique to the point of seamlessly exchanging souls with other vessels. If I recall correctly, the church had pursued her in the past. But without exception, all the executors involved in the pursuit met their demise. Yes, the Mages Association shares this sentiment. Yet such an entity has arrived in Ryougi while bearing the weight of a sealed designation. Kirai, what do you think could be the reason? Possibly. It could only be for the Holy Grail, Kirai suggested. This is the sole explanation for even having attained the status of Grandcaster. Reaching the root is undoubtedly the dream of any mage, and Chungzi is no exception. Tokiomi, having confirmed this information, displayed no notable change in expression, remaining graceful, a tenet passed down through the Tosaka lineage, to respond elegantly to any emergency. Moreover, at this moment, the mere participation of a Grandcaster could hardly be deemed an emergency. The notion of an almost immortal puppet switcher is, in a sense, placing oneself in an invulnerable position. Yet even so, victory will still favor us. Kirai, this battle is destined to be our triumph. No one can overcome that king. And before that reaper, the concept of immortality holds no meaning. As he spoke, the elegantly poised man cast his gaze towards a shadow within the room. No, it was not merely a shadow, but a man cloaked in black. Standing over 2 meters tall, he was immensely imposing, his face concealed by a skull mask with eerie blue flames flickering in his eye sockets. He held a sword in both hands, resting it upon the ground. Though it appeared simple and heavy, marked with scratches, the blade's tip hovered a mere half-centimeter above the wooden floor, unwavering, a testament to the swordsman's skill. Meeting the gaze of the flames within the mask, one could feel an icy chill akin to winter and the stillness of a graveyard. This sensation was reminiscent of death itself, silent, elusive, and shadowless, evoking a sense of having stepped into the realm of the departed. As Tosaka Tokiomi stated, this being represents death, the very embodiment of mortality, the true Grim Reaper. Chapter 221. If you are Saber, then who am I? As the setting sun descended, Ryougi City, despite its name suggesting winter, was unseasonably warm for autumn. The bustling streets, filled with vibrant lights, showed no awareness of the undercurrents stirring in the world above. These fellows are remarkably patient. It has been 2 whole days without a stir, and I was so eagerly anticipating something. Leaning against a bench, Chung Zi appeared somewhat bored. Gazing through the hotel's expansive floor-to-ceiling window at the colorful lights outside. Behind her, sitting on the large bed, was Shiki, in deep meditation, alongside Butterfly Shinobu, who was diligently analyzing the information of the various participating masters at her desk. The trio had been in this far eastern land for 2 days. And in that brief span, Chung Zi's eyes had scrutinized the entire city, with her surveillance familiars continuously monitoring the battlefield of the Holy Grail War. Yet, Fuyuki City was unexpectedly peaceful. Not only were there no servants, but even traces of mages had eluded her detection. In response to Chung Zi's exasperated complaint, Shiki, with her eyes still closed, replied, "They do not possess your near-immortal trait. Even a lord-level mage is vulnerable before a servant, especially in the nighttime, the stage of assassins. To avoid being ambushed by an assassin, they naturally remain concealed. After all, no one wishes to be the first to expose themselves." This was a difference Shiki noted. According to her memories, Kirai Kodomine, possessing the assassin class, should have staged a dramatic falling out with Tosaka Tokiomi, yet for some unknown reason, that confrontation had not occurred. Not to mention, there was not even a spark of conflict in this city. Moreover, the first exposed servant would be at a significant disadvantage. No matter how well they hid, any engagement would reveal their class to some extent, and their techniques would be met with caution from other servants. Butterfly Shinobu, who had been engrossed in her studies, interjected, revealing that she had devoted considerable thought to this Holy Grail War. Perhaps, in terms of magical prowess, she could not compete with other participating mages, yet in strategy and insight, she was already remarkably adept. In this conflict, everyone aims to avoid becoming either the clam or the snipe, seeking the best outcomes with minimal expenditure, she conveyed, expressing the essence of her thoughts. Of course, there were unexpected variables that Butterfly Shinobu did not mention, such as Chung Zi. Having risen from her spot on the bench, her smile hinted at mischief, prompting Shiki to feel an ominous premonition. "Then let us be the ones to stick our necks out," the spirited Grand Caster declared, much to Shiki's chagrin. As expected, Shiki sighed, shaking her head in resignation. Such a scenario had long been anticipated. The woman known as Tsang Zaki Chung Zi was never one for subterfuge, but was wholly an action-oriented individual. Never one to bide her time, waiting for others to fight, so she could seize the spoils. Yet, regardless of Chung Zi's fervor for battle, Shiki turned her gaze toward the nearby purple-haired girl, her expression softening with inquiry, and spoke in a teasing tone. "What are the instructions?" "My beloved master sang." Although Chung Zi stands as an exceptional force and embodies the essence of a butterfly maiden mentor, she also possesses a commanding strategy in battles as a magician. Yet, the master remains steadfastly enduring. The young girl briefly experienced a moment of distraction, but quickly transitioned into an understanding smile. "Well then, let us unveil the curtain of this war, Shiki." With her affirmation, Shiki's deep, abyss-like pupils radiated intense battle fervor. Ballet was already in a state ready to be summoned at any moment, prepared to confront any unforeseen skirmish. In terms of combat, both Shiki and Chung Zi belong to the same archetype. Strategy? Such a thing is unnecessary. As for the enemy, simply cleave through them. As the long night approached, the streets, caressed by the gentle night breeze, were devoid of pedestrians. In this fast-paced Japan, only the innocent students and children could endure the night, especially at this hour close to 3 in the morning. A solitary red figure drifted along the street, illuminated by street lamps, clad in a soft red kimono, her ink-black hair billowing in the night wind, creating an ethereal impression amidst the tranquil atmosphere. Perched upon her shoulder was a butterfly. It was Shiki, now exuding an unsettling aura of terror, a pure intent to kill, liberating the accumulated bloodlust from her journey thus far. Even the cool night breeze was tinged with a pungent scent of blood. This served as the best declaration of war for the servants. Any competent warrior would not dare overlook such an opportunity. Here she comes, Shiki. Behind her, Chung Zi removed her glasses, her cold, sharp gaze fixed ahead. This puppet master brazenly revealed her identity, adhering to her previous approach. Long before Chung Zi spoke, Shiki, possessing an acute perception of the world, had already directed her attention forward. Before her, a shadow strode along the dimly lit street, appearing somewhat petite, yet possessing a powerful stride. Unexpectedly, beneath the gaze of an assassin, There stood a warrior ready for battle, presenting no excuse to refrain from engaging. A valiant female voice resonated as a girl donned in silver armor emerged from the shadows. The streetlight reflecting off her prominent cowlick, revealing her identity to Shiki. It was the King of Knights, Artoria Pendragon. Upon her appearance, Shiki momentarily paused, for the figure before her undoubtedly mirrored her memory of Saber. But if you're Saber, then who am I? Before Shiki could ponder the answer, the cowlicked monarch posed her hypothesis. Such a degree of bloodshed. Are you a berserker? The chilling female voice brought Shiki back to reality, the corners of her mouth curving into a slight arc. Who knows? It could be Lancer, or perhaps Archer. Even Assassin is a possibility, of course. Saber cannot be ruled out either. Furthermore, it seems that class distinctions hold little significance. All that remains is combat between us. Following her understated words came an even more intense aura of bloodshed, causing the girl to lower her gaze as her hands appeared to grasp something imperceptible to the naked eye. Indeed, I retract my previous statement. Between servants, there is naught but battle. Chapter 222. Lancer draws his sword. The moment a blade gleams, it inevitably draws attention. As Shiki stood before the cowlicked monarch, the eyes hidden in the darkness opened wide in that instant. Kiritsugu, have you seen? The streets by the banks of the distant river are about to commence this holy grail war. In a dimly lit room, a man with a goatee elegantly raised a goblet, his leisurely demeanor suggesting he held dominion over all. Behind him stood the priestly-clad Kiritsugu, his eyes shimmering with magical currents. Through Assassin's eyes, I have confirmed the instigator of this battle. Indeed, it is that puppet master. The opposing servant's master is a silver-haired, red-eyed woman, seemingly not human. Enveloped by the night, a towering black figure stood silently atop a high rise, its eyes resembling hellfire, observing the few individuals below. His vision, due to the bond forged by their contract, was shared with Kiritsugu, an artificial life form from the Einsburn family. Have they opted for their own manufactured puppet master? I had anticipated a piece prepared by Yubi Sudahade. More importantly, can Assassin take action? If we can eliminate the greatest threat, Kangzaki Chingzi, early on, our victory in this battle would be assured. Understood, I shall issue commands to Assassin. After speaking, Kiritsugu closed his eyes, but moments later, he opened them in astonishment. What is it? Noticing the change in his disciple's expression, Tosaka Tokiomi furrowed his brow. Assassin has refused. This elicited a hint of frustration on Tosaka Tokiomi's face. Although two of the strongest cards had been drawn, they remained elusive, akin to possessing a complete hand yet never receiving the chance to play. Rubbing his temples, Tosaka Tokiomi spoke in a low voice. The more powerful the servant, the harder they are to command. Such is the case. Kiritsugu, what was Assassin's reason for refusal? That individual is not my target. Repeating Assassin's words with near identical intonation, Kiritsugu gazed at the man before him. The emerald eyes of the golden-haired girl locked onto Shiki's dark, grayish pupils, a palpable aura of killing intent swirling between their gazes, both resembling poised leopards ready to pounce at any moment. Yet it was the golden-haired King of Knights who initiated the assault. With a powerful stomp, her petite frame unleashed a force that cracked the ground beneath her. The new sword of the king traced a crescent arc in a swift slash, the blade slicing through the air with a heavy whistle. An invisible blade, imperceptible to the eye, yet undoubtedly lethal. However, Shiki was acutely aware of the sword's appearance, length, size, and form. Not to mention, she was familiar with this sword and could see its true nature through her perceptive abilities, even through the barriers. As the holy sword approached, merely a foot away, Shiki still showed no intention of revealing her weapon. Her hands empty as she slightly angled her body at the sword's arrival. With not a single extraneous motion, the golden-haired girl's blade nearly grazed Shiki's cheek. The young girl even heard the piercing shriek of the air being sliced. Simultaneously, she felt the chilling aura emanating from that invisible blade. The seemingly perilous strike was effortlessly evaded by Shiki, a faint smile gracing her features, a sight so enchanting that it could captivate anyone. Yet Saber could only sense the overwhelming danger. With every attack comes an inherent risk. As the initial strike missed, a fierce whistle suddenly rang out. The cowlick King of Knights had spotted the weapon sweeping toward her waist. It was the tail of the Jumanji spear. At such a close distance, evasion was impossible. Unlike the girl who upheld the knightly spirit, every defensive move Shiki made was intrinsically linked to an offensive response, her follow-up concealed. Clang! The tail of the Jumanji spear struck heavily against the left side of Saber's armor, the force propelling her several meters away, leaving two deep fissures in the ground beneath her. Even though the proximity rendered a fatal thrust with the gun's tip impossible, the force of the gun's tail was nonetheless formidable. The recent strike, even if it merely grazed the armor, was a blow difficult to disregard. Yet, the golden-haired knight king showed no signs of injury, a solitary bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead, her left hand, clad in an arm guard, resting palm down at the location of impact. The Juwenzi spear blossomed into a floral pattern before deftly landing on the shoulder of Shiki, who gazed intently at the golden-haired maiden before her. Is it intuition that allowed you to react in the nick of time? Intuition, a skill honed through countless battles, enables one to discern the most suitable course of action in an instant. Those with A-rank intuition even venture into the realm of foresight. If Shiki's memory served her right, this Night King possesses precisely that A-rank intuition, an awe-inspiring combat technique. After expressing her admiration, the girl's gaze settled on the Juwenzi spear resting on Shiki's shoulder. And she spoke. That Juwenzi spear reveals your identity as Lancer, does it not? Do not hastily draw conclusions based solely on appearances. However, if you believe so, then perhaps you are correct. Shiki's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she replied with such ambiguous words. This behavior was indeed necessary. For each class possesses unique traits. Understanding the enemy's class allows for better countermeasures, which is precisely why Saber speculated about Shiki's class. What is the situation, Kiritsugu? Due to the nature of class traits, Tosaka Tokiomi could not share a vision with his servant like Yanajimi Kirai did. Two servants were engaged in combat, judging by class. The Einsburn servant should be Saber, while Aozuki Orange's servant evidently wielded a weapon of the spear variety, most likely Lancer. From an ability standpoint, both sides could be considered evenly matched. The first battle thus unfolded as a duel between two of the three knights. In that case, we need not intervene. Wait. Before Tosaka Tokiomi could finish, Yanajimi Kirai interrupted him. A look of profound confusion etched across his face. What is it? Tosaka Tokiomi inquired, puzzled. Lancer has drawn a blade. Chapter 223. In truth, I am Archer. The golden-haired maiden wore a beautiful countenance, tinged with a hint of perplexity. For the scene before her was indeed difficult to comprehend. It was only after she had endured a blow from her opponent that the Juwenzi spear revealed itself, confirming the identity of her opponent as Lancer. Yet now, the girl clad in red and black had shifted the Juwenzi spear to her left hand. Her empty right hand now grasping a wild katana, radiating a crimson aura, with her left hand wielding the spear and her right hand brandishing the sword. Shiki's stance rendered Saber utterly bewildered regarding her class. There could be no mistake. That was indeed a true noble phantasm. Sensing the danger emanating from the Scarlet Blade, Saber arrived at this conclusion with a wary expression. This woman was neither a berserker nor a lancer. Her exquisitely refined sword techniques and the aura exuding from her grip on the long blade suggested a mastery of swordsmanship. Had she not already belonged to the Saber class, one might easily mistake her for a Saber. However, knowing her opponent's class was now of little consequence. With blades drawn as fellow swordsmen, the next step was to engage in a heartfelt exchange of steel. Clearing her mind of confusion, Saber ceased her words, lifting her invisible blade into a battle stance, eager to witness just how sharp this girl's blade truly was. As their gazes locked, just as the Night King prepared to charge forward once more, Shiki had already brought her Baira down with great force. A blinding bolt of gold and purple lightning surged across the distance between them, illuminating Saber's astonished, pale visage. Such a ferocious attack. While the Night King stood agape, Shiki wore a sly smile. You thought I was Saber? In truth, I am Archer. Unlike Saber, who upholds the knightly spirit, she is the sole heir of the Aimiya clan, a being who has inherited the name of the Sword Saint. Regardless of the honor of battle, as long as victory is secured, that is the ultimate combat skill. The once golden Baira now shimmered with intertwining purple serpents, seemingly enhanced by her battle with Minamoto no Reiku, granting it a touch of destruction. Intuition flared once more, mana erupting from Saber as she swiped her invisible blade upwards, aiming to cleave through the Baira. Yet at the moment the blade met the lightning, Saber felt an overwhelming numbness wash over her body. Despicable. The only response was the face that loomed closer, a grin growing more mischievous. Apologies, but I have grown weary of such phrases. Opportunities on the battlefield are fleeting. While Saber remained momentarily incapacitated, Shiki appeared at her side. The tip of the Baira glided along the ground, sparking against the earth as it sliced upward toward the Night King's neck. Clang! A massive spark erupted as their weapons clashed. The Night King, having regained her footing, met Shiki's attack with her invisible sword. However, the grimace on her face betrayed her discomfort. Shiki was unperturbed. Her left hand thrust the Juwenzi spear forward with serpentine precision. Clever, ruthless, and swift. This thrust bore the essence of the legendary Kukyu spear style. The imminent danger compelled Saber to lean back, the spear's razor edge nearly grazing her cheek. Yet this movement seemed anticipated by Shiki, who twirled her wrist to retract the long spear. The Juwenzi spear, under her command, pivoted sharply downward, aiming to slice at the girl's distinctive hair. A flicker of seriousness crossed Shiki's emerald eyes, confronted with the returning hook. The girl leaned her upper body back even further, the sharp hook merely grazing her flat breastplate, igniting a dazzling spark. Indeed, a flatter chest is better suited for combat, Shiki reaffirmed in her mind. In that moment, the golden-haired maiden had rolled to the side, adjusting her stance while gripping the invisible blade with both hands. Cold sweat soaked her garments, and beads of perspiration dotted her forehead. She felt as if she had just danced with death. Dangerous and deadly. After just a single exchange, Saber sensed the challenge posed by Shiki. Whether in technique or tactical execution during battle, this girl surpassed her in every regard. The long spear, the katana, coupled with her ingenious combat skills and feminine identity, evoked the image of the fierce warrior Tomo Guzan from the Heian period. The solemn girl articulated her analytical conclusion. Indeed, based on Shiki's exhibited traits, Tomo Guzan was the only figure that could align with her identity. However, it was unfortunate that Shiki was not a genuine heroic spirit. Even if summoned here as Ashina, that identity stemmed from an alternate history. If every heroic spirit feared the revelation of their true name, exposing their weaknesses, perhaps Shiki was the singular exception, unperturbed by such concerns. Regrettably, while I have crossed blades with that esteemed individual, I am not her. As Shiki retracted the Juwenzi spear, her left hand coalesced with dark smoke. If knowing your true name is essential for a full-fledged battle, then allow me to provide an answer. The door has solidified, the bright blade starkly contrasting with the black wisps of smoke. The figure lowers their stance, raising the left hand with the door above their head while the right hand, holding the blade, is drawn down to the waist, creating an illusion of the two blades seamlessly linked, resembling the harmonious rotation of yin and yang. The in3 is in full display. Having traversed the realm of Xiazonggu, each day I witness the figure of Wu Sang, whose mastery of this school of swordsmanship has reached its zenith. Merely adopting the stance evokes a potent sense of impending confrontation. When this stance is assumed, it is tantamount to proclaiming a name of great renown. Many formidable and illustrious schools of swordsmanship have endured through the ages, and in3 is no exception. Even in this modern era, numerous practitioners engage in its study and admiration, and the heroic spirits endowed with contemporary knowledge are certainly aware of its significance. Indeed, this name is Miyamoto Musashi, the celestial flower of the heavens that once intertwined with the figure in Xiazonggu, and now, as this figure wields this sword technique, it carries the weight of another's legacy. Meanwhile, a girl, unaware of her travels, suddenly sneezes. Chapter 224. The Interloper, Miyamoto Musashi, as the figure unveils their dual blades and assumes the stance. The name of the most formidable swordsman in Japanese history resonates in the minds of all who behold the battlefield. Perhaps a magician like Tosaka Tokiomi lacks understanding of the so-called schools of swordsmanship, yet the presence of the executor, Kiritsugu Amiya, beside him cannot feign ignorance. The legendary swordsman of Japanese history, the pioneer of the two-sword style, and the author of Go-Rin no Sho. It is surprising that such an eminent figure is a woman. In the shadows, a figure adorned with a night vision scope observes the battlefield. A woman with sleek black hair clad in a tight black outfit, concealed in a high structure, akin to an eagle soaring above the battlefield. Yeah, history is not entirely reliable. With the precedent of Saber, such occurrences hardly seem strange. A low, deep voice emanates from the wireless earpiece in Mia's ear. While approximately 200 meters away, Kiritsugu Amiya, draped in a black trench coat, surveils the battlefield in a similar manner, the door and blade held in each hand. The breathing technique has quietly reached its zenith, the patterns beneath the kimono radiating a vivid crimson light. The flower of death awakens. The true battle has commenced. The figure steps forward, their speed beyond the grasp of the naked eye, leaving only a fleeting red apparition for those watching the battlefield, even for the opposing Saber. As this crimson figure closes within 3 meters of Saber, the golden strands of hair atop her head tremble slightly, as if finally reacting. So swift that even instinct could not respond. Her emerald eyes reveal a profound astonishment, and just as she comprehends the unfolding events, Saber raises her sword to block while shifting her form. Lacking confidence in withstanding the figure's assault, she opts to evade while defending, thus minimizing the potential damage. Clang! The unparalleled speed allows onlookers to perceive only a fleeting red shadow passing by Saber. The onset and cessation of motion abrupt, shifting from extreme motion to utter stillness, devoid of any transition. Similarly, there is no eruption of blood or cries of agony, only a harmonious, melodious sound. The two figures, having narrowly missed each other, remain poised with their blades, resembling statues. Had their positions not altered, one might believe the figure had not moved at all. A fissure spreads across Saber's breastplate, and she lowers her gaze to her chest, where the magical armor, now shattered like fragmented stone, lies in disarray. Saber narrowly avoids a fatal blow. Although the instinctive reaction fell short against the figure's velocity, the mystic eyes of depth perception enable her to respond accurately. At the last moment, she adjusts her body, allowing the armor to absorb the impact of the crossing blades, attempting to diminish the damage. This maneuver proves astute, despite having compensated for her earlier shortcomings through countless battles. The figure has expended all her strength in that explosive burst of speed. The power she can wield at this moment is limited, but for Saber, possessing the mystic eyes of depth perception, striking her opponent's death line suffices. However, Saber's actions alter the outcome of the strike, resulting in her armor being severed instead of her life thread. Is this satisfactory? After delivering the cut, the figure turns to the golden-haired maiden, bearing another's name without a trace of shame, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. Saber slowly turns her head, her breath still labored, as if just regaining her composure. The terror of that recent strike lingers in her heart, akin to a wall thrust before her, suffocating with lethal intent. Taking a deep breath, she regains her previous resolve and softly speaks. Indeed, the stance and the ultimate strike you have demonstrated convey a message I have grasped. Anyone who has transcended time and space to ascend to the throne of heroes would not fail to discern the assault posed by these two blades. It is an honor to engage with you. Perhaps this is the most wondrous aspect of the Holy Grail War, the land that chronicles the strongest swordsman, Miyamoto Musashi of in3 Ilu. The answer ignites a fierce determination within the British monarch's eyes. She is both a ruler and a warrior, naturally seeking to confront formidable foes. From the onset of battle until now, the figure who has repeatedly brought Saber to the brink of death has become her admired opponent. Then I shall also proclaim my name in my own manner. Turning, a bead of sweat trickling down her brow, Saber twists her wrist, unleashing a torrent of magical energy as an invisible blade, accompanied by a fierce gale, manifests, the radiant holy sword aglow with golden light. In the next instant, this golden sword descends as they stand several meters apart, the figure only perceiving a flash of golden light as the concrete beneath them erupts into a shower of debris. Releasing magical energy? Having engaged with heroic spirits in Xiazonggu, the figure instantly recognizes Saber's transformation, more ruthless in her attacks and swifter in her movements. If the combat prowess Saber exhibited moments ago, rated a 5, now escalates to a 10. Boom! Accompanied by the shattering ground, the air is silently cleaved apart, debris flying as Saber wields her sword like a baseball bat, leaving a golden arc in the air. The figure likewise launches an assault, gliding like an eagle skimming the ground, the dual blades functioning as both wings and beak. 3 distinct blades approach at a breathtaking speed, the air seeming poised to erupt at any moment. Neither party harbors thoughts of retreat, with the glory of death and the disgrace of the living. Yet, just as they are on the brink of collision, a fourth piercing shriek echoes through the air, prompting both figures to furrow their brows in unison, their wrists twisting as the impending clash redirects their blades away from one another. Boom! A golden spear is deflected by the figure's blade, while simultaneously, a powerful gust of wind surges from behind, The golden-haired monarch cleaves through a long halberd. Previously locked in combat, the two now stand back to back, a mere 10 centimeters apart, their gazes turning towards a flickering streetlight. There stands the interloper of this battle, a servant radiating with golden light. Chapter 225, Monetary Power. The chilling long night fell back into silence after the two resounding explosions, with only the cold wailing of the night wind echoing through the streets. Shiki stood on the road, her eyes akin to ignited ghostly flames, fixated intently on the streetlight several dozen meters away. Perched upon the slender lamp was a youth enveloped entirely in golden light, his crimson eyes gazing down with a chilling disdain as if he stood atop the world, looking down upon all beneath him. The corners of his mouth curled upward in a haughty smirk, reminiscent of a monarch observing the performers below with delight. The night wind tousled his upright golden hair. It remained steadfast, even more so than if it had been coated with hairspray. Gilgamesh, without a moment's thought. The name sprang forth in Shiki's mind. The king of Uruk recorded in the Epic of Gilgamesh, a demigod, the most ancient hero king. When she made the decision to provoke, Shiki had already prepared herself for an encounter with this individual, rendering his appearance entirely unsurprising. Interrupting another's duel through ambush was truly despicable. Before Shiki could voice her thoughts, Saber spoke first, her beautiful visage marred by displeasure. The knight's one-on-one duel symbolized honor. Any outsider who interrupted such a contest sought to tarnish the glory represented by the knight, which this king of knights could hardly accept. With a light twist of her sword, she revealed her hostility. Ambushing, is it? You dare to say such a thing, mongrel? Gilgamesh scowled, a tempest of anger brewing in his eyes. Is it necessary to inform the sinner of their judgment? Judgment? Sinner? Saber was perplexed. How had her simple brawl with another turned her into the sinner in his narrative? To disturb the tranquility of this hour in my garden is indeed a great sin. The sinner shall be judged. Gilgamesh's serpentine, crimson gaze slanted downwards, meeting Shiki's interwoven red and blue pupils. In that instant, golden ripples surged through the air behind the most ancient of tyrants. Several uniquely shaped long swords and spears slowly emerging from within. Who permitted you to gaze upon me with those eyes? The orange-haired girl, Ryougi, thoughtfully pinched her chin. She had scarcely registered the sudden attacks earlier, but upon closer inspection, she realized that these weapons were all noble phantasms. Even Ryougi, a formidable servant, was taken aback. Generally speaking, as conceptual armaments of heroic spirits, the number of noble phantasms rarely exceeded 3. Yet this golden-skinned figure casually summoned several, and not even in their released form, merely shooting them forth as is. What a luxurious way of life. As Ryougi pondered, the blades and spears within the golden ripples began to quiver and swiftly shot forth. Their target unmistakably Shiki, who wielded the black and red dual blades at her sides. The attacks were imbued with intense fury. During their earlier confrontation, Gilgamesh felt an overwhelming aversion, a primal response inherent to all beings, a reaction to death. This very response ignited the wrath of the tyrant, and his so-called judgment was soon to descend. At that moment, Shiki moved. As the onslaught approached, she stepped forward, her blade cutting through the air with astonishing speed, weaving a net of red and black light across the night sky, instantly enveloping the noble phantasms cataloged within the king's treasury. The golden-tinged weapons lost their luster in that moment, appearing as if stripped of their agency. After a brief pause, these treasures, worthy of being heirlooms in the contemporary magical world, began to shatter piece by piece, cascading to the ground as fragments that transformed into golden specks and vanished. This was the proper use of the mystic eyes of death perception, regardless of the might of the defenses or the sharpness of the attacks. As long as one severed the death line, it would lose all significance. Of course, without the ability to analyze these noble phantasms, achieving such a feat was impossible. But the current circumstances were different. As long as Shiki willed it, she could shatter nearly all of the Hero King's armaments. If the infinite blade works could counter the king's treasures, then activating the mystic eyes of death perception served as the finest restraint against the king's wealth. As long as I strike swiftly enough, you shall not touch me. How dare you destroy my treasures? The fury on Gilgamesh's face was unmistakable. If his earlier irritation was mild, Shiki's actions had now thoroughly enraged the king of the streetlights. With a forceful gesture, dozens of golden ripples unfurled in the air above him, revealing an array of noble phantasms of various types and levels, radiating a menacing glow. The Hero King had unleashed his monetary power. As the sovereign of a treasury of noble phantasms, everything was at his disposal, save for constructs of other realms or artificial concepts, like withering flowers. Woman, the outburst was a release of the Hero King's wrath. The air erupted with a rapid explosion, flooding Shiki's vision with weapons of diverse forms. Yet, she remained motionless, her back straight, her expression cold and indifferent, her eyes alight with fierce killing intent. In the next moment, the golden judgment crashed down, a thick cloud of dust rising, the violent wind causing both Saber and Ryougi to instinctively shield their eyes. Yet when the gust subsided and the dust cleared, a look of disbelief crossed Saber's face. At the center of the explosion, Shiki remained in her previous stance, undisturbed, her dark red kimono unmarred, no wounds, not even a crease. Amidst the chaos surrounding her, only the ground beneath her feet remained intact. How could she have defended against all that without a shred of protection? Witnessing this scene, even Ryougi felt a twinge of astonishment. In that small Kawa apartment, she had seen Shiki's prowess. A single strike had erased one of the 72 pillars of demonkind, akin to a deity governing the laws of the world. Yet she was unaware of the extent of Shiki's power, and the outcome was beyond her expectations. As those noble phantasms approached Shiki's vicinity, they were instantaneously repelled, as if an invisible domain protected the center where Shiki stood, rendering her invulnerable. Water-breathing 11th form, calm. Shiki est seul master de défensive technique. While being the only one she possessed, proved remarkably effective, especially against a Hero King endowed with numerous ranged attacks, regardless of the caliber of the noble phantasms. If they remained unreleased, they were akin to arrows without points. The mystic eyes that could shatter noble phantasms, combined with the sword style capable of deflecting the majority of attacks, meant that in a certain sense, Shiki completely countered this Hero King. Chapter 226, The War of Gradual Essence Transformation. The unquenchable anger echoed within Gilgamesh's chest. Shiki's demonstrated defense was nothing short of impeccable, presenting a significant challenge to the most ancient of kings. He was not a warrior skilled in myriad techniques, but a ruler of a nation, and despite possessing countless treasures, he did not incorporate them into himself, but rather utilized them as expendable resources. Thus, in an instant, this Hero King, capable of concluding the Holy Grail War in a single night, found himself bound hand and foot. The Lock of Heaven? Yeah, a mere warrior who has honed swordsmanship to its essence is far from qualified to wield such powers. This is the pride of the Hero King. The Tianji Suo serves as the embodiment of his soul companion, while the Ie is a sword crowned with divinity in Mesopotamian mythology, as well as the noble phantasm through which Gilgamesh manifests in the Aker class. These two will only be unleashed when he encounters an opponent he acknowledges. This is one of the reasons behind his moniker of Chunishan. Even in the current stalemate, it is far from a moment to liberate these two. Shall we continue? Unlike Gilgamesh's wrath, Shiki, with her blade poised, maintains a serene smile. She has always been like this, engaging in actions that devastate her opponents, while her expression remains unchanged. Is that gaze the source of your arrogance? Those eyes that perceive the end of all things? It is not merely that. If it were only those eyes, such feats would be impossible. Even if he sealed away his omniscience, Gilgamesh, as the ancient king with extensive knowledge, could still discern the nature of Shiki's gaze. Likewise, he understood that the mystic eyes of death perception alone could not shatter his treasures. To annihilate something, one must first comprehend it. The divine armaments are steeped in enough mystery that they cannot be casually unraveled. So is that so? Bowing his head in contemplation, Gilgamesh nodded again, his anger dissipating, replaced by a dawning realization as if he comprehended something. Finally, a slight grin appeared on his lips, transforming into an exuberant laugh. Ha ha ha! So that is why that fellow was summoned here. How intriguing, how utterly delightful. It seems this otherwise mundane farce is set to feature a splendid performance. If you can stand before me in the end, I would not mind sharing the stage with you. Such enigmatic words left even Shiki momentarily stunned. She sensed that this Hero King might have glimpsed her essence, yet the subsequent words, due to insufficient information, remained perplexing. However, she felt a vague unease, an anxiety emanating from within. What does that mean? Furrowing her brows, Shiki directed a solemn inquiry at the king of the street lamp. You need not know. Simply await the unfolding of events. It will not take long. With that, Gilgamesh turned away, his form transforming into golden motes of light that vanished from the battlefield, leaving Shiki deep in thought and Saber, puzzled, standing in place. The abrupt appearance and equally sudden disappearance of that fellow truly exemplify his capricious nature. Orange glanced at the spot where Gilgamesh had vanished, igniting the cigarette she had been holding in her mouth. After taking a deep drag, she raised an eyebrow towards a shadowy figure not far away. There stood a silver-haired, crimson-eyed woman, the official master of Saber, Alice Phil von Einsburn. Shall we continue the recently interrupted battle? No. Let's retreat. Orange. Other servants are approaching, and further chaos is unnecessary. It was Shiki who spoke. Although the unfolding events deviated somewhat from her original knowledge of the narrative, it was reasonable to assume that the Black Hound was on its way here. Continuing this meaningless conflict would only prolong the inevitable. Shiki then glanced at Saber, who, as the King of Knights, remained honorable, not seizing the opportunity to strike while Gilgamesh was engaged with her, but instead steadfastly guarding her master. Do you consent to a truce tonight, Britannia's king? Of course. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter in your prime. The golden-haired maiden, of course, found no merit in pursuing further conflict, not only due to the unfavorable circumstances brought about by other servants, but also because her knightly spirit forbade her from attacking Shiki, who had just endured another battle. After speaking, she cast a lingering glance at Shiki, then moved to pick up Alice Phil, leaping away, disappearing from Shiki and Orange's sight. They bear a certain resemblance to you and a butterfly, don't they? Watching the direction in which the two had departed, Orange chuckled and remarked, "Let us cease such talk and leave this place," Shiki thought, having heard the urgent sirens approaching from afar. Just as she turned to take a step, she suddenly halted, softly speaking. "Orange, do you know what that fellow meant?" That fellow, of course, referred to Gilgamesh. The Orange behind her paused, gazing at Shiki's silhouette in silence for a moment before shaking her head in response. "No, I do not know." Very well. As the battle concluded, those observers from behind naturally engaged in their analyses of the conflict, with Tosaka Tokiomi, the master who intervened in the battle, being particularly meticulous. This elegant man furrowed his brow deeply as he processed the information stemming from the recent clash. The strongest swordsman in Japanese history, the King of Knights from Britannia. This should indeed be the true identities of those two servants. Yet, the records do not mention Miyamoto Musashi possessing such an extraordinary mystic eye, nor any means of effortlessly obliterating another armament, do they? The man beside him, Kirai Kodomine, raised a question. Kirai, that is not necessarily the case. The term for mystic eyes may have had different names during that era, and there are indeed accounts that affirm Musashi possessed the mystic eyes of depth perception. Kirai displayed surprise. Although he lacked deep knowledge in this area, he was aware of the renowned exploits of the dual-wielding innovator, none of which mentioned mystic eyes. You are aware of Musashi's duel with Kojiro, are you not? Certainly. The confrontation between the Ito Ryu and the Ninnen Ichi Ryu has been recounted in many stories, even in modern times. Indeed, and in that battle against Kojiro's long blade, Musashi wielded a wooden sword, triumphing over the iron blade. Perhaps such a feat could be achieved in cases where skill levels differ greatly, but when both are renowned swordsmen, many possibilities arise. However, considering the current circumstances, it is indeed feasible that Musashi, possessing those eyes, could accomplish such a feat just as he finished speaking. The golden radiance gradually coalescing before them prompted Tosaka Tokiomi to rise from his seat. The Golden King had appeared before him, engaging in the so-called strategic arrangements, as always. Tokiomi? My king, this is a necessary means to retrieve your holy grail. Meticulous planning is indeed required. The man, who was typically proud, bowed before the Golden King, his right hand placed over his chest. Despite the nearly perfect display of subservience, the Golden King merely chuckled coldly and replied, "There is no need for such concern. The very essence of this Holy Grail war has been irrevocably transformed." After speaking, he gazed out towards the starry window, his once haughty eyes now seemingly imbued with omniscient wisdom. Chapter 227, The Bugmaster and the Bugmaster. As night deepened, the clock on Orange's wrist indicated that the hour hand had reached 3 o'clock. At such a late hour, the distant wails of police sirens in Fuyuki City seemed to herald the onset of some ill-fated event. Hero King, King of Knights, merely crossing paths, and you discern the identity of the other. Truly, the connection to the root is a remarkable thing. Strolling through the deserted streets, enveloped in swirling smoke from her cigarette, Orange processed the information she had gathered from Shiki. However, she was unaware that this information was not derived from the root, but stemmed from Shiki's past memories. Are you once again intrigued by the root? Shiki turned her head, smiling as she queried. How could that be? Since it is something I once relinquished, I would not dare to pick it up again. Otherwise, such an act would equate to denying my former self, would it not? You are indeed quite harsh on yourself. Aunt Qingzi, with a jesting tone, Sure remarked as she noticed the butterfly familiar fluttering above, its delicate wings scattering enchanting purple specks of light in the night. Pausing her steps, Sure extended her hand, inviting the creature to alight upon her palm. Lead us to the location of the ninjas, Sure commanded the butterfly. As a familiar of the butterfly ninja, it would typically disregard commands from even its creator, Aunt Qingzi. Yet it seemed willing to heed Sure's instruction, perhaps a deliberate act by the butterfly maiden, or perhaps for other reasons. Following the command, the butterfly gracefully settled in Sure's palm before unfurling its wings once more, soaring in a specific direction. However, just as Aunt Qingzi took a step forward, her brow furrowed suddenly as she gazed toward a particular area of the estate, intently stating, "There's a magical reaction colliding." Is the butterfly? The eerie buzzing echoed through the dimly lit estate, a rapid and dense sound reminiscent of a swarm of bees in flight. Yet, how could there be bees at night? These insects, much like humans, adhere to a diurnal cycle of work during the day and rest at night. The only creatures stirring at such an hour would be those conjured by magic. Or perhaps they were the products of an arcane craft. The butterfly ninja focused intently ahead, where a cluster of dark brown insects swarmed about 10 meters away, featuring sharp teeth and translucent wings. Despite their insect-like appearance, they exuded an impression of utter grotesqueness and revulsion. Behind this swarm stood a frail, diminutive old man, a figure that filled the butterfly ninja with a sense of disgust. Merely gazing at him evoked an unsettling sensation. His bald head, emaciated limbs resembling a mummy, and deeply sunken eye sockets radiating a strange vitality, combined with his hunched stature, painted a picture of an extraordinarily odd individual. The foul odor of decay emanating from him was palpable. He may no longer be considered human, having slain many malevolent spirits. The butterfly ninja sensed a familiar aura akin to those evil beings emanating from him. Unaware of his identity or intentions to block her path, she could nonetheless perceive the flow of magical energy within him. Undoubtedly, he was a sorcerer, given his status as a magician. It was not out of the realm of possibility that he might also be a master. Contemplating this, the butterfly ninja tightened her grip on her weapon, the Jiuzi Jianding, while the butterfly swarm, glimmering with purple light, began to coalesce, clearly entering a battle-ready stance. The butterfly ninja was not afraid of combat. She merely worried that this encounter might attract the heroic spirits that had just departed. However, should he insist on provoking her, she would not hesitate to demonstrate what a close combat mage truly is. I must say, I haven't misjudged you. You indeed possess the talent to command insects, along with commendable magical abilities. Whose disciple are you? Or are you one of the participants in this holy grail war? But none of that matters. I have but one question. Are you willing to become my apprentice? If so, I will ensure your talents are fully realized. The frail insect master spoke with a raspy, jarring voice, reminiscent of one on the brink of death. Yet his eyes still gleamed with a fierce vitality, seemingly having set his sights on the butterfly ninja's gifts. Extending what might be a poison olive branch, the butterfly ninja frowned, responding with a steely tone, "I am afraid I have no intention of becoming anyone's disciple." A smirk played on the corners of her lips as she glanced at the filthy insects surrounding the old man. These repugnant creatures do not inspire even the slightest urge to control them. The old man showed no signs of anger, merely retorting such a bold statement. "Let me show you just what your so-called filthy insects are capable of." With that, he gently tapped his cane, and the swarm of insects that had been incessantly buzzing around him suddenly launched an assault, intensifying the cacophony of buzzing that filled the street. In the face of the oncoming swarm, the girl exhibited no change in expression. Instead, the fireflies encircling her quickened their flapping, as if poised to burst forth at any moment. In the next instant, as the Jiuzi Jianding was thrust forth, the butterfly swarm surged ahead, clashing with the incoming insects, resulting in an explosive sound. Boom! The series of thunderous detonations resonated throughout the street. While these butterflies appeared beautiful, graceful, and elegant, the more exquisite something is, the greater the peril it harbors. The butterfly ninja had not traveled far along the path of sorcery, although she couldn't employ a wide array of enhancement spells or barriers. The sheer destructive magic was far simpler. This meant that each butterfly acted as a bomb. The insect master's face seemed to register shock, not due to the butterfly ninja's displayed magical prowess, but rather at her crude and forceful application of magic. Aren't you worried that others might trigger an explosion among your familiars? Just at that moment, as the old man stood astonished, a sound akin to tearing paper echoed. The girl with the purple-tipped hair darted past him, her ancient blade slicing through the air like a splash of water, splattering from the center of the old man's body. A second later, his form slowly split in two, revealing a grotesque amalgamation of bright yellow, vivid red, and brown, a nauseating sight, as a strong, acrid stench began to permeate the air. This was not the death of a human. Chapter 228. The Spirit of Rebellion? The repugnant odor filled the atmosphere, and even the butterfly ninja, hailing from a world rife with malevolent spirits, could not help but wrinkle her nose. This was certainly not a scent characteristic of humanity. It was more akin to the decaying remains of a corpse, combined with other elements to create a noxious fermentation, exuding an intensely acrid aroma. Perhaps unable to bear the thought of her blade, tainted with such blood, the butterfly ninja flicked the Jozi Jianding to rid it of the nearly greenish blood. But just as she was about to sheath her long knife, the old man's laughter echoed once more behind her. Like a serpent's hiss, it sent shivers down her spine. The butterfly ninja swiftly turned around, her purple eyes locking onto the severed corpse, which still bore a chilling smile beneath the moonlight. Its eyes glimmering with a greenish light as they stared intently at her. Magic and swordsmanship, quite an odd combination, indeed. Furthermore, your physical capabilities far surpass those of the executors I have trained. It would not be surprising for others to regard you as a servant. So tell me, who are you, little girl participating in the Holy Grail War? The old man's words darkened the butterfly ninja's expression, not merely because he had survived her recent strike, but also due to the revelation of her identity as a participant in the Holy Grail War. There is no need for such a grim expression. The mark on your hand is, after all, a product of my own creation. Regardless of age, one cannot fail to recognize their own work. Your work is Mikira's Algin? She murmured, momentarily dazed, as she uttered that name. Prior to her participation in this Holy Grail War, she had learned nearly everything about it from Aunt Qingzi, including the rules, principles, and the existence of the three prominent families, among which was the true identity of the head of the Matu family. The great magician, Mado Kori Zorjan, the first head of the Mado family who has lived for 5 centuries, abandoned his deceased flesh and instead controlled magical insects to temporarily form a vessel. He once hoped to achieve immortality through the technology of Qingzi, only to be rejected, which is also the reason why Qingzi is aware of this secret. The divided body flowed apart like water, only to immediately merge back together, ultimately reforming the frail old man who stood again. Oh, it feels somewhat peculiar to hear that nostalgic name from your youthful lips. However, reminiscing in3, Yinya sees her. Upon finishing, he turned his gaze toward a shadow behind him. Unbeknownst to him, a man stood there, his right hand clutching his left arm, his hood obscuring his face. After hearing Mado Zhongyan's words, he limped forward, dragging his immobile left leg, yet he made no move to attack, merely standing silently. His gaze shifting between Butterfly's Shinobu and Mado Zhongyan, before finally bowing his head. Mado Zhongyan grinned. What's the matter, Yinya? Is this what you boasted about before? Claiming you would obtain the Holy Grail? And now you cannot even bring yourself to strike your enemy as a master, hindered by your conscience, while still hoping to save Sakura. How laughable. When Sakura's name reached Yinya's ears, his body visibly trembled, and he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Understood. Let's move, Berserker. A roar erupted suddenly, and from the previously empty ground, a spiral of black smoke emerged, rapidly condensing into a humanoid form, clad in dark armor, with tendril-like black strands cascading down its back, exuding a potent magical presence. However, the moment Butterfly's Shinobu laid eyes upon it, she immediately recognized the truth. This being was a servant. As her body regained its stance, the 9-character sword was positioned before her, and in an instant, Butterfly's Shinobu returned to a combat-ready posture, yet the situation appeared dire. Although she could not ascertain the servant's attributes, she had gleaned its formidable strength through the eyes of her familiars during combat. If it were only this servant, she might still have a chance. But with 2 troublesome magicians added to the mix, her odds were nearly non-existent. Confirming her situation, Butterfly's Shinobu prepared to utilize her speed advantage to retreat. Yet, in that fleeting moment of turning her head, her peripheral vision caught an unbelievable sight. The Black Knight broke a nearby streetlight and surged forward at an astonishing speed, crashing heavily into Mado Zongyan. There was no time for any reaction. The old man's body shattered into countless fragments under the tremendous impact. The wind and debris from the strike blew the man's hood away, revealing a face that bore the scars of countless torments, now twisted into a devilish grin. Fixated on Mado Zongyan's position, like a vengeful demon, Berserker had indeed made a move, but the target was not Butterfly's Shinobu. Rather, it had always been Mado Zongyan. Mado Zongyan, this is your end. This is your punishment. Ha ha! The man laughed maniacally, his glee stemming from finally having the opportunity to kill Mado Zongyan, which he had longed for, yet had refrained from acting upon due to the lack of a foolproof chance. But with Butterfly's Shinobu's appearance and Berserker's arrival, an excellent opportunity had presented itself, and how could he let it slip away? Sir, that fellow is not dead. Just as the man reveled in his vindictive joy, a melodious female voice interrupted his laughter, freezing him in place. Yinya turned his head, confusion etched upon his face. This cannot be. Even that guy, under such circumstances, cannot possibly be alive. Indeed, under normal circumstances, that would be the case. Having been reduced to mere flesh, survival was utterly impossible. Yet, Mado Zongyan was an anomaly within the realm of the extraordinary. Indeed, as she said, Yinya, did you truly believe this could kill me? A familiar voice echoed, accompanied by the frantic sounds of countless writhing insects. Yinya turned abruptly, his eyes trembling as if his very blood had turned to ice. Countless insects emerged from various corners, gathering together to slowly form the hunched old man, who clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze toward Yinya filled with mockery. Yet you truly dare to act, Yinya. The hunched old man regarded Yinya with a mix of astonishment, satisfaction, and abundant mockery. How is this possible? Yinya stumbled back a few steps, fear and disbelief washing over him. Clearly, Mado Zongyan's resurrection dealt a significant psychological blow to the man, who had finally ignited a desire for revenge. The flickering flame of determination in his heart was extinguished in an instant, and the realization of the consequences made his legs tremble. This is the consequence of your disdain for magic. Despite being a member of the Mado clan, you remain ignorant of your family's sorcery. How could someone like you possibly succeed? After all, you are merely a half-hearted effort. Expecting you to retrieve the Holy Grail for me was my miscalculation. Mado Zongyan chuckled coldly, advancing toward Yinya step by step, causing Yinya to retreat in terror, as if facing a demon. Yet, even under such psychological pressure, the man seemed unwilling to surrender, his terrified expression revealing a determination born of desperation. Berserker, kill him, kill him. The Black Knight sprang into action, the streetlight, adorned with crimson patterns, howling through the air, instantly shattering the old man's skull. Yet, no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, countless insects crawled about. What should have been a blow powerful enough to send an elephant flying failed to halt the old man's relentless advance. Such attacks are meaningless. As long as my true form exists, no matter how many times you try, it will be futile. Mado Zongyan's words extinguished the last flicker of flame in Yinya's heart, and the resolve that had just surfaced on his face quickly transformed into terror. Indeed, the weak can unleash unimaginable power, but without the right method. Such an explosion only serves to ignite the fuse of their own destruction. Stop him! Stop him, Berserker! Yinya, already hindered in movement, stumbled and fell to the ground in his panic, desperately placing his hopes on his servant. Yet, when he glanced over at Berserker, he found the once ferocious being now standing motionless in place. Seeing this, Yinya resolutely raised his right hand, the crimson patterns lighting up. In the name of the command seal, stop Mado Zongyan. The absolute command over his servant rendered it nearly impossible for any heroic spirit to escape the binding of the command seal, even one of the saber class with an A in magical power. Yet now, the Black Knight stood as if unaffected, remaining utterly still. It seems you're not only foolish, but also exceedingly naive, Yinya. Do you truly believe I would be unprepared? The command seal originated from my own hands, and now you place your hopes upon it? How utterly laughable and pitiful. However, this is where your journey ends, my poor grandson. Embrace your sorrowful delusions and meet your demise. Jian Tong Zong Yen raised his right hand, a fleeting red glow flickering across it. as a command spell that should have rested on Yin Ye's hand was transferred to his own through some arcane means. The previously motionless Black Knight stirred, advancing one step at a time towards Yin Yi, wielding a street lamp stained with green blood, ready to deliver a final service to his former master. As for Yin Yi, faced with his inevitable death, he felt little fear. Instead, he was filled with reluctance, his gaze fixed on the direction of Jiantong Manor, laden with profound regret. "I'm sorry. Uncle has broken his promise," he murmured softly, slowly closing his eyes as a fierce howling filled the air, the furious roar of the speeding lamp approaching. Yet clang! A sharp buzzing exploded in Yin Ye's ears, and the expected pain did not arrive, prompting him to open his eyes in bewilderment. To his astonishment, a slender girl, her hair bearing a resemblance to Ying's, stood before him, blade in hand, blocking the blackened iron rod adorned with crimson patterns. The tremendous force behind it compelled her to brace the blade with her left hand, her trembling weapon betraying the strain she was enduring. "Isn't it a bit premature to give up when there are those you wish to protect?" she said, her forehead glistening with cold sweat. "On the day you regret, even in death, that feeling will haunt you to the depths of hell." With a fierce determination, she exerted herself, pushing the heavy street lamp into the air before deflecting it to the side. Butterfly's ninja tightened her grip on the long blade, her gaze fixed intently on the approaching Black Knight. She disliked Yin Ye's expression, as it reminded her of her past self, one who yearned for revenge, yet remained powerless. Thus, she stood protectively before him, motivated also by the principle that an enemy of an enemy is a friend. "Perhaps my words have had an impact," she thought, as Yin Yi struggled to rise. The flickering flame of vengeance rekindled within him. "Oh, I did not expect you would intervene on his behalf. Or is this merely a gesture of sympathy?" Jiantong Zong Yin grinned, genuinely surprised by Butterfly's ninja's actions, as he regarded her and Yin Yi as adversaries in the Holy Grail War. Even if Yin Yi had not attacked her, allowing a competitor to perish would have been the most prudent choice. "Perhaps, as a doctor, I possess a greater capacity for compassion than others," she declared resolutely, the blade of her 9-character sword aimed at Jiantong Zong Yin. "It is simply that you make me feel nauseated." "Ha ha ha!" Jiantong Zong Yin laughed heartily, his exuberance causing him to cough. After a brief moment of composure, he retorted coldly, "If you believe you can, then give a try." With that, he stepped back, taking refuge behind Berserker. In the next instant, the previously quiet Black Knight transformed into a ferocious beast, roaring with rage. But Butterfly's ninja remained calm, tilting her head slightly to glance at Yin Yi. "If possible, could you hold off Mashiri for me?" Yin Yi paused for a moment, then clenched his teeth, nodding vigorously. "I will do my utmost. Be careful." The blackened street lamp lunged forward, striking the girl with precision. Yet, to Jiantong Zong Yan's astonishment, her body did not shatter into countless pieces under the crushing blow. Instead, she transformed into a multitude of glowing butterflies, slowly scattering to envelop the entire battlefield. On this night, they resembled ethereal night butterflies. Chapter 230. It was a breathtaking scene. Countless butterflies radiating a soft purple luminescence unfurled across the night, encircling the Black Knight. Both Yin Yi and Jiantong Zong Yin were left spellbound. Even the Berserker, that wild beast, was momentarily stunned. This was neither sorcery nor modern weaponry, but a manifestation of the girl's mastery over her blade. Through her studies in magic, she had fused the two, achieving an unprecedented form. If the butterflies of yore had been lethal silver blades, the present butterflies were imbued with explosive properties. They were no longer mere cutting instruments, but rather controllable explosives. At this moment, these explosives settled upon Berserker, the once shadowy figure of the Black Knight, now illuminated by purple light. Before Berserker could react, the glow intensified, unleashing all its latent magical energy. Boom! The continuous explosions echoed throughout the street, heralding a night fraught with terror, making it seem as though fireworks had erupted amidst the chaos. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped Berserker's position, and Jiantong Zong Yin cast a grave gaze upon it. As its master, he sensed the damage inflicted upon Berserker. His murky eyes were filled not only with astonishment, but also disbelief. Although he had just learned of Butterfly's ninja's extraordinary physical prowess, it remained a fact that servants, even those of lowly lineage, possessed overwhelming strength, and Berserker's frenzied state had only elevated those already formidable attributes. Yet, in this moment, this girl stood as a formidable opponent, astonishing even a being who had lived for over 5 centuries. Had he not sensed the aura of the command spell, he might have mistaken her for a servant. As the night breeze blew gently, dispersing the dense smoke, the Black Knight knelt, a low howl escaping from beneath his helmet. His black armor was riddled with cracks, blood seeping from certain wounds, and the chin of his helmet shattered with a resounding crack. Growl! The Black Knight suddenly rose, howling as his tendril-like cape bristled with fury. He had entered a state of rage. Berserker S-Class thrived on unleashing immense power through complete rationality. In that moment, he resembled a wounded lion, roaring to rend asunder the one who had harmed him. Yet, he could not locate Butterfly's ninja. The crimson beneath his helmet searched the battlefield in vain. Although the butterflies had vanished, he failed to catch even a glimpse of her presence. No, one butterfly still lingered in this battlefield. Berserker abruptly lifted his head, his crimson gaze narrowing as he spotted the last remaining butterfly. Against the backdrop of a silver moon, the girl danced effortlessly in the air, her flowing white dress resembling wings. The 9-character sword in her hand shimmered with blinding light, akin to a deadly butterfly. This beautiful sight momentarily rendered Berserker motionless, forgetting to act. Whoosh! A streak of silver light flashed across the street, like thunder in the silent night. Blood erupted unexpectedly from the stunned Berserker, forcing him to stagger back several paces, while the girl who had delivered the strike gracefully spun past him, coming to a halt and softly proclaiming, "Insect breathing, butterfly dance." Mockery. The perfect fusion of sword forms marked a transformation. Butterfly's ninja was no longer the powerless girl from the realm of the living. Even against a servant, she now dared to confront them head-on. An enraged roar emanated from behind, and for the servants, as long as the spiritual core remained unscathed, the battle would not be significantly affected. This was particularly true for the frenzied Berserker, who, in merely a fleeting moment, lunged at the girl like a colossal bear. Yet, Butterfly Ninja merely smiled faintly. Anger would slow one's blade and lead to missteps, a principle equally applicable to beasts. Although Berserker moved with astonishing speed and immense strength, to the girl's eyes, he revealed numerous openings. Just as Butterfly Ninja prepared to act, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through her body, originating from her lungs, causing her to stagger and her pupils to constrict sharply. At such a moment, forcing down the impulse to cough, when she raised her gaze once more, the streetlight adorned with crimson and black patterns loomed mere inches away from her. The aura of death enveloped the girl entirely in that instant. The lethal streetlight resembling the scythe of the Grim Reaper, poised to drain the warmth from her body. With a thunderous crash, the iron rod fell. Yet there was no sound of flesh breaking, nor the splatter of blood, only the resounding crack of the ground. That butterfly had vanished. However, Berserker seemed to sense something, slowly turning his head to gaze at the crimson figure a dozen meters behind him. I have told you, when encountering a servant, it is best to retreat. There is no need to engage them. A light sigh, tinged with reproach, reached Butterfly Ninja's ears. She opened her eyes in disbelief, staring blankly at the person who had embraced her. The deep, dark eyes, cascading black hair, and the slightly dazzling dark red kimono belonged to Shiki. She frowned slightly. Though her tone was scolding, her gaze remained as gentle as ever. Under such a gaze, Butterfly Ninja felt the pain emanating from her lungs lessen considerably. Just as she was about to say something, a low growl filled with intense hostility reached her ears. Shiki turned her head, her gaze sweeping over Jiantong Zong Yin and Berserker, before she turned back and softly instructed the girl in her arms, "Please wait a moment." Gently placing the girl down, she accepted the Jiuzi Jiansheng from her hand and turned towards Jiantong Zong Yan's position, the sword inching out of its sheath. "Are you ready, Jiantong Zong Yan?" Shiki spoke coldly. Jiantong Zong Yan's gaunt face expressed slight confusion. As the long blade was drawn, its silver edge pointed directly at the elder. A thick atmosphere of lethal intent filled the air. Your death. Chapter 231. The terror of the beast the twilight had yet to arrive, seemingly intent on instilling further fear in the residents of Fuyuki. This lengthy night felt interminable. The streetlights flickered due to the intense battle, their faint glow dancing across Shiki's cold visage. Her gaze bypassed the Black Knight and fixed directly on the elder behind him, revealing unmasked disgust in her eyes. Every world harbors a few detestable beings. Oni Maisuji Mood Song, Arahabaki, Ashiya Doman. These are such entities. Naturally, this Holy Grail War also has its share of such individuals, including the one before her, Jiantong Zongyan. The disdain from her past life memories and the nauseating aura emanating from him compelled Shiki to wish for his demise. Are you the servant of that little girl? Jiantong Zhongyan tilted his head, evidently unaware of Shiki's identity, having not monitored the recent battle. What a disgrace. You nearly placed your master in mortal peril. Indeed, it is my dereliction of duty, and to atone for this failure, I shall kill you. Shiki spoke calmly, advancing step by step, the tip of the Jozi Jiansheng sparking against the ground. Despite the ordinary nature of her words, the palpable murderous intent caused even the 500-year-old monster, Jiantong Zhongyan, to feel his hair stand on end. Yet even so, he chuckled hoarsely, confident in his trump card. No one could bring death to Jiantong Zhongyan without killing his true body. Is it merely that blade in your hand? Impossible. Even for a servant. Is that so? Shiki slowly closed her eyes, a mocking smile gracing her lips. What about this? The moment the words left her lips, Shiki's eyes snapped open, a lethal combination of blue and red engulfing her gaze, her normal vision vanishing, replaced by a chaotic array of lines. Jiantong Zhongyan visibly panicked, an uncontainable terror etched on his gaunt face. As if he were not facing a radiant girl in a kimono, but rather the harbinger of death itself. Those eyes were the direct, death magic eyes. Until just moments ago, he had maintained a calm demeanor, but now he was utterly unhinged, stumbling backward in disarray, his voice betraying a tremor. This was the first time Yinya witnessed Jian Tongzong, Yin in such a state, like a frightened dog desperately attempting to flee, mirroring his own previous self. Right? I still have Berserker. Berserker. Kill her. Eliminate her. After facing the dread of death, Jiantong Zhongyan regained a semblance of composure, immediately extending his right hand, marked with crimson patterns, issuing commands as a master. Berserker sprang into action, having accumulated rage from Butterfly Ninja's assault, now unleashing it all upon Shiki. The streetlight, faster and stronger than before, hurtled towards Shiki's head. No one doubted the power of this strike. Even in his berserk state, Berserker was an exceptional warrior, his speed, skill, and strength merging seamlessly. A look of ecstatic relief appeared on Jian Tong Zhongyan's face. Yet in the next moment, that joy froze. Clang! A prolonged, melodious sound resonated through the street as a segment of the streetlight, covered in black and red patterns, flew away, its markings fading at an alarming rate. Shiki's long, ink-like hair flowed as she raised the Juzi Jiansheng from below to above her head, her eyes that could perceive the death of all things fixed coldly upon the streetlight. Under her unwavering gaze, even the furious Berserker seemed to recoil, taking an involuntary step back. He read a fierce anger from her emotionless eyes, a sentiment not meant for a creature of slaughter, a mere machine of battle. Yet this silent rage pierced his nerves more acutely than any machine, more terrifying than any beast. As the Jozi Jiansheng descended, its blade reflected the desolate moonlight. The long-forgotten ancient sword felt like a long-lost companion in Shiki's grasp, each strike a simple yet deadly slash. An overwhelming aura of death enveloped Berserker in that moment, prompting his body to instinctively react, relinquishing the streetlight, his right hand reaching out to summon a pitch-black demonic sword. The undamaged reflection of the lake, and the holy sword originating from the same source as the sword of promised victory illuminated Berserker's true identity, bestowing upon him even greater power. The clash of the Jozi Jiansheng against this holy sword caused a low, near-shattering hum. While the Jozi Jiansheng struggled to match the resilience of the holy sword, Shiki possessed another blade in her arsenal, the left hand slightly unfurled, revealing an ancient-looking blade that gracefully slipped from her grasp, a ninja's sword, the Dao Dao Qin, unscathed by countless battles. Perhaps it was not the sharpest of weapons, yet it possessed unparalleled resilience. The moment the Qin settled into her palm, it was met with a strike from Shiki's sword, a simple and unadorned slash, reminiscent of its former master's dull demeanor. Nonetheless, this very strike compelled Berserker to remain vigilant, for the blade was imbued with an overwhelming sense of death. Before it, both armor and flesh would be cleaved asunder. With a sudden upward thrust, the demon's sword deflected the Joji Jianding, redirecting its trajectory toward the Qin. Yet, the crimson glimmer beneath the helmet flickered, as if witnessing an unbelievable sight. The ancient blade was hurled from her grip, spinning through the air like a colossal butterfly knife. Yet its lethal aura remained undiminished, still capable of effortlessly slaying Berserker. The undamaged lake light surged upward, intercepting the attack. Clang! Sparks erupted between the blades as the Dao Dao spun skyward, and in that fleeting moment, Shiki's left hand revealed another blade. The red blade by Lei. The Ryougi Jianding intersected with it, and with a forward lunge, Shiki flashed past the unsuspecting berserker. Her twin blades poised at her sides like an eagle ready to take flight. She refrained from immediate action. In the next heartbeat, the white and red blades crossed to form an X upon berserker, unleashing a torrent of vibrant sword energy. This strike was known as in3. Chapter 232. Living well in the remnants of life. Focused solely on the act of cleaving. This singular pursuit allowed for a release of rapid slashes, the final technique perfected by the aged sword saint, in3. At this moment, wielded by Shiki, empowered by the mystic eyes of death perception, it became an unparalleled skill that none could withstand. In the instant of defense, both armor and the line of life etched upon flesh would be severed by the sword's energy. Shiki advanced with her blade, while the Black Knight behind her had already dissolved into countless motes of light, leaving only his master teetering on the brink of psychological collapse. 5 centuries of obsession were on the verge of dissolution, and it was the very death that Kanto Zanyan dreaded most. Even if he was a monster among humans, fear was a universal emotion. Wait, please don't kill me. I can offer improvements on the command seals, at least enhancing their performance by 20%. No, 50%. Thus, under the threat of death, the old man revealed his most grotesque side. The gaunt skin stretched tightly over protruding veins. Even his bald crown bore witness to his distress. However, Shiki's Ryougi Jianding flashed past him, and the terror on his face froze in that instant. As from his head down, his body swiftly transformed into ashes. I apologize, but we have no need for such things. The command seals serve as the link between the master and servant, allowing the master to issue commands or enhance the servant. However, for Shiki and the butterfly ninja, such effects were unnecessary. Even in the absence of command seals, Shiki and the ninja could maintain their previous rapport. As for the enhancement of abilities that the old worm spoke of, who could ascertain its veracity? Some improvements may indeed exist, but if they are unattainable, then so be it. With the unceremonious cessation of slaughter, the 5-century obsession lay thoroughly buried, and the Kanto family was irrevocably concluded. Grasping her long blade in reverse, Shiki drew a flourish before returning the Ryougi Jianding to its sheath. Clang! A soft chime resonated as Shiki turned to offer a reassuring smile to the concerned ninja, just as a familiar female voice echoed from behind them. Ah, it seems the timing is perfect. You have already concluded. It was Chengzi, approaching from the end of the street, accompanied by another figure, a girl. With hair akin to the ninja's, even her unshimmering purple eyes mirrored the same hue, yet devoid of any emotion, only a heavy sense of detachment. In her right hand, she clutched a bag, while her left was held by Chengzi, resembling a delicate doll devoid of independent thought. Kanto Sakura, Shiki had separated from Chengzi on the way, directing her to the Kanto residence to retrieve this tragic girl. According to your instructions, I went to the Kanto residence to bring this girl out. However, her condition is far from optimistic. As a human, her vital spirit has sustained grave injury. If this continues, she will devolve into a lifeless puppet. The despicable actions of Michiri had indeed left her aghast, as it was recorded in the clock tower that he was once a commendable individual. Chengzi's face was unmasked with disdain. Evidently, the secrets of the Kanto residence had been unveiled to her. There are no inherently wicked beings in this world. Even Kanto Zanyan once harbored lofty aspirations. He was once regarded as a confidant by the alchemical progenitor, von Hohenheim Paracelsus. But such ideals have long since faded from his spirit. Obsession can empower, yet it can also obliterate a person. Kanto Zanyan embodies the latter, a soul whose essence has perished, rendering his continued existence unnecessary. However, this small girl truly astonishes me. She possesses the rare magical attribute of the imaginary number. So, you wish to take her as your disciple? Shiki discerned Chengzi's intentions, for only someone as misguided as Kanto Zanyan would transform the rare imaginary number into mere water, akin to wastefulness. Well, if left unattended, the association will undoubtedly target her as she matures, possibly imposing a ceiling designation upon her. While I cannot provide extensive guidance on imaginary numbers, the fundamentals and ordinary magic are within my capabilities. More fundamentals, is it? You mentioned the same before, Chengzi remarked. And now Shiki smirked, glancing at the ninja who had just engaged in combat with the old worm. This is hardly mere foundational training. However, regarding your desire to take her As a disciple, it would be prudent to inquire about her feelings. Shiki spoke softly, turning her gaze toward the man crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. The life force drained by the imprint worm was irretrievable. Kanto Yinya's body teetered on the brink of collapse. Even severing the contract with the Black Knight merely extended his life from mere days to a few months. Noticing Shiki's gaze, he struggled to rise, casting a deep look at the three before him, then bowed, earnestly stating, "If possible, please take good care of Sakura." "Are you certain? This is the person you wish to protect with your very life," the ninja interjected, discerning the helplessness, reluctance, and the flickering embers of vengeance in Yinya's eyes. Kanto Zengyan was indeed dead, yet the true culprit behind this tragedy, Tosaka Tokiomi, continued to thrive. This man seemed unwilling to let it end here. Clenching his teeth, he began to calculate how he, with nothing left, might act. Those consumed by vengeance will eventually be devoured by their own hatred. Thus, it is best to cease this pursuit. Continuing down this path will not only render you powerless, but also bring misfortune to the innocent. Shiki, unperturbed by Yinya's emotions, spoke this reality. Without a servant, he lacked the means to confront Tosaka Tokiomi. Yet, vengeance warps the essence of existence, leading only to outcomes reminiscent of Shiki's own memories. Almost taking the life of his childhood companion, he not only failed to protect Ing, but also jeopardized the family of another person he intended to safeguard. While not entirely his fault, Yin bore a portion of the blame. Just as he was mired in his turmoil, the GZ Jianding, accompanied by a delicate murmur, was drawn again, swiftly flashing past him. A chill coursed through a part of his being, and Yin sensed that the imprint worm, which had been gnawing at his life, had vanished. With the little time left, he resolved to live well, for himself and for others. As he sheathed his blade, the brilliance of the mystic eyes of death gradually faded from his sight. The man, once deeply entangled in conflict, managed a bitter smile. The imprint worm was both the poison consuming his life and his magical circuit. That cut severed his suffering and his qualifications as a mage, leaving Yin Yi as nothing more than an ordinary man with limited time, resigned to acceptance. He repeated the words of Shur in a barely audible tone, his demeanor distant. Chapter 233. An incomplete lie. The first night of the Holy Grail War finally welcomed the dawn. The news of the Matu family's withdrawal from the conflict due to the dissipation of their servants spread with the morning light, prompting the participating mages to recalibrate their strategies. As for Shur, Dai, and Chengzi, they, relying solely on their recklessness, did not engage in any tactical discussions, but returned to the hotel, which had transformed into a magical workshop for rest. "Sure, I leave this child in your care," Chengzi said as she returned to the hotel, pushing Ing towards Shur. Noticing Shur's worried gaze towards Run, she sighed deeply. "Leave the examination of Dai to me. You need not worry. She merely exhausted her magical energy, and that level of magical explosion was too taxing for her. It is inevitable that there will be some repercussions." However, such reassurances did not alleviate Shur's concerns. Instead, she gazed more intently at Rin. "I'm fine, just a bit tired." "Excessive protection can turn one into a burden, you know," Rin replied with a reassuring smile, which eased Shur's worries somewhat. She smirked slightly. "To me, Rin is always Run. There will be no changes." "Sure, just a reminder, your words tend to veer towards a Yandra-like tendency. If this continues, things might go awry," Chengzi remarked, rubbing her temples with a sigh. Even though she had grown accustomed to sudden displays of affection, she chose to remain oblivious. "Let us start quickly. The sooner the imprint worm is removed from this child, the better." Under Chengzi's urging, Shur led Ing to a nearby room. Removing the imprint worm from the heart required an undisturbed environment and acute concentration, even for Shur, who possessed the mystic eyes of death. As the door closed behind them, Chengzi's expression turned solemn. "Did that symptom reappear last night?" Her voice, once light-hearted, now bore an unusual seriousness. Rin nodded slowly, but Shur likely didn't notice. "How does her body feel?" Chengzi inquired, noting that Rin's magical energy remained unaffected, as did her stamina. Yet before Rin could finish, green runes had already illuminated before her, gradually sinking into Rin's body under Chengzi's gentle gesture. Moments later, Chengzi's expression darkened further. Physiological systems show no issues, and the magical circuits are normal, but the life force sustaining them has diminished significantly. Exactly like the last time, Chengzi removed her glasses, and the persona switch allowed her to voice the most objective and truthful statements. "Time is running short for you. The final moment foretold by Guanbu Z's mother is approaching. The premonition of death, even prompting Guanbuzi's mother to utter an irreversible prophecy, had commenced a year ago. With each inexplicable cough, a part of Rin's life force was siphoned away, devoid of any warning and not a curse of magic. Even Changzi felt powerless to halt this progression. She could only rely on her expertise to gauge the impending day. I understand. So I must hurry and win this war before that moment arrives. In the face of this grim decree, Rin's expression remained mostly unchanged as she spoke softly, as if discussing a matter detached from her own life. It might be too late, although your body appears fine on the surface. When life force dips below a certain threshold, bodily functions will begin to deteriorate. At that point, even movement may become difficult. King Z explained it. If life force is the fuel that keeps this machine operating, once the fuel is depleted to a critical level, even an intact machine will suffer a decline in performance. When the fuel runs out, the machine will lose all capability to function, akin to a computer. No matter how extravagant the configuration, without adequate energy, it is rendered meaningless. Is that so? If that day comes, could I ask Miss Changzi to weave a falsehood for me? Upon hearing this, Changzi exhaled deeply. A lie cannot mend a complete circle. You should know this, Dai. Run replied lightly, her gaze fixed on the direction Shur had departed, her tone steady. Yet, compared to a lie, an incomplete truth is far more misleading. Thus, if that day arrives, I implore you, Miss Changzi, the girl began to articulate her contingency plan, which only Changzi could hear. Changzi's expression shifted from solemnity to resignation as she shook her head. Are you certain? Shur is connected to the root. If she wishes to know, nothing can be concealed from her. Shur wouldn't do that, or rather, she wouldn't use such abilities against me. So this plan should be viable. But such actions would severely harm her. Rin smiled. I am well aware, but it is a necessary course of action. Is it not? Changzi, you once said that. King Z nodded. Shur is the blade of murder, and you are her sheath. You and Gon serve the same purpose, both existing to restrain her inner self. Indeed, but the demise of this sheath has been predetermined, since it is the death foretold by Guanbuzi's mother. Even the Holy Grail may not reverse it. Thus such measures are essential, both for Shur and for this world. Very well, I understand. Changzi was acutely aware of what the butterfly spoke of, whether it be Shur or the other within her. Both possessed the potential to rewrite this world. However, to prevent such occurrences, restraints would take preemptive measures. Heavens and Dai were among them. Should either of them encounter issues, the world itself could teeter on the brink of collapse. Shur's situation had seemingly concluded, and their recent union suggested no further complications would arise. Gon's role as a chain was functioning effectively, but Shur's ordeal was just beginning, and herein lay the problem. Logically, the restraints should not permit any issues to arise with Dai, yet the current circumstances beg the question. Was this merely fate unfolding? Chapter 234. Unrest. The rain pelted against the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sound enveloping the entirety of Dongmu City. On a day marked by torrential rain, the overcast sky enveloped the surroundings in an inexplicable sense of oppression. Yet, outside, a vibrant throng of people surged forward, their colorful umbrellas bobbing along with the crowd. Each individual hurriedly advanced toward their destination, the frenetic pace of life weighing heavily upon their hearts, compelling them onward. Inside a hotel room, Shur pressed her forehead against the window, lost in contemplation as she observed this scene. She had awakened from a brief slumber, precisely stirred by a vivid dream. In her dream, flames ravaged the city of Dongmu, the inferno illuminating the night sky, as cries and wails pierced the air, an excruciating cacophony reminiscent of a burning hell, starkly contrasting with the rain-soaked city below. It was merely a dream, yet Shur found herself ensnared in thought, not for any particular reason, but because it had been an age since she had last dreamed. Her previous dream had involved a premonition concerning a falling butterfly, later elucidated by Chung. It was merely her subconscious sensing unease regarding the butterfly's disappearance, leading her to involuntarily peruse records about it. That was not a dream nor baseless foresight. Rather, it was a record of the world, a certainty that would come to pass. Such occurrences likely stem from a significant connection to her. Perhaps the event evoked a sense of crisis, triggering this latent power within her. This was the essence of the connection. Even the most tightly turned faucet can still leak. This explains why, despite not having reconciled with Ryougi, Shur could unconsciously delve into the records. Thus, it was reasonable to surmise that this dream was similar in nature. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that Shur's memories had unexpectedly resurfaced. After all, within her recollections, the city was indeed destined to face a catastrophic fire. Black mud descending from the heavens stained the land, igniting everything in its path. This was the true visage of the Holy Grail. A wish-granting machine that was not a lie. However, this machine had long been tainted by endless malice, and even if its wishing function remained intact, it would distort the wishes of its seekers. Yet, these were events that were meant to occur. If she were present and engaged in this conflict, she would undoubtedly prevent the so-called evils of this world from descending. Before her gaze, even the most profound malevolence could be vanquished. But why did an inexplicable irritation rise within Shur's mind? The pained expression she had endured the previous night felt strangely familiar. The more she pondered, the more agitated her thoughts became, and at that moment, Chung's voice reached her ears. Even being an ordinary person is not easy, she remarked, holding a steaming cup of coffee in her left hand and a lit cigarette in her right, the mingling scents causing Shur to grimace. Chung, however, remained oblivious, her gaze fixed on the bustling street below. In their pursuit of a better life, they had become numb to their current existence, living day after day in a monotonous cycle. When such a life was abruptly shattered by unforeseen circumstances, they would begin to regret not having striven harder in the past. This was the nature of humanity, a yearning for the future, yet most remained complacent in the present. She spoke of the office workers on the street. Although they appeared to strive for a living, many had already dulled their desire for a brighter future, choosing to embrace the now. Did this human condition extend to Chung herself? Faced with Chung's sudden philosophical musings, Shur set aside her irritation, glancing up at her. Indeed, while there are differences, essentially, I am no different. I long to return to an ordinary life, yet I cannot escape the conveniences and benefits brought by magic. Thus continuing to live much as before, gradually becoming desensitized, abandoning the pursuit of fundamental truths. She had taken architectural design and sought certification in the field, all actions aimed at reclaiming a semblance of normalcy, though one could not dismiss her financial constraints. But you are different, Ching interjected, arching an eyebrow and fixing her gaze on Shur through her glasses. I have said it before, you focus too much on the future. In your relentless pursuit of outcomes, you neglect the present. If this continues, you will come to regret it. Regret? Shur found herself bewildered by Chung's words, tilting her head in confusion. Chung sighed. This is a warning you won't receive a second time. Use your eyes and truly observe. Remember, regret is a formidable emotion. With that, she extinguished her cigarette, tucked her free hand into her jacket pocket, and turned to leave. Indeed, regret was a fearsome sentiment whenever it surged forth. The agony it inflicted was akin to a rusted blade repeatedly raking over a wound, driving one to madness. I do not wish to see you in such a state, Chung thought, even if the butterfly's fate was an irreversible demise. Despite the butterfly's insistence that she withhold certain truths from Shur, she still offered subtle advice, hoping Shur might do something for the butterfly, even if the outcome could not be altered. After all, compared to the sheer anguish of doing nothing, the sting of regret was far more harrowing. As evening approached, the torrential rain showed no signs of abating. Consequently, during the day when the Holy Grail War was untenable, Shur chose to remain indoors. The spacious hotel room was infused with a fragrant aroma, as a girl with short purple hair tidied up the dishes, accompanied by who wished to assist, but was at a loss for how to help. Is this considered a business trip? Ching mused, contentedly lighting a cigarette after a hearty meal, reclining slightly as she savored the smoke. If I am not mistaken, you are the president of Jialanzitang, and besides, we are not here for tourism, Shur replied, reclining on the sofa with her chin propped on a pillow, listlessly pressing buttons on the remote, her legs swinging back and forth like a despondent fish. In a manner of speaking, you're also my employer, Ching countered, referring to the arrangement of teaching the butterfly magic. While the amount she received was but a fraction, it still amounted to a substantial sum when converted to modern currency. Shur remained silent, her attention captivated by a news segment on a serial murder case playing on the television, her dark pupils seemingly brightening with a renewed vitality. A serial murder case? It appears Dongmu is far from peaceful, Ing remarked as she approached, having noticed the news report. However, she soon observed Shur rising from the sofa, donning a yellow raincoat hanging by the door. I am stepping out. Chapter 235. Welcome to Hell. The torrential rain showed no signs of letting up, with raindrops the size of thumbs cascading from the sky like artillery shells striking the ground. At this hour, coupled with such weather, The streets were devoid of pedestrians, save for sure. The only sounds were the urgent patter of rain and the distant wail of sirens, as this sacred land pulsed with life, undergoing a baptism by the heavens. Yet, no matter how heavy the rain, it could not wash away the sins lurking in the shadows. In the dimly lit room, the television screen emitted a faint glow, and in this unlit space amidst the storm, it felt more tranquil than usual. At that moment, a sound reminiscent of cracking bones and twisting muscles pierced the silence. A sound that set one's teeth on edge. Bang! A heavy, muffled sound echoed as a humanoid figure fell to the ground, rolling several times. Except for its head, the body was contorted into a horrifying shape, with legs bending backward to rest upon its shoulders and arms clutching its own feet. The expression on its face suggested it had encountered a demon. Before it stood a young man with orange hair, his eyes wide and his mouth curled into an incomprehensible, eerie smile. The faint light from the television illuminated the excitement on his face. It was an expression reserved for those who behold their desires, akin to the exhilaration felt when long-held wishes are finally realized. In the next moment, a large, pale hand rested on his shoulder, as a blue-haired creature with enormous eyes emerged from the darkness. Although it exuded a chilling aura, its expression was surprisingly amiable. Ryougi, do you like this gift? Of course. This is absolutely cool, the youth exclaimed, his excitement reminiscent of a child receiving a present, appearing innocent if one disregarded the sinister nature of the gift before him. Is that so? Good. Let's make haste. I can bring you more gifts today. The blue-haired creature's tone was filled with satisfaction, clearly pleased with the young man's response. But, father, we've already been discovered, haven't we? Ryougi pointed to the muted television, which was reporting on a series of murders, displaying familiar photographs from the crime scenes. Don't worry, Ryougi. There will inevitably be obstacles on the path of blasphemy, but these obstacles are insignificant. Let us proceed earnestly. After all, you wouldn't want your artistry to end here, would you? The creature's words were like a devil's whisper, dispelling the last remnants of Ryougi's concerns. Just then, a creaking sound resonated from the direction of the door, and a gust of cold wind from the torrential rain swept into the room, filling every corner. Oh dear, it seems the other resident of this house has returned. A smile flickered in the creature's fish-like eyes as it rose to its feet. The floor and ceiling began to ooze thick, inky mud, gradually forming into a 1-meter-high, spiked octopus tentacle. Simultaneously, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. These were no ordinary footsteps. They were deep, powerful, and rhythmic, akin to a steady predator, with the creature itself as the prey. A brilliant flash of a blade illuminated the dark room, revealing the astonished face of the blue-haired creature as the summoned octopus tentacles were utterly obliterated by the strike. Meanwhile, a figure cloaked in a yellow raincoat slowly approached the doorway, raindrops cascading off the coat and leaving a long trail on the wooden floor. From within the expansive folds of the raincoat, a gleaming long knife emitted a fierce, scarlet glow, swaying with the figure's movement. A servant? After a moment of hesitation, the creature spoke uncertainly, not entirely correct. A melodious female voice emerged from beneath the raincoat as she slightly turned her head to glance at the artistic remains on the floor, then redirected her gaze to the man, softly stating, "What a dreadful day this has been." In the dimly lit space, a pair of azure-blue, ghostly flames flickered to life, mingled with red light. She let out a gentle sigh, temporarily setting aside the vexations that had plagued her mind all day. The words of Chung Zi from that morning, the pained expression she had endured the night before, and the unnerving dream that had kept her on edge all day weighed heavily upon her. It would be best if someone like you exited the stage first, Castor. Ryougi, you should step back. The warning of danger from Castor was cut short as the girl at the door vanished, leaving only the yellow raincoat fluttering in midair. The air resonated with the high-pitched whistle of the long knife, and Ryougi felt a fierce gust of wind rush toward him, instinctively widening his fish-like eyes in alarm. The incomprehensible speed and the terrifying sense of oppression were overwhelming, though the blade was still in motion. The force of the wind felt as if it could inflict harm. A flash of crimson streaked through the room as the wide-eyed head was sent spinning into the air, while the body, clutching the human-skin book, froze in place. Nevertheless, she remained vigilant, her brow furrowed as she turned her attention to another corner of the room, where a maniacally grinning magician stood, the corpse before him transforming into a pitch-black octopus tentacle. Magic? When? Logically, Shur had not afforded Castor the opportunity to cast any spells. It was evident that he had indeed done so. From the moment you stepped into this room, descend into hell, interloper. Castor's frenzied roar carried a hint of madness as he abruptly opened the human skin book, causing numerous tentacles to extend from every corner of the room, whether from the ceiling or the wooden floor. In an instant, the room resembled a scene from a peculiar animation. "This is rather nauseating," Shur remarked, her expression unchanged, though a flicker of fire ignited in the depths of her azure pupils. Bailey pierced the floor with her blade, then twisted her wrist as if turning a key. In the next moment, without warning, the room was engulfed in deep crimson flames. It was akin to hell. The flames of vengeance, capable of consuming both flesh and soul, had gained potency after the incident in the nation of Yamato. The black tentacles that had approached Shur were instantaneously incinerated, and even the windows of the room shattered under the intense heat, allowing cold air to rush in, sending Shur's long hair flying. "Welcome to hell, Castor," Shur softly declared. Chapter 236. Now, let's raise the banner of salvation. The cold wind that rushed into the room was met with scorching heat, transforming the dwelling into a microcosm of hell, where flames capable of searing souls filled every corner. The wooden floor began to char, and the house teetered on the brink of collapse. Surrounded by flames, Castor's fish-like eyes remained wide open, as if witnessing an unbelievable sight. This state persisted for a while before he suddenly pounded the floor, his expression shifting to one of rage and despair. It is you wretches who burned my saint alive. Unforgivable, unforgivable." If Castor had previously exhibited merely controllable madness, he was now wholly consumed by incomprehensible insanity. The flames seemed to trigger a switch, unleashing all the grief and fury within him, as tears streamed from his peculiar eyes. The ground coalesced into a black, murky swamp, from which more dark tentacles surged forth, faster and stronger than before, clearly indicating that Castor was now serious. Such an attack was meaningless. Shur stepped forward, her movements fluid as she wielded her blade with the grace of a master. No one could question Miyamoto Musashi's identity under such a technique. The light of Bailei's blade wove a dense net as the tentacles were severed inch by inch, simultaneously reduced to ashes. In the blink of an eye, their distances closed to zero, and Bailei's blade reflected the frenzied face of Castor, along with the curling of his lips. A potent sense of danger surged within her. As a heroic spirit, she too had been summoned with the skill of mystic eyes. Through the effect of her mystic eyes, she sensed danger emanating from below, from the very ground. The once burning wooden floor beneath my feet has been inexplicably cloaked in a murky swamp. A tentacle of a sea monster, stretching over 3 meters wide, surged forth, its howling roar leaving no doubt about its formidable might. However, a larger size also signifies greater vulnerabilities. In my eyes, this tentacle was merely a mass of flesh obscured by countless lines. With a flash of the dragon, the crimson sword aura erupted from the tip of my blade, effortlessly severing the tentacle that obstructed my path, cutting through both flesh and the thread of life. In the same stroke, I also cleaved a coarse arm that seemed mismatched with the caster's class, still clutching the newly turned page of the scroll from the city of Luoyuan, evidently poised to unleash a new spell. Yet, I saw through the ruse. She possessed not only the insight granted by her class, but also an unparalleled clarity of vision. The tentacle had not obscured her sight. Castor's expression froze as he stared blankly at the vanishing stump of his right arm, pain evidently having no effect on this madman. Moments later, the sound of a sharp object piercing flesh echoed in the room, the noise emanating from Castor's nails digging into his palm. He bowed his head, his form trembling slightly like a volcano on the verge of eruption. "How dare you?" Castor roared. "How dare you sever the arm that was once guided by the holy maiden? Unforgivable." His sorrow transformed entirely into pure rage. This ultimate incarnation of Jean d'Arc had, to some extent, lost himself with the possibility that his hand had never known cleanliness. "You shall pay the price. The price. Ryougi, my master. Behold, this is the art you seek." Castor spread his arms wide, and the scroll that had fallen to the ground rose with him, its pages flipping rapidly until it came to a halt on the final page, which bore the terrifying image of a sea demon. A purple light erupted from the pages. Starting from beneath Castor's feet, the murky, bubbling swamp began to spread outward. Even the searing flames were subdued by the tumultuous waves of the mire. Dark tentacles emerged, completely enveloping Castor. "Now, let's raise the banner of salvation." As Castor's frenzied voice echoed, the purple mist began to permeate the air. The swamp continuously absorbing the magical energy from this ley line, which was then infused into Castor to complete his noble phantasm. The magnitude of this magical power caused the man raising a goblet in the Tosaka estate to pause, his brow furrowed. It could only be Castor. Although he had yet to reveal himself before the crowd, the actions he undertook on this land could not escape the eyes of the combatants. At this moment, without a workshop, he unleashed his noble phantasm. Lacking any suppression of presence, the surging magical energy of the ley line betrayed his location, instantly drawing the attention of all watching over Ryougi. Some were already approaching, each with their own motives, some seeking to reap benefits, others simply refusing to allow him to commit evil on this land, and some adhering to their own sense of justice. Among them, there were also those who were not merely passive spectators. So this is a noble phantasm. How noisy indeed. Shall we not go? Through the floor-to-ceiling window, I already glimpsed the purple mist rising from somewhere outside the city, and in the hazy distance, the gigantic tentacle swayed. Removing my glasses, I wore a stern expression. Rest assured, if it's Shiro, there's no cause for concern. Beside me stood Shinobu, seasoned by battles, already sensing the impending crisis. Yet her beautiful features bore little worry as she turned to me and smiled gently. If it's a noble phantasm, Shiro has one as well. Within the residential area encircling the estate, the purple mist continued to spread, and on the ground lay a mire that invited malice. No one knew what was happening. They could only lock their doors as tightly as possible and anxiously gaze out at the apocalyptic scene beyond their windows. The blaring alarm ripped through the night, a cacophony of sound transmitting in waves, as someone had triggered the air raid sirens. Within mere seconds, the vast expanse of Ryougi City reverberated with the jarring alarm. This was the most severe city alert. Activating the air raid sirens indicated that warning citizens through television and radio was already too late. The danger would descend in an instant. I stood atop a high-rise, rain pouring down upon me, my kimono fluttering wildly in the tempest, yet I merely lowered my eyelids. My cerulean gaze surveying the grotesque monster below, its tentacles menacingly displayed. Truly ugly, I murmured softly, raising my blade above my head, poised like an executioner about to deliver judgment. Electric currents danced along the crimson blade, and the thunderous clouds above resonated with a deafening roar, the already fierce winds intensifying severalfold. This was not a mere bolt of lightning. This was a technique far more powerful than any simple strike. Chapter 237. Chong Ingji Long citizens, please take heed. A tsunami caused by strong winds is imminent. Residents in the downtown area and near the Ryougi Great Bridge should evacuate towards the direction of Ludong Temple or seek refuge in high-rise buildings. The piercing alarm echoed throughout Ryougi City, and one could already see the flow of people braving the downpour, departing from the center engulfed in purple mist. Clearly, the overseers of this war had begun to take action. They must ensure the secrecy of the Holy Grail War, and the tsunami was merely a fabricated excuse. The directive has been issued. The subsequent handling must be entrusted to you, Tosaka-kun. An aged and steady voice resonated from the magical communication device. Kirai Kodomine, the overseer of this war, held a profound friendship with the Tosaka clan, and naturally he had opened many doors for Tosaka Tokiomi during this conflict. Now, facing such trouble in Ryougi, he could not turn a blind eye, whether out of duty to the church or his bond with Tosaka Tokiomi. Thank you, I replied softly, severing the communication and turning to the regal figure seated upon the luminous vessel, Vimana. Bowing deeply, I addressed the king. My lord, that monstrous beast is a threat to your domain. I humbly request you to slay it yourself. My tone was respectful, my words a plea rather than a command. This exchange was not one of master and servant. It was that of king and subject. Even as the land he governed faced imminent destruction, Tokiomi maintained this demeanor, rather than issuing a forceful command. However, this had nothing to do with Gilgamesh. It was merely Tokiomi placing himself in a subordinate position. Since it was a subject-esque council, the king was naturally free to disregard it. Tokiomi, that is the work of a gardener. It is the gardener's task to fulfill. And I believe Gilgamesh's gaze is directed towards a slender figure atop a high-rise within the purple mist. That fellow's sword would serve as an excellent hoe. I gazed down at the colossal beast, and it returned my scrutiny with a similar glance, albeit one that was shared by countless eyes. Dozens of eyes protruded from the surface of the sea demon's body, and when they all focused upon me, it felt as though I were staring into an abyss. Countless slender tentacles shot forth from the sea demon, slicing through the rain, aiming for me atop the high-rise, as if to drag me into the depths. Yet, I made no move. The electric light coursing along my blade illuminated my pale face, drenched by the rain. I parted my lips and spoke softly. This is the beginning of all tales, the source of legendary tales, the inception of the immortal curse. Manifest now, eternal Chong Ing Zhilong. The chant evokes a tale from an obscure, alternate history, representing both the essence crystallized by the sword Saint Wei Ming and the very inception of Wei Minggua. At this moment, the sky seems to respond to a summons, with the low-hanging clouds swirling downwards, resembling a colossal horn emerging from the cloud cover. Flickers of lightning intermittently illuminate the horn, accompanied by the ominous rumbling of thunder and the haunting wail of some unknown creature. The somber sky resembles a vast golden ocean, with the clouds resembling boiling water. As countless arcs of electricity radiate outward from the horn, a dense pressure descends from the heavens, and a fierce roar rends the clouds enveloping the horn, unleashing a shower of glowing cherry blossoms alongside the torrential rain that gently falls around the protagonist. Above her, a slender figure materializes, its pallid body resembling a tree. A solitary left arm and 7 jade-like blades. This is Yinglong. In this moment, the dragon rooted in Wei Minggua reveals itself to the world. Half of its form emerges from the clouds, akin to a deity surveying the realm after a long slumber. Truly, an abhorrent presence has appeared, Gilgamesh remarks, his face betraying unmasked disdain, as the aura of Yinglong reminds him of the serpent that once devoured his immortal elixir. Yet swiftly, a smile of delight curves his lips. As a spectacle, it is indeed remarkable. The dragon, connected to the sky, emits a long cry and brandishes the 7 jade-like blades against the approaching tendrils. The blades do not touch the tendrils, yet the black appendages recoil like a tide, obliterated by an unseen sword chi moving at extraordinary speed. Even if you were a leviathan of the deep sea, how could you possibly contend with the divine dragon of the 9 heavens? The protagonist raises by lay high above her head, mirroring the action of Yinglong. The moonlight-like blade pierces the sky, and at this moment, all combatants direct their gaze upwards. She looks to the heavens while others fixate on her, until a golden and purple lightning bolt cleaves down from the position of Yinglong. This is Indra's thunder, acquired during her confrontation with Minamoto no Yoromitsu, now merging with the thunder of Ba, radiating a blinding light that dispels the darkness brought by the downpour. Ultimately, the lightning crashes down onto the 7 blades held by Yinglong. The jade-like edges seem to be imbued with vitality, a faint glow illuminating the blades as the protagonist, standing atop the high building, swings down by lay in a simple yet decisive motion, akin to an executioner delivering judgment upon a condemned soul. This strike is also a verdict, with the condemned being the sea demon. Simultaneously, the golden thunder fully unfurls in the sky, and the 7 blades, charged with electric energy, descend, creating a scene reminiscent of divine retribution. There is no evasion, no defense. After all, this sea demon possesses formidable regenerative capabilities, its massive form no longer a vulnerability. As long as a single part of it survives, it shall not perish. Yet, such abilities hold no significance in the eyes of the protagonist. Countless threads of fate are severed in an instant by the golden thunder, as Yinglong unleashes Ba's thunder. Augmented by Indra's thunder, its sheer power rivals that of any formidable foe. No one could withstand such a blow, especially not under the gaze of the protagonist. Before the thunder dissipates, the form of the sea demon begins to disintegrate. This most formidable creature cataloged in the lore of Luoyan City is utterly annihilated by what can only be described as divine punishment. The dragon that delivered this strike transforms into countless cherry blossoms, scattering through the air. A beam of blinding sunlight pierces the void where it once stood, gradually radiating outward. Chapter 238. The sudden toll of the evening bell, the cherry blossom petals, suffused with a pink glow, fall upon this battlefield, mingling with the hues of the twilight sky, as if to draw a curtain over the recently concluded conflict. The torrential rain has ceased, and the residents who had prepared to flee halt in their tracks. Gazing up at this moment, it is a sweet, ripe emptiness reminiscent of fruit, and, as it descends upon them, it evokes a sensation akin to drifting through a watercolor painting. However, This moment of beauty is shattered by a prolonged siren. Rows of ambulances surge into the streets, immediately commencing search and rescue operations. For them, this night promises to be one of sleeplessness. The streets, now covered in a delicate layer of cherry blossoms, witness the protagonist walking slowly, her wooden clogs echoing sharply against the waterlogged ground, the sound jarring in the tranquility of this twilight. Yet, despite the stillness, an inexplicable restlessness within her intensifies, akin to a creeping insect gnawing at her heart, growing into an overwhelming anxiety. She had hoped that the focus of battle would bring her solace, but it appears the situation has only worsened. As the evening glow fades, darkness envelopes the streets before the streetlights can illuminate them, casting the protagonist's figure into shadow. In that moment, she abruptly widens her eyes, her spine straightening as she enters a state of alert. She senses an imminent danger, one of unprecedented severity. Neither her meeting with the One Mind Association nor the presence of Gilgamesh in this realm had ever instilled such a visceral sense of peril within her, a feeling akin to death. But how could this be? With the power of the dragon's blood coursing through her, she should be invulnerable against even the mightiest of adversaries, especially in this familiar world. The anxiety that had already taken root within her surges once more, her heart racing as if to burst from her chest. Cold sweat trickles down her neck, seeping into her damp kimono, exacerbated by the chill of the post-rain evening breeze, which steadily ascends her frame. A droplet of water coalesces on a fragile branch, ultimately falling into the puddle below, sending ripples that resemble the strumming of strings, their sound waves diffusing into the air. Yet these ripples possess two gaps. In that instant, the protagonist moves. Having merely stood still a moment prior, she now whirls and strikes, her empty hand invoking Baile, the slash manifesting in a vivid crimson. This is a strike delivered with utmost force, employing both raw power and refined technique. The rippling water provides feedback on the assailant's position. There is indeed someone standing behind her, devoid of any aura. However, her response is nothing short of impeccable. In the face of such a sudden shift, the assailant cannot react, and their roles of attacker and target are seamlessly exchanged. Baile de chance in a fleur de sac. Heavy and potent, yet the sound that returns is not the exquisite slice of flesh, but a sharp buzz. Before the protagonist can register her surprise, the immense force transmitted back through Baile propels her, weapon and all. The opponent not only intercepts Baile, but possesses strength that far exceeds her own. Sent flying through the air, she rotates several times before landing, embedding Baile into the ground to stabilize herself. Yet even this causes a fissure to form in the earth, stretching 3 meters wide. Slowly, she raises her gaze to the assailant, only to be taken aback. Where she had just stood, no human form exists. Instead, there is only a mass of black mist, boiling like water in a cauldron, swirling with an essence that feels like a fusion of fear and death, sending chills down one's spine at a mere glance. Even Shiki was not exempt from this. As she unconsciously swallowed, her Shiki's eye of death instinctively activating. Yet this time, she beheld nothing. Indeed, it was not merely a matter of scarcity. It was an absolute void. It was as if the boundary between worlds was imperceptible. Moreover, the murderous intent emanating from this black mist was akin to a judgment from the abyss of phantoms, leaving no doubt about the intentions of this entity. The invisible death line and the misty form eluded even the extensive memories of the 4 battles. Shiki could not find anything that matched its characteristics, although she remained unaware of the identity of this being or the reason for its presence. Given the intensity of its murderous aura, it was only fitting that it was prepared to meet its demise at her hands. A killer must naturally be ready to face death. Even without knowing the true identity of the figure before her, Shiki held her blade at the ready, her body taut like a bowstring. In the next instant, the dragon flash. Without any forewarning, Shiki launched the offensive, lacking the certainty of victory against her opponent, and even her own survival was uncertain. The deathly aura exuding from the black mist was so dense that it nearly suffocated her, prompting Shiki to seize every opportunity to prevail. The water was cleaved by the explosive sword energy, yet upon striking the black mist, it seemed to dissipate as if met by a sturdy metal shield. Dispersing to either side, it bore no effect. No, there was an effect. The black mist was cleaved apart by Shiki's strike, as if swept away by the wind, revealing its true form beneath. A colossal sword nearly matching Shiki's stature, adorned with a skull visage, swaying black ritual robes and dark armor. All of this proclaimed the name of this grim reaper to Shiki. Hasanai Sabah. Shiki fixed her gaze upon the skeletal swordsman, gritting her teeth as she uttered this name. The assassin, who should not have appeared here, now stood palpably before Shiki, two azure flames igniting within his eye sockets as he stared at Shiki, resembling a predator eyeing its prey. Indeed, an ancient voice suddenly resonated, deep and hoarse, reminiscent of a tolling evening bell. Chapter 239, Listen. The old man of the mountain, the pinnacle of assassins, the grand assassin, one of the 7 grand servants, and a weapon capable of slaying beasts. Such an existence had no reason to manifest here, nor could it be summoned. Even if the great Holy Grail possessed ample magical energy, it could not complete such a summoning. Yet, he now undeniably stood before Shiki, exuding suffocating pressure and an intense aura of death. Why are you here in such a form? Shiki's eyes remained fixed on the elder before her. Faced with such an entity, she dared not relax. For he was the embodiment of death. Not even her Shiki's eye of death could discern a death line upon him. Instead, she sensed an unfamiliar peril emanating from him. Should she falter, she would perish. Even the power of the dragon's blood would be severed by that sword. The destiny indicated that was where my blade would strike. The deep, hoarse voice provided the answer. Destiny? Shiki murmured softly. Indeed, at the moment the voice faded, the skeletal swordsman's form transformed into a blazing, cerulean flame. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, a powerful sense of crisis surged through Shiki's nerves. Her heart nearly stopped, and in that instant, it felt as if her very warmth had been drained, rendering her unable to breathe, akin to death. However, this sensation passed as quickly as it came. The moment normalcy returned, Shiki pivoted and swung her blade, striking out with a crimson crescent moon. The colossal sword clashed with ballet, fiery sparks erupting between the two. As Shiki, seemingly frail, withstood the lethal blow from Hasanetsuba, her ability to parry this strike was not due to foresight or transcendental perception. The flawless aura concealing the grand assassin rendered him nearly invisible. As for why Shiki was able to respond, it was thanks to the curse held by Hasanetsuba. Regardless of the secrecy of his actions, his perfectly executed attacks would allow his intended victim to sense his presence. This meant that anyone he sought to kill would experience a premonition of their fate, explaining why Shiki had felt that peculiar sensation moments ago, enabling her to react in time. The weight of the sword pressed against ballet, causing Shiki's hand to tremble slightly. Her battle with Castor had already drained her significantly, and now she was not at her full capacity to confront such an entity. In their mere collision, Shiki had already fallen to the disadvantage. The inky black sword inched closer, its terrifying might seeming to threaten to cleave both Shiki and ballet in twain. This was the Grand Servant. Such overwhelming malice openly heralded her demise, yet she remained powerless to resist. This was the true Grim Reaper. Now, he arrived with his tolling bell, only to claim Shiki's head. Yet, even so, Shiki exhibited no sign of submission. She let out a low growl, defying the Grim Reaper. This life is not for the Grim Reaper to claim. With a sudden shift, she transitioned to a one-handed grip on her blade, her free hand swiftly grasping a chilling presence. Open the door and draw. The mirror-like blade rose from below, creating a curtain of water while igniting a dazzling gleam. At this moment, Shiki firmly grasped 2 immortal blades, determined to sever the Grim Reaper's decree. She charged forth, executing a dual-wielding technique that perfectly harmonized both defense and offense. In response, Hasanetsuba could only retract his great sword to defend against this onslaught. Otherwise, he would face a strike from another realm. At that moment, a blazing azure light erupted from his eyes, cerulean flames bursting forth from his feet, resembling a volcanic eruption. Yet, the temperature was not searing but utterly frigid. The door was forcefully interrupted, yet Shiki had no thoughts of pursuing. Instead, she took the opportunity to retreat, widening the distance between them. Cold sweat soaked her already damp attire as she regulated her breathing, her gaze never leaving Hasanetsuba. He was the strongest opponent she had encountered thus far, not for any other reason, but because he had the capacity to truly end her life. Still unwilling to concede, even his destiny had been revealed. Hasanetsuba made no move to pursue, standing tall like an unmoving statue. Shiki, crouched upon the ground, curled her lips into a smile. Have you heard a saying? The flames in the eyes of the black swordsman flickered, a hint of confusion appearing upon his skeletal mask. What? Shiki rose to her feet, her smile blossoming fully, lightly gesturing with her blade as she declared. My fate is mine to command, not to be dictated by heaven. The towering figure trembled slightly, seemingly affected by Shiki's words. Yet he remained silent, deeply contemplative. After a long moment, he drew the black great sword from the ground and spoke. Is that so? You're no different from others, engaging in futile resistance against the predetermined destiny. But in the end, when the evening bell tolls, they realize the futility of their efforts. However, since you possess such confidence, then listen, for your bell has already tolled. As Hasetsura's words echoed, a distant, ancient, and heavy tolling resonated through the street. This is the decree of fate, an irrevocable death that cannot be altered or evaded. In the presence of this solemn bell tolling, even the most valiant warrior is gripped by fear, for it signifies that one has reached the end of their destiny, the final path of life. The ethereal blue flames envelop the dark swordsman entirely, resembling a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. On this pitch-black street, the flames cast no light, only an endless void of death. In the next moment, the dark swordsman advanced. Though he approached with seemingly simple steps, with each stride, his towering figure faded from the sight of Shur, marking the essence of true assassination, coming ever closer while leaving one powerless to respond. Death drew near, and Shur sensed it, an ineffable state akin to being engulfed in a space rife with contagion, where a single breath could spell immediate demise, yet she found herself utterly powerless. Perhaps this was indeed the final battle of Shur's life, the moment when the great sword, capable of disregarding the power of longing, would pierce her body, marking the end of the journey for the last inheritor of the Wei Ming Lu. In truth, surrendering to fate now would yield similar results. Yet Shur still gripped her twin blades tightly, assuming the initial stance of a Nitian Iryu. Chapter 240. The fate is not yet upon us. The melodious chime resonated in Shur's ears, her ability to perceive the transparent world reaching its zenith. Yet, at this moment, she still could not capture Hasane, the pinnacle of an assassin's mastery. Formless, shadowless, yet lethally potent. An endless desert replaced the dim street, and under the twilight glow, the yellow sands sparkled like gold, breathtakingly beautiful, while white feathers danced through this illusion, rendering the scene dreamlike. Listen, the evening bell reveals your name. The feather of death claims your head. A somber voice began to echo in this realm, the pronouncement before execution, determining Shur's life or death. Death! O angel of death, Azrael! The dark swordsman suddenly materialized, his imposing figure exuding an intense aura of oppression as he stood before Shur, his pitch-black great sword raised high, poised to strike. Shur seized this moment, her blades of Kai Min and Bai Lei intersecting to meet the descent of death. She unleashed a rare roar, her eyes ablaze with fury, intent on cleaving through the impending demise. Yet, a most peculiar scene unfolded. Kai Min and Bai Lei passed through the dark great sword. These blades designed to sever the undying could not halt death. The sword was imbued with what is deemed fate, that which is destined to occur, unless fate itself intervenes. No one can halt its course, not even Hasane himself. The dark blade magnified in Shur's pupils, laden with palpable death, a death that could not be evaded. Just as it was about to pierce her brow, the bell ceased. Along with its cessation, the descending dark blade was halted. A slender finger rested upon the sword's edge, lightly deflecting the inevitable strike that even Bai Lei and Kai Min could not touch. You have mistaken your target, dear assassin. A melodious female voice caused the dark swordsman's form to falter, the skull mask revealing a hint of gravity as he gazed upon Shur, as if witnessing something unfathomable. The reason for your manifestation in this world is not due to Shur, but rather to me. Shur smiled gently, a smile unlike her own, radiating kindness and maternal warmth. Akin to that of a saint, her very aura transformed into something dreamlike and elusive, as if beyond reach. Although this smile was faint and cold, reminiscent of glimmers upon snow, it bore an enchanting beauty upon her otherwise indifferent visage. Undoubtedly, this was not Shur, but rather Ryougi, the true persona connected to the root of existence, the one who genuinely possessed and could wield the power of the origin. Now, as she materialized just before the fateful blade could descend, she effortlessly deflected it with a casual gesture. The yellow sands vanished, as did the feathers. Everything dissipated with Ryougi's emergence, a manifestation of her dominion. As long as she willed it, she could alter and utilize everything in this world. The dark great sword slowly lowered, and the crowned assassin regarded the girl before him, speaking in a deep voice. Indeed, my target is not her, but you. Suddenly, azure flames surged forth, enveloping his entire being. In the next moment, the assassin distanced himself from Shur, for the first time choosing to create space. The sword that had just fallen was raised anew, aimed at Shur. Observing Hasana's actions, Shur's smile widened, and in a gentle tone, she softly inquired, "Are you certain?" "Of course. My duty is to eliminate the damned and eradicate that which ought to perish." When bestowed with the title of the Crowned One, an additional responsibility is added, addressing the 7 great calamities of humanity. You are one of them. Indeed, this is the mission of the crowned hero, to confront the calamities of humanity, those known as beast existences, the evils that must be transcended throughout human history. Although it is not entirely accurate, but it suffices. You should also understand that, in facing me, a single knight alone cannot prevail. The dark swordsman fell silent. This was an undeniable truth. The crowned hero's number 7. Yet it does not imply that a single one can contend with a singular beast. Each beast requires multiple crowned heroes to manage, and should the battle continue, the outcome would differ significantly from before. Or do you wish to try, despite this? But let me forewarn you, the evening bell you revere and wield cannot toll for me at present. With a sorrowful smile reminiscent of cherry blossoms fading, Shur closed her eyes. In the next instant, she opened them, her gaze capable of confronting the death of all things, a distorted death line forcibly imposed upon Hasana, marking this reaper with the line of death. Fate is not yet upon us. The dark swordsman's body stiffened momentarily as he spoke in a voice tinged with confusion. Unfathomable, inexplicable. He was puzzled. The reality that a single knight could not conquer a beast was irrefutable. Yet even so, the Alea consciousness had only descended upon him, the crowned servant. This incomprehensible anomaly left the pinnacle assassin bewildered. Are you perplexed? Allow me to provide the answer. Step by step, Shur advanced until she stood before the dark great sword, then extended her slender, fair hand to gently grasp the edge of the blade. The means of halting the advance of human evils is not solely through slaying, but also through redemption. Chapter 241. The indelible curse dragging her heavy body, Shur paused at the entrance of the magical workshop transformed by Chungzi. Leaning against the wall, she slowly sat down, taking gentle breaths. The battles with Castor and King Hassan had drained her significantly, and before pushing open this door, she required a brief respite to prevent worrying Shin too much. After all, as a doctor, Shin's admonitions were akin to a mother's care. Yet, this sensation bore a resemblance to a man returning home from work, still needing to smoke a cigarette at the doorstep. Although the natures of both scenarios are remarkably different. Shur rubbed her forehead. The death toll seemed to linger in her mind, the echoes still resonating, leaving her with a lingering trepidation. Although she was uncertain as to why she survived the chime, much of the reason must be attributed to Ryougi. Remarkably, this world's roots seem to possess an omnipotent quality, capable of even nullifying such sounds. Shiki pondered, simultaneously beginning to channel a portion of magic from Ninja through the command spell, aiding her physical recovery. While not entirely in the form of a heroic spirit, recovering stamina was within her capability. However, she soon detected an anomaly. The channel established by the command spell connecting her to Ninja was not transmitting any magic back. This was peculiar. No, it transcended mere peculiarity. Ultimately, the command spell serves as the key for the servant and master to forge a contract. The latter provides the former with the necessary magic of the present world, while the former bestows power upon the latter, creating an interdependent relationship. Furthermore, a servant does not require the master's explicit permission to draw upon their magic unless the master deliberately severs the supply, making it exceedingly rare for a servant to be unable to access magic. Of course, another potential cause for this situation could be the master's own magic being in a severely diminished or exhausted state. A wave of intense unease surged through her mind at that moment. The agonized visage of Ninja that had appeared the previous night reemerged in her thoughts. A pain she found inexplicably familiar. She recalled that expression, reminiscent of a suffocating agony she had witnessed in the country of Aomi. It was not merely a case of excessive magic depletion. It was the dragon cough, a curse that accompanied the undying power of the dragon's blood. A profound terror erupted from the depths of her heart, causing Shiki's body to tremble uncontrollably. The words of Orange echoed in her mind, piercing every nerve. Her previously heavy body instinctively began to move, staggering as she burst through the door, revealing the vast living room where she had lingered with Ninja and Orange the night before. The dark red curtains were drawn tightly, obscuring the entire floor-to-ceiling window, with only a few beams of sunlight filtering through the gaps. The ticking of a clock reverberated in the hall, the hour hand of the wall clock pointing to 8 o'clock, the time when Ninja would normally rise to prepare breakfast. Yet, the kitchen was devoid of any presence. Only darkness and silence remained, the latter almost terrifying in its intensity. The palpable unease began to quiver within her as she turned to the room at the end of the red carpet, where a purple-haired girl stood, her expression one of bewilderment. She stared vacantly at the closed door, her face revealing a sense of anxiety that belied her incomplete recovery. Shiki approached the room step by step, each movement laden with difficulty and weight. Her head bowed, the hair falling over her forehead obscured her expression, until she slowly pulled open the door under Sakura's watchful gaze. "You've returned," said Orange, seated in a chair, her glasses absent, her face bearing the weight of exhaustion. However, Shiki's gaze was not upon Orange, but rather upon the bed beside her, where a girl, delicate as a butterfly, lay with her eyes closed, utterly tranquil, as if in a deep slumber, her barely discernible breath indicating her condition. "Have you finally noticed?" Although it might be a tad late, Orange received no answer, and an extended silence enveloped the room, a sorrowful atmosphere permeating every corner, gentle yet heavy, like water gradually submerging and suffocating. "How long has it been?" The subtle silence lingered before Shiki finally spoke, her tone flat, yet imbued with an unsettling chill that caused Orange to tense. "Almost a year, I believe. Shortly after your departure." The soft whisper of a blade echoed suddenly within the room. The Kyuzuken, reeking of blood, was drawn forth, and a fiery light ignited in Shiki's eyes. Before Orange could react, Shiki swung the blade. Her target was not the esteemed dollmaker, but the girl peacefully lying on the bed. Shiki had no justification to strike at Orange, nor against Ninja. What she aimed to sever was the curse dwelling within the girl, the dragon cough. It manifested as countless crimson threads entwining Ninja, akin to the scarlet web ensnaring a butterfly. With the descent of Kyuzuken, those threads shattered completely, gazing into the eyes that perceive the death of all. Having linked with the origin, she should be capable of annihilating anything, and this instance was no exception. Yet, within mere seconds, those severed threads reformed at a visible speed. Frustrated, Shiki swung the blade again, once, twice, thrice. Each time the dragon cough was vanquished, only to reappear on Ninja's form. Shiki indeed eliminated the curse, yet with every curse extinguished, a new one would descend upon the girl. The strikes ceased, likely due to her dwindling stamina. Kyuzuken slipped from Shiki's grasp, clattering to the ground with a resonant sound. That entity was not the source, and thus, no matter how many times it was expelled or destroyed, it would return, repeatedly siphoning the life force of the butterfly, leading to the current predicament. Orange provided an explanation. She had certainly attempted to lift this so-called curse. Although it was easily accomplished, it ultimately returned. Just as it had now. The decline of bodily functions due to insufficient life force was also why Ninja participated in the Holy Grail War. Shiki endeavored to maintain her composure, though the tremor in her voice was unmistakable. "I have utilized magical means to induce a state of slumber in the butterfly, extending her time as much as possible, but even so, her time is limited," Orange responded. Yet, this was merely a deceit, a lie Ninja had instructed her to convey. The prophecy of the mother of Kambuko foretold an inescapable death. Surely the Holy Grail could allow her to evade this fate. Thus, the reason the butterfly sought the Holy Grail was not for her own salvation, but to craft a new sheath for Shiki. Shiki retrieved the Kyuzuken that had fallen to the ground and turned to prepare for departure. "Shiki, where are you going?" Orange's voice halted her, and she responded softly, her tone imbued with an irresistible resolve to reclaim the Holy Grail. Chapter 242. All things are firm, unmatched in any circumstance. In the journey of life, the seeds you sow yield the fruits you reap. The encounter between Shiki and Ninja was the cause, and the current predicament was the effect. The power of the dragon's blood was ultimately no benevolent force. It brought only tragedy and curses, which was precisely why Jiro had once sought to sever it. People would become frenzied, losing sight of their true intentions, while things would twist and lose their original forms. Shiki should have anticipated such a day. As she borrowed life through resurrection and battled formidable foes, the inevitable cost had begun to consume the lives of those she cherished. This was a mistake she had made, and thus she must personally atone for it. The only remedy for the dragon cough was the tincture of dragon's blood. Yet such a thing did not exist in this world. However, There existed something far more mysterious than the tincture of dragon's blood. The Holy Grail. This omnipotent wish-granting machine had become Shiki's last hope to reverse this tragedy. Regardless of success or failure, she now armed herself with blade and sword, determined to conclude this war. On the outskirts of Fuyuki lay a seldom-trodden dense forest, connected to the outside world by a winding mountain road. At the heart of the forest stood a British-style castle, quietly standing in stark contrast to the other high-rises of Fuyuki City. The castle of the Ainsburn family, one of the three great families, has always been an indispensable presence in every Holy Grail war. Naturally, Ainsburn has established a base in Fuyuki. Due to its remote location and the protective barriers set by its subordinates, the castle, towering amidst the dense forest, remains unnoticed by ordinary people outside. However, on this third night since the onset of the Holy Grail War, the castle welcomed its first visitor. Caricia, there's an intruder. Through the transparent crystal ball, Alice Phil beheld a crimson-clad girl, brandishing a scarlet longsword, stepping forward into the castle from the depths of the forest. A weighty expression crossed Kiritsugu's face. He still vividly recalled the dragon that judged the sea demon yesterday, but the reason this girl had targeted him left him perplexed. Without strategy, without tactics. The reasons for Berserker and Caster's exit remained a mystery to him. These two servants had not even revealed themselves before they were already forced out by the girl. This Holy Grail War, which should have been a clash of intellect and might, felt as though she held a list of names that needed to exit, and all she had to do was wield her blade. Such uncontrollable factors made the usually composed man feel a tinge of agitation. Yet with the enemy at hand, his only course of action was to confront her. Mia, retreat with Alice from the rear. Saber, the confrontation with the enemy is entrusted to you. If an opportunity for elimination arises, you are permitted to use your noble phantasm. The man organized his arrangements methodically. The sudden attack did not fluster this righteous ally. He pushed aside the aluminum box on the table, retrieving an ancient pistol from within, loading a 127mm bullet with clear intent. This was Kiritsugu's style. He never cared for the morality of his actions, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his ambitions. Watching this scene, Saber furrowed a brow. Although she felt some discontent, the collaboration between servant and master was undeniably effective. As she released her magical energy and changed her armor, tightening her grip on the invisible blade, the golden-haired maiden dashed out of the castle. In stark contrast to the warmth inside, the forest emanated a chill. The cold wind seeped through the gaps in Saber's armor, sending shivers even through the body of this British monarch, as if the air bore an ominous portent. Saber positioned her invisible sword before her, her emerald eyes quietly surveying the dense woods. Under the silvery moonlight, her petite figure exuded an undeniable pressure. Like a mighty dragon guarding its castle, poised to strike down any intruder. Soft footsteps emerged from the forest, rhythmic and orderly. As a pair of wooden clogs crossed the boundary between light and shadow, the black and red cords accentuating the cleanliness of those feet. Following was a blade, glimmering like a mirror, reflecting the moon's silver rays. The intruder had arrived. It was the same visage Saber had encountered before, cold and dignified. Yet it bore an inexplicable ferocity. A fierce determination to accomplish a task at any cost emanated from the girl, and despite her attempt at concealment. The perceptive Saber noticed it. She could not discern the nature of this task, but she understood that when one wielded a blade with such conviction, the ensuing power would surpass the ordinary. Gripping her invisible blade tightly, the British monarch closed her eyes, grounding her thoughts, and took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, her emerald gaze was filled with resolve. Magical energy surged forth. A tempest erupted around Saber, scattering the stones on the ground as the invisible blade revealed its true form. In the face of such an attack, even this British monarch entered her most formidable state immediately. In contrast, the other party remained relatively still, simply positioning the Jizoken at her side, bending low. Then, with a resounding boom, a deafening sound exploded in the air as the figures of red and white vanished from each other's sight simultaneously. From utter stillness to explosive movement, the two combatants executed a flawless transition, appearing as though once static statues had suddenly disappeared. There was no need for words. Between swordsmen, there could only be one strike. In the face of direct combat, any strategy would seem utterly futile. All things are resolute. In times of crisis, none can be unmatched. Chapter 243, True Name Release Battle. Only battle? This was the sole opportunity for the Jizoken. She must win this war. She must obtain the Holy Grail. Originally, this seemed a relatively simple task, with a grand servant and a heroic spirit in a state of combat, alongside a combat power not inferior to that of any servant. Victory would be easily attainable even in the treacherous Fourth Holy Grail War. But now, circumstances had changed. Standing at the pinnacle was the assassin, seemingly a different Gilgamesh. All of this was filled with uncertainty, but the Jizoken had no choice. All she could do was strike. An ear-piercing shriek pierced the air, the blade tearing through as Jizoken unleashed a cross-slash, moving with unprecedented speed, shadowless yet lethally potent. Saber swung her holy sword to counter, but her beautiful visage was marked by tightly closed eyes. Even so, she accurately blocked the 2 consecutive strikes. It was intuition. In a previous encounter, Saber had realized her insurmountable disadvantage in speed. If that were the case, it would be better to abandon visual tracking and entrust everything to instinct. At that moment, the upright tuft of hair atop her head swayed gently, like an antenna sensing the enemy. The Jizoken did not believe that such a clever cross-slash could work against this king of knights. Failing to land a hit did not alter her cold expression. Instead, she suddenly lunged forward, lowering her head and bending her body. The next instant, a fierce gust swept past her head. Wind King's Hammer, a large-scale killing technique that compresses air and releases it in an instant, with little chance of evasion in face-to-face confrontation. However, the Jizoken seized its blind spot. Having been a moon dweller, she understood Saber even better than Saber herself. Ignoring the tremendous roar from behind, the Jizoken, nearly grazing the ground, swung her longsword upwards in a swift motion. The blade, moving with the same urgency as before, tore through the air with a sound that had yet to reach Saber's ears before the brilliant blade light illuminated her closed eyes. Perhaps sensing the imminent threat, the emerald eyes that had just closed sprang open, revealing a hint of shock upon seeing the approaching blade. Making a choice invariably involves trade-offs. Saber chose to forego sight and devote her attention entirely to instinct. This indeed allowed her to block the Jizoken's attack. But instinct also required time to provide feedback on danger. If the blade were to slide across her neck before instinct could react, the maiden would become a lifeless corpse. This was precisely the situation at hand. The Jizoken anticipated this, which is why she pressed forward rather than retreating. She aimed to win this battle before Saber's instinct could respond. With a thunderous sound, just as the Jizoken's blade was about to descend, a muffled roar erupted from somewhere within the forest. It was the growl of a heavy sniper rifle. In the darkness, a spark flared and blossomed. A golden bullet spiraling forth from the spark, flying languidly toward her gaze. The slash was abruptly interrupted by a gunshot, halting the descending Jiuzi Jinding mid-air. In a swift maneuver, it altered its trajectory, cleaving the golden bullet that had surged from the shadows into 2. This was a reluctant act, as Shur could not afford to ignore it, for this was no ordinary bullet, but an origin bullet forged from the rib of a righteous ally, capable of bypassing magical defenses. Perhaps in the past, she could have exchanged injury for victory, but today was different. Shur faced numerous opponents, and she could not allow herself to bear an injury that could not heal. The severed shell clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Although Amiya Kiritsuga's ambush failed, the bullet's intervention allowed Saber to escape peril, leaping backward to increase the distance between herself and Shur. The proximity would only lead to her defeat, a realization the golden-haired maiden fully grasped. Shur glanced towards the bullet's origin, but refrained from pursuing. She understood that attacking one side would inevitably grant the other an opportunity. Given this, the danger posed by Saber, this heroic spirit, was greater than that of Amiya Kiritsugu. Yet, this stalemate could not persist. A flame ignited within her crimson and azure eyes, signifying the awakening of the fire of resentment. However, no flames erupted in the dense forest. Instead, Shur's body temperature surged, and the blade of Jiuzi Jinding burned with intensity. This alternative application of the fire of resentment empowered her physical capabilities, allowing her to achieve effects akin to the release of magical energy. Her previously pale skin flushed slightly, as the blood within her seemed to boil under the influence of the fire, an unmistakable sensation of searing pain spreading uncontrollably. Yet, Shur distinctly felt her strength augmenting. It was imperative to conclude this swiftly. Shur vanished. Indeed, she vanished swiftly, lightly, and silently. When she reappeared, she stood before Saber. With the heat of her blade, she unleashed a deadly dance of swordsmanship, the scorching wave rushing toward Saber. Thanks to the distance maintained, Saber, with her instinct triggered, raised her sword to defend. The golden holy sword clashed repeatedly with Ryougi Jianding, each slash, thrust, and sweep transforming into a lethal ballet under Shi's graceful movements. Such an offensive even placed immense pressure on the Night King herself, who recognized that her opponent's swordsmanship surpassed her own. Despite her battlefield experience and wielding the holy sword, she had remained on the defensive since the onset of this battle, and even the King of Britain had to acknowledge this truth. However, a heroic spirit triumphs, not solely through skill. The maiden let out a low growl, akin to a furious lioness, as golden light burst forth from her holy sword. Sensing the golden energy cannon aimed directly at her, Shi leaped backwards into the air, experiencing the frenzied accumulation of magical power. Beneath the silver moon, the maiden knight stood resolutely amidst the dust, her holy sword raised high, illuminating the surroundings. Countless golden flecks had mysteriously permeated the entire forest, embodying the aspirations of past heroes. As the vessel of King Arthur, Saber held the prototype of her holy sword. At this moment, the golden-haired monarch proclaimed its name, Excalibur. The golden stream surged like a river, met by a resonant dragon's roar. Chapter 244. This body is known as the Sword Saint, Ashina. Within the crystalline depths of the planet, it is one of the ultimate divine armaments, the last phantasm, once governed by the star's spirit, ultimately delivered into the hands of this knightly king by the intermediary, the magician Merlin. In this instant, the sword revealed its primordial form, its golden brilliance lighting up the dense woods, a golden river racing towards the heavens, representing the thoughts of humanity and the radiance of the stars. The mightiest holy sword that accompanied King Arthur in vanquishing countless foes. True to its name, when it manifested in this form, it would herald victory. Responding to this brilliance was the rumble of thunder mixed with the roar of a dragon. Shi, suspended in the air, was buoyed by an unseen force. Her hair dancing wildly in the wind, her kimono swirling as golden lightning flickered across her form. At this moment, both the righteous ally in the shadows and the Holy Grail preparing to depart paused to gaze in awe at the maiden suspended above, as if beholding the stars. Shi had liberated her noble phantasm, unleashing the weapon of the Sword Saint, Ashina. Noble phantasm against noble phantasm. Perhaps this was not the most optimal approach, but it was certainly the simplest. A magnificent white creature emerged from the clouds, its form illuminated by fleeting golden lightning. The dragon of the perennial cherry blossom, responsible for all calamities in the land of in, reappeared, majestic and enigmatic. Its single, dark golden eye coldly scrutinized the girl wielding the holy sword below. As the 7 blades, crystalline as jade, were raised overhead, lightning coalescing with a brilliance rivaling that of Excalibur. The dragon of the perennial cherry blossom, responsible for all calamities in and the red dragon safeguarding Britain, now both raised their blades to strike fiercely. The golden river and the dazzling lightning surged simultaneously. An encounter of light against light. When two fundamentally differing lights collided, the silence that ensued was almost eerie. There were no explosive sounds, no thunderous roars. Only the blinding light expanding, completely engulfing the two combatants, forming a colossal sphere of light, akin to the rising sun dispelling the darkness of night. Boom! Following the silence came a resounding explosion, deep and prolonged, as the luminous sphere transformed into a towering column of light reaching for the heavens. In the next moment, a swift sound sliced through the air. A silver gleam darted through the center of the golden column, severing it in twain. Such an occurrence defied all possibility. The release of Excalibur was merely magical energy. Yet how could a blade sever something so intangible? Yet this astonishing event unfolded before Saber's eyes. Her verdant gaze wide with disbelief as she beheld the maiden suspended in the air. Her sword held casually, as if she had merely sliced through an apple with a fruit knife. Nevertheless, the nearly carbonized blade of Ryougi Jianding recounted the horror of that strike. The incomplete release and hasty manifestation of the cherry blossom dragon's power failed to fully negate Excalibur, compelling Shi to deliver this blow. How could this be? The noble phantasm upon which a heroic spirit relied was cleaved apart. Even Saber, the Night King, could not suppress a grimace, her exquisite countenance a tapestry of complexity. There is nothing impossible. Your sword is forged from the faith of humanity and wielded with magical power. Under normal circumstances, even my eyes would struggle to perceive this so-called faith. However, when you coalesce these beliefs, they become vividly tangible. Indeed, individual entities are often elusive, especially faith, which lacks a physical form. Yet, Saber's blade grants them substance, condensing them into a more discernible form. Consequently, Shiki's eyes naturally capture the deathline. As long as she severs it and then unfolds her nagi to withstand the remaining magical backlash, she can achieve such a feat. Were it the pure magical construct of the sword Excalibur Morgan, she would likely have perished within the black currents of magic. You cannot be that sword saint. Neither the dragon from earlier nor these eyes belong to that esteemed saber. Shiki furrowed her brow, memories of Miyamoto Musashi flashing through her mind. Ah, indeed, Shiki replied softly, as the charred blade of Jizoken shifted into ash in the night breeze. She gradually retracted the hilt, her hands falling to reveal Kaimon and Bairai materializing in her left and right hands, respectively. Shiki slightly lifted her gaze to meet those emerald eyes, but I have never claimed to be that sword saint. A white circular shockwave erupted in the air as Shiki lunged forward, her speed still too rapid for Saber to apprehend. Yet, Saber had already reacted, raising her sword in defense. Prolonged combat had accustomed her to Shiki's pace. Close-range combat is inadvisable, lest my instinct falter. The pressure from the holy sword surged again. Wind King's hammer unleashed once more. This time, the distance was sufficient. Shiki could not replicate her previous tactics to enter the blind spot. I should be able to force her back, as long as I maintain a certain distance. This thought barely formed in Saber's mind before the overwhelming sense of danger brought by her instinct shattered it. As two resounding dragon roars emerged from the tempest of Wind King's hammer. It was Kaimon and Bairai. The crimson and ebony blades surged forward from the whirlwind, propelled by Shiki, becoming the decisive arrows to breach the formation. The icy edges pointed directly at her brow, the chill they exuded sending shivers down her spine. In this predicament, Saber had no choice but to shift from offense to defense, halting Wind King's hammer while slicing twice to deflect Kaimon and Bairai. However, those two blades had become pivotal. A swift silhouette erupted from the haze, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloping the golden-haired monarch. She swung her sword in one fluid motion, but as it descended, the cold Tsumuji spear pierced through the girl's body. Shiki leaned forward with the spear as the golden-haired monarch raised the holy sword. This scene resembled the conclusion of the sword barricade war. This being is known as the sword saint Ashina. Shiki whispered softly, uttering the name of this heroic spirit. Chapter 245, The Partner Justice. The golden-haired monarch's gaze dimmed slightly, even the once proud tuft of hair drooping. The Tsumuji spear had pierced her spiritual core as a heroic spirit. Even if this strike did not sever the death line, the exit of the Night King was already inevitable. Have I failed? The girl murmured, unable to wield the holy sword that she raised. The Holy Grail was what Saber sought. Becoming a heroic spirit was her hope to alter a past choice through the Holy Grail. Yet now, defeat lay starkly before her. You have a country you wish to save, and I too have someone I wish to rescue, so I apologize. Shiki spoke gently, turning the spear to obliterate the girl's spiritual core entirely. In the Holy Grail War, there exists no concept of apologies. Between servants, only battle prevails. This apology was merely Shiki's way of reconciling with her past self, who once served as a king's chef. As light began to rise, when the girl finally closed her eyes, her figure had vanished completely. The Tsumuji spear dissipated in Shiki's grasp, and Kaimon and Bairai fell to the ground. She turned her head toward the man in black not far away and spoke softly. Shall we continue? This is not your style, after all. Amiya Karitsa gripped the gun loaded with origin rounds, aiming at the seemingly fragile girl in a kimono, a look of unprecedented gravity etched on his face. As Shiki stated, a servant's defeat traditionally signifies the end. The usually composed and rational Amiya Karitsugu had no reason to linger here, nor to aim his weapon at Shiki. However, after a moment of contemplation, Shiki felt a sense of resolution. Alice Phil is the Holy Grail container in this Holy Grail war. Her sacrifice was already fated. With this predetermined sacrifice, Amiya Karitsugu lost his qualification as a master, and thus could not continue to claim the Holy Grail. The Einsburn family would undoubtedly not abandon such an outcome, preparing for the next Holy Grail war and the next Holy Grail container, which would be this man's daughter. Ilias Veal. Amiya Karitsugu could accept defeat. But to expect him to reconcile with the sacrifice of his wife and daughter for his ideals would surely cause even this partner of justice to waver and lose his reason. Perhaps Amiya Kiritsugu could make a judgment in the face of the evil of this world that sacrificing one person to save all was worthwhile. Yet, if confronted with the real Alice Phil and Ilias Veal, could he pull the trigger? The answer is no, which is why he stood here, raising his weapon toward Shiki. Shiki advanced toward the dark muzzle, unarmed and unhurried. As she walked, she spoke, "Such an act is meaningless. Leave here while you can, before Ahad discovers your defeat. Take your daughter with you." The knot in his heart was detected. Surprise and disbelief flickered across Amiya Kiritsugu's face, yet he still could not relinquish his gun, gritting his teeth as if faced with a harrowing choice. You must understand one thing. When you attempt to save the world, you also become someone else's world. A partner of justice. Shiki and Amiya Kiritsugu brushed past each other, delivering a sentiment only the Weaver would express in a superhero-esque poignant tale. Amiya Kiritsugu may not qualify as a superhero. He lacks divine powers or high-tech armor. Yet, to uphold justice as a dream and persist to this extent qualifies him as a partner of justice. Yet now, this partner of justice released his grip on the gun, seemingly making a different decision. The room fell silent, the air still holding a faint scent of smoke and the echoes of shallow breaths. Oranges extinguished the cigarette and leaned back in the chair, gazing at the sleeping girl on the bed. The situation for the butterfly was barely stable, subsisting on deep slumber to minimize bodily consumption, thus sustaining the already dwindling vitality. This was the only thing Orange, as a puppeteer, could do. However, the butterfly had not secured temporary safety. Should Ryougi attempt to siphon her life force once more, this butterfly would never take flight again. This was the irreversible outcome witnessed by Kambuko's mother. Yet humans are inevitably drawn to miracles, a sentiment that even Orange could not escape. She gazed out at the distant, dissipating golden beam and whispered softly, "Your time is running out, Shiki." Indeed, time was of the essence. In a quiet room, a peculiar voice responded to Orange. It was an ancient, distant voice, as if thousands were singing in unison, melding with the depths of the valley, murmuring softly. Cold sweat instantly drenched Orange's white shirt as she abruptly turned her head. An unprecedented seriousness etched across her usually calm and rational face. It was as though one beheld the Grim Reaper. Before her stood indeed the embodiment of death, clad in a black robe, with eyes that glimmered like infernal flames. A voice raspy and haunting, and a skull-like mask. Aside from wielding a great sword instead of a scythe, this figure was indistinguishable from the personification of death itself. It was the Shanjiwang. In this heavily guarded workshop, rife with magical traps, this specter had silently entered the chamber for reasons unknown. Those eyes, reminiscent of Stygian fire, fixed upon Chengzi. In that fleeting moment, she felt the frigid chill of eternal winter and the desolation of the void. This sensation was akin to death itself, silent and profound, transforming the room into a realm of shadows. There was no doubt, this being was a heroic spirit, summoned by the world as a force to protect humanity, not a servant summoned and bound by humanity. Ah, Araya has already taken notice, but what of the earlier statement? Might I request an explanation from you, esteemed elder? Even in the presence of this harbinger of death, the eyes of the Grand Magus reflected no fear. She stood tall, positioning herself before the bed of Toka. In a sense, you, the one who reverses life and death, are deserving of death. Yet, I am not here for you. I am here for her. As she spoke, the assassin's gaze shifted to the girl lying quietly on the bed. Ah, Chengzi's lips curled into a cold smile. A dying individual, and the Grim Reaper is in such a hurry? No, she is one who adheres to the laws of life and death. I have no reason to act against her. Yet, despite these words, the assassin's eyes blazed with infernal fury, and the black greatsword was raised high. Descending in a swift arc, its target the sleeping maiden on the bed. Chapter 246, The One of Miracles. The black greatsword was the scythe of death. This weapon, regardless of whom it struck, would yield but one outcome, death. There was no time to react. Chengzi could hardly fathom that an existence elevated to heroic spirit for their grand achievements would commit such an act, though professing no intent to harm Toka. The great sword had already descended, exhibiting a certain stylistic flair. However, events did not unfold as Chengzi anticipated. The cold brilliance of the sword flashed across Toka's form. Yet there was no spray of blood, no sound of blade meeting flesh. The gentle rhythm of her breath lingered in the chamber. The death bestowed was not aimed at Toka, but rather at the lung disease plaguing her. Truly remarkable, this elder. After a brief moment of astonishment, Changzi discerned the Grim Reaper's true intent. Though the reason eluded him, it was evident that he had come to aid Toka, albeit not in a direct sense. The Black Spectre gazed intently at the slumbering girl, his tone grave. His actions mirrored those of Shiki, albeit through a different method. Shiki severed the ties of life by perceiving death's line and cutting it, while he imparted the concept of death and then executed. Although the nature of their methods differed, the outcome was identical. Indeed, he had slain the ailment, yet, as with previous instances, a new affliction would inevitably be born, once more ensnaring Toka. Even this Grim Reaper could not sever the disease through physical means. Could it be that even the scythe of death could not cut through this? Changzi sighed heavily, enveloped in a sense of helplessness, before donning her glasses and switching her persona. Her gaze now softer as she regarded the departing figure of the Black Swordsman. Before you make your exit or pursue other endeavors, might you enlighten me as to the reasoning behind your actions, esteemed elder? The one who transforms death into a singularity, capable of imparting the concept of demise to all, now wields his great sword for the sake of another's life. Such a contradiction to his very essence perplexed Changzi. The means to thwart the malevolence of humanity are not solely through slaying. There exists the path of redemption. The azure flames of death shifted, casting a glance at Changzi, as he recited the answer imparted to him by Tongyi. What does that mean? Changzi furrowed her brow, confusion etched upon her features. I do not comprehend. Hassan Sabah shook his head. He too was unaware of the answer. Prior to his arrival, he had assumed that Tongyi's notion of redemption was simply to save the girl. Yet reality revealed otherwise. The Grim Reaper, bound to wield his sword, could not save the ailing Toka. This was the answer he derived from her. Changzi paused momentarily, only to swiftly transition to understanding, a faint smile gracing her lips. Ah, so she has intervened, but that is to be expected. It would be odd if she did not act in such circumstances. Moreover, since it was she who uttered those words, everything becomes clear. Changzi raised her contemplative gaze, her smile still present. You have misunderstood the answer, esteemed elder. This butterfly does not seek redemption. Rather, she yearns for the one who can bring her miracles. The one truly in need of redemption is that miracle worker. With that, she turned her gaze toward the pitch-black night sky, where the golden beams of light had vanished. The Lancer class has withdrawn from the Holy Grail War. Upon hearing this news from his young master, the burly red-haired man appeared somewhat taken aback. The familiar has just received word from the church. It is not a withdrawal from the conflict, but rather a simple exit. Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald, one of the 12 lords of the Clock Tower, has relinquished his status as a master. Weber sat cross-legged atop a bridge, where the cold winds howled, his somewhat feminine features etched in deep thought. The teacher, who had always showcased Archibald's martial prowess, choosing to withdraw was decidedly out of character. Stop pondering. That fellow, despite appearing arrogant, is quite astute. It stands to reason he sensed the anomalies present in this Holy Grail War, thus opting for an early exit. Furthermore, he seems to share Lancer's disinterest in the Holy Grail. The Conqueror King, possessing an army of countless vanguards, naturally possessed a keen eye for discerning character. Just a few encounters had led him to recognize that Kenneth was unlike other magi, who pursued the route with single-minded fervor, rather than the pinnacle of sorcery. This Lord of the Clock Tower prioritized the martial legacy of his family. His participation in this Holy Grail War was merely to embellish his already illustrious record with an impressive feat, however, with Saber, Caster, and Berserker having successively exited, all at the behest of this eighth individual. It was evident that this Holy Grail War had encountered significant troubles. But what shall you do now, lad? The path ahead in this conflict will likely be far from simple. Changzi bit her thumb, a look of turmoil on his face. Just as he prepared to speak, the burly man rose, positioning himself before Changzi. You are rather slow to respond, lad. She has already arrived. The Conqueror King spoke without turning, shedding his usual playful demeanor as he fixed his gaze intently downward. A girl clad in wooden sandals approached, her left hand gripping the hilt of an ancient longsword. Shiki had found her second opponent of the night, the most formidable adversary she would face aside from Gilgamesh and Hassan Sabah. The Conqueror King is Kandar, the greatest military genius in European history, a renowned military leader and politician of antiquity, and the bearer of the noble phantasm Ionioi Hitoroi. To him, Berserker and Lancer, powerful in solitary combat, yet lacking area of effect capabilities, were akin to natural enemies. It is indeed lamentable that the instigator of this turmoil among the three servants is but a girl. Though such words were spoken, there was not a trace of relaxation in the eyes of the Conqueror King. He had not forgotten the form of Chong in3, the one who could sever the sea demon with a single stroke and extinguish the star holy sword with another. How could he possibly overlook such achievements because of the appearance of Shiki? Soon, the four horsemen would arrive. Shiki nodded gently, providing her answer succinct and clear. While she held a favorable impression of this sovereign, their positions had already predetermined them as adversaries. Thus she had no intention of discussing grand ambitions with the Conqueror King. The long sword was drawn, its resonant hum echoing through the night. Chapter 247. The city amidst the gentle hum of the long sword. The deep moos of cattle reverberated like thunder. The ruler who once unified Greece and Egypt summoned his special noble phantasm, the Gordius wheel, as a rider. It was a battle chariot accompanied by thunder, drawn by the thunderous hoofs of the divine bull, used as a sacrificial vessel for the god Zeus. And it was the very essence of the Conqueror King's summoning as a rider. In contrast, Shiki did not make a grand display. She neither unleashed Chong in3 nor gathered the power of Bajile, but merely lowered her stance, gripping her long sword to radiate a palpable aura of lethal intent into the air. "Are you not coming down, boy? Before you stands not an ordinary servant, nor a mere Japanese swordsman, but a death deity who has defeated several heroic spirits. What follows will only be a fight to the death." As he spoke, the Conqueror King glanced at the young man beside him. Due to it being only the third night, their relationship had yet to reach the mutual understanding that Shiki recalled. As the master, Wei Bo questioned the abilities of the Conqueror King as a heroic spirit. In the eyes of this rugged ruler, Wei Bo appeared somewhat timid. Yet, when the rider beheld the young man's delicate face, he was taken aback, despite the cold sweat that covered it. He did not perceive an ounce of fear in Wei Bo's expression. Wei Bo closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and upon reopening them, forced a faint smile. "That's good. Rider, you're the conqueror of all. Even if the Grim Reaper stands before you, you shall trample over it, right?" Observing the young man who had matured somewhat, the Conqueror King smiled in return, his voice ringing with vigor. "Of course. Now let us proceed." With the boy's command, the sharp sound of a short sword being drawn followed. Clang! The Conqueror King firmly grasped the reins, drawing the sword of Cyprus, pointing it toward the endless night sky. "Behold, regardless of who you are, beneath the indomitable hooves of my legion, none shall stand against us." An obscure heat wave began to erode the present realm, subsequently turning it upside down. In this strange phenomenon of the night, distance and position lost their significance. The scorching, dry winds carried hot sands, transforming everything in their path. "Look, this is my unparalleled army." Overflowing with pride and honor, the Conqueror King stood before the cavalry, raising his arms in a call, accompanied by the rumbling sounds that resonated in the air. It was the thunderous roar of thousands marching in unison, piercing through the searing, warped atmosphere. As countless dark spears and round shields appeared in Shiki's sight, the Conqueror King's voice continued to echo. "Even if they are destroyed, they can still be summoned. They are my loyal warriors from the legends. Timeless friends who respond to my call across the ages. They are my treasures. They are my path as a king. This is the might of my army. An EX-level army noble phantasm, and one that could summon continuously. Among them were war gods, kings of Maharaja, and founders of various dynasties. Gathered before him were heroic spirits spoken of only in legends, unique and unparalleled. Each possessed illustrious renown. Warriors who had fought alongside the greatest Kandar. At this moment, amidst the already distorted Holy Grail War, the Conqueror King unveiled for the first time the essence of his kingship. He held no contempt for the girl before him. None could forget the form of Chong in3, whose sword, akin to divine retribution, seemed capable of obliterating all. Thus, the Conqueror King chose to display his strongest trump card from the outset. The enemy stood as the sword saint, who could rival hundreds, fight thousands, and even vanquish tens of thousands. We must not underestimate them. Clutching his short sword tightly, Iskandar bellowed at this moment, "We shall demonstrate our path as conquerors to the pinnacle of martial artists. The warrior and the sovereign. One refines their skills to perfection while the other wields power and authority." Much like the past's Isin and Xiao. Isin wielded only a long sword, while Shiki embodied various skills and abilities, and Xiao employed any means to achieve their ends. Whereas the Conqueror King embodied righteous conquest. "Oh!" With his Kandar's roar, the army erupted in a chorus of cries. Swords were drawn, weapons gripped tightly. Every soldier's gaze fixed firmly ahead, each sword's edge and each spear's tip directed at their sole adversary in this expedition, likely the most formidable foe they had ever encountered. Transforming sight, thought, and intention into a mental image. This was the essence of the inherent boundary. Shiki softly murmured the foundation of the boundary, standing alone before the multitude. She appeared exceedingly small, like a solitary boat before a tsunami, poised to be engulfed at any moment. The army advanced step by step. 6-foot-long spears, standing tall like a forest, the dark sheen emanating from their shields and armor attesting to their fortitude. The rear was reinforced with javelins and bows. Even if ordinary soldiers could not withstand a single round under Shiki's command, there were still Iskandar and a few formidable generals by his side. Such an array would be nearly insurmountable for most heroic spirits, yet for Shiki, who possessed the mystic eyes of death perception, it was merely a matter of flicking her long sword, cleaving through the battlefield in an instant. However, Shiki did not intend to do so. This was the culmination of a ruler's life on the battlefield. To sever it with a single stroke would be too insulting for the Conqueror King and somewhat regrettable for Shiki. Ultimately, it was not about anything else. Shiki merely wished to experience the might of this king's army, albeit through a different means. Shiki slowly closed her eyes, lifting her blade high above her head, her straightened back exuding an indescribable aura. The moment she fully shut her eyes, something changed. Iskandar, riding atop the thunderous chariot, felt his pupils constrict as if witnessing something unbelievable. He was not alone, for even the advancing soldiers shared this sentiment. In the midst of the blazing desert, a soft white mist began to envelop Shiki, initially thin and gradually thickening until it completely obscured her figure. It was fog, thick fog, not a sandstorm, but pure mist. Yet how could this be? In such high temperatures, how could mist form? Rather, how could mist persist under such conditions? Was this a noble phantasm or sorcery? Beside him, Wabe was speculated. Indeed, this was the only possibility, for such a phenomenon could only be achieved through magic or a noble phantasm. It seemed to be the latter. The Conqueror King lifted his gaze to the mist-laden sky, a grave expression settling upon his bearded visage as he beheld what emerged from the hazy fog. It was a city. Chapter 248. Here lies, Wei Mingcheng the Conqueror King gazed upon the structure before him. A city, a majestic city. It materialized amidst the thick fog, standing resolutely within the yellow sands, ensconced in mist like a mirage rising from an icy sea. Yet, while mirages are illusions, this grand city amidst the yellow sands was undeniably real. It lies like a colossal beast lurking within the yellow sands, the gabled tower revealing an aura of profound mystery. The highest tier, the Tenjiromeets, pierces the clouds like a razor-sharp blade. Everything feels so vividly real that even the Conqueror King, who has laid waste to numerous nations, stands speechless in awe. In terms of grandeur, such a magnificent fortress would be a formidable feat even in the era he has traversed. Is this a fixed boundary? The beleaguered youth gazes blankly at this immense beast, finding it difficult to reconcile the seemingly fragile appearance of the maiden with the grandeur of this stronghold. The Sword Saint indeed surprises us greatly. Unlike the astonishment of Wei Bo, the Conqueror King is filled more with admiration. Conquest is his empire. And when someone stands in the path of his dominion, he shall vanquish them. If a city obstructs his path, he shall shatter it. As the white mist dissipates, the imposing bulwark reveals itself entirely before the army. And within the towering Tenjiromeets stands the maiden who embodies this magnificent city. How unexpected. This is Wuming City, and I did not anticipate that Shiki would truly manifest it. The voice of Ji echoes in my mind, expressing her astonishment and confusion after a prolonged silence. As she articulates, this city is nothing other than the very origin, Wuming City. However, there exists a slight divergence. This is indeed Wuming City, yet it is not the Wuming City of our memories. What do you mean? Ji queries, puzzled. I recall you once mentioned that although we could not communicate due to the Guardian Bell, you could still see and hear the events I experienced. Shiki speaks gently, her tone imbued with nostalgia. Indeed, before you rescued me from the state of Azura, I was aware of everything you endured. If that is the case, then you must remember that I once dreamt of a train wherein all aspects of Wuming were idyllic. No one harbored malevolent intentions toward Ryuan, no one was intoxicated by power, and there was no fear of external invasion. Though it was but a dream, it represented the Wuming I yearned for. In other words, this Wuming City is not the heart's image of the Sword Saint Wuming, Ashina, but rather Through his name, I present my own heart's vision. This is why the fixed boundary unfolds not as a marshland of reeds, but as Wuming City itself. For it is not the Sword Saint's singular will that manifests this boundary, but Shiki herself, utilizing the means of the boundary's manifestation to unveil her own heart's image. However, merely embodying Wuming City cannot withstand them, for they face the invincible cavalry that once trampled the Persian Empire. Shiki, your actions are somewhat reckless. It would suffice to cleave through with a single stroke. Xi's words ring true. The Conqueror King's cavalry has previously flattened the entirety of Greece, subdued the Persian Empire, occupied Egypt, and advanced to the banks of the Indus River. The quality and quantity of forces from Wuming, which once struggled against the invasions of internal factions, would find it exceedingly difficult to contend, especially now that this formidable city lacks the protection of the mountains. Deprived of advantageous terrain, the already disadvantaged Wuming struggles even more under the onslaught of the Conqueror King's cavalry. Even the Wuming I long for cannot match the might of the King's forces. I am aware of this. Yet this vision is not merely Wuming, but every blade of grass, every tree, every river, every drop of water, every person, and every beast. All of these represent Wuming. With a creaking sound, the tightly shut city gates slowly open. The Conqueror King and his cavalry arrayed before the city cast their gazes forward, fully aware that those who emerge from within the city are their adversaries. A series of unknown sounds echo from within, not the steady march of soldiers, but a rhythmic thudding, reminiscent of some colossal entity galloping, shaking the ground. In the next moment, the Conqueror King's cavalry beheld their foes, an enraged bull. Indeed, it was the fiery bull stationed at the city gate, which Kenichiro had designated as the vanguard during the conflict with the internal factions. At this moment, it reared its head upon the yellow sands, charging fiercely toward the cavalry, its ferocity capable of catching even the internal army off guard. Yet, the cavalry of the king's forces remained undisturbed. They are the elite of the Conqueror King, the invincible cavalry, and they formed an iron wall with their long spears at the first sign of the bull's charge, ready to pierce it through entirely. However, they miscalculated. This bull was not the creature they recognized, but rather a mutated entity born from the waters of origin, endowed with immense power within the fixed boundary. At the moment it crashed into the enemy lines, the seemingly impenetrable iron wall was breached. The long spears did indeed pierce the bull's body, yet they had no effect on it whatsoever. The fiery horns atop its head became the most effective weapon, and coupled with the pain-induced counterattack, this rampaging bull tore through a gap in the cavalry's ranks upon entering. All troops, heed the command. Steady your formation and encircle it. The short sword glimmered with a cold light as the Conqueror King issued the most prudent command. Yet he remained unaware that this bull was merely the beginning of an onslaught. Following the earlier thudding of the bull's hooves, the rapid clattering of hooves erupted from the main gate. It was a valiant warrior, wielding a long spear while mounted on horseback, accompanied by the clashing sounds of countless armors and thunderous roars. The formidable Yagakubo of the Onmyoji, the guardian of Wuming City's main gate. The foremost of the 7 spears of Wuming, he is both the sharpest spear and the sturdiest shield of Wuming. Following him were the warriors of Wuming, who had achieved renown during the War of Thievery. But not just them. Also leaping from the city walls were the towering figures of the Kunoichi wielding wild blades, women dancing upon titropes, and a one-armed flying monkey. Moreover, there was the one-eyed elder, who strode slowly at the rear of the army, clad in a flowing gray-white robe billowing in the wind. Yet that solitary eye remained as sharp as lightning. The foundational stones from the War of Thievery reunited once more in this foreign boundary after many years, not for the power of Ryuin, nor for status or authority, but for the simple 2 characters, Wuming. Chapter 249. Friends, trample them. Facing the suddenly emerging forces, the Conqueror King exhibited no sign of panic. As a military strategist and tactician, he possessed an unwavering confidence in his invincibility. He pulled the reins, advancing amidst the thunderous snorts of the thunderbolt, his short sword glimmering with a blinding light. Behind him, a forest of long spears moved in concert, their pace shifting from marching formation to a galloping charge. The spearheads, pointing forward, crush, assault, and thoroughly pierce through everything before them. That has always been the guiding principle of this army. Before us, none shall stand. Yet this time, they faced an opponent unlike any before. As both sides surged forward simultaneously, the distance between them quickly diminished, and within a mere breath, they collided. Roars and battle cries resonated across the battlefield, In this alternate time and space, the warriors of Wuming manifested in a different way, clashing with the king's forces. Initially, the Conqueror King's army could suppress them with their superior numbers, but upon witnessing several unique figures join the fray, the tide of battle reversed entirely. There were ninjas with robust builds akin to samurai, their long blades cutting through the air with resounding crackles, occasionally hurling deadly toxins. This was only one aspect. Iskandar also observed a woman who wielded steel wire to claim lives, gracefully traversing the battlefield like a fluttering gray butterfly, each step delivering lethal silver needles. In addition, he beheld an elderly figure with arms resembling those of an ape, a one-armed ninja with eyes like a wolf, and a general who unleashed thunderous arrows. Yet, the most captivating among them was the white-robed elder wielding a long blade, whose strikes unleashed a sword aura akin to that of a dragon. Although none of these individuals had attained a formal rank, they were undeniably heroic spirits, much like the barrier surrounding Iskandar himself. Each soldier was a noble spirit. It was a delightful surprise to realize that he could engage in a thrilling battle in this foreign land. The Holy Grail War is indeed stirring in this regard. With a single stroke, he pierced one of the members of the in3 clan, and the Conqueror King expressed his astonishment. He then forced a smile. Yet to think a mere few could withstand the might of countless armies was sheer folly. Just as he finished speaking, the king's eyes widened in shock, and the smile he had conjured froze on his face. For what he witnessed next was even more terrifying. Within the grand city, a white lion ape, its neck embedded with a great blade, leapt forth with a furious roar, accompanied by the white monkey sword saint wielding twin blades, along with various weapon-bearing monkeys. These creatures, once trained by the in3 clan to combat external foes, now appeared on this battlefield, and this was merely the beginning. Following them were 7 faceless warriors emanating purple flames and headless soldiers wielding great blades. They were the manifestations of in3's monstrous strength. Yet even so, their presence was not surprising, as they were integral to in3's essence. The panicked screams reached the ears of the Conqueror King, pulling him from his momentary stupor. Following the sound, he beheld the white serpent wreaking havoc upon his troops. As the name suggests, Iskandar indeed saw a white serpent, its body thick enough to be embraced by 5 individuals, its form buried in the yellow sands, with no end in sight. The mountain lord of in3, the white serpent deity. If the Sakura dragon conveyed a sense of sacred inviolability, inducing instinctive avoidance, the white serpent deity instilled a sheer sense of oppression, akin to the tense gaze shared between predator and prey. This expanse of yellow sand had become its ultimate hunting ground as it traversed the sandy sea, launching surprise attacks from beneath the surface time and again, each strike claiming the lives of countless soldiers. The king upon the divine bull inhaled sharply, for he had thought that the sights he had witnessed thus far were already sufficiently horrifying, yet the emergence of this white serpent renewed that horror. The chaos within the vast yellow sands had turned into a tumultuous mess, where monsters, animals, and deities intertwined with the formidable forces of the in3 clan. Iskandar's most elite warriors had each engaged their respective opponents, yet this elusive white serpent deity had become the nightmare of his cavalry. It was elusive and nearly impossible to slay. Every moment, soldiers were vanishing into spirit forms under the serpent deity's attacks, allowing the previously disadvantaged in3 clan to execute a flawless counterattack. Is this the power of in3? Within the castle tower, Shiki marveled at this scene. Truly that old fox, in3 Ishii, was not one to merely inscribe the name of in3 Ishii upon a contract. Rather, he had distilled the essence of the entire nation into one. Were it not so, Shiki would not have been able to harness this power. The war, transcending time and space, continued unabated, marking the most intense battle of this Holy Grail War thus far. The confrontation between troops had been established. What followed was, naturally, a clash between commanders. Shiki sheathed her blade, by lay, stepping forth from the castle's rooftop, allowing her body to descend into the yellow sands. As she felt this searing heat beneath her feet, she bent her knees, adopting a stance reminiscent of a draw, before launching forth. Boom! The sandy sea erupted into a massive wave, and in the air, one could only see a brilliant blue-red light weaving through the battlefield, infused with a murderous intent that caused the king at the center of the fray to instantly turn, his pupils contracting in shock. That was a strike he could not evade, akin to the grasp of death itself. Once the command was issued, he was bound to meet his demise. Blood mingled with yellow sand as the ultimate draw sliced through the battlefield, casting a dazzling river of blade light. However, just as it was about to cleave the Conqueror King in twain, a short sword intercepted the blow. Iskandar blocked it, yet could hardly be deemed a true defense. He was an admirable king, yet not a masterful warrior. The only reason he could deflect Shiki's strike was due to the many soldiers who threw themselves upon her blade, sacrificing their lives to grant their king a moment of reprieve. Otherwise, how could Iskandar have reacted in time to a speed that even Saber could only sense through instinct? Even if his body instinctively recognized the chilling strike, executing a flawless response would have been nearly impossible. You have a fine group of subordinates. Blood still dripped from the blades as Shiki regarded the Conqueror King, her expression unyielding. You too. The burly man met the girl's chilling azure gaze, quietly gathering his strength. Shiki shook her head, speaking in a soft tone. No, they're not subordinates, they're friends. Chapter 250. Not alone in battle. The king gathers the hearts of his people, the loyalty of his subjects. Thus, the Conqueror King possesses such devoted warriors to shield him from harm. Yet, Shiki is different. She is not a ruler, but merely a sword-bearer, requiring not subordinates to shield her, but friends to fight alongside her. The short sword trembled slightly. With a strength rating of only B and unable to amplify itself through magic, Iskandar could not overpower Shiki. Despite his subordinates creating an opportunity for him to withstand this blow, the scythe of death continued its inexorable advance toward the threshold of life. Protect the king. The roar echoed in Shiki's ears, followed closely by the chilling edge of spear. The Conqueror King had the most loyal subordinates, able to shield him at critical moments and provide timely support when danger loomed. Shiki withdrew by lay, stepping back while her empty left hand grasped the door, twisting her waist. Her long hair cascaded as she slashed out a circle of intertwining black and red. The blade of Imi, severing the undead, became the sharpest meat grinder. Soldiers charging into the arc seemed to enter an inviolable domain, only to be bisected in an instant, warm blood staining the yellow sands, a sight most glaring. ZZZT. The electrified hooves of the divine bull loomed larger in Shiki's vision. The Conqueror King did not squander the sacrifices of his subordinates. He seized upon Shiki's moment of vulnerability and launched a decisive charge. Thud! It was not the sound of flesh being crushed, but rather the dull clang of metal striking metal. The deadly hooves, crackling with thunder, were halted by a purple-blue iron umbrella, though it appeared somewhat fragile. As one of the Conqueror King's treasures, the divine bull could not shatter it. It is a wolf. Like the Conqueror King, Shiki was not alone in battle. The one-armed wolf, who had fought alongside her in Imi, unfurled the iron umbrella at a critical moment, shielding her from the divine bull's hooves. Shiki was not surprised. She gazed at the ninja, retracting the mechanism of the umbrella, and spoke with a hint of nostalgia. It has been a while. Did it remind you of the time in Imi? A familiar, aged voice called from behind. The one-eyed sword saint gripped his mirror-like blade tightly, strolling leisurely toward them, finally stopping beside Shiki. More or less. However, there were more thoughts of the 100 ways the wolf could meet its end. Shiki silently added in her mind. But now is not the time for reminiscence. The usually taciturn wolf replied, as if sensing Shiki's thoughts. Ah, indeed. Imi Ishii cast a glance at the Conqueror King, surrounded by his soldiers not far ahead, and spoke in a hushed tone. Leave the rabble to us. You focus on dealing with that fellow. Upon concluding his words, he took the lead, stepping forth into the swirling yellow sands, leaping ahead to confront the soldiers encircling the Conqueror King, while the lone wolf trailed closely behind. In mere moments, the two had drawn away the soldiers surrounding the Conqueror King, returning the situation to a one-on-one confrontation. As the sands billowed around them, Shur gazed upon the imposing figure before her, a silent assertion that he should know he would not be her match. Indeed, Iskandar nodded solemnly, acknowledging this truth. Yet his innate arrogance would not permit him to remain sheltered behind his subordinates. As a king, Iskandar could not abide his followers sacrificing themselves merely to carve out a fleeting opportunity for him. These individuals were both his vassals and his people. They could sacrifice themselves, but not in vain. Had it not been so, neither the wolf nor the intent to interfere would have succeeded in drawing away the soldiers surrounding the Conqueror King in such a brief span. Watch closely, young one, he said. The so-called path of a sovereign is one where, even when aware that the road ahead leads to an insurmountable sea, one must courageously press on against the daunting blades. With a flick of the reins, accompanied by the deep, guttural sound of the divine bull, the Conqueror King launched into the final charge of this war. raising his short sword high. Shur observed this moment with neither joy nor sorrow, and in the next heartbeat, she surged forth, her movements akin to the wings of an eagle, swift beyond the grasp of even the sword-wielding heroic spirits. The wind howled and blade screamed. At that instant, the barriers seemed to resonate solely with these two sounds, which echoed infinitely in the ears of the Conqueror King until silence enveloped the scene. With a sudden thrust, the short sword halted just an inch from Shur's pupil, unable to advance further. The blade pierced the wrist of the Conqueror King's sword hand, while Ballet sank deep into his heart. Warm blood gushed forth with Balei's movement, splattering across Shur's sleeve. It was over. The clash of two armies from disparate timelines and histories concluded with that single strike. Shur withdrew her blade, and after a few staggering moments, the robust figure of the Conqueror King knelt before the cart, turning to cast a bittersweet smile at the queen, who had followed the charge to the very end. The fabric of reality began to tear as the yellow sands crumbled. All armies disintegrated into luminous motes. This intrinsic barrier, conjured by his Kandar, could no longer be sustained upon his defeat. Likewise, Shur did not maintain the presence of Wei Ming Castle, and in mere moments, the surroundings transformed back into the cold. Wind swept the Qiao Bridge, yet devoid of the visage of a certain king. The frail youth sat upon the ground, seemingly drained of strength, as the sound of wooden clogs grew ever nearer. Unlike previous failures, however, this time he refrained from shedding cowardly tears, forcing himself to lift his chin and gaze at the approaching girl. Though he had not secured the Holy Grail, this war had undeniably instigated significant change within him. At the very least, the word cowardice had been expunged from his lexicon. The clogs halted before Weber, and as death loomed imminent, he slowly shut his eyes, his delicate features serene. Leave his place. Huh? The anticipated demise did not arrive, and Shur's words jolted Weber into astonishment, prompting him to open his eyes. He discovered that the girl before him did not focus her gaze upon him, but rather tightened her grip on the hilt of her blade. Her eyes trained upon the bridge's archway ahead. There, a golden figure radiated a resplendent glow. If you linger any longer, you may indeed perish. Chapter 251. The blade that cannot be drawn. The golden radiance coalesced into a humanoid form, clad in armor as brilliant as a gilded mirror, with unyielding hair tousled by the wind, and those crimson serpentine eyes unmistakably declared his identity. Gilgamesh, the ancient king of mankind, drawn to the incessant clashes, had certainly arrived. Perhaps even before the intrinsic barrier was established, merely observing the unfolding spectacle as a bystander. What a pity, the golden sovereign mused, lowering his eyelids, his tone tinged with a hint of lament. Fighting alongside his subordinates until the very end, I do not find the Conqueror King to be pitiable. Though somewhat uncertain of the meaning behind Gilgamesh's words, Shur instinctively interpreted them as a shared understanding between two monarchs. Foolish. Gilgamesh scoffed, folding his arms, his gaze condescending as he spoke. As you said, that fellow fought until the very end alongside his vassals and subjects, indeed devoid of any pity. Thus, the sorrow I speak of pertains to you, Jashio. Shur furrowed her brow, perplexed. What do you mean? To struggle against a predetermined outcome, ultimately remaining powerless. Is that not the epitome of sorrow? His words trailed off, yet Shur's confusion dissipated, although her eyes, capable of perceiving the demise of all things, widened uncontrollably. Filled with disbelief. Did you see it? Shur's voice trembled, not due to Gilgamesh himself, but because of the potential outcome he might witness. Since my birth, those loathsome individuals have offered their so-called gifts. He regarded his eyelids pensively. In essence, it is merely the trick known as the all-seeing eye. However, due to its utter lack of intrigue, I had long sealed this ability. Yet, it seems someone wishes for me to behold certain truths, hence this ability has been awakened. Would you like to know what I have seen regarding your future? Gilgamesh's tone was laced with temptation, evoking the image of a devil whispering alluring deals into one's ear. Shur understood that, as the king of heroes, Gilgamesh possessed the unparalleled ability to foresee countless possibilities, a gift bestowed upon him by the gods to rule over all beings. With such power, he could indeed predict the future. Her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, and even her breath became labored. No one could remain indifferent to the outcomes of significant matters, and neither could she. Would her efforts yield success? What would the outcome be? Favorable or disastrous? If it were the latter, how could she avert it? How could she attain a favorable conclusion? With such foresight, anyone would ponder these questions. I do not require it. After a lengthy silence, Shur responded. Oh, are you certain? Perhaps it may aid you in your current endeavors. Gilgamesh's smile widened, growing increasingly jovial. You are indeed correct, King of Heroes. Prophecies can indeed provide assistance. However, I need not rely on them, for I possess the ability to perceive even more than you, should I wish. Yet such knowledge is meaningless, for regardless of the outcome, I will not experience any change. With that, sure raised by Lei, the blade's edge directed towards Gilgamesh atop the archway. There was no mocking laughter, nor the customary derision of Jia Xiao. Gilgamesh merely regarded the girl before him with calm eyes. This demeanor felt somewhat different from Shur's recollections, less of the melodramatic and more of a wise king. How intriguing. Very well, let us proceed. Your time is running short. The golden gate of Babylon gradually unfolded, not in a manner of launching, but simply unfurling, revealing not the prototype of a noble phantasm, but the true treasures held by the king of heroes, Gilgamesh. Indeed, it is that blade known as Ea, capable of cleaving the very fabric of the world. It lacks the conventional characteristics of a sword. Its tip is not sharp, and its body is composed of 3 cylindrical sections. Yet this weapon, devoid of any typical sword traits, is referred to as a sword. The reason is not unfounded. It has existed as the mightiest weapon of the hero king even before the conception of the sword itself. However, in the moment when the stances of both parties were irrevocably established, Gilgamesh unleashed this card. Shiki's expression turned grave. She had hoped to conclude the battle before Gilgamesh could wield Ea, yet this golden-skinned figure seemed to deny her that opportunity. Various strategies raced through Shiki's mind, but ultimately, none yielded a solution. Indeed, in the face of Gilgamesh's earnestness, Shiki found herself unable to counter Ea, whether it be the Chung capable of shattering curry rods or the fortified Chung, both of which could not withstand the blade of separation. Even her long-reliant Trisuan found no death line visible upon that sword. No, if one were to insist, there was indeed a way. Ea is a divine weapon, and only another divine weapon could engage it directly. Fortunately, Shiki possessed such a weapon. The doors and the blade dissipated from her grasp, replaced by a more archaic sheathed long sword, its scabbard entirely black. Yet the mouth of the scabbard faintly radiated an intense heat. This was the Red Lotus blade, Do Muyi Tsun Jung, forged from the craftsmanship of Chikage Muramasa and the shards of the Yamada no Orochi, a divine weapon that exacts a life for a single strike. Wielding it with a non-divine body would lead to self-destruction. Shiki, the servant of the Guo, had unleashed it twice, shattering the descent of the imaginary seed and dismantling the formation of the Yin, albeit at the cost of her own revival on both occasions. Currently, her situation might be intertwined with this very blade. If solely considering its rank, this long sword could potentially rival Ea. However, Shiki found it challenging to draw it from its sheath, not due to a lack of strength, but because she could no longer afford the toll. To wield this sword signified self-destruction, which would consequently lead to the revival of her lineage's power, and such revival entailed drawing vitality from Ran. As Orange had stated, Ran's life force was already perilously low. Should the dragon once again siphon her life, she might plunge directly into death, which elucidated why Shiki could not draw this blade. To unsheathe, it would nullify the very purpose of drawing it. Chapter 252. The place where light enters the unique magic of the blade of separation began to coalesce. And the hero king had already taken note of the Do Mui Chun Jung in Shiki's hand. His eyes, capable of perceiving all essences, swiftly completed the analysis of this divine weapon. The blade of fate, which would lead to death if wielded by a non-divine body, possessed even stricter conditions than Ea, and its power could well be on par with it. Yet this sword could not be drawn. Gilgamesh perceived the essence of this holy grail war. The originally treacherous conflict had morphed into a path of redemption, and drawing this blade would be akin to severing that very path of salvation. Yet, even without drawing it, the girl before him, struggling against the predetermined outcome, had no means to counter the Ea in his hand. This was an insurmountable dilemma, akin to a cat sealed within a poison box. Opening the box would trigger a mechanism releasing toxic gas, leading to the cat's demise, while not opening it would result in the cat starving to death. The sole method to save the cat would require the disappearance of the poison, which equated to Gilgamesh conceding unilaterally. But was that feasible? He stood as the pinnacle of myriad heroes, the most ancient king who dared defy the gods, a man who had never bowed to anyone nor gazed upward in reverence. How could he willingly accept defeat without battle? Some tragedies in the world unfold thus. Devoid of resolution, faced with an already determined outcome, any effort made would be futile. Was he unable to make a decision? Gilgamesh observed Shiki, who gripped her sword hilt yet remained unable to draw it, and within his crimson pupils flickered a hint of sorrow. He then spoke in a somber tone. This is a predetermined conclusion, and it is the fruit of your own sowing. If blame is to be assigned, it can only rest upon you. The blade of separation began to rotate slowly, myriad red streams unfurling across the night sky. The unlocking was complete, and this divine armament revealed its brilliance. A fierce wind pressure unfurled above the sea, and the air thickened. The sword's master was prepared to conclude this farce. A crisp sound resonated amidst the intense wind pressure, the sound of a blade being unsheathed. Shiki drew her sword, the divine weapon, demanding one life for one strike, emerged inch by inch from its restrained sheath, its pure red blade appearing as though freshly drawn from a furnace, the surrounding air imbued with a charred scent. In Gilgamesh's astonishment, she ultimately unsheathed the sword, raising her previously lowered head. Her eyes, usually harboring icy depths, now seemed to contain sunlight, and the faint smile gracing her lips was more radiant than ever before. This was not an expression Shiki would typically display. In truth, it was not her at all. Gilgamesh, what you behold is not the conclusion. Ultimately, no one could perceive this conclusion, neither he nor anyone else. She directed her blade toward the man on the bridge, her voice resonant and clear, her spirited tone revealing her identity. It was Jur. In that fleeting moment, the Dwuti Shiki lost control of her body, her consciousness unwittingly returning to the long-frozen Tansha. But how could this be? Though they shared the same body, the reins of control undoubtedly lay with Shiki. No matter how unwilling Jur might be, she could not alter this fact. There is nothing impossible. I have prepared for today for quite some time, Shiki. The voice, identical yet distinct in tone, roused Shiki from her stupor. The Jinxer of the Kanshiga remained unchanged, perpetually shrouded in snow and wind. And that familiar figure of the kimono-clad girl, often seated at the railing, was unchanged as well. Prepared for today? Shiki murmured in confusion, yet suddenly, realization dawned upon her. Her beautiful pupils widening in disbelief as she whispered, could it be? Yes, I have met the mother of Gambita, though you were unaware of it. Jur's voice retained its usual nonchalance, laced with a gentle smile, as she gracefully leapt down from the railing to cup Shiki's face, just as she had done upon their first encounter. Shiki, this is not your conclusion, nor is it the butterflies, it is mine. With that, she slowly retreated back to the railing. In an instant, Shiki understood. She grasped why Jur had been so vocally insistent on emerging from within the wall, as she had evidently known this day would come, and thus had been preparing for it. A profound sense of dread unfurled within her, not out of fear of something, but from the intense anxiety of impending loss. Shiki comprehended Jur's intentions. That Okmitsun Jung exacted a life for a strike, and to wield it would signify death, which in turn signified the revival of her lineage's power. However, if the toll were to be paid by, the so-called revival would not be triggered. Jur had exchanged the poisoned cat in the box for herself, unraveling the unsolvable conundrum. It was as if she had replaced Shiki, becoming a manifestation of Shura. No, no, no. Shiki rushed towards Woven, unable to accept the notion of exchanging one person for another. Such an outcome held no significance, and she would not permit it to transpire. Woven slowly extended her hand, an invisible barrier keeping Shiki mere inches away. This appeared to be part of her preparation, as she smiled gently, gradually standing on the balcony of the Tenshikaku, her expression unnecessary. This predetermined conclusion could only be altered by you. Shiki stood there, gazing blankly at the figure before her, the cold wind causing her kimono to rustle. Woven beamed, stating, Shiki, all things bear cracks. Sometimes, they may not signify a dead end, but rather a place for light to enter. There is no predetermined conclusion for you. With that, she slowly opened her arms, allowing her body to fall. Chapter 253. The Cave of the Kalikakra. The crimson flames of karma blazed upon the blade, revealing the true form of the blade capable of severing karmic ties. Woven gripped the hilt tightly, despite her lack of combat experience. Everything became clear as she held the hilt. How to wield the sword, how to strike. Instincts ingrained in her body were sufficient to make her a master of swordsmanship, especially given her long accumulation of experience. Gilgamesh chuckled lightly, seemingly unsurprised that Shiki would draw out Toko Muramesa. In his vision of the future, this blade was destined to be unsheathed. Then witness, as we measure the heights of divine weaponry, can the blade of karmic ties in your hand truly sever that fate? The hum of the distant sword was raised high by the King of Heroes, emitting a heavy sound as it spun rapidly, narrating the primordial at the dawn of creation. The void also offered its congratulations, tearing the world apart with my distant sword. This is the culmination of countless souls of blades. Two chants resonated simultaneously, liberating two distinct divine armaments. No one knew what the collision of the two would yield, so both poured their full strength into this strike. The wind howled, and fire roared. Weber's departure was indeed correct. Once such a level of magical power collided, the chances of survival for an ordinary magician were nearly zero. Encircled by the void of stars, the hell above was the terminus of the pre-creation night. The distant sword pointed horizontally, its scarlet pressure resembling Mercury on the verge of shattering. Herein lies the confluence of myriad aspirations. The crimson flames blossomed on the Fuyuki Bridge, where the girl stood at the heart of the fire, her kimono swirling under the wind's pressure. Behold, this is the manifestation of the divine name. Gathered here are all that is non-karmic. At this moment, everything is propelled to its peak as scarlet light intertwines with blazing flames, reminiscent of the dawn of nuclear obliteration. The next moment, the star of divergence in the heavens, Inuma Elish. Toko Muramesa, the release of the true name completed. Two utterly distinct energies collided in that instant. Two entirely different shades of red shone brilliantly as the red vortex created by EA ascended, drawing the crimson flames skyward, ultimately converging into a super tornado of fire over 100 meters in diameter. The fiery vortex suddenly expanded into a scarlet mushroom cloud after reaching a certain height. In that moment, both Woven and Gilgamesh were engulfed by the red radiance, and the Fuyuki Bridge was shattered in the instant the light expanded. One could faintly discern the girl's figure descending towards the sea, her face adorned with a tranquil smile as she whispered softly, "Farewell, Shiki." Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, the resulting waves swallowed the girl's form, scattering it like raindrops upon the nearby residences, and with a gentle patter of rain, the clash of divine armaments came to a conclusive end. The Golden King gasped heavily, his once fierce hair now drooping weakly, his golden armor dissipating due to insufficient magical energy, revealing a long crimson wound across his chest, while his lower body gradually transformed into golden light. Indeed, this was a battle destined for defeat. The king began to comprehend you a little better. As a participant in the future he foresaw, Gilgamesh knew the outcome of this battle. Nevertheless, he still chose to fight. He was the king of heroes, and even if the outcome was predetermined, he had no reason to retreat, especially not due to the notion of resignation. With a bitter smile, Gilgamesh's form completely dissipated into points of light, unlike certain other timelines. Here, he truly deserved the title of the king of heroes. Shiki slowly opened her eyes, greeted by the sight of a white chandelier, the air filled with an unpleasant yet somewhat familiar scent of smoke. There was no intense pain, yet a palpable sense of emptiness lingered in her chest, as if a breeze had entered, emitting a solitary rustling sound. Undoubtedly, Woven had vanished, and the cost of wielding Toko Muramesa was paid by her. Shiki returned to a state reminiscent of the past. "Are you awake?" Oranges appeared in her line of sight. The face devoid of glasses that once bore a cold and idealistic demeanor now displayed undeniable fatigue. "Did you save me, Oranges?" Shiki sat up in bed, her gaze fixed on the still, slumbering girl beside her. Everything unchanged, just as it was when she left. Rin remained deeply asleep. "I merely fished you out of the river. Surviving that impact only to drown from losing consciousness would be absurd," Oranges shrugged, wearing an expression of exasperation. "That cannot be considered surviving," Shiki replied, lowering her head to gently touch her heart, her expression melancholic. "Is that so, Woven?" Oranges understood Shiki's meaning, sighed deeply, and continued. "However, your condition is better than Shiki's. At least yours isn't entirely empty." She pointed to Shiki's heart. "Is it because of Rin?" "It should be," Shiki responded. "But what do you plan to do next?" "There's only one spirit left in this Holy Grail war. If I remember correctly, it should be the assassin?" Shiki nodded. "Yes, to be precise, it should be the pinnacle of the assassin, Grand Assassin." "Grand Assassin," Oranges murmured to herself, the image of that deathly figure appearing in her mind. She knew the other was a heroic spirit, and even recognized that their essence was of the highest rank. But she never expected such a grand servant to be part of this Holy Grail war. "You cannot win, Shiki. That individual has transcended the realm of ordinary heroic spirits. They can disregard your vision and have refined their skills to perfection. Even you could not be their match." Oranges paused, noticing Shiki's gaze. At first glance, It seemed as serene as before, but upon closer inspection, one could sense the impending storm brewing in her pupils. She smiled wryly and continued. But even if I say this, you won't change your mind, will you? Ah, I certainly understand how formidable that being is. However, Woven told me that this conclusion can only be altered by me. Shiki lowered her head, gently caressing Rin's face, her touch tender, as if afraid to awaken the slumbering girl. I will definitely save her. Chapter 254. Must be able in the pitch-black night sky. A cerulean eye slowly opened, emanating a peculiar allure that seemed to draw in the very essence of existence. As it unfurled, several azure points of light ascended from the ground, ultimately merging with the eye itself. Is that the Holy Grail? Orange, who was walking at the street corner with a cigarette in his mouth, wore a solemn expression. Can such a thing truly be considered a wishing machine? As the highest-ranked puppeteer, Orange possessed the ability to see through the essence of most entities, which is to say, the soul. The power radiating from the eye in the sky was undoubtedly alluring, yet its sordid inner nature had already been discerned by this puppeteer. Essentially, it remained unchanged. However, due to certain peculiar circumstances, this cup had become tainted. Although its wishing function persisted, it had transformed in some respects. Shiki responded softly, while the closed-eyed Shin was deep in slumber within her embrace. What does that mean? Literally, a dirty cup can still hold water, but the water it contains is no longer what you desire to drink. This Holy Grail can still grant wishes, but it is limited to those of destruction. Indeed, this is the true nature of the Holy Grail. It still possesses the effect of a universal wish-granting device, yet the evils of this world have utterly distorted its existence. In light of this, how do you plan to utilize this tainted cup? Orange inquired. It is not difficult. Since the cup is dirty, we shall simply cleanse it. However, before proceeding, Shiki halted before a slanted staircase, her gaze sweeping to the top. Before the mountain gate, bathed in silver moonlight, the Black Reaper stood, sword in hand. Above its head, alongside the silver moon, rested that very eye. This fiend must be vanquished. Shin, I entrust you to Orange. With the girl in his arms handed over, Shiki ascended the steps. At that moment, as a witness to this journey, Orange posed a question. Shiki, what do you seek? With the door and the tears of prayer in her hands, she turned her head, first surprised, then calm, and finally gazing gently upon the sleeping Shin. The moonlight filtering through the leaves illuminated the girl's unadorned face, reflecting a serene beauty. A slight smile graced Shiki's lips as she softly replied, a place where she is. Shiki, how should one pursue it? With all one has. Responding softly, Shiki turned and resumed her steps, her eyes fluttering open and closed as she ignited her magical eye, the patterns beneath her kimono glowing rhythmically with her breath. Placing herself in the optimal state for battle. Shiki, can you do it? Observing the distance between the girl and the black swordsman narrowing, Orange lit a cigarette and posed one final question. This time, she did not receive an immediate answer. Shiki continued her advance. Can I truly do this? Shiki questioned herself. This was her final adversary, the strongest opponent in this war, and for the first time, she stood utterly alone. When facing the Sea Demon and the Night King, she had the presence of the Dragon of Eternal Sakura. In confronting the Conqueror King, she had everything of the Aomi clan. When facing Gilgamesh, she had Woven. Yet all of these were lost with the singular strike of the Muramasa. Woven had vanished. The spirit foundation of the Aomi had dissipated, leaving only the human Tsukihime, who now had to confront the Reaper alone in this mortal form. As for whether she could succeed, the answer to that question was already painfully obvious. Biting down fiercely on the brown sugar in her mouth, illuminated by the crimson glow, Shiki's expression turned as cold as iron as she ascended the final step. Her voice icy. Must be able. A fierce killing intent radiated from this last step, potent enough to cause any spirit to pale. Yet, the skeletal mask of the black swordsman displayed no sign of change. After all, he stood there awaiting this moment, and how could he be swayed by mere momentum? The ghostly flames ignited in his eyes, and as they met her interwoven blue and crimson gaze, this final battle commenced. Shiki was the first to act. Leaping from the edge of the staircase, her body spinning in midair, wielding the door and the tears of prayer, transforming them into the sharpest of meat grinders. Her speed unprecedented. The nightshade sugar, while inflicting immense pain, also brought forth monumental enhancement. In this moment, Shiki unleashed a level of power and speed far beyond her previous limits. Rather than time halting, it felt as though it was retreating. As her strike descended, Hasanai Sabah remained unmoved. Just as the blade was about to connect, his form morphed into ghostly blue flames, vanishing from sight, only to reappear precisely where Shiki had stood moments before, causing her meat grinder-like blade to strike nothing but air. Shiki's speed was undoubtedly rapid, yet the concept of speed seemed irrelevant to this assassin. His ability to instantaneously reposition rendered any advantage moot. However, when Hasanai Sabah looked at Shiki again, there was a flicker of astonishment in his ghostly blue eyes. Shiki, inverted in midair, maintained her focus behind her, a sly smile gracing her beautiful face, as she brandished a firearm that had somehow found its way into her grasp. Bang! The bullet erupted from the chamber, the golden tip inscribed with blue runes. Ancient and forgotten. The moment the bullet was discharged, the rune activated. With a hiss, a cluster of ghostly blue flames ignited upon the shoulder of the black swordsman, marking the entry point of the bullet. As the embodiment of the concept of death, he bore no flesh or blood. Hasanai Sabah glanced quizzically at the flames on his shoulder. This was an attack he could have easily deflected. Even bullets fired from the most advanced firearms of this era appeared slow to his eyes. Yet, he had failed to evade the strike from an antiquated firearm. An acceleration type rune? The ghostly fire in his eyes swept over the puppeteer at the bottom of the stairs. An orange shrugged, feigning helplessness. The gun fired again, and despite being an ancient firearm, it unleashed multiple rounds, each inscribed with different effect runes. Facing a barrage of bullets, a cylindrical blue flame enveloped Hasanai Sabah, forming a unique protective barrier. It seemed Shiki had awaited this very moment. As the flames surged, she leapt forth and thrust the tears of prayer deep into the blue flames. Chapter 255, The Abyss of the Kalikakra, Part 2, with maximum force. The tears of prayer penetrated the flames, and without a doubt, this strike was successful. This confirmed Shiki's hypothesis. The ghostly blue flames were the essence of Hasanai Sabah's movement. If he were using them, he could not shift his position. Moreover, Shiki sensed the tangible feedback from the tears of prayer. This renowned assassin indeed lacked flesh. Yet the flames seemed to constitute his very being, allowing for contact. As the surrounding flames extinguished, the towering figure of the black swordsman remained upright, the red blade embedded in his chest starkly visible. Despite this, there was no sign of pain on his skeletal visage. His ghostly eyes remained bright. Indeed, the concept of death was far too insubstantial for one who hailed from the abyss of death. Such damage might be fatal to another, but for him, it could only be considered a minor wound. That was the extent of the harm wrought by this lethal weapon. Should a mere ordinary blade be employed, it remained uncertain whether it could even pierce his form. Shiki's expression darkened, but rather than being disheartened by the current predicament, she exerted force on her wrist, intending to twist the hilt of her dagger to widen the wound. However, before she could execute her plan, a large hand clad in black gauntlets seized the blade of Bailey, its strength sufficient to elicit a reaction from any heroic spirit. Are you truly an assassin? A futile endeavor. A deep voice resonated in Shiki's ears, accompanied by the howling wind, the sound of a colossal sword slicing through the air. The Grim Reaper's blade descended from the side, its immense weight seemingly capable of cleaving Shiki in two. Yet, prior to this, Shiki had already initiated her movement. The dagger, now uncontrollably embedded within the assassin's body, was not a chain to restrain her. Utilizing the hilt for leverage, Shiki leapt upward, evading the lateral slash, while simultaneously stepping on the hilt of Bailey, propelling herself backward where an ancient firearm was already in her grasp. An impeccable response. Even if the old man Yatagarasu were present, he would surely commend her as deserving of the title of the Wei Ming Sword Saint. Not only did Shiki evade the attack, but she also inflicted further harm upon her adversary while creating distance and employing the firearm to obstruct the enemy's mobility, preventing any pursuit. Between offense and defense, Shiki exhibited a level of sophistication that belied her appearance. However, this time, her opponent matched her in experience. The bullet expelled from the gun barrel was once again repelled by the flames, and the very hand that had grasped the blade of Bailey surged forth from the blue flames, swiftly seizing Shiki's left ankle, which was on the verge of escaping the attack's range. Immediately, Shiki felt her body succumb to an overwhelming force, violently thrown to the ground. Boom! Dust scattered, and the ground cracked under the impact, a sharp pain coursing through her body as if she had been crushed by titanic force. In the face of this assassin, Shiki had ultimately made a miscalculation, though this error lay not in combat, but in perception. She regarded Hasane as a being of flesh and blood, capable of feeling pain. Yet in reality, this assassin was indifferent to such sensations. His existence as a being from the abyss of death endowed him with a body that could disregard most assaults. This was the end. The great sword fell heavily, and for the incapacitated Shiki, this strike was nearly a guaranteed death blow. This is where it ends for you. Swallowing the blood that surged in her mouth, Shiki drove the blade of Kai-min deep into the ground, the hilt emanating a gray-black aura that pulsed with heat. What? The black swordsman revealed a hint of surprise, instinctively sensing a peril emanating from beneath him, his body reacting promptly to retreat. Yet before he could act, a massive pillar of fire erupted from beneath Hasane, engulfing his towering form entirely. It was not the ethereal blue flames he wielded, but a vivid crimson, a vengeful fire capable of scorching both flesh and soul. An indescribable agony spread within Hasane's body, akin to plummeting into a searing abyss. Every sinew and bone feeling the weight of gravity compressing them, his consciousness slowly detaching from his corporeal form. Perhaps the physical harm he could sustain was limited, but the torment of the soul was an affliction he could not withstand, and the black swordsman emitted a pained growl. How long had it been since he had felt such pain? Even he could not ascertain the answer, having merged with the abyss of death. He had long forgotten what pain truly felt like. Yet now, this agony seemed etched into his bones, a reminder that would resurface with every movement of his limbs. Shiki rose to her feet, supporting herself with Kai-min, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at the surging flames before her. This had been her strategy from the outset of the battle. Once the soul was incinerated, even this reaper would have no chance of survival. And now, everything was unfolding just as she had envisioned. As long as the flames continued to burn, this war would be her victory. But at that moment, Shiki felt an inexplicable and intense pain in her chest, a sensation as if a colossal hand had grasped her heart, causing her blood to cease flowing and rendering her breathless. She struggled to kneel, her pupils dilating, gasping for air, her right hand pressed firmly against her chest, the knuckles turning pale. What was happening? Was it Hasane doing? But when had he managed this? Shiki pondered her predicament, yet suddenly, she froze like a marionette with severed strings. Not due to any external factor, but because she heard a peculiar sound. No, she herself was uncertain if it was truly a sound. This sound did not reach her ears and transmit to her brain. Instead, it reverberated deep within her mind, piercing her nerves. At that moment, Shiki felt surrounded by thousands upon thousands of figures. Their expressions varied, men and women alike, but all shared the same twisted, wrathful countenance. In unison, they spoke in an eerily synchronized tone. "We have arrived." "Is it Shura?" Shiki deduced, recognizing that this amalgamation of resentment had never truly vanished. It had always been suppressed and utilized by her, yet it was not at peace. Rather, it simmered like venom stored within a serpent's fangs, ready to erupt when the moment was right. Shiki should not wield this power, for now was the perfect time for Shura to emerge. The dissolution of the fabric allowed for an incomplete realm of the underworld, granting the long-accumulated power the opportunity to reveal its fangs. Chapter 256. The eye of the deity, the flames surrounding the black-clad swordsman dissipated, and Shiki collapsed to the ground, as if all her strength had been drained. Orange watched this sudden turn of events, her face a canvas of astonishment and confusion. Clearly, she could not comprehend the situation. Just moments ago, Shiki had been fierce and resolute, exuding an air of lethal intent. Yet the next moment, she appeared utterly sapped of her vitality, crumpling to the ground. This left Orange at a loss for words, as she had never envisioned Shiki losing this battle. The girl had fought valiantly to save her beloved, slaying one king after another, even sacrificing one of the most significant figures in her life to reach this final juncture. If this were to end in failure, what would that say of the deity scripting Shiki's life? Placing Ninju in a secure position, Orange ascended the steps, simultaneously preparing her magical incantation. She understood that as a puppet without a puppet master, she could not inflict harm upon the assassin, yet in such a moment, whether or not she dealt damage was irrelevant. Orange merely hoped to create a fleeting opportunity for Shiki to recover. However, the next instant, a wave of heat erupted before the mountain gate. Just as Orange set foot on the steps, she was hurled back by this surge of heat. Though unaware of what had transpired, she instinctively shielded Ninju beneath her, while her right index finger swiftly inscribed runes in the air. Ansuz. The defensive rune formed a thin barrier at the moment of completion, instantly enveloping the two within its protective embrace. In the next heartbeat, dark red fire serpents surged forth, engulfing both individuals within the barrier. A surge of trepidation coursed through Orange as she instinctively upheld the barrier. Had she not done so, this would have sealed the fates of both herself and the butterfly. Yet, her relief was short-lived, as a sharp cracking sound made her complexion shift. It was the sound of the barrier fracturing, a fissure appearing at its center, swiftly spreading like a spider's web in all directions. The two-bite incantation proved insufficient. Gritting her teeth, Changzi clasped her outstretched right hand once more, channeling her magical energy. A distant circumference formed by a straight line, the magical imprint of a faraway world. The incantation remained incomplete, yet the barrier began to crumble, the encroaching flames bending her hair as beads of sweat cascaded down her cheeks, evaporating before they could even touch the ground. The barrier was failing, fracturing inch by inch, glass-like shards slicing across the face of the sorceress. She was oblivious to the chaos above, without the ability to perceive the magic eye. All she could see was the raging inferno consuming the entrance of Ludong Sea. Even if she understood, it would be of no consequence, for she was destined to perish, along with her disciples behind her. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered completely, the oncoming flames resembling a monstrous maw intent on engulfing both Changzi and the ninja behind her. At that moment, a piercing shriek echoed through the air, a blade of light descending from above. A colossal figure landed with a thunderous impact, shielding Changzi. It was Hasanai Sabah. For reasons unknown, he had leapt down from the entrance just as Changzi's life hung in the balance, transforming himself and his great sword into a shield to protect them both. Is it you? Then that means the one above is Shiki? Changzi spoke incredulously, astonished that this assassin would choose to safeguard her. Do you truly believe so? The black swordsman turned his head, his eyes meeting Changzi's with an eerie blue flame. What do you mean? The black swordsman remained silent, suddenly swinging his massive sword, extinguishing the flames with a flicker of light. This reaper had bestowed death upon the flames. In that fleeting moment of the flames' disappearance, Changzi caught sight of a figure enveloped in the fire, an all too familiar presence, of similar height, clad in a kimono that mirrored the flame's hue, with a dangerous blade in hand. Without a doubt, it was Shiki, yet vastly transformed. She wore a smile that sent chills down one's spine, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, grinning disdainfully at the blood-soaked world ahead. Her previously gray eyes now sparkled with an intense brightness, as though a fierce flame blazed within. By the heavens, Changzi murmured, having witnessed a similar state of Shiki before, during their encounter in the Ogawa apartment. However, that situation paled in comparison to the current one, and back then, a butterfly had intervened. Now, that butterfly could no longer take flight, and even if it could, it would be powerless to avert this calamity, for a fully ignited Shiki would incinerate the butterfly. Indeed, the puppet master, she was no longer the familiar Tosaka Shiki. The resentment that had constrained her had now turned against her. She was now a manifestation of humanity's malice, a beast. The black swordsman stepped forward, his sword poised, declaring her an entity that must be slain. Yet you cannot defeat her in her current state, can you? Strangely, Changzi seemed unperturbed. Correct. No beast can be vanquished by a single servant of the highest class. However, she is different. I do not seek to defeat her. The means to halt humanity's malice are not solely through slaying. There exists a path to redemption. With these words, the black swordsman ascended the steps, activating his noble phantasm. The twilight's glow replaced the jet-black night, revealing the long-hidden valley as the evening bell tolled in the far eastern temple. Observing the vanishing figure of the black swordsman, Changzi displayed an expression of realization. Listen, your evening bell is tolled. As Hasan's words echoed, the distant chimes reverberated, rising and falling. Upon hearing the bell, Shiki exhibited unmistakable agitation, akin to a startled beast, scanning her surroundings, her fierce gaze ultimately landing upon the fading form of the black swordsman. Evidently, although she had countered Shiki's body, the Shura, a conglomeration of countless grievances, did not abide by human logic. In this moment, its actions resembled those of an instinct-driven beast. It emitted a threatening growl, a savage expression surfacing, its left eye radiating an unprecedented kaleidoscope of light, a fusion of red and blue, the emblem of the mystic eyes of death perception. Yet through power, it transcended, transforming into a divine, capable of issuing commands of death. Chapter 257. Inside the Holy Grail, the command of death spread forth. With a light shone, flora and fauna, stone steps. Everything rapidly turned to ash. The only exception was the black swordsman, who was engulfed in eerie blue flames, appearing as a form of protection that allowed him to resist the dazzling radiance. Albeit just barely, Hasanesa's imposing figure began to dissipate, the gray particles emanating from him attesting to the fact that even he, who had merged with the abyss of death, could not withstand this light, merely slowing the pace of annihilation. Bela's mystic eyes? To elevate those eyes to such a degree, yet this is where it ends. The bell's chime grew louder, the executioner wielding the massive sword drawing ever closer. Deliver the wings of death, claim the head. The eerie blue flames erupted forth, and Hasanesa's form vanished completely, as white feathers danced within this phantasm, breathtakingly beautiful. Angel of Death, Azrael, as his true name was revealed. Ancient chimes resonated from a distant realm, echoing like a herald of demise. Shiki collapsed to her knees, a dense crimson mist bursting forth from her being. A collective of grievances severed by the black swordsman's strike. The bell of destiny could never directly extinguish a beast. This exalted assassin understood this well. Thus, the target of this strike was not the Shura within Shiki, nor Shiki herself, but the connection binding them. Shiki possessed a body capable of wielding power, yet lacked the will to do so. The Shura, an amalgamation of countless resentments, merely occupied Shiki's form to utilize this ability, akin to what Ryougi had once attempted. Therefore, by completely severing it from Shiki, all could be resolved. This was Hasanesa's initial objective, as well as the answer bestowed upon him by Tosaka, an answer named redemption. Now he had succeeded. The black swordsman, who had always stood tall, knelt for the first time, supporting himself with his massive sword. His spiritual foundation began to collapse. The effects of Baylor's mystic eyes were irreversible, yet he had delivered that pivotal strike beforehand. Hey, it's not over yet. Chengzi's anxious voice rang out. In the next moment, the blood mist expelled from Shiki coalesced into a translucent skeletal form, emitting a shrill, piercing wail like the cries of countless souls filled with anger, fear, and resentment. It cast a glance at the immobile Hasanai before lunging toward Shiki. At that moment, it transformed into a colossal skeletal figure, shrieking in fury, racing towards Shiki in a desperate bid for survival. The opening still existed. There was still a chance. Hasanai could only watch helplessly, the flames in his eyes dimmer than ever, unable to intervene. Merely maintaining his existence had drained him of all his strength. Chengzi was also on her way, yet the short staircase seemed insurmountable at this moment. In the next moment, the clear sound of a sword echoed through the air, causing the female magician to halt in her tracks. Before her stood Shur, who had inexplicably regained her footing. With a flick of her wrist, she wielded her long blade, her inky black hair dancing with her movements, contrasting sharply against her sparkling eyes. The clang of metal rang out as a silvery flash cut through the air, rendering the crimson skeletal form motionless, as though it had been stripped of its vitality by the strike, suspended mid-air like a mechanical entity suddenly devoid of power. This was to be expected. Its lifeline had been severed. In that moment, when it was expelled from Shur's body, it became painfully vulnerable, unable to tap into its source. A farewell was uttered in Shur's calm tone, and with her words, the red mist gradually dissipated into the atmosphere. The Azura that had resided within her was now completely gone. Shur then turned her gaze to the assassin, who was half kneeling on the ground, his form already fading. She spoke softly, "Thank you. There is no need for such words, for what I did was merely dictated by fate." In response, the black swordsman seemed to relinquish the effort to maintain his corporeal form, allowing it to dissolve freely. Shur observed this scene, bidding farewell to the assassin who had aided her. It seemed that the end had arrived. Struggling to ascend the mountain gate, the doll master, carrying the burden of a ninja, was breathless. Although her stamina was not in the negatives, it was hardly in good shape. Well, now only the final step remains. As she spoke, Shur gazed up at the Lu Dong temple within the mountain gate, where a golden cup was gently descending upon the table in front of the incense burner. The Holy Grail was right before her eyes. As Shur had mentioned earlier, it was a tainted cup, evidenced by the black sludge accumulating at its base. Once this battle of heroes concluded, the evil of this world would begin to coalesce, attempting to spill its malevolence across the realm. Yet, as long as this evil could be eradicated, the cup could still serve its purpose. With this thought in mind, Shur approached the Holy Grail. Just as she stepped into Lu Dong Temple, the scenery around her was replaced by blinding white light. The stark contrast compelled Shur to instinctively shield her eyes. Once they adjusted, she lowered her hand and half squinted, surveying her surroundings. Everything was white, devoid of any substance. With no concept of ground or sky, this place existed as a void. Standing opposite Shur was Alice Fire, or more accurately, Angaramanu, who manifested through Alice Fire's form. Indeed, she embodied the evil of this world. Shur calmly regarded this avenger who borrowed the guise of another, and the latter returned her gaze with equal neutrality. Welcome. The final victor, Angaramanu, was the first to speak, her voice as soft as Alice Fire's. Yet, the only response she received was the gentle sound of a blade being drawn from its sheath. Shur unsheathed by Lei, advancing step by step amidst Alice Fire's faint smile. Are you certain you wish to proceed? That girl is still waiting for you to save her. If it were me, I could accomplish it effortlessly. Shur remained silent, her pace quickening. As the distance closed, she lifted her gaze, and in the contraction of Alice Fire's pupils, her direct, death magic eyes ignited with life. She finally comprehended Shur's intent and recognized how perilous those eyes were to her existence. In that instant, she sought to expel Shur from this space. But before she could act, the long blade pierced through her body, accompanied by the emotionless whisper of a female voice in her ear. No, you cannot, and neither can the Holy Grail. Chapter 258, No Miracles Needed. The Holy Grail cannot save Rin. As the Azura seized control of her body, Shur's consciousness was unwillingly drawn into the vortex of origins, where she beheld this truth, as well as the reason Rin had arrived in this frigid land. The butterfly, having learned of her fate, sought to use the Holy Grail to reclaim a final hint of fragrance. Thus, she dedicated herself to the study of magic, weaving an exceedingly clumsy lie. How foolish, how laughable, yet how warm. It seemed Shur had succeeded. Now only the final step remained. Noticing the dissipating black sludge at the bottom of the golden cup, the orange-haired girl muttered to herself before crouching beside Rin. She extended her hand, tracing several special characters in the air, and upon completing the final stroke, the suggestion that had forced her bodily functions into a dormant state was lifted, causing the long-slumbering Rin to slowly open her eyes. After her long slumber, Rin's gaze held no confusion, for she understood that upon awakening, she would arrive at the final step of that lie, to make a wish upon the Holy Grail, creating a new sheath for Shur's blade. Then she could depart without worry. But where was Shur? Rin scanned her surroundings, finally resting her gaze upon the unmoving red silhouette. If she was not mistaken, Shur's consciousness still resided within the Holy Grail. If she wished to use it, now was the time, Orange said. Yes. The girl nodded gently, rising to approach the Holy Grail. But just before she could proceed, Orange called out to her once more. Though I have asked before, I shall inquire again. Are you certain you wish to do this, Butterfly? With a flick of her lighter, the wavering light illuminated Orange's expressionless face. She lit the last cigarette from the box, inhaling deeply before speaking in a somber tone. Weaving is no longer. The girl halted abruptly, slowly turning her head, disbelief flooding her violet eyes. You should know, both you and weaving are of immense significance to Shur. And you know, the Holy Grail cannot alter your fate. Have you considered what it would feel like to sacrifice one important person in hopes of saving another, only to fail? The female magician gazed skyward, contemplating the myriad of stars as she exhaled a plume of smoke, solemnly stating, I fear it would lead to a lifetime of regret. Painfuls. Orange's words striking her heart like a hammer, for she had never contemplated weaving's sacrifice, nor had she envisioned such a scenario. Yet, there was no turning back. It was precisely for this reason that she had to use the Holy Grail. Gritting her teeth, Rin stepped forward once more, slowly extending her hand toward the golden cup. Shur needed this miracle. As her fingers drew closer to the Holy Grail, the moment she touched it, she would make her wish, bringing forth that miracle. Yet before that could happen, Rin's hand was seized, along with her very being. The familiar warmth enveloped her from behind. She was not merely held, but embraced. Accompanying this was the gentle warmth of breath against her cheek and a low whisper that reached her ears. I do not need a miracle. Rin turned her head in surprise, meeting those clear eyes that seemed to hold the depths of a tranquil pond and the beautiful face that accompanied them. What I need is simply you, Shur declared. But I will not allow such a thing to happen. Rin's unspoken words, I'm almost dead, were interrupted by Shur. Her tone resolute and unyielding, her gray-black pupils seemingly aware of everything. I will find a way. Just leave it to me. Unable to refuse. ensnared in such an embrace, and gazed upon by such gentle eyes. All the words related to denial ultimately transformed into a whisper as soft as a gnat's hum. Well then, let us return. The destination was not Dongmu, but rather Guanbuzi City. As the airplane touched down and they returned to that old city, Shiki and Rin's lives seemed to leap back into their former rhythm. In the residence of the Jialan Temple, the two moved back and forth between these two realms. It felt as though everything had returned, yet with a hint of difference. Oranges, as ever, diligently sought business to sustain the operations of the Jialan Temple, while Fujino formally joined the temple and got along well with a new member, Sakura. However, Shiki and Kori's visits had lessened. It appeared that the head of the underworld and the adopted princess had officially taken charge of managing the family business. As for the method Shiki mentioned, aside from the act of implanting the Avalon left by Alice Phil, which was to become a holy grail vessel within Rin's body, no complete solution had yet been discovered. This sheath, reputed to heal all wounds and curses, proved ineffectual against the draconic cough, merely managing to sustain Rin's vitality. Yet, this did not hinder the continuation of life. Rin still vividly remembered Shiki's words, to live well in the limited time remaining. Thus, the binding fate of the two found a temporary extension amidst this fleeting tranquility. The delightful aroma of cooking wafted through the modest room, as Shiki, with her long hair tied back and an apron donned, busied herself in the kitchen preparing dinner. After Rin fell ill, she had taken on this task. Although her culinary skills paled in comparison to Rin's, they were adequate, producing dishes that were neither remarkable nor inedible. On the sofa sat Rin, her mouth curving into a smile as she observed the scene. Due to the small housing, no matter where Shiki moved within the home, Rin could always keep her presence in sight. It seemed to Rin that the apron was ill-suited for Shiki. After scrutinizing for a while, Rin chuckled and reached this conclusion. Why? Shiki replied without turning, focused on her culinary endeavors. Because you give off more of a lady's aura. I simply cannot picture you in the role of a cook. Rin giggled, and when you wield the knife, it resembles a samurai drawing their sword, as if you were preparing to duel with the dish. Due to her profession, Shiki wielded the spatula like a weapon, swinging it defiantly before returning to her cooking state. However, this time, there was no response from behind her for quite some time. Shiki noticed this and turned to find Rin leaning forward against the armrest of the sofa, a splendid smile gracing her face, as she uttered a phrase that took Shiki's breath away. Say, Shiki, let us marry. Chapter 259. The final pact when the person one cherishes most utters the words. Let us marry. No one, and no reason, could possibly interject with a refusal. This held true for Shiki as well. Upon hearing those brief, yet profound words, Shiki felt as if she had transformed into a statue of stone, her heart racing like a revving engine. At that moment, the evening glow streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting elongated shadows of the two and enveloping Rin's enchanting smile in a warm halo of light. Shiki stared, momentarily entranced, her mind momentarily stalling, until she could only utter a dazed, okay. Then, the acrid scent of burning filled the air. The food had burned. The announcement of their marriage created quite a stir within the Jialan Temple. While it was evident to the observant that Shiki and Rin shared a close bond, the revelation of their relationship, culminating in such a direct declaration, inevitably surprised many. However, Oranges appeared unfazed, merely lamenting the joys of youth, while feeling somewhat disheartened by Sakura's affectionate term, Annie Orange. Shiki, having unexpectedly taken charge of the family business, offered her blessings, acknowledging that their previous misunderstandings were trivial in the grand scheme of things. The underworld boss even remarked, if you require assistance, I can handle those matters for you. As for Fujino, she seemed to harbor complex feelings for Shiki, yet ultimately smiled and extended her blessings. Thus, amidst the hurried preparations, the wedding of Shiki and Rin came to fruition. The ceremony was not a traditional and elaborate Japanese wedding, but rather a modern celebration reflective of the times. Considering Rin's health and the unique nature of the event, this hastily organized wedding was marked by simplicity. There were no professional hosts, no months spent arranging the venue, nor were there bridesmaids. The only attendees were the members of the Jialan Temple. Under normal circumstances, this might have seemed inattentive. Yet, for Shiki and Rin, these details were inconsequential. What mattered was that as they embarked on the path of blessings, they stood beside one another. Although simplified, Shiki and Rin still invested effort into their wedding attire, carefully selecting designs and materials. After much deliberation, they entrusted Shiki, the underworld boss, to expedite the work through her subordinates. Despite the rush, the results were satisfactory. Shiki gazed at Rin, surveying her from bottom to top, and a soft smile graced her lips. Rin, adorned in a custom wedding gown, looked beautiful, the purple gradient veil and butterfly-like back ties reminiscent of a delicate Haori. After arriving in modern society, Rin's previously disheveled hair was elegantly pinned with 2 purple butterfly hairpins, making her resemble a true butterfly, as her name suggested. Then let us proceed. Shiki extended her hand. Rin reciprocated with a similarly gentle smile, placing her hand in Shiki's palm, and together they pushed open the grand doors. This moment felt surreal, as sunlight streamed through the glass ceiling, casting a warm glow upon the crimson carpet, while decorative cherry blossoms swirled amidst fallen leaves. Under the gazes of well-wishers, the 2 maidens entered with measured steps. It was neither extravagant nor overly simplistic. There was no raucous laughter nor excessive sentiments. In this moment, tranquility served as the most perfect accompaniment. There was no band playing nor a host to officiate. Only the exchange of glances between the 2, their eyes conveying everything that needed to be said, sworn, and declared. This was the essence of their bond, requiring no oaths to any deities. Merely the presence of each other, which was sufficient. It's over, Rin remarked, gazing at the now empty hall, her tone tinged with a hint of wistfulness. Well, everyone has their own affairs to attend to, Shiki replied softly. Following this simple exchange, a prolonged silence ensued. The 2 leaned against each other, gazing out at the fading sunset, feeling the warmth of one another. This state of being persisted for quite some time until, as twilight deepened, Rin abruptly broke the silence. Hey Shiki, let us go play. At this hour? Shiki chuckled softly, lowering her gaze to Rin's face, but upon looking, she froze. Rin's delicate features, adorned with light makeup, were now slick with cold sweat, reflecting the undeniable exhaustion in Shiki's violet eyes. At this moment, Shiki understood that the endurance of Shinobu's body had reached its limit, and even the effects of Avalon could no longer sustain her life. She sensed that this day was imminent, which is why she uttered those words. This butterfly yearned to bring herself one final glimmer of light before fading away. Let us depart. With that, Shiki disregarded Shinobu's fluster and cradled her in her arms. If this was Shinobu's desire, Shiki could not refuse. The girl nestled in Shiki's embrace whispered softly, her face adorned with beads of sweat, visibly flushed. Even after the completion of their wedding ceremony, Shinobu seemed unable to ignore the fact that she was being carried like a princess. I know I could ride on your back, but you also know I dislike that, Shiki replied with a smile, striving to maintain a light-hearted tone. Although they spoke of having fun, neither Shiki nor Shinobu had a definitive destination in mind. Ultimately, the 2, still clad in wedding attire, ascended the hillside behind the rented wedding venue. There stood a shrine, but its height deterred many worshippers, and even the subsequent installation of a funicular railway did little to remedy its neglect. Gradually, the shrine fell into disuse, along with the abandoned funicular. Thus, Shiki had no choice but to carry Shinobu step by step up the staircase. For her, this was a trivial matter, and she preferred to hold Shinobu in her arms rather than ride the long-abandoned railway. It was both safe and comfortable. We've arrived, Shiki announced, halting before the torii gate. Turning around, she found Shinobu, half-lidded eyes now fully opened, as the evening glow flooded her vision. The descending sun seemed poised to crush the entire city of Kanbuko beneath its weight, while the evening breeze rustled through the mountainous forest, caressing the white fabric of their gowns. So beautiful, Shinobu murmured softly. Indeed, very beautiful, Shiki responded. I wish to gaze a while longer. Then let us linger a bit more. But that cannot be. The sun must set, just as people must depart. Shinobu grasped Shiki's hand, her violet eyes reflecting the sunset. I have no regrets, whether in being with you or in coming to this different world. As long as you are by my side, I feel joy. As long as I hold your hand, I feel happiness. Her voice grew softer, and her grip on Shiki's hand weakened as darkness began to descend, dimming her violet gaze. Thus, even with such an ending, I accept. At the moment her words fell, the sun vanished entirely, and darkness surged forth like a tide, enveloping the world. Shiki silently watched the girl in her arms, whose eyes had now closed, resembling the time in Fuyuki City. But this time, even the faintest sound of breath was absent. No, the sun will indeed set, but it will rise again. Therefore, I cannot accept such an ending. Shiki drew out a knife, slicing her wrist. Under the embrace of cherry blossom light, blood dripped onto Shinobu's pristine wedding gown. marking the completion of a special pact. From now on, we shall coexist with time and live together, bound by life and death. As Shiki spoke, cherry blossom petals fell upon Shinobu. Epilogue. The sword saint of Ainama laid down her blade. The pungent scent of disinfectant permeated the air as doctors and nurses in white uniforms traversed the corridor, their exchanges hushed, creating an atmosphere of tranquility that seemed almost surreal for a hospital. Yet, this was indeed a hospital, one that was special and exorbitantly private. 2 months had passed since their wedding, during which Shinobu had been recuperating in this facility. As Shiki put it, if you do not rest properly, how can you fulfill your duties as a wife? Indeed, it was because of the power of Ryougi that Shinobu's vitality had been stripped away, and yet, due to the same power, she was reborn. However, her frail body struggled to recover through the strength of Ryougi alone, which was the reason for her hospitalization. 2 months prior, as this butterfly was on the brink of dispersing, Shiki finally realized that her own existence was more than just the simple power of Ryougi. She had slain the dragon of Sakuyaheim, and, as the saying goes, a dragon slayer will ultimately become a dragon. Shiki did not transform into a dragon. She merely inherited the abilities of Sakuyaheim, ultimately forging the final and unique pact with Shinobu. As for the fate foretold by Kanbuko's mother, it indeed came to pass. Shinobu had died once, only to come back to life. Perhaps this was why Kanbuko's mother stated that Shinobu's journey through life would encompass many unpredictable paths. The future of an immortal is too expansive, and even with absolute foresight, it cannot be determined. Congratulations on your discharge, Miss Butterfly, a young nurse said cheerfully, handing over a completed discharge certificate. Shinobu accepted it, returning the smile and thanking her, then lowered her head to meticulously fold the white bedding. Today marked her farewell to the monotony of hospital life, which had become increasingly unbearable even for this quiet butterfly. However, on such an important day of discharge, her husband had not come, despite having visited every day before. This felt rather irresponsible. The nurse, clutching a booklet, tilted her head, accustomed to the daily servings of affection from the couple, and found it odd not to witness it today. Just then, the sound of a door creaking open caught their attention, and a familiar figure appeared in the doorway. The nurse offered an awkward, apologetic smile before hastily exiting the room. Gazing at the familiar silhouette, Shinobu found herself momentarily stunned. This was indeed someone she recognized. The blue kimono, an ambiguous countenance, and an aura of dignity that radiated even while standing. All these traits confirmed her identity, albeit with a slight alteration. She had short hair. Well, long time no see. The girl who stepped through the door greeted in a tone reminiscent of a man's voice. Upon hearing this, Shinobu confirmed her identity. It's Weaving. Although Oranges had mentioned that Weaving had vanished, the familiarity of this long-lost voice made it difficult to attribute it to anyone else. There was no need for Shiki to joke about such matters. Yet, if it was indeed Weaving, why was she now sporting short hair? It's the Holy Grail. Shiki entrusted that to Oranges, and as a result, Oranges completed the third law. This body is the result, Weaving explained, sensing Shinobu's confusion. Then, with a clap on her chest, a genuine smile surfaced on her face as she continued. In other words, now both Shiki and I are independent entities. I no longer have to be exploited by Shiki. By the end of her statement, Weaving's tone even bore a hint of choked emotion, reminiscent of a farmer's triumphant song of liberation. Observing Weaving's exuberance, Shinobu could not help but smile wryly, though her sense of regret had diminished significantly. She had always believed she bore some responsibility for Weaving's disappearance, but now, Weaving's return brought her a sense of relief. And Shiki? Shinobu inquired. Weaving did not respond directly, merely gesturing towards the window. With curiosity, Shinobu approached the window and beheld the scenery outside. Cherry blossom trees stood majestically on either side of the hospital's landscaping, their pink petals falling like seconds onto the grass, swaying gently as they landed on the vibrant kimono of a passerby. In front of a humble flower stall at the hospital entrance, Shur crouched down, meticulously selecting from the bouquets before her. Her face bore a deep expression of conflict, her gaze flitting back and forth among the floral arrangements, seemingly troubled by the task of choosing a gift for Ren's discharge. Shur is taking too long, Ji sighed, exasperated. It's only been 2 months, and she seems like a different person. As Ji observed, Shur's life had undergone considerable changes during this time. After dropping Sakura off at school in the morning, she rushed to the hospital to bring breakfast for Ren, followed by attending training classes. To ensure Ren's body could recover adequately, she had enrolled in a nutrition course, and afterward, she still had to take Sakura to practice magic with Chungzi. The renowned AI Ming Jiansheng set aside his sword and picked up a spatula. Isn't this a transformation? Rin smiled as she walked past Ji toward the patient ward. Her tone relaxed. This is what they call growth, evolving from a sword master to a housewife. Ji mumbled, watching the girl's retreating figure. Shur had deliberated for quite some time on her bouquet selection, ultimately choosing lilies over wisteria. As she stood to enter the hospital, however, a dissatisfied Run was already standing behind her. You're so slow. I apologize for taking time on the discharge gift, and I got delayed on the way to drop off Sakura, Shur explained, her tone tinged with a hint of fluster. Witnessing Shur's flustered demeanor, Butterfly Ninja chuckled softly. All right, it was just a jest. After all, Shur has been working hard during this time. I'm managing, though it was a bit chaotic at the start, Shur replied. So how do you feel about this life? She pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. If Run weren't here, I would find it quite dull. But with Run, I'm very happy. Thus, Shur grasped Rin's hand, a gentle smile radiating from her beautiful face. Even if these days continue indefinitely, I would be willing. Indeed, Shur embraced this life. She had once witnessed the decline of AI Ming no Kuni, severed the millennia-long fate between humans and demons, extinguished the ambitions of the Mage King, thwarted the arrival of illusions, and obtained the miraculous Holy Grail. Now, the AI Ming Jiansheng had laid down her sword. In an epilogue, Shur sought to understand the past of Butterfly Ninja. In June 2000, Kwanbuko City welcomed yet another sweltering summer. Despite having lived here for nearly 3 years, Shur, who had spent over a decade in the snow-laden AI Ming, still found it difficult to acclimate to such weather. Her body was resilient to the cold, yet completely adverse to heat, especially when faced with the magical assaults of modern life. At that moment, she sat idly in her small clinic, resting her face against the glass counter to seek some cool relief while gazing through the clinic's glass door at the heat-waved ground outside. This was Shur's current life. As she had previously mentioned to Isin, having traded her katana for a scalpel, working alongside Butterfly, thanks to Butterfly's medical skills and Shur's unique treatments. The clinic's revenue was quite substantial, though it held little significance for Shur, who was already affluent. Yet, life, true life, required purpose. Living without any aim was merely squandering time. For Shur, these days were filled with happiness. The recent trivialities had begun to evoke a sense of unease. As memories surfaced, a black sedan pulled up outside the clinic. A man in a black suit exited the driver's seat and hurriedly opened the rear door with utmost respect, saying, "Please watch your step, Miss Asaka." A delicate leg clad in white wooden clogs emerged from the car, followed by a slender figure in a blue kimono, who revealed a youthful, cheerful smile directed at Shur within the clinic. Shur sighed in disappointment, her head dropping back onto the glass counter. It was Ji, or more precisely, Ryougi Ji, or even more accurately, Asaka Ji. Why do you look so disappointed to see me? Have you grown so weary of life that you despise your own existence? Ji entered with a smile, her tone light-hearted and imbued with youthful exuberance. No, don't get me wrong, I don't hate myself. I just dislike being dependent on others, Shur retorted, her chin resting on the glass counter, blowing away the bangs that had fallen over her face, avoiding eye contact with Ji. Hey, you earned your keep through your own efforts. How could that be called being dependent? Ji insisted, positioning herself defiantly in Shur's line of sight. Shur promptly turned her head away again, making Ji disappear from her view, and lightly huffed, "I shouldn't have let Chungzi release you. Otherwise, there wouldn't be another dependent person in this world." After saying this, Shur slightly tilted her head, catching a glimpse of Ji out of the corner of her eye, recalling her heroic deeds. Ji, formerly known as Ryougi Ji, now Asaka Ji, was the heiress of the Asaka conglomerate and currently its formidable leader, as well as a counselor for the Kwanbuko City district, akin to a symbol of the city's white path. Just as Ji herself claimed, she had indeed earned her position through merit. Long before Shur ventured to the lower realm, this bold individual had seized the opportunity during Shur's break to engage in clandestine dealings, a fact that had eluded Shur until recently. It dawned on her that she had unwittingly committed a betrayal against Butterfly. Soon after Chungzi crafted a body for Ji using the third method, she returned home with the long-absent Fujino, enacting a classic tale of revenge that not only restored Fujino to her rightful status, but also enabled Ji to seize control of the Asaka conglomerate. The reason Ji had become a symbol of the city's white path was closely tied to her character. Unlike Shur, Ji had no desire for a stable life. After taking over the Osaka conglomerate, she leveraged her immense wealth to break down bureaucratic barriers and firmly establish her position with her forward-thinking insights. Ultimately, she boldly proclaimed alongside the notorious Ryougi, "This city is divided into black and white. You are the greatest in the dark, and I am the greatest in the light." Together, they secured control over Kwanbuko City. Sure mused that Ji's audacious and charismatic saga could easily fill a book, and she even thought of a fitting title, The Magnificent Son-in-Law, Ryougi. Following Ji's exploits, Kwanbuko City came to be known for three untouchable individuals, all bearing the same visage. "You seem a bit down today, Sure. Have you perhaps been neglected by Butterfly again?" Ji raised an eyebrow, stepping behind Sure to massage her shoulders, which had grown sore from sitting for too long. Feeling the appropriate pressure, Sure, like a contented cat, narrowed her eyes and softly replied, "It's just some trivial matters." "Such as?" Ji prompted. "For instance," Sure contemplated for a moment before continuing, "Before? If there was something delicious, she would ask me first. And now? Now, Butterfly asks Sakura first, and if there is anything left, it's mine." Sure's tone conveyed a sense of grievance, evoking sympathy from Ji. Regardless of the aspect of nourishment or the intricacies of life, it remains the same. Zifu Isaid. As she began to grasp the situation at hand, "It was merely me. I had arrived first, whether it be in kissing, embracing, or in affection. Yet why has it transformed into this perplexing matter? Although this issue may not directly correlate, what if, perhaps, maternal love has undergone a distortion? Previously, the butterfly was not as it is now. What was it like?" Ji inquired. Sure fell into a brief silence, and, after a moment, responded, "I do not know." "You do not know?" Ji was somewhat taken aback. "You assert that the butterfly was once different, yet you claim ignorance of its former nature? Has your jealousy rendered your reasoning illogical? Is not this ignorance?" Sure dismissed Ji's hand from her shoulder and clarified. "Nin has informed me that the version of her I knew was not like this, that this does not refer to her present self, but rather to the one before I met her. As for the Nin prior to that, I indeed do not know." Sure's voice diminished, and the lack of comprehensive understanding of her beloved seemed to cast a shadow of melancholy upon her expression. "Would you like to know?" A voice, long unheard, yet profoundly familiar, reverberated within Sure's mind. Engulfed in her jealousy, Sure failed to recognize this voice and instinctively replied, "Of course." As her words lingered in the air, Sure suddenly regained her awareness, her widened eyes seemingly grasping a realization. In the midst of their mutual bewilderment, Sure's figure flickered like an apparition, and in the next instant, she vanished from her spot, leaving Ji standing there in stunned silence. At that moment, Nin emerged from the clinic, glancing at the black sedan parked outside, then addressing Ji's dazed silhouette. "Did Ji come by just now?" Ji turned her head in a daze, subtly gesturing to the driver to depart before she managed to nod hesitantly. "Yes, she just left." Introduction. Liang Yishi. Have once borne the blood of the dragon's heir, possessing immortality, and have severed the white serpent, vanquished the Sakura dragon, slain the Azura, and battled the Sword Saint. I have lingered on the precipice of life and death, and in the land of Wei Ming, I have severed the last vestige of immortality. Until the final curtain fell on the wolf ninja, I found myself in this world overrun with malevolent spirits.